Welcome to Paranormal M. How's it going? Drop where you're watching from down in the comments. Thanks so much for sending in your creepy encounters. And if you've got more paranormal stories, feel free to send them our way. I love telling these stories and helping you drift off to sleep. So, don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Alright, let's jump into tonight's stories. So, picture this. It's peak winter. The kind where your breath turns white and the nights feel way longer than the days. I'm in 8th grade, about 14, and for some reason, me and my friends thought it was a fantastic idea to play cricket at dawn every Saturday and Sunday. And when I say dawn, I mean stupid early, like 4:45 a.m. There was this huge open ground about a 15-minute walk from my place. It wasn't even an official cricket ground. More like a huge, dusty field surrounded by trees, with this old fort looming behind it. People said it was built by some sultan centuries ago. No one really knew the exact history, but it definitely had that ancient, slightly creepy vibe. Broken walls, dark arches, and that kind of silence that makes you hear your own heartbeat. Anyway, for us, it was perfect. Big space, no traffic, no adults telling us to go do our homework. I used to go there with my school friends, and my closest friend back then was this guy who lived directly opposite my building. Let's call him Aman. Now, Aman was one of those rare people who can just wake up early without wanting to destroy the world. His job, unofficially, was to wake me up. Every game day, he'd get up, cross the lane, stand outside my building, and start calling my name. Arjun! Oi, Arjun! Ujja! And I'd shout back from inside, all groggy. Ha ha, I'm up. Then he'd go back to his place, freshen up, and we'd meet downstairs with the rest of the guys. So this one Saturday, it was the same routine. I hear Aman calling my name. I drag myself out of bed, yell back that I'm awake, he goes home to get ready, and then we all meet outside and walk to the ground together, bats and stumps in hand, arguing about who's going to open the batting. Now, there's something else about that ground. Because it was far from the main residential area, people used it for, let's just say, weird stuff. Superstitious things. Black magic type rituals. It wasn't unheard of to find strange things lying around. We'd see lemons cut in half with something like red powder or stains on them. Once we saw a piece of meat hanging from a thread tied to a branch near the entrance. Little piles of ash, burnt incense, that kind of thing. For a lot of people, especially where I'm from, these are just part of life. You grow up seeing this stuff around. Folks do it to ward off bad luck or get rid of problems. We used to just roll our eyes, stay away from it, and mind our own business. So that morning, we reached the ground around 5 a.m. on the dot. It's still dark, that bluish kind of darkness just before sunrise. The fort behind the ground looks extra spooky, all shadows and broken edges, but we're too excited to care. We set up the stumps, toss a coin, pick teams, and start playing. I'm a pretty decent fielder, especially in the outfield, so they send me to the boundary line. I'm standing there, shivering a little in the cold, rubbing my hands together, doing those little hops fielders do just to feel like they're ready. The game is going well. A few overs in, the batsman smacks the ball hard in my direction, but a bit to my right. I start sprinting after it. It keeps rolling, 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 and it finally stops near a clump of bushes. I'm running full speed, but the moment I see where the ball has stopped, I just slow down. And my cricket ball is literally touching the edge of one of those stones. Now, I'm not someone who really believes in all that, but I'm also not brave enough to casually walk into the middle of someone's creepy ritual leftovers at 5 in the morning. So I just stand there. Someone from the pitch shouts, "Arey ball la na, throw the ball." But I don't move. A few seconds later, Aman comes running toward me. He's like, "What happened? Why are you just standing there?" I just point silently at the stones. He looks at it, looks at me, and bursts out laughing. Oh, you got scared of this? You coward, he says, still laughing. Before I can stop him, he bends down, picks up the ball casually, almost stepping inside that little stone circle, and tosses it back toward the pitch. Chul, let's go. Nothing's going to happen, he says. I take one last look at that setup. Stone, red stains, incense, the whole thing, and jog back with him. We finish the match, argue about scores like always, and after a few hours we pack up and go home. So far, normal day, right? Now comes the part that still gives me chills. The next morning, Sunday, I'm dead asleep, completely knocked out. At some point, through my sleep, I start hearing someone calling my name. Arjun. Arjun, ut. At first, I ignore it because, honestly, I'm so sleepy. And it sounds kind of far away, like it's coming from outside my building again. But the voice doesn't stop. Arjun. Oi, Arjun. After hearing it 3-4 times, I finally wake up properly. In my half-asleep state, I don't overthink it. I just assume, like always, it's Aman. So from inside my room, without even getting up, I shout back, a little annoyed. Huh, I'm up. And then I hear it, the sound of footsteps running away from outside. You know that pattern where slippers slap lightly against the ground? That, fading away toward the lane. I'm like, okay, cool. As usual, he woke me up. Now he'll go get ready and come back in a bit. So I drag myself out of bed, go to the bathroom, wash my face, brush my teeth, change into my track pants. And then I sit down on the couch with my tablet, start playing Subway Surfers while I wait for him to come back and knock again. I'm playing for a while, long enough to lose track of time. I suddenly realize it's been a while. No knock, no calling, no messages, no sound of boys gathering outside. I get this tiny, uneasy feeling in my stomach. So I pause the game, get up, and walk over to the main door. There's this little curtain we keep over the glass panel. I pull it aside and peek outside, straight toward Aman's house. And what I see just feels wrong. His house is completely dark. Main lights off, balcony lights off. The front door is shut. No movement. Not even that faint glow from someone's phone or TV inside. Just darkness. And the lane outside? Silent. It doesn't match what I felt had just happened. Someone calling my name, someone running away. I frown and think, maybe his lights are just off today? But something doesn't sit right. So I go back to the living room, pick up my tablet, and tap the screen to check the time. It says 2:30 a.m. I just stare at it. Then I think, okay, maybe my tablet's wrong. It does that sometimes, right? So I rush over to the digital clock we keep near the TV. 2:30 a.m. My brain kind of pauses, because suddenly all the pieces slam together. I sleep deep. On weekends, my parents sometimes struggle to wake me up even at 7 or 8. It sounded exactly like Aman. I heard footsteps running away after I replied. And yet, at 2:30 a.m., the whole neighborhood is dead silent and dark. My heart starts racing, like full panic mode. I remember just standing in the middle of the living room, trying to process. Who woke me up? Who was calling my name outside? If Aman is asleep at his place, who did I talk to? And why did it sound just like him? I was 14, okay? Not exactly equipped to deal with possibly paranormal audio hallucinations at 2:30 a.m. My mind started going back to that totem we'd seen the previous morning. The red stains, the circle of stones, the way I froze, the way Aman had laughed and casually picked up the ball, stepping so close to it. And this thought just pops into my head that I couldn't shake. What if something from there followed us home? I know how crazy that sounds, but when you're a kid, alone in a dark living room with your heart pounding, logic doesn't stand a chance against fear. I didn't even try to go back to sleep. I just sat there on the sofa, lights on, tablet in my hands, not really playing. Every tiny sound made me jump. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting to hear my name again. I watched the clock slowly crawl toward morning. Eventually, around 5 a.m., the normal time, there it was again. Arjun, Uthja. Same familiar tone, same volume, but this time I knew it was the real thing. I almost ran to the door, opened it, and sure enough, there was a mon standing outside, cricket bag on his shoulder, slightly sleepy but very much alive and normal. The first thing I said wasn't even good morning. I just blurted out, "Were you outside my house at 2:30 a.m. today?" He looked at me like I'd grown a second head. 2:30? Are you mad? If I step out of my house at that time just to prank you, my parents will literally kill me. I was sleeping, bro. I stared at him for a full 3 seconds. It wasn't you? I asked again, even though I already knew the answer. He shakes his head. No, why would I do that? What happened? And there it was, confirmation. It wasn't him. And the thing that really freaked me out? The only 2 people who had seen that weird totem the day before were me and him. Later that day, I told my parents everything. The voice, the footsteps, the time, the darkness. How sure I was that it was Aman. I thought they'd tell me I was imagining things, or that I had a dream and confused it with reality. But instead, my mom got this serious look on her face. My dad went quiet. Then my mom said very firmly, "If something like that ever happens again, if anyone calls you at that hour, do not go outside alone. Wake us up first." And then she added, "Even if it sounds like your friend or your cousin or someone you know, don't follow them at night." That line stuck with me. Even if they look or sound like your friend, don't follow them. Honestly, that scared me even more than the actual incident. I still don't know what happened that night. Maybe there's some rational explanation I just haven't thought of. Maybe my brain played tricks on me. Or maybe it was something else. All I know is that one weird, cold, 2:30 a.m. wake-up call has lived in my head rent-free ever since. So, a couple of summers ago, we went camping way up in the mountains. It wasn't a formal campground, more like one of those spots you find after bumping down a dirt road for too long and saying, "Yeah, this feels right." We found this clearing tucked between tall pines with a little river maybe 300 feet away. To the right of where we parked was this soggy, mossy bog, and to the left and behind us was nothing but thick forest. Fallen logs, ferns, branches everywhere. It felt wild, but in that exciting way. At the time, our youngest, Jonah, was about 3 years old. And because he's our baby and we're, admittedly, helicopter parents, we did our usual camp rules talk. No going near the water without us. No going into the marsh. You stay where we can see you. We always do that talk. Every trip. We'd only been there maybe an hour. We were still setting up, unloading the truck, getting the tent halfway up, dogs running around, our older kids arguing about who got which sleeping bag. You know, normal chaos. I know I had just seen Jonah in camp with us. He's one of those kids who usually sticks pretty close, and at that age, he still wanted to be up in my arms half the time. I remember glancing over, seeing him by the cooler, and then turning my back to shake out a tarp or grab something from the truck. And then we heard it. Just one scream. Not long, not a tantrum, just a sharp cry, like he was startled or hurt. Then complete silence. You know how your whole body just goes cold in an instant? That's what happened to me. I spun around, expecting to see him right there. He wasn't. I called his name once, then louder. Nothing. My husband, Mark, dropped what he was doing and looked too. We're scanning the whole campsite, behind the chairs, by the trees, by the fire pit. Nothing. We both started running toward the direction that scream had come from, toward the marsh. The ground was terrible. The bog was deeper than it looked, mud and water up to our shins in some places, the kind that sucks at your shoes when you pull your foot out. The other side, where the trees thickened, was full of roots and branches and fallen logs that you had to climb over. It wasn't the kind of place a little kid could just wander easily. And the whole time we're yelling, "Jonah, buddy, cry so we can hear you. Call mommy, say something." Just our voices echoing back at us. That silence was the worst part. You can talk yourself down from a lot of fears if you at least hear your kid crying. But there was nothing. We kept pushing forward, slipping on mud, tripping over branches. Then, after what was probably only a minute or two, but felt like forever, I spotted this little shape tucked behind a big tree, maybe 80 yards from camp, way farther than I could imagine him going, especially in that terrain. He was sitting on the ground, leaning against the trunk, shoulders shaking, but he wasn't making any sound. He was just silently crying, tears running down his face. This is the same kid who still rode in the stroller for most walks because his legs got tired. There is no way he should have been able to get out there that fast, over that kind of ground, without us seeing or hearing more. I ran to him, scooped him up, and he clung to me like he was terrified to let go. His clothes were damp, his little boots were muddy, but there were no scratches, no obvious injuries, just that stunned, quiet crying. We brought him back to camp, dried him off, changed his clothes, and went over the rules again. Extra serious this time. No water, no marsh, no wandering. And then, we sort of just never talked about it again. Life got busy. Kids, work, everything else. It turned into one of those weird things that you decide to mentally file away under, well, that was scary, and move on from. Fast forward to last week. We decided to go back up into the mountains to collect firewood. Mark remembered that same general area, said there were plenty of downed trees that would be perfect for cutting and stacking for the winter. We loaded the kids into the truck, grabbed the chainsaw, brought the dogs, and headed out. We did not tell the kids we were going back to that same spot. We didn't mention we'd camped there before. As far as they knew, it was just another random trip to get firewood. We pulled up, parked in almost the exact same place, and the older kids jumped out right away. The dogs took off, thrilled to be out, doing their dog thing. But Jonah, now a year older, wouldn't unbuckle. He held onto his seatbelt and said, "I don't want to get out." Which was weird, because usually he's the first one launching himself out of the truck to go explore. I told him, "Hey buddy, it's okay. We're just getting wood. You can help Daddy stack it." He shook his head hard and said, "No, I'm staying in the truck." I finally convinced him to at least come stand in the open doorway to get some air, but he refused to put his feet on the ground. He stayed in the back, gripping the edge of the seat like it was a life raft. I crouched next to him and asked, "What's wrong? You usually love the woods." He looked out toward the trees in the boggy area and said, very quietly, "I'm scared of the bears." I tried to reassure him. I told him our dogs had been running all over, and if there were any bears, they would have scared them away. I pointed out that everything was loud and busy, not the kind of place a bear would be hanging out right that second. He got frustrated and his eyes filled with tears, and he said, "No, Mommy, not bears. The bear people." I felt this little chill run through me. "The bear people?" I asked. "Who are the bear people?" He took a breath and then described them, very matter-of-factly, as if he were telling me about kids on the playground. They're little people, they're short, and their faces are squished and their noses go up and they have sharp teeth. They wear bear clothes. He kind of scrunched his own nose up as he said it to show me. I didn't know what to say, so I asked, "Have you seen them before?" He looked at me like I was supposed to already know the answer. "They're the ones who took me last time," he said. "Remember? Then you and Daddy ran through the forest to find me, and they dropped me on my butt. You came and got me, Mommy." He said it like he was reminding me of something I'd forgotten, like this was a shared memory, and my stomach just dropped. Because we had never talked with him about what happened that day. Not in detail. We never said anything about being taken, or about us running through the woods to find him. As far as I knew, he barely remembered that camping trip at all. I just looked at him for a second. At this little kid, knuckles white from gripping the seat, eyes darting between the trees and me. And something in me decided, very clearly, we're done here. I told Mark we were leaving, right then. No firewood, no, let's just finish this log. We packed everything back into the truck, called the dogs, and drove away. I started reading about the area we'd been camping in, then about local native tribes, then their stories and legends. And I came across these old stories. Legends about these small, human-like beings that live up in those mountains. Sometimes they're described as spirits, sometimes as more physical beings. Stories about them stealing children, wearing animal hides, having strange, distorted faces, sharp teeth. Some of the descriptions matched what Jonah said almost exactly. Short, wearing animal skins. Tricky, dangerous. The kind of thing kids are warned about in stories to keep them from wandering off. I sat there, looking at the screen, replaying his little voice in my head. They're the people who took me last time. They dropped me on my butt. You and Daddy ran through the forest to find me. I don't know what happened that day, not really. I can try to explain it logically. Maybe he wandered farther than we realized. Maybe he pieced things together from half-overheard adult conversations or from something he saw somewhere. But I also know what it felt like, hearing that single scream and then nothing. I know how impossibly far away he was when we found him, and I know the way his body tensed when we pulled into that clearing again, a year later, with no prompting, and he refused to touch the ground. So now, I'll be honest with you. I don't think of myself as much of an outdoorsy person anymore. I used to love the woods. I loved the quiet, the trees, the sense of being away from everything. Now, when I think about going back up there, all I can see are those trees, that bog, that empty space where my child suddenly wasn't, and the way he said, "bear people," like it was the most obvious thing in the world. And as far as I'm concerned, that was my last camping trip. So, let me just start at the beginning. It really kicked off when we moved into what we thought was our forever starter home. It was this little place right across from my old middle school. The kind of house you tell yourself, okay, this is where we grow up a bit. At first, it was small stuff. I'd be home alone, folding laundry or cleaning the kitchen, and I'd hear my husband's voice, clear as day, calling my name from the hallway. So I'd call back, "Yeah? What do you need?" And there'd be nothing. No answer. No footsteps. Just that heavy, crowded silence you get when you know you're supposed to be alone. It happened more than once. Honestly, more than 10 times. I'd hear him say things like, "Hey, come here a sec," or just, "Babe?" And when I'd check, He'd either be at work or in the other room with his headphones on, absolutely sure he hadn't said a word. Then came the legs. I'd be standing at the counter or at the sink, and I'd see, out of the corner of my eye, shoes and calves just behind me, like someone was standing close enough to reach out and touch me. I'd turn around, expecting to bump into somebody, and nothing. Just the empty kitchen, the empty hallway. It wasn't just me either. My husband started hearing me when I wasn't there. He'd be home alone and swear he heard my voice in the bedroom or in the hallway. I'd be at the store or at work or in the shower with the water running, and he'd swear I just said his name. Now, he does have a mild schizophrenia diagnosis, so hearing things isn't totally new for him. It's something we've lived with and managed together. But this wasn't the usual pattern. It started happening way more often than normal. He told me, "This doesn't feel like my usual stuff. It feels external, like it's in the house." And that's when we found out about the land. So our place stands on what used to be part of a burial ground that was supposedly moved a long time ago. According to the paperwork, everything was handled properly, according to the religion that ran the cemetery. All respectful, all taken care of, at least on paper. Let's just say it didn't feel taken care of from inside that house. Things escalated, fast. I started getting really sick. I'd already had my gallbladder out a couple of years ago, so I know that pain. And this felt exactly like a gallbladder attack, except it made no sense. I couldn't keep food down. Sometimes even water made me nauseous, and sleep just stopped being a thing. I'd lie there for hours, exhausted and wired at the same time. And my mood? I was angry all the time. Not just irritated, like bone-deep rage and sadness that didn't match what was actually happening in my life. Little things would happen, and I'd react like the world was ending. I'd cry for no reason. I'd snap at my husband over the tiniest stuff. One night, he just looked at me and said, "Something is really wrong. This isn't you. We need a break. We're going to go stay with family for a few days." So we did. We packed bags and left the house for a long weekend. I was half convinced I'd feel just as awful there, because hey, if it's my body, I'm taking my body with me, right? The first night away, I slept for 12 hours straight. 12. I can't remember the last time that happened. And it wasn't just sleep, it was peaceful. No weird dreams, no feeling watched, no waking up in panic. Just quiet. My husband looked at me and said, half joking, half serious, "You look like you just got your soul back." The weirdest part? While we were away, he didn't hear my voice once. Usually, back at the house, he'd hear it a couple of times a day. Little phrases, my name, something from another room. But on that trip, silence. Just family noise and normal life. We went back home the following Tuesday because we had arranged for someone religious, a spiritual leader, to come and help us. We were hopeful. We thought, okay, maybe this will calm things down, bless the house, clear whatever's lingering. Yeah. No. If anything, that made it worse. After the visit, the house felt heavier. My sleep went bad again, my stomach started acting up, and my husband's experiences ramped up too. More footsteps, more voices, more shadows that didn't quite match anything that should have been there. Around the same time, my husband got an offer from one of the big tech companies. They'd been scouting him for a bit, and finally it turned into a real opportunity in another city. We just looked at each other and knew this was our exit. We said, okay, that's it. This is our sign. We're leaving. So we moved, packed our lives into boxes, did what we had to do, and got out last month. I didn't post an update for a while because, honestly, I wanted us to settle and breathe first, to see if things actually stayed quiet. And they have. Our new place? No voices, no legs behind me, no sudden waves of hatred or despair. We're still dealing with life, of course, but it feels like our emotions again, not something being projected onto us. Now, about the old house. We didn't sell it. We could have, but both of us had this gut feeling that it wouldn't be right to just hand it over to some unsuspecting family and walk away. We couldn't stand the thought of kids moving in and going through what we went through. So for now, it's staying vacant. It's still technically our home, but it's more like a question mark. We're waiting, hoping we can get real answers someday, some kind of resolution that actually feels like closure. Spiritually, emotionally, all of it. In the middle of all this, I changed morgues. I still work around the dead, just new city, new building, new coworkers. And let me tell you, they are not shy. They've already started telling me what they experienced down there. Little stories, strange noises, things moving when nobody's around. I still keep in touch with my old morgue too. I had a spirit there I called Lena. She sort of became my favorite, if you can have a favorite ghost. The team promised they'd keep her company and keep me updated on her and the other spirits that hang around. So now I'm in this weird in-between. We have the haunted house we left behind, the new morgue full of stories just starting, and the old morgue with its own little spirit family that I still hear about. And that's why I'm here, talking to you. If you're up for it, I want to share all of it. The house, the morgues, the quiet moments, the downright terrifying ones. Not to convince anyone of anything, but just to tell you what we've lived through, as honestly and warmly as I can. Because whether you believe in ghosts or not, I can tell you this much. Some places remember, some places hold on, and sometimes the kindest thing you can do, for yourself and for them, is to listen. Say, I hear you, and then choose somewhere else to lay your head at night. So, no new encounters yet. Right now I'm still trying to sort out the whole camera situation. I want to mount a few around the house, but finding the right ones out here in the provinces is harder than I expected. And even when I do find some, all the walls in this house are cement, so drilling into them is a whole project by itself. On top of that, I still need the owner's permission before I start sticking holes in his house, so that's another hurdle. Anyway, while I'm waiting on the cameras, I've been digging more into the history of this place. And the lore, I guess you could call it. I found out this house has been blessed 5 separate times over the years by 3 different kinds of pastors. 1 born again, 1 Catholic, and 1 Pentecostal. The Philippines has this really strong Christian influence from Spanish colonization, mostly Catholic. But the owner of this house is Pentecostal. After all those blessings, the activity apparently calmed down a bit, but it never fully stopped. The spirit I've started calling the slack-mouthed lady still shows up from time to time. Let me tell you about one of the older encounters. This happened around 2009, late at night. My partner, let's call her Lila, has a younger sister. I'll call her Mara. Back then, Mara was sleeping in the room with the windows facing the notoriously haunted balcony, or terrace, really. She was lying in bed, just unwinding, the way you do when you're half scrolling on your phone or just staring into space. At some point, she glanced toward the window. And there, pressed against the glass, was the same face I saw the other night. Mouth slack and slightly open. Long, straight black hair framing this unnaturally pale face. And she wasn't just looking in the window. She was locked on to Mara, like she was staring straight through her. Before Mara could even react, before she could scream or move or anything, the figure phased through the window. That's how she describes it, and grabbed her upper thigh. Not a tap, not a brush, a full, hard grip. Mara jolted away with that instinctive kind of panic your body goes into when something is wrong and you don't understand it yet. And just as suddenly as the woman had appeared, she was gone. No fading out, no walking away. 1 second there, next second, not. The whole thing lasted only a heartbeat, but it left Mara completely shattered. She ran downstairs, sobbing and shaking. The whole family woke up, rushing to her, trying to calm her down. They ended up staying together downstairs that night. Lights on, TV playing some random show just for the noise. Nobody really slept much. The next morning, someone noticed a dark mark on Mara's upper thigh, right where she said the woman had grabbed her. It wasn't just some faint smudge either. It was a hand-shaped bruise, darker in the center, a deep purplish blotch with red spreading out toward the edges. It honestly looked like someone had hit her there. Hard. That incident was serious enough that the family decided to request one of the blessings for the house. That was one of the 5. The house itself has this split personality. Downstairs feels completely normal, bright, lived in, almost comforting. You'd never guess anything strange had ever happened here. Upstairs is a different story. Every encounter I've heard about so far happened up there. The hallway at night feels wrong. Not like boo, haunted house wrong, but like the air is thicker than it should be. And I'm not someone who gets spooked easily. I'm not especially sensitive to paranormal stuff, and I usually write off creaks and shadows as just life. But the upstairs hallway? Yeah, that gets to me. I haven't stepped out onto the balcony at night yet. I've seen it from the doorway, and that was enough. Maybe eventually I'll go out there after dark, but honestly, I'm in no rush. There's one more person I'd love to hear from. The maid who's been living here the longest. I'll call her Auntie Lena. She's been in this house for years, often alone, and if anyone has stories, it's her. The problem is, she doesn't speak English, and I don't speak Ilocano. We mostly exchange smiles, gestures, little nods of respect. I know she's spiritual, the way a lot of older locals are. I can almost feel that she's carrying this quiet knowledge of the house that she just doesn't put into words easily. My only way to really talk to her is through Lila, who's fluent in both languages. And that's a lot to ask. Hey, can you translate while I ask the woman you've known your whole life about ghosts and traumas in the house you grew up in? It feels intrusive if I push too hard. So I'm leaving it as an open door. If the right moment comes, if Lila feels comfortable, if Auntie Lena seems open to it, then I'll ask a few questions. If not, I'll respect that. For now, I'm focusing on what I can do. I'm working on the camera setup, even if it's slow going with the cement walls and the logistics of buying decent equipment out here. I'm taking my time listening to Lila's stories when she's ready to share them. I'm paying attention to how the house feels, especially upstairs, especially at night. And I'm trying to piece together who or what the slack-mouthed lady might be, while also reminding myself that this is still someone's home, not just a ghost story. So, I always feel a little shy telling this story, but I promise you, it's true. Back when I was around 14, we were living in this small town in the Philippines, in an old house my grandparents left to us. This was maybe 3 years before my mom, Elena, passed away. My mom used to tell us that she felt off in that house. Not just creepy old house off, but like somebody was there with her when no one actually was. She'd say, "I keep seeing someone walking past me, just here," and she'd point to the edge of her vision. But when I look, no one's there. At first, we kind of joked about it. You know, maybe it's just your imagination, Ma, that kind of thing. But it wasn't just her. Every now and then, visitors would say things like, "I thought someone just passed behind me," or "I felt like someone was standing in the hallway." They'd laugh it off, but you could tell it bothered them. Because of all that, my mom decided to call this local healer. People here just called him Mang Rodell. He came over one afternoon with a small bag of things: incense, some oils, and these tiny folded paper prayers. I still remember the smell of the smoke filling the house. He walked from room to room, burning incense, mumbling prayers under his breath. Then he folded these little papers with symbols and prayers written on them and tucked them over every doorframe: bedrooms, bathroom, kitchen, even above the main door. He told my mom, "Just leave these here, don't remove them." And for a while, things felt calmer. Or maybe we just wanted to believe that. Then my mom passed away. After she was gone, I went through this phase where I didn't want to be superstitious at all. I told myself, it's just an old house. All of this is in our heads. One day, while cleaning, I looked up at those yellowing little paper charms and thought, these don't do anything. So I climbed up on a chair and took them all down, every single one. About a week later, something happened. I remember waking up in the middle of the night because I heard laughing. Not full-on loud laughter, more like a child giggling and the sound of light footsteps, like someone jumping or skipping around in the hallway. My bedroom door was open, facing the kitchen. The kitchen light was on, so the rest of the house was kind of dim, but not completely dark. I squinted toward the doorway, still half asleep. And that's when I saw her. There was a girl standing in the doorway, just inside the kitchen. She was small, about the height of my younger sister Mira, and she was wearing this plain white dress, like a simple nightgown. Her hair was a short bob, but longer than Mira's at the time, so in my sleepy brain I just thought, oh, it's Mira. She got a haircut or something. She was just standing there, watching me. I couldn't see her face clearly because my eyes were half closed, but I could make out her outline. Her head tilted a bit, like she was curious. So, being dumb and sleepy, I stuck my tongue out at her. She giggled, a soft, playful laugh, exactly like my sister's when she was teasing. I rubbed my eyes properly, blinked, and looked again. She was gone. The doorway was empty. The light in the kitchen was still on. The house was quiet. And suddenly, I was very, very awake. It was completely dark outside. I checked the clock. 3:07 a.m. That's when this heavy feeling dropped into my stomach. I hurried, did my business as fast as I could, and pretty much ran back to bed. I pulled the blanket over my head like a little kid and told myself, "You were dreaming. It's nothing. Just sleep." The next morning, I told my older sister Leah what happened. I expected her to freak out with me, but she just kind of shrugged. "Maybe you were still half asleep," she said. "You know how dreams and real life can mix." I didn't feel like arguing, so I let it go. After a few days, I stopped thinking about it. Life went on. Then, a few weeks later, Leah woke me up early one morning. It was already light outside, maybe past 5 a.m. She shook my shoulder and said, "Hey, wake up. I need to ask you something." I was grumpy and confused. "What? What is it?" She looked serious, too serious. "Is this how the girl laughed?" Then she did it. She imitated the laugh, this high, playful, almost teasing giggle. And I swear to you, it was the exact same laugh I'd heard that night. My whole body went cold. I just stared at her. "Why are you asking me that?" That's when she told me her story. She said she'd woken up earlier that morning because she heard someone jumping in the living room, right outside her bedroom. The sound was light, like a small child hopping from one spot to another. She remembered what I'd told her weeks before about the girl in the doorway. So instead of getting up to check, She squeezed her eyes shut and stayed completely still, pretending to be asleep. Then she heard it, the giggling. At first, it was a little farther away, like near the living room. Then the sound got closer and closer, until it felt like the source of the laughter was right beside her bed. She didn't open her eyes. She didn't move. She said she just pulled her blanket up to her chin and hoped it would stop. But it didn't. The giggling turned louder, more hysterical, like whoever it was found this all very funny. Then she felt the bed shake. Not a small vibration, but like someone was grabbing the edge of the mattress and rattling it. Leah said it would stop for a few minutes, and she'd tell herself, "Okay, it's over, it's fine." And then it would start again, giggling, the bed shaking, over and over. She was so terrified she didn't even scream. She said after a while, she got too tired to be scared and just wanted it to end so she could sleep. Finally, after what felt like forever, the giggling stopped. Then she heard something else, pots and pans banging in the kitchen, like someone was playing with them or throwing them around. That's when she finally yelled, "Papa!" and called for our dad, Paolo. By then, the sky outside was starting to lighten. It was around 5 a.m. Dad got up, checked the living room and the kitchen, but everything was in its place. No chairs moved, no pots on the floor, nothing broken. The only thing that was off was Leah, shaking, pale, and on the verge of tears. Right after that, she came to my room, woke me up, and asked if the laugh she heard was the same as the one I'd heard before. And it was. Exactly the same. But here's the part that still gets to me. Our area is actually mentioned in local history books as a place where a lot of people died during World War II. There were stories that the fields behind our house were once used to bury bodies, that soldiers and civilians were killed there. Old people in the neighborhood still talk about it sometimes, especially around All Souls Day. I don't know what we saw or heard. I still don't like calling it a demon or anything like that because it makes it feel too big, too powerful. Maybe it was a restless spirit. Maybe it was the echo of some child who once lived or died there. Maybe it was something else entirely. All I know is that after those nights, we didn't sleep the same way in that house again. And I never should have taken down those paper prayers without a second thought. Even now, when I hear a child laughing in the middle of the night on TV or from a neighbor's house, just for a second, I'm back in that dark hallway, looking at the kitchen light, and seeing a small girl in white standing silently in the doorway, watching me. Hi. So, I'm just going to talk to you like we're sitting in the same room, okay? I'm 17 now, but all of this started when I was about 9. Back then, my family still lived in this very old house, around a century and a half old. I'm the only one who insisted on keeping some of the old furniture, these 2 massive wooden wardrobes around my bed, and an antique vanity with a beautiful oval mirror. My mom has always refused to hang the mirror up on the wall. She just says, "It gives me a bad feeling," and leaves it leaning against the inside of the wardrobe. This house has seen a lot of people come and go. There were births in what is now my brother's room, and at least 1 death in mine. I've always kind of felt that. When things really started, I was in 5th grade. My grandmother, let's call her Elise, was going through this horrible divorce from my grandfather. She fell into a deep depression. She'd stay up late watching really dark, morbid stuff. During a school vacation, I stayed at her apartment for a week. One night, when it was just the 2 of us, she put on this playlist of true paranormal videos. I told her I was scared, but she laughed it off and said, "Come on, you're brave. Watch with me." She didn't force me in a violent way, but she pressed and pressed until I gave in. Those images got burned into my brain. Even now, if I close my eyes, I can still see some of those scenes. After I went back home, I couldn't sleep the same way again. I kept my lamp on for at least 3 months. I'd lie there, staring at the door, heart racing. And then, I started seeing him. Near my bedroom door, just a few meters away from my bed, there was this small figure. A little boy, but only as a dark shadow, like the outline of someone that the light somehow missed. And it wasn't like I saw a face or clothes or anything. It was just this knowing. I always say, I saw and I just knew. I knew he wasn't trying to hurt me. Harmless, curious maybe. So after a while, I stopped panicking. I'd see that shadow at the door once in a while, whisper, "Good night," under my breath, and eventually fall asleep. For a long time, there were just little things, feelings, presences, sounds I couldn't quite explain. Then, during lockdown, I had my first big experience in the house. Picture this: all my windows closed, no draft, door shut, no fan, no AC. I was sitting on my bed scrolling on my phone, and on a shelf in front of me there was this foam dart, like the refill kind my brother used for his toy guns. Suddenly, it started to move. Not fall, move. One side lifted up, and the dart began swinging left to right, like a compass needle searching for north. I froze. Then I did that thing where you blink really hard, like maybe your brain will reboot. It didn't stop. It just kept gently swinging. I grabbed my phone and started recording. Of course. I took the dart, put it in different places, watched it lie there normally, then put it back where it had been. And again, it started moving. When I showed the video to my mom, she shrugged and said I must have bumped the shelf or something. She didn't believe me. For a few months after that, everything seemed quiet. But then, in less than a year, my mom, my brother, and I each lost something very personal, in really weird ways. My mom left a pair of earrings on her nightstand, these small gold ones she loved. In the morning, they were gone. She turned the entire room upside down, under the bed, between the boards, in the drawers. Nothing. I also lost something of mine. I think it was a little pendant I used to wear all the time. I remember the feeling more than the exact object. That shock of, but I always put it right here. I should tell you, I'm Catholic. I don't get to Mass as often as I'd like, but faith has always been a part of my life. At a Catholic camp a couple of years ago, during Mass, I was staring at a candle near the altar. The flame suddenly looked different, larger, brighter, with this strange softness around it. It didn't take on a human shape or anything, but again, I saw, and I just knew. I knew it was my guardian angel. I saw that same presence again, months later, in the flame of a candle I was given at Christmas. It was like the light itself was aware of me. I've always been sensitive to that kind of thing, even before I really believed it could be real. But about a year ago, everything intensified. My bedroom door, for example. When I'm in my room, it has this habit of slowly opening by itself. Not with a creak or a slam, just the handle turning, and then the door gliding open. If someone else uses my room, though, it stays perfectly shut. My mom even commented once, "Funny, your door never does that with me." And I had to force a laugh. When I'm home alone, I hear doors slam. I get up to check and there's no draft, no open windows, nothing that would explain it. Then in 2024 and 2025, I lost more of my belongings the same way. Always kept in the same place, then suddenly gone. Months later, while I was packing for a vacation, I climbed up on a chair to reach this old suitcase in the attic, a faded blue one that used to belong to my brother. The attic's been renovated. It's basically a second floor now, but we rarely go up there. I opened the suitcase to see if it was usable, and inside the lining, were several of my missing things, tucked in like someone had carefully hidden them. A bracelet, a ring, a small rosary. I just stared at them, my skin prickling. No one had touched that suitcase in years. Another night, I was watching a movie in the living room. We have these two heavy sliding doors that separate the living room from the hall that leads to the upstairs bathroom. They're so heavy, I can barely move them alone. Suddenly, they slammed open and then shut again. Fast. Violent. I remember the sound echoing in my chest. There was no one there. Not long after that, I went on vacation with my family to an island, Martinique. That's where I had my first sleep paralysis. That night, the electricity kept cutting out. Lights flickering, the TV turning off, coming back on. And somewhere in the house, a phone kept ringing and ringing, even when no one was calling. It was this shrill, old-fashioned ringing that made my nerves buzz. I'm terrified of the dark, but I told myself, okay, you can do this. And I went to unplug the phone. As I reached for it, my mom appeared from the hallway. She'd heard it too and had come to do the same thing. We laughed nervously, unplugged it, and went back to bed. As I started to drift off, I felt this heavy pressure all over my body. My chest, my arms, my legs. It was like the air thickened. Then I had this nightmare. I was trapped in a folding bed, the kind that closes in on itself. The mattress and frame were pressing inward, crushing me. I woke up, or I thought I did, but I couldn't move. I was lying on my back. I couldn't scream. My mouth wouldn't open. My body wouldn't respond. And at the foot of my bed stood a figure. It was blindingly white, surrounded by a yellow halo of light, so bright it hurt. No clear face, but it felt intelligent, focused on me. And again, I saw, and I just knew. The figure moved toward me, then shifted to my left, heading toward the opening of my mosquito net. Just as it was about to reach it, I jerked awake a second time, gasping. This time I could move, and I burst into tears. I told my mom everything. For the first time, she really believed me. Later that year, we went on a family retreat to Lourdes with a community that organizes pilgrimages. We stayed in this run-down, overpriced little hotel. The moment I stepped into the room I was sharing with my brother, let's call him Lucas, I felt wrong. The air felt thick, and I had this deep unease in my stomach. The first night, it was just small noises, taps from the bathroom, like someone walking around. I told myself it was just the pipes. The second night was different. Sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I feel the slightest shift in my mattress if my cat jumps on it. This was like that, except 1,000 times heavier. In the middle of the night, I felt the mattress beside me sink down, as if something big and heavy sat down right next to me. My body literally rolled a little toward that side. Weirdly, I didn't feel emotion at first. I was too stunned. Then I tugged lightly at the covers, and as soon as I pulled, the weight lifted. When I let go, it came back. This happened more than once. I knew it wasn't Lucas. He was in the other bed, breathing deeply in his sleep. There was clearly no one beside me. The next day, I went to a talk by a priest on the occult. I didn't know it was going to hit so close to home. He described different forms of demonic influence and the symptoms people sometimes report. Presence in a room, unexplained noises, sleep paralysis, obsessions, strange losses of objects, a mix of spiritual experiences and fear. As he spoke, memory after memory flicked on in my mind, like someone was turning on lights in a hallway. When the talk was over, I went to speak to him. I told him as much as I could without breaking down. He listened quietly and then suggested something called the Prayer of the Brothers, a kind of intercessory prayer. He also recommended I pray the Canticle of Zechariah each night and turn often to Mary. So I did. For about 3 weeks, I prayed that canticle before going to bed. I also started praying to Mary every night, just talking to her the way I'm talking to you now. During one of those Prayer of the Brothers times, a woman put her hand gently on my shoulder and prayed over me. At one point she said, "Lord, visit her tonight. Show her you're with her." That evening, when I went to close the window, a butterfly flew in. Not a moth, a butterfly. Bright white, almost glowing in the dim light. I tried to guide it back outside several times, but it kept circling the room and then coming back to rest near my bed. Finally, it landed on the wall right beside my pillow. That night, I slept 6 hours instead of my usual 4. For me, that was huge. And over the next few days, I kept sleeping a little better, a little deeper. The night terror didn't vanish, but it loosened its grip. When we got back home, I still occasionally felt something sit or lie down beside me, but it felt lighter somehow, less oppressive. One night, as I was drifting off, I saw something like a transparent sheet, almost like mist, floating down and gently laying itself over me. It felt protective, like someone was tucking me in. Then we went camping as a family. At first, everything was normal. We set up the tent, laughed, argued over who had forgotten what. Then my period started, and the pain was sharper than usual. So sharp that my dad had to help half carry me to my bed in the bungalow. The thing is, there was no second floor. Just the roof. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, as if someone was pacing directly over my head. This happens sometimes in our attic at home, too. Around the time I go to bed, I'll hear steps above my room, even when everyone is downstairs. Eventually, I drifted off. And again, I woke up in that horrible, familiar state. I was facing the wall this time, on my side. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I tried to scream for my parents, but nothing came out. Behind me, the mattress dipped down, like someone lay down right up against my back. I felt the weight, the presence, and this time the fear was even worse than in Martinique. My whole body hurt, my legs, my arms, my spine. Not like cramps or normal pain, more like being squeezed from the inside. If there was any mercy that night, it was that I didn't see anything. If I had, I honestly think I would have lost it. After that, the rest of the trip went by without anything unusual. But when we came back home, things started happening again. Objects falling in my room when no one is near them. My door refusing to stay closed when I'm inside. Footsteps in the attic. And lately, voices. This is the part that's hardest to explain. It's like I've developed a sort of gift, if you can even call it that. When I look at some people, I hear this soft stream of words in the back of my mind, like someone is whispering about them. Not gossip or anything, more like information. Sometimes it's about their behavior, like, he's angry most of the time, but it's really fear. Or, she loves helping people because she's terrified of being abandoned. Sometimes I glimpse flashes of what they've been through. Not whole scenes, just impressions. It doesn't happen with everyone, and I don't go looking for it. It just arrives. I don't know how to control it yet. My mom and Lucas are also pretty sensitive to people. They can feel when someone is lying, or when someone has a heavy past. But they don't see or experience the other stuff. Apparitions, sleep paralysis, objects moving. That seems to be just me. During the retreat, There was a woman sharing her testimony about becoming a consecrated virgin at a Marian vigil. As she spoke, I suddenly saw a violet orb around her, like an aura extending a little beyond her shoulders. It was peaceful, soft, almost gentle to look at. On that same trip, I started seeing auras again around a few people, 3 or 4 in total. Most of them were a light yellow. With that woman, though, with the violet light, I had this very strong feeling that Mary was close to her that night. All of this started when I was 9 or 10. I'm 17 now, and I feel myself getting more and more sensitive, like the volume is being turned up, and I don't know where the knob is to turn it down. Deep inside, I have this belief, or fear, that when I was younger, I opened some kind of door. Maybe through fear, maybe through those videos, maybe through my obsession with the paranormal after that. And something stepped through. Maybe more than one thing. Some of it feels protective, some of it feels neutral, but some of it feels like it wants to take hold of me. Since all of this became more intense, my health has gone downhill too. I've developed IBS, PCOS, vitiligo, issues with my teeth, awful allergies. My body feels weaker. Some days it feels like I'm fighting on 2 fronts, physically and spiritually. So, yeah, those are my paranormal stories, at least the main ones. I know it's a lot. I know some people would say it's all in my head, or just anxiety, or just sleep problems. Maybe some of it is. Maybe not all of it. What I do know is that what I see and feel is very real to me. Because I'm tired. I'm scared. And I don't really know how to handle it anymore. I just don't want whatever I might have let in years ago to take me away from who I really am. Okay, so let me just take a deep breath and walk you through this, like you're sitting here at my kitchen table with me. This all started back in 1994, in this little rental house my husband Eric and I had moved into. I was pregnant with our second child at the time, our daughter, and we were getting ready to go to a birthday dinner at my mom Carol's place. It was early evening. I was in the living room, big as a house, standing over our old love seat, folding laundry into these little piles. Socks here, baby clothes there, towels on the arm of the couch. Eric was in the kitchen behind me, rinsing off the silverware in the sink. I had my back to him, but I could hear everything. The clinking of forks and spoons, the water running, him moving around. Now, you have to understand something about Eric. At that time, we had never been the arguing type. He was this quiet, gentle guy. In all our years together, he had never raised his voice, never raised a hand, never even slammed a door in anger. We were just good, solid. We'd been in a good mood all day, joking around, getting ready to go see my family. So I'm there, folding tiny onesies and little t-shirts, and after a minute or two, I realize I don't hear the water or the silverware anymore. It's just quiet behind me. I figured he'd finished and was drying his hands or something. And then, out of nowhere, I hear this sharp whoosh through the air, like something cutting through it, and a split second later, bam! Followed by this weird, vibrating, bouncing kind of sound. I look down. There's a big kitchen knife. Not a little paring knife, I mean a full-on chef's knife, sticking blade first into the cushion of the love seat, right between my feet. If I had taken even half a step back, it would have gone into my leg or worse. It was buried in the cushion. I froze. My brain was trying to catch up with what my eyes were seeing. I turned around, slowly, and looked at Eric. He was standing there at the sink, but he wasn't rinsing dishes anymore. He was facing me. His hands were at his sides, clenched into fists. His jaw was tight, and the look on his face, it was pure hate, rage. His face was getting redder and redder, and he was breathing hard, in and out, like he'd just sprinted up a hill. I remember thinking, this is not my husband. This is not the man I know. I said, Eric, what in the hell did you do that for? You could have killed me. Nothing. He didn't answer. Just stood there, fists clenched, staring at me with that angry, almost unfamiliar face. I repeated myself, louder this time. Why did you do that? Eric, why would you throw that? What is wrong with you? He still said nothing, just breathing, staring. At that point, I didn't even know what to do. I was scared, but I was also confused, and I wanted an answer. So I started walking toward him. As I got closer, I watched his hands slowly start to unclench. His breathing began to slow. The color in his face started to go back to normal. He turned back toward the sink, reached up, and turned the faucet off, like he was just now noticing the water was still running. I walked right up next to him and put my hand on his shoulder. I was shaking. My eyes were filling with tears because none of this made sense. He turned and looked at me, and suddenly he smiled, like his regular, gentle smile, and I could feel my face just crumple. I must have looked completely confused and hurt. I said, Eric, why did you do that? You threw a knife at me. Why? And he looks me dead in the eyes and goes, do what? He looked at me like I was speaking another language, like I just told him the sky turned green. His brows knitted together and he said, what are you talking about? I didn't throw anything. We went back and forth like that, me getting more upset, him looking more confused. I dragged him over and showed him the knife in the love seat. I pulled it out of the cushion to show him the slit it had made. He just kept shaking his head. I swear, I don't remember doing that. I didn't throw that. And I'm standing there, pregnant, with a knife in my hand, trying to make sense of a situation that has no sense. To this day, decades later, Eric does not believe he did it. He has no memory of that moment. None. And remember, this is a man who never so much as yelled at me. I need you to keep that in the back of your mind, because this was not the only thing that happened in that house. Now, rewind a little to right after we moved in. I was 19, young and naive. One night I had a little girls' night with a couple of my best friends. We were bored, wanted to do something spooky and fun, and someone pulled out a Ouija board. I knew better now, but back then, I thought it was just a silly game. We turned off most of the lights, lit a couple of candles, and started asking dumb questions. We didn't see anything dramatic happen right then. No planchette flying around or anything like that, so we laughed it off and put it away. But after a few weeks, things started. Little things at first. Strange noises, that knife incident with Eric, just a feeling. The house never felt quite settled after that night. I always tell people now, do not mess with those boards. I truly believe we opened some kind of door in that house, and I will never touch one again for as long as I live. Fast forward a few months. Same house. By this time, our baby girl Lily had been born, late September. Our son Noah was about 3.5, almost 4. They shared a bedroom. So picture their room. In the left corner as you walked in, we had Lily's crib. Diagonally across from her, in the opposite corner, was Noah's little toddler bed. Right next to his bed was a tiny wooden shelf, just big enough to hold a handful of those little golden books he loved. On the wall between the two beds, I'd hung a wicker basket with fake ivy in it, just a cute little decorative thing. One afternoon, I was in the living room again, and Lily was down for a nap in her crib. The house was quiet. All of a sudden, I heard this soft series of thuds, like something small and heavy dropping onto the floor one by one. Then I heard Lily start to stir and whine. I went down the hall and into their room, and I just stopped. On top of Lily, in her crib, were several of those little golden books that had been on the shelf across the room. A couple of books were scattered on the floor near her crib. The little shelf itself had fallen, lying on its side by Noah's bed. Now, there was no one else in the house. Noah was staying with my mom. It was just me and the baby. I tried to explain it away. Maybe the shelf had come loose from the wall, fallen, bounced, and somehow the books flew across the room? Maybe? It seemed weird, but I was more puzzled than scared at that point. I picked the books off of her, checked her over, put the shelf back, and went about my day, still trying to reason it out in my head. A day or two later, almost the same thing happened, but worse. This time, I didn't hear the little thuds. I just heard Lily suddenly start crying, that panicky little baby cry. I went in there and froze again. Again, no one else was home. No open windows, no fan strong enough to blow it off. Just, there it was. I was way more puzzled now, and I remember thinking, why does it keep landing on her? Why does it keep ending up on my baby? I still didn't jump straight to paranormal. I was trying so hard not to. Instead, I did what any young mom would do. I rearranged the room. I pulled Lily's crib over to where Noah's toddler bed had been, and I moved Noah's bed so it was on the same wall as her crib, side by side, away from that corner. The shelf moved, the basket moved. I tried to eliminate any way something could fall on her again. I really thought that would be the end of it. A couple of nights later, my brother Jason came over, like he did most weekends, to watch a movie with us. He was a movie buff, always bringing something new for us to see. It was around 11 p.m. Noah was spending the night at his grandma's house, and Lily was asleep in her crib in the bedroom. So it's just me, Eric, and Jason, sitting on the couch in the living room, lights dim, watching the movie. Out of nowhere, we hear this sound. At first, we kind of ignored it, thinking it was from the TV. But it kept going and got louder. A low, grinding sound, mixed with this cracking wood and snapping metal and plastic. It was such a strange combination of sounds that all three of us instinctively reached for the remote at the same time. Eric paused the movie. The sound kept going. We looked at each other, eyes wide, no one talking. It didn't sound like it was coming from one direction. It felt like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, inside the walls, under the floor, above us. Then suddenly, crash! And immediately after that, Lily's scream. I have never moved so fast in my life. None of us have. All three of us jumped up at the same time and bolted down the hallway. We were practically climbing over each other, clawing to get through the doorway first, because the sound of her screams, it sounded like she was being mauled. I'm not exaggerating. It sounded like something was hurting her. We reached her bedroom door, and what we saw is burned into my memory forever. Her crib, where we'd just moved it, was completely upside down in the corner. I don't mean it had tipped over onto its side. I mean the entire crib was flipped, legs in the air, the wooden frame twisted and bent in ways that didn't even make sense. Underneath that mess, trapped, were the mattress and the metal spring frame that usually hangs inside the crib. And I couldn't see my baby. I started screaming, just raw, panicked screaming. "Get her out! Get her out! Hurry up!" Eric and Jason rushed to the crib and started yanking at the wood, trying to lift it. But it wouldn't budge the way you'd expect. It was like it had been crushed in a car wreck or twisted by something way stronger than any of us. The metal was bent, the wood was splintered, and all the while Lily was underneath it, screaming. I can't tell you how long that went on. In reality, it was probably seconds, maybe a minute, but to me it felt like an eternity. My mind was racing. Is she bleeding? Are her bones broken? Is she being crushed right now while I'm just standing here? Finally, they managed to rip the frame apart enough and lift the crib up and away. Underneath, there she was, on her back on the floor, the mattress on top of her, the twisted metal spring frame on top of that. We pulled everything off her and I grabbed her, scooped her up off the floor, and ran back to the living room with her in my arms. The three of us just sat there, breathing hard, not talking. Nobody wanted to say out loud what we'd just seen. I was the first one to speak. I said, "We need to call 911. We need to get her checked out." Eric looked at me and said, "Okay, but what do we tell them? What do we say happened?" And that question just stopped me cold. What could we say? "Hi, yes, could you come over and examine our baby? Her crib flipped itself upside down and tried to crush her." How do you say that without someone assuming you're lying, that you're covering up abuse? I looked at Eric, then at Jason. They both just looked stunned. No one had any words, and I knew exactly what would happen if we brought paramedics in there and showed them that crib. They'd see twisted wood and bent metal, and a terrified baby, and parents with a story that made no sense. I pictured them taking her away from me. I pictured being accused of hurting my own child, and I just couldn't risk it. The only words I could get out were, "We're moving. We're done. We're moving." We didn't sleep there again. That night, we packed up what we could grab and went to Jason's house. The next morning, we started boxing up our things. We were out of that house as fast as we could manage. From that night on, I did not put Lily down for 3 months. I mean that literally. She slept on my chest, in my arms, on my lap. If I had to shower, someone held her. I was not about to put her alone in any crib or bed for a long, long time. Looking back now, so many years later, it still gives me chills. Lily is 31 now. She has no memory of any of this, of course, but she gets goosebumps when I tell her the story. She knows I don't exaggerate about things like this. The funny thing, well, not funny ha-ha, but you know what I mean, is that the 2 men who were there that night almost never talk about it. If I ask Jason what he thinks happened, he just shakes his head and says, "I'm not talking about that night." That's it. He won't go there. He shuts down completely. If I ask Eric, he'll say, "I don't know." And that's all I can get out of him. To this day, he doesn't remember throwing that knife. He doesn't want to talk about the crib. They both act like if they don't give the story words, maybe it isn't real. But I was there. I saw it. I heard it. I felt my baby's little body under my hands when I pulled her from that mess. I watched my gentle husband stand in our kitchen with hatred in his eyes, and then wake up with no memory. I watched that crib twisted into a shape that no normal fall could have created. I know in my bones it was something paranormal. I know that whatever we messed with that night with the Ouija board opened a door in that house. I was too naive to understand it back then, but I do now. These days, I pray over every home we move into, every single one. I walk through the rooms and ask for protection, for peace. And I'm telling you, in all the years since we left that house, nothing like that has ever happened again. Not even close. People can believe me or not. That's up to them. But this is my story. And every time I tell it, I can still hear that grinding, snapping sound and my baby's scream, like it's happening all over again. So, let me take you back for a second. I was about 12, maybe almost 13, and I was having this sleepover at my old house. It was me, my 2 cousins, and our friend. For privacy, I'll call them my younger cousin Nora, my older cousin Riley, and our friend Mara. It started off super normal. We did exactly what a bunch of kids do at a sleepover. Too much junk food, bad horror movies we weren't really old enough for, whispering about crushes, making each other laugh until someone snorted. It was just that perfect, cozy chaos. The only weird thing that night was Mara. At one point, way later, she tells us, "Oh yeah, I heard knives moving in the pantry last night." But she says this the next morning, not in the moment. Not, "Hey guys, there's a knife ghost in the kitchen." No, she just casually drops that little horror nugget over breakfast. So the next morning, my parents head out to run errands. They're like, "We'll be back later, you four behave." And suddenly, it's just us alone in the house. We're in the living room, half watching some random show, half talking, when Mara kind of tilts her head and goes, "I hear it again. The knives. They're moving." Instant chills. We all look at each other like, "You're kidding, right?" But she's not joking. So what do a bunch of scared but overconfident kids do? We investigate, obviously. We troop into the kitchen like a tiny, unarmed SWAT team and check the knife block. Nothing looks out of place. No open doors, no broken windows, no creepy dude hiding under the table. Still, we're freaked out enough that we each grab a knife, like that was going to help us, but it made us feel better, and we walk around the house checking rooms. Nothing. No one. So we put the knives back, trying to act normal, and shuffle back to the living room. We kind of laugh it off, but you know when the vibe shifts? That cozy sleepover feeling is just gone. Everything feels just a little too quiet. A few minutes later, my younger cousin Nora suddenly sits up and goes, "Okay, now I heard it." We're like, "Heard what?" She points toward the kitchen. "The knives. Again." At this point, we're freaked out, but also a bit annoyed that the knives are the main character now. So we all go back to the kitchen. Nora looks at the knife block, squints, and says, "I didn't put my knife back there." She points to one specific slot. "I know I put mine on this side last time. It wasn't there." It sounds like such a tiny detail, but when you're scared, tiny details feel huge. So we pull that knife out and set it on the counter, kind of like a trigger object, like we'd seen in ghost shows. The plan was basically, if something's here, mess with this. That's when Riley kind of drifts toward the hallway. The hallway in that house connected the kitchen to the bedrooms. In the daytime, it was just a hallway. But right then, it felt like a tunnel in a horror game. Riley stops just at the doorway and says, very quietly, "There's something out here. It feels cold, dark." And she meant it. It wasn't dramatic. It was just matter of fact. She scoops up my cat Milo and walks a few steps into the hallway. The three of us are just standing in the kitchen watching her, not sure if we should follow. Milo is usually the chillest cat ever. Total purring, limp noodle cuddle bug. But the second Riley steps a little deeper into the hallway, Milo goes rigid. His eyes lock on this random patch of empty air, and he starts this low, rumbling growl I had never heard from him before. That's when my stomach dropped. Riley turns around and looks at me, and she's like, "Come here, just for a second. You need to feel this." So I walk over, very much against my own survival instincts, and the moment I step into the hallway with her, I get it. The air changes. It's like stepping into a freezer that's also somehow underwater. The light feels heavier, if that makes sense. My chest tightens, my ears ring, and I suddenly feel like I'm about to either faint or throw up. Maybe both. I remember just, I don't like this. I don't like this. Apparently, I went really pale because Nora and Mara grabbed my arms and basically yanked me back into the kitchen. The second I was out of the hallway, I could breathe again, but my legs were shaking. Riley is still staring down the hallway. She looks nervous, but also determined. She turns to us and says, "I'm going to close the door. If I don't come out in 5 minutes, come get me." And before we can talk her out of it, she closes the kitchen door between us and the hallway. So now it's just me, Nora, and Mara alone in the kitchen, staring at that closed door, clutching each other and listening for anything. We don't hear a thing. No footsteps, no voices, no thuds, just silence. Those 5 minutes feel like half an hour. I'm watching the clock on the microwave, heart pounding, counting down the seconds. When the 5 minutes are up, we look at each other like, we have to go in there, don't we? So we open the door and step back into the hallway. Riley is standing there, a few feet down, turned slightly away from us, just staring at the far end of the hall. Her face is completely blank. Her shoulders are tense, and her eyes look wrong. Like she's there, but she's not. You know when someone is spacing out, but this was more than that. She looked empty. We rush over to her and try to pull her back toward the kitchen. She's solid, like she's rooted to the floor. For a few seconds, she doesn't react to us at all. Then she starts talking. But the voice that comes out of her doesn't sound like her. It's her voice, but the rhythm, the tone, it's off. Too slow, too flat. She says, "My name is Lila. I was born in 1959. I died here. My father held me down and cut me. I bled, and no one came." I still remember every word of that, exactly like that. The three of us look at each other, totally frozen. We don't scream. We don't move. We just know that whatever is looking at us through her face is not Riley. Then she takes a step toward us. We panic and stumble backward into the kitchen, and instead of grabbing us, she reaches over and picks up that same knife we'd left on the counter. The trigger object. And that's it. That's our cue. All three of us bolt. We run out the front door, down the street, barefoot, crying, shaking, just full-on sprinting to Nora and Riley's house, which was only about a block away. We burst into their house and find their mom, talking over each other, trying to explain what happened. Riley's not Riley. She picked up a knife. The hallway, it was so cold. Their stepdad just kind of looks at us like, "Uh-huh, sure." You could tell he thought we were just being dramatic kids. But their mom? She believed us. Or at least, she believed we were scared, which honestly was enough. She grabs some sage and says, "Let's go." So we all walk back to my house together. I remember my hands feeling like ice, even though it was a warm day. When we get there, the front door is slightly open. Riley is walking out just as we arrive. She sees us and just goes, "Why do I feel so sick? What happened?" She doesn't remember picking up the knife. She doesn't remember introducing herself as Lila. The last thing she remembers is closing the kitchen door. Riley's mom doesn't waste any time. She goes into the house and starts walking from room to room, burning sage, saying out loud, "Anything dark, anything evil, you are not welcome here. You need to leave and never come back." We all stand clustered in the living room, watching her like she's performing surgery on the house. And here's the part that still messes with me. After that day, the house felt normal again. No more cold spots. No more strange noises. No more weird vibes in the hallway. My cat went back to being his usual lazy self. It was like something heavy had finally let go. And Mara? Once she stopped coming over, it all just quieted down. I can't prove anything, obviously, but I've always had this feeling that something had latched onto her first. Like it followed her in, saw a house full of loud, distracted kids and thought, "Perfect, time to play." Maybe it used her to stir everything up, to get our attention. Maybe it just waited for an opening. All I know is that it found one in that hallway, and it used Riley as a mouthpiece to tell us its story in the worst possible way. Even now, thinking about that day, it still gives me chills. Every time I walk down a quiet hallway alone, there's a tiny part of me that remembers how that air felt. Too cold, too heavy. And I can't help but wonder who else's story is waiting in the dark, just looking for a voice. So, I don't really know why I'm sharing all of this, but I guess a part of me hopes it might mean something to someone else, too. My very first strange experience was with my dog Daisy after she passed away. I was about 7 years old. We had a strict rule in the house: no dogs upstairs, ever. One night I'd gone to bed, lights off, tucked in like normal. I was just lying there, kind of half awake, when I heard it. Very clear, very real. The sound of a dog walking up the wooden stairs. You know that specific little rhythm of claws on wood? That. I remember thinking, that can't be right. Daisy's gone. And even when she was alive, she wasn't allowed up here. The footsteps reached the landing, and my bedroom door was slightly open. Then, instead of seeing a dog walk in, I watched this soft, silver mist drift through the doorway. It moved in a way that felt intentional, like it knew where it was going. The mist gathered beside my bed and slowly shaped itself, head, ears, body, into the outline of Daisy. I couldn't see every detail, but I knew it was her. She just stood there, by my bed, the way she used to when she wanted to be close but wasn't sure she was allowed. I didn't feel scared. I actually felt really calm, safe even. And then, just as gently as it appeared, the mist thinned out and faded away. The room was dark and quiet again, and I just lay there thinking, did that really just happen? My second big encounter, that one wasn't so comforting. When I got older, I got really into the occult for a while. I was reading all kinds of books, collecting crystals, weird little spirit stones, trying to contact something. I didn't really know what. I just wanted answers and a sense of control, I guess. Around that time, strange things started happening in the house. We'd hear footsteps in empty rooms. Little objects would be moved or fall for no reason. Doors that were shut would be slightly open. Small things, but enough to make you stop and think. No one really noticed except my mom and me. She would sometimes say, "Did you hear that?" And I'd just nod because I had. One night, I went to the bathroom like normal. Nothing dramatic, just minding my own business. I finished, washed my hands, and then looked up into the mirror. And there it was. Right behind me, over my shoulder, I saw a face. A woman's face. Completely pale, like all the color had been drained out of her, with long, dark hair and empty black eyes. No pupils, no whites, just black. She wasn't screaming or anything. She was just there, staring straight at me. I froze for a second, then instinct took over. I bolted. I ran out of the bathroom, out of the house, and I didn't go back inside for hours. I just walked around outside, shaking, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. But the image of that face in the mirror was so sharp, so clear. I can still see it if I think about it too hard. The third experience was different. It involved other people, in a way that made it harder to brush off. I went to this drop-in group seance one evening. Nothing fancy, just a small group in a rented hall above a cafe, with a medium leading the session. I didn't say much about myself, and nobody there really knew anything about me. At one point, the medium looked around the room, then his eyes locked onto mine. He went very quiet and said, "There's a very tall man standing behind you. He says you should stop riding motorbikes. If you don't, you're going to break your back." Then the medium said, "He's showing me a picture. A young boy holding a big fish. The boy's wearing a red shirt and a faded green cap, and he's standing in an old wooden rowboat." I just stared at him, because I knew that picture. My grandfather, who was really tall, almost 2 meters, had taken that photo when I was a kid. I'm in this little boat, grinning, holding a fish, red shirt, old green cap. That picture used to hang in our hallway. I didn't say anything at the seance, but inside I was shaken. Part of me was excited, part of me was scared, and part of me was wondering if the very tall man was my grandfather, trying to tell me something. Life went on. I eventually moved to a different place, and for a long time, nothing happened. No footsteps, no shadows, no faces in mirrors. Years went by quietly. I started telling myself it had all been in my head. Maybe childhood imagination, maybe a stressed brain. It was easier to believe that than to accept that something unseen might actually be out there. Then, a couple of years ago, things got rough again. I slipped into this sort of low-grade depression. Nothing dramatic from the outside, but inside I felt heavy. A lot of thoughts about life, purpose, whether anything really mattered. I was functioning, but I was empty. And that's when the weird stuff started happening again. I'd hear footsteps in the hallway when I knew I was alone. I'd catch shadows in my peripheral vision, like someone walked past a doorway, but when I looked, no one was there. I constantly felt like I was being watched, especially in the evening when the house was quiet. The kids' toys would turn on by themselves. A little plastic piano would start playing a tune in the middle of the night. A toy car would rev its engine when no one was near it. Almost always when one of us, either me or my partner, was alone in the house. My depression got worse. I lost about 10 kilos. I didn't really recognize myself, physically or mentally. One day my wife came home carrying a Bible. For us, that was unusual. We weren't religious in any serious way. We'd never really talked much about faith beyond a vague, maybe there's something. She just handed it to me and said something like, "I don't know why, but I feel like you should have this." I was desperate enough to try anything, so I started reading. Slowly at first, a page here and there. Then I started praying, not fancy prayers, just talking. I remember saying, "Jesus, if you're real, I need help. I can't do this on my own. Please come into my life." It wasn't like a movie moment with angels singing or light pouring down from the ceiling. But over the next months, things started to shift. The heaviness began to lift, bit by bit. My appetite came back. I gained weight again, about 14 kilos. I wanted to be alive. I wanted to be here with my family. And the strange activity in the house? It faded. The footsteps, the shadows, the toys buzzing to life on their own, it all quieted down. Then I had this dream. Calling it a dream almost doesn't feel right, because it felt more real than ordinary life. In the dream, I was in a forest unlike any I've ever seen. The trees had these pink and purple leaves, gently glowing, and there was a small, clear river winding down through the middle of it. The air felt warm and peaceful, like everything was exactly how it was supposed to be. I was just standing there, taking it in, when suddenly someone was in front of me. It was my best friend, Mark. He smiled, walked up to me, and pulled me into a hug. I could feel the hug, the warmth of it, the weight of his arms around me. It didn't feel like a normal dream where things are fuzzy. It felt physical. He looked me in the eyes and said, very clearly, "Everything is going to be all right. You just have to trust it." That was it. Simple words, but they went straight through me. I woke up immediately after. I remember lying there in bed, heart racing, with this strange mix of peace and shock. The room felt different, like something had been rearranged inside me. The whole thing felt more real than most of my waking memories. Even now, I can still picture the colors of those trees, the sound of the water, the brightness in his eyes. I'm still not completely sure what to make of all of this. Maybe some of it is just the mind playing tricks, grief, stress, fear, and hope taking strange shapes. Maybe some of it is more than that. What I do know is this: those experiences changed me. The dog at my bedside, the woman in the mirror, the warning from the tall man, the footsteps, the toys, the Bible, and that forest where my friend told me to trust. All of it left me with this quiet sense that we're not as alone as we think we are. And even on the days when doubt creeps back in, I still hold on to his words. Everything is going to be all right. You just have to trust it. Welcome back to Paranormal M. It's finally my favorite time again, sitting down and sharing the paranormal experiences you sent in. Thank you so much for your stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the latest videos on the channel. Now, get comfy, put your headphones on, and let's dive into today's story. So, I don't really talk about this in real life, but I'm gonna just tell it like I'm sitting across from you with a coffee. okay? When I was about 5 years old, we lived outside this small town, right next to a forest. There were only 2 houses out there, maybe a couple 100 meters apart. We lived in the one closer to the trees, and the other house had this pretty little lake that sort of belonged to them. It sounds cozy now, but back then it was different. One afternoon, it was just me and my older sister at home. Let's call her Eva. We were watching TV in the living room, and I got really thirsty. So I got up and walked down this long hallway toward the kitchen. We hardly had any real doors inside the house, mostly open doorways, except the entrance to the kitchen. That one had these hanging strings with little wooden beads and plastic balls on them, like a cheap curtain. They always made this soft, clacking sound whenever you went through. I remember stepping through those beads into the kitchen. The syrup bottle I liked, the one I'd mix with water, was all the way at the back of the counter, and I was too short to reach it. So I started yelling for my sister. "Eva! Eva!" Nothing. I was a dramatic kid, so after a few seconds of being ignored, I started screaming and crying. One tear rolled down my cheek, and right as it did, everything went quiet. I don't mean no one answered me quiet. I mean the clock above the doorway stopped ticking. The fridge stopped buzzing. It was like someone hit mute on the entire house. The silence was so heavy it almost rang in my ears. I froze. Then I heard it. One loud stomp, like when someone slams their foot into the floor out of anger. It echoed through the kitchen. Before I could even process what was happening, I heard running, really fast, coming straight toward the kitchen entrance from the hallway behind me. I panicked and jumped up onto the table in the middle of the kitchen, just stood there, shaking and trying not to breathe too loud. I stared at the doorway, at those beads, and then, in one horrible second, something slammed into the doorway. It was a body, a person, or what was left of one. It was shoved halfway into the doorframe, lying there, and its head turned so it was staring straight at me. The face was twisted, like it had been crushed. The eyes were bulging way out, almost like snail stalks reaching toward me. They weren't moving, just stuck like that. I wanted to scream so badly, but nothing came out. My mouth was open, and I couldn't make a sound. My whole body just locked. Then, just as fast, the thing got yanked back out of the doorway, around the corner. Gone. The bead curtain swung so hard it rattled, like a truck had just driven through the hallway. And then, click, buzz, the clock started ticking again. The fridge hummed like normal. I was still standing on the table, trembling, tears all over my face, when Eva walked into the doorway. She laughed at me, asked why I was standing on the table and why I was so pale. I just climbed down, said nothing, and wiped my face. I never told her. I was terrified she'd make fun of me or tell me I was imagining things. The only person I told was a friend in kindergarten the next week. Let's call her Lenka. She just made up her own spooky story on top of mine like we were playing pretend, and I realized, okay, nobody's going to take this seriously. So I shoved it down and tried to forget, and that's when things got worse. My room in the new house was the one furthest from the entrance, right at the back. One night, I woke up to this strange clicking sound. It was pitch dark. I sat up and looked around but couldn't see anything. Then I looked at the window. There was a dark figure crouching outside on the little flower ledge, right in front of the glass. It was very still, staring at me. The only thing I could really make out were its pale eyes and a wide, open mouth, like its jaw was hanging loose. My whole body went cold. I did the only thing I could think of. I dove under my blanket and curled up. I heard it jump down, thud, and then run around the house. The old metal gate outside screeched open, slammed, and then I heard the front door open. I was completely frozen. I couldn't call for my sister, couldn't move, nothing. I just lay there, feeling my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. Suddenly, something grabbed me. Whatever it was pinned my hands into the mattress, pushed my face down into the bed, and held me there so hard I couldn't breathe. It felt like someone was kneeling on my back. It lasted maybe 3 seconds. Then, nothing. It just stopped. I shot upright, gasping, and looked around the room. First at my sister. She was sleeping in the same room back then. As I looked at her, she made this strange, short sound in her sleep, like a muffled whimper. I scanned the floor, the ceiling, the window. Nothing. My brain did something really stupid then. I thought, maybe I imagined it. Let me test it. So I lay back down, pulled the blanket over my head again, and waited. It happened a second time. This time, it pinned my arms and shoulders harder. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, and it lasted longer, maybe 10 seconds. Long enough for me to think, I'm going to die right now. Then it stopped. Again. Like someone just stood up and walked away. I sat up, shaking, looked at my sister. Another weird little sound from her as soon as my eyes landed on her. And again, nothing in the room. In the morning, when I woke up properly, I realized there was a short wardrobe right up against the back of my bed, right behind my head. And I remember thinking, I'm really glad I never looked behind me last night. Weird little things started happening after that. Once, when Linka came back to visit with her mom, we were sitting on the floor in my room, playing with Lego. Out of nowhere, an empty plastic bag on the floor suddenly shot straight up into the air, like a perfect vertical jump, hovered for a second above my head, and then flew behind where she was sitting. We both saw it. We stared at each other for a moment, our eyes wide, and then, silently, we both just pretended nothing had happened and went back to playing. Another time, my grandma, Babichka Hanna, came to stay during the summer holidays. One Sunday morning, I woke up and saw this huge clump of hair on my blanket, right in front of me. Not like one strand, but a bundle, like you'd brushed a big dog and dropped it there. The hairs were long, almost an inch, and thick. I freaked out and ran to my grandma. She came to my room, looked at it, and by then it somehow looked smaller, like it had shrunk. She laughed it off and joked, must be from a giant spider. I remember thinking, what kind of spider has hair like that? But I just went on with my day. A little later, my sister took me to visit a castle. Let's say Helfstein Castle, since I'm from the Czech Republic. When we got home that day, everyone stayed outside in the yard for a bit, talking. I ran ahead, up the stairs into the house. Something moved. I turned toward the armchair and saw a huge, hairy arm rising slowly up from behind the armrest. The arm was thick, covered in driving hair, and ended in long, curved claws. I didn't wait to see the rest. I spun around and sprinted back toward the door. I heard it running after me, heavy footsteps on the floor. I flung the door open, practically jumped down the staircase, a whole flight of stairs in one go, slammed the door behind me, and only then realized I hadn't broken my legs. My parents were furious. They yelled at me for being reckless and dramatic. I just stood there, shaking, and didn't say a word about what I'd seen. 2 years passed. My sister moved out. I thought, okay, maybe it'll stop now. Maybe it was something tied to that time. But it didn't. We still lived near the forest, and I used to go for walks with my dog every day because I was lonely and my computer back then was terrible. My dog, let's call her Mina, was a mixed breed, small but full of energy and pretty stubborn. Half the time she refused to listen to me, so I was always worried she'd run off. One day, we went deeper into the forest than usual. Mina was walking beside me for once, but every now and then she'd suddenly turn around and stare into the trees behind us. At first, she didn't bark, just stared, ears up. Then she let out this low, hesitant bark, like she didn't really want to draw attention to us. I turned around too. Nothing. We kept walking. I glanced back again a few seconds later and saw it, a tall, dark figure slipping behind a tree. And the way it moved, fast but deliberate, made it clear it had been watching us. I could see one arm resting on the side of the trunk. It was the same kind of hand I'd seen behind the armchair. Big, hairy, wrong. Mina suddenly stopped reacting, just went quiet and stayed close to my leg. That scared me even more. I started walking slower, trying not to make noise. Then I heard it, running again, trying to get closer. I turned quickly and caught a clearer glimpse of the arm sliding back behind another tree. That was it. I broke. I started screaming for help. There was a man working in the forest, cutting trees a little way off. He dropped what he was doing and ran to me, asking what was wrong. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I just asked if he'd seen anyone on his way over. He said no. He walked me home. After that, I stayed out of that forest for a whole year. By then, I was paranoid, constantly turning around to see if anything was behind me. I couldn't relax, couldn't sit in the dark. My mom bought me a DVD of some guy telling calm stories to help kids fall asleep. I had to sleep with the lights on. At some point, I moved to a different bedroom, this one closer to the kitchen. It had a glass door, which, if you're already scared of seeing things, is the worst design choice ever. I made a rule for myself. Only leave the room if I see that the hallway lights are already on, so I wouldn't have to run half blind to hit the switch. One night, I was singing karaoke in my room, and I needed to go to the bathroom. I glanced to my right and saw the lights in the hallway were on, so I opened my door and stepped out. I walked maybe 2 or 3 steps, and suddenly realized it was completely dark. The light that had just been on was now off. I froze and looked down the hallway toward the corner I needed to turn. Slowly, something leaned out from behind the corner. I snapped out of it, turned around, and ran back into my room. I slammed the door so hard my parents heard it. I grabbed the handle because I immediately felt something trying to open the door from the other side. It twisted and rattled, and I held on, fighting it, screaming. Then the hallway light flicked on again. The pressure on the handle stopped. A second later, my mom opened the door, annoyed, asking why I was slamming things and shouting. I just shook my head and said nothing. Again. Eventually, we moved to a completely different house in a town when I was around 6th grade. New place, new school. I was hoping this thing, whatever it was, would just stay in the forest. My new room had my desk against a wall, a window in front of it, a glass door to my left leading to my parents' bedroom, and another door to my right leading to the living room. Sometimes, when I was playing games, I'd catch something in the corner of my eye, a dark figure standing behind the glass door. But every time I turned to look, it would slip into the bathroom attached to my parents' room. Whenever I had to go into that bathroom, I'd run in and out as fast as possible and pull the door closed behind me, trying not to slam it. About 5 months after we moved in, it escalated again. One night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to that same clicking sound I'd heard years earlier. I rolled over and looked at the glass door. There was someone pressed up against it. A pale face, eyes and palms squashed against the glass, staring straight at me. It reminded me of that corpse in the kitchen doorway from when I was little. I turned away, facing the wall, squeezing my eyes shut like a little kid, thinking, if I don't look at it, it'll go away. Then I heard the door open. The wooden floor under the carpet creaked, slowly, step by step, as something walked toward my bed. I felt a cold air on the back of my neck, like someone was leaning over me, breathing. My legs went freezing cold too, as if something was touching them. I was sweating, but I couldn't move. Eventually, somehow, I just blacked out. When I woke up again, it was still dark, and I realized I couldn't move at all, from my toes up to my neck. I could only move my eyes. In the middle of the room, I could see a huge shape, darker than the darkness around it. I was pretty sure it was that thing, but the moonlight wasn't strong enough to show details. That was my first real sleep paralysis. At least, that's what I later learned to call it. In the moment, I honestly thought I'd woken up disabled. I slipped back into unconsciousness and woke again around 7 a.m., still paralyzed, still aware. It took about half an hour before I could move properly again. I'll never forget that feeling. Life went on. I eventually got into high school and started staying up late at night on my old computer. My dad had this habit of getting up in the middle of the night because he snored too much and would go to the living room so my mom could sleep. I'd hear the bedroom door open, hear his footsteps, sometimes feel him bump into my chair as he passed. It was familiar. One night, I was playing games until around 3 a.m. There was almost no sound in my headphones. I heard the door behind me close, softly. I figured it was my dad going to the living room. Then I heard it again. I turned around. I had 3 closets, 2 behind me and 1 to my right, near the door. I didn't see anything unusual, so I shrugged and turned back to my screen. Then I heard a soft thump, like a door closing in a weird rhythm. I turned halfway in my chair, just enough to see out of the corner of my eye. One of the closet doors was slightly open, and someone, was holding it. I was absolutely terrified. I ended up falling asleep in my chair because I was too scared to stand up and walk to my bed. That became a bad habit. If I stayed up too late, I'd rather fall asleep at the desk than cross the room in the dark. When I walked home from school with friends, I'd constantly check behind us. Just a quick look over my shoulder every few seconds. It made them paranoid too. They'd snap at me like, "Stop doing that, you're freaking me out." And I'd laugh it off. But inside, I was genuinely scared. In my final year of school, when I was around 18, we had a holiday so I could stay up late. That night, I actually managed to go to bed instead of sleeping in the chair. I was sitting in bed, wrapped in my blanket, leaning slightly back with the blanket tucked under me, not lying fully down. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard noises from the living room. At first, I thought it was my dad. Maybe he'd fallen asleep on the couch again. But then I heard him snoring in my parents' bedroom. So, whoever was in the living room wasn't him. I stopped breathing and focused on the sounds. I heard footsteps slowly moving around, like someone was pacing, looking for something. Then I heard the sound of a plastic bag rustling, being picked up and dropped repeatedly. I was just about to get up and check when there was a loud bang, like whoever it was had tripped and crashed into the door. Silence. Then more footsteps. A minute later, another crash against the same door. As they were getting up, I could hear their weight pressing against the door, like someone sliding a hand up it, trying to stand. Then the door handle moved. I finally snapped and started screaming for my parents to wake up. It took my mom almost a full minute to come out and check. She opened the living room door. Nothing. No one there. No plastic bag on the floor. No explanation. After that, I finished school, and for a while, things got quiet. Years later, I got a new job with rotating shifts, mornings, afternoons, nights. After about a year of working there, my sister came by to visit with her kids. I remember looking out my window and seeing them all outside in the backyard with my parents, talking and laughing. At the same time, I heard my front door handle rattle, and then the door slam into the couch that was just behind it. I didn't think much of it at first, just assumed someone had come back inside. Then I realized everyone was still outside. I turned back toward the door. The door was half open, and on the couch behind the corner, I saw a dark figure standing there, sort of hunched, like it was waiting for me to come over and look properly. I did the opposite. I turned my music up to maximum and ignored it. Eventually, my family came back in, and the door was still open like nothing had ever happened. Sometimes after that, if I was home alone and my mom left the living room door open, I'd see a head peek around the corner of the couch. Always just enough to know it was there, never long enough for details. And then, it just stopped. It's been about 5 years now since anything really happened. No more footsteps, no more doors opening, no more hands on my shoulders, no more figures in the glass. Sometimes I still feel watched, but nothing like before. I've never smoked, never done drugs, barely drink. I wasn't high, I wasn't drunk. I wasn't trying to scare myself on purpose. I know some of this could be explained by sleep paralysis, or an overactive imagination, or whatever. But I also know how real it all felt. The sounds, the weight, the cold breath, the arm in the living room, the body in the kitchen doorway. I still believe it was real. If it ever starts again, maybe I'll have more to say. But for now, that's where my story ends. All right, let me tell you this properly. I just got back from Verdun. Standing there in that quiet, green place, it's almost impossible to believe that once it was the loudest, most violent spot on Earth. My connection to Verdun is very personal. My great-grandfather, his name was Henri Moreau, fought there in 1916. Growing up, I always heard vague family stories about Compère Henri at Verdun, but it was all bits and pieces. Brave man, terrible battle, never talked about it much, that kind of thing. He wasn't some career soldier. When the war broke out, he was a young baker from Lyon who immediately volunteered. He fought from the first battles on the Marne, later on the Somme, and stayed at the front right through to the last offensives. But nothing, absolutely nothing, marked him like Verdun. For anyone who doesn't know, Verdun is often called the French Stalingrad. It was a place of rotation, units constantly being moved in and out, which meant almost every French soldier passed through that furnace at some point. Over months of fighting, millions of shells fell on a pretty small patch of ground. The whole country carries that scar. When you go there today, Verdun doesn't look like a normal landscape. The earth is still pitted with shell holes, the forest grows in strange waves over old trenches, and the forts sit there like cracked teeth. People say the place feels wrong, heavy, unsettled. And I'll be honest, I felt it too. As I walked through the old battlefield, around Fort Douaumont, through the shattered woods, I kept getting these flashes in my mind, shapes where no one was standing, the sense that someone just moved behind me when there was only empty air. Once, on a path near an old trench line, I could have sworn I saw two figures in horizon blue coats slip between the trees and vanish. I told myself it was just my imagination, primed by stories. But this story really starts a few months before that trip. I was visiting my parents when my mother said, very casually, "Oh, by the way, we found some old notebooks in your grandfather's trunk. They might be Henri's." I cannot tell you how fast I went to that attic. Inside an old box, wrapped in a faded scarf, was a small, battered journal. Brown cover, corners crushed, pages stained and brittle. On the first page, in a careful, looping hand, was written, "Soldat Henri Moreau, Mignot 3e Régiment d'Infanterie." I just sat there for a moment, staring at his name. I'd heard about him all my life, but suddenly he wasn't just a story. He was a man who had held this exact notebook in his hands. For about a week, I read that journal every night, on the train, in bed, whenever I had a spare moment. Most of it was daily life at the front, cold, mud, hunger, small jokes with friends, letters from home. And then I reached the section labeled simply, Verdun, Février 1916. Rather than read it to you word for word, I'm going to tell it as if Henri himself were speaking. Just imagine his voice instead of mine. February 21st, 1916. I woke up feeling worse than usual this morning. Everything aches. It's been a rough few days at the Somme, cold nights, little sleep, but that hardly matters now. We've just heard the Germans have launched a massive attack against Verdun. They say the sky is black with smoke. Artillery, non-stop. Word is, High Command is rushing every available unit toward the city to keep the line from collapsing. The older men look worried, and that scares me more than anything. May God help France. February 24th, 1916. Orders came through today. We're leaving the Somme and heading to Verdun. I cleaned my rifle and tried to joke with the others, but my hands were shaking. This doesn't feel like the other battles. It feels heavier somehow. Final, almost. March 2nd, 1916. The journey here felt like it took a lifetime, even though it was only a few days by truck. We traveled mostly at night, headlights covered, trucks packed with men and ammunition. The closer we got to Verdun, the more crowded the road became. A single, endless line of vehicles going in and out. They call it the Voie Sacrée, the sacred road. After what I've seen on it, the name fits. When we finally arrived near the city, it was dark, but the whole horizon glowed red and orange. Fires, explosions, flares. The air was thick with dust and smoke. The ground trembled all the time, like it was alive and in pain. As we walked toward our billets, there was a constant stream of men going the other way. At first, I thought they looked like ghosts, faces pale under mud and blood, eyes empty. Some limped, some were carried. Others stared straight ahead like they were already somewhere else. One truck passed us, filled with the worst of the wounded. Missing arms, missing legs, bandages soaked through. One man's face was so destroyed, I couldn't tell where his features had been. Their screams and moans followed us long after the truck was gone. I remember thinking, we're looking at our future. At this point in the journal, Henri's handwriting gets tighter, shakier. You can almost see the fear on the page. March 10th, 1916. It's been a week at the front. I can barely hold the pencil now. My hands tremble so much. We went into the line with around 230 men in the company. We're down to just over 80. The artillery never stops. Ever. Day and night, the same roar. My ears ring all the time. Sometimes I can't tell if a shell just fell or if it's my head playing tricks. I don't really sleep anymore. When I do, I dream of Earth raining down and waking up buried alive. I keep praying I will last another week. Just 1 week. Lord, help us. We are burning here. March 18th, 1916. We were rotated out of the front line yesterday. They call it rest, but it doesn't feel like rest. It's just a little less dangerous, that's all. Part of me is relieved. No bullets, no shells landing directly on our trek for now. But another part of me feels guilty. My comrades are still there, in that storm, and I'm back here drinking weak coffee and trying to wash the dirt from my hair. Still, that's not why I'm writing. 2 nights ago, I was on watch. It was quiet. Well, as quiet as Verdun gets. I was staring out over no man's land when I heard voices. French voices. At first I thought it was a patrol, but we weren't supposed to have anyone out there. I asked the other sentry if he heard them. He nodded. "You hear that too?" he whispered. We both peeked over the parapet. In the faint glow of fires and distant flares, we saw them. 4 figures walking slowly through the smoke in no man's land. I could see their Adrian helmets, the outlines of French uniforms. They moved like they weren't in any hurry at all, just strolling. One of them turned toward us and raised his arm like he was beckoning, not waving for help, calling us. We ducked down immediately, expecting machine gun fire from the German side. Anyone standing up and walking out there should have been cut down in seconds. But nothing. No shots. No shouts. Just the distant rumble of artillery and the pounding of my heart. When we looked again, the figures were gone. All of them. My comrade whispered, "You saw that, right?" I just nodded. I didn't have words. Reading that part, I remember pausing and just staring at the page. There's something chilling about how calmly he describes it, but it gets worse. March 24th, 1916. Last night I was on a patrol in no man's land. We were looking for wounded men left behind and making sure there were no Germans crawling up on our wire. We spread out among the shell holes. It was smoky, visibility maybe 5 meters, 10 at best. I dropped into one crater while my friend, my closest mate, Maurice, took the next one over. I checked for bodies, for anyone still breathing, for any sign of the enemy. Nothing. Just mud, broken wood, and pieces of things I'd rather not describe. I was about to climb out when I heard someone drop down behind me into the same crater. "That was quick, Maurice," I started to say. I turned and froze. The man in front of me was wearing a French uniform, but it was shredded, burned, and caked with dirt. His skin, what I could see of it, was blackened and cracked, like he'd been roasted and buried at the same time. His face was so distorted it almost wasn't a face anymore. His eyes, though, his eyes were bright. Too bright. I couldn't move. My whole body locked up. He looked at me and, in a perfectly conversational tone, said, "Rough night, eh? There are plenty of Frits out there. Be careful." Then, without another word, he hopped up out of the crater and sprinted toward the German lines. But I heard nothing. No footsteps on the churned ground, no crunch of boots, no rustle. Only the same distant thunder of shells. I don't know how long I stayed there, frozen. Eventually, I forced myself to move, to crawl over to Maurice's crater. When I dropped in beside him, he stared at me and asked, "Henri, what happened to you? You're white as chalk." I couldn't answer. He just clapped my shoulder and said, "Come on, let's get back." I've never been so afraid in my life. I'm terrified of going out again at night. I keep thinking I'll see that man's face every time I turn around. As I read this, I could almost feel my great-grandfather's fear bleed through the ink. And yet, he kept going. He had no choice. March 28, 1916. It's been a few days since the figure in the crater. Nothing strange has happened since, but Verdun has taken something else from me. Today, I lost Maurice. One moment he was beside me in the trench. The next moment, a shot. He fell without a sound. When I turned, there was a hole in his helmet. Just like that. I dropped to my knees. I think I screamed, I'm not sure. I remember holding his body, his blood all over my tunic, and feeling something inside me break. I have lost so much here. Friends, sleep, any sense of safety. Verdun is eating us alive. All I have left is the hope to survive this place, though that hope grows smaller every day. God protect us. Please. March 29th, 1916. Last night we captured some German prisoners. They were shaking, talking over each other, eyes wide with terror. They kept mentioning Die Toten, the dead. They swore they'd been attacked in the dark by horribly disfigured French soldiers. Faces burned, limbs twisted, uniforms in tatters. One of them said the dead wouldn't stop coming, no matter how many bullets they fired. Hearing that did not comfort me. If anything, it made me more afraid. Whatever I saw in that crater, it seems we're not the only ones seeing such things. March 31st, 1916. I don't know how to explain tonight. I barely know how to write it. I was on patrol again with another soldier. The smoke was thick, the usual fires casting that awful red glow over everything. Barbed wire, shattered trees, the craters that never end. And then I saw him. Maurice. He was walking through the haze ahead of us, just a little way off. Same height, same way of holding his rifle. But there was something wrong. His outline looked wrong, like pieces were missing. Where his head should have been, I could see bone, as if the skin had burned away. For a moment, I felt sick, dizzy. I thought, I must be going mad. But I know what I saw. I know it was him, or something that used to be him. We're supposed to be pulled out of the line tomorrow for another period of rest. I need it. I don't know how much longer my mind can take this. When I got to this part in the journal, I remember having to put the book down, imagining him seeing his dead friend walking through no man's land like that. It's hard to shake off. But the part that haunted me the most was still to come. April 5th, 1916. We are out of the line again, a little farther back this time. I thought I might finally sleep, but tonight proved me wrong. I woke up around 1 in the morning. I'm not sure what stirred me. The guns were distant, almost like a storm far away. Our barracks were quiet. I noticed someone sitting at the end of my bunk, shoulders hunched, shaking as if they were crying. At first I thought it was one of the men who had finally broken down. It happens. Sometimes a man just can't hold it in anymore. I pushed myself up on my elbows and whispered, "Hey, are you all right?" The figure turned slowly to look at me. A chill went through my whole body. It was Maurice. His face was pale, but not bloody. His eyes were clear, sad, softer than I'd ever seen them, actually. He looked at me and said, very quietly, "I'm sorry, brother. You can rest now." I tried to speak, to tell him I was sorry, that I missed him, that I couldn't save him, but nothing came out. My throat locked up, my chest hurt. I felt tears running down my face, but I couldn't move or wipe them away. He reached out and touched my leg. His hand felt cold, but real. "We'll see each other again," he said. And then he was gone. Just gone. No sound, no movement. One moment he was there, the next the end of the bunk was empty. I jumped up, heart pounding, and stumbled outside. I must have stayed out there for hours, shaking and crying. Fear, grief, guilt, all of it crashing down at once. It's morning now. I don't know what to think. I just want to go home. We all do. But Verdun isn't finished with us yet. April 13th, 1916. They've told us our unit is finally being permanently pulled out of Verdun. My last week here. We've lost so many men I can't even keep track of the names anymore. Faces blur together. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see them all standing in a line, waiting for something. My nerves are shot. I jump at every noise. At night, even when I'm not on patrol, I feel like someone is watching me from the dark corners of the dugout. I keep wondering if every body we leave in the mud is truly dead, or if some part of them is still wandering out there between the lines. April 17th, 1916. We left Verdun today. On our way out, we marched past fresh units marching in. Their uniforms were still relatively clean, their packs properly adjusted. But their faces said everything. Some were stiff with fear, others strangely blank, like they'd already accepted whatever was coming. It felt like watching the dead walk to their graves. As the column passed, I had this terrible thought. Not all the dead stay buried. Not here. I'm home now, on leave for a month. Not truly home. We'll be sent back to the front, just not to Verdun, thank God. I don't know if I would survive another day in that place. My body might, but my mind wouldn't. That's the last entry about Verdun. Henri went on to fight again, on the Somme, then in later offensives. But in the rest of the journal, he never describes anything as vividly or as painfully as Verdun. As I was writing all this down, his words, his fear, his strange encounters, I kept thinking back to my own trip to Verdun, to that moment on the forest path when I thought I saw two blue-coated figures slipping between the trees, to the feeling of being watched at the ossuary, like someone was standing just behind my shoulder. And I can't help but wonder, when people talk about seeing French or German soldiers walking in the mist, when they say they've seen shapes moving between the shattered forts, who are they seeing? Some nameless lost souls? Or maybe, just maybe, One of them is Maurice, limping through the smoke, and somewhere not far behind him, still carrying his rifle, still doing his duty, my great-grandfather, Henri. Okay, so before I dive in, there are a few things you should probably know. This all happened maybe 10 years ago, over the span of about 4 months, starting in January. My family on my dad's side is from Laos. We're Theravada Buddhist, and there's a lot of animist belief woven into how my dad sees the world. I grew up in a small town in northern Iowa, one of those places where everybody kind of knows everybody, and I've got cousins who are close enough in age that their kids call me uncle, even though I'm technically their cousin. It's that kind of family. One chilly afternoon in late winter, my dad comes up to me in the kitchen and says he wants to give me something for good luck. He reaches into his jacket pocket, pulls out this folded white cloth, and unwraps it really slowly, like he wants to be dramatic about it. Inside is what I think at first is just a gold nugget. When he hands it to me, I see it's actually a pendant. It's shaped like a woman, short, round figure, large breasts, kind of old-looking. Not super fancy or detailed, but it feels heavy, like it means something. Dad looks at me and says, very seriously, that I need to keep it close, in my pocket or around my neck at all times. It's for protection and good luck, he tells me. So I start carrying it. I'd slip it into my pocket during the day, sometimes wear it on a thin chain at night. And for a while, life is just good. Nothing crazy, but smooth. Work, friends, family, no bad vibes. A few months later, I ship off for training. I'd enlisted in the Army National Guard as a combat engineer and got sent down to Fort Sill in Oklahoma. I couldn't bring much with me, so before I left, I wrapped the pendant back in that white cloth and left it on a little shelf in my bedroom. Training was rough but straightforward. Long days, no sleep, lots of yelling. You know the deal. I pushed through, graduated, and came back home in late October. By then, I had completely forgotten about the pendant. I was focused on settling into my new job, reconnecting with friends, and hanging out with my cousins and their kids again. Everything was fine. Until December. One night, I have this incredibly vivid dream. You know the kind that feels more like a memory than a dream? In it, I'm at one of our town's parks. It's late afternoon, the sun is out, and I can feel the warmth on my face, this light breeze on my arms. I can even smell the damp wood chips and the metal of the playground. My niece, let's call her Lily, she was about 5 at the time, is in the sand pit, totally focused on building this lopsided sandcastle. I'm sitting on a bench nearby, just watching her and feeling peaceful, really content. Then, across the park, on the other side, I notice someone. A woman sitting on a bench. I can't see her face, but I notice long black hair, very light skin, and this long white dress that kind of moves with the breeze. She's just sitting there, still. I look back at Lily. She looks up at me, gives me this big, goofy grin, and I smile back. And then the alarm on my phone drags me out of it. It's morning. Time to get ready for work. The next night, I go to sleep and have the exact same dream. Same park, same sunlight, same breeze, same sandcastle, same woman in the distance with the long black hair and white dress. Third night in a row, same dream again, except this time, the woman isn't sitting on the bench. She's standing in front of it, still far away, but now clearly turned in my direction. By the 4th night, I know what's coming before I even fall asleep. I'm almost scared to close my eyes. By the 5th night, the dream has changed completely. There's no sun. The sky is covered in dark, heavy clouds. The wind is cold and harsh, whipping around me. The park looks the same, but all the color is gone. My niece isn't there. The sand pit is empty. The swings are still. The only thing that remains is the woman. She's standing maybe 10 or 15 feet away from me. Long black hair, skin almost white, that same long white dress. This time, she's close enough that I should be able to see her face, but she's tilting her head down, like she's hiding it from me. My heart is hammering. I ask her, "Who are you?" Nothing. No answer. She slowly lifts her right arm and reaches toward me. Then, very slowly, she raises her head. And her face isn't a face. There are no eyes, no nose, no lips, no eyebrows. Just smooth, pale skin, like someone erased everything. I jolted awake with my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. After that, she started showing up in my dreams randomly. Not just the park either. Sometimes I'd be in my house or walking down my own street in the dream, and I'd see her, standing at the corner, in a doorway, at the edge of my vision. Always the long black hair, always the white breast, always that faceless face. It got to me. I finally told 2 people, my best friend Trevor and my cousin Anna. We joked about it a lot at first. They'd say stuff like, "Bro, don't bring that bad juju to my house." And we'd laugh. But underneath the jokes, I was genuinely scared. One weekend, Trevor and I decided to go to Anna's place. I needed family time. We played cards, messed around with the kids, and I got to hold my baby nephew and spoil Lily, who absolutely eats up any attention. She loves to be treated like the princess of the house. Towards the end of the night, Lily asks me to tuck her into bed before I leave. I tell her, "Okay, go on up. I'll be there in a minute." She runs up the stairs. I stay downstairs to help pick up cards and cups. When I'm done, I turn toward the staircase. The stairway is dark, just this rectangle of shadow. And halfway up, standing completely still in that darkness, is the silhouette of a woman with long black hair and a white dress. My heart just slams against my ribs. The first thing I think is, Lily. I flick on the stairway light as fast as I can. She's gone. I sprint up the stairs, go straight to Lily's room, and throw the door open. Lily's fine, sleepy, smiling, asking me where I've been. I tuck her in, kiss her forehead, and tell her goodnight, but inside I am shaking. When I go back downstairs, I tell Anna and Trevor. I just saw her. The woman. From my dreams. She was on the stairs. We all go quiet. Up until that point, she had never appeared outside my dreams. Seeing her in the house, that crossed a line. They were freaked out. I was freaked out. We all agreed it was time for me to head home. I go out to my car, get in, start it up, buckle my seatbelt. As I'm sitting there, I suddenly feel it. A hard slap on my left shoulder. Not a tap, a slap. I freeze. Slowly, I look up at the rearview mirror. She's there. Sitting in the back seat, right behind me. Long black hair falling over that white dress, and that same pale, faceless face. I spin around in the seat, but the back seat is empty. The feeling of her hand on my shoulder, though, that doesn't go away. It's like the weight of someone resting their palm right there, fingers curling slightly over my collarbone. A couple weeks later, I have another vivid dream. Except this one doesn't feel like a normal dream at all. It feels wrong, heavy, like I've actually gone somewhere else. In the dream, I wake up in my bed. Everything looks the same, but there's this pressure in my chest. Something is off. I get up and walk outside. The street is there. The houses are there. The fences, mailboxes, streetlights. Everything looks exactly like my neighborhood, but there's no sound. No birds, no wind, no cars, nothing. Just absolute silence. I start walking. My footsteps don't even make a sound. After a while, I finally hear something. This low, layered whispering, like multiple people talking quietly at once. It's coming from a small, white house that I don't recognize, but somehow it's sitting there on the corner, like it's always been part of my neighborhood. There's a light on inside. The front door is cracked open. I walk up the steps, push the door open, and see a set of stairs leading down into a basement. The whispering is louder now. It's not any language I recognize, just this constant hiss of voices. I go down the stairs. At the bottom, there's another door. My hand is shaking, but I grab the knob and open it. As I step inside and lift my head, I freeze. The room is full of people, dozens of them, all standing shoulder to shoulder, facing me. Every single one of them is wearing a smooth, white, faceless mask. No features, just blank. My heart starts racing. I stumble backward to grab the door, but it's gone. There's just wall behind me. Before I can even process that, I'm suddenly inside a cage. Iron bars. The masked figures are crowding around, reaching in through the bars, fingers brushing my shirt, my arms, my face. I press myself back against the far wall, completely panicked. Then, all at once, they stop moving. Every hand freezes mid-air. They all turn their heads slightly, like they're looking past me. The door of the cage slowly creaks open, and there she is, the woman with long black hair and the white dress. This time, she's wearing one of those blank white masks too. She steps into the cage and, in one quick motion, slams me back against the wall with her hand around my throat. I can't breathe. I can feel her fingers digging into my neck, squeezing. I'm clawing at her wrist, but she doesn't move. Then she starts to lift her mask. Very slowly. There's this low animal growl coming from her, deep and wrong, like it's echoing inside my head instead of in the room. Just as the mask is about to clear her face, I wake up. I sit up in bed, gasping, heart racing so fast it hurts. I stumble into the bathroom and turn on the light. When I look in the mirror, there are bruises around my neck. Not faint ones, dark, finger-shaped bruises. I twist around and see scratches all across my chest and down my back, like something with long nails dragged them while I was asleep. That's when it really hits me. This is not just in my head. I'm not just having bad dreams. Something is actually happening. From that point on, I barely sleep. When I do, it's in these short 2 to 3 hour bursts full of nightmares and that constant feeling of her hand on my left shoulder. Eventually, I almost get used to that pressure, like I'm walking around with someone just holding on to me. After a few weeks of this, I'm completely wrecked. Mentally, physically, everything. I'm exhausted, paranoid, jumpy. I start seeing her in reflections, in the corner of my eye, in the shadows of my own room. I tell him everything, about the dreams, the woman, the car, the bruises. I'm shaking as I talk, and he just looks at me, frustrated, and accuses me of being on drugs. Says I must be staying up too late, partying, letting my imagination go wild. I can't even describe how defeated I felt in that moment. I was convinced I was going to die and no one would believe me. Then my cousin Anna reaches out and tells me to go see this older Lao guy she knows. She calls him Uncle Samchai, though we're not actually related. He's kind of a spiritual healer, The kind of man people in our community go to when things get weird. So I go to his place. I don't tell him the whole story. I just say, I think I'm being haunted by a spirit. I need help. He sits there for a minute, then starts asking questions. Did someone die recently? Did I go anywhere I shouldn't have gone? Did anyone give me something important that I don't carry anymore? And then it hits me. The pendant. The one my dad gave me for luck. I had left it on my shelf and never touched it again after I went to training. I tell him about it. His eyes narrow a bit and he nods. He tells me to bring it to him the next day. So the next day I go home, grab the pendant, still wrapped in that same white cloth, sitting on the dusty shelf, and bring it back to him. I put it in his hand. He unwraps it, takes one look, and his whole expression changes. His eyes go wide. He looks up at me and says, almost in a whisper, "She's on your left shoulder." A woman with long black hair and a white dress. He said it exactly like that, and I hadn't told him any of those details. Right then, I feel that cold, heavy pressure on my shoulder again, stronger than usual. He moves quickly. He lights incense, starts chanting, and lays out a bunch of Buddhist items. Little statues, candles, a bowl of water, some old yellowed cloth with script written all over it. He wraps the pendant in one of those cloths, tying it with red string while he's still chanting. Then he blesses me. He sprinkles water over my head, taps my shoulder, and tells me he's giving me protection, asking the spirits and the Buddha to keep me safe. After that day, things start to change. Within a week, I stop seeing her in my dreams. I stop seeing her in the corner of my room. The constant weight on my left shoulder fades away. The house feels lighter. I finally start sleeping more than a couple of hours at a time. Uncle Somchai tells me later that he sent the pendant back to Lao, to a temple, where they essentially exorcised it, removed the spirit bound to it. He explains that the pendant had been used in black magic. The spirit of a woman had been bound to it using oil rubbed from her dead body into the gold. He tells me that when I stopped carrying it, when I left it alone and ignored it, she grew angry and possessive. She wanted to consume me. A few weeks after that, he speaks with my dad. It turns out my dad had also been seeing her. She'd been messing with him too, appearing in their house, in his dreams, causing tension in his marriage. He gave me the pendant because I was single and he honestly thought it would give me good luck, maybe help my life move forward. He had no idea what was attached to it. So in the end, that's what it was. Not just a good luck charm, but a vessel. And what it brought me wasn't luck at all. It brought me a faceless woman with long black hair and a white dress who almost took everything from me. All right, come a little closer. I want to tell you a story, and I need you to really listen, not just with your ears, but with that quiet place behind your ribs where old memories tend to hide. There are forests in this world that breathe. I don't mean that in a poetic way, though it sounds like it. I mean there are places where the trees seem to inhale and exhale, where the branches trade secrets with the wind, and where the moonlight falls like it remembers everything it's ever seen. That's where I was. I remember walking through one of those forests late on a winter night. The sky above us was dark as ink, and the stars looked like someone had stitched them into the black with silver thread. The leaves were rimmed with frost, and a thin wind was slipping between the trunks, sighing its way down the hill. I say us because I wasn't alone. My 2 children walked just behind me, Noah and Elsie. At least, that's what I called them when they were mine. I wasn't shivering, even though it was cold enough for our breaths to fog, except they didn't. I wasn't tired, even though it felt like we'd been walking for hours upon hours. My legs moved, but there was no ache in them, no heaviness in my feet. If you've ever had a dream where you're moving, but it feels like you're gliding instead of walking, yes, it was that. I remember humming an old lullaby, something my grandmother used to hum by the fireplace when storms rattled the windows. I didn't even think about it. The tune just slipped out of me like it had been waiting. Behind me, the kids tried to laugh at something. Some smiles, some shared joke, but the sound came out thin, like the forest swallowed it before it had a chance to become real. And then Elsie, my little one, pointed at the ground. "Look," she said, and her voice was soft and cold at the same time, like snow landing on bare skin. "Mama, look at this." She bent down, pushed aside a few frozen leaves, and picked up a photograph. That part still makes my skin prickle, even now. Noah leaned over her shoulder. I stepped closer, and all three of us stared. It was us. Not the forest us, the alive us. We were standing in front of a small stone house with ivy climbing up the walls, the kind of place that always smelled like soup and laundry and something baking. In the picture, my cheeks were flushed, my hair a little messy from the wind. The kids were squinting into the sun, both mid-giggle. You could almost hear the laughter. We looked warm, solid, real. Not like we did in that forest. In the forest, our faces just didn't change. Same unblinking eyes, same pale skin, no breath clouding the air, no tiredness, no hunger. You know when you see an old doll whose painted face never moves? It was a little like that, only somehow sadder. Elsie turned the photograph over. On the back, in my handwriting, was a date from several years before. And beneath the date, I had drawn a tiny feather and 3 little dots, like I always did when I wrote something meant only for us. My secret mark. The wind stopped. I know that sounds dramatic, but it did. The forest inhaled and then held it. Noah swallowed. "Mom," he whispered, "why do we still look like this? Why haven't we grown at all?" And something in me tightened, like a knot that had been ignored for too long. Before I could answer, we heard it. A distant sound drifting through the trees. Not a clock tower this time, though I've heard stories like that. No, for us, it was the bell from the church in the village below, rolling up the hill. Slow, heavy, counting the seconds toward midnight. I don't know how I knew, but I did. "We should follow it," I murmured. "I think it belongs to us somehow." So we walked. Eventually the trees thinned, and we came to the edge of the village. It looked almost exactly like it had in the photograph. Lanterns glowing behind curtains, smoke curling from chimneys, the cobblestones shining faintly with frost. Someone's dog barked once, then went quiet, ears pricked toward us without knowing why. In a window of the little church on the hill, we could see a clock, hands trembling their way toward 12. And when it struck, when that bell rang out and the 12th chime rolled over the roofs, everything in me snapped into place. Memories hit me like a wave, not gently either, not like a nostalgic montage. No, like ice water dumped over my shoulders. I remembered. A winter storm, the road slick with sleet, the car skidding, headlights coming toward us too fast, Noah screaming my name, the world flipping, the sound of metal twisting, glass exploding, and then the weightless, terrifying moment when there's no up, no down, just falling. And then the river, black and furious. I remembered the water forcing its way into my lungs, the desperate reach for my children's hands, the sound of my husband, Adrian, shouting their names, trying to yank open a door that wouldn't budge. And then, nothing. I gasped in the forest. So did the children. We clutched at each other like people do when the floor cracks under their feet. We remembered. We were dead. We weren't just lost or dreaming or caught in some strange winter spell. We were ghosts, echoes, the shadows of a melody that had once been warm. Noah's fingers tightened around my wrist. If we're spirits, he said, voice shaking, why are we still here? Why didn't we go wherever you're supposed to go? I wish I'd had a reassuring answer then. Something wise, something comforting. All I had was a heavy feeling in the place where my heart used to live. There must be something unfinished, I said quietly. We haven't let go of everything yet. I think we need to see your father. So, guided more by instinct than by thought, we drifted through the silent village streets. We passed closed shutters, quiet kitchens, toys left askew in back gardens. No one saw us, of course. A cat arched its back and hissed at the empty air as we went by. That kind of almost seeing that animals sometimes do. We stopped outside a house I knew too well. Our house. The ivy still climbed the stone walls exactly like in the photograph. Same crooked front step, same cracked flower pot by the door. But everything felt colder now, like the warmth had been scraped off the surface of it. Through the window, we saw him. Adrian. His face, once the kind of face I leaned into without thinking, was hollowed out. Grief and years had carved shadows into his features. Guilt sat in his eyes like something that refused to move. But he wasn't alone. A woman sat beside him on the couch. She was younger than me, at least younger than I had been. She had that careful, gentle way of smiling at someone who's been hurt for a long time. She reached for his hand, and he let her. He looked at her like a man who'd been walking in the cold for years and had finally found a fire. Inside me, something dark and sharp twisted. He had moved on. He had found someone new. Our framed photos weren't on the mantel. The kids' drawings weren't on the fridge. To us, it felt like he'd replaced us and erased us in one life-size sweep. Beside me, Noah's jaw clenched. Elsie's small fingers turned to ice in my hand. "Did he just forget?" she whispered. "Did we matter so little?" I wish I could tell you I answered with maturity and grace, that I immediately saw the bigger picture, understood his pain, his right to continue his life. But the truth is, in that moment, all I felt was raw, aching betrayal. The lamp on the table flickered. The window glass trembled in its frame. Adrian looked up, startled, eyes scanning the room as if he sensed something he couldn't see. And our voices, mine and the children's, slid into the room like cold breath. "Why did you leave us?" The new woman's smile vanished. She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering. Adrian stood slowly, his face draining of color. "Who's there?" he whispered. "Who?" "We didn't leave you," Noah said, his voice echoing in a way that didn't belong to the living. "You left us. You let us go." Memories were flooding him too, I could see it. The accident, the river, his hands bloody from clawing at the doors, his screaming for help that arrived too late, the way they pulled him out instead of us, his empty bed that night, and every night after when he reached for people who were not there. He shook his head, tears filling his eyes. "I tried," he choked out. "I tried to get you out. I would have traded places with you. I would have." I stepped through the wall then, into the room, into the warmth of the fire and the smell of tea. It didn't touch me. I felt nothing. "Not enough," I said. And that sentence, oh, that sentence. I regret the shape of it even now. The new woman, her name was Mara, I would learn later, pressed herself back against the chair, her hand over her mouth. She had never seen us in photographs. She had never heard our names. Adrian had buried us under silence because talking about us hurt too much. She was innocent. But in that moment, we didn't care about innocence. The room turned colder than the river had been. Picture frames rattled and fell, glass cracking on the floor. Candles blew out. The fire shuddered and dimmed. Shadows slid up the walls like smoke running backward. We didn't throw anything. We didn't scream. But our grief filled every inch of that house, and it was loud. Adrian dropped to his knees, one arm thrown in front of Mara like he could protect her from his past. "Stop," he begged. "Please, I'm so sorry. I wake up choking on your names. I talk to the empty rooms. I'd give everything to go back to that night. Please, please." It lasted seconds, maybe a little more. And then it was done. One last shock of cold, one last burst of force, and the house went dark. For us, at least. Like someone had snapped their fingers and switched scenes. Because suddenly we were no longer in the village. We were standing on the edge of a valley filled with mist. It wasn't heaven. It wasn't hell. It was a kind of in-between. It stretched farther than my eyes could see, lit by a light that wasn't really day or night. Just there. And then a presence appeared. I can't give you a neat label for it. Angel, guardian, judge. It was radiant, but not in a blinding way. Calm. Older than anything I'd ever felt. When it looked at us, I had the sense that it wasn't just seeing us as we were that moment, but as we had been, all the way back, and as we might have been if different choices had been made. "You're looking for justice," it said. The voice was gentle, but it held a weight you couldn't argue with. But what you chose was vengeance. My knees almost gave out. "He replaced us," I whispered. "He forgot. He gave our love away like it was something you could just hand off to someone new." "No," the presence said, and there was no anger in it, just steady truth. "He mourned. He shattered. He tried to save you and could not. His guilt has slept beside him every night since. He did not kill you." My hands, whatever I had instead of hands, rose to cover my face. "And her?" Noah asked, voice much smaller now. "The woman on the couch, Mara, wasn't she part of it? The betrayal?" "She knew nothing," the presence said. He hid his pain, thinking it was kindness. She came to him with a whole heart, hoping to help him live again. She carries no guilt for your deaths, for your silence, or for his fear of grief. Her conscience is clear." Elsie stared down at her feet. "We scared her," she whispered. "We hurt her." "Yes," the presence replied. "You did." There was a pause, a long one, the kind that has enough space inside it to hold everything: regret, understanding, stubbornness, love. "What happens to us now?" I finally asked. The presence regarded us with something like sympathy. "You acted in anger," it said. "You chose to wound instead of to seek truth. You let bitterness speak louder than love. But you did not do so out of cruelty. You did so out of pain." It gestured toward the valley of mist before us. "So you will walk the valley of sorrow," it said, "not as punishment alone, but as a path of repentance. There you will learn to see clearly his grief, your own, and the way love can survive even when people break under it." Elsie clung to my side. Noah took my hand. "And them?" I asked. "Adrian and Mara?" "Mara rises to peace," the voice said. "Her fear of tonight will soften. She will come to understand that what brushed her world was not evil, but wounded. She will heal. She deserves dawn, not shadow." "And Adrian?" I asked, my voice cracking on his name. "He will feel the weight of what happened," the presence said. "Of his choices, both the ones he made and the ones he was never given the chance to make. He is not condemned, but he is not untouched. Grief is not clean. Love is not simple. He, too, will walk a valley of his own until he can forgive himself." I let out a sound then. Not rage. Not anymore. It was something closer to release. We turned toward the mist. The valley ahead of us shimmered like water under starlight. Each step we took felt like walking through memories, good ones and bad ones both. I heard the kids' laughter in the old kitchen, the splash of them jumping in puddles, the snap of my temper on hard days, the apologies afterward, Adrian's arms around all three of us under two small blankets. As we walked, the presence called after us softly. Even lost souls may find sunrise when bitterness yields to truth. That sentence has stayed with me. So we went on, not as angry spirits anymore, but as three tired hearts, learning to let go of a story we'd been telling ourselves, that we were thrown away, forgotten, replaced. We weren't. We were loved. We died too soon, yes. We were hurt, yes, but we were loved, and that mattered more than the shape of our ending. Back in the living world, the clocks kept chiming, leaves kept falling, families gathered at tables, argued about small things, made up, burned dinner, laughed. Our forest still whispered. The river kept moving. And if you ever find yourself on a chilly October night walking near an old hillside forest, and you hear a faint lullaby drifting through the trees, a tune that feels like home and goodbye at the same time, that might be me. Not haunting, just remembering. And if you take anything from our story, let it be this. Love really does reach beyond death. But peace? Peace doesn't live in vengeance. It lives in truth. Messy, complicated, painful truth. And in the courage to see it, even when it asks you to loosen your grip on your anger. That's all. So, I don't usually talk about this out loud, but I'm honestly getting scared, and I just need to say it the way it really feels. My name's Mia, and for about 5 years now, my husband, whose name is Evan, and I have been dealing with these odd things. They were rare at first, easy to shrug off, but lately, they've started happening almost every day, and now that we have a baby, I'm not just creeped out anymore. I'm worried. It started back when I moved into Evan's condo. It was this converted old brick factory on the edge of town. Everyone always said it was charming and full of character, but the first time I walked in, my stomach dropped. The ceilings were high, the hallways were narrow, and sound carried in this strange way. There was a basement with the communal laundry room that I absolutely hated going into. One night, I went down there to wash some blankets. I remember standing by the washer, waiting for it to finish, when something moved at the very edge of my vision. A tall, dark shape sliding past one of the concrete pillars. I snapped my head around, but there was nothing there, just flickering fluorescent lights and old pipes humming. Still, my whole body went cold. After that, I tried to avoid that basement as much as possible. A little later, there was a night that really stuck with me. I was lying on our bed, FaceTiming my mom, just chatting about nothing important. Our dog, Pumpkin, she's a medium-sized mutt with floppy ears and way too much personality, was supposed to be snoozing in her bed across the room. As I'm talking to my mom, I hear Pumpkin's collar jingling. I hear that familiar little click, click, click of her paws on the hardwood. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her tail, just the very tip of it, rising up by the side of the bed as she walks toward her usual spot where she jumps up. I smile and tell my mom, "Oh, Pumpkin's coming to say hi." I pat the mattress next to me and turn the phone so my mom can see her. But there's nothing there, just empty bedspread. I kind of laugh and say, "Wait, where'd she go?" and sit up to look around. And Pumpkin is sound asleep in her bed across the room. Like deep asleep. Breathing slow, completely limp, hasn't moved. My mom watched my face just drain of color in real time. I started stuttering, trying to figure out if I'd somehow missed her jumping back down or something, but there was no way. She could not have been next to me. My mom just goes, "Okay, that's creepy." And I call Pumpkin over, saying her name until she finally lifts her head and trots over to the bed like nothing's wrong. We keep talking. I'm trying to act normal, and then Pumpkin suddenly stiffens. She stares down the hallway toward the living room and lets out this sharp bark, the kind she normally does when someone's at the door. I get up, heart pounding, and walk with her, flipping on lights as we go. She trots ahead, then stops, turns around, and this time barks toward the bedroom, like something is in both directions. At that point, I'm done with the bedroom. I grab some pillows and blankets and decide we're camping in the living room. There's this tiny den off the living room. We used it as a little guest room, and that doorway is just pitch black. I remember sitting on the couch, watching that doorway. It was already dark, but somehow it felt like it was getting darker, like the shadows were thickening inside the room. After that, I was so relieved when we moved out. Fast forward a couple years. By then, we'd bought our first little house. No shared walls, no creepy basement. Just a quirky old home with slanted floors and way too many light switches. And for a while, everything was completely normal. No noises, no shadows, nothing. One week, Evan had to go out of town for work. It was just me and Pumpkin. Our bedroom took up most of the top floor, kind of like a loft. I was lying in bed watching TV one night, Pumpkin downstairs somewhere. I heard her. The collar jingling, the paws on the stairs, her tail thumping lightly against the wall like she always did when she climbed up. I saw the tip of her tail next to the bed, just like in the condo. I smiled, reached out my hand, and said, "Hey, baby." Nothing touched my hand. My stomach flipped. I sat up slowly, and there was no dog, just empty floor. I called, "Pumpkin," and a second later, I heard her scramble from downstairs. Then she came up the stairs fast, ears perked, tongue out, like she'd been napping in the living room the whole time. She hopped into bed and curled up next to me. About an hour later, in the middle of some random show, she suddenly lifted her head and started to growl, low and steady, staring across the room at nothing I could see. We moved again after that, for totally normal life reasons. New job, new state, trying to be closer to family. In between houses, we stayed with Evan's parents for a bit. Their place felt fine, calm even. No weirdness. It wasn't until we bought our current home that things started again. This was in April. By then, I was working nights at the hospital, very pregnant and very tired. One morning after a night shift, I got home, showered, and crawled into bed. The house was quiet. Pumpkin was lying at the foot of the bed. I was just about to fall asleep when I heard it. The front door downstairs opened, like clearly opened. Hinges, a quick rush of cooler air sound in my head, and then slam. Pumpkin jumped up and started barking her head off, then ran out into the hallway. I sat straight up in bed. My heart was pounding, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Evan had come home to grab something. I was 8 months pregnant, exhausted, and not in the mood to investigate, so I grabbed my phone and texted him, "Why did you come home and slam the door?" He replied right away with, "What? I'm still at work." Pumpkin came running back into the bedroom with her tail tucked tight between her legs. That's when the fear really hit. I locked the bedroom door, hands shaking, and called Evan. I told him what I'd heard, that Pumpkin freaked out, that the door sounded so real. He reminded me the front door was deadbolted and he had the only key with him. I asked if I should call the police. He gently told me I was probably just tired and that it was okay to keep the bedroom locked until he got home. He promised to call on his way so I could unlock it. I wanted to believe him. I really did. A couple of weeks later, my parents came to town to help us unpack our storage pods. Our guest bed hadn't arrived yet, so they stayed in a nearby hotel. One morning before they came over, I was in the living room scrolling on my phone while Pumpkin trotted around sniffing boxes. Out of nowhere, I heard this loud crash and then a yelp, like a dog had been startled or hurt. My heart jumped into my throat. I ran toward the dining room, thinking maybe a stack of boxes had toppled or something with glass had shattered. But when I got there, everything was perfectly still. Nothing had moved. Pumpkin came skittering into the hallway, tail tucked and shaking. Later that same day, my mom and I were unpacking the kitchen. We were chatting, unwrapping dishes, when we heard the exact same sound. A heavy crash from the direction of the dining room, and then Pumpkin's whimpering and the sound of her running. My mom dropped the dish towel and ran toward the noise, calling out, "Pumpkin?" She checked the boxes. Nothing had moved. We both walked around, checking corners, looking for anything out of place. Everything was fine. We figured maybe my dad and Evan had come back from the hardware store and were messing around in the basement or something. So my mom opened the basement door and yelled down, "Are you guys okay? What was that?" Silence. She called my dad, kind of laughing nervously, and asked where they were. He said they were still at the store and hadn't left yet. I watched my mom's face change as that sank in. As my due date got closer, things escalated. In the month before I gave birth, I started hearing footsteps upstairs. Not gentle walking, running. Fast, back and forth, right outside our bedroom in the hallway. At first, I assumed it was Evan. I'd call out, "What are you doing?" and get no answer. Sometimes I'd go out and find the hallway empty, and Evan would be downstairs on the couch. After I gave birth and we brought our son home, the sounds somehow felt louder. I'd be in the shower, absolutely exhausted, and hear someone sprinting down the hall. Heavy, quick, like a kid running back and forth. Every single time, my body would go into full panic mode, and I'd rush out of the shower, dripping everywhere, thinking something had happened to the baby. But every time, I'd find Evan sitting quietly in the rocking chair, or the baby asleep in his bassinet, and no one had been in the hallway at all. About 2 weeks after we got home from the hospital, I had one of the moments that really made my skin crawl. I was in the shower again, door mostly closed, but not all the way, because, newborn. I heard the bathroom door open fully, and then I heard Evan's voice, clear as day, say, "What you doing?" I laughed and shouted over the water, "Showering, obviously. Close the door, it's freezing." No response. Then from the bedroom, with this annoyed tone, I heard Evan say, "What? The door is closed. I didn't open it." That made my heart drop. I turned off the water, grabbed a towel, and went straight to the door. The bathroom door was closed. Evan was sitting on the bed, looking at me like I had 3 heads. I asked him, "Did you open the door and talk to me?" He swore he hadn't. He thought I was joking. That night I texted my dad. He was staying with us for a while to help with the baby, and I told him everything. I asked if he'd mind standing outside the bedroom the next time I took a shower to see if he heard anything or saw the door move. The next day he did. He stood out there the whole time. And of course, that was the one time nothing happened. No footsteps, no voices, nothing touched the door. In the last month or so, whatever this is has ramped up even more. One evening, I was in the kitchen doing the dishes. The house was quiet, just the sound of running water and clinking plates. Out of nowhere, a cabinet door slammed shut behind me so hard it made me jump and fling soap everywhere. I hadn't touched it. I had been facing the sink the whole time. It was one of those slow close cabinets, too. It shouldn't even be able to slam like that. 2 days later, Evan and I had another incident. I was upstairs lying in bed, scrolling on my phone. I hadn't moved in a while. He was downstairs in the dining room. All of a sudden, he shouted up the stairs, "Hey, where'd you go?" I yelled back. "I'm still in bed." He got really quiet, then said, "I just heard you say hello to me from the dining room. Like, your voice." And I heard footsteps going into the dining room right before that. I didn't know what to say. It's one thing when only I experience it. I can tell myself I'm tired, I'm stressed, I'm hearing the house settle. But when he starts hearing me when I'm not there, that felt different. That felt like something was trying to be us. And then, tonight, I'm at the hospital on night shift and Evan calls me. I can tell immediately he's scared. Not "I heard a creak" scared. Really scared. He says he was in bed, almost asleep, with Pumpkin curled up at his feet. Out of nowhere, she jumps up like she's been shocked, bolts off the bed, and races downstairs. A second later, he hears her yelp, like something startled or hurt her, and then she comes sprinting back up, jumps onto the bed, and just shakes. Full body trembling. He went downstairs while he was still on the phone with me to see if maybe some animal got in, if something fell, if there was any normal explanation. There was nothing. No doors open, no broken glass, no smell, no sign of anything unusual except the fact that the dog, who is normally fearless, was terrified. When your dog starts reacting to it, you stop being able to talk yourself out of it. So that's where we're at. We've lived in 3 different homes, in 2 different states, and whatever this is, it feels like it's come with us. It mimics our dog. It mimics footsteps. Now it's started mimicking my voice. And I'm a mom now. I can handle being scared for myself. I can live with a little weirdness and sleep with a nightlight on. But I lie awake at night thinking, what happens when my son is old enough to talk, and he starts telling me about someone calling his name from the hallway when no one's there? I don't know what this is. A mimic, a spirit, something attached to us. I honestly have no idea. I just know it's getting bolder, and I'm desperate to protect my family. That's why I'm finally saying this out loud. Because whatever is in our home, it's not just the house. It's us. And I need to figure out how to make it stop. So, let me tell you about the time I realized something had basically been following me my whole life. When I was about 5, my parents and I moved into this condo near the beach in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It was one of those airy, 80s-looking places with big windows and a spiral staircase in the living room. The stairs led up to this loft, maybe 20 feet by 20 feet, kind of like a little open room that looked over everything. On moving day, I remember being so excited. I grabbed this cardboard box full of toys, Barbies, little plastic dinosaurs, all that, and dragged it up the spiral staircase to claim the loft as my secret hideout. The second I stepped off that last stair and onto the carpet up there, it was like walking into a refrigerator, just freezing. And not like, oh, the AC is on. It was a different kind of cold. My chest tightened, and out of nowhere I got this intense, urgent feeling. Leave. Now. I didn't see anything. Nothing moved. But my whole body just panicked. I dropped the box and ran back down the stairs as fast as I could, sobbing. After that, I never went back up there again. Not once. My parents thought I was just being a dramatic little kid. And at that age, I didn't even know what a ghost was. I just knew that space felt wrong. Fast forward to when I'm about 12. We're at dinner one night, and my parents randomly bring up that condo, just casually. And my mom goes, "Yeah, that place was weird." I'm like, "What do you mean weird?" That's when they finally tell me that the whole time we lived there, strange stuff was happening. Every night, almost exactly around 3 a.m. My mom swears it was always a little before 3. Our cat would start this eerie, crying sort of meow. Not a normal "feed me" sound. More like something between a wail and a scream. Right after that, my parents would hear the sound of high heels walking across the living room floor. Clear as day. Click, click, click. They'd hear them go past the couch, around the coffee table, and right up to the hallway outside their bedroom. My mom thought it was just pipes or the neighbors at first, but it was carpet in there. No one should have sounded like that on carpet. It wasn't just them either. Guests who stayed over had their own stories. My grandma stayed with us once. She told my mom she heard someone walking around the living room late at night, and then, this is the part that freaks me out, she said she felt someone sit down on the edge of her bed. The mattress actually dipped. She thought it was my mom checking on her, until she realized my mom never came in. On one of our last nights in that condo, after months of this, my parents had kind of gotten used to it. You can get used to anything, I guess. They'd hear the heels, the cat, the random noises, and just roll over and go back to sleep. But this one night, they were in bed, half asleep, when suddenly the bathroom door in their room slammed open. Not just creaked, slammed. Hard enough that it hit the stopper. That was the moment it stopped being quirky old building and turned into, okay, we're not alone here. Not long after that, my parents divorced. My mom and I moved to a new house in the suburbs, one of those freshly built neighborhoods with tiny trees and identical houses. Everything was clean and bright and smelled like new paint. On the surface, it was the total opposite of that condo. For a while, it felt normal, safe. When I was around 6, my dad would stay over some nights and tuck me in. He'd sit on the edge of my bed and wait until I fell asleep, then quietly sneak out and go back to the guest room. He said, "Just going to the bathroom," in this tired voice, and walked out of my room. Here's the weird part. There was a bathroom literally just down the hall from my bedroom, but instead of turning right toward it, I heard his footsteps going down the stairs. That didn't make sense to me, even as a kid. So, of course, I got curious and followed. I padded down the stairs and heard the faint sound of the front door closing. When I reached the bottom, I stopped by the door, confused. Off to my left was this short hallway that led to the downstairs bathroom, maybe 10 or 15 feet away. The bathroom door was open, and it was dark except for a soft glow from the kitchen light behind me. From where I was standing, I could see just inside the bathroom, part of the sink, and a reflection of a framed picture on the wall. I called out, "Dad?" And that's when I heard it. Click, click, click. The distinct sound of high heels walking toward me from that hallway. Now, keep in mind, my parents had never told me about the footsteps in the condo. I didn't know anything about that yet. So my brain didn't go, "Oh, ghost." It just went, "Something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong." Every instinct I had screamed, "Run!" I bolted up the stairs, completely losing it, sobbing so hard I could barely talk. My uncle was staying with us at the time. He heard me and came out of the guest room, asking what happened. When I finally managed to tell him I heard heels walking toward me by the bathroom, he got this look, this flash of real fear, before he caught himself. He knew about the old condo. I didn't know that yet. He knelt down and hugged me and said, Hey, it's okay. Ghosts can't go up the stairs." Later, I realized he just made that up to calm me down. But at the time, I clung to it like it was a rule of the universe. A few other strange things happened in that house, but spread out over the years. When I was about 7, I was playing downstairs while my family was in the kitchen. Our staircase was U-shaped, and one of the walls along it was covered in mirrors going all the way up. From the bottom, you could see the upper flight of stairs, part of the hallway, and the doors to the first couple of bedrooms reflected. My bedroom door was open, light on. I remember glancing up in the mirror and seeing my doorway, bright and empty. I turned back to whatever I was doing, probably playing with some toy on the rug, for maybe 15 seconds. When I looked up again, my room was dark. The door was still open, but the light was off. Everyone was still crowded around the kitchen island. Nobody had gone upstairs. I figured, okay, the bulb blew out. So I shrugged it off and went upstairs to check. I walked into my room, flipped the switch, and the light came right back on. No flicker, no delay, just on. I stood there for a second like, cool, guess the house just turns the lights off for fun now. The last thing that happened in that house was actually kind of funny now, even though it freaked me out then. As a kid, I had these little tics. One of them was making this weird, deliberate voice crack sound. A kind of, squeak I'd do without thinking. One day I was in the shower, just zoning out, and I did it. Immediately, from right behind me, I heard the exact same sound. Same tone, same pitch, same timing. As loud and clear as the water hitting the tub. I whipped around, shampoo in my eyes, absolutely certain someone was in there with me. And of course, there was no one. By the time I hit 17, you'd think I'd be like, yeah, no thanks, I've had enough. But teenagers are stupidly brave and bored, so I went the opposite direction. I started actually looking for haunted places. Naturally, my friends and I decided that was the perfect place to hang out. One night, a big group of us went to explore. We squeezed through a gap in the fence, climbed in through a broken side door, and worked our way down to the basement area where the morgue was. There were rusty gurneys, busted tiles, graffiti everywhere. The whole place smelled like mold and old metal. Because there were so many of us, we felt invincible. Strength in numbers, you know? So we started doing that dumb horror movie thing, yelling into the dark. Show us you're here. We're not scared. Stuff like that. A few seconds after we stopped shouting, we heard this massive bang behind us. It sounded like someone dropped a steel door flat onto the floor, maybe 10 feet away. It was loud enough that it echoed down the hallway. All of us turned at the exact same time. Nobody was there. Nothing had moved. There was nothing near the spot the sound came from that could have just fallen. No loose metal sheet, no door swinging. There was this 2-second pause where we all processed that, and then everyone started running at once. We sprinted back up the stairs and out of the building, hearts pounding, thinking it was over. When we got outside and finally caught our breath, my friend, let's call him Nico, lifted his shirt because he said his back was burning. Right across his skin, from one shoulder blade toward his spine, was this long, red scratch. Fresh. Like something had raked a single claw across him. None of us had seen him bump into anything. There was nothing sticking out of the walls where he'd been standing. It just appeared. You'd think that would have been enough, but a couple months later, we were still hooked on finding creepy places. Someone heard about this old, abandoned state prison a couple hours away. It wasn't enormous, but it was completely cut off, surrounded by overgrown fields and canals. You had to park far away and walk in along this dirt path. By the time you reached it, you couldn't see any houses, no streetlights, nothing. Just this dead concrete building in the middle of nowhere. So, obviously, we went. That night, Nico came again. He had a few drinks before we went in, so he was loose and jokey, but still walking okay. Inside, the air felt heavy, like the whole place had soaked up every bad thing that ever happened there. We were in the main courtyard, shining our flashlights around, peeking into empty cells, just messing around. Nico started wandering away from the group, toward this far corner where the fence met the building. He was still in sight, just a little off to the side. He stopped, turned his head to the left, and just froze. Like a video that paused mid-frame. From where we were, there was a wall blocking our view of whatever he was looking at. After a few seconds, he turned back toward us and said, very calmly, "We should go." We thought he was just being dramatic. We teased him, said, "Oh, did the prison ghost tell you that?" and kept exploring. Eventually, we found this small doorway that led into a low, narrow passageway, maybe 4 feet high, running between the backs of the cells and the outer wall. You had to crouch the whole time. Along the wall, there were these little rectangular openings, maybe 8 by 15 inches, where you could look into each cell like a peephole. We went in single file, crouching and shuffling along, pointing our flashlights through each opening, going deeper and deeper. The further in we went, the more the sounds from outside disappeared. It was just our breathing and our shoes scraping the concrete. At some point, Nico ended up behind us, still checking each opening with his light. We decided we'd go out a different exit and try to jump out at him for a cheap scare. Then, all at once, he whips around and starts moving quickly toward us. Not quite running, but not walking either. When he reaches us, his face is pale. He says, "We need to get out. Now." We're like, "What did you see?" He says, "I'm not joking. I think there's a body in one of those cells." We honestly still thought he was messing with us. Nico wasn't the prank type, but the whole situation felt surreal, and we didn't want to believe him. So we're like, "Okay, well, if you're so freaked out, show us what you saw in the courtyard first." We retraced our steps, climbed back out of the passage, and walked to that corner where he'd frozen earlier. We turned the corner around this little jut of wall, and there he was. A black man, sitting in a chair, right up against the fence, facing straight ahead. Not translucent, not glowing, not anything. He looked solid, real. Just a regular guy, arms resting on his legs, staring. The problem was, there was no car, no boat, no path that didn't involve a long walk through pitch-dark nowhere. We hadn't seen a single sign of another person the entire time. We all stopped. The air felt thick. The man slowly turned his head, looked directly at us, and said, very softly, "Hi." That was it. No threat, no jump scare. Just, "Hi." We absolutely lost it, spun around and bolted. We didn't stop until we were halfway back down the dirt path. My legs were shaking so hard I could barely walk. On the walk back, Nico kept rubbing the side of his neck, saying it burned. We were like, "You probably got bit by a mosquito, chill." Then one of our friends shined his flashlight on Nico's neck and went, Dude, what is that?" Wrapped around his throat, like someone had grabbed him from behind, was this red, distinct mark. Not just a patch of irritated skin, a clear line all the way around. Like fingers had been there. None of us joked after that. The rest of the walk was quiet. So yeah, I still don't know what to believe. I'm not someone who jumps at every creak in the house. I don't blame everything on spirits or demons or whatever. But between the woman in heels in 2 different houses, the scratch at the hospital, and the man with the chair and that mark around Nico's neck, let's just say I'm not convinced we're ever really alone. So, let me tell you a story. I want you to imagine a road by the sea. A real one. No movie filters, no special effects. Just asphalt, salt wind, and those old concrete cliffs that have seen more than they'll ever say. Some places remember things, and this road, this cliff road between the mountains and the Pacific, it remembers. That night, the air tasted like metal on my tongue. You ever notice that? When you're too tired or too anxious, and even the wind feels sharp? The moon was full and heavy, hanging over the black outline of the cliffs. Far below, the waves were crashing so loud you could feel them in your chest more than you could hear them. I was on that road with my girlfriend at the time. My name's Gian. I was 29 then, a little worn down, the way life can make you look older than you really are. With me was my new girlfriend, Rena. Bright, curious, always asking why about everything. She was a few years younger than me, too young to be carrying around someone else's ghosts. We weren't in a motorbike like you might imagine. We were in this old little silver hatchback, the kind where the windows rattle if you go faster than 80. I still remember the dashboard light. One of the bulbs had died, so the speedometer was only half lit. We pulled over at this lookout point, where the road stretches ahead in a gentle curve, and a line of streetlights runs all the way along the cliff. That night they were all on, soft yellow, one after another, like a path someone had drawn just for us. Rena hopped out first, hugging her jacket around her. The sea breeze caught her hair and lifted it just a little. "Wow," she said, turning in a slow circle. "This is beautiful. It doesn't even feel real." I leaned on the car and tried to smile. "Yeah," I told her. "Like a dream, right?" But my voice shook. Just a little. Not from the cold. Because this wasn't the first time I'd stood on that road with a girl who loved me. Before Rena, there was another. Her name was Hannah, and she loved me with everything she had. Maybe more than she should have. Hannah's story ended with an overdose, alone in a small apartment that still smelled like laundry detergent and jasmine tea. The police said it was suicide. Her mother said it was my fault. The neighbors whispered. Our old classmates stared. And the last message she ever sent me, "I'm scared. Are you coming?" reached me too late. You know how guilt works, right? It doesn't just sit quietly in a corner. It spreads its wings and follows you, like a shadow that doesn't need light. Rena knew the basics, that my ex had died. She didn't know about the shouting outside the funeral home. She didn't know about the way I stopped checking my phone after that last message, because even the vibration of a text made my stomach drop. She just knew I was still healing, and she decided to be gentle with that. So there we were, two people in an old car on a haunted road that most people just think is scenic. While the engine ticked as it cooled, Rena tugged on my sleeve. "Hey," she said, "let's take a picture. Look at those lights. It's like they're, I don't know, lighting up our future." She laughed. "That was cheesy. Forget I said that." I shook my head. "No, I like it. Let's take the picture." She started humming this silly tune, some pop song that had been on the radio all summer. Too cheerful for a place like that. And then it happened. The light at the very end of the road went out. We both noticed, but we didn't say anything yet. Then the one before it flickered and died. Then the next, and the next. In less than 10 seconds, everything beyond our car was swallowed in darkness. The sea went from loud to distant. The air felt thicker. It was like the night took a breath and forgot how to exhale. Rena grabbed my arm. "Jan, what was that?" My heart was hammering, and not because of the lights, because I knew this feeling. I'd felt it once before, on the night Hannah died, walking into her building. That thick, suffocating silence that somehow already knows what you're about to find. And then the cold came. Not normal cold. Not, oh hey, the wind's picking up. This was bone deep, memory deep, like every regret you've ever had turned into ice and pressed itself against your skin. I stared down the dark road, and I saw her. Something floated into view from the darkness. Not walking, not really moving the way a person does, just drifting. A woman, in a loose white dress that didn't belong to any season. Her hair hung long and dark, strands floating around her as if she were underwater. Her feet didn't touch the ground. My throat closed. "Hannah," I whispered, before I could stop myself. Rena stiffened beside me. "Who is that? Is she hurt?" Her voice was shaking, but she still sounded like a person who believed this could be explained. The figure drifted closer, and the moonlight hit her face. It was Hannah, but not the Hannah I'd known. Her eyes didn't look alive. They looked like accusations carved into ice. She hovered just above the asphalt, the hem of her dress stirring in a wind I couldn't feel. "Jian," she said, voice thin and cutting, like air moving through a crack in a door. "There is nowhere for you to go from here." My body locked. I wanted to move, to run, to throw Rena into the car and drive, but my legs wouldn't respond. Hannah's face twisted, not with anger at first, but with a grief so sharp it almost sounded like laughter. "Why didn't you save me?" she asked. My hands were shaking. "I tried," I said. "Hana, I came back as fast as I could." Her stare didn't change. "You told them I did it to myself," she whispered, more venom in that softness than in any scream. "You said I chose those pills, and they believed you." "It's what happened," I managed, though even as I said it, doubt I'd never dared to admit flared inside me. "When I got there, you were already dead," she snapped. "Cold. Alone." The wind surged out of nowhere, whipping Rena's hair around her face, sending dry leaves spinning up from the roadside. Behind us, the car rocked gently. I heard Rena choke out, "Jian, let's go, please, please." But the road ahead felt sealed off. Like if we moved, we'd be driving straight into whatever Hana had become. Hana lifted one pale hand, and the air around her fingertips shimmered with a frost that had no business being in that humid coastal air. Her eyes slid to Rena. "She'll take them too," Hana murmured, "just like I did. And when she does, everyone will be sure of what they only whispered about before." My blood went from ice to lightning. "Don't," I said. I don't even know who I was talking to. Hana, the road, the sky. "I curse your future," she said calmly. "I curse every love you touch. I curse the innocence you pretend to have." She drifted forward until her face was inches from mine. The car's side mirror frosted over with a thin layer of white crystals, right in front of my eyes. And then, every single streetlight snapped back on, all at once. The cicadas shrieked from the trees again, like someone had hit unpause on the night. The wind turned back into regular, chilly wind. The car settled. Hana was gone. Just gone. The road ahead looked normal, quiet, almost friendly. Rena was still clutching my arm. "What was that?" she whispered. "Tell me you saw that. Tell me I'm not crazy." But both of us knew the wind doesn't make mirrors freeze, and power surges don't call you by your name. We got back in the car and drove away from that place. Rena tried to joke about it later, you know? She teased me for believing in ghosts. We folded that memory up and tucked it into the back of our lives like a photo you don't frame, but can't throw away either. Time passed. Almost a year. We went back to our ordinary routines. Movies, street food, lazy Sundays. Sometimes Hana's name came up, but only in passing, like touching a scar through clothing. Never too long, never too deep. And then one evening, my phone rang. It was late. I remember because the TV was on, but I wasn't watching it. I saw Rena's name on the screen and answered. "Hey," I said. Silence. Not the kind of silence where you know someone's listening. A heavier kind. Like the silence on that road. "Rena?" I asked. Something clinked, faintly. Like plastic against glass. Pill bottles. My heart stopped. "Rena, talk to me. What's going on?" Nothing. I grabbed my keys and ran. I don't even remember locking the door behind me. The whole drive to her apartment is a blur in my mind. Just red lights and the sound of my own breathing. By the time I reached her place, the sky outside her building had already started to lighten at the edges. Her door was unlocked. The windows in her room were open, curtains moving gently as if someone had just walked past them. The room smelled like her shampoo and something sterile. And there she was, lying on the bed, perfectly still, like she'd just decided to rest for a moment and hadn't quite figured out how to come back from it. The glass of water on her nightstand was half full. The bottle of pills, sleeping tablets I recognized because I was the one who'd bought them for her, just in case, lay on its side, empty. They later said she'd been gone for around 5 hours by the time I found her. Her phone was on the floor, and next to her hand was a note. Not long, not dramatic, just a few lines. You asked me not to be afraid of losing you. You told me if it ever felt too heavy, I should take these and sleep, and you'd come back in time. You promised you'd be there. You weren't. My vision went blurry. The room tilted. I remember saying no a lot, like the word could rewind time if I said it enough. But grief doesn't care how many times you say no. The rest happened fast and slow at the same time. The police arrived. They spoke softly at first. They took photos. They took the note. They asked where the pills came from. I bought them, I admitted, but I didn't tell her to. I didn't think she'd. They exchanged looks. The whispers from Hannah's case suddenly weren't whispers anymore. 2 girls connected to the same man. 2 overdoses. 2 notes. This time, the ending was different. They put cuffs on me. The charge was negligent homicide. The idea was that I had given Rena the means, the words, the reassurance that turned into something lethal. The trial. I won't drag you through all of that. The point is, the judge looked at the evidence, at me, at those 2 stories that suddenly sounded so similar, and then he said, 2 years. 2 years of my life, neatly measured and handed back to me as a sentence. When they led me out of the courtroom, I made the mistake of looking toward the tall windows along the side of the building. The mountains were visible in the distance, and beyond them, barely, the faint line of the sea. For just a moment, in that shimmer of heat, I thought I saw it again. A white dress, moving where there was no wind. Long, dark hair, floating as if underwater. A still face, and eyes that glittered with a terrible, calm satisfaction. Hannah. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it was guilt. Or maybe some promises, once made to the dead, don't just disappear. Some roads remember, and some things you say, carelessly, in a moment of wanting to comfort someone. Just take these, you'll sleep, I'll come back, can turn into chains you never meant to forge. So if you ever find yourself on a cliff road by the sea one night, and the air feels heavier than it should, and the streetlights ahead of you shine like little pieces of hope laid out in a row, I'm not going to tell you not to drive it. I'm just going to tell you this. If those lights start going out, one by one, and the darkness comes toward you like it remembers your name, don't make promises you can't keep. And pray, quietly, sincerely, that the road doesn't decide to remember you, too. So, before I tell you what happened that night, I need to give you a bit of context, otherwise it just sounds completely insane. At the time, it was early October 2021. I was living in this tiny ground floor apartment with my boyfriend Eli. It was in the back of a courtyard, just a little 2-story building. Our place on the ground floor, the same layout above us. I really loved that apartment. It felt bright, calm, a good place to live. We were honestly very happy there. Eli is an extremely light sleeper. Normally, if I so much as turn over too fast, he'll grumble, and if I turn on a light, forget it. He's awake instantly. On my side of the bed, I had this small, very classic night lamp. You know the type. Little fabric lampshade, open at the top, and when you turn it on, there's always this soft, yellowish circle of light on the ceiling. That detail is important. Another thing that matters, my mom, Sabine, is very into the paranormal. She's one of those people who has a pendulum, does energy work, cuts fire for burns, that kind of thing. I've always been more down to earth. I'm not a hardcore skeptic, but I'm the let's find a logical explanation first type. Or at least I was before this. Anyway, that autumn I'd been sick for a while. Just this stubborn cough that wouldn't let up. It was keeping both me and Eli awake at night. He started finishing his nights on the couch because my coughing fits would jolt him awake over and over. It wasn't ideal, but we were managing. One night, my cough was especially bad. Eli was sleeping next to me in the bedroom, and for once, he seemed completely knocked out, which was already weird. I was lying there on my back, eyes open, just trying not to cough, trying to swallow it down, but the more I tried to control it, the worse it got. On top of that, I started to feel this anxiety. Not just, I'm sick and can't sleep stress, but a kind of creeping dread I couldn't explain. It felt like something heavy was slowly settling on my chest, and not just in the physical, I've been coughing for weeks way. Finally, I gave up and reached over to turn on my bedside lamp. The second the light clicked on, I got that something is wrong feeling in my stomach. At first, I thought it was just because Eli didn't react. No annoyed sigh, no rolling over, nothing. This guy wakes up if I breathe weird, but the light and my coughing didn't seem to touch him. Then I realized it actually looked darker in the room than it should. I frowned, blinked a few times, and looked up. Normally there's that warm circle for my lamp on the ceiling, but this time, the ceiling was in shadow. It was like the light from the lamp couldn't reach it. And the instant I really saw that, a wave of terror just ripped through me. It wasn't rational fear. It was that deep, animal kind that makes your whole body go rigid. I tried to shake Eli a little, but I didn't insist. I just nudged his shoulder and whispered his name. Nothing. He didn't even stir. So I kept staring at the ceiling, which was just this dark, flat shape above me where the light should have been. And then, this is the part that's burned into my memory, I saw the shadows start to move. It looked like somebody had poured thick black paint on the ceiling, and now it was slowly sliding downward. These heavy streaks of darkness started crawling from the ceiling down onto the walls, very, very slowly. That was the moment my terror snapped me into action. My whole body screamed, "Get out!" The living room was right next to the bedroom, basically just a few steps away. I went in and turned on the main ceiling light, just a bare bulb with no lampshade. Bright, white light. The ceiling lit up perfectly normally. No strange shadows. Nothing. I sat down on the couch, clutching my phone, heart racing, eyes glued to the ceiling as if something might show up there too. And then, a few minutes later, I saw them again. The wall between the bedroom and the living room was in front of me. I was watching that wall when I noticed the shadows kind of bleed through it. They slid across from the bedroom side, spread over the living room ceiling, and started creeping outward. It was like the darkness itself had decided to move house. My instinct was to call my mom. I didn't even really think about it. I just opened WhatsApp and hit video call. It was around 2 in the morning. She picked up instantly, before the first ring even finished. I didn't say a word. I didn't even have time to say hello. She looked at me, a little dazed, and said, "I just dreamed that shadows were coming down from your ceiling." I remember my whole body going cold. I flipped the camera around and showed her the ceiling. You could clearly see the shadows spreading there, moving slowly, like they were sliding toward the light bulb. I told her I felt horrible. I was shaking, my chest tight, my cough worse than ever. I told her I was terrified. She told me to hold on, put the phone down for a second, and went to get her pendulum. To paint the scene a bit more, earlier that evening, Eli and I had watched a movie and eaten popcorn out of this big ceramic bowl. We'd left the empty bowl on the coffee table with a few kernels and some crumbs in it. I held the phone up so my mom could see the ceiling while she did whatever she does with her pendulum from a distance. I don't know exactly what she was asking or saying. She was murmuring things I couldn't make out clearly. While she was doing that, I started feeling worse. My cough got harsher, more violent, and I suddenly felt really nauseous. My whole body was buzzing with this horrible energy, and that anxiety I'd felt in bed was now full-blown panic. The shadows on the ceiling had mostly stopped moving at that point. They just hovered there, thicker around the bulb, like they were clinging to it. Then it hit me all at once, a huge wave of nausea. I grabbed the popcorn bowl and leaned over it, fully expecting to throw up the way you do when you're really sick. But what came out wasn't normal. It was like half a liter of clear, stringy mucus, almost transparent, thick, slimy. Not food, not bile, not anything I recognized. It looked exactly like what people describe as ectoplasm in those old stories. It was absolutely disgusting. And somehow, seeing it made everything 10 times worse. My fear shifted from, there are shadows on my ceiling, to, what on earth is leaving my body right now? When it was over, I tilted the bowl toward the phone and showed my mom. She didn't look surprised, just very serious. She told me, "Go throw that in the toilet right now. Flush it a couple of times. Then wash the bowl really well." So I did exactly that. I went to the bathroom, dumped the whole mess into the toilet, flushed again, then scrubbed the bowl with way more soap than necessary. The whole time, I felt shaky and exhausted, but also strangely lighter. When I walked back into the living room, the energy felt different. I sat down, phone in hand, and my mom and I talked for a little while. We tried to make sense of it, but neither of us could come up with anything that really explained it in a way that felt satisfying. Eventually, we were both wiped out, so we said goodnight. I still refused to go back into the bedroom, though. So I made myself a little nest on the couch, left the living room light on, and tried to rest. Eli stayed in the bedroom the entire night and never woke up once. Not from my coughing, not from the light, nothing. In the morning, he told me he'd slept oddly well, which, honestly, was the creepiest possible thing he could have said. By the time I got to work the next day, I hadn't slept at all. I was exhausted and still rattled, so I ended up telling 2 colleagues I trust about what happened. One of them, Clara, is very Catholic, very devout. The other, Nina, practices Reiki and shamanism. A pretty unexpected duo, I know. They both listened quietly, and then they offered to come back to my apartment with me after work to see if they could do something about it. Normally, I'd be skeptical of that kind of thing, but after the night I just had, I was willing to try anything that might help. When we got to my place, it was still daytime. Warm, sunny, no jackets needed. We decided to open all the windows to air out the energy, as Nina put it. I didn't want to go back into the bedroom yet, so I stayed out in the little courtyard while they went in. They both started saying they felt strange in the bedroom. Heavy, uncomfortable. I watched from outside. Both the bedroom and living room windows faced the courtyard, so I could see what was happening. Clara knelt down by my side of the bed and started praying. She said an exorcism prayer, St. Michael's, I think. Her lips were moving steadily, her eyes closed in concentration. And then I saw her breath. You know how, in winter, you exhale and you see that little cloud of mist? That. Except it wasn't winter. It was a mild, warm day. I wasn't seeing my breath at all outside. Only hers, inside the bedroom. She paused, looked out the window at me, and said, "You see that too, right?" I nodded. She told me it suddenly felt much colder in there. Meanwhile, Nina was walking slowly around the living room, burning sage. The smoke drifted lazily through the air. At one point, she stopped, took out her pendulum, and started asking questions out loud, reading from a small book she'd brought with her, using it as a guide. This went on for a while. Prayers in the bedroom, sage and pendulum in the living room. I just stood in the courtyard, watching, not daring to go in. Then, gradually, things changed. Clara's breath stopped showing in the air. She said the temperature in the bedroom was rising again, back to normal. Nina said she felt something unhook or lift. They both looked less tense, more relaxed. They came to the window and told me they thought it was okay for me to come back inside. I stepped into the apartment and there was a difference. The air felt lighter. It's hard to describe, but it was like an invisible pressure had been pressing down on the place, and now it was gone. Clara had to go home, but Nina stayed a bit longer to keep me company until Eli got back from work. Important detail. Nina had never been to my apartment before that day. She didn't know my building, my neighbors, anything. As we were talking, she asked me about the upstairs neighbor. I barely knew her. I knew her last name from the mailbox and had seen her a few times in the courtyard. That was it. We'd had short, polite chats, nothing more. I hadn't told Nina or Clara any of this. It just hadn't seemed important. So we're sitting there, and Nina is still kind of feeling the energy of the place, and out of nowhere she asks, "Is your neighbor upstairs called Mael?" I froze. I said yes. The mailboxes only had last names, so there was no way she could have seen it earlier. Then she started describing the neighbor, roughly how tall she was, how she wore her hair, the general vibe of her clothes. She got most of it right. She asked, "Is she okay? Is she very depressed?" I told her what the landlord had said, that she'd been gone for weeks, that she was in treatment somewhere, but as far as I knew, the lease was still in her name, and her things were still in the apartment above. Nina thought about it for a moment, pendulum in hand, then told me what she believed had happened. She said my neighbor, Mael, was so unhappy and so deeply attached to her apartment that her sadness had sort of imprinted itself on the place. According to her, that emotional imprint had turned into some kind of entity or presence. And because I was physically weak, sick, exhausted, drained, that night I was more vulnerable. That's why I'd felt it, and that's how it had managed to reach into my apartment. She told me she'd done what she could to seal and protect my place. She said I should be safe now. And you know what? Since then, nothing strange has happened there again. The rest of the time we lived in that apartment was completely normal. When I eventually moved out a few years later, I found little signs of that day left behind by my friends. Tiny bottles tucked near the windows, small pentacles hidden in corners, a little prayer card under the foot of my bed, and a rosary I'd never noticed before. Quiet little protections, left there without telling me. I still don't have a good explanation for what happened that night, but I will never, ever forget the feeling of watching those shadows crawl down from the ceiling toward me. And sometimes I still wonder, has anyone else ever felt something like that? So, I guess I'll just talk to you like we're sitting on a couch together, yeah? Since I can remember, sleep has never really felt safe to me. I've always had nightmares, like the same one over and over with slightly different angles. They weren't just bad dreams. They were about being used, being exploited in ways that made my whole body feel dirty, even after I woke up. Sometimes I was myself in the dream. Sometimes I was someone else and I was just trapped inside her, watching everything from her eyes. There's one version I still see so clearly. In that one, I'm not me. I'm this little girl, maybe 9 or 10, wearing a yellow hoodie and worn-out blue jeans, sitting on these rough concrete steps outside a big gray stone building. The sun is beating down, and I remember feeling this deep, heavy knowing. I don't want to be here. I don't want this. But I also knew I was being forced to be there. In the dream, I'm sitting there with my knees pulled up, and I know I'm supposed to do things that feel disgusting and wrong. There's this horrible burning pit in my stomach, like my body already knows what's coming. Then I see him. I don't look at his face. I won't look at his face. But I see his clothes. He's tall and skinny, walking up the steps in these straight dark jeans and old beat-up boots. He stops right next to me, towering over me. I just stare at his shoes and feel my whole body go cold. He turns and walks into the building, and that burning in my stomach turns into fire, because I know I'm supposed to follow him. I know what happens if I do. In the dream, I walk toward the door, and right as I'm about to step inside, I wake up. Every time I wake up right there, and every time I want to go back. Not because I liked the dream, but because I wanted to grab that little girl and run. I wanted to save her. After a while, I started dreading sleep. I was terrified that one day I'd get stuck in that dream and not wake up, that I'd just live there forever, with no way to pull myself out. And it wasn't just that one nightmare. I had dreams about being kidnapped too. You know that feeling when you're running in a dream, but your body feels like it's sinking into the ground? You're moving in slow motion, and terror is just chewing you up from the inside? Yeah, that. I'd be running, knowing someone was chasing me, and my legs just wouldn't work. I'd wake up like, why does my brain hate me so much? Then things somehow got worse. My dad started traveling for work a lot, so my brother, my sister, and I would sleep with my mom because it made her feel better having us close. I was probably around 10 or 11. You'd think being right next to her would make me feel safe, right? But at that point, I was already scared to fall asleep. I was afraid of the dreams, afraid I'd just slip into that nightmare world and not come back. One night, I'm lying next to my mom, trying to calm down enough to sleep, and suddenly I get these flashes, like little movie clips in my head, of me hurting her. It was like something in my mind picked up an axe and went after my own mother. I remember my whole body tensing up like, what the hell was that? I turned toward her and clung to her arm because touching her made me feel like I was anchored in reality. She moved away a bit. She never liked being touched when she slept. But for me, that physical contact was like, okay, she's here, I'm here, this is real. I'm not lost in some nightmare. And the whole time I'm thinking, how do you even say this out loud? How do you tell your mom, hey, I just saw violent images of you in my own head and I'm terrified of myself, without sounding completely insane or scaring her? Around that time, weird stuff started happening in the house. Things would slide off shelves for no reason. We'd hear loud bangs, random voices. One of the creepiest things was that I'd sometimes hear a whole party going on outside my bedroom door. Music, voices, people talking like the house was full. I'd open my door like, okay, who's here? And the living room and kitchen would be completely empty. Just dead quiet. Most nights, I'd also hear this shuffling sound right above me when I was trying to sleep. Like multiple sets of feet moving around. Maybe 2 or 3 people. Right there in my room, hovering over me, watching me while I slept. At first, I was terrified. I would pull the blanket over my head and just freeze. But it kept happening, over and over, until I got, honestly, more annoyed than scared. The shuffling would get louder and louder until I couldn't sleep at all. There were nights I literally thought, can y'all just shut up so I can rest? One night, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw them. I saw this tall shadow figure at the foot of my bed, wearing a hat. Behind him were maybe 10 other shadowy shapes, all dark and human-like, spaced out around the room, just standing there, watching me. I'd also see those black shadows randomly during the day sometimes, and it got into my head. I started to believe they were trying to talk to me without words, like they were in my mind, telling me what to do. Eventually, they stopped showing up like that, but by then, the damage was kind of already done. Everyone in the house started noticing things, the noises, stuff moving. It turned into a joke like, Okay, so the house is definitely haunted. My mom is a big Christian woman, and she hated when we joked about ghosts or spirits in her home. But me, my brother, and my sister, we could feel something there. When I was younger, before all of this got so dark, I loved playing teacher. I'd line up my stuffed animals, give them tests, pretend we were at recess, and teach them stuff I'd just learned in school. My sister and I shared a bedroom all the way up until we were almost out of high school. In the beginning, she played along with my little pretend classroom, but she grew out of it way before I did. So after a while, she didn't want me doing it in our room anymore. So I started setting up my classroom in other places. The kitchen, the living room, but mostly my parents' bedroom. And that's where it really started to feel evil. I'd be there, teaching my imaginary students, just being this happy little kid, and I'd suddenly feel it, like someone was watching me from the corner of the room. The feeling would shift from just being watched to this heavy, intense hatred. It was like whatever was watching me hated that I was happy, hated that I was playing, that I still had some innocence left. Some days I couldn't stay in that room very long, because the longer I laughed or smiled, the stronger the feeling got. I remember one day standing near my dad's side of the bed and just knowing something was in the corner. I stared right at that spot, and in my mind I saw it like this dark, swirling cloud with energy pulsing through it. I could feel it staring back with this deep, burning hate. I knew, somehow, that it was a man. Not because I saw a face, but the way you can feel someone's energy and just know. My gut said, this is a man, and he wants me to suffer. After that, I stopped playing teacher. I stopped letting myself be playful in that room, because every time I tried, that feeling came back, like he wanted to crush it. And I kept thinking, what did I even do to deserve this? I'm a child. I didn't hurt you. Why are you targeting me? All of that, over time, really messed with my head. There were hospital stays, therapy sessions, all of that. I'm not going into detail here, but just know, it was bad, and it was way too much for someone that young. Another thing that happened, this one still makes my skin crawl. Analyzing. Lee sleeping on the floor for some reason. One night, I ended up half inside my parents' tiny closet, with this big pile of laundry next to me, and my feet stretched out under their bed. I'm half asleep, listening to my mom and sister walking in and out of the room, getting ready for something. And then I feel it, this long, cold, almost slimy hand wrapping around my foot and pulling. It felt like the fingers were too long, the nails too sharp. I jolted awake and screamed, "Who just grabbed my foot?" My mom and sister rushed in like, "What? What happened?" Both of them were like, "It wasn't me." And there I was, just sitting on the floor, heart pounding, trying to act like it was nothing, trying to convince myself I imagined it. But my body knew I didn't. One time, my grandma came to visit from Arizona. She walked into the house and, later that day, she pulled my mom aside, all frantic, and asked, "Why didn't you tell me you invited that man here?" My mom was confused. "What man?" she asked. "It's just us." My grandma said, "I saw a man sitting in your husband's chair. He looked angry, mean." When I heard that, it was like everything inside me went still. Because she didn't know my stories, she didn't know about the shadow in the corner, or the footsteps, or the hatred I felt. But she saw him. That was the first time I felt truly validated. Like, okay, I'm not just crazy. Something is really here. Eventually, I opened up to my mom about the nightmares. Not everything, but enough. She told me to sleep with a Bible under my pillow. So I did. And you know what? The nightmares actually stopped for a while. They didn't go away forever, but they weren't as constant. It felt like I could finally rest. When I'd walk around the house at night and feel that presence, especially near my parents' room, I'd quietly repeat scripture in my head, rejecting whatever energy I felt around me. As soon as I did that, the feeling would lift. The room would feel empty in a good way. I felt, for the first time, like I had something to fight back with. Looking back, I really believe something was tormenting me. Not just a random ghost, but something darker. Maybe a demon. Maybe something I don't have the right word for. I feel like it pushed thoughts into my mind, flashed images at me, twisted my feelings to convince me I was a monster, that I should destroy myself. But I also know this: I didn't give in. Not completely. I kept trying. I went through psych wards, therapy, all of that. And at some point, I realized that as much as other people could help, only I could decide to stay, to push back, to rebuild my own mind. Time passed. I got older. There were a lot of nights just sitting around, smoking weed, talking to myself, analyzing my own thoughts, trying to understand where all this darkness fit into who I am. I'm 24 now. I haven't felt that presence clearly in years, though sometimes, in my last apartment, I thought I caught a hint of it. A familiar heaviness in the corner of a room. I hear stories about things attaching to people and following them from place to place. I really hope that's not my situation. But I'd be lying if I said the thought doesn't cross my mind. The last big moment with him, at least that I'm aware of, was when I was about 18 or 19, still living at my parents' house. I was getting ready in the back bathroom, just doing my makeup, music playing quietly. My mom was in the front bathroom getting ready too. And then, clear as day, right next to my right ear, I hear this deep male voice say my name. Naomi. Not a whisper, not in my head, out loud. The timing was so exact, it made my blood run cold. I got out of that bathroom so fast, and, like I always did, I tried to brush it off, pretend I was fine, push it down and keep moving. But the truth is, those things leave marks. I still get flashbacks, little bursts of those old feelings, the terror, the shame, the self-hatred. Sometimes they hit me out of nowhere, and my body reacts before my mind can catch up. Panic attacks, that feeling like I'm back in that old bedroom with shadows watching me. I don't talk about this a lot. I usually only open up if someone shares something similar first, because most people, they don't really understand how strong this stuff can feel, how real. And I'm not telling you this to scare you. I'm telling you because I want you to understand something. Whatever is out there, whether you believe in spirits, demons, energy, whatever, they can mess with you, especially when you're vulnerable. But they don't get the final say. If you've ever gone through something like this, or anything that made you feel corrupted or broken or unworthy of being here, I just want you to know, I get it. You're not crazy for feeling what you feel. Be careful with the dark stuff. Be careful what you invite in, what you play with, what you open yourself up to. And be gentle with people who carry stories like mine. You might not see the whole battle, but trust me, it's real to them. And if you're listening to this, and any part of you recognizes yourself in my story, I'm really glad you're still here. Welcome to Paranormal M. I finally get to do what I love most. Sit down and share my paranormal experiences with you. How's your day going? Drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from. Thanks so much for sending in your own paranormal stories too. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos on the channel. Alright, let's dive into today's stories. Alright, let me tell you something I don't usually talk about in detail. My name is Kareem. I'm an engineer, and these days I live and work in Cairo. But what I'm about to share with you started years ago, in my hometown in Upper Egypt, near Minya. This isn't a short story. It stretched over almost 10 years, from 2012 until 2022, right up until a few months before I moved here. And I swear to you, those years changed me completely. Even now, when I remember some of what happened, I feel my skin crawl. Back then, I'd been married for about 4 years. My wife Salma and I were living in this tiny apartment in the middle of the city. It was noisy, cramped, full of life, but it was home. When our lease ended, we thought, why not look for something calmer? Something a bit bigger, a bit quieter. So we found this apartment on the outskirts of town. It was in a small building, away from the traffic, with some trees around it and a nice empty lot where the kids could one day play. Peaceful, fresh air. It felt like a good new beginning. We had no idea we were walking straight into a nightmare. At first, everything was normal. We unpacked, we painted a wall or two, argued over where to put the sofa, just the usual stuff. The neighbors upstairs were a small family, and they were going on a short trip the week we moved in. We heard them dragging their suitcases down the stairs, laughing, talking. They waved goodbye. They never came back. On the way home, they had a terrible accident. A bus hit their car. Every single one of them died. After that, the building changed. People started moving out. Within a few months, it was basically empty. Just us on the first floor, and one locked apartment on the ground floor that no one ever seemed to visit. That's when the nights started to feel longer. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was heavy, like the whole building was holding its breath. While we slept, we'd hear footsteps in the living room. Slow, careful steps, as if someone was trying not to wake us. I'd get up, heart pounding, tiptoe out, switch on the light. Nothing. Doors closed, windows locked. Just that ugly old couch staring back at me. Then came the knocks. Very soft at first. 3 light taps on the front door. I'd look through the peephole, and the hallway would be completely empty. Sometimes I'd fling the door open right away, just to catch whoever was messing with us. Nobody. Not even a sound on the stairs. We told ourselves, it's an old building. Maybe the pipes, maybe the wood is expanding. You know how it is. You try to rationalize. But the sounds didn't stop. In fact, they got louder, bolder. The feeling that someone else was in that apartment with us grew stronger every single night. Eventually, Salma looked at me one evening and said, Kareem, I can't sleep here anymore. Let's leave. Let's just start over somewhere else. So we left. We thought distance would solve the problem. We moved to a new city, into one of those half-finished developments out near the desert road. Wide streets, new buildings, but very few people. At night, the whole neighborhood was so quiet that you could literally hear your own breathing. From the first night there, I felt it. You know when you're not alone, even if you can't prove it? That's how it was. A presence, watching, waiting. The noises came back. Soft shuffles, things nudged out of place. Sometimes a door would be slightly open when I was sure I'd closed it. The house felt aware of us. My son Omar was around 8 at the time. One afternoon he walked up to me, very serious, and said, Baba, why didn't you answer me yesterday when I called you from the bathroom? He said. At night, after you and Mama went to sleep, I called you, and you came out of the bathroom and went into your room. I saw you. Why didn't you answer me? I just stared at him. Omar, I never got out of bed last night. I didn't even go to the bathroom. He looked at Salma. She shook her head. Neither did I, Habibi. I watched the color drain from his face. Then, who was it? He whispered. I swear I saw you. Same clothes, same way you walk. I didn't know what to say. I felt this cold weight settle in my chest. A few days later, Omar and my daughter Lena were messing around with my phone, taking selfies in the living room. Suddenly, they came running to us, almost tripping over themselves, both of them shaking. Baba, look! Look at this! In the picture, you could see Omar and Lena smiling awkwardly, their faces close together. But behind them, between their shoulders, there was a third face. It wasn't even a proper face, just this pale, smudged shape where a head should be. No eyes, no mouth, but somehow you could feel it staring. That night, The fear came right to our bed. I woke up in the middle of the night with this heavy pressure on my chest, like something was sitting on me. My muscles hurt. My head felt thick. I forced my eyes open, and what I saw still haunts me. Someone, was sitting on Salma's pillow. Not on the mattress, on the pillow. Its hands were wrapped around her head, not squeezing violently, but firm, deliberate, like it was testing how much force it needed. I yelled and pushed myself up. The figure turned its head toward me. I couldn't make out its features clearly, but I could feel its attention. Then it slid off the bed, no sound, just this gliding movement, and walked on the tips of its toes toward the living room. I ran after it, my heart in my throat. The living room was empty. That was the first time I called a sheikh I knew, Sheikh Abdullah. I told him everything, every detail. He listened quietly, then said, "Kareem, it may be the spirits attached to the house itself, or to something you brought with you. As long as they don't harm you, try not to be afraid. Fear feeds them. But if it gets worse, recite this prayer every day." He dictated the prayer to me. I wrote it down, then later that evening I sat in the living room with my phone in my hand, reading it out loud. I got halfway through a verse when the phone just flew out of my hand. It didn't slip. It didn't fall. It was yanked. It shot out of my grip and landed in the middle of the room with a loud crack on the tiles. Salma saw the whole thing. She screamed, "How did that just happen?" I was shaking. "Good," I said. "Good. At least you saw it too. It's not just in my head." I called my friend Mahmoud and told him everything from start to finish. He said he'd talk to another sheikh he knew and get back to me. 2 days later, just before dawn, Salma shook me awake. Her hands were ice cold. "Kareem, wake up. Please wake up." I sat up, half asleep. "What's wrong?" She said, "I was asleep, and I felt something holding my hand, like a small, cold hand. I opened my eyes, and there was a white shadow sitting beside the bed." She swallowed, tears in her eyes. "It didn't have a clear face, but I heard it, Kareem. It said, 'I can't go on anymore.'" I asked her, "Who said that?" "The shadow," she whispered. "The shadow said it, and then it turned into smoke and disappeared." That was my breaking point. My nerves were shredded. I couldn't pretend this was old pipes or noisy neighbors anymore. I told her, "We're leaving. I don't care where we go. We're not staying here." We started preparing to move. For a short while, strangely, things quieted down. We thought, maybe it's over. Maybe it knows we're leaving. The day we actually planned to move out. That was the worst of it. I was in the living room, chatting with Mahmoud on the phone, giving him some details about the movers. Salma was in the bedroom, getting dressed so we could go sign some papers. Suddenly, a scream tore through the apartment. I dropped the phone and ran to the bedroom. Salma was standing in front of the mirror, her back to the bed, one hand on her chest, gasping, pointing at the mattress. "Look! Kareem, look there!" I followed her finger, and my blood ran cold. On the sheet, right where she'd been sitting just minutes before, there was a face. Not drawn with a pen or dirt, more like formed in the fabric. A twisted, inhuman face with a mouth stretched too wide and dark hollows where the eyes should be. The strange thing is, from where she was standing, she hadn't noticed it at first. She only saw it in the reflection of the mirror. Then she turned around and realized it was really there. I pulled out my phone, yes, the same one, and took a picture. I still have that photo. There was no, "We'll wait until tomorrow." That very night, we left that apartment. We found another place in the same city, closer to my work. It seemed safe, normal. New building, families around, kids riding their bikes in the street. I told myself, this is it. This time, we'll start over for real. But during the first week, little things started happening. Not dramatic, just wrong. I was unpacking, moving bags between rooms. I set one bag by the door to take it to the kids' room. I went to get something from the kitchen, came back, and the bag was in the middle of the hallway. No one else was even upstairs. I pushed the thought away. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I left it there myself. The next day, I was putting up curtains. I left one of the curtain rods on the table in the living room while I measured and drilled a hole in the wall. When I turned back, the rod was gone. Salma came in and said, "Didn't you just put it right there?" We searched everywhere, moved the sofa, checked behind the fridge, even opened suitcases we hadn't unpacked yet. Nothing. That curtain rod was just gone, as if the floor had swallowed it. Then came the day that finally broke me. One morning, after the kids had gone to school, I left for work as usual. Around noon, Salma called me. Her voice was shaking. "Kareem, when are you coming home?" I said, "What's wrong? What happened?" She took a breath and said, "After you left, I tried to get some sleep. I lay down, closed my eyes, and suddenly I heard this loud banging above the closet, like something jumping." She continued, "I opened my eyes and looked up, and there were so many of them, Kareem. Tiny creatures, maybe 20, maybe more, hopping and running on top of the closet. Their faces were blurred, not like human faces. My whole body went cold." She said, "I felt something grab my hair and pull it upwards. I couldn't move. And then a voice in my head said, 'Look, don't close your eyes.' I whispered, 'What did you do?' She said, 'I answered it in my mind. I don't know why, but I said, 'I want to see your face.'" She paused for a moment, then went on. One of them stopped, turned toward me. It took off a little hat it was wearing, like a small cap, and underneath was this white face. Pale, smooth, like porcelain. A little like those Japanese masks you see in movies. But the eyes were full of hatred. It stared at me like it was saying, "Are you challenging me?" "And then," she said, "the moment I heard your key in the door downstairs, they all ran. They jumped into the closet and disappeared. When I got home and saw her, she looked like she'd been sick for a week. This wasn't just fear anymore. It was exhaustion, like her soul was tired." We packed what we could, left some things behind, and we left that city. Since then, alhamdulillah, nothing strange has happened. No footsteps, no shadows, no faces in photographs. The kids sleep better. Salma smiles more. Our home feels like a home again. But sometimes, late at night, when the lights are off and the apartment is quiet, I remember the soft knock on that first door, back in that first building, and I can't help wondering, did we escape it? Or did it simply decide to stop following us? So, hey, I'm Lila, and since it's October, I figured it's finally time to talk about the house I grew up in. I always feel like I have to start with, I'm not some amazing storyteller. I didn't write this all out as a novel or anything. I'm just going to talk to you the way I'd tell a friend at like 1 a.m. on the couch with the lights off. Most of this happened in the early 2000s, when I was a kid, in my mom's house. From as far back as I can remember, I was terrified of one specific part of that house. My mom's bedroom and the main bathroom next to it. The rest of the place felt fine. But that hallway, I would speed walk past it like it was a cliff edge. At first there wasn't really a reason, it was just this gut feeling, that heavy, watched feeling. Then my stepdad Mark got sick. He had lung cancer. He ended up on hospice in my mom's bedroom, and that's where he died when I was 9. After that, the house just changed. One of the first things that started happening was the back door. When Mark was alive, he had bad insomnia. He'd be up all night, pacing around, going outside to smoke or just get air. His routine was always the same. Door open, footsteps to the yard, a pause, footsteps back, door close, lock. After he died, that exact routine kept happening. I'd be in bed late at night and suddenly hear the back door open, footsteps across the tile, a pause, the back door again. It would close, then that tiny metallic click of the lock. I was 9, absolutely terrified, and there was no way I was getting up to check. I'd just lie there stiff as a board thinking, nope, no thank you. I'm good right here. When I told my mom about it, she'd just sigh and say, "You're hearing the neighbors," or "You're imagining things." But my older sister Jess heard it too. We'd look at each other down the hallway some nights like, "You heard that, right?" And we didn't even have to say it out loud. One night, not long after, I couldn't sleep and decided to crash in the living room. Now this was before smartphones. No scrolling, no Netflix on a tablet, just me, a couch, and the dark. I remember just lying there, kind of staring around, letting my mind wander, when I heard footsteps come up behind the couch. Not from the hallway, from directly behind me. Instant goosebumps. That buzzing feeling under your skin when you know you're not alone. I squeezed my eyes shut and pretended to be asleep, because in my kid brain, if I looked like I was sleeping, maybe whatever it was would, I don't know, go away. Then I heard my name. Lila. Lila. It was my mom's voice. Clear, soft, just above a whisper. She said my name maybe 3 times. I could feel someone behind me, like they were standing over me, staring down. I did not move. I just kept breathing slow and shallow, pretending to sleep until, eventually, I really did fall asleep. The next morning at breakfast, I asked my mom, "Hey, did you come into the living room last night and say my name?" She looked at me and said, "No, honey, I was asleep." I told her it sounded exactly like her voice, and that something was standing behind the couch. She brushed it off, told me I was being paranoid, making things up. After that, I pretty much swore I would never spend another night in that living room if I could help it. My mom is still like that, by the way. Denies everything. To this day, she won't admit that house is even a little bit haunted. She'll just laugh and say we watched too many horror movies. But my sister? Jess had her own stories. One time she was furious and came into the kitchen where my mom and I were. She was like, "Okay, whoever keeps opening my bedroom door in the middle of the night, stop. It's freaking me out." She said sometimes she could feel something tugging at her while she slept, like something was grabbing her feet or pulling at her blanket, enough to wake her up. That's when we really started comparing notes for the first time. I told her that in my room I felt okay, like it was my little safe bubble, but the moment I stepped out, I felt watched, constantly. I would literally sprint back to my bedroom if I had to use the bathroom at night. She told me about this one night when my mom was remodeling the house. I was sleeping over at a friend's, so Jess had to sleep alone in the living room. She said she woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of banging all around the kitchen, like cupboards or drawers slamming. It went on for a bit, then just stopped. When she finally fell asleep again, she had this horrible nightmare. She said in the dream she was being chased around the house by 3 old women, just circling the same rooms over and over, these old women getting closer and closer. Same house, same layout. She woke up terrified. When I was around 11, I had my friend Bree over. My mom wasn't home, and my grandpa, well, we all called him Papa Joe, was supposed to pick us up later so we could stay the night at his place. Bree and I were in my room with the door closed. I was packing an overnight bag, just throwing clothes in, talking about nothing, when we heard it. From the kitchen, this loud stomping. Heavy, fast footsteps. They ran from the kitchen straight down the hallway to my bedroom door, and then stopped. Right outside. Bree and I just stared at each other, eyes huge. I remember whispering, "Nope, nope, we're not doing this." I opened my bedroom window, and the two of us climbed out like we were escaping a movie. I called my grandpa from the front yard and asked if he could pick us up earlier. We sat on the porch until his car turned into the driveway, and neither of us went back inside until he was there. Another time when I was about 12, my cousin Tasha came over in the afternoon. It was still light out, around 5. My mom wasn't home again. This is a theme, by the way. And Tasha asked if she could take a shower. I told her, "Yeah, sure, but the extra towels are in my mom's room. You'll have to go in there." Now, I was not going in that bedroom. I would avoid that room at all costs, even during the day. But Tasha didn't really believe in anything spooky, and it was daylight, so I figured she'd be fine. She went down the hallway, turned into my mom's room, and I went back to messing around in my bedroom. Then I heard her scream. Like blood-curdling, panicked screaming, followed by the sound of her running. I rushed into the living room just in time to see her bolt out of my mom's room and straight toward the front door. I didn't even ask questions. I just unlocked the door, and we both ran out onto the front porch. She was breathing hard, pointing back at the house, trying to explain what happened. When she finally calmed down, she told me she'd gone into my mom's bathroom, flipped on the light, and in the corner of the room, she saw a tall shadow figure just standing there. Not moving, just there. She said as soon as she realized she was looking at a person-shaped shadow that shouldn't be there, she turned and ran. I told her, "Yeah, no, we are not staying here tonight." We called Papa Joe again, and he took us to his place. Honestly, that became my little survival strategy. If I heard anything too weird while I was alone, I'd just wait out on the porch until someone came home. By the time I was 14, my sister Jess had moved out, but her old room was still there. Door usually wide open, dark at night. It got to the point where these things were almost routine. Not normal, but familiar. If it had been every single night, maybe it would have become just an annoyance, but I never completely got used to it. Every time it happened, that same fear would hit. There was this one stretch when my mom went on a trip to visit the guy who eventually became my second stepdad. While she was gone, Jess came back to stay a few nights and drive me to school. The first night she was there, we were in the kitchen loading a bowl into her new little glass bubbler. We were being very responsible teenagers, of course. As we're standing there, we suddenly hear banging coming from her old bedroom. Not a single thump, more like loud knocks against the wall. We looked at each other. She kind of half smiled and said, "Okay, that's probably just Mark mad I'm letting you smoke in his house." We both laughed, shrugged it off, and nothing else happened that night. A little later that year, I had 2 friends stay over, Bree again, and a newer friend named Rowan. The day was totally normal. We watched movies, ate junk food, the usual. When it got late, I decided I'd be brave and let them take my bedroom while I slept on the couch. Part of me felt like I was being protective, like, if anything weird's gonna happen, better it happens to me than to them. It was around 4 in the morning. I was lying on the couch with my phone, just mindlessly scrolling, when I heard the back door. Open, close. At that point, I was used to that sound. That was Mark's routine, and usually, nothing else came with it. So I ignored it. Then I heard the crinkle and release of a trash bag. It sounded like someone was messing with the garbage in the back room, lifting the bag and letting it drop. Again, I tried to ignore it. I was tired and honestly kind of annoyed. Then the footsteps started. Slow, deliberate steps coming toward the living room. I turned over to face the back of the couch, toward my bedroom door, and shut my eyes. My heart was pounding, but I was stubborn. I was like, I'm not giving this thing the satisfaction of watching me freak out. The footsteps came closer and closer until they stopped right behind the couch. I could feel that same staring sensation again, like we were in some kind of standoff. It probably lasted 10, maybe 15 seconds, but it felt like forever. Then my bedroom door opened. I still didn't move. I just kept my eyes closed. Then I felt someone nudging my shoulder. Lila, hey, wake up. I opened my eyes and it was Bree. I was honestly shocked it was her and not something else. She climbed onto the couch with me and said, "Something's grabbing my blanket and my feet. It keeps pulling at them. I'm freaked out." I told her as calmly as I could, "Yeah, weird stuff happens sometimes. Let's just hang out here. It's usually better when there's more than one person." She said Rowan was still asleep and hadn't noticed anything. I told Bree what had just happened to me with the footsteps and the trash bag, and she got even more freaked out. So we put on Adventure Time and tried to joke a little until the sun came up. The next morning, we asked Rowan if anything happened to her. She said no. Honestly, I got the vibe she thought we were just trying to scare her because she was new. Around that time, my mom let her new partner move in, my second stepdad. Let's call him Eric. He'd been living with us maybe a week when he and I went out to run errands together. We were just driving, listening to the radio, when he glanced over at me and said, "Hey, do you think your house is haunted?" I just about jumped out of the seat. "Oh my God, yes! Did you see something? What happened?" I was so relieved that an adult might actually believe me. I got chills instantly. I told him, "And that is exactly why I avoid that bedroom. I won't go in there alone. There has always been something in there." He told me he'd mentioned it to my mom and she'd told him he was paranoid, that nothing like that ever happens. Classic. He and I swapped stories the whole ride. Later, after he'd been there a while, he admitted that whenever he walked past Jess's old room, he'd see a shape in the corner of his eye, like a person standing right inside the doorway. Fast forward a bit. I'm older now, but weird things still happen in that house. I refuse, like flat out refuse, to be in there alone. Even when I go over to help my mom clean, I'll do the kitchen, the living room, whatever. But when it's time to clean her bedroom and bathroom, she has to be in there with me. She'll laugh, roll her eyes, say I'm dramatic, but she stays. She sits on the bed scrolling her phone or folding laundry while I do the dusting and vacuuming, and I feel slightly less like I'm going to turn around and see a shadow in the corner. Eric still occasionally tells me about weird stuff that happens when they're there alone. Jess and I still talk about growing up in that creepy house, swapping which memories still make our skin crawl. I know some people don't believe in this stuff, and that's okay. I'm not here to convince anyone. It just felt right to finally say it all out loud, especially in October. So yeah, that was my childhood house, the one I still won't stay in by myself. Happy October! So, let me tell you a story. I was born in the Philippines, up in Luzon, the northern part of the islands. My mom was from Laguna, from this small town called Calauan, the one famous for pineapples. My dad's side was from Pangasinan, where there's more salt than you'd think a person could ever need. Salt beds, sea breeze, the works. Now, my family? Very Catholic. Rosaries on rearview mirrors, calendars with saints, the whole package. But even with all the statues and novenas, there was always this quiet understanding that there's more going on than what we see. Old beliefs don't really die, they just learn to whisper. One of my earliest memories, I must have been about 4, is of visiting my mother's village. It was a rushed trip. Usually we'd leave Metro Manila early in the morning and get to Calauan by lunchtime. But that time, everything was scrambled. We left late, got stuck in traffic, and by the time we reached my Lola Nena's house, it was already dark. I remember the air felt heavy, like it knew something I didn't. We barely stayed at the house. We hurried straight to the barangay hall, the community center, because there was something going on. When we got there, the place was full. Not just relatives, but half the town, it felt like. People were quiet, tense. The grown-ups moved like they were carrying invisible weights, sadness, anger, fear. I was too young to understand any of it, and in a crowd like that, a little kid just becomes background noise. My mom was busy with whatever urgent thing had brought us there. My dad was talking to relatives. Everyone had something to do except me. I was standing near the edge of the crowd when I saw my youngest uncle. Let's call him Tito Ruel. He was barely older than a teenager in my memory, still with that mix of boyish grin and awkward grown-up clothes. He was the only one who really looked at me. "You're bored, no?" he said, smiling. And before I could even answer, he squatted down and offered me his back. "Come on, let's go for a walk." The next thing I remember is sitting on his shoulders, my small hands buried in his thick hair, my cheek resting against the top of his head sometimes. He walked us through the quiet streets of Calauan, playing tour guide like he'd practiced the role. "That's the church," he said, lifting my hand to point. "That's where we used to skip catechism and play outside." We passed the town's pineapple statue, the one that looked both proud and slightly ridiculous in the middle of the plaza. We went down those tree-lined streets where houses sat shoulder to shoulder, like old neighbors gossiping. On either side of the road, there were these stone-lined canals, open gutters really, where water trickled along. I remember leaning over from his shoulders, fascinated, seeing these tiny frogs and snails in the water. "When I was your age," he told me, "there used to be little fish in there. We'd try to catch them for fun. Now, just these guys." I don't actually remember the walking part very clearly. What I remember is the feeling of being carried. His hands on my ankles so I wouldn't fall. The way he'd reach up, take my hand, and point at things like a tour guide who was proud of his little town. Eventually, we went back to the community center. The lights were harsh. The air was stuffy with incense and sweat and whispers. Tito Ruel lifted me off his shoulders and set me down near the doorway. He said something like, "Okay, go to your mom now." And just like that, he melted back into the crowd. "Where did you go?" she demanded. She was not the eldest sibling, but she was the one everyone listened to, and someone was supposed to have been watching me. I told her, very matter-of-factly, I was with Tito Ruel. He showed me the town. I don't remember their exact faces, but I do remember the mood shift, confusion, then this sort of tightness. They thought I was making up stories, trying to avoid getting scolded for wandering off. Anyway, it was late. They finally brought me inside. I remember the central room, packed with relatives and neighbors. At the front, surrounded by flowers and candles, was a wooden box. I didn't know the word for it then. Later, I'd learned it was called a coffin. I walked closer, curious, and there he was. My Uncle Ruel. Lying very still, hands folded, dressed neatly like he was going to church. His face looked calm, like he was just sleeping. I tugged at someone's hand, I think it was my aunt's, and asked, "Why is Tito Ruel sleeping there? I was just with him." That was the night someone first explained death to me. They told me he was gone, that what I'd seen in the coffin was his body, but that he himself, his soul, his spirit, however they phrased it, was already with God. But all I could think was, he had just walked me around town. He had just carried me on his shoulders. He had just pointed out the church and the pineapple and the frogs in the gutter. Looking back, maybe my little brain just wanted him so badly to still be there that it stitched together something comforting. Or maybe, and I'm just telling you how it felt, maybe he saw me standing alone and decided to give me one last tour. The next day we had the funeral. There was a church service, then a slow walk to the cemetery. It was my first time in a graveyard. The path we took between the tombs felt familiar. I recognized some turns, some corners, like I'd already walked them the night before, on his shoulders. I remember my family crying at the grave, and me just standing there, not fully grasping what never again meant. I didn't understand that from that moment on, no matter how many new babies were born or who married into the family, in my mind, it would always feel like we were becoming fewer. That was my mother's side. My father's side was different. He came from land. Not so much piles of cash, but hectares of it, fields and orchards. Land is its own kind of power. I was more afraid of my dad than close to him when I was a kid. My mom was home, softness, warmth. My father was thunder. But one time, they took me to visit his parents, way out where his family name came from. And like always, I wandered off. I didn't know anyone there. Looking back, most of our trips were probably to my mom's side of the family, or I was just too young to remember his. There are old photo albums of me even tinier than in this story, smiling on beaches in Mindanao, and I have zero memory of the plane rides or any of it. Anyway, my grandparents' place on my dad's side sat near this big expanse of green, different kind of trees than in Laguna. They were laid out in these odd, almost geometric rows, but behind them rose a thicker, wilder wall of forest. I would learn later that the neat rows were our family's orchard. Back then, I just saw trees and thought, adventure. So I slipped away. You'd think I'd be scared, but I wasn't. No matter how dark it got between the trunks, I could always see slices of the sky above. The pale shape of the sun filtered through the leaves. It felt like the jungle itself was, I don't know, watching out for me, not stalking me. Eventually, the trees began to thin out. The ground got sandier under my feet. The smell changed, less earth, more salt. Then suddenly, I was on a beach. White sand, not the grayish kind you get near a busy port, but the soft, almost powdery kind that squeaks under your toes. The sea in front of me was a greenish blue, and the sky above it was this endless dome of light. The only man-made thing there, aside from me, was a wooden cross. Not polished or fancy like the ones in church, just two rough beams tied together, planted near the edge of the sand. I didn't go near it. Even as a kid, I knew better than to mess with crosses in the middle of nowhere. I was already somewhere I probably wasn't supposed to be. I didn't know how to swim yet, so I stayed close to shore. I let the waves chase my feet, running back and forth, going only knee-deep when I felt particularly brave. I don't know how long I played like that, but kids have a special talent for losing time when they're happy. Then the sun started to dip, the light turning more golden and slanting across the water. And that's when it hit me. I did it again, I thought. I'd wandered off. They were going to be furious. I turned back toward the line of trees and realized I had absolutely no idea which path I'd taken. For a moment, my fear of getting lost wrestled with my fear of getting yelled at. But eventually the fear of my dad's anger won. So I took a deep breath and walked back into the trees anyway. The forest I went into did not feel like the same forest I came out of. Before, everything had been curiosity and wonder. Now every crack of a twig made me jump. Every patch of shadow looked too dark. I couldn't see my own footprints. I had no idea where home was from here. But whenever I froze, not sure whether to go left or right, I would get this pull. Not a voice, not a light, just a feeling that something, someone, further in was saying, this way. So I'd look up, The sun was still up there somewhere, a pale promise through the leaves. I'd look down, and somehow, there was always a thin gap in the plants that could be a path if I decided to believe it was. So I followed those little invitations. Walk a bit. Stop. Feel that tug again. Adjust. Walk some more. Eventually, the wildness softened. Order returned. I stepped out between 2 rows of trees and realized I was back in the orchard, just a few lines away from where I'd started my adventure. I ran back to my grandparents' house, heart pounding, legs tired, sand still clinging to my ankles. The adults were frantic. Some relatives had already gone out looking for me. My grandmother grabbed me and checked me over, like I might have grown a second head while I was away. I, being a very straightforward little kid, blurted out, "I didn't know we were so rich we had our own beach." They just stared at me. The next day, we piled into vehicles and drove around town. They wanted to show me where the family name came from. I pressed my face to the window, looking for that quiet beach. There wasn't one. We drove further north and finally hit the real coastline. There were boats, people, houses, noise. It wasn't empty at all, but the curve of the land, the way the shore bent left and right, felt eerily similar to the beach where I'd been playing the day before. Growing up, I heard classmates and relatives talk about spirits and unseen things like they were always evil. Demons, tricksters, things to be afraid of. And I get it. A lot of people have stories where those things don't feel kind. But for me, as strange as it sounds, I never felt hunted. I felt watched over. If not loved, then at least guided. Years later, I moved to America. The landscapes changed. Pine forests instead of jungles. Mountains and lakes instead of rice fields and mango trees. Every now and then, out on a hike or sitting alone in some quiet park, I'd feel a familiar presence in the rustle of leaves or the way sunlight found me through branches. It was gentler there, quieter, or maybe I had already learned to doubt myself by then. The older I got, the more I tried to explain things away, to file them under memory glitches, childhood imagination, coincidence. It felt safer to trust logic than to admit that maybe, just maybe, something had reached out to me in those in-between spaces. But when I really sit with those memories, my uncle's shoulders under my hands, the hidden beach at the end of the orchard, the invisible guidance in the trees, I don't think about horror stories. I think about how, in the moments when I was small and lost and alone, I never truly felt abandoned. Whatever it was, memory, spirit, imagination, grace, I felt accompanied. And that feeling has stayed with me, even when I pretend it hasn't. So, this all started for me back in the year 2000. At the time, I was in the British Army, and I'd just come back from a 5-month tour in Bosnia. I'd picked up an injury out there, nothing heroic, just one of those stupid things that happen when you're tired and in the wrong place at the wrong time. When we got home, instead of going back to barracks, I got sent to a military hospital for treatment and rehab. Now, if you've ever spent any length of time in hospital, you'll know this. Once the immediate drama is over, it gets really boring. Endless white walls, same faces, same routine. You're just sitting around with your thoughts. So one night, me and a few of the lads decided to mess about with a makeshift Ouija board. We didn't have a real one or anything. We tore up bits of card to make letters and numbers and drew a circle on a bit of cardboard we'd nicked from a supplies box. None of us had any idea what we were doing. It wasn't serious. It was just something to pass the time and spook each other a bit. Nothing dramatic happened with that, to be honest, but it kind of opened a little door in my head. A couple of days later, I heard from one of the orderlies that there was a disused morgue in an old wing of the hospital. It was in a part of the building that wasn't being used anymore. Down in the basement, no lights, locked most of the time, that sort of thing. And for reasons I still don't fully understand, one night I decided to go down there on my own. So I limped down this dark corridor, no lights on, just that awful hospital silence where you can hear your own breathing and the echo of your footsteps. I find the morgue, push the door open, and it's absolutely pitch black inside. The sort of dark where you can't see your own hand in front of your face. I walked into the middle of the main room, sat down on this cold floor, flicked on my little cigarette lighter, and just started saying out loud, "Show yourself," over and over. I know how that sounds. It sounds dramatic, or like I thought I knew what I was doing. I didn't. I'd never read any occult books, never studied rituals or spells or any of that. I was just a bored, injured squatty in his early 20s, doing something stupid in a dark room for a bit of a thrill. Show yourself. Nothing happened. Eventually my lighter burned my thumb, I swore, laughed at myself, and left. I didn't connect any of this to what happened next, not at the time. About a week later, they gave me a weekend pass to go home. My mom, her name's Carol, lived about 180 miles away from the hospital. So I went home, did the usual. Cup of tea, catch-up, a bit of family tension like there always is when someone comes back from deployment. One evening, me and Mom got into an argument in the living room. I honestly couldn't tell you now what it was about. One of those stupid, emotional things that escalates when everyone's a bit tired. Rather than keep it going, I just walked out. I went through the kitchen and headed for the back door to get some air. I opened the door, stepped out into the garden, and there it was. Hanging in the sky behind the house was this enormous electric blue orb. It was hovering, almost perfectly still, maybe 60 or 70 feet up in the air. It was big, about the size of a minibus or one of those large transit vans. And it was glowing, like a ball of light but with substance to it. My first thought was, I'm seeing things. I'm more tired than I thought. I remember actually blinking hard, rubbing my eyes like a cartoon character, expecting it to vanish. But it stayed there. Same place, same intensity. Now, bear in mind, he'd just heard me and Mum having a row, so when I called him, he knew from my voice that this wasn't a joke. He came out into the garden and stood right next to me. I didn't take my eyes off the thing. I just pointed and said, "Can you see that?" And he said, "Yes." We both just stood there, staring up at this massive, silent blue orb. Then, without any sound at all, it dropped, just about a meter, like a tiny little dip, and then shot off horizontally at an unbelievable speed. It was like someone pressed fast forward on reality. 1 second it was there, the next second it was a streak, and then it was gone. It had been so close that, honestly, I felt like I could have hit it with a stone if I'd thrown one hard enough. We were still trying to process what we'd just seen when we noticed a second orb. Same kind of thing, glowing, blue-white, drifting across the sky, not quite as close this time, but still clearly visible. We watched it for a bit, and this is where it gets really strange. At one point, the orb did this distinctive maneuver. It sort of curved in a wide, smooth arc, and then paused. A few seconds later, we suddenly realized we were watching it do that exact same maneuver again. It was like time had folded, like we'd watched something, then somehow slipped back a few seconds, and were watching the same moment replay. It didn't feel like missing time in the usual sense. It felt like extra time, as if those few seconds had been added in rather than taken away. Eventually, that second orb shot straight up, vertically, into the sky. It accelerated so fast it vanished into the stars in about half a second. Years later, I tried to estimate how fast it must have been going, assuming I'd still be able to see something that size at airline cruising altitude. My rough maths put it somewhere around 40,000 miles per hour, going straight up, and all of it in total silence. Then came the third orb. This one looked like it was just going to pass by in the distance. I almost relaxed a bit, thinking, okay, I've seen enough. But then it suddenly changed direction. It did a clean 90-degree turn and came straight towards us. It stopped directly overhead. Again, it was so low I felt like I could hit it with a decent throw. Just hanging there above me and Mike, absolutely silent, this massive, glowing blue sphere. Mike looked at it for a moment and then said, "I've seen enough," and bolted back into the house. I stayed out there a bit longer, staring up at it. And then I started to notice the air around me. You know that feeling you get just before a lightning storm, when the hairs on your arms stand up and the air feels thick and charged? It was like that. The atmosphere felt static, heavy. That's when my bravado ran out. I remember thinking, this isn't just lights in the sky. Something is interacting with us. And I did exactly what he did. I turned and sprinted into the house. A few days later, I went back to the military hospital. Life went back to its odd little routine of physio, boredom, and bad food. I told no one at the hospital about what I'd seen at home. I didn't want to be tagged as the weird bloke who sees things in the sky. Then, one night, something else happened. I just got into bed. I remember it clearly because I wasn't even drowsy yet. I was fully awake. I lay back, my head touched the pillow, and in that exact moment, something appeared right next to my bed. It was a figure, an entity, about 7 feet tall, standing on my right side. It was so close it was practically pressed against the bed. It was completely cloaked, head to toe, in a black hooded robe. I couldn't see skin, I couldn't see a face, nothing. Just folds of dark fabric. 2 things about it really stuck with me. Second, the way it was leaning over me. If you or I lean over someone lying down, we bend our back in an arc, right? Head and shoulders forward, spine curved. This thing didn't do that. Its back stayed perfectly straight, like a board, and it just tipped forward from the hips, as if its whole upper body was a single solid piece. The posture was so unnatural that it made my skin crawl. Its arms hung straight down at its sides. It didn't move. It didn't speak. The moment it appeared, I realized I couldn't move, not even a finger. I wasn't asleep. I know sleep paralysis. I've had it on and off my entire life. This was not that. This was instant, total paralysis the second my head hit the pillow. The only thing I could move were my eyes, so I used them. I remember my eyes flicking up and down, scanning its cloak, noticing the way the fabric fell, seeing individual folds in the material. It was there. It had weight. It was casting a sort of presence into the room that you could feel. I don't know how long it lasted. It might have been 10 seconds. It might have been a minute. Time goes strange in those moments. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. My body unlocked. I could move again. I lay there in the dark, heart hammering, absolutely terrified. I didn't tell anyone at the hospital about that either. The next night, I'd just had a shower. I was walking back down the corridor towards my room with a towel over my shoulder, thinking about nothing in particular. As I got close, I saw my roommate, we'll call him Lewis, standing outside our room in just his boxer shorts, talking to a couple of nurses. He had his back to me at first, but even from behind I could tell something was off. His body language was wrong. He was stiff, sort of hunched. When I came around to the side and saw his face properly, I've got to be honest with you. I've never seen anyone look that frightened in my life. He was gray. His eyes were huge, pupils blown wide. He was trembling, really shaking and mumbling, not making much sense. I asked the nurses, "What's going on? What's happened?" One of them said, "He says he saw something. A tall, cloaked figure leaning over your bed." My bed. The bed I hadn't been in yet. Apparently, he'd woken up in the night and seen this black cloaked being, tall, hooded, leaning over my empty bed, just like it had leaned over me the night before. I never mentioned my own experience to him. He never once asked me if I'd seen anything. We just lived around it, both of us clearly shaken, but no one wanting to open that particular door. For years after all this, strange things kept happening. Back home, I'd get bursts of electrical disturbances, lights flickering in ways that didn't feel like normal wiring issues, little balls of light, orbs, drifting across rooms and then vanishing, appliances turning themselves on and off. It became almost routine. At one point, the energy company sent me a letter saying I owed them thousands of pounds, which was impossible because I was on one of those pay-as-you-go meters and I was actually in credit. They sent a technician out to check. He looked at the meter, checked the readings, scratched his head, and basically said, "I have no idea how this much energy is being recorded. This shouldn't be possible if your meter's in credit." All the while, I kept seeing UFOs. Not every night, not even every month, but often enough that it stopped feeling like coincidence. Usually they were higher up, further away, points of light doing impossible maneuvers, rather than those massive, close-up orbs I saw that first night. I can't prove any of this to you. I don't have video footage or fancy measurements. All I have are my memories, and the fact that my stepdad saw what I saw, and my roommate saw what I saw, without any of us comparing notes in advance. I haven't had anything major happen for a long time now. No dramatic visitations, no huge orbs hovering over the garden. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I'm grateful for the quiet. But those nights, the morgue, the orbs, the cloaked figure in the hospital, they changed the way I see the world. I used to think everything had a neat, rational explanation, and a lot of things probably still do. But I also know that one night, I stood in my mom's garden and watched something impossible hang in the sky, and then move in total silence at a speed that shouldn't be possible. And once you've seen something like that, it never really leaves you. So, okay, let me just talk to you like we're sitting on the couch together, because this is a lot easier to tell than it is to type out. For you to really picture it, I've got to start with the layout. My place is kind of like a tiny compound. There's the main house in the front, where my family is most of the time. Then, tucked in the back left corner of the yard, there's this little playhouse we used to use as kids. And in the back right corner, there's the tiny house. My older brother used to live in that tiny house, but he moved out a while ago, and now it's just there. Empty. Quiet. A little too quiet. Now, one thing about me, I'm very open to paranormal and spiritual stuff. But I'm not out here chasing ghosts with night vision cameras and EMF meters, you know? I'm not trying to be on a reality show. I'm actually a really logical person. I want evidence, explanations, science, all of that. But I'm also super emotional and intuitive. I feel things really deeply, and sometimes I pick up on vibes before I pick up on facts. I'm a Pisces, if that means anything to you. I'm not like a hardcore astrologer, but I believe in it enough, and I've heard over and over that Pisces tend to be more perceptive with paranormal stuff, seeing, feeling, hearing things that other people might miss, especially when it comes to spirits. For a few years now, the upstairs of the tiny house has just felt wrong. Not like horror movie wrong, but off. Heavy. I'd go up there to grab something or to sit alone for a bit, and I'd get this feeling like I wasn't alone. Like someone was watching me from the corner of the room. You know that feeling when the air gets thick, like you're being studied? Yeah, that. But I never really dug into it. I just kind of brushed it off as me being dramatic or tired or whatever. Then, about a week and a half ago, it finally clicked that maybe this wasn't just in my head. My best friend, Lena, she's also a Pisces by the way, comes over a lot. When my younger siblings are being loud tornadoes in the main house, She and I sneak off to the tiny house to escape. The upstairs is like our secret hideaway. So we're up there one afternoon, just scrolling on our phones and talking, and out of nowhere I ask, "Hey, do you ever feel weird up here? Like, not just normal weird, but watched." She pauses, looks around, and goes, "Honestly, yeah, I felt that for a while. I just didn't want to say anything first." We both kind of laugh, but it's that nervous laugh, you know? We start talking about paranormal stuff and decide that someday, when we're not broke, we'll buy one of those spirit communication devices, like an Alice box or something, to see if anything actually responds. That same day, though, I'm like, why wait? I might as well try something simple. So later, when I'm alone upstairs in the tiny house, I try that old pencil cross game thing you see online. I set it up, ask a couple of questions, and nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just me and two very still pencils. It feels more silly than spooky. I get bored pretty quickly. So I decide to call Lena and tell her everything I'm feeling in more detail. I grab my phone, hit call, and it rings once and then, boom, straight to voicemail. No waiting, just immediate. I figure she rejected it by accident, so I text her, "Hey, why aren't you picking up?" She replies, "I didn't get a call? There's nothing on my end." We shrug it off as a random glitch. Phones are weird sometimes, right? So I do what any logical person does. I Google it. I'm scrolling through all these help articles and forum posts, trying to find some technical explanation, but nothing really fits. It's just odd. That's the first weird thing. I stay upstairs for a while longer, still in that tiny living room area, trying to talk myself out of being creeped out. About an hour later, I get a notification from Lena. I open my messages and see this little bubble that just says, "Reacted with?" to a photo. Only, there's no photo, no image, no attachment, nothing to react to. I text her, "What did you just react to?" She goes, "What do you mean? I just opened our chat and that popped up. I thought it was from you." We scroll back through the messages. Nothing. No picture, no link, nothing that should have had a reaction. At that point, I'm like, okay, my phone is being its usual broken self, and I try to let it go. Later that night, I decide to try calling her from my laptop on Discord instead. You know, different device, different connection. We get on a call, and it works fine. We're chatting, laughing, talking about school and random drama for almost an hour. Then suddenly, mid-sentence, everything cuts off. The call disconnects, my screen freezes, and these weird, glitchy blocks start popping up across the display. Not like a simple lag, more like the graphics are breaking apart. I try to close the app. Nothing. I try to shut the laptop down, and it just won't respond. Meanwhile, the Wi-Fi icon says full bars. Every other device in the house is fine. I text Lena from my phone. "Why'd you hang up?" She replies, "That was you. My Discord just said you disconnected." And that's when I feel that familiar heaviness again. I'm sitting upstairs in the tiny house, in this weird digital silence, and my brain goes, what if it's not the Wi-Fi? What if something up here is messing with my stuff? Now listen, I know there can be 100 logical explanations. Software bugs, random network issues, whatever. And I try really hard to lean on those. The thing that gets me, though, is that it only happens up there. Upstairs. In that tiny house. Nowhere else. By this point, it's getting late, like around 10, and I'm feeling more uneasy than curious. I power everything down, head down the stairs a little faster than usual, and lock up for the night. Fast forward 2 days. I'm still thinking about everything, so I download this EVP-style Spirit Box app, one of those that's supposed to pick up on spirit energy. I know. It's a phone app, so my expectations are basically on the floor. but the reviews are surprisingly positive, so I'm like, okay, this is probably fake, but let's see. I go upstairs in the tiny house, sit down, and open the app. The interface has this big meter at the top and a little text bar underneath. The meter goes from blue to orange to red. Blue means nothing nearby. Orange means something might be close. Red means it's right next to you. The text bar underneath gives vague prompts like, when it's quiet, word, sentence, or things like walking, steps, and so on when it detects something. The app starts with this slow, steady beeping. The bar is mostly blue. I take a breath and say, "Hi, my name is Rowan." Nothing happens at first. The beeping stays slow. The bar flickers a little, but barely. Then I say, "If there is any spirit or energy in here with me, can you please give me a sign?" Almost immediately, the meter jumps from blue to a bright orange. The beeping speeds up, and the little text bar flashes, "Noise." I freeze. My heart starts to beat faster. I'm suddenly very aware that I'm alone up there. I panic a little and shut the app off. As soon as I do, the room feels heavier, like something doesn't want me to leave, like something's watching me and waiting to see what I'll do next. Despite all that, somehow, I'm still skeptical. I keep telling myself, it's just an app. It's probably programmed to do this. Don't jump to conclusions. I know. How stubborn can one person be? Over the next couple of weeks, I don't really try anything big again. I still go up there sometimes, mostly to study or just get away from the noise in the main house. And every now and then, I'll quietly say, "Hi," or "Bye," or "Hope you're okay," just in case something is listening. It feels weirdly rude not to. Then, last night happened. I went upstairs to the tiny house with my backpack and my laptop, just wanting some peace so I could finish my homework. The air felt normal enough, a little still, but not threatening. I finished my assignments, and I was about to pack up and go back to the main house when I thought, you know what? One more try, just to see if anything happens again, or if it really was just my brain making patterns out of nothing. So I opened the Spirit Box app again. This time, the meter doesn't start in blue. It's already shifting between a pale yellow and light orange, like it's picking something up right away. The beeping is steady, but not fast. I say, "Hi again. My name is Rowan. Are you here with me right now?" The beeping picks up just a bit, and the bar solidly turns orange. The text underneath flashes, "Word." I swallow and take that as a yes. "Okay," I say. "If you don't mind, could you come a little closer?" I know how that sounds, but I'm trying to be respectful. I'm not yelling or daring it to scare me. I'm just asking. I stare at the screen. Every few seconds, the meter climbs higher. The beeping gets louder and faster, like a heart monitor speeding up. Orange gives way to this pulsing red at the top, and the whole thing looks like it's maxing out. My own heart is racing now. My legs feel kind of numb, and the hair on the back of my neck is standing up. Even though I'm staring at the screen, I can't shake the feeling that something else in the room is moving closer. I quickly take a screenshot, partly to show Lena later, and partly because I feel like, if I don't document this, I'm going to convince myself it didn't happen. And then, the little text bar beneath the meter updates. One word appears. Behind. Everything in me just locks up. I don't move. I don't breathe. I'm sitting there, holding my phone, staring at that one word. The room suddenly feels colder, like all the warmth has been sucked out in a second. The feeling of being watched goes from maybe to absolutely. I don't want to look over my shoulder. Instead, I very carefully say, "Okay, I'm going to ask you to please give me some space." My voice is shaking a little, but I try to keep it calm and respectful. I don't want to be rude or challenge whatever it is, but I also don't want it right on top of me. I press the home button and close the app. The beeping stops. The room is quiet, except for the sound of my breathing. I stand up, still trying not to make any sudden movements, and head toward the stairs. Just before I go down, I stop in the doorway, look back at the room, and say, softly, "Thank you for responding. I'm leaving now. Please don't follow me. Goodbye." Because honestly, the last thing I want is to make whatever's up there angry. Whether it's actually a spirit, or just energy, or something my brain doesn't fully understand, I'd rather be respectful. I'm not trying to get rid of it out of anger. I just want to feel peaceful up there. I want to be able to use that space without my devices going haywire, and without feeling like someone's standing right behind me when I'm completely alone. And that's where I'm at right now, caught between the logical explanations and the things I can't quite explain. Talking to you, hoping that saying it out loud makes it a little less scary. So, I grew up in and around a car shop. My parents have owned a little automotive garage since the late 1970s. Back then, it wasn't much. Just 3 bays, a cramped office, and a coffee pot that always tasted a little like burnt oil. When I was about 8, my dad, Luis, started bringing me in during the summers so I could sweep floors, stack tires, and earn my keep, as he put it. I loved it. The place was always alive, air compressors hissing, the metallic clink of wrenches, radios playing classic rock, the smell of rubber and gasoline hanging in the air. It felt safe to me, like a second home. I never once felt scared there. At least, not until one evening. I was 12 when it happened. We had just wrapped up a long day. The last customer had left, the big garage doors were rolled down, and the only light in the shop came from the setting sun slanting in through the windows. My dad was in his office finishing up invoices. He poked his head out and said, "Hey, Sam, go ahead and shut everything down, yeah? Flip the breakers, lock the side doors. I'll be out in a minute." This was routine by then. I knew the drill. I walked through the quiet shop, my sneakers echoing on the concrete. The silence felt thick after a full day of noise. I remember the smell of hot metal cooling and the faint ticking of engines settling. One of the bays was taken up by this huge red ladder truck from the fire department. We did maintenance on their vehicles sometimes. The front of it was facing out, and there was this strip of orange light pouring around its sides from the windows, like it was haloed in sunlight. I locked up the front door, double-checked the side entrance, then headed toward the back to cut the breakers. That's when it hit me. This feeling, like someone had just stepped into the room behind me. That electric, prickly sensation between your shoulder blades that says, "You're not alone." I stopped mid-step. The property was fully fenced in, an 8-foot chain-link fence topped with barbed wire, plus a heavy rolling gate at the front. You couldn't just wander in off the street. I knew that. But the feeling crawled right up my spine anyway. I remember thinking, "Don't turn around, don't turn around, don't." Of course, I turned around. My eyes went straight to that fire truck, or more specifically, to the light around it. The sunlight behind it was so bright that the space around its frame glowed. I stared at that glow, and as I was watching, something moved. A dark shape, low, like someone crouching, slid out from behind the truck just far enough to peek around the side. It completely blocked the light for a second. Just a solid, black silhouette with a head and shoulders, maybe an arm pressed to the floor. I couldn't see a face, just the outline. And then, so fast it didn't even look human, it jerked back behind the truck again. smooth and wrong, like it didn't quite match the way real bodies move. I froze. I didn't yell. I didn't investigate. Every instinct I had screamed at me to get away from there, so I did exactly that. I ran, full sprint, straight to my dad's office. I burst in, out of breath, and I remember my voice cracking as I told him, "Dad, there's somebody in the shop, behind the fire truck. I swear, I saw them." He looked up from his desk, pen still in hand, and just smiled. That kind of half-amused, half-exasperated smile. "Sam, relax," he said. "Nobody can get in. The gate's locked. You're spooking yourself." I begged him to check, so he humored me. "Nothing. Not a soul." On the way back to the office, he chuckled and ruffled my hair. "Got yourself a wild imagination, kiddo. This place isn't haunted. I built on empty land, just dirt and trees out here before us." After that, it turned into a running joke. Anytime I jumped at a sound or mentioned something odd I'd noticed, somebody, my dad, my mom, Elena, would say, "Careful, Sam's seeing things again." I laughed along, but inside I knew what I'd seen. That shadow wasn't a trick of the light. It felt aware of me, like it was waiting for me to notice it. 2 years went by. By then I was 14, more interested in friends and music than in sweeping up lug nuts, but I still helped at the shop. One night my dad came home late. I was sitting at the kitchen table doing homework. He walked in, set his keys down a little too carefully, and just stood there for a second, like he was trying to decide what to say. My mom, Rosa, looked up from the sink. "You okay?" she asked. "You look like you saw a ghost." Dad let out this shaky little laugh that did not sound like him. "You're not going to believe this," he said, looking right at me. "But I think I owe Sam an apology." That got my attention. He sat down at the table and folded his hands, and I noticed they were trembling just a bit. He told us he'd stayed late at the shop to finish payroll. Everyone else was gone. Doors locked, lights off in the bays, just his office lamp on. He'd done that 1,000 times before in the 30-something years he'd worked in that building. He was mid-sentence on an invoice when a sound exploded through the walls. He described it as a bam, like someone had taken a sledgehammer to a steel drum right behind his head. The whole office shook. Files jumped on the desk. The metal blinds clattered against the window. He thought someone had crashed a car into the side of the building. That's how violent it felt. Heart pounding, he grabbed the pistol he kept locked in his bottom drawer, took a flashlight, and went to check. He said, "Sam, I was so sure there was someone in there that I called out, 'Hey, who's there?'" He checked the bays. Empty. He checked the doors. Still locked. He walked the outside perimeter, shining the flashlight along the walls, looking for damage, a crack, something. Nothing. No dents, no broken glass, no footprints in the gravel. When he went back inside, he sat down at his desk and just listened. The building was silent. Too silent. He told us that on the drive home he started thinking, maybe it was pipes, maybe the AC, maybe the building settling. So the next day, he pulled the old blueprints out of storage and spread them across his desk, tracing the lines with a finger. He expected to see big pipes or ductwork running through the office walls. There wasn't anything, just standard framing. No heavy lines, no old furnace shafts, nothing that could have made that kind of impact sound. He looked at me then, softer than I'd ever seen him. "I've been in that office for 30 years, he said. "I've never heard anything like that. So, if you say you saw something, kiddo, I believe you now." I didn't know what to say. Part of me felt vindicated. The other part? Terrified. Because if he believed me, that meant whatever I'd seen wasn't just childhood nerves. Something was wrong with that place. About a year later, it was my mom's turn. She had this habit of going in on Saturday mornings to clean when the shop was closed. Less clutter, fewer people in her way. She liked putting on music and getting everything spotless before Monday rolled around. This particular weekend, it was just her. The guys were off, Dad was running errands, I was at a friend's house. Heavy footsteps. Boots. Walking slowly across the mezzanine that overlooked the shop. Now, you have to picture this. Above the offices, there was a loft used for storage. Old parts, tires, boxes of invoices from 10 years ago. The floor up there was made of wood laid over steel beams. When someone walked across it in work boots, you could hear it. Deep, solid thuds. We knew that sound. She heard those footsteps travel from one end of the mezzanine to the other. Deliberate. One after another. Clear as day. She called out, "Louise? Is that you?" No answer. The footsteps stopped. A moment later, they started again, closer to where she was standing, like whoever it was had turned around. That was it for her. She set the rag down, grabbed her purse, and left the shop without even turning off the radio. When she got home, she was pale and visibly shaken. She told my dad what happened and said, "I'm not going in there alone again. If I clean, I do it when everyone's around. That's it." My dad tried to reassure her at first, told her it was probably the building settling, or maybe a stray cat on the roof. But later, when it was just me and him, he admitted, quietly, "I've heard the boots up there too." After that, we all started noticing things. Sometimes we'd walk into the bays first thing in the morning, and the long metal strips and car parts hanging from the racks would be swaying gently, like they'd been pushed a few seconds before we came in. Not a soft, random sway either. Sometimes they'd be rocking enough that you could hear the metal clips clinking. But there was no draft. No fans on. The big doors were shut. It was still air, with moving parts. We found tools left in strange places, sockets lined up in a neat little row in the middle of the floor when nobody remembered putting them there. Once, Dad found a single greasy fingerprint on the inside of a locked display case he swore he'd just cleaned. We never saw another figure like the one I saw behind the fire truck. At least, I didn't. But the feeling of being watched, of not being alone, even when you had the keys and you knew every door was locked, that stayed. It became this unspoken rule. Nobody stayed in the shop by themselves after dark if they didn't absolutely have to. Even my dad, who used to laugh at me for being jumpy, started closing up a little faster, double-checking locks with a new kind of tension in his shoulders. Years later, we decided to expand. Business had grown, and the old building was showing its age. The plan was to put up a new, bigger shop on the same property, just further back. The day they started digging, we all went out to watch the backhoes and excavators tear into the ground. It was exciting, this whole new era for the family business. The excitement didn't last long. As they dug, the operators started noticing things turning up in the soil. Metal fragments at first, then shapes that were a little too deliberate to be randatory junk. Someone called a local historian, and they ended up roping off part of the site. Over the next few days, they uncovered artifacts, old uniform buttons, bits of rusted metal that looked like they might have been from rifles, and what looked like pieces of buckles and canteens. Everything worn, but clearly not modern. That's when we finally got the full story. Long before my parents bought that land, in fact, long before there was even a road out there, those fields had been part of a major Civil War battle site. A lot of men had fought and died on that ground. There were old records, maps, the whole thing. We had opened our shop, spent decades working, laughing, and living our lives on land that had once been soaked in fear and chaos and blood. And we never knew. After a long moment, he said, almost to himself, "So, I guess the land wasn't as empty as I thought." I don't pretend to know exactly what I saw that day behind the fire truck, or what pounded the walls of my dad's office, or whose footsteps echoed above my mom's head on a quiet Saturday. But I do know this. Some places remember. And sometimes, if you're there long enough, you feel them remembering. So, let me tell you about this house I used to live in. Back in 2018, my family and I moved into this little place in the downtown area of a small city in southern Saskatchewan, like 20 minutes from the US border. The house itself wasn't anything special, kind of old, kind of cramped, but the location was weird. To the right of us was a duplex and a small parking lot. To the left, another parking lot and this tiny stone house. That stone house was famous in town. It was the first house ever built there. People always talked about it like it was a landmark. It's still standing, all worn down and stubborn. For some reason, in my head, everything spooky that happened in our place sort of pointed back to that stone house. It was literally about 30 steps away, separated from us by a parking lot and this white picket fence. I don't know why, but it just felt like whatever was going on started over there and bled into our place. Anyway, let me walk you through what happened. The bells on the door. The first thing I remember was late 2018, before COVID was even a whisper. It was nighttime. I was at home with my mom and my dad. Mom was on the couch watching some drama show, and Dad was in the kitchen doing dishes and humming to himself. We had these little bells hanging on the front doorknob. We'd bought them to train our dog Milo so he could ring them when he needed to go outside. That training lasted like one day. After that, the bells just became our unofficial, someone just came in alert. So I'm sitting there in the living room, scrolling on my phone when I hear the bells. Clear as day. Jingle, jingle. I immediately think, oh, that's my older sister Maya, because she was the only one who wasn't home yet. I got excited, because we always debriefed our day in our room. So I got up, walked straight to our bedroom, and it was empty. I remember just standing there like, okay, weird. I knew I'd heard the bells. So I went to the entrance, thinking maybe she was still taking her shoes off or something. But no. The front door was closed. Locked. What was open was the basement door. It was slightly ajar, just slowly moving like someone had pushed it and let it go. There was no draft, no window open, nothing like that. Just this door, gently shifting back and forth like it had just been touched. I got this cold feeling in my stomach. You know when your body realizes something before your brain does? I went back to the living room and asked my mom, "Hey, is Maya home?" She looked at me and said, "No, why? I thought that was you. I heard the bells." So now we both know we heard it. Maya didn't get home for another hour. Footsteps and laughter. Fast forward to 2020. My sister-in-law Lena had just moved in with us after having my nephew Eli. At that point, it was just me, Lena, and Eli at home. Everyone else was out. I was in my room, lying on my bed, half on my phone, half spacing out, when I heard footsteps in the hallway. My older sister Maya has this very specific way of walking. She kind of drags her feet a little. It sounds lazy and familiar in a way that's weirdly comforting. That's exactly what I heard, that dragging walk. Then I heard soft baby giggles. Eli's laughter. It's pretty distinct. He had this bubbly little giggle that kind of came in bursts. So I'm like, oh, Maya's home. Cool. I figured she was in the living room playing with him. I waited for her to come into my room and bug me, because she usually did, but she never came. After maybe half an hour, I got up to see what they were doing. I stepped out into the hallway, and it was quiet. No Maya, just the TV on low in the living room. Then she turned to me and said, very carefully, "Did you hear that too?" I got chills immediately, but I played dumb. I was like, "Hear what?" She said, "Maya's footsteps. I thought she came home." and I thought Eli was awake. I heard him laughing. I just stared at her and told her, I heard the footsteps, and I heard him laughing too. We both turned and looked at Eli together. He was knocked out in his little bassinet, completely asleep, had been the whole time. That was the first time someone else in the house described hearing the exact same thing as me, at the same time. The white figure. Okay, now jump to my freshman year of high school, 2021. Masks were still being recommended, but not everyone was wearing them anymore. I wore mine religiously, not even for health reasons at that point. I was just anxious and insecure and felt safer behind it. I barely took it off, even to eat, which I know sounds dramatic, but that's where I was mentally. Anyway, one day I came home absolutely starving and exhausted. Nobody else was home yet. I sat down at our dining table with some food, just zoning out. Now, the house was small. I want to emphasize that. Like, if someone was in there with you, you'd know. There weren't really places to hide. I was sitting there, looking down at my phone, when out of the corner of my eye, on my right side, I saw something. A white figure. It wasn't detailed. It was more like a streak or a shape. It moved fast, from the far corner of the room to another corner that I couldn't see fully without turning my whole head. I didn't give myself any time to overthink. I just stood up immediately and walked, almost ran, to the corner where I thought it went. Nobody. Nothing. No open windows. No curtains moving. I checked every obvious hiding spot, even though I knew deep down it wasn't a person. In a house that small, if someone was messing with me, they would have been caught in, like, 2 seconds. I remember just standing there, in the silence, my heart racing, trying to convince myself I was just tired. That's what I kept telling myself. You're hungry. You're exhausted. You're anxious. You're seeing things. But it didn't feel like seeing things. It felt like I'd walked in on something that didn't expect to be seen. The basement and the hand. Early 2022 was when my whole family got COVID. Somehow, I was the only one who didn't test positive. So instead of isolating them, they isolated me. Lucky me, I got sent to the basement. The basement was unfinished. One of the long walls was made of the same stone as that old stone house next door. You could literally see the rough, uneven blocks. It always felt colder along that wall. There was a stuffy little room down there with a walk-in closet. The closet didn't have a door, just an open doorway, and it was crammed full of the homeowner's old stuff. Boxes of clothes, random furniture, all that. I slept on a mattress on the floor in that room. When I lay down, my head faced the open closet. There was no avoiding it. It was right in my line of sight. I turned off the main light in the room, but left the closet light on, so I wouldn't feel completely in the dark. Under that light, there was a simple wooden chair sitting in the middle of the closet, like it was waiting for someone. I remember lying there on my back, just staring at one of the legs of the chair. It was like my body was too tired to move, but my brain wouldn't shut up. I started to feel this weird heaviness, like I was pinned to the mattress. Then, in those few seconds that felt much longer, I saw it. A hand. It held there for maybe 3 seconds. Then it let go. My whole body went ice cold. And here's the weirdest part. Instead of screaming or running upstairs, I just shut down. I rolled over, pulled the blanket up, and forced myself to sleep. It's like my brain decided the safest thing to do was pretend it hadn't happened. Later that year, my dad built me a small bedroom in what used to be part of the living room, right in the spot where I'd seen that white figure run to before. And that new room? It was directly above the basement room with the stone wall and that closet. I remember realizing that and just thinking, of course it's the same spot. The glass and the joke. About a year ago, before we moved out, I had my friend Jasmine over. We were hanging out in the basement, and I started telling her about all the creepy things I'd experienced in that house. I was being a little theatrical on purpose because she gets scared easily, and yes, I love her, but I also find her reactions hilarious. We decided to go back upstairs, so I bolted up the stairs and she followed behind me, clinging to the railing. We got to the main floor, and I kept going, talking louder than I usually would about the ghost in the house. Normally, I never talk about it out loud like that. I always had this superstition, like if I acknowledged it too much, whatever it was would know that I knew. But this time, I was showing off a little, I guess. I said something kind of mean about how the ghost probably looked, like a dumb, petty little insult about its appearance. I was joking, but yeah, not my smartest moment. Right as the words left my mouth, a glass food container flew off the table. And I don't mean it slid. I don't mean it rolled. I mean it came off the top of this fruit stand thing we had, the highest part of the table, and shattered on the floor right next to where my baby sister Rosa was standing. The sound of the glass breaking snapped everything into slow motion. I ran to her immediately, checking for cuts, for blood, anything. She was fine. She hadn't even processed what happened, but there were glass shards everywhere. I stood there shaking, because I remembered putting that container on the top tier of the fruit stand earlier. There was no way Rosa could have reached it. She was tiny. Even now she's small, but back then? No chance. Jasmine was pale and wide-eyed, and I didn't even try to joke anymore. I just cleaned up the glass and quietly decided I would never talk about that ghost like that again. Leaving the house. Not long after that, around April 2024, we finally moved into our own house. Ever since we left that place, nothing has happened. No footsteps, no bells, no white figures, no hands on chair legs. It's been quiet. And I didn't realize how loud that other house felt until we were gone. Whenever I talk about it with my aunt and uncle, Tia Carmen and Uncle Luis, they both insist it was just the basement. They say there wasn't enough light, most of the windows were blocked, and my brain was filling in the gaps. And honestly, I get that. I've watched horror movies since I was like 10 years old. I don't scare easily. I can sit in the dark basement with the lights off and be fine, for a little while. But in that house, I could never stay down there too long. There was always this feeling, like someone was watching me from a corner I couldn't quite see. I know how all of this sounds. I know people can explain a lot of things away with, "You were tired," or "You're into horror, so your mind plays tricks on you," or "Old houses are creaky." Maybe they're right about some of it. All I can say is this. In that little house, 30 steps from the first stone house in the city, something was there with us. And I swear on my life, every single thing I just told you really did happen to me. So, picture this with me for a second. It's a rainy Thursday night, about 5 years ago. I'd canceled plans, decided I was done with people for the day, and I was just going to stay in, curl up in bed, and watch some show on my phone. You know those nights where the bed is the whole world? That was the mood. Now, normally when I'm alone, I don't really cook for myself. I'm a decent cook, but if it's just me, I'm usually a grab some crackers and cheese and call it dinner kind of person. But for whatever reason that night, I got this little burst of motivation, like, no, we're doing this properly. My roommate at the time, his name was Leo, was home too. He was this super intense, slightly weird musician/graphic artist type. He basically lived in his room or in the little studio attached to it. Door always closed, headphones always on. We were friendly, but he was very much a do not disturb kind of guy. So as far as I knew, he was locked away and busy. Anyway, I decide to cook myself something nice. I make this whole elaborate pasta situation. I'm talking water boiling, garlicky olive oil, veggies sizzling in the pan, zucchini, bell peppers, mushrooms, the works. I simmer a tomato sauce with herbs, add a little cream to make it silky, toss in the pasta, and plate it all up on this plain white dinner plate we had. Normal plate, normal rim, nothing fancy. It took me maybe 40 minutes, and I was weirdly proud of it. Like, look at you, cooking a real meal for yourself. I don't bother with the dishes. I just grab the plate with one hand, a fork and a folded paper towel with the other, and head to my room. I nudge my bedroom door closed with my foot, climb onto my full-sized bed. Yeah, not even a queen, just a full. And set the plate down almost in the middle of the bed, next to my phone that's propped up against a pillow. Now, my room has 2 doors. One door goes out to the kitchen and living room. The other door, on the opposite wall, opens to this short hallway that leads to the bathroom, and then out to a little back patio and garden area. That bathroom is literally like 3 steps from my door. I set my plate down, make sure my show is queued up, and then I realize I have to pee. Of course. So I slip out, leave both my bedroom doors open. Totally normal for me because, again, Leo rarely wandered into that side of the house, and I go to the bathroom. I don't even fully close the bathroom door. I'm gone for maybe, 10 seconds? 15 max. Just a quick pee, wash my hands, and I'm heading right back. I walk the few steps back into my room, already excited to dig into this pasta I lovingly crafted. And I stop. Because the bed is there. The phone is there. The fork is there. The folded paper towel is there. But the plate of food? Completely gone. Not just shifted or a little off to the side. Gone. Like it never existed. No crumbs, no sauce drips, nothing. I just stand there for a second, trying to make my brain catch up. My first thought is honestly that I'm being dramatic and forgetful. I'm like, okay, Mia, because that's my name, by the way. Maybe you only plan to bring the food in here, and you imagine the part where you actually did it. So I stand there, sniff the air, and I can still smell the pasta. The garlicky tomato smell is strong. It smells like it's right there. I'm doubting myself now. I go back to the kitchen to see if maybe I left the plate on the counter or the stove or something. Nothing. The pots and pans are there. The little splatters of sauce on the stove are there, but no plate. At this point, I start to feel that little prickle of unease. Not full-on fear, more like, okay, universe, what are we doing? The next thought I have is Leo messing with me? Which would be super out of character for him, but my brain is grasping for something normal. So I walk over to his side of the house and knock on his door. He opens it and he already looks annoyed, like he was deep in some project. He kind of squints at me and goes, "What's up, Mia? I'm working." I'm like, please don't think I'm crazy, but are you messing with me? Because something really bizarre just happened in my room. His expression shifts immediately from irritated to curious. His whole energy changes. What do you mean? What happened? So I explain. I made dinner, I set it on the bed, I went to pee, came back, plate gone, fork and napkin still there. He frowns and goes, "That's weird. Okay, let's go look." So he follows me to the kitchen where I show him the evidence of my cooking. Dirty pans, sauce still warm on the stove. And then we walk into my room, and I point at the spot on the bed where I swear the plate was. He goes, "Yeah, that's strange," and then starts helping me look around the room. We do a full sweep. Check under the bed, under the covers, behind the pillows, behind my nightstand. I even pull my blanket completely off the bed like maybe somehow it flipped the plate or something. Nothing. Then I look across the room, like 9 or 10 feet away, behind my laundry basket in the corner, and there it is. The plate. sitting upright on the floor behind the basket. I walk over and pick it up, and my stomach drops a little. All the food is gone. No pasta, no veggies, just a smear of red sauce on the plate. And the way the sauce looks, it's not like it's smeared by gravity or something falling. It looks like someone dragged their fingers across the plate, leaving streaks. Like when you wipe the last bit of frosting with your fingertips. Leo sees it and goes, "Okay, that's actually creepy." Now we're really confused, because if the food slid off the plate somehow, it would be on the floor. But there's nothing on the floor. No splatters, no spills, nothing. I'm starting to feel a little unsettled and, honestly, a little violated. Like, I put time and care into that meal, you know? We start searching for the food, because logically it has to be somewhere. Next to my bed, I have this small wicker wastebasket that I use only for paper. Sketches, notes, crumpled up doodles. I never put any actual trash in it, and I don't line it with a bag. It's just a bin full of paper balls and scraps. I look over at it, and for some reason my brain goes, "Check there." So I walk over, start gently lifting out the paper. On top, it's all the same stuff I tossed the night before. Crumpled white paper, colored scraps, a couple of sticky notes. And then, under that top layer of paper, there's my dinner. My pasta, my veggies, all of it, sitting in the bottom of the wastebasket. No sauce on the inside walls of the basket, none on the paper I pulled off the top. It looks like someone neatly took the paper out, placed the food in the bin, and then carefully put the paper back on top, without getting anything dirty. At that point, my brain just kind of glitches. Leo thinks I'm pranking him now. He looks at me and goes, "Okay, if this is a joke, it's not funny. Did you seriously do all this just to mess with me?" And I just break. I start crying. I don't cry a lot, but between the confusion and feeling like I wasn't being believed, and the fact that my nice little solo dinner got basically thrown away by some unseen force, it hit me hard. I'm like, why would I ruin my own dinner for a joke? I'd worked so hard on it. It felt mean, even if I couldn't see who did it. And he starts walking back to his room. I'm wiping my eyes, still standing by the wastebasket, when I hear his footsteps suddenly stop. Then immediately, I'm talking maybe 3 or 4 seconds later, he's back in my doorway. And his face is white. "Mia," he says, and his voice is tight. "Are you seriously messing with me? Because if you are, it's really not funny." I'm like, "Leo, I swear I'm not. What now?" He just says, "Come here," and motions for me to follow him. We walk back to his room, and his entire computer setup is gone. This man loves his computer. It's his lifeline. Music, art, games, everything. A little laptop, 2 speakers, a MIDI keyboard. It was all set up on this crate next to his mattress. Now, there's just the crate. No laptop, no speakers, no keyboard. It looks like someone carefully plucked the whole setup away. He starts panicking. No. He's checking under the blanket, behind the mattress, under the bed, nothing. We check the little connecting studio room, nothing. Then we move through to the laundry room in the back of the house. And there it is. His laptop is lying on its backside, screen closed and facing down on the floor. His speakers are on either side of it, also upside down. Everything is arranged almost neatly, like someone gently placed them there. This is 2 rooms away from his bed, maybe 25 or 30 feet, through at least one doorway and a narrow little hallway. There is absolutely no way he could have sprinted out of my room, unplugged and moved all that, arranged it like that, and made it back to my doorway in the handful of seconds it took him to reappear. We just stand there together, staring at his stuff on the laundry room floor in this weird formation. No sound, no footsteps, no doors creaking. Nothing got knocked over on the way. It's like it teleported there. At this point, the vibe has shifted from, we're confused, to, okay, something in this house is doing its own thing, and we are not in control. Leo is shaken. I'm shaken. There's nothing to really do about it, though. It's not like you can ground a ghost or put the house in timeout. Eventually, we just kind of give up on understanding it. He gathers his stuff and takes it back to his room, checking each piece like it might bite. I go back to mine and end up eating some sad little leftover snacks instead of my beautiful pasta. And as I'm sitting there, it hits me. Maybe whatever did that was actually trying to help me. Maybe there was something off in the food, bad veggies, something spoiled I didn't notice. Maybe, in some super weird way, something was like, nope, you're not eating that tonight. Is that true? I have no idea. But honestly, it felt a lot better to imagine some unseen roommate trying to save my life than to think something out there just decided to throw away my solo, hard-earned comfort dinner for fun. So yeah, that's the night my dinner vanished. My roommate's computer teleported, and both of us had to just quietly coexist with the fact that our house apparently had opinions. Make of it what you will. So let me just talk to you like we're sitting at my kitchen table for a minute, all right? I'm a veteran. I got out of the military a few years back, and now I live up in northern Michigan, just outside this small lake town. It's not totally out in the sticks, but it's country enough. Long stretches of road, big pieces of land, a few farms, and neighbors you only really see when the snowblower breaks down. These days my life is pretty quiet. I've got kids, a wife, a mortgage, the usual. My idea of a wild Saturday night is grabbing an energy drink and a bag of chips, then staying up too late watching YouTube after everyone's asleep. That's honestly the highlight of my weekend sometimes. There's this 24-hour gas station convenience store about 5 minutes from my place, right off the highway. Because I'm always up late, I'd swing by there on weekend nights just to get out of the house a bit and feel like a person instead of just dad who does dishes. One night, I walk in there like usual, and I see this clerk behind the counter. And my brain just stutters, because he looks exactly like a guy I served with. I'll call my buddy Danny. Danny was also from Michigan. We'd gotten out of the service around the same time, and for a while we were pretty tight. We texted, called, played Xbox together sometimes. I even dated his cousin for a bit. He was that kind of friend, close enough that you don't think you'll ever completely lose touch. So I'm standing there in this fluorescent lighting, staring at this clerk, and it's like I'm looking at Danny's twin. Same jawline, same nose, same way he kind of squints when he smiles. I actually had to look away and then look back, like maybe my brain would correct itself. And then I noticed his arm. Danny had this tattoo on his left forearm. 4 thin black bands going all the way around, stacked on top of each other near the top of his forearm. He told me once, half joking, half serious, that it was some kind of old Japanese prison tattoo, like it meant something hardcore and mysterious. I never knew if that was true, but it sounded cool when we were younger. The clerk at the gas station had the exact same tattoo. Same arm, same place, same number of bands, same thickness. I remember just staring at his arm for a solid few seconds, because that was the part that broke my brain. You can look like someone, sure. People have doppelgangers. But the same tattoo, in the same spot? That's specific. Now, to be fair, something about him felt different. I could tell in my gut, this isn't Danny. The voice was off, the posture, the way he moved. but I was so thrown that I almost forgot why I was there. I just bought my stuff, kind of on autopilot. He was really friendly too. Not just regular clerk friendly, but like extra. He commented on my sweater of all things. Said he liked my individuality, which is not something I get told often when I'm just wearing some old hoodie. He smiled a lot, made small talk. It was just enough to make the whole thing feel a tiny bit weirder. I drove home in this weird fog and, like I always do when something even mildly interesting happens, I told my wife about it. I tell her everything because honestly my world is pretty small, and this was like the big headline of my week. Her name's Mia, by the way. So I'm telling her about this guy at the station who looks exactly like Danny and has the same tattoo. And she listens really carefully. She asks me a couple of questions like, "Are you sure it wasn't just him?" And I'm like, "No, I don't think so. It didn't feel like him." We talk it through and decide that if it really were Danny, he probably would have recognized me and said something. We weren't strangers. We'd been through stuff together. You don't just forget a face like that. So then we try to rationalize it. Maybe the tattoo isn't as rare as Danny made it sound. Maybe it's not some unique prison thing. Maybe it's just a flash piece they got from a book at a shop somewhere. Maybe a lot of guys think the same bands look cool and get them without knowing the story behind them. Mia leans toward that explanation. She's like, he was probably just talking big to impress people. I kind of let it go. At least, I told myself I did. But I kept seeing the clerk. I'd go in on another Saturday night, and there he was, working the late shift. Then the next weekend. At some point, I realized I'd seen him enough times that it would now be awkward to ask, "Hey, do you know a guy named Danny?" Like, I'd missed my window for it to be casual. Still, he always felt just slightly off. Not creepy, just off. Familiar in a way that made my brain itch. Eventually, I couldn't shake it. So one night I decided, all right, let me just look Danny up, see what he's been up to. Maybe he actually moved up here. Maybe this is all a big coincidence and also not a coincidence. I looked him up online. And that's when I found out that Danny had died. Not years ago. Not some distant tragedy. He'd passed away about a month before I went searching for him. I just sat there staring at the screen. You know that feeling where your stomach drops out? That slow, hollow feeling? I had that. Danny was a good friend. He wasn't perfect, none of us were, but he was a solid guy. And I didn't even know he was gone. I didn't call. I didn't go to the funeral. I was just living my boring little life while his ended. I found his obituary page and left a message there, some clumsy attempt at a goodbye. Then I just sat in my chair and cried, quietly. My house was asleep, and I was mourning someone in the glow of a laptop screen. After that, it felt wrong not to tell the clerk. Even if it turned out he didn't know Danny at all, I kept thinking, what if he does? What if they're cousins or old friends or something, and I've been walking in here every weekend standing across from a guy who deserves to know? So I decided, next Saturday, I'm going to bring it up. I'll ask him if he knows Danny. If he doesn't, okay, I'll walk away feeling a little stupid, but at least I tried. If he does, maybe I can tell him what I knew about Danny, and we can share a moment or something. Saturday rolls around. I drive out to the station. It's late, like usual. He's not there. No big deal. People get days off, shifts change. I figure I'll just catch him another night. On my way back home, it's about 2 a.m. The roads are mostly empty. It's that weird, quiet time of night when everything feels a little bit unreal. I'm driving down my road, thinking about Danny, replaying old memories, and that whole thing with the clerk. Then my headlights catch someone up ahead. There's a man standing near my house. Not at my mailbox, not in a driveway, just there, on the side of the road, wearing a long coat that hangs down almost to his knees. Not quite a classic trench coat, but that's what my brain calls it. He's facing the road, facing me. My headlights hit him full on, and I can see just enough to know he's not one of my neighbors. At least, not anyone I recognize. His hands are down at his sides. No phone in his hand. No dog on a leash. No car pulled over nearby with the hazards on. Just a man, at 2 a.m., standing in the dark outside my neighborhood. I slow down. I don't know why, but I do. Part of me is thinking, is he okay? Does he need help? Another part of me is thinking, this is how people get murdered in movies. I ease past him, trying to get a better look without being too obvious. He doesn't move. Not a wave, not a step, nothing. Just watches my car go by. When I finally pass him, I get this surge of anger mixed with fear. I'm a grown man, a veteran, a dad. I've dealt with worse than some guy standing on the side of the road. So I think, screw this, and I stomp on the brakes. The car lurches to a stop. I look up at the rearview mirror, expecting to see him lit red by my brake lights so I can throw it in reverse and ask him what the hell he's doing out here. But there's nothing in the mirror, just the empty road behind me, glowing in red. Now, distance-wise, I should have still been close enough to see him. I wasn't flying by. I'd slowed down as I approached him. There's no ditch deep enough for him to vanish into, no big trees right there to duck behind, no driveway he could have sprinted into without me noticing. And I'm just sitting there with my foot on the brake, feeling this cold, prickly sensation crawl up my back. I actually thought about backing up and looking more carefully, but then I had this other thought. What if I'm overreacting? What if it's just some teenager waiting on a ride? I don't want to be that weird old guy who jumps out of his car and starts interrogating kids at 2 a.m. So I talked myself down, took my foot off the brake, and drove home. When I got inside, I told Mia everything. Every detail. The missing clerk, Danny's obituary, the guy standing on the road. This time, she didn't try to rationalize as much. She just got quiet. I could see in her face that something about it bothered her on a deeper level. She didn't say, "That's nothing." She just worried. I told her I was thinking of driving down to visit Danny's grave. It felt like something I needed to do. Say a proper goodbye. Pay my respects. Every time I picked a day and told her, though, something would come up. She'd make plans, or forget I'd mentioned it and schedule something else, or suddenly really need my help with something at that exact time. At first, I thought it was just bad timing, but after the second or third time, I started to suspect that, deep down, she didn't want me to go. Like she had that same bad feeling she used to get about houses when she was a kid, and didn't even realize she was acting on it. After that night with the man in the coat, I never saw the clerk again. Not once. And listen, I don't have a big life. I don't drive to the next town over just to see what's there. I go to work, I come home. I run errands in the same little circle. That gas station is part of my routine. If he'd kept working there, I would have seen him again. Guaranteed. But he was just gone. New faces behind the counter. Different people on the late shift. Same store, same smell, same ding of the door. Just no sign of him. No explanation. No, "Hey, did you hear what happened to that one guy?" Nothing. So that's it. That's the whole thing. I don't have a neat ending for you. No big revelation. No jump scare. All I can tell you is, it happened. I talk about it with Mia every now and then, and it still gives me that same hollow feeling in my chest. Same little shiver down the back of my neck. My life is pretty boring, honestly. But this is the one story I can look you in the eye and swear is absolutely real. So, I don't tell this story very often. Even now, just thinking about it makes my stomach do that weird flip. It happened when I was in high school, a little over 10 years ago. I was maybe 16, 17. Back then, my favorite thing in the world was rearranging my room. Constantly. New paint, new layout, thrift store furniture. If I could drag it up the stairs by myself, it was fair game. My dad, well, my stepdad, Leo, worked in this old office building. The basement was basically a graveyard for stuff left behind by previous tenants. Boxes, broken chairs, random electronics, filing cabinets full of who knows what. He knew I loved old creepy junk, as he called it, so one weekend he said, "If you want to poke around down there, take whatever. They're going to clear it out anyway." So I go down into this basement. It's that kind of place where the air feels thick and dusty, and the lights flicker just enough to annoy you. I'm digging around, not really finding anything special. Some chipped lamps, a cracked mirror. When I see it, it's this old film projector, real old school, heavy metal body, with this faded manufacturer's logo I didn't recognize. The plug was foreign, looked like something from Europe, and right next to it, a cardboard box just packed with film reels. There must have been at least 20 or 30 of them. The labels were written in this language I couldn't read, looked Eastern European, maybe Cyrillic, but I honestly had no idea. I didn't care what was on them. I just thought it would look cool in my room. That was it. Pure aesthetic. I took the projector and the whole box of reels home, hauled them up to my room, and set the projector on my dresser like this weird, artsy centerpiece. The reels I stacked on a shelf. I didn't even bother wiping the dust off. And that very first night, things started. I remember waking up in the middle of the night and realizing I couldn't move. At all. I'd never had sleep paralysis before, so I didn't even know that's what it was. I'm just lying there, frozen, heart pounding. And out of the corner of my eye, I see this faint light. The projector is on. Except it's not plugged in. It's pointed at my wall, and there's this silhouette. A tall, hooded figure, like a shadow being projected. But there's no film, no sound, nothing. Just that shape. I'm trying to scream, trying to move, and my body will not cooperate. Eventually, I manage to wrench myself awake fully, and when I sit up, everything's dark and still. The projector is off, just sitting there like it always was. I wrote it off as a nightmare. A really awful, super vivid nightmare. You know how you do that? You convince yourself, okay, weird, but whatever, brain stuff. But it didn't end there. For months after that, I was getting sleep paralysis almost every night. Sometimes I'd wake up and feel this crushing weight on my chest, like someone was sitting on me, pushing the air out of my lungs. I'd try to move my arms, my legs, even just my fingers, and nothing would respond. And almost every time, that same figure would be there. Sometimes it was in the projection, like before, this dark, hooded shape on the wall. Other times, it wasn't a projection at all. It felt like it was just standing in the room, closer than before. I never saw a face, just this sense that if I really looked, if I really focused, I'd see something I didn't want to see. And it wasn't just at night. I'd be at my desk doing homework and hear footsteps in the hallway when everyone else was asleep or downstairs. Slow, steady, deliberate steps, like someone taking their time. Then scratching. Little taps and scrapes at my door. I'd open it and nothing. Empty hallway. I kept telling myself I was stressed, that I was imagining things. My family didn't really take it seriously. My sister made jokes about me watching too many horror movies. My stepdad teased me about my haunted decor. Nobody was mean about it, but they definitely didn't get it. And when nobody believes you, you start doing that awful thing where you don't believe yourself either. I honestly thought I was losing my mind. And then the boy showed up. There's one episode I will never forget, and I'm sure it's burned into my brain until I die. I woke up again, paralyzed, stuck on my back, eyes open. The room's dark, but I can see enough. And in the corner, near my bookshelf, there's this small figure. A kid. A little boy. At first, he's just standing there, facing me. Then he starts walking. Slowly. One step at a time toward my bed. I shut my eyes as tight as I can. I'm thinking, nope, 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 not doing this. But you know when your curiosity overrides your fear? I don't even know how much time passed, but finally I forced my eyes open again. And he is right there, inches from my face. His skin is this chalky, unnatural white. His eyes are blood red, like there's no white in them at all. His teeth are sharp, too many of them, and there's this long, pointed tongue lolling out of his mouth. He's screaming and laughing at the same time, this horrible sound, like static mixed with a child's giggle. I couldn't move, couldn't scream back, couldn't do anything. I just lay there and took it in and honestly thought, this is it, I've snapped, I'm gone. When I finally jolt awake for real, I'm drenched in sweat. My voice is hoarse, like I'd been yelling, even though no one heard anything. I remember just sitting on the edge of my bed, shaking, thinking, something is really, really wrong here. By that point, I was terrified to sleep at all. I'd fall asleep at school in class. I'd drink way too much caffeine just to stay awake. My grades dropped. I was anxious all the time. It felt like my life had shrunk down to this cycle of dread. Get through the day, then survive the night. And then, finally, someone else felt it. One night, my mom, her name's Celia, ended up sleeping in my room after she and Leo had a fight. I wasn't home. I was sleeping over at a friend's place. The next morning when I got back, she looked off. Tired, pale, unsettled. She goes, "Something's wrong with your room." I just froze. She told me she'd heard footsteps in the hallway all night. She heard scratching on the door. She said she felt like she was being watched, like there was someone standing over her while she was trying to sleep. She had horrible nightmares. She used the exact word I'd been too scared to say out loud. Your room feels evil. And I can't even tell you the weird mix of emotions I had. On one hand, I was terrified. On the other, I finally felt this tiny flicker of validation. Like, okay, I'm not making this up. It's not just in my head. Something is seriously wrong here. After that, I went into full research mode. I spent weeks reading everything I could find online about sleep paralysis, hauntings, entities, energy, all of it. Forums, blogs, random posts from people I would have rolled my eyes at before all this started. The details they shared matched so closely with what I've been going through that I felt physically sick reading it. The gradual escalation, the feeling of being watched, the sleep paralysis with recurring figures, the way the whole room felt contaminated. And suddenly it just clicked. Like this quiet little voice in the back of my head finally screamed loud enough to be heard. The projector. It sounds so obvious now, but at the time I'd been trying so hard to rationalize everything that I'd never really connected it. The timing was perfect though. Things started the exact night I brought that thing into my room. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense in the worst possible way. So the next day I didn't mess around. I grabbed the projector, the box of reels, didn't even bother to pack them neatly, and shoved everything into the trunk of my car. I didn't want them in the house for one more second. Instead of taking them to a thrift store or donating them, I drove them out of town. Like a solid couple of hours out, to this big landfill near the edge of the city. The whole drive I felt this crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was sitting in the back seat, just staring at me. When I got there, I didn't say some ritual or blessing or anything. I'm not that dramatic. I just got out, hauled the projector and reels out of the trunk, and tossed them as far into the massive garbage piles as I could. I remember my hands shaking, my heart pounding. I wanted them gone. Not sitting in a box in my garage, not passed on to someone else. Just gone. I drove home with this weird mix of fear and relief, like I'd just done something really important, but also maybe really stupid. And then, everything stopped. I'm not exaggerating. That very night, my room felt different, lighter, like someone had opened a window in a stale, stuffy space. I slept through the night for the first time in months. No footsteps, no scratching at the door, no hooded figure, no demon child inches from my face. The sleep paralysis just vanished. Since then, I've had sleep paralysis maybe 2 or 3 times, and it's always been during really stressful periods. And even then, the hallucinations weren't anything like what I saw back then. No red-eyed boy, no projector imagery, nothing that felt targeted. I still think about those film reels sometimes. I wonder what was on them, who owned that projector before me, where it came from. There were labels, like I said, in that foreign script. A part of me was so curious. I almost set the projector up once, just to see what would flicker onto the wall. But every instinct in my body screamed, "Don't. Don't plug it in. Don't thread the film. Don't press play." I didn't even try to translate the writing on the reels. I just wanted that entire chapter erased from my space, from my house, from my life. And here's the thing. Before this, nothing particularly paranormal had ever happened to me. And since then, I've never experienced anything that intense again. The timing, the way it all lined up with that one object, it's really hard for me to dismiss as coincidence. So yeah, that's the story of the time I unknowingly brought home something that felt haunted, for lack of a better word, and how everything went to hell until I got rid of it. I still don't know exactly what it was. Was it just sleep paralysis and my brain making connections it wanted to make? Was there really something attached to that projector and those reels? I honestly don't know. But I do know this. My life went back to normal the moment that thing was out of my world. And I genuinely wonder, has anything like this ever happened to you? Like, have you ever brought an object into your home and felt the whole energy of the place shift in a bad way? Hey everyone, welcome to that Paranormal M channel. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss the latest videos. I'm so happy I get to do what I love most, sitting here and telling you about paranormal experiences from all over. And what makes me even happier is knowing these stories can help you relax and sleep better. So don't hesitate to share your own paranormal experiences with me. You know how every small town has that place? For me, it was the old asylum on the hill. I grew up in this quiet little town where everyone pretended not to be obsessed with that building, but we all were. It was this abandoned, sprawling psychiatric hospital that you could see from almost anywhere. To most people, it was just a creepy landmark. To me, it felt personal. My nan, Eileen, had worked there as a psychiatric nurse, and my granddad, Tom, was a porter. I grew up on their stories. Well, the pieces of them they were willing to tell anyway. They never really went into the grisly details. It was more small things. The smell of disinfectant that wouldn't leave their clothes. The patients who loved gardening. The way the corridors echoed when it was quiet. So even as a kid, I was obsessed with the place. Not in a horror movie way, more in a "this is my family's history" way. I used to press my face to the car window whenever we drove past, trying to catch a glimpse of the broken windows or overgrown grounds. I knew there was no chance I'd be allowed inside back then, but I always told myself, one day, when I'm older. When I hit my teenage years and started going out more, my mom, her name's Claire, had one rule she repeated like a broken record. Don't go near the hospital. Not the building, not the grounds. Just stay away, all right? And honestly, I listened. I was weirdly obedient for a teenager, but it didn't kill the curiosity. If anything, it made it worse. I wanted to walk the same paths my grandparents had. I wanted to stand where they'd stood and actually see it, not just from the road, not from the safety of the car, but up close. Then we moved. Our new house was just around the corner from the old hospital. From my bedroom window, I could see the top of its roofline, broken and jagged against the sky. At night, if I twisted the blinds just right, I could catch the outline of the main block, silhouetted by the streetlights. That's when the obsession turned into something else. I started dropping hints to my mom constantly. We could just walk past it. Maybe just the driveway? Not inside, I promise. Just the grounds. Every time. No, it's dangerous, and it's private property. Until one day, she didn't say no. I still remember how casually she brought it up. We were in the kitchen. She was making tea, and I was half scrolling my phone, half staring out of the window, like usual. She just said, "If we went in the daytime, and we stayed outside, just the grounds, would that be enough for you?" I must have looked like a cartoon character, the way my jaw dropped. I kept waiting for her to say she was joking. Instead, she added, "But we don't go inside. The building's unstable, and there's asbestos everywhere. I mean it. We stay out." I agreed so fast it was almost embarrassing. Technically, going onto the grounds was trespassing, but getting in wasn't exactly a challenge. People broke in all the time. The fence had gaps like missing teeth. We found one wide enough to step through without even ducking. So there we were, just me and my mom, slipping through this torn section of fence into a different world. We followed a short path through a strip of woodland, only a couple of minutes long, really. It was quiet in that way that feels heavy, like the air itself is listening. Soft earth under our shoes, the faint sound of branches knocking together overhead. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. And then, suddenly, the trees ended. There it was, up close. It felt bigger, like it was leaning over us. Bits of the roof had collapsed. Ivy crawled up the walls, and graffiti covered almost every flat surface. Names, symbols, messages that didn't make sense anymore. We made our way around to the front, the part I'd only ever seen from a distance, driving past with my grandparents. Being right there on the gravel, looking up at those tall, broken windows was surreal. I kept imagining my Nan in her uniform, my granddad pushing trolleys along those corridors. For about 15 minutes, everything was calm. We walked slowly, stopping now and then so I could take quick photos on my phone. I didn't pose or anything. I just wanted to remember the angles, the doorways, the arches. I was buzzing, but in this quiet, reverent way. Then we heard it, the crunch of tires on gravel. Both of us froze. The sound got closer, then stopped, not far from where we were. A car door slammed. Heavy footsteps followed, the kind where the person isn't trying to be quiet at all. Then a man's voice, harsh, irritated, and instantly familiar, even though I'd never actually met him. The groundsman. Every town has its legends, and he was one of ours. People said he'd scream at trespassers, that he'd let his dog loose to chase them out. There were rumors about him threatening people, stories that got retold so many times no one knew what was true anymore. But his reputation alone was enough to keep most people away. Mom and I looked at each other, wide-eyed. No words, just that look. We sort of mime-acted a plan at each other. Back the way we came, quietly. Now. We turned around and started walking back, as lightly as we could manage. I could hear the man moving somewhere else on the grounds. At least, I hoped it was somewhere else, and not getting closer. Every little sound felt amplified. Our shoes on the gravel, a branch snapping underfoot, my own breathing. Still, even then, I couldn't resist. I lifted my phone and snapped a few more photos as we went. A broken staircase here, a crumbling archway there. I never stopped for more than a second. Click, walk. Click, walk. Somehow, we made it back to the fence without seeing him. We slipped through the gap onto the public footpath like we were emerging from underwater. By the time we reached the car, we both let out that same long, shaky breath. The kind that only comes out once you realize how tense you've been. On the drive home, I just kept saying, "Thank you. Seriously, thank you for taking me." Mom smiled, but she was gripping the steering wheel tighter than usual. That night, we were back to normal life. Sitting in the living room, TV murmuring away, lamps on, everything soft and ordinary. Mom was half watching some crime drama. I'd put my earphones in and decided to scroll through the photos I'd taken. Now, this was back when live photos were still fairly new to me. I knew they existed, but I'd never really thought about the fact that they capture a little bit of sound with each picture. So I'm just scrolling, completely relaxed. I tap the first live photo from the hospital, and it comes to life for a second or two. All I hear is what I expect. The crunch of our footsteps on gravel. Mine and Mum's. That's it. Next one, same thing. Gravel. A faint rustle. Nothing weird. Then I get to this one shot of a crumbling archway that seemed to lead into an old corridor. Just darkness beyond it, thick and solid. I press down to play the live photo. For a moment, it's normal. Background noise, the soft scuff of my shoe. And then I hear it. A faint, childlike voice, right in my earphones, close, but somehow far away at the same time. R.I.P. me. I just stared at the screen, replaying it again and again, hoping I'd misheard. But no, same thing every time. That tiny voice, those 2 words. At this point, my hands were actually shaking, but I kept going. I don't know why. Curiosity, maybe. Or the horrible logic of, if there's one weird thing, maybe the others will explain it. I swiped to the next photo. At first, there's nothing unusual, just that ambient hiss that phones pick up, the sound of shoes moving over stones. Then, clear as day, a different voice cuts through. Older, sharper. Not my mom's, not mine. The kind of voice that sounds like it's right behind you. You fucked up. I froze. I don't think I even breathed. It wasn't just the words, though those were bad enough. It was the tone. There was this horrible certainty in it, like the speaker knew something I didn't. Like it wasn't a joke or a random mutter, but a statement. You fucked up. That was it. No laughter, no follow-up. Just that sentence, dropped like a stone into a lake. I went through every other live photo from that day. Thankfully, those were the only 2 with voices. But that almost made it worse. Why those 2? Why that archway? Why those words? Eventually, Mom glanced over and noticed how pale I was. You all right? She asked. I pulled my earphones out and just handed her the phone. Listen, I said. She played the first one. I watched her whole expression change. The second she heard that small voice say, R.I.P. me, her eyebrows shot up and her mouth tightened. Then she went to the next one, the older voice, the swearing. Her reaction honestly scared me more than the recordings did. She looked rattled, properly shaken. That's not us, she said quietly. I know, I told her. And it wasn't. For one, neither voice sounded anything like us. The child's voice was lighter, almost echoey. The older one had this firm, almost clipped way of speaking, like someone who's used to being listened to. But more than that, I would never swear like that in front of my mom. Not then, not now. Even at 15, I was painfully self-conscious about that sort of thing around her. There is just no version of reality where I casually drop, you fucked up, within earshot of her and don't spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Of course, when we told other people later, they all said the same thing. You must have been talking and not realized. It's probably someone in the distance. Phones distort things. It's just you. It has to be you. And I get it. That explanation is easier. It's neater. It fits. But the truth is, it doesn't. Because those voices weren't ours. They didn't sound like us, didn't feel like us. And those particular words, R.I.P. me. You f***ed up. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if that second voice was talking about us going there. Like some strange, belated warning preserved in a few seconds of video I didn't even know I was recording. Or maybe it was never about us at all. Either way, I still have those live photos. And every time I move them to a new phone, I tell myself I'm not going to play them again. But I always do. So, I'm just going to talk to you like I would to a friend, okay? Because this story is heavy and weird and honestly still a little raw. When I was 5, my sister Lily was 8, and she died. It was sudden, one of those normal days that just snaps in half. She was crossing the road near the park with her friend, and a car hit her. They said she was brain dead pretty quickly after they got to the hospital. A few hours later, they turned off the life support. I don't remember every detail, just the feeling that the world got really, really quiet. My family has always had a lot of paranormal stories. Like, if you sit in our living room long enough, someone will bring up a ghost, or a dream, or that time the radio did the thing. And I've always kind of liked hearing them. It made me feel like the people we lost weren't completely gone, you know? Anyway, the night Lily died, my mom, Claire, was driving home. She didn't know about the accident yet. There's this thing with her old car, 2 little dashboard lights that are wired together. The mechanic had told her ages before that they either both stay on or both go off. There's no way for just one of them to die on its own. If one goes, they both go. She was driving past the road where the crash happened, still clueless about what was going on just a few streets away. And right as she passed that spot, one of those impossible lights flicked off. Just one. At the same moment, Lily's favorite song came on the radio. Some cheesy early 2000s pop song she used to always sing off-key. Mom says it was Skater Boy by Avril Lavigne, and I weirdly believe her because that is so something Lily would love. Mom told me she just got this heavy, sinking feeling in her stomach, out of nowhere. Like the air thickened. She didn't know why yet. She only found out about the accident later that night. So back then, I shared a bedroom with Lily. After she died, I stayed in that room, but now, alone. At 5 years old, that kind of empty feels huge. My older sister Erin decided she was going to keep me company one night. She brought her best friend over, and they both came into my room to hang out with me. I can't remember what we were doing exactly. Coloring, I think, or playing with dolls. But I remember the feeling. I wasn't alone for once. And then we heard something. A noise from under Lily's bed. Not the house creaking kind of noise. Something that made the 3 of us go quiet all at once. You know that moment when you're a kid and it suddenly feels like the whole room is holding its breath? It was like that. Erin sort of laughed it off at first, but I was curious. Kids are stupidly brave in the worst ways. So I got down on the floor and lifted the blanket hanging off the side of the bed. And that's when I saw her. There was a little girl under the bed. She was lying there on her side, facing me. She had medium-length dark brown hair, like Lily did. She was wearing what looked like a pale hospital gown, or maybe a white nightdress. I'm not even sure anymore. But her face. There was something wrong with her face. She didn't have normal features. It was like her eyes were just dark holes. Not empty sockets exactly, more like deep, black voids where eyes should have been. And on the right side of her head, there was blood, matted into her hair, like a wound. I remember freezing. My brain was trying to decide if I was supposed to scream, or cry, or just stop existing. And then, whatever she was, she looked back at me. I don't mean she blinked or anything. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt her attention land on me, like being watched from inside a dark room. I scrambled back so fast I hit my head on the bedside table. Erin freaked out. Her friend started crying. I think Erin saw a glimpse of something too because she went pale and yanked me away from the bed. We ended up all running out of the room, screaming for Mum. After that, honestly, my brain put the whole thing in a box and buried it. Grief does that. I forgot about it. The little girl under the bed just stopped existing in my mind. Fast forward a few years. I'm about 11 or 12. We'd moved houses a couple of times since Lily died. Different town, different room, different bed. Life was still a bit messy, but I was older now, more into school and friends and music and all that. One evening, I was sitting on my bed, scrolling on my phone, half asleep. You know that fuzzy time before you really decide to knock out for the night? I got this feeling that someone was at the end of my bed. Not sitting, not moving, just there. I tried to ignore it, like you do. Pulled the blanket up a bit, shifted around, pretended I didn't notice. Then I glanced up. At the foot of my bed, peeking around the corner of the mattress, was a small head, dark hair, pale skin, and those same, horrible, empty eyes. It was the same thing I'd seen under Lily's bed all those years ago. I snapped fully awake in a second. My heart was pounding so hard I felt sick. I blinked, looked away, looked back, and it was gone. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The memory of the first time came crashing back like a wave. I started sketching it. I'm not even that good at drawing, but I needed to put it on paper. Like if I got it out of my head, maybe it would feel less real. When I thought I had it right, I showed the drawing to Erin. She went dead quiet. She's a lot older than me. She's 24 now, and she remembers Lily much better than I do. She stared at the drawing for a long time, and then she started shaking her head and tearing up. She told me, "That looks exactly like Lily. The hair, the shape of the face, even the way the head was turned." She said it was like seeing our sister again, but wrong. Here's the thing though. I never saw Lily after she died. I wasn't allowed at the hospital, I wasn't allowed at the funeral, and I never saw her body. I didn't know what injuries she had. Later, Mom told us that Lily had a bad head wound, on the same side as the wound I'd drawn on that thing's head. That was the first time I really started thinking, okay, this isn't just a regular "I saw a ghost" story. I started to feel like whatever I'd been seeing wasn't my sister. It was something else wearing her shape, like it had put on a Lily costume to get close. And honestly, once that idea clicked, I got angry. I started calling it out in my head, telling it I knew it wasn't Lily, saying out loud sometimes, "You're not her. Stop pretending. You're not welcome here." After that, the Lily-like version of it started to fade. I didn't see the little girl with the bloody head for a while. I thought maybe it was gone. But then my younger sister, Mia, the one who was born after Lily died, who never met her, started mentioning the girl. That's when the dread came back. And just when I was starting to convince myself it was all trauma and imagination, something happened in my mom's car. I was in the passenger seat, scrolling on my phone again. It was dark outside. We were parked, just the two of us. The car was quiet except for the low hum of the engine and some soft music. Out of nowhere, I got that feeling again. You know when every instinct in your body suddenly goes, "Do not look behind you." It was like that, like my nerves were screaming, but quietly. I ignored it for as long as I could. Then I caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror. There was a black figure in the back seat. Not fully solid, not fully see-through, but there. And the eyes, God, the eyes were wrong. Not glowing or anything cheesy like that, just focused, too intense, like the feeling of being watched from the bottom of a well. It wasn't trying to look like Lily anymore. I just knew it was the same thing. The same attachment, the same presence. And for the first time, I was genuinely terrified of it. Before, it was scary, sure, but more confusing than anything. This time, it felt dangerous. It felt like if I acknowledged it too much, something bad would happen. Since then, I've noticed something else. I hate going near my mom's room or Mia's room when I'm home alone. There's this heavy, awful feeling in that part of the house, like the air is thicker there. Sometimes I'll walk past and feel like I'm about to see something I really, really don't want to see. A couple of times I have seen something. Just a glimpse at the corner of my vision. Something dark, child-sized, near the doorway or standing by the bed, like it's waiting. Mom has her own stories too. She's told me she hears little feet running around her room at night, or feels the mattress dip like a child has sat down beside her. She thought it was Lily at first. Now she's not so sure. The weirdest part of all this? I used paranormal rods at Lily's grave once. I know some people think that stuff is fake, and maybe it is, but that day felt different. I asked if she was at peace. The rods crossed for no. I asked if it was because of the thing attached to our family. The rods moved again, like a yes. I asked if she was trying to protect me from it. And again, yes. So now I'm stuck in this awful place where I feel like my sister is fighting something I can't see properly, and I'm just living with the side effects. I don't really believe in God. I wasn't raised super religious, but I've caught myself talking to the ceiling some nights, begging someone to help. Anyone. Because I'm tired. I'm tired of the dread, tired of seeing it, tired of feeling it. I'm tired of wondering if it's going to show up at the end of my bed again, or in the back seat of the car, or standing just outside my door when I turn off the light. Most of all, I'm tired thinking that Lily might not be at peace, that she's still hanging around, trying to keep this thing from getting to me. So yeah, that's my story. I don't have a neat ending for you. I don't have some big dramatic exorcism scene or a perfectly happy and then it vanished. Right now, it's just me, talking to you, saying, I think something attached itself to my family when my sister died. I think it tried to wear her face, and I want it gone. I want my sister to be able to rest. I want to stop being scared of my own house. And honestly, I have no idea what to do next. So, picture this. I'm sitting on the couch with my family, right? We've just demolished this tub of cookies and cream ice cream. I was the one who scraped the last spoonful out, and as soon as I did, everyone turned and looked at me like I'd just committed a crime. My sister goes, well, Leo finished it, so obviously he's the one going to get more. And the whole room just kind of nodded like a jury delivering a verdict. Now, the only place still open at that time of night, about 10:45 p.m., was this little milk bar about 2.5 kilometers away, on the other side of the forest. It's one of those old tracks people don't really use much anymore. The council tried to close it once because it was unsafe, which, in hindsight, yeah, fair. But in that moment, I knew there was no arguing my way out. So I chuck on my warmest hoodie, some trackies, my old beat-up sneakers, and this ridiculous beanie my grandma knitted. I grab my half-dead head torch, you know the type where the light flickers like a horror movie prop, and head out the door. The air outside was cold enough to bite a little when I breathed in. The streetlights stopped a few houses down, and then it was just darkness and that faded dirt trail leading into the trees. I started walking, telling myself, it's just a walk, just a forest, just ice cream. You'll be fine. For the first 10 minutes or so, it was pretty uneventful. Just the crunch of gravel, the squelch of mud, and the occasional moth dive-bombing straight into my torch. The beam was weak and cracked across the lens, so it threw light in this weird, patchy way that made tree trunks look like they were shifting when they weren't. Then, out of nowhere, I hear this rustling behind me. Before I can even turn around properly, this whole bunch of rabbits, like a lot of them, comes sprinting past me along the track. I'm talking maybe 15, 20 rabbits, all at once, zooming by as fast as kids running out of school on a Friday. They raced past my feet, then suddenly split in every direction, diving into the bushes like something had just yelled, "Scatter!" I kind of laughed for a second like, okay, that was weird. But then, before I could finish that thought, something much bigger crashed through the undergrowth to my left. A deer, at least I think it was a deer, burst out of the bushes, close enough that I felt the air move when it passed. Its eyes were wide, its legs were flailing, and it looked absolutely terrified. It veered off toward the right side of the track and tore off into the trees, hooves smashing through sticks and leaves. And there's this moment after that where everything went quiet. You know that really eerie quiet? Where suddenly you're hyper-aware of your own breathing. That kind. I stood there thinking, okay, the animals are acting like there's a fire or a wolf or something. That's fine. That's normal. We're fine. I tried to shrug it off. Maybe someone's walking their dog. Maybe there was a loud noise I didn't hear. I took a few more steps forward, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Then I heard it. From somewhere behind me, maybe 100 meters or so back on the track, this scream just ripped through the forest. It wasn't a human scream. It wasn't an animal scream I recognized either. It sounded like metal tearing and someone shouting at the same time. This blood-curdling, ragged, broken noise that made my whole body lock up. My chest tightened so fast it actually hurt. For a second, I swear I forgot how to breathe. Every instinct I had just started yelling at me, "Run." So I did. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 70 or 80 meters, curiosity, or stupidity, you pick, got the better of me. I glanced over my shoulder, and that's when I saw it. There, in the middle of the track, under the broken beam of my torch, was this thing. Pale white, tall, and unnaturally thin, like its limbs were too long for its body. It was down on all fours, but its back was arched too high, like it was almost standing and crawling at the same time. It was panting and growling, this horrible wet sound, and its head was tilted just enough that I could tell it was staring straight at me. I didn't get a good look at its face, and honestly, I'm grateful for that. Any idea I ever had about being the brave one in the family died right there on that track. I always thought, if anything ever happened, I'd be the one who'd stand their ground, throw a punch, something. But in that moment, no. Flight absolutely obliterated fight. I veered off the trail into the forest without even thinking, just hoping that if I got out of the open, I'd at least have a chance. The ground immediately got worse. Roots, rocks, thick undergrowth, and I was trying to dodge everything while still running flat out. There was this fallen tree up ahead, a big one, and I tried to leap over it. My foot caught on something, and the next thing I knew, I was eating dirt. I hit the ground so hard I saw little bursts of light behind my eyes. My head torch flew off my head, bounced once, and dried completely. The forest snapped into pitch-black darkness in less than a second. And that was it. No phone, no spare light, nothing. I'd left my phone at home because I thought, I'm just getting ice cream. What could happen? The only thing I had on me was my wallet with about $15 in it, which was not particularly useful in the middle of a forest with something nightmare-shaped chasing me. As my ears started ringing themselves out, I realized I could still hear it. That thing was getting closer. Its breathing was louder now, heavier, almost like it had been running for ages and wasn't even close to tired yet. I could hear branches snapping, leaves crunching, something dragging slightly with every step. I knew there was no way I could outrun it in the dark without snapping my ankle or knocking myself out on a tree, so I did the only thing I could think of. I hid. When I'd fallen, my hand had brushed against this small hollow beneath the log I'd tried to jump. It looked like some animal burrow or just where the ground had worn away. It wasn't big, but when I reached down and felt around, I thought, maybe, just maybe, I can fit. Adrenaline is wild, by the way. I grabbed the edge of that log and somehow, with every muscle in my body shaking, managed to lift it just enough to wriggle myself underneath. Then I eased it back down on top of me, praying it wouldn't slam and give away my spot. The space under there was tight. Dirt pressed up against my chest. I could feel roots digging into my arms. My face was just inches from the ground. I had to turn my head slightly just so I could breathe. Through this thin crack near the bottom, I could see a sliver of the forest floor and a bit of moonlight. That's when it got close. I could hear it first, those uneven, mangled footsteps, like something with joints that didn't quite bend the right way. Then I saw them. Feet. Or what I think were feet. They were pale and twisted, like the bones inside were bent out of shape. The legs moved in this jerky, too fast way, almost like they were going to snap with every step, but somehow didn't. It thundered past the log, breathing harder than a lawnmower ripping through tall grass, this horrible, raspy inhale that felt like it was right inside my ear. All I kept thinking was, do not sneeze, do not cough, do not exist. It kept going, the sound of it crashing through the forest growing fainter and fainter. Even after I couldn't hear it anymore, I still stayed frozen. Time kind of stopped being real at that point. It felt like I lay there for hours, but when I later did the math, it must have been about 40, maybe 50 minutes. Eventually, my eyes adjusted a bit to the darkness, and my brain started whispering, okay, you either stay here forever, or you run. So I eased myself out from under the log, as quietly as I could. Every little sound felt like a gunshot. Once I was free, I didn't even bother trying to find the track carefully. I just moved. Crawling at first, then walking, then running once I spotted the faint line of the trail again. From there, I sprinted. I don't remember much of that part, honestly. Just branches, cold air burning my lungs, and this feeling that if I slowed down even a little, that thing would suddenly be behind me again. Eventually, the trees started thinning, and I saw it. The faint glow of the Milk Bar's sign through the gaps. I have never loved fluorescent lights more in my life. I stumbled into the shop, covered in dirt and leaves, hoodie torn, breathing like I'd run a marathon. There's this little bell on the door that dinged cheerfully, completely at odds with whatever I'd just crawled out of. Behind the counter was the owner, an older guy named Mr. D'Souza, who's usually pretty chill. He looked up, saw me, and his eyes went huge. I glanced up at the clock on the wall. It said 12:27 a.m., which meant I'd been out there, mostly hiding under that log, for close to an hour and a half. My brain was still scrambled eggs, so I walked up to the counter and, for some reason, the first thing out of my mouth when he asked what happened was, I was hunting rabbits. Like that explained anything. He just stared at me for a second, then kind of half smiled, like he knew I was lying but decided not to push it. "You look like the rabbits won," he said. I grabbed the tub of ice cream my family liked Different flavor this time, caramel swirl. Paid with my filthy hands, and then just blurted, "Hey, is there any chance you could give me a lift home? My, legs are a bit done." He studied me for a moment. This man in his 50s, kind eyes, lines on his face that said he'd heard a lot of stories and probably believed about half of them. Then he nodded. "Of course," he said softly. "You shouldn't be walking out there this late anyway." He shut up the shop, locked the door, and walked me to his car. I sat in the passenger seat, clutching the ice cream like it was some kind of trophy, and watched the trees slide by as we drove back along the main road. The forest was just a dark mass off to the side, no sign at all of what had happened in there. When we pulled up outside my house, he glanced over at me and said, "Next time, tell your family they can get their own ice cream, I laughed a little, even though my hands were still shaking. "Yeah," I said, "I think I might." I went inside, handed my very confused family their ice cream, and didn't say a word about what really happened on that track. But I'll tell you this, I haven't walked through that forest at night since. So, let me tell you about the night that still makes my chest feel tight when I think about it. It was my second year at Northbridge University, and the rumor going around campus was that if you visited the old hillside cemetery after midnight, you wouldn't come back with the same number of people you went in with. We laughed it off, obviously. We were 19, full of instant noodles and overconfidence. There were 11 of us that night. We met by the back gate of the dorms just before midnight. Everyone had something. Cheap chips, bottled tea, a flashlight. Somebody brought a tiny Bluetooth speaker. I remember the air was thick, kind of sticky, like the world had been holding its breath all day and only started exhaling once we stepped outside. The cemetery sat behind the university's old library, up this narrow path where the streetlights never quite reached. As we walked, some of us linked arms. Not because we were scared, at least that's what we said, but because it felt like the right thing to do when you're pretending not to be afraid. I was walking next to this guy we all called Echo. That wasn't his real name, but he talked in this soft way that made people lean in to listen, and jokes tended to bounce back to him. So, Echo stuck. Anyway, the sky was cloudy, but it wasn't foggy at first. That came later. We slipped through the old iron gate, half open, like it had been waiting for us. The stone path was cracked, weeds pushing through. Some headstones were leaning, some broken. The whole place had this feeling, like it remembered more than it should. Someone in the back started humming a childish ghost song, and we all shushed them. It was just us, but it didn't feel like just us. Not long after we stepped in, the weather shifted. You know when it gets cold so suddenly that your skin prickles before your brain catches up? It was like that. The wind picked up, sharp and fast, and this fine, cold drizzle started falling. Needles on our cheeks, on our hands. Then, out of nowhere, snow started mixing with the rain. In the middle of late autumn. Tiny white flakes, swirling in the beam of our flashlight. We all kind of laughed it off. Wow, weird timing, right? But I could feel the way everyone's shoulders tensed. And then it happened. One of the girls up front let out this raw, honest scream. We spun around, lights swinging over tombstones and grass, and she was just standing there, shaking, pointing at the space next to her. "I was holding his arm," she said. "I was holding his arm." The space beside her was empty. Echo, who had been right next to her a second before, was gone. At first, we thought he'd jumped behind a gravestone as a joke. It would have been exactly the kind of stupid prank someone would pull, right? So we called his name. We laughed a little too loudly. "Okay, Echo, come on. Not funny. You can come out." Nothing. That's when someone said, "Let's count, just to be sure." So we lined up as best we could in that uneven, wet ground, and one of the guys started counting. tapping each shoulder as the flashlight beam passed over our faces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He frowned. Wait, there were 11 of us, I said. Count again, someone muttered. We did, but this time something felt wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Still 10. Echo was missing, but it didn't feel like we were one short. It felt even, like the group had sealed itself at 10 and refused to admit he was gone. Everyone told her she was being creepy, but nobody told her she was wrong. We should have left. Any reasonable person would have turned around right there. But real life isn't reasonable, and neither are 19-year-olds fueled by myths and midnight bravado. Someone said, "We can't just leave Echo here." And that was it. The decision was made. We pushed deeper into the cemetery. The fog rolled in slowly, like it had been waiting for its cue. It gathered low at first, curling around our ankles, then rose up, softening the edges of gravestones until they looked like crooked teeth in a ghost's mouth. Trees at the far end blurred into smudges of shadow. I remember clutching my flashlight so hard my fingers cramped. We kept calling his name. "Echo! Hey! Answer if you hear us!" The sound of our voices flattened out, like the fog was swallowing them. And then, all at once, we saw him. He was standing near a black, cracked headstone with no name on it, just a faint, worn-out carving that was impossible to read. Our lights hit him altogether, and everyone froze. Because it was Echo, and it wasn't. His hair, he'd had this messy, dark hair before, was gone, like it had been shaved right down to the scalp, but unevenly, like it hadn't been done by clippers. His skin looked too pale, but not the usual "I'm cold" kind of pale. It was this almost gray color, stretched thin, and there were these faint red marks and scratches appearing on his arms as we stared, like someone invisible was dragging a pen along his skin. He had his hands pressed over his face, long, bony fingers, knuckles white. His shoulders shook. One of our friends took a step forward, whispering, "Echo?" He flinched. We all stopped. He spoke without taking his hands away, his voice rough and small. "Don't touch me." The way he said it, it wasn't fake. It wasn't a joke. There was this desperation in it, the kind that makes your stomach drop. "Echo, it's us," I said. "We came back for you. We're going to take you home, okay? Just look at us." "Don't follow me," he whispered. "Don't follow where I went." His words didn't make sense, but the fear behind them did. Someone tried to circle around to see his face. He turned with them, like he was protecting us from whatever expression he was hiding. And then we all heard it. The wind moving through the broken tombs, carrying these thin, almost voices. Just at the edge of hearing, little pieces of words that sounded like names, curses, or prayers. I couldn't tell. It felt like they were being said right behind my ear and far away at the same time. I remember thinking, this place doesn't want us here, and it doesn't want to let him go. One of the guys, tall, always the first to crack a joke in class, stepped up and said, gently, "Hey man, we're going to get you out of here, okay? You don't have to look at us, just come with us." He reached out very slowly and brushed Echo's sleeve, just the fabric. Echo screamed. Not loud exactly, but deep, like something tearing inside him. We all stumbled backward. My heart was hammering so hard I felt dizzy. He dropped his hands just enough for me to see his eyes. You know how a person's eyes tell you everything about them? these didn't. They looked almost like they belonged to someone standing a few steps behind him, peering through. But they were still Echo's eyes too. That's what made it so awful. You could see the boy we knew in there, trapped behind something we couldn't touch. We'd only lost him for maybe 15 minutes, 20 max. But hearing him say that, in that place, in that cold, time suddenly felt stretchy, unreliable. Somebody started crying softly. Another person kept saying, "This isn't funny anymore," even though there hadn't been anything funny for a while. The thing is, we still loved him, still cared about him. Whatever had happened, that didn't disappear. So we did the only thing that made sense in that moment. We surrounded him. Not too close, but close enough to make a circle. We didn't touch him again, but we walked with him, step by slow step, back toward the gate. And as we walked, you could feel the cemetery adjusting, like it was letting something go that it wanted to keep. The fog thinned out. The strange snow rain slowed. The whispers faded into just wind again. By the time we reached the gate, the sky had cleared. The storm had just stopped. No sign it had ever been as bad as we'd felt it. The world outside the fence looked ordinary. Streetlights, quiet roads, the distant glow of the campus dorm windows. It was like we'd stepped from one reality back into another. When we counted ourselves at the gate, there were 11 again. No extra, no missing, just different. We walked Echo back to the dorms in silence. No one joked, no one explained, no one could. Later, we tried to talk about it. The story kept shifting, depending on who told it. Some people insisted his hair hadn't really fallen out, that it just looked shorter in the light. Others swore they'd seen fresh wounds appear on his skin as we watched. A few claimed they'd heard their own names whispered in the wind, even though nobody else heard that. Echo stayed with us after that, but he was quieter. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at a wall like he was listening for something. Once, when I asked him what he remembered, he just said, "I stepped between two graves, and for a second I wasn't here. I was somewhere close, but wrong. And something there saw me first." He never went near the cemetery again. Neither did I. Here's what I know though, what I feel, even now, telling you this. Some places don't just sit there. They lean, they reach. They bend the rules around themselves like heat over a road. That cemetery behind our old library, it's one of those places. It stretches reality, tugs at time, and sometimes, if you're not careful, it takes a piece of you and sends back something altered. Not gone, not fully broken, just changed. We brought our friend back that night. But every now and then, when the wind hits just right and I hear a voice in the distance that sounds like it's saying my name, I wonder, did we really bring all of him back? Or did some part of him stay there, standing by that nameless stone, listening to the whispers, while something else slipped into his place and learned how to say, "Don't touch me, don't follow me, not where I went." So, let me just tell you this straight, because I still don't fully understand it myself. It was supposed to be just a walk. Nothing dramatic, nothing cursed. Just me being stupid and restless. There's this old cemetery behind our town. You know the kind. Forgotten, overgrown. The kind adults warn kids about for no real reason. I'd passed it 100 times in daylight, but that night I thought, why not? It was close to midnight. The sky was heavy, and the air smelled like wet leaves and iron. The gate was half off its hinges. When I pushed it, it didn't just creak, it screamed. I swear that sound went straight into my teeth. I stepped through, and as soon as both my feet were inside, the gate slammed shut behind me. I didn't touch it. I just stood there for a second, heart pounding, telling myself it was the wind. You do that too, right? Immediately try to rationalize stuff so you don't freak out? My phone flashlight was the only thing cutting through the fog. The graves were everywhere, some leaning, some sunk into the earth, some cracked open like something had climbed out long ago and never bothered to clean up. Then I saw it, a shape, a figure, standing between two crooked gravestones. Tall, too tall, too still. You know when your brain tries to pretend something is a tree or a statue just so you don't panic? That's what I did. I squinted into the fog and whispered, "Hey, you okay?" No answer. My flashlight flickered once, twice, and then cut out completely. Everything went black. And in that darkness, right next to my ear, so close I could feel the warmth of it, I heard breathing. Slow, wet, like whoever it was had just run a long way and was trying not to let me hear. I froze. I didn't move, didn't turn around. I just stood there, clenching my phone in my hand like it was a weapon. Then, just as suddenly as it went out, the light came back. The figure was gone. I spun around. Nothing. Just grave after grave, fog curling between them like it was alive. And right in front of me, a few steps ahead, was a stone that didn't look like the others. Older, darker. The edges had been eaten away by time. The letters were deep, carved by hand, not machine. I walked up to it without really deciding to. It felt like being pulled. The name carved into it was Thomas, 1327, 1402. An old name, old dates, just another grave, right? I don't know why I did it, but I knelt down and pressed my fingers to the stone. It was freezing. Not cold like a rock at night, cold like metal pulled from a freezer. And then it happened. For less than a second, the name changed. Right under Thomas, the stone shifted. The letters stretched and bent like they were made of smoke and ice, and new ones carved themselves into the surface, glowing faintly through the fog. Daniel, 1993, 2025. My first name, my birth year, and this year. I felt the world tilt. For a second, I thought I was going to pass out right there on that grave. My phone screen shut off again, but this time it wasn't just the light. The whole thing went dead in my hand. No battery warning, no flicker, just black. Then I heard it. Not in the air, not in my ears, inside my head, like a thought that wasn't mine. You're early. It wasn't angry. It wasn't kind. It was disappointed. That broke whatever courage I had left. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember turning around. I just remember running, branches smacking my face, stones sliding under my feet, feeling like someone's eyes were pinned between my shoulder blades the whole way. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I did what everyone does when something doesn't make sense. I opened my laptop. I searched everything I could think of. Thomas 1327 through 1402 grave. Old cemetery legend. Ancient tombstone name changing. I even tried Latin versions of the name. Nothing. No local legends, no ghost stories, no weird history. Like that grave didn't exist. So I tried something else. I opened our town's group chat. You know, the kind where people complain about noise and post pictures of lost dogs. I scrolled up, way up, because I remembered something. A random line I'd half read weeks before. I found it. Luca, did anyone else see that thing near the old cemetery? Jonas, yeah, by that really old grave at the back. Mira, the one with the name Thomas? I stared at the messages and my whole body went cold. They were dated from a month ago. I'd seen them then and just kept scrolling. I thought they were joking. Right under those messages was another one. No name, no profile picture, just a gray circle and a blank display name. It said, "Those who see me don't stop at the first time." As I read it, my phone glitched. The screen froze, turned white, then black. It restarted on its own. When it finally came back on, I went straight to the chat. The messages were gone. Not just that one. The whole section of the conversation. Like someone had highlighted those lines and hit delete on reality. 3 days passed. I told myself I wasn't going back, that I wasn't that stupid, that whatever I saw, whatever I heard, it was probably my brain trying to freak me out. But the thing is, after that night, my house didn't feel empty anymore. I'd catch myself turning around because I was sure someone was standing in the doorway. I'd wake up at night convinced someone was leaning over my bed, even though I'd open my eyes and see nothing in the dark. The third night, at 12:33 a.m., my phone buzzed. One message, from a blank account. Same gray circle as before. I grabbed the phone instantly, but the notification vanished before I could tap it. No new chat, no new message. Just this cold, heavy feeling in my chest. On the fourth day, I couldn't take it anymore. I went back. The sky was clearer this time, the moon sharp and thin. The gate didn't scream. It swung open quietly, like it had been waiting for me. I walked straight to where I remembered the old grave. Except, it wasn't there. The patch of earth was disturbed, like something had been dug up in a hurry and then half-heartedly filled back in. No stone, no name. Just a metal stake hammered into the ground. One word scratched into it. Not engraved, scratched, like with a knife or a nail. Remember. I just stood there, mouth dry, heart racing. And then I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Slow, dragging, like bare feet on wet grass. I turned around. It was there. The figure I'd seen before, except closer now. Too close. It wasn't just a shadow this time. It had a face, if you could call it that. The skin was too pale, stretched too tight. The eyes were wrong, too deep, too dark, too empty. The mouth hung half open, like it was always in the middle of a breath it could never quite finish. Its head tilted, like it was studying me, or recognizing me. It lifted one arm slowly, so slowly, and pointed past me, to the disturbed patch of earth where the grave used to be. And in that same quiet, breathy voice inside my head, it said, "The place is ready." My throat closed up. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. My body felt like it was filled with cement. The only thing that worked was my heartbeat, slamming against my ribs. I don't remember turning away. I don't remember running back through the gate. But I remember the sound I heard as I left. Breathing. Right behind me. Keeping pace. Not getting tired. I made it home. Somehow. Again. One new message. No name, no picture. Same blank account. By the time I grabbed the phone, the notification was gone. No chat, no trace. But for a split second, when the screen woke up, I saw the preview. I'm still waiting. It happens every night now. 33 a.m. Screen lights up. Blank account. Message appears. Vanishes. Sometimes I can catch part of the preview. Don't be late. You know where. The year is almost over. And once. You shouldn't have touched the stone, Daniel. I've tried blocking unknown accounts. I've changed my number. I've switched phones. It doesn't matter. It always finds a way to send that one message at that exact time. Here's the part that really scares me, though. Last week, I went to visit my parents. They still live closer to the old part of town. On the way back, I passed the cemetery road. I told myself I wouldn't look, that I'd just keep walking, eyes forward, pretend the place wasn't there. But I did look, just once. There's a new headstone near the back now. Smooth, pale stone, clean and recent, like it's waiting for fresh letters. No name on it. Not yet. But right in front of it, sticking out of the earth, is that same metal stake. The word has changed. It doesn't say remember anymore. Now it says, already yours. So this is why I'm telling you all of this. Not to get you to feel sorry for me or to make you believe in ghosts. Honestly, I don't care if you believe me. I just need you to listen. If you're ever traveling and you end up in some old European town with a forgotten cemetery at the edge of it, and you're bored or curious or trying to impress someone, if you walk among the older graves and you find a stone that reads Thomas, 1327 to 1402, don't touch it. Don't kneel down. Don't trace the letters. Don't even say the name out loud. Because if you do, if you give it your attention, you won't just remember the grave. You'll start hearing the breathing too. You know how there are some memories you're sure are dreams? The ones that feel too strange to be real, so your brain quietly files them away under must have imagined it. That's what I thought this was, until last week. So, rewind about 20 plus years. As a teenager, I spent my summers on this little lake in northern Michigan. My parents had a small cabin there, nothing fancy, just a cozy place with a rickety dock and a view of the water through the trees. Around the lake there were lots of other cabins, mostly summer homes, and a handful of families who lived there year-round. It was kind of a perfect setup for a kid. A whole pack of us, all roughly the same age, spending every summer swimming, biking, and running around until our parents were yelling our names from porches. This story happens on one of those late summer nights. A bunch of us were hanging out on the deck of our friend Jenna's place. She lived on the far side of the lake from most of us, one of the year-round families. There were maybe a dozen kids at first, music playing softly from a little radio, the lake dark and flat in front of us, the kind of night where the stars feel close. As it got later, people slowly peeled off. Curfews, tiredness, parents calling. By around 3 a.m., it was just Jenna, a friend she'd brought from town, and 3 of us. Me, my buddy Jordan, and our friend Ben. Jenna and her friend eventually decided to call it a night and went inside. The plan was for me to crash at Jordan's place, which everyone knew. Normally I'd have gone home earlier because my then girlfriend, who I'll call Claire, and I had similar curfews. But since I was staying over at Jordan's, I had a little more freedom. Claire had already walked home with some of our other friends. Geographically, here's how it was laid out. Ben's family's place was right next to my parents' cabin, and Jordan's house was a couple of streets over and down the road, maybe a 10 to 15 minute walk from our spots. So the 3 of us, me, Jordan, and Ben, start walking around the lake road back toward our side. The night is quiet, just the sound of our footsteps and the occasional splash from the lake. On the way, Jordan is telling me we're going to have to sneak into his place quietly so we don't wake his mom and little sister. That's when Ben says, "Why don't we just sleep in the tent?" He'd set up this big tent a little ways back on his family's lot, closer to the tree line, where he crashed sometimes just for fun. Then we don't have to worry about sneaking around, he says. It sounded like a great idea. Jordan and I both said yes. We get to Ben's place, slip quietly across the yard, and climb into the tent. We each pick a spot on the floor. Jordan knocks out almost immediately. Ben and I, though, were wired. We start talking about the night, about people, about everything. Ben had a crush on Jenna's friend, the girl from town, and he's whispering about how he's trying to figure out a way to ask her out. how he's convinced she might actually like him back. We're two teenage boys in a tent, talking about girls and futures and nothing in particular while the rest of the world is asleep. At some point, while we're talking, we hear it. A faint rustling outside, like someone walking through grass or leaves. We both go quiet. Then, clear as day, we hear a voice call out all three of our names, mine, Ben's, and Jordan's. And the voice sounds exactly like Claire. Now, at first, this doesn't scare us. Claire sneaking out to come see us? That's not totally impossible. Risky, sure, but in our world back then, sneaking around for a few extra minutes together felt like a very normal teenage thing. The voice, still sounding like Claire, asks us to open the tent and let her in. I start to move toward the zipper. That's when Ben puts a hand on my arm and whispers, "Wait." He nods toward the tent wall. The moon or the yard light, whatever it was, cast just enough light that we could see the silhouette of whoever was standing outside. And the shape outside that tent? It did not look like Claire. What we saw was tall, much taller than any of us, and definitely taller than Claire. It looked hunched, like its shoulders or back were curved forward. And the outline of the head, it didn't have the shape you'd expect. No long hair like Claire had back then. The proportions were wrong. The whole thing looked off. Ben and I freeze. The voice, still sounding exactly like Claire, calls my name again and says, "Come on, open up, let me in. I'm freezing out here." Jordan is somehow still asleep through all of this. He doesn't move, doesn't say a word. I whisper to Ben, "Maybe it's just the angle?" But I don't really believe that. The voice calls again, more insistent. "Guys, seriously, let me in." My skin is crawling. The inside of the tent suddenly feels very small. I don't know what else to do, so I say, as calmly as I can, "The zipper's stuck. We're trying, hang on." I start fumbling with the zipper loudly on purpose, but I'm not actually opening it. There's this pause outside, like whoever or whatever is out there is thinking. Then the voice huffs in this hurt, annoyed way and says something along the lines of, "I can't believe I snuck out for you guys and you're just messing with me." It keeps trying to convince us, keeps talking in Claire's voice, complaining, pleading, getting a little more frustrated. But we never open the tent. I just keep repeating some variation of, "It's stuck," and "Hold on," and Ben just stares at the shadow, absolutely unmoving. Finally, after what feels like a really long time but was probably only a couple of minutes, the voice goes quiet. We hear those footsteps again, slow, moving away from the tent, through the grass. Then nothing. No door closing, no car, just silence and the soft sounds of the lake. We both lie there, listening, barely breathing. Eventually, the adrenaline crash hits. I guess at some point we drift off. Jordan never wakes up. To this day, I have no idea how he slept through it. The next morning is weirdly normal. Nobody brings it up. Ben doesn't say anything. I don't say anything. It's like we're both testing the idea that maybe it really was some strange dream. Later that day, I see Claire. I apologize for not letting her into the tent and for messing around the night before. She just stares at me. "What are you talking about?" she says. "I thought you were staying at Jordan's." I tell her, "We changed plans. We slept in Ben's tent instead." And she just shakes her head and says, "I never went over there. I didn't sneak out last night." She says it so plainly that I immediately feel this cold little knot in my stomach. Her sister backs her up later, says Claire never left their room, that they'd gone to bed and stayed there. Back then, if Claire had been sneaking out, she would have told her sister so she could cover for her. They were a team like that. And here's the part that really gets me. The only people who knew that Jordan and I ended up staying at Ben's place, in that tent, were the three of us. This was before everyone had smartphones. No GPS tracking, no location sharing. Texts were expensive, so nobody was casually messaging updates all night. Once we left Jenna's, none of us called or texted anyone. Life moved on. Ben's family lost their cabin to property taxes the next summer. I lost touch with him after that. Jordan and I stayed friends for a couple of summers, then drifted. Claire and I did that on-again, off-again thing for a year or two. We never brought up that night. I honestly stopped thinking about it. Fast forward to adulthood. Most of us from the lake eventually added each other on social media. We'd like each other's posts sometimes, maybe exchange a message now and then, but that was about it. Surface-level contact. Jordan, sadly, died a few years after that summer in a crash that wasn't his fault. One of the last times I saw everyone from the lake in person was at his funeral. That alone is a heavy memory. Then, just last week, I'm messaging Ben on Facebook. We're talking about the Lions, because of course we're still Detroit fans, gluttons for punishment. And out of nowhere he says something like, "Remember that night we were idiots and wouldn't let Claire into the tent?" And I just stop. My stomach drops. I type back, "Wait, you remember that?" He's like, "Yeah, man. When we were up late talking about me trying to hook up with Jenna's friend, you and me whispering about it. And then Claire came to the tent. That was so freaky." So I ask, "Are you sure? I always thought I dreamed that." And Ben goes into detail. He describes exactly what I saw. The height, the way it was hunched, the short hair, the way the outline didn't look like Claire at all. He even mentions how still Jordan was, just knocked out while we were whispering. He says something like, "I always thought maybe I made that up in my head, and I was kind of bringing it up just to see if you'd remember it too." In that moment, whatever comfort I had in thinking it was just a dream evaporates. We didn't share some vague impression. We remembered the same specific, strange details. We are both absolutely certain about two things. The silhouette outside that tent did not look like Claire. The voice sounded exactly like her. We never had anything like that happen again. Not before, not after. And as far as we know, nobody else on the lake ever told a story like that either. If they did, we never heard it. After that conversation with Ben, I started reading up on some of the folklore I'd heard mentioned in passing. Things like skinwalkers and wendigos. I'd never paid much attention to that stuff before. From what I could find, our location and the description seemed closer to the stories people tell about wendigos than skinwalkers, at least geographically and culturally. Do I want to believe in that? Not really. I'm not a big paranormal person. I'm the type who likes rational explanations. But in this case, I don't have one. Something that night knew where we were, knew our names, knew my girlfriend's voice well enough to copy it. And it stood outside that tent, in the dark, trying to get us to let it in. I spent 20 years telling myself it was just a strange, vivid dream. Now I know I wasn't the only one who saw it. So, let me take you back to the winter we first came to Canada. It was 2019. We'd left the States with pretty much our whole world stuffed into a few suitcases. My husband, my mom who has early onset dementia, our 3 boys, and 3 very confused cats. My oldest, Marcus, was 24. Jonah was 13. And my youngest, Eli, had just turned 11. We were bouncing from one Airbnb to another, week by week, in this little town outside Toronto. We kept telling the kids, "It's just for a little while. We'll find our home soon." But inside, I was tired. They were tired. Even the cats were tired. One evening we arrived at this particular rental house. From the outside it looked totally normal. Neat lawn, small porch, a little too many garden gnomes, but hey, I wasn't judging. We opened the door, and something in me just tightened. You know that feeling when you walk into a place and your body knows before your brain does that something is off? I tried to ignore it. I told myself, "You're stressed. You haven't been sleeping. It's just anxiety." But then I stepped into the smallest bedroom, the one my husband and I were supposed to use, and this icy chill ran right through me, like I'd walked into a freezer. No draft, no open windows, just that deep, unnatural cold. I shook it off. We were exhausted. The boys set up the PlayStation in the living room and started playing. My mom was sitting in an armchair, humming to herself like she does when she's trying to remember a song. And then, out of nowhere, this big framed painting above the TV slammed off the wall. Not slipped, not tilted. It slammed down, face first, and the cats bolted in 6 different directions. We all froze. My kids looked at each other, then at me like, "Okay, Mom, that was weird." Now, I have to say, our family has always been very aware of the spiritual, the paranormal, call it what you want. So little things, knocks, shadows, odd feelings, those don't usually shake us. We picked the painting up, put it back, and I said, maybe the hook was loose, even though I knew it wasn't. That was just the beginning. Later that night, around 2 in the evening, my husband and I told the boys goodnight. They were still up, of course, insisting they weren't tired. We went into that cold bedroom. He sat down on the edge of the bed and immediately wrapped his arms around himself. "Wow," he said, "do you feel that? I'm freezing." And he doesn't get cold easily. Before I could even answer, his voice changed. It went from his normal tone to this deep, distorted, almost metallic sound, like something was speaking through him. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I grabbed my phone, opened one of the powerful prayers I know by heart, and I started praying out loud. As I prayed, whatever was inside him started to pray too, but backwards. Backwards. It's one of the most disturbing sounds I've ever heard in my life. I tried to call the boys, but it was like my voice was stuck in my throat. I was yelling, but it sounded far away, even to me. I had to gather everything in me and shout again. This time, Marcus heard me. He ran in and flung the door open. He took one look at his stepfather and went completely still. The cats were circling the doorway, meowing and clawing at Jonah and Eli's feet, almost herding them into the room. I know it sounds strange, but it really felt like they were pushing the boys toward us, like they knew we needed everyone together. Marcus looked at me, his eyes wide. "What do you need me to do?" "Pray," I told him. "Pray and help me find the holy water." I was shaking so badly I could barely hold the bottle when we found it. Jonah was jumping up and down, crying, pacing in these frantic little circles. Eli, my brave little one, started shouting at whatever was inside his stepdad. "Leave him alone! That's my dad! Get out of him!" I told the boys, "Go get Grandma's rosary. Hurry." They ran to my mom's bag and came back with her old rosary clutched in their hands. I started using everything I knew. I sprinkled holy water. I pressed the rosary to his chest. I prayed in Spanish and in English, anything that came to my mind. The holy water didn't seem to do much. The rosary, though, it made him flinch, just a little, like it burned. The entity would react, then come back even stronger. I told Jonah, "Do Reiki on him, help me," because he knows a bit from seeing me do it. But he was terrified. He wouldn't get too close, and I don't blame him. At one point, my husband lifted his hand toward Jonah, palm open, like he was beckoning him. Jonah froze and just shook his head, backing away. Then suddenly, my husband said he felt better. His voice went back to normal, and he stood up, a little unsteady, and headed toward the small hallway bathroom to splash water on his face. I followed to the doorway and caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, and my stomach dropped. You know when you look at someone you love and you just know it's not them looking back? His expression was wrong. The eyes, the smile, it was like he was wearing his own face as a mask. I thought, oh no, the mirror. Mirrors can be doorways. I've always believed that. Get him out of there, I told the boys. My voice came out sharper than I intended. Right now, get him away from the mirror. He turned to us with this strange grin, almost playful but in a cruel way. The boys each took an arm and pulled him out. We decided we needed to get outside, away from that room, away from that mirror. Out in the cold night air, he dropped to his knees and said, very calmly, "Please, let's pray." We all joined hands, even my mom, who didn't fully understand but could feel the fear. We started praying together, voices overlapping, some of us crying, some whispering. He began to shake again. My oldest leaned in close and whispered, "Mom, that's not him. That's not Dad." And then my husband laughed. It wasn't his laugh. I know that sounds cliché, but it's true. It was mocking, like something inside him found us amusing. It said, through his mouth, "Do you really think you're going to get me out with little prayers?" That's when I decided we were taking control, whatever it took. We dragged the mattress out of that freezing bedroom and into the living room, away from the mirror, away from that corner of the house that felt so wrong. We made him lie down. I sat beside him, placed my hands over his chest and head, and started Reiki. I called out from my heart, "Vayan todos por la luz." All of you, go toward the light. You don't belong here. After that, he said he felt lighter, exhausted, but better. I wasn't taking any chances. I called my father, asked him to pray for us from where he was, but the connection kept breaking, static, calls dropping, weird interference. It felt like something didn't want us to have that extra help. Then I called my husband's sister. When I told her what happened, she went quiet and said, "You need to take him to a hospital." I knew she meant well, but every part of me knew this was not something a hospital would understand. The next morning, he went outside for a smoke. I joined him because I didn't want him out of my sight. He took a drag, exhaled slowly, and then said, very softly, "We were waiting for you." And I said, "Who's we?" He opened his mouth, tried to answer, and just stuttered. Not like he couldn't find the words, more like something wouldn't let him say them. At that exact moment, this horrible smell hit, like rotten fish and something dead left in the sun. It came out of nowhere. No neighbors cooking, no garbage trucks, nothing. Just that smell, thick and putrid, surrounding us. I looked at him and I knew, we have to leave, now. We packed our suitcases, gathered the kids and the cats, and left that Airbnb that same morning. But the thing, it followed. I could feel it. I would sense it coming like a wave of pressure in the air, and I'd run to my husband's side, put my hands on him, and say, "Stay strong. Fight it. You're stronger than this. We're with you." For a while, it was like living with a shadow that could step into him whenever it wanted. Eventually, we found a house to rent longer term, a place that was supposed to feel like a fresh start. Instead, the first thing I did was call the local church. I explained everything as calmly as I could. The priest listened, asked a lot of questions, and finally came to see the house. He stood outside on the front step, and I could see him getting pale as I talked. He said, "I'll bless the house from out here." He never came inside. He told us they would call us back about arranging an exorcism. We waited and waited. The call never came. In the end, help came from the most unexpected place. One night, desperate, I wrote about what was happening on a small Reddit community that talks about spiritual warfare and hauntings. Most people just offered prayers or theories, but a couple from another province reached out privately. They specialized in clearing homes and helping families through things like this. And you know what? They never charged us a single cent. We did several sessions with them, over video calls at first, then one visit in person. They guided us through cleansings, prayers, ways to reclaim our home and our energy. They helped my husband regain his strength, spiritually and mentally. Little by little, the heaviness lifted. We started sleeping again. The boys laughed more. The cats relaxed. Even my mom seemed calmer. We never imagined that our first months in Canada would look like that. You picture snow, new schools, new jobs, maybe a bit of homesickness, not battling something you can't see but can definitely feel. It's not the kind of story you can tell just anyone over coffee. People either think you're exaggerating or they get so scared they don't want to hear the rest. But it happened to us. So I want to tell you about a couple of things that happened to me. Things I still can't fully explain. Some of it's kind of spooky. Some of it's really emotional. But hey, we'll walk through it together, okay? Growing up, I learned something that I didn't really have words for back then. Not every spirit shows up to scare you. Some feel like they're just there, watching, maybe even protecting you. My childhood was shaped by the ghost of a little girl in a nightgown we called Ellie. But adulthood? That brought someone much more personal into the picture, what I can only describe as my guardian angel. These are a couple of my paranormal experiences. So picture this. Some neighborhoods have these perfect little cul-de-sacs, right? Kids riding bikes in circles, sprinklers going, neighbors waving from driveways. Mine had that too, but it also had something else. Something you couldn't see, but you could definitely feel. I swear, our whole block was haunted. The first time I saw her, I was sitting on the couch with my older sister Kayla, waiting for it to be time to walk to the bus stop. The TV was on, some goofy cartoon playing in the background, when we both heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, steady, heavy enough that you feel it more than hear it. We both turned our heads toward the stairs, and there she was. A little girl in a pale nightgown, long hair hanging down, quietly walking down the steps like she'd lived there forever. Halfway down, she stopped, turned, and looked right at us. We just froze. Then my sister and I whipped our heads toward each other like, "Did you see that too?" We looked back and nothing. No girl, no movement, just the empty staircase and the sound of the TV. That was the beginning. A few years later, there was this stormy night I'll never forget. Thunder, rain smacking against the windows, the whole dramatic thing. My sister and I were curled up in my bed, watching a movie. This was before streaming everything. We had one of those cheap DVD players humming on the dresser, blue light glowing in the dark. The room was pretty much black except for that TV glow. I was starting to drift off, fighting to keep my eyes open, when I saw someone walk in front of the screen. You know how a shadow passes by and the light disappears for a second? It was like that, only it didn't feel like a quick pass. It felt deliberate. The light vanished, and then click. The entire room went dark. "Hey!" I yelled, assuming Kayla had turned the TV off as a joke. Right then, my dad shouted from down the hall that the power had gone out. And then I heard my sister's voice coming from the living room with my parents. She wasn't even in the room with me. My stomach dropped. Because if that shadow wasn't my sister, then who just walked in front of my TV? Another time, I was walking past the basement door. It was cracked open, and I caught a glimpse of her again, just out of the corner of my eye. The same small figure, the same pale nightgown. I backed up so fast I nearly tripped, then forced myself to look straight into the basement. Nothing. Just the dark stairway, the little pull chain light swaying gently, and that faint smell of laundry detergent drifting up. Over time, my sister and I talked about it so much that we decided to give her a name. We landed on Ellie. Naming her made her feel less like a monster and more like, I don't know, another kid on the block who just never left. And it wasn't just our house. It was totally normal. Cozy, even. Then there was a knock at the front door. Without thinking, both my sister and I yelled, "Come in!" The doorknob turned. The door creaked open super slowly, like someone was pushing it just a little at a time. Then suddenly, slam. It flew open the rest of the way and smashed into the back of the couch so hard it bounced and swung halfway shut again. We all just stopped. My aunt, my sister, me. Spoons in midair, music still playing, cookies half mixed. Nobody laughed. Nobody made a joke about the wind. We just traded that, "Did you see that?" look. And nobody went to check the door for a long minute. Even my friend Maya, who lived 3 houses down, had her own stories. One night, my sister and I were sleeping over at her place. We were in the living room on the floor, surrounded by blankets and snack wrappers, when we heard footsteps above us. Heavy ones, pacing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Thing is, Maya didn't have an attic you could walk around in. Just one of those crawl spaces, the kind that's too low for anyone to stand up inside. You couldn't pace if you wanted to. But those footsteps kept going. We lay there holding our breath until they finally stopped. Maya, trying to act chill, was like, "Oh, that's just the man who lives up there." She'd even given him a name, Victor. She said it like it was half joke, half not. Eventually, it started to feel like the whole block was haunted, like every house had its own secret resident. Years later, I found out why. My grandma had a friend who also grew up on that same street way back in the day. One afternoon, we were all talking, and my grandma's friend mentioned a little girl named Ruthie who used to live there in the 1950s. Ruthie had gotten really sick, leukemia. Back then, treatments weren't what they are now. She died young, in a backyard not far from where my house was. Ruthie. For years, my sister and I had called our little nightgown girl Ellie, and Maya called her ghost Victor. Different people, different names, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Why did we all feel like there was someone there? Why did that same stretch of road feel so heavy, like it remembered things it wasn't supposed to forget? Was Ellie actually Ruthie? Or someone else entirely? I still don't know. But here's the thing. That little girl, whoever she was, had nothing to do with my guardian angel. That part of my story showed up much later. In 2019, I was in a terrible car accident. There were 4 of us in the car, driving way too fast, around 90 miles an hour, on a road we had no business speeding down. We lost control and went straight into a cinder block wall. The sound. I'll never forget it. It felt like the world ripped in half. Metal twisting, glass exploding, bodies jerking forward like rag dolls. It was bad. So bad they sent helicopters. Not just one, multiple. They flew each of us to different hospitals across the state. None of us even ended up in the same place. 2 of us survived, but not in the same way we'd been before. My best friend was paralyzed from the chest down. Another friend's brain was damaged so severely that his mind never fully came back, stuck at the level of a small child. They were alive, but changed forever. And me? By all logic, I shouldn't have walked away from that. Honestly, I shouldn't have even been alive. Here's where it gets weird. I never wore my seatbelt. Like, ever. It was a terrible habit, I know, but that's just the truth. I'd get in, shut the door, and that was it. But that night, maybe 2 minutes before the crash, if that, I clicked my seatbelt on. Click. And that click is the only reason I survived. Even with the seatbelt, I was wrecked. My hip was broken. My jaw shattered so badly that the surgeons had to wire it shut. I was living off liquids through a straw for weeks. I ended up in a wheelchair for about a month. I had burns on my arm and knee from being trapped in the car while part of it caught fire. I remember the feeling of heat, how it felt like the flames were reaching for me, and then the rush of air and voices as somebody finally pulled me out. Recovery was brutal. My body hurt. My brain felt foggy. My spirit was just tired. But I was alive. And everyone kept saying the same thing. That seatbelt saved your life. But I knew, deep down, I hadn't put it on alone. Here's why. Back in 1999, 20 years before my accident, my dad's younger sister, my Aunt Carla, died in a car crash of her own. She'd been under the influence, just like I was that night. I never met her. She died before I was born. But I grew up on her story, on the hole she left in my dad's life, on the way his voice changed when he talked about her. For as long as I can remember, Aunt Carla was this mix of a warning and a legend. Someone I loved without ever knowing, and someone whose choices everyone prayed I wouldn't repeat. Lying in that hospital bed after my accident, face swollen, jaw wired shut, body covered in bruises, I couldn't shake this feeling that she had been in that car with me. Not in a creepy way. Not like the little girl on the stairs. More like someone who refused to let history repeat itself. Maybe she knew my dad could survive losing his sister, but he could never survive losing his child. Maybe she saw me doing exactly what she once did and decided, no, not this time. I don't know if she whispered in my ear. I don't know if she nudged my hand. I don't know if she buckled that seatbelt herself. All I know is that something made me do what I never did before. As a kid, I thought that little girl in the nightgown was the biggest mystery of my life. Was she real? Was she Ellie? Was she Ruthie? Or was my imagination just stitching shadows together and calling them a person? But after the wreck, my questions changed. Why did I put on my seatbelt that one night when I never did? Why did I live when I had every reason not to? Was it just random luck? Or was there someone in that car with me? Someone who understood exactly how this story could have ended because she'd already lived it? I can't prove any of it. All I know is this. On one street as a kid, I met a ghost who watched from the stairs. And years later, on a dark road in a speeding car, I think I met an angel. And she wore my aunt's name. So, let me tell you about the one time I swore I'd never step foot in a certain farmhouse again. This was quite a while ago now. I was maybe 17, 18 at the time. My girlfriend back then, let's call her Mia, her family owned this old farmhouse way out past town. It had been in their family for generations. You know the type. Peeling paint, sagging porch, a roof that always looked like it was one storm away from giving up, but somehow never did. The place sat on this little rise above a narrow creek, just trees all around. No neighbors, no lights from the road, just woods and water and that kind of silence you only get way out in the country. It was old and kind of falling apart, but Mia's family kept it going. They mainly used it as a hunting place in the winter. Her dad, her brother, their buddies would go out there, disappear into the woods at dawn, and drag themselves back at dusk smelling like cold air and campfire. Mia's parents were pretty relaxed about it, though. They'd let her take friends out there some weekends and throw these little parties. Sometimes her brother Caleb and his friends, Jonah and Ty, would go out there just to do what country boys do. Shoot targets, ride four-wheelers, drink cheap beer, you know. By the time this happened, I'd already been out to the farmhouse a bunch of times. I knew the creaks in the floor, the way the wind whistled under the door, all of that. I wasn't really scared of the place, except for one thing: the hallway and the back bedrooms. So the way the house was laid out, you had the living room and kitchen up front, and then this long, narrow hallway that led to the bathroom and 3 bedrooms. And I don't know how to explain it, but that hallway always felt wrong. Like you were being watched from behind even when you knew nobody was there. The air just felt heavier back there. I'm not usually dramatic about that stuff, but I hated it so much that if it was late and I had to pee, I'd literally go out into the cold, dark woods with a flashlight rather than walk down that hallway alone. And we're talking pitch black country darkness, where you can't even see your hand in front of your face without a light. Still chose the trees over that hallway every time. Now, Mia had told me this one story about the farmhouse that stuck in the back of my head. Apparently, when she was younger, she and some friends had done an Ouija board session there one night. She said weird things happened, knocks on the walls, stuff moving a little on its own, that kind of thing. It scared her so badly she didn't go back to the farmhouse for a few years after that. Now, I'm weird with that stuff. I actually do believe in the paranormal, but for whatever reason, I've always been skeptical about Ouija boards specifically. Like, I kind of figured it was people subconsciously moving the planchette or just freaking themselves out. So I believed her in the sense that she was scared, but I didn't really buy that it was anything more than some girls psyching each other out in a creaky old house. Anyway, fast forward to the night. It was me, Mia, her brother Caleb, and his 2 friends, Jonah and Ty. So 5 of us total. All 3 guys, Caleb and his friends, were your textbook country boys. Good dudes, super chill. They were out there mainly to hunt, but when they came back in for the night, we'd all hang out, drink a little, smoke, play games, just mess around. So this particular night, it's pretty late, maybe close to midnight. We're all in the living room. We'd rigged up this bed sheet against the wall, and we're using a projector to play Mario Kart on it. There's bags of chips everywhere, empty cans on the coffee table, controllers getting passed around. It was just one of those cozy, dumb, fun nights. We're mid-game, right in the middle of a race, when suddenly, boom, like the loudest crash I've ever heard inside a house. Not just a noise, but one of those sounds you feel in your chest. The kind that snaps everybody out of whatever they're doing at the exact same time. All of us jumped up. The controllers hit the floor. Nobody was laughing anymore. For a second, we just stared at each other like, "Did you hear that too?" And then we all kind of agreed it had definitely come from the back of the house, from the hallway, from the bedrooms I already hated. The first thing we thought was, a tree fell on the house. It made sense. A big limb, maybe, or an old dead tree finally giving out and slamming onto the roof. That had actually happened before to one of the sheds on the property, so it wasn't a crazy idea. We're all talking over each other a bit, trying to act like it's not a big deal, but you could see it on everyone's face. We were spooked. So we grab a couple flashlights and head down that hallway together. Nobody was volunteering to go alone, I'll tell you that. First bedroom on the left, totally normal, nothing out of place. Window intact, no branches through the ceiling, bed where it should be. Second bedroom, also normal. Same thing, quiet, untouched. Then we get to the last bedroom at the very back, the one Caleb had claimed earlier, the one I already didn't like. And the second we step into the doorway, my stomach just drops. Everything in that room, everything, was piled up against the wall on the right side. Not messy, like someone had been rummaging around, not knocked over randomly. I mean, the bed frame, the mattress, the recliner, both dressers, a couple of lamps. Every single big piece of furniture had been shoved or thrown into this angled heap, pressed against that wall. The bed was almost upright, like somebody had grabbed it and tried to stand it on its side. The recliner was tilted at this weird angle on top of it, one of the dressers halfway over, the lamps crushed in between. It looked like a giant invisible hand had swept across the room from left to right and just dragged everything with it. And here's the thing that really got me. That room had been completely normal earlier that day. I'd seen it. Caleb had dropped his duffel bag on the floor by the bed. His stuff was spread out a little, nothing dramatic, just a regular, slightly cluttered room. Now his bag was nowhere we could see, and the room looked like it had been hit by some kind of, I don't even know. Not an earthquake, not an animal. It was too precise and too strong at the same time. My whole body went cold. You ever get that full body chill where your fingers feel numb and you can feel your heartbeat in your throat? That was me, standing in that doorway. Nobody said anything for a good few seconds. We all just stared. Then, all at once, everybody started talking. Bro, what the? How? That's not funny. Who did this? Jonah, who was usually the loudest skeptic about any kind of ghost stuff, just kept saying, no, nope, no way, that's not real. Over and over, like he was trying to convince himself. I finally managed to find my voice and just said, we need to go, like, right now. And everybody agreed instantly. No argument, no macho, let's stay and figure it out. We backed out of that room, down the hallway, and then it was full panic mode. We grabbed whatever we called essentials in that moment. Keys, phones, wallets, 1 or 2 random jackets, and bolted out the front door. Caleb didn't even try to go back for his bag. And this dude was the type to double-check the truck doors 3 times before leaving somewhere. That night, he just left it. Didn't seem to care at all. We piled into the truck, slammed the doors, and Caleb just drove. I remember looking back at that dark outline of the house in the rearview mirror and thinking, I am never going back there again. We ended up at Mia's parents' place in town. It was late, but the lights in the living room were still on. They were sitting there, watching TV, completely relaxed, having no idea what we'd just seen. We all start trying to explain at once. 5 freaked out kids tripping over each other, talking about how the whole back bedroom had been rearranged in a single instant, how everything was piled up, how there was this huge crash. Mia's parents are pretty religious too. Not mean or anything, just very firm in their beliefs. Her dad, Mr. Walker, listened for a minute and then just kind of sighed. You could tell he thought we were exaggerating or trying to scare Mia or playing some dumb prank. Mia and Caleb kept insisting, though. They were practically begging him to go out there and look. It wasn't unusual for him to drive out to the farmhouse to fix things or check on the place, so finally he said something like, "All right, I've got errands to run out that way. I'll check on it." He didn't go that night. He said it was too late and he didn't want to drive the back roads half asleep. So he went a couple days later. When he came back, we were all waiting to hear what he'd say. I remember my heart pounding, hoping he'd at least admit that something was off, that maybe a beam had fallen or a floorboard collapsed, anything that would make sense. He walks in, puts his keys down, looks at us, and he is annoyed. "The house is fine," he says. "Nothing's out of place." We're all staring at him like, "What do you mean nothing's out of place?" He goes on, "The bedroom's exactly how it always is. Bed is made, dressers where they belong, chair by the window. Caleb, your bag is sitting on the end of the bed, right where you left it." I felt this weird mix of anger and dread, because I know what we saw. I can still see that bed nearly vertical, the chair on top of it, the way the lamp was crushed. And now he's telling us it looks like a normal room again? Like nothing ever happened? In just a couple of days? He thought we were messing with him. He actually got kind of mad, said we'd wasted his time, that we'd cooked up some ridiculous story, maybe moved stuff around ourselves and then forgot we did it. We tried to explain, but he just wasn't hearing it. In his mind, there was no room for that kind of thing to be real. I didn't argue. Honestly, I didn't even have the energy to. I just remember thinking, either something supernatural happened, or I'm losing my mind. But here's what I know. 5 people saw that room in total chaos. 5 people heard that crash. And 5 people were scared enough to leave a bag of hunting gear and clothes behind and drive off into the night without looking back. I never went back to that farmhouse. So I've told this story a few times online, but I've never really just sat down and told it like I was talking to a friend. So that's what I'm doing with you now. I grew up in eastern Kentucky, in a decent-sized town tucked into the mountains. It's the kind of place where the fog hangs low in the mornings and everybody knows everybody's business. Around here, ghost stories are just part of the landscape. Folks swap them on porches like recipes. Some of them turn into full-on local legends. But this one, my family story, never really made it that far. It mostly just stayed with us. My dad, Mark, grew up way out on one of those back roads that feel like they go on forever. I always tell people, if you've ever seen one of those horror movies where the GPS stops working and the trees seem to close in around you, yeah, that's the kind of place I mean. Old cabins, busted trailers, rusting cars in yards, and every now and then, some abandoned building just sitting there, like it's waiting. Dad was one of 3 brothers. His oldest brother, Doug, died of a heart attack a few years back. His middle brother, my Uncle Ray, is the one this story is really about. Ray passed away from cancer in 2018. Now, Uncle Ray had been kind of distant from the family for a long time. He'd moved around a lot, bigger towns, different counties, never stayed in one place too long. But in 2015, he got diagnosed with a really aggressive form of cancer. Not long after, he called my dad and said he wanted to come back home. He had a new wife, Lisa, and a little girl, Maddie, and he wanted to be closer to family. One evening, out of the blue, he called my dad and said, "I found us a place. It's not far from y'all. Come on out and see it, and bring whatever you can to help us get settled." So we loaded up what we could, an extra mattress, some old chairs, a box of dishes, with the help of our neighbor, Mr. Jenkins, and headed out. We drove for close to an hour, farther and farther away from town. The paved road turned to cracked pavement, then to gravel, then to that kind of road where you start praying you don't meet another car because there's nowhere to pull off. Eventually, we came to this steep gravel driveway that went almost straight up a hill. I mean, it felt like if you let off the gas for half a second, the truck would just slide backwards. There was a drop-off on one side that made my stomach knot up, and dense woods on the other side pressing in. We crawled up that hill, tires slipping on loose rock, and finally made it to the top. That's where the cabin was. It sat right in the middle of the woods like it had grown there. Tin roof, old wood siding gone gray with age, a big rock cliff rising up behind it, and thick trees all around. The place was quiet. Not peaceful quiet, more like the world was holding its breath. I stepped out of the truck and just stood there for a minute. Something felt off. I didn't know what yet, but I felt it in my gut. The driveway formed a rough circle in front of the cabin, and right in the center of that ring was this old, overgrown garden. The kind that used to be pretty once, but had been forgotten. Dead bushes, tangled weeds, a few stubborn flowers trying to hang on. And right there, half sunk into the ground at an angle, was a flat grave marker. I remember stopping mid-step. It was one of those little plaques you see in older cemeteries. I brushed some dirt and grass off with my shoe and read it. It was for a baby, a stillborn son. He'd died at birth, sometime in the late 70s if I remember right. The family's last name was there too. I went inside after that, still thinking about that little grave, and asked Uncle Ray what was up with it. He shrugged like it was just another odd detail and said, "Came with the place. The folks that lived here before us. They buried him there and just left it when they moved. Landlord said they never wanted it moved." Something about that bothered me more than the marker itself. Just the idea of a family leaving their baby's grave, like they were leaving an old washing machine behind. The inside of the cabin didn't feel much better. It was like the last people had left in a hurry. There were bed frames still in the bedrooms, an old dresser with half the drawers open, piles of clothes stacked on the floor in one room like someone had been packing and then stopped. In one of the smaller bedrooms, there were toys shoved into the closet, and I mean piled in there. Dolls, trucks, stuffed animals, board games with pieces spilling out. It was clearly a kid's room, and it looked like someone had grabbed the kid and left the toys behind. Out back, the yard opened up a bit, right before it hit the tree line and the rock cliff. And there, taking up most of the open space, was this huge black circle. A big round scorch mark in the ground, like something had been burned there. Not just a little bonfire either. The earth was charred in a perfect ring, and nothing was growing through it. Standing there, looking at the grave in the front and the burn mark in the back, I just remember thinking, whatever happened here, it wasn't good. My dad and Uncle Ray spent that evening in the kitchen, talking over what needed fixing. The place needed a lot of work. The roof leaked in one corner, a window was cracked, some of the wiring looked like a fire waiting to happen. They didn't have much money for furniture, so for a while, Uncle Ray, Aunt Lisa, and little Maddie all slept in one bed in the living room. Over the next couple of weeks, my dad and some of the other relatives started coming out regularly to help repair the place. I'd tag along sometimes, but even with people around, that cabin never stopped feeling wrong. You know how some houses feel welcoming, like they're glad you're there? This one felt like it was watching us and waiting for us to leave. That's when the weird stuff started happening. One night, Dad came home and he just looked tired. Not work tired, heavy tired. We were sitting at the table and he said, "Your Uncle Ray's not sleeping much." I asked why, and Dad said, "Because something's walking around that house at night, and it ain't any of them." They were all sleeping in the living room, and almost every night they heard footsteps in the hallway, moving back and forth. Doors would open and close on their own. Not just little creaks, full-on click and swing. They'd get up to check, thinking maybe the wind had blown something, but the windows were shut, and there was no draft. The footsteps never really stopped either, just pacing, like someone was restless. Aunt Lisa had her own share of things. One afternoon, she was washing dishes and looked up at the kitchen window. She swore she saw a little boy in overalls and a straw hat run past the window, just quick enough to catch with her eyes. She thought it was Maddie's cousin at first, so she went outside to fuss at him for playing near the steep hill. There was no one there. Another time, their daughter Maddie came in from the yard, all excited. She said, "Mama, I was playing with the boy, the one with the hat." She described him again, overalls, straw hat, about her size. She said they'd been playing near the rock cliff, but when Lisa went out to look, there was no sign of anybody. As all this was happening, Uncle Ray's health started going downhill faster. His pain got worse, the treatments were wearing him out, and he had to be hospitalized more and more often. But what really scared us weren't just the physical changes. It was how he started acting whenever he was at the cabin. One night, some of our cousins were visiting him there. Things had been especially active. Doors slamming, the sound of someone walking from room to room, even when everyone was in the living room together. At some point, Uncle Ray suddenly insisted on taking everyone into the back bedroom. He told them, "We need to stay in here. They're coming for me. I don't want them to get you too." Now, you hear something like that, and your first instinct is to chalk it up to the medication or the cancer getting to his mind. And maybe that was part of it. But the way my aunt described it, he was terrified. Not confused, afraid. Like he could feel something closing in that nobody else could see. After that, he ended up back in the hospital for a while. But even when he wasn't staying at the cabin, whenever he talked about it, he'd say things like, "I don't think that place wants me there." Or, "Whatever's out there in those woods, it knows I'm weak." Things just kept escalating. The footsteps got louder. Doors that were locked would be found open. Once, they came back from a hospital trip and found every cabinet in the kitchen standing wide open. No sign of a break-in, nothing missing. Finally, the family had had enough. Between the fear and his health getting worse, they just couldn't stay there. They packed up what they could and left. Uncle Ray, Lisa, and Maddie moved in with my Aunt Carol closer to town, where he eventually passed away on hospice care. After he died, our family minister, Pastor Hall, went out to the cabin at the landlord's request. Whatever your beliefs are about that kind of thing, I'll just tell you what happened. He walked the property, prayed, and did what he called a cleansing, blessing the house, the land, even the little grave out front. He said the place felt heavy, like something had settled in there and didn't want to let go. A year or so later, the cabin burned down. No one was living in it at the time. The story we were told was that it was probably some kind of electrical issue, but the power had supposedly been off. By the time anyone got up that hill with water, there wasn't much left but the chimney, part of the metal roof, and that blackened ring in the backyard, darker and wider than before. Last time I went up there, which has been a while, it was just rubble and weeds. The grave marker was still there though, tilting a little further into the earth. I don't know what you believe about ghosts or demons or any of that. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you that my uncle went to that cabin sick, and whatever was already there seemed to notice. It felt like the place had soaked up years of grief and fear and never let them go, and he walked right into it at the weakest point in his life. Sometimes I think about that little baby's grave, the scorch mark in the yard, the kid in overalls running past the window, and I think about my uncle saying, "They're coming for me." And even now, miles and years away from that hill, it still gives me chills. Hey guys, welcome back to Paranormal M. It's finally time to sit down together and talk about some creepy stories. It's been a long day, so let's just relax for a bit. Thank you so much to everyone who sent in their paranormal experiences. And if you've got more stories of your own, don't be shy. Send them my way. Before we jump into today's tales, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. So, hey, let me just tell this the way it happened, okay? This was a few years back, but I can still feel it in my chest when I think about it. It was late, one of those warm nights that sits on your skin, and I was over at my neighbor's place. Everyone on our street calls her Aunt Mira, even though she's not actually anybody's aunt. She's older, tiny, always smelling like tea and wood smoke, and the kind of person who shows up at your door with soup before you even know you're sick. There were 4 of us in her kitchen that night. We had the windows cracked open, a pot of chamomile on the table, just talking. Silly stuff, nothing deep. It was one of those slow evenings where you feel safe and bored in the best way. And then we heard music. Not phone music, not some car going by with the bass up too high. It sounded live. There were drums, and what I swear was a fiddle or maybe a violin, and this low humming like a choir that can't quite remember the words. It wasn't loud, but it was clear, like it was coming from the backyard and very far away at the same time. I remember the hairs on my arms standing up, and before I could say anything, Aunt Mira just went very still. Her hand stopped halfway to her teacup. She glanced toward the back door and said, very softly, "Don't go outside." Just like that, no explanation. I kinda laughed, like, what? Why? You know when you think someone's being superstitious and you're trying not to be rude? That was me. But the look on her face shut me right up. I've seen that woman burn her fingers on a hot pan without flinching. She looked scared. The music kept going, slow and circling and strange, and we drifted to the kitchen window that looked out over her yard. Behind her house, there's this empty lot, just grass and a couple of trees, usually nothing interesting except stray cats. That night, though, there was this low haze lying over the ground. Not thick, not movie-style fog, just a pale, drifting mist, glowing a little in the moonlight. And in that mist, there were shapes. At first, I honestly thought it was kids, like teenagers doing some kind of weird dance prank or TikTok thing, I don't know. But the longer I stared, the less sense it made. They weren't solid. That's the part I still hate thinking about. They looked like people someone had sketched in smoke. You could see the trees through them when they moved. Some of them were wrong. One had an arm that faded out halfway down. Another didn't seem to be walking so much as gliding, just a few inches above the ground. And one, I will never forget this. One shape was swaying to the music with no clear head at all, just shoulders and that dark, empty space above them where it should have been. In the center of all of this were two clearer figures, standing side by side like a couple. The man looked like he was in an old-fashioned suit, the kind you see in black and white wedding photos. The woman was in something light, maybe not pure white, but a pale dress that moved like it was underwater. They were more solid than the rest, but even they looked faded, like memories someone had tried to hold on to too long. The others were circling them, stepping and turning in time with the music. They didn't look angry or wild. That almost made it worse. It felt calm. Calm and completely wrong. Beside me, I heard Aunt Mira whisper, almost to herself, "It's their wedding again." My stomach dropped. "Again?" I asked her. "What do you mean, again?" She shook her head, like she'd already said too much. "They won't come in while I have guests," she murmured. "Just stay here, please. Don't call out to them. Don't answer if they call you." Two of my friends were with us, Jonah, who jokes about everything, and Lila, who always wants to prove things aren't scary. Jonah snorted and said, "Come on, this is obviously someone with a projector or something. Maybe a speaker in the lot." Lila nodded, already halfway toward the door. "Yeah, I'm gonna go see how they're doing this. It's actually kind of cool." Aunt Mira stepped in front of them. I've never seen her move that fast. "Don't," she said. Her voice cracked a little. "Please, children, don't go out there. Not tonight." Jonah rolled his eyes. "We'll be fine, I promise. 2 minutes. If it's ghosts, I'll bring one back for tea, yeah?" He grinned at her, but she didn't smile. "I am not joking," she said. "They remember who steps into their circle." I could see his expression waver, just a little, but pride is a stupid thing. He shrugged her off gently. Lila squeezed my shoulder and said, "Relax, we'll prove it's some creepy neighbor with a sound system. You'll feel better." I didn't follow. I should have grabbed them, yelled, something, but I didn't. I just stood there with my hand on the back of a chair, watching out the window. They walked across the yard, side by side. The grass was still, the air too warm for that hour. The music kept going, and then, just as they reached the edge of the mist, it stopped. Cut off. One beat, and everything went silent. All the figures turned at once. I can't explain how something half made of fog can turn, but they did. Every smoky outline, every broken limb, every blurred face turned toward Jonah and Lila. Even the headless one shifted like it was looking straight at them. Then they moved. They didn't rush or leap. They just drifted, all together, toward my friends. The mist rose up, thicker, wrapping around the two of them like someone pulling curtains closed. I heard myself say, "Guys?" like they could hear me. My voice sounded so small. For 1 second, literally 1 second, they were silhouettes in the haze, and then the fog folded over itself. The music came back, a little louder, like someone had turned the volume up. When the mist cleared, Jonah and Lila were gone. No scream, no struggle, no falling, no running. Just gone. One heartbeat they were there, next heartbeat they weren't. The circle was complete again, moving around the couple as if nothing had happened. I don't remember deciding to move, but suddenly we were outside. Me and Aunt Mira and the fourth guy who'd stayed frozen in his chair the whole time. The lot felt colder than it had any right to. There were no footprints leading in, no scuff marks, no sign of anybody. The music faded like someone walking away down a long corridor, and the shapes thinned out, losing their edges until they were just fog. Then even the fog was gone. We called the police. Of course we did. There were searches. Dogs, flashlights, people shouting their names. Statements, questions, suspicion. You can imagine how it went. What do you mean they disappeared in a fog? Were they drinking? Are you sure they left the house? On and on. For a long time after, I caught myself wondering if I'd just snapped. If we all had some kind of shared breakdown. But you know what? Shared hallucinations don't erase people's phone numbers from your life. They don't stop someone from ever posting again, ever making another call, ever walking through your door. Nothing turned up. No bodies. No footprints past the lot. No camera footage of them leaving the street. Just nothing. Years have passed since that night. I moved away eventually, but I still visit sometimes. Aunt Mira's older now, more fragile, but she still makes too much tea and presses food into my hands when I go. She stared out the same window we'd stood at that night. "Since I was younger than you," she said. "Sometimes they come. Different years, different months, always with the mist, always with the music. Always the same bride and groom, never growing older. They dance, and if someone steps too close, the circle opens." I swallowed. "Why didn't you move?" She gave this tired little smile. "You think they stay only with the land? They follow the blood. My mother used to say we live under their promise, so I keep my lights on. I keep my house full when I can." She looked at me then. "It is better to watch them from behind glass than to be watched from inside the ring." She told me that on some nights she still hears the drums. Sometimes she looks out and there are more figures than before, the circle thicker. People she doesn't recognize. And every now and then, she says, she sees familiar faces in that crowd. I didn't want to ask, but I did. "Have you seen them? Jonah and Lila?" She nodded once, slow. "They stand near the edge," she said. "They look happy, if you only look quick. Like photos. But their eyes do not move. Their smiles do not reach anywhere." I didn't sleep well for weeks after that. Look, I know how this sounds. Spirits, cursed weddings, disappearing in fog. It all sounds like something somebody made up for a late-night radio show. I don't blame you if your first instinct is to explain it away. I used to be that person. Ghost stories were just stories. Creepy fun, nothing more. I'm not that person anymore. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know what took my friends or where they went. I don't know why some old promise or ritual or tragedy keeps replaying itself behind my neighbor's house. All I know is this. If you're ever up late and you hear distant music that doesn't sound like it's coming from anywhere sensible, real drums, real strings, voices humming along, and you look outside and there's a low, slow fog that wasn't there a minute ago, do me a favor. Do yourself a favor. Don't be clever. Don't go prove it's nothing. Just lock the door. Stay inside. You know, whenever people ask me why our family shop closes so early, I always have to smile a little first. Because the real reason sounds like something out of a ghost story. But it happened. And it happened to my mother. This was years ago, in a small town in eastern Nepal called Kaling. Back then, our shop stood alone at the edge of the main road, just before the houses thinned out and the trees began. It was a tiny place, wooden shutters, a squeaky door, shelves stacked with biscuits, tea, candles, and little sachets of needles hanging from strings. My mother, Mina, ran the shop by herself. She was one of those people who never seemed to get tired. From early morning, serving tea to farmers on their way to the fields, to late evening when the last bus rolled by, she'd be there behind the counter, smiling, chatting, counting coins. That evening, it was colder than usual. I still remember the wind that day. It kept pushing dust along the road in small swirls. By the time the sun went down, the town had gone quiet. No more motorcycles, no more school children laughing, just the occasional barking dog somewhere far away. Inside the shop, it was just the glow of a single tube light humming over our heads. I was about 10 then, and my younger brother Sanjay was 8. We were in the little room behind the shop, doing homework on the floor while Amma finished up outside. I heard her slide the metal shutter halfway down and call out, "Bas, aja lai pugyo." That's enough for today. Normally, she'd peek in to check on us, maybe nag us a bit about our handwriting. But that night, she didn't. Instead, I heard her footsteps pause in the narrow passageway between the shop and our room. Just stop. "Amma?" I called out. No answer. I can still picture her silhouette from that night. Later, Sanjay told me the same thing. She stood there, just at the doorway, one hand resting on the frame, head slightly turned as if listening to something only she could hear. Outside, the road was empty. No headlights, no people. Just darkness and that thin, pale strip of dust where the vehicles usually passed. Later, Amma told us that in that moment, she suddenly felt it. Like someone was standing very close behind her. Breathing. Watching. She said the air felt heavy, as if the whole night had somehow squeezed itself into that one narrow passage. She didn't see anyone, but she felt presence. You know when you know someone is there, even if you can't see them? That kind of feeling. She stepped quickly into the room and shut the door behind her. I remember looking up, expecting her usual, "Homework, Sakyoki?" But before I could say anything, the tube light flickered once. Then everything went black. Not power cut black. Those we were used to. We'd groan, complain, and light candles. This felt different. The darkness came with this strange, ringing silence, like the whole house was suddenly very far away. I heard something fall, a soft, heavy sound. "Amma!" I shouted. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for the matchbox. When I finally lit a match, the small flame showed us Amma lying on the floor, right there in the middle of the room, her hair spread out, eyes closed. I felt my chest tighten. For a moment I thought, is she dead? We kept calling her, Ama, Ama, Uthnosna, please get up. After what felt like a long time but was probably just a minute or two, she moved. Her eyes opened, and I swear to you, they didn't look like my mother's eyes. My Ama's eyes were always soft, kind, and a little tired. These eyes were sharp, glaring, almost furious. The pupils seemed too dark, too wide. Her face looked the same, but somehow not. And then she spoke. Except the voice that came out of her was not hers. My mother had a gentle, high, musical voice. The sound we heard that night was low and rough, like an old man who had smoked all his life. It came out slowly, scratching its way through her throat. Chwinna, Malai Chwena. Don't touch me. I felt my whole body go cold. Sanjay clung to my arm, sobbing. My mother, or whatever was inside her, sat up in this strange, stiff way, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. Her lips curled into an angry sneer. She looked straight at us, but it felt like she was looking through us, at something behind us, or inside us. I remembered what my grandmother had always said. When something is wrong like this, you call the Jaki. So I ran. I don't even remember my feet touching the ground. I just remember the night air, the sound of dogs, the crunch of gravel under my slippers. I've never been a brave person, but that night, fear pushed me faster than I thought I could move. The Jaki in our town was an old man named Bide. Everyone called him Bide Baje. He lived a little higher up the hill, in a tin-roofed house that smelled of incense and herbs. I hammered on his door, breathless. Baje, please, it's Ama. Something is wrong. Please come quickly. He looked at me for a moment, really looked, and I think he saw enough in my face to know I wasn't just a frightened child imagining things. Without asking many questions, he grabbed a small woven bag and his damaru, the little drum Jakris use, and followed me down the dark road. By the time we got back, our neighbor, Sita Auntie, had heard the commotion and was standing outside our shop, scared and confused. From inside the room, we could hear a voice. My mother's body, that same rough voice, muttering in Nepali we could barely understand, sometimes laughing, sometimes growling. We stepped in. My mother was sitting on the floor, her back against the wall. Her eyes snapped up to look at Bide Baje, and she let out this horrible, mocking little laugh. He didn't flinch. He began his ritual right away, ringing a bell, chanting mantras, circling her with incense smoke. The air grew thick with the smell of burning juniper. The small drum beat a steady, hypnotic rhythm. At first, whatever was inside her resisted. Her body jerked, her hands clawed at the air. She hissed, spat, cursed in a voice that definitely was not hers. I held Sanjay close, his face buried in my shoulder. I wanted to close my eyes, but I couldn't. I had to see. I had to know my mother would come back. Slowly, Bide Baje's voice grew louder, more commanding. His chant rolled through the room like a wave. He demanded to know who was there. "Who are you? Why have you entered this woman?" he shouted over the drum. My mother's mouth twisted. In that low, broken voice, the thing inside finally spoke clearly. "This road," it said. I remember every word. They're burned into my memory. Later, Bide Baje told us that in the old days, long before our shop existed, that very road had been used to carry the dead down to the cremation grounds by the river. People would place the bodies on bamboo stretchers, cover them with white cloth, and walk that path at dawn or dusk, chanting prayers. Years passed. The old cremation site moved closer to town. The road became just another road. Houses were built. The shop went up. And everyone forgot. Everyone except the spirits. According to Bire Bahe, some souls from those old funeral processions had never found peace. Maybe the rituals hadn't been done properly. Maybe no one remembered their names anymore. They wandered that path at night, half lost, half angry, clinging to the only route they still knew. And that night, one of them had found my mother, alone, tired, standing exactly where their feet had once passed, many times, long ago. So it slipped in. The ritual went on for what felt like hours. The voice inside my mother grew weaker, sometimes breaking into sobs, sometimes howling. At one point, it, begged to be left alone there, in our house, as if it had finally found somewhere to rest. But Bire Bahe was firm. He told it to leave, to go where it needed to go, that this house, this body, did not belong to it. Finally, suddenly, my mother gave one violent shudder, like someone dragged underwater taking one last gasp, and then she went completely limp. Silence. Just the faint ring of the bell, the soft tap of the drum, and all of us breathing too loudly in the small room. When she opened her eyes again, they were her eyes, confused, tired, scared. She looked at me, then at Sanjay, and whispered in her own voice, "Kebeko? What happened?" I burst into tears. We never told her every detail, not right away. Only that she had fainted and that the Jaki had helped. Later, when she was stronger, Bide Bahe explained gently what had happened. She listened quietly, her hands wrapped around a cup of sweet, hot tea, eyes lowered. From that night on, one thing changed forever. We never, ever kept the shop open after dark again. Even now, years later, when you pass by our family shop, you'll notice the shutter is always down before the last light leaves the sky. People joke about it sometimes. "Why so early, Dai? You don't like money or what?" They tease my brother, who runs the shop now. He just smiles and says, "Money you can earn again. Ama, there's only one." And if you happen to be there on a cold, quiet evening, standing on that stretch of road in Kaling, you might feel it too. The faintest sense that you're not completely alone. Just remember to head home before the spirits come walking. So, since it's Halloween, well, whatever you call it, All Hallows Eve, Samhain, I figured I'd finally tell this story out loud. Halloween has always been my favorite day of the year. Always has been, probably always will be. I've had a lot of weird stuff happen on this night, like more than my fair share. But this one still makes my stomach twist a little when I think about it. So, picture this. I'm about 16, living in this small city. Not tiny, not huge, just big enough to feel like there's always someone awake, and small enough that you still know which houses give out the good candy. That night, I was out with a bunch of my friends, doing the usual Halloween nonsense. Costumes, trick-or-treating, stealing each other's candy, jumping out of bushes to scare kids who were younger than us. That was mostly them, not me, just for the record. I like to pretend I was the responsible one. Growing up, I technically had a curfew, but my dad was pretty relaxed about it on holidays. The funny thing is, I'm usually in bed by 10 like someone's tired grandparent. But that night I decided, very dramatically, that I was going to stay up as late as I could. No way was I going to be the first one to tap out and go home. Yeah, bad plan. Now, here's something about me you kind of need to know for this to make sense. I've always been, let's say, sensitive. I pick up on things other people don't. And I've had a spirit hanging around me since I was a kid. His name, well, the name I use for him, is Ezra. Ezra's not some evil thing. He's more like this grumpy, overprotective roommate who lives in the corner of my life. He's pulled me out of bad situations more than once. So as long as I knew he was nearby, I usually felt safe, even when stuff got weird. That night started out totally normal. The city streets were packed with kids. Porch lights were glowing orange, fake cobwebs everywhere. My friends were loud and chaotic in that way only teenagers in costume can be. And I remember thinking, okay, it's Halloween, the veil's thin, but I've done this before. I'll be fine. And besides, Ezra was there, right? At some point, maybe around 11, I started to feel done. My feet hurt, I was tired, and the sugar rush was turning into a sugar crash. I reached out, in that quiet way I usually check in with Ezra, just sort of feeling for him. Nothing. It was like someone had closed a door in my head. He was just gone. I remember stopping on the sidewalk and thinking, okay, that's weird. But I didn't say anything because what was I going to do? Turn to my friends and be like, hey guys, my ghost friend dipped, I think I should go home. Yeah, no. Most of them didn't know about Ezra, and I really didn't feel like being the crazy one that night. Right around then, someone got the brilliant idea that we should walk to the abandoned cemetery on the edge of town and hang out there. You know, just for the vibes. Now, quick side note. Despite what movies tell you, graveyards aren't always the most haunted places. Most of the time, they're just quiet. I've spent enough time in rural areas to know that the creepiest places are usually old roads and houses, not cemeteries. But the second they said old cemetery, my stomach dropped. Still, I went along. Because of course I did. I've felt watched plenty of times in my life. This was different. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My shoulders got tight. It felt like something was pacing us, just outside the reach of the streetlights. I kept telling myself, it's Halloween. It's probably just your nerves. I tried to convince myself maybe it was Ezra being dramatic, trying to spook me for fun. So I looked around, expecting to catch a glimpse of him. Not the way you'd see a full body or anything, but just a shift in the air, a familiar shape. Instead, every so often, I'd see eyes. Not glowing red, not some cartoon demon thing, just eyes. Too high up, too still, watching from the darker pockets between houses or above a fence line where nothing should have been tall enough to stand. And I did what a lot of us do when we're scared and don't want to admit it. I ignored it. We got about a block away from the cemetery, and I just stopped. The others kept walking for a few steps before they realized I wasn't with them. I was staring straight ahead at the gate. Now, in the daytime, that cemetery is sad and a little overgrown, but it still looks like a cemetery. On Halloween night, under that thin, watery streetlight, the gate looked wrong. It wasn't just old or rusty. It felt like something was standing in it, or maybe using it. Like the gate was a mouth held slightly open, and something was waiting on the other side. The feeling that came off it was pure malice. Not playful trickster energy, not a harmless spirit curious about living people. This was the kind of cold that feels like it has teeth. I told my friends, very calmly, that I didn't want to go in, that we should just go home and watch a movie or something. Of course, they immediately called me a chicken. And look, I was scared. I'll own that. But I also grew up with one older sister and a cousin who basically treated dares like a religion. I was not about to back down in front of a bunch of loud-mouthed teenagers in plastic vampire teeth. So my friends, being absolute menaces, decided that since I was so scared of the graveyard, the only solution was obvious. They dared me to go through the gate alone. What I should have said was, if you're so brave, you go first. What I actually did was square my shoulders, mutter something like, fine, and march right up to it. And here's the part where I did the single dumbest thing I have maybe ever done. I walked straight through it, Not through the gap in the gate. Through it. Through the thing that was standing there. The second I passed that threshold, everything shifted. The air felt heavier, thicker, like I'd stepped underwater. The night sounds, crickets, cars in the distance, my friends laughing, just cut off. It went so quiet my ears rang. When I looked back at the gate from the other side, it didn't look like the same place anymore. The iron didn't look rusty and broken. Now it looked sharp, like it was newly forged. The path ahead of me wasn't just a cracked walkway. It was this dark, narrow lane that seemed to drop down instead of up. And all along either side of it, in my mind, flashed these awful images. I hesitate to call anything a demon because I think that word gets tossed around too much. But whatever I walked through that night, it was not human, and it was not friendly. As I stood there, it hit me. Not physically, in my head. I started seeing my family, my friends, people I loved, impaled on pikes, torn apart, screaming. Not like a horror movie you watch from a distance, but like I was standing right there, helpless. And the worst part? It was just flashes, but each one felt too real. Every time I blinked, there was more blood, more screaming, more of that horrible sense that this thing was trying to show me. Look what I could do. Look what you'd have to live with. Behind me, I could feel it. That same presence I'd walked through at the gate. Close enough that if it had hands, they would have been hovering right above my shoulders. For a second, I tried to convince myself that Ezra would yank me out of there like he'd done before, that he'd swoop in and snap whatever this was like a twig. But Ezra wasn't there. It was just me and this thing that wanted inside my head. That's when I finally did the smart thing. I ran. I spun around and bolted back the way I'd come, heart pounding, half expecting the path to stretch out forever, or the gate to slam shut in front of me. But somehow, my feet hit gravel, and then sidewalk, and then I was back on the street, gasping. My friends were standing there, wide-eyed. One of them said something like, "Where the hell did you go? You were gone for like an hour." Now, I don't know if that was them messing with me, or if time actually got weird in there. I just remember feeling this ridiculous surge of relief that I could hear cars again, that I could see the normal, ugly chain-link fence on the far side of the road, that the sky looked like a sky and not some endless black ceiling pressing down on me. I told them I was done. No more dares, no more graveyards, no more wandering around in the dark. I was going home. They argued for a minute, but I think they could see in my face that something was wrong, because they eventually let it go. When I finally got back to my room and shut the door, that's when Ezra came back. He didn't show up gently either. The first thing I felt from him was this wave of anger. Not at me as a person exactly, but at how reckless I'd been. For days afterward, every time I reached for him, I got this mix of worry and frustration. The way someone yells because they love you and you scared them half to death. And honestly, he was right. To this day, I can't fully explain what happened. I don't know if I literally stepped somewhere else, or if that thing pulled part of me into its space, or if it just messed with my mind so badly that reality bent around us for a bit. What I do know is this. Every now and then, usually around this time of year, I'll be walking alone at night and feel that old sensation, eyes on me, just beyond the streetlights. Something testing the edges of my defenses, looking for a way back in. But it doesn't get to stay. Ezra doesn't let it. And I don't walk through gates I don't recognize anymore. So yeah, that's my little Halloween PSA for you. If you ever get to the edge of some place and every instinct in your body suddenly goes, "Nope, not there," listen to it. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. Trust me on that one. Every now and then you come across a story that feels wrong. Not because it's gory or because it has some monster jumping out at you, but because even saying its name feels like you're poking at something that doesn't want to be touched. For me, that story is Ushi no Kubi, the cow's head. I stumbled on it when I was doing research for a video about Japanese ghost stories. At first, I thought it would be just another creepy folktale, like a yokai with a tragic backstory or some vengeful spirit haunting a village. But this one was different, because with Ushi no Kubi, there is no story. No plot written down anywhere, no clear author, no beginning, no middle, no end you can point to. All anyone seems to agree on is this: it's supposed to be the most terrifying story ever told. And that's it. Just a name, the cow's head. Somehow, that alone is enough to scare people. So here's what we do know, if "know" is even the right word. The whispers about Ushi no Kubi go back to Japan's pre-modern times. In some rural areas, when the land was dry and people were desperate for rain, villagers would perform rituals involving cattle. Some stories say they would take the severed head of a cow, or sometimes just its blood, and cast it into a river or a well, praying for rain and survival. It was an offering, one life given in hopes of restoring balance. To them, it wasn't evil, it was sacred, a bargain with something bigger than themselves. But as times changed, those rituals started to look barbaric. People demonized them. The image of the cow's head slowly shifted from sacred offering to something you're not supposed to touch or talk about. A symbol of taboo, of sacrifice, of power that's better left alone. And that's when the rumors really started. Some say that in the late Meiji, or maybe early Showa era, the details always change, which is fitting, there was a thin little book called Ushi no Kubi. According to the old tales, anyone who read it either went insane or died soon after. Supposedly, the authorities got involved. They confiscated every copy, locked them away, maybe even burned them to calm people down. But here's the thing, there's no proof. No title listed in any old catalog, no author's name, no physical copy we can point to. Nothing. Just stories about a story. And somehow, that lack of evidence makes it feel even more dangerous, doesn't it? The less people know, the more they fill in the blanks with their own fears. One version of the legend that really stuck with me is the bus story. You might have heard a variation of it before. They say there was once an elementary school teacher, I'll call him Mr. Hayashi, who took his students on a long bus trip for a school excursion. It was one of those slow, sleepy rides through the countryside. Kids chatting, some dozing off, fields rushing by outside the windows. To pass the time, Mr. Hayashi suggested they tell ghost stories. The students loved the idea. They took turns sharing the usual tales, bathroom ghosts, cursed tunnels, things like that. Everyone laughed and squealed, and it was all harmless fun. Then, when it was his turn, Mr. Hayashi smiled and said something like, "All right, I'll tell you a story that even adults are too afraid to say out loud. It's called Ushi no Kubi." The moment those words left his mouth, the mood shifted. But he brushed it off. Maybe he thought it would be fine. Maybe he didn't really believe the rumors. So he started telling the story. And that's where things get fuzzy, because no one remembers what he said next. The only thing people agree on is what happened to the bus. Partway through his telling, the bus suddenly lurched and screeched to a stop. The driver's hands were locked around the steering wheel, knuckles white. His face had gone completely pale. Sweat poured down his forehead like he'd just run a marathon. Some students fainted on the spot. Others screamed uncontrollably or burst into tears. A few curled up on the seats, shaking, as if they were trying to shut something out. When other teachers and staff later tried to ask the kids what they had heard, They just shivered or started crying again. Some said they remembered Mr. Hayashi opening his mouth, and then nothing, just a blank. As for Mr. Hayashi, the man who told the story, they say he was never the same after that trip. He stopped joking with his students, stopped chatting in the teacher's room. He became distant, quiet, like a piece of him had been left on that bus. Some versions say he fell into a deep depression. In others, he simply left the school one day and never returned. But no matter which version you hear, one detail is always the same. Nobody remembers the content of the story he told. They only remember the name, Ushi no Kubi. That's the heart of this legend. It's not about what's inside the story. It's about the whole around it, about the terror that lives in what we don't know. And when you think about the symbol itself, the cow's head, it has layers. In Japanese culture, cows are complicated. They're symbols of strength, patience, and endurance, but they're also linked to sacrifice and death. Historically, when a cow's head was used in a ritual, it wasn't just an object. It was like a vessel, a bridge. People believed it could connect humans and the divine, that through it, they could negotiate with fate. In folklore, too, cows show up in strange places. There's Kudan, a half-human, half-cow creature that appears to warn people of impending disasters. There's Gozu Tenno, a deity associated with plagues and punishment. So when you hear the cow's head, it's not just some random creepy title. It carries echoes of offerings, curses, prophecies, and the price of trying to control forces you don't fully understand. It sounds like something that stands with one foot in the sacred and the other in the damned. Psychologically, that's what makes Ushi no Kubi so powerful. It belongs to this strange category of untellable stories, the kind you're allowed to mention, but not actually describe. You can say, I know a terrible story called The Cow's Head, but you mustn't tell what happens in it. People claim that if you hear the full story, you'll die within 3 days, or go mad, or be haunted, or whatever the version of the rumor happens to be. Yet, there are no official victims, no hospital records, no police reports, no written text. It's like a horror story that exists as a blank page. And our brains hate blank pages. We're wired to fill gaps. When we don't know the answer to something, we tend to imagine the worst possible scenario. So by giving us nothing but a name and a warning, the legend forces us to create our own version of the terror. In that sense, Ushi no Kubi is almost like a mirror. It doesn't reveal a fixed story. It reflects whatever scares you the most. Of course, myths don't stay buried for long, especially not in the internet age. In recent years, Ushi no Kubi has crept back into pop culture. Some modern horror writers have mentioned it in essays or woven it into short stories, teasing it as the story too horrible to print, but never actually sharing the contents. Publishers have put out horror collections titled things like The Cow's Head and Other Nightmares, using the name as this promise of ultimate fear, but without ever giving you the real Ushi no Kubi. There was even a film, The Cow's Head Hamlet in one version I heard, Cow's Head Village in another, that mixed the legend with rural superstitions and old curses. But again, even in the movie, they only circle around the true story. They never tell it outright. And online? Oh, it thrives there. If you search for Ushi no Kubi, you'll find endless threads, videos, theories, urban legend channels dissecting it from every angle. People share their own imagined versions, or talk about how they almost heard it, or claim they read a fragment somewhere. But no one can show you a definitive, original text. It's just fragments, reactions, fear. The myth spreads, even though there's still nothing at the center. In a way, Ushi no Kubi has become a digital ghost, a self-sustaining story that feeds on curiosity, on clicks, on late-night conversations between people like you and me. So what does all this really say about us? To me, Ushi no Kubi isn't just a Japanese ghost story. It's a quiet, unsettling reflection of how our minds work. We're afraid of the unknown, but we're also drawn to it. We tell ourselves, I shouldn't look this up, and then we type it into the search bar anyway. We say, I don't want to know, and then we lean in just a little closer. This legend doesn't need detailed monsters or vivid gore. It only needs a gap, a missing piece, and your imagination will do the rest. The horror doesn't start when someone finishes the story. It starts the moment you think, okay, but what is in it? So let me ask you something directly. If someone you trust sat in front of you right now, looked you in the eye and said, I know the complete version of Ushi no Kubi. I can tell it to you from beginning to end. Would you want to hear it? Would you really? Or would a small, quiet part of you hesitate? Maybe that's the real curse. Not a ghost, not a demon, not a cow-headed monster. Just that unbearable itch of curiosity, battling with the instinct to stay safe. Maybe the wisest choice is the one people have already made for generations. To keep the story untold. To live with the mystery. To let the fear exist, without ever giving it a shape. After all, Ushi no Kubi has survived this long as a story that doesn't technically exist. And maybe, just maybe, that's exactly how it's meant to stay. Okay, so let me just start from the beginning. I've lived in the same house my whole life, like literally since I came home from the hospital. We never moved, never switched cities, nothing. The most moving I've ever done was when my older sister moved out and I got her room upstairs. Our upstairs is weird. There are only 2 doors up there, my bedroom and then the attic right next to it. That's it. No cute little hallway, no extra bathroom, nothing. Just my room and a creepy attic door that I have to walk past every night before I go to sleep. So, a few things have happened that really scared me, but for a long time I didn't tell my parents because I thought they'd just laugh it off. In my room, I have this LED sign on the wall. It used to say, Mia's room, in big cursive letters when I first got it, but I put stickers on it so now it just says Mia with stars around it. It has a little remote that can change the color and brightness and all that. Here's the part that freaks me out. Sometimes it turns on by itself. No one touching the remote, no timer set, just suddenly, in the middle of the night, my wall lights up purple or neon blue. And it's always late. Like, the whole house is dead silent and your brain is making up noises late. And I am, admittedly, a huge scaredy cat. The first time it happened, I was lying in bed watching true crime videos on my phone. You know those commentary channels that talk about missing people and cold cases? Back then it was some guy named Tyler who I watched all the time. So I'm under my blankets, headphones in, lights off, and suddenly my wall glows bright pink. I froze. I kind of laughed at myself, turned the sign off, and the next day I told my dad. He just shrugged and was like, it's probably a glitch, or the remote got bumped. And I remember feeling kind of dumb, so I just dropped it. The second time, though, was worse. It was around midnight. I was in my room playing an online game with my friends, one of those late-night sessions where everyone's half delirious and laughing at nothing. We were on voice chat, just talking and messing around. I glanced up toward my door for a second and saw my sign glowing this bright blue. I hadn't touched the remote. It was on my desk on the other side of the room. I stopped mid-sentence, went completely quiet, and my friend was like, Mia, you good? I muted my mic so fast and just started typing, telling them my sign had turned on by itself again. I got up, turned it off, and for the rest of the night I was on edge. Every little sound made me jump. I kept looking at the attic door like something was going to walk out. That's not the only thing that happens, though. My bedroom door likes to creak open on its own. At least, that's what it feels like. I'll close it all the way. Sometimes I'm sure I even locked it. And then later, I'll look up and see it cracked open just enough that I can't tell if someone pushed it or if it just drifted. Every time that happens, my heart just slams in my chest. Because upstairs is just me and that attic. Oh, and then there's my thermostat. So we keep the bedroom thermostat set at 72 degrees. Or we try to. But for some reason, it never stays there. I'll wake up at 6 in the morning for school and it'll say 79. When I get home in the afternoon, it'll be 84 or 85. But those are just the everyday creepy things. The really unsettling stuff. That involves my best friend. I'll call her Rin. Before I tell you the first big story, I need to give you some context. When I was about 4, my mom got pregnant with a baby girl. They were going to name her Rosie. What was kind of special was how our birthdays would have lined up. My birthday is March 24th. Rosie's due date was March 25th. And my older brother, let's call him Owen, has his birthday on March 26th. We thought it would be this cool little birthday chain. But my mom had a miscarriage. It was really hard on everybody. I didn't fully understand it back then, but I remember the mood in the house. The way my mom cried in the kitchen when she thought we couldn't hear her. As I got older, I understood more, and Rosie became this quiet little missing piece in our family. Okay, so this first story happened before I moved into the upstairs bedroom. Back then, my brother basically lived in our game room. That was where the console was. My parents wouldn't let him keep it in his room, so he'd stay in there late, playing whatever he was obsessed with at the time on his PlayStation. One weekend, Rin came over for a sleepover. We decided to crash in the game room because it had the comfiest couch and a big TV. Owen was there too, sitting on the floor with his headset on, completely absorbed in his game. At some point, I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up groggy, hair a mess, and Rin was just staring at me. Like, really staring. I was like, "What?" And she goes, "I have to tell you something, but please don't freak out." She told me that she woke up in the middle of the night. Owen was gone. He must have gone to his room to sleep, so it was just her on the couch and me knocked out next to her. She said she glanced over at the big window that looks out at our backyard and the pool, and saw a little girl walking along the edge of the water. Rin said the girl had long brown hair and was wearing this pale dress. And the part that really stuck with me? She said the girl looked exactly like me, just smaller. Like an 8-year-old version of me instead of the age I actually was then. Rin watched her for a few seconds, stunned, and then the girl just wasn't there anymore. I honestly don't remember exactly how I reacted when she told me. I don't know if she told me right that morning or a bit later, but at some point my brain connected it. Rosie. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, at least not in the movie way. But the idea that maybe my little sister, the one who never got to be born, was still somehow close, watching over us, that kind of lodged itself in my chest and never really left. The last story I remember, the one that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it, also involves Rin. More context time. I have an older cousin, but I grew up calling her my sister. I'll call her Danny. She moved in with my parents when she was about 13, so by the time I was born, she was already living with us. Technically, she's my mom's niece, but to me and Owen, she was just our big sister. Danny is a lot older than us, 12 or 13 years, something like that. So she moved out when we were still pretty young. She had her first kid really early, a little girl, and then later a son. For this story, we're going to talk about her son. I'll call him Eli. Eli's this really sweet kid, very shy, and he loves baseball. He's always wearing some kind of cap, even indoors. Our living room is big and open, which is nice during the day. At night, though, it's a little unnerving because the back wall is basically all windows. If someone were in our backyard, they could just stand there and watch us, and we might not notice right away. I never really liked sleeping down there. I always felt safer upstairs, just me and my creepy attic door. But Rin liked the big couch and the TV, and I wanted her to be happy, so we set up blankets and pillows and fell asleep in the living room. At some point in the night, I woke up. I didn't have my phone nearby, and there was no clock I could see, but something in me was like, it's 2 a.m. You know that feeling when your body just knows it's the middle of the night? The room was dark, but some light was coming in from the street through the blinds, just enough to see shapes. I turned my head toward Rin, and that's when I saw him. There was a tall, shadowy figure standing over her, right next to where she was sleeping. It looked like a teenage boy, taller than both of us, and he was wearing a baseball cap. I couldn't make out a face, just the outline, but it was so clear. Like, I remember the angle of the hat and the way his shoulders were hunched forward a little, like he was leaning down. For a second I thought I was still dreaming, but the fear felt way too real. My heart was pounding, my mouth went dry, and I just stared. Then the shadow turned its head toward me. The moment we made eye contact, if you can even call it that, it vanished. Just gone. No footsteps, no fading away. 1 second it was there, the next second there was nothing but the couch and Rin sleeping. I lay there for a long time, frozen, trying to decide if I should wake her up or not. Eventually I must have fallen back asleep, because the next thing I remember is it being morning. Later, when we were talking, I told Rin about what I'd seen. She kind of laughed it off at first and said, maybe that was future Eli watching over us. You know he's obsessed with baseball. And I laughed too, because it was easier than sitting in the idea that maybe some random shadow guy was watching us sleep. I tried to convince myself it was just a dream, or that my eyes were messing with me in the dark. But the image never really left my mind. Then, this last summer, about 3 years after that happened, we were in my pool just hanging out, talking about spooky stuff for fun. I brought the story up again. At first, Rin was smiling, kind of swimming around, and then I told her, hey, remember that night in the living room when I saw that tall shadow in the baseball cap? Her whole expression changed. She went from playful to terrified in a second. She told me that she had read or watched something about people seeing tall, shadowy figures at night, especially ones that stand at the side of the bed and watch people sleep. She said it really freaked her out and that she hates thinking about it. I didn't want to make her more scared, so I laughed and said, I'm totally kidding. I was just messing with you. I probably imagined it. But I wasn't joking. I can still see that outline if I think about it too long. I can still feel that heavy, electric fear in my chest. And sometimes, when my sign randomly turns on at 1 in the morning, or my door creaks open when I know I closed it, or my thermostat is way higher than it should be, I catch myself wondering who or what is actually sharing this house with me. Okay, so, hey, I'm Mara, I'm 20, and my fiance, his name's Lucas, he's 21, and we are honestly terrified right now. I'm just going to talk to you like we're on the phone, because I still feel a little crazy saying this out loud. So, a few months ago, we moved into my grandparents' old trailer. It's this beat-up double-wide tucked way back in the woods. There are like 3 other trailers on the whole road, and that's it. No streetlights, no neighbors walking their dogs, just trees and quiet and stars. I grew up coming out here on weekends. To me, it was always just Grandma's place, you know? A little run-down, smells like old books and pine cleaner, but safe, familiar. For Lucas, though, this was all brand new. He grew up in a suburb where the loudest thing at night was a car going by. So we move in, rent is cheap, we have the place to ourselves, and for the first week or so, it's actually kind of cozy. Creaky, but cozy. Then stuff starts happening. The first time, Lucas was in the back of the trailer, near the small bedroom window that faces the woods. I'm in the living room, and he suddenly goes, "Mara, I just saw something run past the window." And I'm like, okay, relax, it's probably a raccoon, because out here everything is a raccoon until proven otherwise. He swears up and down it was bigger, faster, wrong somehow. I joke about him watching too many horror movies and we shrug it off. A few nights later, I'm in the kitchen. Our kitchen is at the front of the trailer, and there's this long wall of windows right next to the counter. They're covered with these thin, white curtains you can sort of see through if the light hits them right. I'm cooking, just zoning out, and our kitten, Clover, is losing her mind at the windows. She's hopping up on the sill, tail puffed, making that weird little chattering noise cats make when they see birds. I think, okay, there's probably a moth or something. I don't even look up. Lucas walks in behind me and his whole body goes tense. I can feel him freeze before he even says anything. He whispers, kind of urgent, "There, it's back. Do you see it this time?" I'm like, "See what?" And as I turn toward the windows, I catch just the back half of something bolting past. And I mean bolting. I only see it for a second, but that second hits me like a truck. All I can make out is this lanky gray body with patchy fur and these long, skinny legs. It's too tall for a coyote, too. Stretched out. The proportions are wrong. And the speed, like, blink and it's gone fast. I just stand there with the spatula in my hand, staring, and my stomach drops. Lucas looks at me and goes, "You saw it, didn't you?" And I can't even talk. I just nod. That was the last time either of us actually saw it. But we definitely did not stop hearing it. At first I tried to be logical. I told myself, maybe it's some big stray dog, even though our landlord is super strict and doesn't allow dogs at all. We're in a southern state, no wolves around here, and coyotes. I mean, I've seen coyotes. This thing was bigger, taller. But you start trying to convince yourself you're overreacting, because the alternative, that there's something out there you can't explain, is worse. Then Halloween night happened. So Halloween, I get home from work around 10:30 p.m. It's chilly, dark, and I'm already a little on edge because, well, Halloween in the middle of the woods? Not the coziest vibe. Lucas and I decide to lean into it and put on a horror movie. We make popcorn, turn off most of the lights, the whole cliché. Halfway through the movie, he suddenly hits pause. I look over like, "Dude, why'd you stop it?" "Shh, listen." At first, I don't hear anything. It's so quiet in the trailer you can basically hear the fridge humming. He waits, then shakes his head and goes, "Never mind, maybe I imagined it," and hits play again. Not even a minute later, I hear it. It's this soft, deliberate sound coming from the back of the trailer, the direction of the mudroom and the back door. At first, it's just a faint metallic click. Then I realize exactly what it is. The back doorknob, slowly turning. You know the sound a doorknob makes when someone tries it and it hits that tiny bit of resistance because it's locked? That tiny clunk? It's that. Over and over. Like something is testing it. I mute the TV. We both just sit there, not even breathing, listening. The knob rattles again, a little harder. I whisper, "We locked it, right?" Even though we always lock the doors. Out here, you just do. There's nobody around, but you still do. Lucas doesn't answer. He just stands up and heads down the hallway toward the back. Our bedroom is right next to that door, and he keeps an old baseball bat leaning against the nightstand, just in case, Human problems, not whatever this is. A few seconds later, he comes back with the bat in his hand, jaw clenched, and positions himself by the hallway so he can see down toward the back door. We stand there in total silence. The trailer suddenly feels very small. Nothing. No footsteps, no more rattling. Just that heavy kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. After a minute, he exhales and says, "Maybe it was the wind." I'm thinking, the wind does not twist doorknobs, but I don't say it. We go back to the couch. He sets the bat next to him, hits play, and I swear to you, the second he fully relaxes into the cushions, rattle, louder this time. The doorknob at the back of the trailer jerks like someone is really trying it now. My eyes fill up with tears instantly. I'm not even trying to act tough anymore. I grab his arm and just shake my head like, nope, nope, nope. He looks at me and says, "I'm going out there." I whisper, "Please don't." But he's already up. And because I'm apparently a genius, I decide that if he's going, I'm not staying alone in the dark living room. So I grab my phone, turn on the flashlight, and follow him. We step outside through the front door. The back door is the one being messed with, and the air is cold in that way that hurts your lungs a little. The woods are just there, all around us, too dark, too quiet. We walk the path along the side of the trailer, our footsteps crunching on gravel. Lucas has the bat in his hands, knuckles white. I'm sweeping the flashlight beam along the siding, the trees, the ground. We get to the back corner, where the steps are up to the back door. The doormat is slightly crooked from earlier, but that's it. No footprints in the dirt. No broken branches. No sign anyone's been there at all. We do a full lap around the trailer. Nothing. No animal eyes shining back at us. No rustling in the bushes. Nothing out of place. Just that feeling, like something is watching us from just out of sight. We go back inside, lock both doors again, double-check the windows. The rest of the night is quiet, but it doesn't feel peaceful. It feels like the quiet after something laughs at you and walks away. Ever since then, it's been this constant low-level torment. Some nights, there are little taps on the windows. Not big bangs, not branches in the wind, just these soft, deliberate taps. Sometimes it'll be one on the side window of the living room. Then, 5 minutes later, one on the bedroom window. Like it's moving around the trailer, circling. Then, last night, it leveled up. We were both in bed, not asleep, just kind of scrolling on our phones because we're too wired to settle down. And from above us, on the tin roof, we hear it. Step. Not like a branch falling or an acorn hitting. A step. Then another. If you've ever been in a place with a tin roof, you know, anything up there sounds way louder than it should. A squirrel running around sounds like a toddler. This didn't sound like a squirrel. It was slower, heavier. The spacing between the steps was wrong for something small. It walks across the roof. We track the sound with our eyes like we can see through the ceiling. It goes from above the bedroom toward the middle of the trailer, then stops. We're lying there, holding hands so tight it hurts, and neither of us is brave enough to move. We don't talk. We barely breathe. Then, right over the living room area, something scrapes. Just once. Like claws or something hard dragging across metal. I wish I was exaggerating. I really do. We didn't sleep at all after that. We just waited for the sun to start turning the windows gray instead of black. I don't think I've ever been so happy to hear birds in my life. So, that's where we are. We're in this old trailer in the woods. We've seen something that doesn't look like anything we recognize running past our windows. We've heard the doorknob turning when no one is there, taps circling the walls like it's playing with us, and now, footsteps on the roof. We're exhausted. were jumpy at every little sound. And I keep going back and forth between, it has to be some weird animal, and what if it's not? I know this all sounds wild. If someone else told me this, I'd probably be like, okay, calm down. Maybe it's just a stray dog and some raccoons. But I've lived here before. I know what the normal sounds are. This is not that. So I'm telling you all of this because I don't know what else to do. If you've ever heard of anything like this, or you have any idea what could be messing with us like this, and how to make it leave us alone, I am all ears. Because right now, it feels like something is out there in the dark, just waiting for us to let our guard down. You know, if you and I were sitting together over coffee right now, this is the story I'd tell you. A few years back, I signed on as a volunteer deckhand/engineer aboard this marine conservation vessel working in the Gulf of California. Most people know it as the Sea of Cortez, off the coast of Baja. I'd never been on a trip like that. Every day felt like I'd stepped into a nature documentary. We'd see pods of dolphins racing the bow, whales spouting in the distance, manta rays flipping out of the water like they were showing off. And the crew felt like family within a week. Honestly, it was one of the best times of my life. But it was also weird, in ways I absolutely did not expect. I was out there for just under 4 months, and during that stretch, a few things happened that I still think about all the time. Let me start with the first thing that really messed with my head. So most nights, after everyone settled into the rhythm of watches, somebody would mention the lights. People called them different things. The lanterns, the fireballs. But I just think of them as the orbs. The first time I saw them, it was sometime after midnight. I was on watch and stepped out onto the aft deck for some air. The sea was calm, sky was clear, stars everywhere. And then I noticed these faint orange-yellow balls of light out over the water. At first I thought, okay, flares or something, no big deal. We were in waters where there's military activity, so drones and flares weren't exactly sci-fi. But these lights didn't behave like any flare I've ever seen. They drifted around in this kind of lazy, erratic way, almost like they were exploring. One would fade out while another appeared a little farther off. Sometimes there was just a single orb, sometimes 3 or 4. And every now and then, one would dip low enough that you'd see its glow shimmer off the surface of the water. One of the senior crew, Marisol, joked that they were curious spirits of the sea. Another guy insisted they were some kind of secret tech. Everyone had a theory, but nobody really knew. One night, I decided I wanted a closer look. I grabbed a pair of binoculars from the wheelhouse and stepped out onto the side deck. There was one orb in particular, brighter than usual, kind of drifting along the horizon. I raised the binoculars to my eyes, trying to steady myself against the slight roll of the ship. But the moment I focused in that direction, I saw something else. Above the orb, farther back and higher in the sky, there was a shape. At first, I thought I was just seeing patterns in the stars, but then I realized the stars were disappearing behind it. It was a triangle. Huge. Dark. Not like a solid object with sharp edges that you'd see in daylight, but more like this enormous, perfectly shaped absence, an outline you could only see because it blocked out the stars. On each of its 3 corners, there was a point of light. Not blinking like aircraft lights, not streaking across the sky, just steady, cool glows. I remember my jaw literally hanging open. I'd heard stories and seen videos online about triangle-shaped craft, and I'd always rolled my eyes a little. You know, sure, another UFO video. But this was right there in front of me. It moved slowly and smoothly across the sky, like it was on rails. No sound, at least none I could hear over the low hum of the ship. I had no real sense of scale. Out at sea, in the dark, you lose all reference points. But my gut told me it was massive, and probably farther away than I wanted to believe. That night changed something in me. I went to bed a skeptic, and woke up a very confused, open-minded skeptic, I guess. But that wasn't the only strange thing that happened out there. Part of my role on board was standing engine watch. Every hour or so, I'd go down into the engine room, log readings, check pressures and temperatures, make sure nothing was leaking or making a new, scary noise. The engine room housed 2 giant diesel engines. Being down there was like standing in the chest cavity of some mechanical beast. Everything vibrating, everything humming, metal and heat and the smell of fuel and oil. I wore a headset for ear protection, but even then, the sound wasn't just noise. It felt like it went through your ribs. And yet, every single time I went down there, it felt like I wasn't alone. It started small. I'd be noting down a temperature gauge, and I'd feel this prickly sensation at the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. I'd turn around. Just pipes, valves, ladders, shadows. Nothing. Another time, I thought I heard someone shout my name. "Hey!" underneath the drone of the engines. I spun around, expecting to see one of the other engineers, maybe Diego or Kara, needing a hand. No one. The only other person on watch was up in the wheelhouse. And then there were the shadows. Little movements in my peripheral vision. A shape slipping behind a bulkhead. The sense of someone stepping out of sight the moment I looked their way. I kept telling myself it was just the flicker of the overhead lights, or my eyes trying to adjust to the bright white glare down there. But the feeling didn't go away. Every round I did, that unease was waiting for me. I never told anyone at first. I didn't want to be that person on a professional vessel, you know? The one talking about ghosts and bad vibes. Then one evening at dinner, this still makes me laugh a little. The second engineer, this super practical, no-nonsense guy named Rafi, took a bite of his food, set his fork down, and said, totally casually, "By the way, the engine room's haunted, in case you hadn't figured that out yet." Everyone at the table kind of chuckled, but I could tell from the way he said it that he wasn't entirely joking. My heart did this weird little flip like, okay, so it's not just me. Later that night, when things were quiet, Rafi told me there'd been an incident years before I ever stepped on board. Some local fishermen had been harassing the ship, getting dangerously close, throwing things, that kind of thing. It escalated. In the chaos, one of the fishermen fell into the water and was injured. The crew managed to pull him aboard and tried to resuscitate him right there on deck, near the entrance to the engine space. They did everything they could, but he didn't make it. Rafi glanced toward the floor when he told me that part. Then he shrugged a little and said, "Ever since then, the engine room's been weird. People hear things, see things. You get used to it." I don't know if what I was feeling down there was connected to that man, or if it was just my brain trying to make sense of stress, noise, and shadows. But after hearing that story, those rounds felt different. I still did my job, still went down like clockwork, but I always said a quiet, respectful, "Hey," when I stepped in, just in case I wasn't alone. The last thing I want to tell you about is what we ended up calling the ghost vessel. It was one of those calm, almost boring night watches, around 2 or 3 in the morning. The sea was pretty flat, the sky was overcast, and I was up in the wheelhouse with the third mate, a guy named Luis. We were just chatting quietly, watching the radar, doing that slow, steady scan out the windows. Not much out there. Just us and a whole lot of dark water. Luis leaned in, adjusted the gain, watched it for a second and said, "Looks like a small boat coming up behind us. Fast little thing." We both kept an eye on it. It was moving at a decent speed, heading right up our track, and it looked like it was going to pass pretty close down our port side. So I step out onto the port bridge wing to take a look. If a boat was that close, I should have at least seen running lights. But when I looked out, nothing. Just darkness. Water. Our own ship's lights reflecting off the surface. I went back in, thinking maybe I'd misjudged the distance. I checked the radar again. According to the screen, that contact was right next to us, easily within visible range. Luis frowned, stepped out himself, scanned the horizon, then came back in and checked the displays again. Same thing. The blip slid past us on the radar, clear as day, well within range for visual contact. We both watched, completely confused, as this boat continued ahead of us, maintaining speed and direction, like it was just another vessel cruising along. Only, we never saw it. No lights, no silhouette against the horizon, no wake, nothing. Eventually, it moved out of range and faded off the radar, just like any normal vessel would. Luis and I looked at each other, both sort of half laughing, half waiting for the other one to explain it away. No explanation came. We logged it, of course, time, bearing, speed, the whole thing. But between you and me, the note "no visual contact" felt pretty strange to write. By the time my contract was up and I stepped off that ship in Mexico, I was not the same person who'd climbed aboard months earlier. I went out there for the wildlife, the adventure, the chance to help with conservation work. And I absolutely got that. I still think about the sunrises over the Sea of Cortez, the way the light hits the water, the sound of whales breathing nearby in the pre-dawn dark. Those memories are some of my favorites. But I also left with this expanded sense of what might be possible. I don't claim to know what I saw. Those orbs, that triangle in the sky, the figure I sometimes felt in the engine room, the invisible boat we tracked but never saw. I can't prove any of it to you. All I can tell you is that it happened, and that it changed the way I look at the world. So yeah, I guess you could say Mexico turned me from a skeptic into someone who's willing to believe that the universe is a lot stranger, and maybe a lot more interesting than I used to think. Hi everyone. I'm speaking to you from Thailand. Most of the time, I just type out creepy stories on social media, especially on X, and let people read them in silence. But this one has been sitting in my chest for years. It's not just scary, it's tragic and, in a strange way, unbelievably beautiful. And I really want people outside of Thailand to hear it too. So, in Thailand, we have this famous late-night radio show where ordinary people call in to share true ghost experiences. Some stories sound believable, some sound like they're totally made up, but almost all of them leave you thinking long after the call ends. One night, a father called in to talk about his daughter, a little girl named Molly. And while I was listening to him, it triggered a memory, an old headline from more than 10 years ago that shook the whole country. It was something like, "A mother who had already died still got up to make milk for her little girl." Let me tell you that story the way I remember it. So, around 15 years ago, there was a young mother living just outside Bangkok, in a small apartment in Nonthaburi. She lived there with her daughter Molly, who was about 3 years old at the time. The mother, let's call her Nita, had epilepsy. Normally she managed fine. She took her medication, went to work, came home to her daughter. It was a simple life, but it was theirs. Then one day, Nita suddenly died in her bedroom. No one knew right away. She didn't show up for work. At first her coworkers thought maybe she overslept, or maybe her phone battery died. But when they couldn't reach her all day, one coworker got worried and called Nita's older sister, Lek, to check on her. Lek tried calling too. No answer. After several tries, something in her gut told her, this isn't right. So she drove over to Nita's place. When she reached the apartment building and called up to the unit, she heard small footsteps inside. Then the door cracked open just a little, and there was Molly. This tiny 3-year-old girl stood there in an oversized t-shirt, her hair tangled, her face a little dirty. There was a faint metallic smell clinging to her, something Lek couldn't quite process at first. Lek bent down, trying to keep her voice gentle. She asked, "Where's Mommy, sweetheart?" Molly, in that broken toddler way of speaking, answered, "Mommy's sick. Mommy's sleeping on the bed. There's red on Mommy." Lek felt her chest tighten, but she still didn't want to believe anything was truly wrong. She thought, maybe she just fainted. Maybe she had a seizure and she's still okay. But when Lek stepped inside, another smell hit her. Heavy, sweet, rotten. That's the smell you never forget once you've encountered death. She walked into the bedroom, and there on the bed was her younger sister's body, already starting to swell and change. Nita had been gone for days. The police and medics came. After checking everything, the doctors confirmed that Nita had died from complications related to her epilepsy. It looked like she'd had a seizure alone in the house and never got back up. At first, everyone was just drowning in grief. But then they realized something didn't make sense. Molly, this tiny little girl, looked too healthy. She wasn't starving. She wasn't dehydrated. Her face was bright, her skin wasn't sunken, and she still had enough energy to walk, talk, and even cling to her aunt. So one of the relatives asked her softly, "Molly, these past few days, what did you eat?" And she answered in that innocent voice, "Mommy made milk for me." She also said Mommy tucked her into bed every night. Mommy sang her a lullaby. And then there was one detail that chilled everyone there. The aunt remembered how, when she arrived, the door had opened just enough for Molly to slip out on her own. The lock was too high for a 3-year-old to reach. When they asked Molly how she came out, she said, "Mommy held my hand. Mommy walked me to the door. Mommy said, 'Go to Auntie. Mommy come later.'" What made it even stranger was what the neighbors told the police. During the days Nita was already dead, the neighbors still heard normal household sounds from the apartment. Dishes clinking in the sink, footsteps moving back and forth, the soft swish of a broom sweeping the floor. And at night, just beneath the hum of the TV and traffic, they occasionally heard a woman's voice humming a lullaby from the direction of the child's room. But no one came out. No one went in. Inside that apartment, the only living person was Molly. After the funeral, Molly went to live with her aunt, Lek, the same aunt who had found Nita's body. People slowly stopped talking about the case. New headlines came, and the old ones faded. Years passed. Molly grew bigger. Outwardly, everything looked okay. Then one day, Lek and Molly appeared on a popular Thai TV show that deals with the supernatural. It was a program where they invited spirit mediums to communicate with the dead. On the show, the medium claimed to reach Nita's spirit. Through the medium, Nita said she was still in the old apartment, restless and worried. She supposedly told Lek, "Take better care of my daughter. Don't let her suffer." The audience was moved. Some people cried watching it when it aired. The story of the devoted mother who kept watching over her child, even after death, touched a lot of hearts. But a few years later, the real horror finally surfaced. Neighbors around Lek's house started hearing strange sounds, crying, whimpering, sometimes sharp yells. At first, people thought it was just normal family arguments or a kid throwing a tantrum. But over time, the sounds became more disturbing. Someone finally called the police. When officers arrived and searched the house, what they found was heartbreaking. Molly was being kept in a dog cage. This girl, who had already lost her mother in such a terrible way, was now living like an animal. She had bruises on her arms and legs, old marks and fresh ones mixed together. The neighbors and authorities learned that Lek had been abusing her for a long time, forcing her to eat her own vomit, locking her outside, hitting her when she cried. The woman who had once told the world she was raising her niece with love had turned into her tormentor. When the news broke, the whole country was stunned. People were furious. How could someone who had seen her sister die and taken in her child do something so cruel? Molly's father, Tan, had been working far away in another province after his wife's death. He had been sending money home and trusting Lek to raise his daughter. The moment he heard what had happened, he rushed back and took Molly into his care. He blamed himself. He admitted he hadn't been around enough. He had trusted too much. He promised he wouldn't leave her again. After Molly moved in with her father, things slowly settled. But Tan started to notice something odd. At night, he would sometimes pass by her room and hear her talking softly, like she was chatting with someone else. Not babbling, talking. Pausing, listening, answering. Sometimes he heard a humming sound too. A gentle lullaby. The kind sung to small children, the same rhythm Nita used to use when Molly was a baby. Tan said on the radio that he had no doubt in his heart. It was Nita. His late wife was still there, guarding their daughter. Then one night, something changed. Tan was sitting downstairs when he heard hurried footsteps on the stairs, then small sobs. He looked up and saw Molly coming down, crying. He ran to her. "What's wrong, Molly? What happened?" She buried her face in his shirt, shaking. After a moment, she looked up at him with red, swollen eyes and said quietly, "Mom's gone." Tan said those two words broke him. He held her and didn't know what to say. That night, the house felt painfully silent. No late-night humming, no soft talking through the door, just the sound of the fan and their breathing. From that night onward, he never again heard the lullaby. He never again heard his daughter talking to that unseen someone. And something else changed too. Molly, who used to rush to bed like she had someone waiting for her there, stopped hurrying. She went to sleep like any ordinary child, reluctant some nights, sleepy on others, but whatever invisible presence had been beside her seemed to have finally left. It was as if Nita had stayed until she was sure Molly was safe, loved, and protected. And then, only then, did she allow herself to move on. Today, Molly is a bright young woman. She's in her 20s now. She helps her dad run a small noodle stall in a market. If you saw her laughing with customers, you'd never guess the things she lived through. Sometimes people say they can feel a gentle warmth around their stall, like the atmosphere is just a bit softer. Tan likes to joke that it's because his wife is still checking if he's slicing the pork properly. But deep down, I think he really believes it. And honestly, I do too. I'll never forget this story. It reminds me that love, especially a mother's love, doesn't just stop when the heart stops beating. Sometimes it lingers just long enough to walk a child to the door, to make one last glass of milk, to sing one last lullaby, and to make sure that, in the end, they're truly, finally safe. So, let me just start from the beginning. After I put up the trail cams, the motion sensor lights, and a few other security things around the property, everything actually calmed down for a bit. For a couple of weeks, it felt like life was finally going back to normal. I could sit on the porch again without feeling like something was staring at me from the trees. But this last week has been an absolute nightmare. Saturday night, I was inside watching TV when I heard something slam onto the roof. Not a branch, not a squirrel. This was heavy. I've got a metal roof, so the sound just exploded through the whole house. My heart dropped into my stomach. I wasn't about to run outside in the dark after everything that's happened out here before, so I waited until morning. Next day, I go out there and I find the rock. This thing was big, about the size of a bowling ball, maybe a little smaller, and it looked like it had just been pulled out of a creek. Wet, moss on one side, bits of mud packed into the cracks. I just stood there staring at it, trying to wrap my head around it. Here's what messed me up the most. None of my sensor lights had gone off. Not one. So whatever threw that rock had to be standing just far enough back in the tree line to stay out of the light, but close enough to hit the roof. That's not a kid messing around. That's someone, or something, who knows exactly where the edge of the light is. The following night, Sunday, was dead quiet. Almost too quiet. No rocks, no sounds, nothing. I tried to convince myself maybe it was just some punk teenagers passing through, a one-time thing. Then Monday happened. I decided to go back into the woods and have a look around. I wanted to see if I could find footprints, broken branches, anything that might explain who was throwing rocks at my house. I walked maybe 10-15 minutes into the trees when I smelled it. That sickly, heavy, rotten smell. I knew it wasn't just an old log or something dead for months. That kind of smell is fresh. I followed it and found a carcass. This time it was a coyote, or at least, that's what it used to be. Its hind legs were snapped and bent underneath it at these horrible angles, like someone had twisted them around and just left them folded up. I could see blunt force injuries along its side, and the head. The head had been hit so hard the skull was cracked open. Not like something had eaten it, more like it had been smashed. I looked around for tracks. Nothing. No boot prints, no paw prints, no drag marks. The ground was disturbed, sure, but it was like whatever did it barely touched the ground at all. The longer I stood there, the worse I felt. My chest got tight, and I had that feeling like when you realize you're suddenly in the wrong place at the wrong time. I just thought, I shouldn't be here. So I turned around and got out of there. That night, I sat out on the porch for a good while with my firearm next to me. I didn't want to use it. I just felt better having it close. At one point, the sensor light down near the tree line flared on. I snapped my head up, grabbed my flashlight, and shined it toward the woods. Nothing. No movement, no rustling, no eye shine. Just that harsh white light pushing into the trees and stopping, like it hit a wall of darkness. The light went off. I stayed out there a bit longer, listening so hard my ears hurt. Nothing else happened that night. Tuesday came and went without anything strange. Most of Wednesday, too, was quiet. I actually started to relax a little. I remember thinking, maybe whatever it was moved on. Then Wednesday night happened. The hair on my arms stood up immediately. I got that feeling, like someone had just walked into the room and was standing behind me, staring, even though I was outside. I stood up, grabbed my gun in one hand, flashlight in the other, and slowly walked to the edge of the porch. I swept the light along the tree line. At first, I didn't see anything, just trunks and shadows. Then I moved the beam across the bushes directly opposite my driveway. And there they were. Two huge glowing eyes staring right at me. They were higher off the ground than any person I've ever seen. Maybe 7-8 feet up, easy. They weren't reflecting like a deer's eyes normally do when you hit them with a light. These were a deep yellow, almost amber, and they didn't flicker or move. They just stared. My mouth went dry. I called out, "Hey, whoever's out there, come out where I can see you. I'm armed." What answered me wasn't a person. I heard this low, rumbling growl, like it was rising up out of the ground. It didn't sound like anything I've ever heard in the woods before. It sounded wrong, almost like there was more than one voice layered in it, if that makes any sense. Like something out of a movie, but real. I thought about firing. I really did. But the way that sound hit me in the chest, the anger in it, it didn't feel scared of me at all. If anything, it sounded offended. Like I'd just challenged it and it was deciding what to do about it. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it turned. I watched those eyes glide sideways, then dip down as whatever it was moved back into the trees. It didn't crash through the brush like a bear or a person would. It was weirdly quiet, just a few soft rustles, and then nothing. I took one step off the porch to follow and instantly got this gut-deep warning, like my whole body just shouted, "Nope." So I listened. I backed up, went inside, and locked every door and window I have. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I started to nod off in the chair by the living room window, one of the sensor lights outside would flash on. Not just one either, different ones in different parts of the property. Front yard, side of the house, near the shed. I'd get up, look, shine my flashlight, and see absolutely nothing. This went on at least 3 times. By morning, I felt like I'd been awake for a week. Thursday and Friday were mostly quiet. I did hear one strange vocalization way off in the distance on Thursday evening, kind of like a scream mixed with a moan, but it was so far away I couldn't be sure what it was. Could have been an animal, could have been my nerves. At that point, I honestly didn't trust my own senses. Then came Saturday. Saturday around sundown, I decided I wasn't going to hide inside. I pulled a chair out to the usual spot on the porch, set my flashlight and firearm where I could grab them in an instant, and sat facing the tree line. I told myself I'd stay out there until I either saw something or got too tired to keep my eyes open. For hours, nothing. Crickets, occasional breeze, an owl somewhere back in the woods. It was almost peaceful. Close to midnight, I was just starting to think about going in when I heard movement directly in front of me. Not off to the side, not far away, straight ahead, in the same patch of woods where I'd seen those eyes before. Leaves crunching, something shifting its weight. Slow, deliberate steps. I stood up, grabbed my gun, and pointed it toward the sound, my flashlight ready but not on yet. I didn't want to blind myself in case it rushed me. I waited. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. For a few seconds there was nothing, just silence. Then all hell broke loose. It sounded exactly like a hailstorm, but the sky was clear. I stumbled, almost fell, and that's when I fired a warning shot up into the air. The second the shot rang out, the barrage stopped. For half a heartbeat, everything went quiet. Then I heard it. A scream tore out of the woods, high, long, and absolutely full of rage. I've never heard a human scream like that. I've never heard an animal scream like that either. It was... I don't know how to describe it. It had this feeling in it, like I'd heard its pride more than anything. Right after the scream, something huge took off deeper into the forest. I could hear branches snapping, bushes whipping, heavy footfalls pounding the ground. Whatever it was fast. Faster than anything that big has any right to be. And then, it was gone. I was shaking. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared out of my mind. But I still sat out there for another couple of hours, just in case it came back. I told myself that if it did, I wasn't firing into the air next time. Thankfully, nothing else happened that night. Now it's Monday. I've had maybe a few hours of broken sleep in the last few days. I'm exhausted, and yeah, I'm terrified. I can admit that. I know how this all sounds. If I was on the other side of this, just hearing the story, I might roll my eyes and think it's made up. But I swear to you, on my mother's grave, every word I'm telling you is true as I experienced it. The rock, the carcass, the eyes, the growl, the scream, the rocks hitting my house. My buddy Mark told me to come stay with him in town for a while, and honestly, I'm starting to think I should have taken him up on it. But this is my home. I've put everything I have into this place. I don't want to be chased out of it. I'm sharing this because I don't know what else to do. If you know anything about what this could be, or if you've experienced something similar, I'd really appreciate any advice, any tips, anything you've got. Because whatever is out there, it knows my property now. And it knows I know it's there. So, I'll start by telling you a bit about where my head was at before all this happened. I've always considered myself a spiritual person, but not in a very specific, this one religion is right kind of way. More like, I believe there are other beings, other layers to reality. But I'm also a skeptic. I'll try to rule out every normal explanation before I say, okay, that's weird. Maybe it's something else. I don't really see things, at least not in the classic ghost story way. It's more that I feel them. I pay attention to my gut. And for most of my life, even when things were spooky, I still felt like I was dealing with something basically human. Until last year. That's the one that stayed with me. At the time, I was working in a small hospice wing inside a community hospital. I'd been there about 2 years. It was my first real healthcare job, and as strange as it might sound, I genuinely liked the work. But the energy there, it was heavy. Understandably. People came to us at the end of their lives. Death was never hypothetical. We walked past it every shift. By then, I was already used to the usual weirdness. Little things. I'd hear soft footsteps when no one was around, or catch a dark shape at the edge of my vision drifting across a doorway. I'd seen doors ease shut on their own, felt someone brush past me in an empty hallway. Once, I even felt my ponytail give this sharp little tug, like someone teasing me from behind, only nobody was there. So yeah, I accepted that some of our patients didn't exactly leave right away. But this one morning was different. I was doing my usual rounds on my assigned hall. It was early, just after sunrise based on how the light was spilling through the blinds. I was walking down the corridor, half in work mode, half in that autopilot you get on night shifts, when the air suddenly changed. It was like hitting an invisible wall. 1 second everything was normal, and the next, it was as if the hallway had filled up with something thick, heavy. The air felt dense, almost like walking into a room full of steam. But there was nothing visible. No fog, no smoke. Just this weight. I got goosebumps instantly. The hair on my arm stood up. My brain switched into full fight or flight. You know that feeling when your body realizes something is wrong before you do? It was like that. Everything in me was on high alert. Caution mode activated. As I kept walking, I reached the end of the hall and glanced into one of the rooms. And that's when I saw it. I want to be clear here. I didn't see it with my physical eyes, not the way I see this table or that chair. I saw it in what people call the mind's eye. I used to roll my eyes at that phrase, honestly. It always sounded dramatic and vague. But in that moment, I understood exactly what it meant. Seeing something as clearly as if it were in front of you, while also knowing, technically, it isn't. In the chair by the doorway, there was a being. Sitting there, facing inward, watching the elderly woman in the bed at the far corner of the room. Her name was Mrs. Green. Tiny, frail, one of those people whose hands feel like tissue paper when you hold them. She'd been declining for a while, but my attention was locked on the thing in the chair. I froze. I literally couldn't move. My body just rooted itself to the floor. I stood there in the threshold of the room, staring at this presence. It had no recognizable face, no eyes, no mouth, no real human outline. It was like a black silhouette, but not flat, not like a shadow on a wall. It moved like ink swirling in water, slow, undulating, alive. The edges of it never quite settled. There weren't arms in the way we'd normally picture them. Instead, there were these broad, draped shapes, like layers of fabric, or a robe hanging heavy around it. And the head had this distinct cowl-like shape. The closest thing my brain could latch onto was the silhouette you see of the Virgin Mary in Catholic art. Hooded, flowing, outlined in simplicity. And that caught me off guard, because I've never been Catholic, never been Christian. That's not an image I instinctively default to. It fit. The sense I got was that, if it chose to, it could fill the entire room with itself. Like what I was seeing was just a politely condensed version. It felt massive and ancient. Not exactly threatening, but absolutely not familiar. There was no sense of good guy or bad guy about it, just this intense neutrality. Calm. Focused. And, strangely, I knew it knew I was there. It wasn't like it turned and looked at me. It didn't have a face to look with. But there was this clear awareness, like I'd been allowed to tune in to a channel most people don't get, and for whatever reason, it was okay with that. It didn't feel male or female. It didn't feel even remotely human. That was the part that really shook me. I've felt spirits that still felt like people, you know? This was not that. Standing there, in the middle of the hallway, I realized tears were sliding down my face. I wasn't sobbing yet. They were just falling. I felt hot all over, overwhelmed. And the emotion wasn't something simple like scared or sad. It was this mix of fear and awe and this deep, almost painful respect. I had the bone-deep sense that I was in the presence of something that could be terrifyingly powerful if it chose to be, but wasn't in that moment. I finally forced myself to move. I turned away, heart pounding, and ducked into the nearest staff restroom. I locked the door, sat down on the closed toilet seat, and that's when the sobbing hit. Ugly crying, shoulders shaking, gasping for breath. And that is not me. I'm the calm one in a crisis. I've walked into rooms and quietly realized, okay, they're gone, and handled the steps that come after. I've dealt with emergencies, alarms blaring, people shouting. I can usually stay steady through that. But this unspooled me. Eventually, I got myself together, washed my face, took some deep breaths. I told myself, okay, maybe you're just tired. Maybe you imagined it. Maybe it's stress. All the rational things. Then I stepped back into the hallway. The air was still thick. I walked past Mrs. Green's room again, pretending not to look, then immediately looked. It was still there, sitting in the same chair, same position, watching her. There was no dramatic movie moment, no turning toward me, no booming voice, no flicker of the lights. Just that quiet, constant presence, like someone keeping vigil. A minute later, 2 nurses came hurrying down the hall, Jenna and Mark. They slipped into the room and I hovered outside, pretending to check charts. I heard them doing their work, taking vitals, speaking softly to her. After a moment, they stepped back out and let the rest of us know. She's entering the active dying phase. We've called her family. That clicked with what I was feeling in my gut. For the next couple of hours, I stayed on that hall. I did my tasks, chatted with coworkers, answered call lights, just tried to be normal. On the inside, though, part of me was still anchored to that doorway. Every time I passed, it was there. Still, silent, watching. No sense of impatience, no sense of hurry, just waiting. Then finally, her family arrived. I saw her daughter first, clutching a bag, eyes already red. A son followed, and a grandchild. They went into the room, voices soft and shaky. The moment they stepped in, the energy shifted again. I glanced inside as I walked past. The chair was just a chair again. Whatever had been there was gone. Mrs. Green didn't pass that day. She actually held on for several more days while her family visited, taking turns sitting by her bed, holding her hands, telling stories. There were tears, of course, but also a lot of laughter. And during that whole time, no matter how many times I worked that hall, checked on her, or passes that doorway, I never felt that presence again. Her death, when it came, was peaceful, quiet, gentle in a way that's hard to describe to anyone who hasn't seen that kind of passing. When I look back on it now, the fear isn't what sticks with me the most. What lingers is this strange, aching sense of beauty. It felt like whatever that being was, it was keeping her company until her loved ones could get there. Like it sat with her in that liminal space and, when her family arrived, stepped back. Almost as if it was offering a choice. You can go now, if you want, or you can stay a little while longer with them. I don't know what it was. I don't claim to. I still default to rational explanations when I can, but nothing about that experience felt like anything I'd ever encountered before, or since. I've seen other patients pass. I felt rooms go quiet in that particular way they do. I've had my share of, maybe that was something, moments. But that is the only time I've felt like I was in the presence of something truly other. Vast, calm, powerful in a way that didn't need to prove itself. And that's all I really have to offer you with this story. Just me, standing in a hallway, crying quietly while something I can't explain sat in a chair and watched over a dying woman with more patience than I've ever seen from any human being. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. How's the weather where you are today? Still having trouble sleeping? Let these mysterious stories help you drift off. Feel free to send us your own creepy experiences, and don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss a new video. I really love doing this, just sitting here with my mic, helping you relax after a long day. Thanks as always for listening. So, okay, let me tell you about one of the weirdest nights of my life. A couple of times a year, my whole family piles into cars and drives out to visit my grandpa. He lives in this tiny town tucked into the middle of the Mark Twain National Forest, like proper middle of nowhere. If you know the area, it's not too far from Elephant Rocks and Johnson's Shut-ins. Now, my family is kind of split down the middle on the whole paranormal thing. Half of them are very, ghosts aren't real, pass the potato salad. And the other half is, I absolutely will sage this rental car before we leave. I fall solidly into the I believe something's out there camp. And so does one of my cousins. Let's call them Rin. So this one weekend, we've got my parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, all crammed into Grandpa's little house. There are like 12 of us in a place that feels like it was designed for maybe 4 people and a dog. It's cozy and loud, and honestly, a little overwhelming. Plus, Grandpa's house has its own creepy history, but that's a whole other story. Anyway, not far from Grandpa's place, there's this small town park. It's got a little playground, swings, a rusted merry-go-round, a couple of picnic tables, and right up the hill behind it, there's an old cemetery. That park has always been our spot. When we were younger, my cousins and I would walk there in the afternoons to get away from the noise and just hang out. On this particular day, it's late afternoon sliding into early evening. The sky's going that soft golden color, and the air is starting to cool off. Rin is getting really overstimulated by all the chaos in the house, so they decide to walk to the park alone for a bit. Totally normal for us. We've been going there for years. They're gone maybe half an hour when the front door suddenly opens and they come back in, looking off. Not hysterical or anything, but definitely unsettled. They pull me aside into the hallway and go, "Okay, don't think I'm crazy, but there's this deer at the park and it is not acting right." So I ask what they mean, and they tell me they were sitting on the merry-go-round, just spinning gently, zoning out, when they noticed a deer standing at the edge of the field. At first, no big deal. We see deer all the time out there. But this one was just standing there, staring straight at them. Not grazing, not flicking its tail, not even twitching an ear. Just locked in. And then, instead of spooking and running off like normal deer do, especially in a place where people hunt a lot and you hear random gunshots pretty regularly, it started walking toward them. Slow, deliberate steps. Still staring. Rin told me, "I know it sounds dumb, but the way it looked at me, it didn't feel like an animal. It felt like a person in a deer suit." Naturally, this is exactly the kind of thing that gets my attention. Rin is spooked, and I am, unfortunately, the idiot cousin who responds to fear with, "Oh my God, let's go back and investigate." So I grab my backpack. Inside, I toss my tarot deck and my spirit box, the little radio device that flips quickly through stations so you can supposedly hear spirits talk through the white noise. Back then, I mostly used the FM sweep. Now I prefer AM, but at the time, FM was my go-to. We head back up the road to the park together. The sun is lower now, and the shadows from the trees are getting long. It's not dark yet, but we're inching close to the time when we're technically not supposed to be out anymore. We get to the playground, and sure enough, there it is. I remember slowing down and whispering, "Okay, that's weird." Because usually, by the time you get within sight of a deer, it's already decided you're a threat and bolted. But this thing? Nothing. It's like we were the ones on display. We sit on the merry-go-round because I figure if we're going to have a paranormal encounter, I at least want a place to sit down. I set the tarot deck next to me, pull out the spirit box, and turn it on. Normally, on FM, you get bits of music, commercials, little snatches of DJs talking, just chopped up noise as it flips through stations. But this time, nothing. Just static. No voices, no music, no station IDs. Just this low, constant hiss, which should be impossible, because literally the night before, we were using that exact spirit box in Grandpa's living room, maybe half a mile from where we're sitting now, and we were getting all kinds of radio bleed-through. It was a clear day turning into a clear night. No storms, nothing that would mess with the signal. Rin and I exchanged this look like, okay, that's strike one. The static itself isn't terrifying, but there's something about it that makes the air feel heavier. Like we're sitting in a bubble cut off from the rest of the world. The deer is still staring. Every once in a while it takes a step closer, never breaking eye contact. I shuffle my tarot deck a little, mostly to give my hands something to do. I remember saying quietly, "If anyone's here, you can talk through this," like I've done 100 times before. And that's when things really start getting strange. First, this low fog starts to appear. I swear to you, it looked fake, like bad effects from an old horror movie. It clung to the ground and only came up to maybe my knees. I've seen ground mist before, but this felt placed almost. It stayed mostly around the field and the path, like it was avoiding the playground mulch. The deer starts walking closer again, slowly, carefully, like it's stalking us. At this point, it's close enough that I can see the shine in its eyes, and something about them just doesn't look right. Not glowing or anything dramatic, just too focused, predatory. And then, out of nowhere, this huge gust of wind slams into the playground. It's the first real wind we'd felt all day. It hits hard enough that my tarot cards scatter right off the merry-go-round, like someone slapped them out of my hands. A couple of them land face up in the dirt. I remember Rin saying, "Nope, nope, I'm done. That's it." I laugh, but it's that nervous laugh where you're trying not to show how much your stomach just dropped. I turn off the spirit box. The static suddenly feels unbearable, and we both start hurriedly picking up the cards. By now, it's getting pretty dim. The sun's almost down, and we are absolutely, definitely not supposed to be outside after dark. Between the fog, the deer, the radio doing its best impression of a void, and the wind conveniently timing itself to our little ghost hunting session, we both decide we've had enough. We start walking down the path that leads back to the street. The deer is still behind us in the field. We don't look back right away, but we can feel it. You know that feeling of being watched? It's like that, cranked up to 10. My skin feels tight, like I'm waiting for something to grab the back of my neck. We've got our backs turned when we hear it. Heavy, fast footsteps, hooves pounding the ground. We spin around just in time to see the deer bolting, not away from us into the open field, but across it and straight toward the tree line that leads up to the graveyard. I say this because there's a small building, a maintenance shed or something, between our path and the section of woods the deer ran into. In my head, that means we're safe. Line of sight is broken. There's a solid structure between us and it, so logically, it can't just pop up on the other side of us, right? We keep walking, a little faster now. We're about halfway to the street when we hear it, a rustle in the woods. But not from the side the deer just ran to, from the opposite side, the side with no building in between. We both freeze. The fog is thicker down by the path, and the trees just look like dark shapes pressed together. There's this strange silence, like the whole forest is holding its breath. No birds, no crickets, just our breathing and the fading echo of the spirit box static in my memory. And then we hear it. This laugh. That's the only word I have for it. A laugh. But it doesn't belong to any animal I've ever heard, and it sure as hell doesn't sound human. It's high and low at the same time, like two voices overlapping, one trying to sound like a person, the other trying to sound like a beast, and neither of them quite getting it right. It's wet and sharp and wrong. It feels like it crawls under my skin. Rin grabs my arm so hard their nails dig in, and that's all it takes. We don't say anything, we just run. Full on sprinting down the path, hearts pounding, not looking back, just focusing on the glow from the streetlights near Grandpa's road. We don't stop until we're back in his driveway, gasping for breath. The second we're inside and the door is locked behind us, the house feels weirdly normal again. Loud, warm, smelling like whatever's in the crock pot. We glance out the window once, but the road and trees are just dark and still. We tell a couple of our cousins what happened, but we keep it pretty low-key. Part of us is trying to rationalize it. Maybe the fog was just the temperature dropping. The deer was just oddly tame. The spirit box was glitching. Maybe the laugh was some weird bird or animal we don't know. But I can still hear it, even now, when I think about that night. And I've never heard anything like it before or since. We did go back to that park on later visits. Same playground, same graveyard up the hill, same little path back to the street. We never saw that deer again. Sometimes I wonder if it really was just a bizarre combination of normal stuff that our brains wove together into something terrifying. But if there's one thing I took away from that night, it's this. I don't really believe in coincidences anymore. So, hey, my name's Maya, and I want to tell you about the first time I was actually of the things I feel and see. I've lived in the same neighborhood my whole life. Ever since I was little, I've been sensitive to energy, I guess. Spirits, vibes, whatever you want to call it. I pick up on stuff that most people don't notice. I see things sometimes, shadows, flashes, shapes, that other people just walk past. And honestly, it never really scared me before. It was just part of my life. Until that night. Our neighbor lives alone in the house right next to ours. I'll call him Mr. H. He's in his late 50s now. As far back as I can remember, he's been drunk almost every day. He can be rude, he can be aggressive, but a part of me has always felt bad for him. His wife left him years ago, when he was still pretty young, and his daughter moved out the moment she turned 18. He's pretty much been alone ever since. He doesn't get visitors. He doesn't do much. He just drinks and stays inside. And his house has always felt heavy, like the air around it is thicker than everywhere else on the street. When I was growing up, I'd sometimes see these little black shapes around his yard and near his windows. They'd move fast, like shadows that had slipped out of place. They were too solid to be just tricks of the light, but not solid enough to be normal. I'd blink, and they'd be gone. I didn't say much about it because I've always seen things. I just figured it was more of the same. Spirits passing through or attached to him somehow. But after that night, I don't think those were spirits at all. I think they were something else. This all happened on a weeknight. My family and I were about to leave for a church activity, kind of a youth group thing. It was just starting to get dark outside. Right before we got into the car, we suddenly heard this horrible noise. It was his truck alarm, blaring over and over again. At first, we just kind of rolled our eyes. We figured he'd hit the button by accident or stumbled into it while he was drunk. He didn't come outside to turn it off, and that wasn't surprising. But later, my younger brother Eli told us that right before we left, he thought he heard something. He said he heard Mr. H say, "Help." Not yelled, just this low, mumbled help, like it barely made it out of his mouth. Eli thought he was just imagining it, or that our neighbor was just drunk talking to himself again, so he didn't say anything in the moment. Now, looking back, that detail eats at me. We left for church anyway. The whole thing lasted maybe an hour and a half. When we came back, it was fully dark outside, and his truck alarm was still going off. That's the first thing that felt wrong. Our street is usually really quiet at night, but that night, it didn't just feel quiet, it felt emptied, like even the usual night sounds were avoiding that side of the street. My mom parked the car, turned the engine off, and just sat there for a second, listening. Then she looked at us, me, Eli, and my sister Jenna, and said, "Maybe we should go check on him, just in case he fell or something." So we agreed. We all grabbed our phones and turned the flashlights on. As we started walking toward his house, it felt off. You know that feeling when your stomach drops before anything actually happens? It was like that, but spread through my whole chest. The only sound was the alarm. No crickets, no cars passing by, just this shrieking, repetitive wail and our footsteps on the pavement. Eli walked ahead of us, aiming his flashlight at the truck. He suddenly stopped and said, "There's something in there." We all slowed down, and then we heard it. From the direction of the truck, or maybe from behind it, in the shadows near the side of the house, came this deep, rough growl. It wasn't loud, but it was thick. It felt like it vibrated under my skin more than in my ears. It didn't sound like a dog. It didn't sound like a coyote. I've heard plenty of those. It didn't sound like a person trying to growl either. It sounded like something that wasn't supposed to exist. The second that sound hit me, my ears started ringing so hard it almost hurt. My chest tightened, like someone had wrapped a band around it. I felt this wave of darkness, heavy, choking darkness, roll over me. I actually felt nauseous, and everything around his house started to look tinted. The best way I can describe it is like there was a reddish haze around it. Not bright, more like an aura, or like I was seeing the air itself glowing at the edges of my vision. I know how that sounds, but that's what I saw. I felt surrounded by something evil. Not just bad vibes, but something that knew we were there. My mom heard the growl too. She doesn't pick up on stuff the way I do, but I saw her freeze. She tried to act calm for us, but her hand was shaking so much that the light from her phone was jittering across the driveway. She just said, very quietly, "Okay, we're going back. Now." No one argued. We turned around, walked, almost ran back to our house, and shut the door. I could barely talk. I couldn't even really explain what I felt. I just knew that sound was not from this world. I live near open land. I've heard coyotes yipping, dogs fighting, cats screaming, goats, owls, so many weird animal sounds. This wasn't any of those. This was something else. Once we got inside, we all started talking over each other, trying to make sense of it. My mom was still shaking. I could see her trying to find some logical explanation, trying to tell herself it was just some animal. But her eyes said she didn't believe that. We decided to check on our neighbor without going back over there ourselves. So my mom texted one of our other neighbors, an older lady across the street. I'll call her Miss Carol. She's very Christian and always tries to help everyone out. We asked if she had Mr. H's phone number. She didn't, but she immediately said, "I'll go over there and check on him." We told her no. We said, "Please don't go over there. Something's not right. Maybe we should just call the police to do a welfare check." She hesitated, but she could hear how serious we were. She agreed and said she'd phone the police. A little while later, we stepped outside to wait and watch for them. While we were standing there, I started talking to Miss Carol more about it. I kind of nervously said, "His house always feels weird to me." She looked at me for a second and then said, "You feel things too, don't you?" I remember just staring at her. She told me that ever since she was a kid, she's been able to sense things, exactly the way I do. She said she's always felt something dark about his house, that every time she walks past it, it feels cold, like the warmth gets sucked out of her. Hearing her say that made my stomach drop. It was like confirmation that I wasn't just being dramatic or imagining things. Soon, the police arrived. We stood in our yard, not too close, just watching. They went up to his door. After a minute, Mr. H came outside. He looked confused and kind of dazed, not super wasted, but not totally clear either. They talked to him for a bit. I couldn't hear what they were saying. Eventually, he told them he had accidentally set off his truck alarm and forgot to turn it off. But as he turned to go back up the steps to his porch, he suddenly fell. He wasn't badly hurt, but it was enough for them to stay longer, ask more questions, make sure he was okay. To a random person, it probably just looked like an old guy who'd been drinking and took a clumsy fall. But to me, with everything that had just happened, Eli hearing help, the alarm, the growl, that red haze, it felt like too much of a coincidence. Later that night, after the police left and the street went quiet again, I just sat on my bed, replaying everything. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that growl again. I felt that tightness in my chest again. I've been scared before, sure, but this was different. This was a deep, bone-level fear that came from knowing something was there. Something bad. I don't know what it was. Maybe some people would say it was just an animal, or the wind, or our imaginations. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. I know what I saw around that house. Part of me thinks it was something like a skinwalker. Part of me thinks it was something demonic. I don't expect everyone to believe in those things, but I do. Because when that thing growled, it felt like it saw me, like it knew I could feel it. Since that night, Walking past that house feels completely different. The heaviness is worse. Sometimes I swear the air gets colder just crossing in front of his yard. I don't look at his windows anymore if I can help it. I don't know exactly what's in that house. I don't know why it finally showed itself that night after being quiet for so long. But I know something dark is attached to that place, to that man, or both. And if there's anything I want you to take from this, it's this. If you ever feel that kind of wrongness, deep in your gut, trust it. Don't brush it off because you're afraid of sounding crazy. Don't talk yourself out of it to make other people comfortable. Call someone. Get help. Step away. Because there are things in this world that we don't understand. And once you hear something like that, once you feel it, you don't ever forget. So, let me tell you something that stayed with me my whole life. My first wife and I met in my first semester of college in this little Midwestern town back in 1984. I was a clueless freshman. She was in her third year, from a small town in Austria, studying English. Her name was Lena. I remember seeing her the first time in the language lab. She had this thick braid down her back and laughed with her whole face, like she didn't know how to hold anything back. I was supposed to be practicing my German verbs, but all I could think was, I really hope she talks to me. By my second semester, I'd been accepted into the States study abroad program. I was going to spend a year in Europe, focusing on German and European history. Lena decided to finish out her semester and then go back home to Austria, so we'd be in the same country again. It felt like the universe was lining things up for us. We were young and impatient, and we got married in February of 1985 in a tiny chapel not far from campus. There were maybe a dozen people there. We were broke, nervous, and absolutely certain we were doing the right thing. 3 days later, she died in a car accident. She'd gone out to pick up some textbooks and study aids for me, German readers, a dictionary, a couple of history books. I wasn't with her. One moment I was worrying about quizzes and credits, and the next, my whole world had been ripped in half. I don't remember much from those weeks that followed. I remember a hospital room. I remember machines. I remember saying goodbye before they turned everything off. After that, it's mostly static, just flashes. I don't really have solid memories again until I was back in the States, weeks later, sitting alone in my old bedroom and realizing she wasn't coming back. For a long time I had nightmares, vivid, brutal ones. I'd see the wreck, or I'd be stuck in the hospital corridor, unable to get to her room. I'd wake up shaking, sometimes yelling. It went on for years. Life did keep moving, though. Eventually, I remarried. Now I have a wonderful wife, grown kids, and grandkids who crawl all over me and call me Oppa. I love them with everything I have. The nightmares faded out slowly. Somewhere along the line, they just stopped. I haven't had one in close to 30 years. But I never stopped thinking about Lena. Not once. She's just woven into the background of my days. A thought in the shower, a song on the radio, the shape of a stranger's smile. Always there. And then, not too long ago, I had a dream that wasn't like any dream I've ever had. It didn't start like a nightmare. There was no crash, no hospital. I just was there. I found myself standing at the edge of this wide, sunlit meadow. The air felt soft, like late spring. And there she was. She looked exactly like she did when we were young, 21 maybe. Hair in that familiar braid, jeans, a loose sweater, that half smile she used to give me when she caught me staring at her. She was so clear, so solid looking, that my first reaction wasn't even joy, it was panic. I remember thinking, "Oh God, not again. I can't do this again. This is going to turn into a nightmare, and I can't watch her die one more time." I started trying to force myself awake, you know? That frantic feeling where you're telling your own body, wake up, just wake up." She saw the fear on my face, and instead of disappearing or turning into something awful, she just walked up to me, took my hand, and said softly in German, "Komm, mein Liebchen." "Come, my darling." She led me into the middle of the meadow, to a little clearing where the grass was flattened, as if someone had already been dancing there. And then we did dance, slowly. No music I could hear, but somehow we were moving in perfect time. I could smell her, that faint mix of shampoo and the soap she liked, and just her. I could feel the warmth of her cheek against mine. My hand on her back didn't pass through her or fuzz out like it does in a normal dream. It felt real, solid, alive. We danced for what felt like 15-20 minutes. We didn't say much at first. We just held each other. I kept thinking, if this is a dream, don't let it end. Please don't let it end. Eventually, we sat down on a wooden bench that had somehow appeared there in the meadow. It looked a little worn, like it had been waiting for us for a long time. And then we talked. And talked. More than I can probably remember or put into words now. At one point, she reached back, pulled the tie out of her braid, and shook her hair loose. She used to do that when she came back from classes, right before collapsing on the couch with a book. Seeing it again almost knocked the air out of me. Then she asked, "Do you remember that we were supposed to go to my Uncle Franz's apartment for Abendessen the evening I died?" And she held up a little scrap of paper with an address scribbled on it. I had completely forgotten about that. It was like she'd reached into a locked drawer in my brain and opened it. Then she brought up the Monsignor who ran our student housing, how furious he'd been when he realized we were living together before marriage. We used to sneak in and out, trying to make it look like we had separate rooms. She imitated his voice, wagging her finger, and we both just lost it laughing. In the dream, I laughed so hard my ribs started to ache. And again, it felt real. Not like dream laughing, like your stomach actually hurts and you're wiping tears from your eyes. We got quiet after that, just sat there on that bench in the middle of the meadow. At some point, we both started crying. Not noisy sobs, just tears. The kind that come when you've held something in for too long. She turned toward me and said, "I'm okay. I've been with you all these years." She said the number, 39 years, like she'd been counting right along with me. "I'm happy you found someone to love. I'm proud of the man you still are, even with all that has happened. I don't regret anything." I remember saying, "I'm old now. Look at me." And she smiled and said something like, "You're still you. That's what matters." We stood up and danced again, this time slower, even softer. We held each other like people who know they don't have much time. Eventually, a large car pulled up at the edge of the meadow, a dark, old-fashioned kind of car with a driver in a cap. No one said anything like, "Your time is up." It just felt understood. We climbed into the back seat together. The car started moving, and the world outside the windows began to shift. We drove past places from her life that I'd never seen. The street where she grew up, the cafe where she said she'd spent hours studying, a lake she'd once mentioned, but we'd never visited together. Then we passed places we had known together, our campus, the cheap little diner where we'd split pancakes at midnight, the tiny chapel where we got married. After that, the scenes changed again. and I saw bits of my life after her. The hospital where my son was born, the playground where I pushed my granddaughter on the swing, the house I live in now with my wife. It was like we were taking a tour of both of our lives, stitched together into one long, continuous journey. I wanted to tell her so many things. I don't even know if I said any of them out loud. I just remember the feeling, this enormous, aching love, mixed with a peace I hadn't felt in decades. The next thing I knew, I was awake, in my own bed, morning light coming through the curtains, my heart pounding, tears on my face. I lay there with this overwhelming sense of love, like I'd just been wrapped in it, and at the same time, this strange guilt washed over me, like I'd somehow cheated on my wife by having that dream. It was such a human, messy feeling. Gratitude and sorrow and confusion and love all tangled up together. I'm 58 now, and I've never had another dream like that. Not before, and not since. I've had dreams about her, sure, but nothing anywhere near that clear, that detailed, that present. I woke up with every moment etched in my mind, the way you remember an actual event, not just a dream. You can call it a dream if you want. Maybe that's all it was. But to me, it felt like she'd been given one evening to walk back into my life, to remind me of things I'd forgotten, to tell me she was okay, and to let me know, really know, that love doesn't just vanish when a body does. Whether it was real in any scientific sense almost doesn't matter. To me, it was a visit from Lena, and I carry that meadow, that dance, that car ride with me now, right alongside the life I've built since. Okay, so this all started when I moved into my ex's house. I'll call him Ethan, and his cousin, I'll call him Marcus. From the very first night, I just felt wrong in that house. Like the air was heavier than it should be. I never felt alone, even when I knew I was the only person there. It was like walking around with someone standing just behind you, all the time, just out of sight. At first I tried to shrug it off. New place, old house, weird noises, whatever. But then things started happening that I just cannot explain. One night, Ethan and I were on the couch watching this documentary on a haunted house in Indiana. We turned off all the lights, just the TV glowing in the living room. The kitchen was around the corner, and I knew for a fact the kitchen light switch was off. We got to the part of the documentary where they started talking about possessions and really dark stuff, and, out of nowhere, the kitchen light started flickering. I saw it in my peripheral vision first, this quick, stuttering light. I turned my head to look, and the flickering stopped dead. So I turned back to the TV, and it started again. This happened over and over. Every time I went to actually look at the kitchen, nothing. No flicker, no sound, just darkness. But as soon as I looked away, the light would start going like crazy again. I grabbed my phone and tried to record it. And I'm not kidding, each time I hit record, the flickering would stop instantly, like whatever was doing it knew I was trying to catch it. As soon as I stopped recording, it would start right back up. At that point, I wasn't just spooked. I felt like something else was in the room with us. It wasn't just creepy, it felt mean. Like it was watching us, and it didn't like being noticed. And then it escalated. On the bookshelf across from the couch, I had a small figurine, a little ceramic one I really liked. This thing didn't just fall. It didn't tip. It flew. I watched it leave the shelf and sail across the room, like somebody had whipped it, and it landed on the floor about 6 or 7 feet away, closer to where we were sitting. I just froze. My whole body went cold. It wasn't like, oh, maybe the shelf shook, or maybe it slid off. There was no reason, no movement, nothing to explain it. It literally flew across the room. I remember saying, nope, Nope. And I just got up and walked straight outside. I stood on the porch for a long time, trying to calm down. My hands were shaking. I honestly didn't want to go back in. That night, I barely slept at all. Every tiny sound felt like something was moving in the dark. My cat Luna made it worse. She's normally pretty chill, but in that house she was different. And yeah, I know cats chase bugs and shadows and dust. But this was more than that. She would suddenly bolt down the hallway like she was chasing something, then stop in an empty corner and just stare, eyes locked on a spot where there was nothing. No bug, no light reflection, nothing. Sometimes she would puff up, tail huge, and hiss at a random patch of air. And the thing that gets me is, she doesn't do that where I live now. Same cat, same toys, same general routines. She only acted like that in that house. It felt like she was seeing something I couldn't. After that kitchen light incident, Ethan finally decided to tell me the full history of the house. And that's when things started to make more sense, in a really disturbing way. Ethan told me there were nights he'd wake up around 3 in the morning to go to the bathroom. He'd step into the hallway and look up, and Marcus would be standing in his doorway, just staring, eyes wide open. Except Marcus was asleep. Ethan said his cousin's eyes looked glassy, unfocused, like he wasn't really there, just standing in the doorway, facing him. So Ethan would walk over, shake him awake, and Marcus would jolt and act totally confused, like he had no idea how he got there. Marcus started drawing around that time. He covered his walls in these creepy sketches, charcoal smears, ink, pencil. Almost every drawing had the same thing in it, a dark, shadowy figure. Sometimes it was standing in the background. Sometimes it was taller than the trees. Sometimes it was right behind a person in the picture, just a silhouette with no face. That's when Ethan told me this story Marcus had shared. Apparently, a couple of years before all this, Marcus had gotten lost while hiking in the mountains. He wandered off the trail and couldn't find his way back. His phone was nearly dead, and he was out there for hours as it got dark. He said that while he was panicking, he heard a voice, clear as day, right behind him. But when he turned around, no one was there. This voice, whatever it was, told him it could guide him out, but there was a price. Marcus said he felt like he wasn't just hearing it in his ears, but in his head. It told him that if he accepted its help, he'd owe it a favor later, and that he didn't get to choose what that favor would be. He was scared enough to say yes. Not long after that, he found a path that led him back to the main trail and, eventually, out of the forest. He told himself it was just luck, that he was imagining the voice. But when he moved into Ethan's house afterward, that's when everything got weird. Ethan said the whole house started to feel heavy, angry. He'd invite friends over, trying to pretend things were okay. One time, a friend came by with her little girl. They were all sitting in the living room, chatting. The little girl suddenly stopped mid-sentence, stared up at the stairway that led to the bedrooms, and tugged on her mom's sleeve. She said, "Mommy, who's that man on the stairs?" Now, there was nobody on the stairs. No one else was in the house but the 4 of them. The little girl wasn't scared, just matter of fact. Her mom asked, "What man, sweetie?" And the girl pointed toward the top of the stairs and said, "Right there, the man who's watching us." Ethan hadn't told them anything about Marcus's experiences, or the weird feelings in the house, or the drawings. There was no reason for that kid to say what she said. Eventually, it got so bad that Ethan had a priest come out and bless the house. The priest walked through every room, praying, sprinkling holy water, making crosses on the windows. Ethan said afterward, you could see the crosses clearly because the windows were dusty. The clean cross shape was sharp, like someone had drawn it with a finger through the dust. For a little while, it felt calmer. But then one day, he noticed the crosses were gone. Not smudged, not wiped, just gone. The dust was still there, but the clean cross shapes had disappeared like they'd never existed. By the time I moved in, Marcus was long gone. But I swear to you, whatever had been hanging around him did not leave with him. There were times when Ethan would get really angry, like flipping a switch angry over something small. And his eyes. This is the part that still makes me feel sick when I talk about it. His face would change too. It wasn't just, he's mad. It was like looking at someone else entirely. The way he moved, the way he talked. There was this sharpness, this coldness that didn't feel like him. I know he has mental health struggles, and I've thought about that a lot, trying to rationalize it. But what I saw sometimes, I can't explain it away. It didn't feel like just anger or a mood swing. It felt wrong, like something inside him stepped forward. While I was living there, my sleep was horrible. I had nightmares almost every night. The kind where you wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, like you've been running for your life. Sometimes I would wake up convinced someone was standing at the end of the bed. I wouldn't even want to open my eyes all the way, because I was so sure I'd actually see something. I'd just lie there, clenching my jaw, trying to tell myself it was just a dream. And then, I moved out, and the nightmares stopped. Not instantly, but within a week or two of leaving that house, they were just gone. No more waking up shaking. No more feeling watched in my own room. Luna went back to being her normal, playful, slightly weird self, but not that frantic, panicked version I saw in that house. I've tried so hard to be logical about all of this. I've gone over it again and again in my head. Maybe I was stressed. Maybe I was primed by the haunted house video. Maybe the lights were faulty. Maybe the figurine somehow bounced weirdly. Maybe Ethan's eyes just looked different when his pupils dilated. Maybe my brain was just connecting dots that weren't actually there. But here's the thing. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And every time I talk about it, even now, I get chills all over again. I don't know what was in that house. I just know I'm really, really glad I don't live there anymore. So, let me set the scene for you. It's late September, right on that edge where summer's officially given up, but winter hasn't quite shown its teeth yet. That's always the quietest time on the water. The tourists are gone, the gift shops are shuttered, and the birds have already taken the hint and headed south. Out there, when it's that quiet, you can hear everything. You hear the sea lions barking from the rocks, sounding like drunk men laughing in the fog. You hear the old wood of the docks creak with the tide, and you can hear the otters in the inlets, chittering and splashing, rolling around like they don't have a care in the world. But that's not the sound you need to worry about. The old-timers always said, it's when the otters start sounding like children crying. That's when you keep your ass off the water. Back then, I worked as a steward on the smaller ferries, the ones that handled locals and trucks, not the big cruise liners. My job was simple. Scrub the decks, clean the cabins, keep things tidy while we ran the quieter routes. I actually liked the off-season. Just us, the cold, and the sound of the ocean breathing. Some nights, when we were tied up at the less visited dock, the one with the moss-slick boardwalk and the busted lamp that never stayed lit, the older crew would start telling stories. There was this one old seaman, Joe. Every boat's got a Joe, right? Who loved to talk about the otter folk. The Kushtaka, he'd say, real serious, like it wasn't a joke at all. That's what the local tribes call them, not just otters, not really. They walk on two legs when they want to. They change shape. They steal your voice, and they use it to call people off the shore, out to the rocks, out where nobody can help you. Now, I grew up around stories. You hear enough of them, you learn to nod, maybe act impressed, but deep down, you write it off as something meant to scare kids and green hands. That's all it was to me. Just sailor talk. Until I saw one. It was one of those nights the sky feels too big. The water was calm, the air crisp, and the moon was so bright it turned everything silver. Above that, the northern lights were hanging low, ribbons of green and a little purple, like someone had draped ghostly curtains across the sky. We were tied up near the mouth of the harbor, and I was alone on deck with a bucket, a stiff brush, and a bad playlist humming out of my phone. I remember I was scrubbing near the bow when I heard it, that click, click, click of claws on deck planks. Sharp, light, too deliberate to be the boat settling. You know the sound of a dog on hardwood? It was like that, nails that needed trimming. I froze, looked over my shoulder. Nothing, just the fog starting to roll in, soft as breath, the faint slap of water against the hull. I told myself it was probably a crab pot shifting or some loose hardware and went back to scrubbing. A minute later, there it was again. Click, click, click. Closer this time. I stood up, turned around, and that's when I heard it. A child crying. It was faint at first, thin and distant, like it was coming from far down the dock. But as I stood there, it changed. It got wetter, closer. But the sound wasn't coming from the land. It was coming from the water. My stomach dropped. Every story I'd shrugged off started lining up in my head one by one. I walked to the rail and looked over, expecting, I don't know, a kid in a life jacket, someone in the water, something I could deal with. Instead, I saw something else. Then it rolled slightly, like it wanted me to get a better look. Its shoulders were too narrow, its neck too long, and its face was wrong. Too broad in some places, too human in others. Like something halfway finished, stuck between man and animal, trying to decide which mask to put on. And the eyes. For just a second, its eyes caught the moonlight, and they didn't shine like an animal's. There was a focus there, a recognition, like it was sizing me up, like it knew exactly what I was, who I was. I must have blinked, because by the time I pulled in a breath, it was gone. Just ripples where it had been, fading into the black. I backed away from the rail and didn't go near the edge again that night. At dinner, I told the crew what I'd seen. Most of them laughed. You know the way people laugh when they're trying to keep from being creeped out? A little too loud, a little too forced. One of the younger deckhands clapped me on the shoulder and said, "You've been pulling too many shifts, man. You're seeing things." But not everybody laughed. Old Joe just stared at me. He didn't joke, didn't tease. His face went kind of tight around the eyes, like he'd heard this before and wished he hadn't. All he said was, "You hear anything else out there tonight, you come inside. Don't go to the rail if you hear crying. You hear me?" I nodded, but I didn't really get it yet. Not until the next night. They put me on night watch the following evening. Fog had settled in thick as wool. The moon was still up there somewhere, but you'd never know it. The beam from my flashlight barely went 10 feet before the fog swallowed it. You know that kind of fog, where sound doesn't travel right. It deadens everything, makes normal noises feel far away and wrong. I was doing rounds, walking the deck, when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the wind working through the railings, whistling that weird way it sometimes does. A kind of voice-shaped sound, easy to ignore. But then I heard actual words. My own voice. Not like my voice, not close to my voice. It was my voice, echo clear, coming from out in the fog. "Hey, can you hear me? I need some help over here." I stopped dead. It was my voice, but not where it was supposed to be. You ever hear a recording of yourself and think, do I really sound like that? Imagine that, but louder and calling you from the dark. Hello? Same tone, same little upward lilt I get when I'm not sure someone's listening. I can't get back on board. Can someone give me a hand? I didn't answer. Every warning I'd shrugged off, every story the old guys had told me, came rushing back in one rush of cold. Instead, I lifted my flashlight and pointed it out over the side toward the sound. The beam cut through layers of fog like curtains, just a slice at a time. That's when I saw it. Something was floating in the water, just past the edge of the light. I leans over the rail to get a better look, and my stomach turned to stone. It was an otter's face, but the eyes were human. Not just human, familiar. My own eye color, the same little crease at the corner, staring straight up at me, unblinking. The mouth twitched into a shape that was almost a smile, but too wide, too many teeth. Then, in my own voice, era smooth, casual, like we were in the break room, it said, "Can you come closer?" I did the only thing my body could think to do. I screamed. The next morning, I was packing up my gear at the end of the week when the captain asked me to come to his office. He wasn't a superstitious man. Practical, quiet, the kind of guy who measured his words like they cost money. He closed the door behind me and let out this long, tired sigh. "I heard what happened," he said. "What you told the others." I started to apologize, thinking he was going to tell me to quit scaring the crew. Instead, he studied me for a moment and said, very calmly, "Take a few weeks off. Don't go near the water. Not the dock, not the shore. Just stay inland for a bit." I asked him why, half hoping he'd say it was just for my nerves, that he thought I needed rest. He just shook his head. "Sometimes they take an interest," he said. "When they do, it's better if you give them less to look at." He didn't explain who they were. He didn't have to. I stayed away. It's been 3 weeks since I set foot on that ferry. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to go back. Part of me thinks it'll be fine, that it was all stress and fog and tricks of the light. Another part of me remembers the weight of that stare from the water, the way my own voice sounded wrong coming from somewhere it shouldn't be. So, do me a favor, yeah? If you're ever near the coast in the off-season, and the boardwalk's slick with moss, and the night's so quiet you can hear otters playing out by the rocks, listen closely. If they're just chattering and splashing, you're probably fine. But if they start to sound like children crying, or worse, like you, calling out from somewhere in the dark, don't go to the rail. Don't follow the voice. And whatever you do, stay off the water when the moon rises. So before I dive in, let me give you a little context. I grew up in a tiny town down in southern Mississippi, not too far from the Gulf. A lot has happened in my family. I lost my older brother Eli about 5 years ago, and that shattered all of us in ways I still don't fully understand. After that, things at home really started to crack. My parents, Lena and Mark, had already been rocky, but from the time I was around 11 until right before my mom and I left, it felt like their marriage was just one long argument. I won't get into all the details of the yelling and the late-night fights, but my dad, he wasn't loyal, he wasn't honest, and he wasn't really a father in any way that mattered. I'm 19 now, and thankfully my mom and I don't live in that house anymore. It never felt like a home. Not emotionally, and honestly not spiritually either, once you hear the rest of this. So, the closet. Upstairs, there was this little hallway that opened into my bedroom, and off to the side was my closet. Directly under that closet was my parents' bedroom. That detail matters. From the very first night I moved from my downstairs room to that upstairs one, I hated that closet. Like a deep, irrational kind of hate. I didn't like going in there. I'd get this tight feeling in my chest, like I was walking into someone else's space and they did not want me there. I was weird about the door, too. If I was in my room and the closet door was cracked open even an inch, it drove me crazy. I'd get up, walk over, swing it all the way open like I was catching something in the act, stare into the dark for a second, and then slam it shut. Every time. But if I was actually inside the closet, I didn't want the door closed behind me either. Both options, door open or door closed, felt wrong, just in different ways. Because of that, I kind of stopped using it like a normal person. I'd let clean clothes pile up in a basket and just pull outfits out of there for weeks, sometimes months. Not exactly a life tip, but I was genuinely scared of that space. And then there was the smell. My mom and I tried so many times to describe it, and the best we ever came up with was, imagine an unwashed, sweaty guy's armpit mixed with an old sneaker that's been tumbled dry too long. Damp, sour, hot, and stale all at once. It would come and go, but when it was bad, it was bad. When I was younger, our neighbor's grandson, Jonah, told me this story that our house was on top of an old Native American burial ground. He said Choctaw specifically. Kid stuff, right? I brushed it off, but it stuck in the back of my mind. Sometimes we'd go wandering out in the woods behind the house, and way back, deeper in the wet, marshy part, there were these almost perfectly round little hills. Not like the gentle slope our house sat on. These were distinct, like someone had mounded the earth on purpose. I remember looking at them and thinking about Jonah's story and getting this little shiver, even while telling myself it was nothing. Anyway, my first really strange experience happened when I was around 9 or 10. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, lying flat on my back, which I never do, and staring straight toward the foot of my bed. And I knew something was wrong before I even focused my eyes. I couldn't move, couldn't talk. I was fully awake, but my body felt like it was nailed to the mattress. At the foot of my bed, I could see the outline of something. It was darker than the darkness in the room, if that makes sense. Like someone had cut a person-shaped hole out of the night and pasted it there. I just stared at it. I don't know how long. Maybe it was only a minute, but it felt stretched out and sticky, like time didn't move right. I don't remember how it ended. I don't remember screaming or it leaving. It's like 1 second it was there, and then the memory just cuts. Either I passed out or it vanished, and my brain didn't keep the part in between. I can still see that shape in my mind though, as clear as if it were yesterday. A few nights later, something similar happened. I woke up already sitting up in bed, which is strange in itself, and I was staring straight out my open bedroom door into the hallway. It was like I had woken up mid-moment, already looking, already waiting for something. From my bed, the wall with the windows, the outside wall, was on the right, and on the left was the wall that boxed in the stairwell. I was just staring into that strip of hallway when I saw movement. That same sort of figure, or at least I believe it was the same presence, lurched across the hallway. Not walked, lurched, from the outside wall to the stairwell wall, like it was dragging 2 long limbs behind it, or moving in a way a person isn't built to move. Again, I don't remember what happened after. No screaming, no jumping out of bed. Just a blank after that moment, like my brain refused to process the rest. Years later, when I was maybe 16, my friend Marina came over. I'd told her bits and pieces about the closet and the smell and the weird way the house felt sometimes. She's really into spiritual stuff and energy and all that, so she brought sage and some herbs and went room to room, especially focusing on that closet. For a while after she smudged the place, things actually felt lighter. The smell in the closet disappeared for a couple of months. I could step inside without my stomach dropping, and I remember thinking, okay, maybe we fixed it. Maybe it's all in my head. But it didn't stay that way. Fast forward to this past summer, late May into August. It was brutally hot in Mississippi. I had one of those little window AC units in my room, and I kept it blasting pretty much non-stop between 66 degrees Fahrenheit and 68 degrees Fahrenheit. My room was like a little freezer, which I loved. My mom had started regularly salting the closet doorway by then. She'd read about salt being protective, absorbing negative energy and all that. And honestly, the smell had come back stronger than ever. You'd open the closet door, and it felt like the stink hit you before the air did. So she'd sprinkle a neat line of salt across the threshold. At first, it made her feel better, like she was doing something. But then the door itself started acting strange. Now, I'll admit, the doors in that house were cheap, thin, hollow core, installed fast when my parents built the place. The house is literally the same age as me. But even for cheap doors, this was weird. The closet door began to swell. It got harder and harder to close, like it was pushing back. You'd have to lean your weight into it to get the latch to catch, and sometimes it would stick, like the frame had twisted. But nothing else upstairs was doing that. The AC was right there in the bedroom, pushing out cold air, so it's not like that one door was exposed to some crazy humidity the rest of the house missed. My mom even cut a little vent into the bottom of the door, thinking maybe it was a circulation thing. It helped for, like, a second. Then the swelling got worse again. And then came the part that really freaked both of us out. One afternoon, not even a week after she'd last salted the doorway, literally just a few days, my mom went upstairs to grab something out of my closet. I was downstairs at the time. I remember hearing her step up onto the landing, and then this sharp, surprised noise from her. Not quite a scream, but close. The salt was gone. Not scattered, not crusted, gone. In its place, right where that line had been, was this shallow, cold puddle of water. Or not just water, it had this faint, weird slickness to it, like it had soaked up something else. When she told me, she said, "It felt wrong, like stepping in a spill that was clean and dirty at the same time." It hadn't rained. Nothing in the closet leaked. There weren't any pipes running under that doorway, and the AC condensation didn't drip there. There was no reason for water to be there, and definitely no reason for all that salt to dissolve so completely in just a couple of days. She checked the baseboards, the ceiling, everything she could think of. Dry. Totally dry. Just that one puddle right where the salt had been. We cleaned it up, of course. Toweled it, wiped it, checked it again. And both of us just kind of avoided talking about what we were really thinking. Because logically, sure, you can try to blame humidity or some weird little leak. You can come up with a dozen explanations if you really want to sleep at night. But I grew up in that house. I know how it felt when things got heavy, how the air would change, how the smell in that closet seemed to have a mind of its own. I know what I saw at the foot of my bed and in that hallway, even if I can't prove it to anyone. And when I picture my mom stepping into that salty puddle, right on the threshold of the one place in the house that always felt wrong, I can't shake the feeling that something in that closet didn't like the boundary she was trying to put down. We don't live there anymore. We left, and I don't miss that house for a second. But sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night in our new place, I'll glance at my own perfectly normal closet door, closed and quiet, and I'll think about that old one, swelling, breathing, and I wonder if whatever was there upstairs, above my parents' room, is still pacing back and forth in the dark, waiting for the next person to move in and crack that door open. So, let me tell you what happened with my dad and the house in Suriname. My father lives in the Netherlands. He's one of those people who works themselves to the bone. Extra shifts, weekends, all of it. For years he saved, and his big dream was to build a beautiful house back home in Suriname. Not a mansion, but a solid 2-story house with a big veranda and tiled floors that he was really proud of. Because he only goes to Suriname once a year for vacation, he didn't want the house sitting empty. So he decided to let his favorite brother, my Uncle Lionel, live there. That way someone could look after the place. And honestly, who do you trust more than your own brother, right? My dad had full confidence in him. He always said, "Lionel is different. He has a good heart." He never imagined, not even for a second, that this would cause problems. So Uncle Lionel moved into the brand new house. Everything was fresh. New paint smell, new furniture, new everything. And whenever my father would come to Suriname, he stayed there too, in his own house. Or at least, that's how it was supposed to feel. But here's where things started to get strange. Every time my dad came to Suriname and slept in that house, he got really sick. At first, it was small things. Stomach issues, headaches, feeling weak. We all thought, okay, maybe it's the heat, maybe the food, maybe just travel stress. But it kept happening. Every trip, same house, same sickness. One day, my uncle looked at him and said, almost casually, "You know, maybe you shouldn't come to Suriname anymore. Just leave the house to me. I'll take it over. This country clearly isn't good for your health." The way he said it, I still remember the look on my dad's face. He forced a little laugh, but his eyes were sad. He told him, "No, that will never happen. I'm not giving this house away. I worked too hard for it." He said, "I didn't pick this money off a tree. I gave blood, sweat, and tears for this house." You could hear the pain in his voice, because Suriname was his dream. He always said he wanted to spend his old age there, sitting on his own veranda, drinking his coffee and listening to the birds. But because of this strange illness that kept returning, that dream started to feel impossible. The last time he went on vacation, things got really bad. He came back to the Netherlands, and usually once he was home, he would slowly recover. But this time, he didn't. In fact, he got worse. He slept almost the entire day. He was constantly nauseous, throwing up, running to the toilet, having chills, headaches, and sharp pains all over his body. He was just drained. I would look at him and think, this is not my dad. This is a shadow of him. We went from doctor to doctor. Blood tests, scans, you name it. Every result came back perfect. The doctors kept saying, "Medically, we don't see anything wrong." But you don't need a degree to see when someone is dying on their feet. One afternoon, one of my dad's old friends, a guy named Sanjay, came to visit. He took one good look at my father and said, "No, this isn't normal. Come, I'm taking you to someone. A spiritual worker. She can see what's really going on." So we went to see this Luku woman, a spiritual healer, in Amsterdam. I went with him that day because I didn't want him to go alone. When we walked into her place, she just stared at my father for a moment. She didn't even touch him at first. Then she said quietly, "You came just in time. If you had waited one more day, you might not be here." She told us my father was under spiritual attack, that someone had used dark magic on him. She said there was a Jorka, a restless spirit, on him, and also a Bakru, a mischievous spirit. She explained that together they were draining him, bit by bit. She also said she knew exactly who had sent it, but she refused to say the name. She said, "For my own reasons, I won't call the person, but it has to do with a house. Someone wants what belongs to him." And in that moment, we all knew what house she meant. She told my father that he had eaten something that had been prepared for him spiritually, that whatever he had consumed was still in his body, sitting in his stomach like a curse from the inside. The takroe sanyi, the dark work, was literally eating away at his health. Her advice was clear. He needed a wasi, a spiritual cleansing bath, to remove the demonic influence and break whatever was attached to him. My father didn't believe it at first. He's stubborn, and he grew up hearing these stories but never really took them seriously. He just sat there, shaking his head, saying, "No, man, that can't be it. Maybe I just have some infection they haven't found." But honestly, looking back, it felt like even his mind was being blocked, like he couldn't see what was right in front of him. I was scared. I looked at him and said, "Papa, please, we've tried everything else. What do you have to lose? I don't want to lose you." After a lot of convincing, he finally agreed. He took the spiritual bath that same day. I stood outside the room while they prepared everything and guided him through it. And I know this will sound dramatic, but I'm telling you exactly how I experienced it. When he came out, he looked different. His eyes, he straightened his back, and for the first time in weeks, he made a real joke. It was like someone had switched the light back on inside him. In the days that followed, his energy came back so fast it was almost hard to believe. He started eating again, sleeping normally, walking outside. He kept saying, "I haven't felt this good in years." That's when he made up his mind. He picked up the phone and called my uncle in Suriname, Uncle Lionel, and told him, very calmly, "The house has been sold. You need to move out." The reaction, whew, you'd think someone had stabbed him. He exploded. He started screaming, cursing my father in the foulest way. It was like a different person talking. He yelled that he wasn't going anywhere, that my father was ungrateful, that the house was basically his. And he didn't move out. Not for a long time. Even after repeated requests, he refused to leave. My father had to hire a lawyer, start legal procedures, send official letters. It drained him emotionally and financially. While he was still recovering, he had to fight this battle with his own brother. Before all of this, they were close. My dad loved him so much. He used to send him big boxes from the Netherlands, clothes, food, little things he thought his brother might like. If Lionel needed money, my father tried to help where he could, even though life here is not easy. It's not like we're swimming in euros. But my uncle acted like we had money trees in the backyard and that handing him a house worth a fortune was no big deal. He fought over that house like he had paid for even one brick. He hadn't. It broke my father's heart. His sleep disappeared. The stress came back, the sadness, the worry. Even though his health was improving spiritually, emotionally, he was bleeding. We got the news that my uncle had suddenly become very ill. No accident, no warning. He just woke up one day and couldn't move. He was paralyzed, completely dependent on others. He couldn't walk, couldn't care for himself, nothing. He couldn't stay in that house anymore. They had to move him out. Not long after that, the legal process finished and the house was officially sold. Now, I'm not here to convince you of anything. You can believe it or not. But I know what we saw, and I know what we lived through. People think using black magic makes them powerful. They feel big for a moment because they can hurt someone from a distance, in secret. But there's something they always forget. The devil always comes to collect his payment. That's what happened to my uncle. He used dark forces to make my father sick, to push him out of his own house. But in the end, those same forces turned around and hit him. One day he was fine, the next he was paralyzed, and the doctors couldn't find a clear cause. We knew the spiritual side of the story. When you play with that kind of darkness, sooner or later, you pay. Today, my father wants nothing to do with his brother anymore. When he visits Suriname, he doesn't greet him, doesn't look his way. As far as my dad is concerned, that brother no longer exists. And you know, that's the part that hurts the most. Not the house, not the money. It's the betrayal. To see someone you love so deeply, your own flesh and blood, be willing to destroy you out of greed. My father still sometimes talks about building another house in Suriname one day. Another dream home, maybe in a quieter area, with fruit trees in the yard. But for now, after everything that happened, he's careful. He moves slower. He trusts less. And I don't blame him. So, let me tell you what's been going on in my house, because at this point, I honestly don't know if I'm being paranoid or if something really is going on. I moved into this remodeled triplex last June 2024. It looked super clean and fresh. New floors, new paint, the whole Pinterest thing. So I wasn't expecting anything weird. For the first couple of months, everything was totally normal. Then the noises started. It's always toward the back of the house, right by my room. At first, it was just these random banging and scratching sounds. My roommate Maya and I figured it was our neighbor or his big old dog bumping around next door. But then it kept happening when we knew they were out of town. No car in the driveway, lights off, total silence over there. And yet we'd still hear this knocking and scratching along the back wall. One night it got so loud that Maya literally sat up on the couch and said, "Is someone at the back door? That sounded like pounding." We checked. Nobody was there. Back gate was locked. Porch was empty. It wasn't every night, just often enough that we couldn't totally ignore it, but random enough that we'd laugh it off and blame the wind or the pipes. You know how you do that thing where you gaslight yourself so you can still sleep? Yeah, that. Then the other stuff started. So the bathroom closest to my room, same part of the house as the noises, has this little cabinet over the toilet. I kept finding the cabinet door open. At first, I thought it was a bad hinge or that one of my roommates was just forgetful. I tightened the screws, closed it firmly. Next day, open again. I finally asked, "Hey, is one of you leaving the cabinet door open all the time?" They both looked at me like I was accusing them of a crime. They were like, "No? We thought you were doing that. We've noticed it open too." Around the same time, my bedroom closet door started doing this thing. I'm super particular about that door because my cat, Nori, used to pee in closets when she was stressed in my old place. So I always make sure it's shut. It has one of those old knobs where you actually have to turn it all the way to get it open. It doesn't just drift or pop open on its own. But I'd come home from work or from hanging out with friends, walk into my room, and the closet door would be cracked open. Not wide, just open enough to notice. The first time I thought, okay, I must have rushed out and forgotten. Then it happened again, and again. And after like the fourth time, I was like, no, I know I closed you. We kept telling ourselves, it's just an old house. Houses settle. Doors shift. You know, everything kind of escalated 2 weeks ago. We decided to have a small get-together. Nothing huge, just a handful of friends on the back patio. Music low, snacks, drinks, typical weekend stuff. My friend Lila brought her new boyfriend, Daniel. It was his very first time at our place. He had absolutely no idea about any of the weird stuff. No ghost stories, no hints, nothing. At one point, Daniel went inside to use the bathroom. Again, that same bathroom near my room with the weird cabinet. We were all still outside, talking and laughing. Later that night, after most people had left, Lila told me what Daniel had said on the drive home. Apparently, when he came out of the bathroom, he heard loud banging down the hallway, toward the back, right by my room. He thought we were playing a prank on him, like trying to spook the new guy. Then he told her something that honestly gave me full-body chills. Here's the thing. My bedroom door had been shut the entire time, and every single person was outside on the patio. No one was in the hallway. No one was in my room. Lila only told him later about the noises and the doors. He had no context when it happened. That's when it started feeling less like quirks of an old house and more like something else. We found out from our landlord that my room used to be a kid's bedroom before the remodel. For some reason, that has just stuck in my head. A small figure, a child's room, everything centered on that part of the house. And then there's Nori. Since we moved in, she has been peeing on my bed once or twice a week. She has never done this in all the years I've had her. I took her to the vet, full workup. No UTI, no kidney issues, blood work totally normal. The vet said it might be stress. When I thought about the timing, I realized it started around the same time as the banging and scratching. It wasn't immediate when we moved in, just once the weird stuff started, so did the bed peeing. Lately, she's been extra clingy at night. This cat has never been a cuddler. She's always been Miss Independent, foot of the bed, chair in the corner, anywhere but right next to me. But for the last month or so, she's been sleeping pressed against me, right up against my side or my chest, every single night. If I roll over, she scoots closer. All of that together, the sounds, the doors, the guest who saw something, my cat acting totally out of character. It just feels like more than old house noises. It really does feel like something is attached to that end of the house, to my room. We jokingly said we'd sage the place, but recently that's felt less like a joke and more like maybe something we should actually do. For the longest time, I kept asking myself, okay, if this is something, is it benevolent? Is it just there? Or is it malicious? I mean, I don't feel like I'm being attacked, but I also don't feel totally at ease. It's like living with a roommate who never pays rent and occasionally freaks you out. And then the scream happened. This was just the other night. I should have updated sooner, but life got busy, and also I think part of me was just trying to pretend it didn't happen. So, 2 nights ago, my friend Evan was over. We were in my room, just hanging out, talking, getting a little snuggly. You know, nothing wild, but definitely in our own little bubble. My roommate Maya was in the living room, watching TV by herself. Doors open, normal evening. We're mid-conversation, relaxed, everything totally fine. And then out of nowhere, we both hear this loud female voice scream, "No!" It was sharp, clear, and it sounded like it came from the foot of my bed. Not the hallway, not the TV. Right there, in the room with us. We both froze instantly. I remember we just stared at each other, eyes huge, not even breathing. It felt like all the air got sucked out of the room. After a second, Evan was like, "Stay here, I'm gonna check." I did not want him to leave, but I also didn't want to walk out there myself, so I just sat totally rigid on the bed while he did a full sweep of the house. He checked the hallway, the kitchen, the bathroom, the back door, everything. Then he went to the living room and asked Maya, "Hey, did you just yell, or was that from your show?" She looked at him completely confused and said, "No? What are you talking about?" He asked, "You didn't hear someone scream no?" And she was like, "No, I didn't hear anything." Here's the important part. The walls in this place are thin. Like, if someone drops a fork in the kitchen, I hear it in my room, muffled, but there. I can usually catch most conversations as this kind of hum through the wall. When Evan came back to my room, he just looked at me and said, "Okay, I definitely heard it. That wasn't just you." We both agreed it was a female voice. We both heard the word no super distinctly. And yeah, that kind of killed the vibe for the night. Afterward, I called another friend of mine, Jess, who's also a vet and pretty open to spiritual stuff. I told her everything, especially about Nori's behavior. She said it's possible my cat is trying to mark the bed as her territory and, in a way, trying to protect me, like she's claiming the space around me as hers. So now I'm lying in this weird in-between space. Part of me is skeptical and trying to keep everything logical, and another part of me is like, Something is going on here. The noises, the cabinet and closet doors, the shadow Daniel saw, the way it all revolves around my room. Nori peeing and then suddenly turning into my tiny bodyguard. And now this loud, disembodied scream telling us no, right when things were getting intimate. I don't know if whatever's here is trying to protect me, warn me, or just freak me out for fun, but it definitely feels like things have escalated. We're still talking about cleansing the place, maybe saging, maybe getting someone who actually knows what they're doing to come by. I'm trying to stay respectful of whatever it is, while also reclaiming my space, because it's my home too. So that's where I'm at, sleeping with a clingy cat, listening for bangs in the night, and trying to figure out if the roommate I never invited is actually on my side or not. So, this was back in the early days of the pandemic. You remember that weird, suspended time? Here in Australia, it still felt kind of normal for a while. Borders were shut, but we barely had any COVID cases yet, so life just went on. There was this strange sense of safety, like the storm was everywhere else. One bright Saturday afternoon, I went to visit an old friend of mine I hadn't seen in ages. Let's call him Rowan. He'd moved out to this little weatherboard place near the coast. Not quite on the beach, but close enough that you could smell the salt in the air when the wind picked up. He was living there with his new partner, Eliza. I remember walking up the path and feeling oddly nervous, like I was stepping into a new phase of his life. But as soon as Rowan opened the door, all of that dropped away. He gave me this huge grin, pulled me into one of those 2 long hugs, and suddenly, it was like no time had passed. Inside, the house felt warm and lived in. There were canvases leaning against the walls, brushes in jars, half-finished sketches on the dining table. You could tell they were trying to build a life there, not just a place to sleep. Eliza was in the kitchen when I arrived. She wiped her hands on a tea towel, smiled, and said, "You must be the friend I've heard too much about." She had this soft, careful way of speaking, like every word was being weighed before it came out. We spent the afternoon drinking cheap wine and messing around with paints. Rowan put some old records on, Fleetwood Mac, I think, and the whole place felt sun-drenched and lazy and safe. Every now and then I'd glance over at Eliza. She laughed at Rowan's dumb jokes and asked me questions about my work, but there was this quietness under everything. Not rude, not unfriendly, just a kind of sadness sitting behind her eyes. Later, while Rowan was out on the veranda taking a phone call, she opened up a bit more. She told me about her dad. He'd raised her and her sister on his own after their mom left. Worked late shifts, packed school lunches, learned how to braid hair from a YouTube video, that kind of dad. He'd died from cancer not long before the pandemic started. She pointed to a photo on the sideboard. He was standing in the sun somewhere, maybe a backyard barbecue, slightly heavy-set, tanned, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and this chunky silver watch. He had that half-smile people do when they're not used to being photographed. "He was my person," she said. "I keep thinking I'm going to call him, and then I remember I can't." She said it so simply, but it hit me in the chest. You know when someone is talking and you can feel how much they're holding back? It was like that. I could tell losing him had cut right through her, and the wound was still fresh. That night we ate dinner together. Eliza cooked this simple pasta with garlic and prawns and too much lemon, and it was perfect. We drank more wine than we should have, listened to the wind outside, and for a while, everything felt almost hopeful. I remember going home with a warm buzz in my head and this really good feeling in my chest about the two of them. I was genuinely happy for Rowan. After years of chaos and bad relationships, he'd found someone kind, someone grounded. They had this quiet, beautiful life by the water, and it felt like he'd finally landed somewhere soft. Then the world got darker. You know how it went. Rowan and I kept in touch on the phone for a while. We'd say things like, "We should catch up again soon," but soon kept slipping away. Days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months. We drifted, the way people do when life goes strange and heavy, and everyone is just trying to get through. At some point, I realized I hadn't seen either of them in a long time. One afternoon, I had to go into a shopping center to buy groceries. This was during that phase when everything felt half abandoned. Most of the shops were closed, lights dimmed, no music playing. Just the squeak of trolleys and the occasional announcement echoing over the speakers. The place felt haunted in that very ordinary pandemic way. I was walking down this long corridor toward the supermarket, the kind with all the shuttered storefronts on either side, when I saw someone coming toward me in the distance. It took me a second, but then I realized it was Eliza. Even from far away, something looked off. She was really pale, almost gray, and her eyes were wide and unfocused, like she hadn't slept in days. She walked like she was on autopilot. No phone, no bag, just her arms loosely by her sides. As we got closer, I felt this little rush of relief. I thought, oh, I should say hi, ask how they're doing, maybe finally organize that catch-up. So I smiled. I lifted my hand and gave her a small wave, and she looked right through me. Not in a distracted, didn't notice you kind of way. Her eyes met mine, perfectly, and there was no recognition. No flicker of, oh hey, it's you. It was just blank. She kept walking, straight past me, her expression tight and distant, like I was a stranger. I remember lowering my hand, suddenly very aware of how quiet the mall was. I turned around and watched her for a second. She didn't look back. For the rest of my shop, I felt unsettled. Not devastated, just off. On the way home, I tried to explain it to myself. I thought maybe she was angry I never came back to visit. Or maybe things had gone bad between her and Rowan, and I reminded her of that time when everything still felt okay. Or maybe, and this felt most likely, she was just having a really, really hard day, and I'd happened to cross her path at the wrong moment. You know how, during the pandemic, everyone's emotional baseline was kind of wrecked? I chalked it up to that. I went home, unpacked my groceries, and tried not to think too much about it. A little later, my phone rang. It was Rowan. I could tell from the way he said my name that something was wrong. His voice sounded thin, like he was trying to keep it steady and failing. He told me he'd gone home during his lunch break. Just a quick trip back to grab something he'd forgotten. When he walked into the backyard, he found Eliza. She was slumped over the back steps, the ones she used to sit on to smoke, where she'd watch the gum trees sway and listen to the distant crash of the waves. She died sometime that morning. For a moment, my brain just refused that information. I remember sitting there with the phone pressed to my ear, staring at the same spot on the wall while he tried to get the words out. He kept circling back, repeating details, as if maybe if he said it differently, it would make more sense. I told him I was so sorry. I asked if he had someone with him, if he was safe, if he'd slept. I don't even fully remember what I said. You know those conversations where your mouth moves, but your mind is somewhere else entirely? It was like that. It was only after we hung up that the rest of it hit me. I thought back to the mall, to the empty corridor, to Eliza's pale face, to the way her eyes met mine, and I had seen her that afternoon. I keep replaying it in my mind even now. Maybe there's a simple explanation. Maybe the times weren't exact. Maybe my memory is doing that thing where it edits and rearranges events to make a neater story. Brains are strange like that. But here's the thing I can't shake. In that abandoned shopping center, in the middle of a global crisis, I saw someone who looked like she was carrying every ounce of her grief on the outside. Someone who had once told me, in a quiet kitchen, that the person who anchored her to this world was gone. And then, not long after, she was gone too. I don't know what to do with that. I don't have a neat moral or a tidy ending. All I know is that when I think of Eliza now, I think of 3 images. Her, laughing softly over a pot of pasta, stirring and tasting and adjusting the seasoning. Her voice, steady but fragile, saying, "He was my person," about her dad. And her face in that empty mall, pale, wide-eyed, moving past me without a word, like she was already somewhere I couldn't follow. Sometimes, when life feels heavy, I try to remember that afternoon at their house instead. The sunlight on the floorboards, the smell of garlic and wine, the sound of an old song drifting from the speakers. For a little while, in that small coastal house, 3 people sat together, made a bit of messy art, shared a meal, and felt almost okay. And maybe that's all any of us really get. A few shining, ordinary moments before everything changes. Okay, so let me just start from the beginning. I moved into this house at the start of September, and ever since then, little things have been happening that I can't quite explain. It's me, my husband Daniel, and our 2 dogs, a tiny terrier mix named Pip, and a big goofy shepherd mix named Rhea. They're both super friendly, not the kind of dogs that growl at corners or anything like that. We're the first owners. We actually built this place. We subcontracted some of the work, but me and Daniel did all the framing ourselves. I work from home and I'm doing online classes, so I'm here basically all the time. Daniel works rotating shifts, but lately he's on mostly nights. So a lot of evenings, it's just me and the dogs. The first weird things were small, easy to brush off. I kept finding doors unlocked. Now, just so you understand, I'm that person who automatically locks the door behind me. I've accidentally locked friends out more than once. I don't leave doors unlocked. It's just not something I do. But I'd come into the kitchen and the back door would be unlocked, or the side door to the garage. At first, I told myself I must be stressed or distracted, because you know how it is. New house, new routine, a lot on my mind. Then I started noticing the closet doors. I'd wake up or walk into a room and find them cracked open or fully open when I know I closed them. I thought, okay, maybe the hinges are weird, or maybe the house is still settling, or the doors weren't installed perfectly. So I brushed it off. I kept telling myself, it's fine, new house quirks, no big deal. Then one afternoon, something happened that I couldn't rationalize away. I was standing at the kitchen window, and I saw my neighbor's little girl, her name's Lily, in their backyard. She suddenly pointed at our house, kind of wide-eyed. So of course I looked to see what she's pointing at. And I see a man. He's walking along the outside of my backyard fence, right near the corner. Just this quick glimpse of him as he turns the corner and disappears behind the house. I only saw part of his face, but my brain did that immediate alarm thing like, who is that? I grabbed my phone and called Daniel right away. I told him, there's somebody in the backyard. You need to check. He was already almost home from running an errand, so he pulled up and went straight around the house. It took him maybe 2 minutes to get to the backyard. Nobody. No one in our yard. No one on the street. No one walking away. We checked both sides of the house. We looked down the road. Nothing. It was like the man had just vanished. And that was the first time I remember thinking, okay, this isn't just me being forgetful. Then there was the night that really got to me. It was late, maybe 11:30 p.m. Daniel was at work on night shift. I was doing that thing where you get a sudden burst of energy and decide it's the perfect time to clean the house. The layout is pretty open, so from the living room you can see straight to the front door. Pip and Rio were lying in the living room, half asleep, while I was picking up and wiping things down. All of a sudden, the front door handle rattled. Not like the house settling, not like a random creak. It sounded exactly like someone on the other side trying the handle. Both dogs shot up and started barking like crazy, staring right at the door. My first thought was, oh, Daniel must be home early. Maybe he forgot his key or just startled the dogs. No one. No car in the driveway except ours. No movement on the porch. Just the quiet front yard. That's when the feeling hit me. That sort of cold, hollow nervousness. I remember thinking, maybe I'm just tired. Maybe the latch shifted and it only sounded like rattling. I decided to settle the dogs down and put them in our bedroom so they'd relax. I turned to head that way, and as I walked past the kitchen toward the laundry room that leads to the garage, something caught my eye. The door to the garage was standing wide open. Now, I am obsessive about that door. It's one of the main things I check at night because the garage leads straight outside. I know I had locked it and shut it earlier. I just stopped and stared at it for a second because my brain couldn't immediately file it under normal thing. I did not hear it open. The dogs did not react to that door at all. But there it was, open. I shut it, locked it, and at that point, I was done. I grabbed both dogs, went to the bedroom, and basically made a mini security routine. I checked every door and window, then checked them again. Then I locked the bedroom door and piled some stuff in front of it, just for my own peace of mind. I texted Daniel what had happened, and when he got home in the morning, he woke me up and said, kind of carefully, "Hey, did you leave the back door unlocked again?" I told him no, absolutely not. He said, "Well, when I came in, the back door and the garage door were both unlocked. I had personally checked those doors before I went to bed." That wasn't the end of it. A little while later, we left the house for a bit. Just a quick trip out, not long enough to kennel the dogs. Pip is tiny and pretty chill when we're gone, so we always let her roam the house. When we came back, Rhea greeted us at the door like usual, but Pip was nowhere. We called her, nothing. We finally heard this little scratch whine from one of the spare Endeavors. The door was shut. We opened it and there she was, looking totally confused but not scared, like she'd just been waiting for us. We don't shut that door. There's no reason to. And Pip can't pull a door shut behind her. She's too small. That same week, there was another incident. I'd let both dogs out into the backyard and gone back to the kitchen to rinse some dishes. A few minutes later, I heard their tags jingling behind me. I turned around and they were just trotting into the kitchen from the hallway, tails wagging. They had somehow gotten back inside. When I went to check, the sliding door to the yard was closed, latched. It's a little heavy. You really have to pull it. The only explanation I could come up with was that I must have absent-mindedly let them in and forgotten, but that doesn't line up with what I was doing in that moment. I was at the SIG the whole time. And then there's that same door to the garage. One afternoon, I was literally standing in the kitchen, scrolling on my phone, both dogs lying on the floor. I looked up, and the door to the laundry room that leads to the garage, which had been closed, was now open. It was in my line of sight. I never saw or heard it move. I know how it sounds. Believe me, I've run through every logical explanation I can. Just to clear up some of the obvious questions people ask, there is no one living in the house with us. I am as sure of that as a person can be. The attic access can't be opened and closed easily from inside the attic. You need a ladder and someone outside to do it. So that whole person living in the attic theory doesn't fit here. I also installed all the door locks myself. I know exactly how many keys came with each lock. We did have a key in a lockbox for subcontractors, but that key has never gone missing. It stays in the box unless someone is using it, and it doesn't leave the property. Part of the reason I'm so particular about security is because, when I was in college, I was stalked by a classmate. Let's call him Evan. He got caught more than once hiding outside buildings, watching me, and looking through my apartment windows. It only stopped when the school got involved and campus security stepped in. So when we chose to build this house, I picked the layout specifically so there'd be no easy hiding places and clear visibility around the exterior. This house was supposed to feel safe. So, that's where I'm at. Doors unlocking themselves. A man in the backyard who disappears in under 2 minutes. Handles rattling when no one's there. The dogs ending up in rooms they couldn't have shut themselves in, or somehow appearing inside when I'm sure I left them out. I'm not jumping straight to ghosts or anything like that, but I also don't have a neat explanation. I've decided I'm going to change out all the locks and put in a proper camera system. Front door, back door, garage, maybe even some inside, just pointed at the main entrances. If it's some kind of wiring issue or a problem with the doors, I'll see it. If it's someone, I'll see that too. Until then, I keep doing the same thing every night, walking the house, checking every door, every window, and trying to convince myself that I'm overreacting. But deep down, there's this little feeling I can't quite shake, that something here is just off. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. Thanks so much for tuning in. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any of the latest stories. I absolutely love reading your comments. They make me enjoy this job even more. I really love sharing paranormal stories from all around the world with you. Now, let me help you fall asleep a little easier. Let's get started, and don't forget to send me your own paranormal experiences. So, let me tell you about my very first ghost hunt, because I still think about this night. It was late September last year, and me and my 2 friends, let's call them Emma and Jake, to keep their real names private, decided it would be fun to go ghost hunting for the first time. Famous last words, right? We booked a guided ghost hunt at Chillingham Castle. Proper, legit thing. As the day got closer, we were buzzing. Nervous, but buzzing. A few hours before we were due to leave, Emma decides it's a brilliant idea to buy a spirit board. Like, of all days to do that. We ended up using it in Jake's room. They were dating at the time, by the way. Jake wanted no part of it, which, honestly, fair enough. Me and Emma, being absolute idiots, decided we'd give it a go. So we sit down, fingers on the planchette, candles going, being all dramatic even though we're low-key terrified. At first, it's just random spirits, you know, letters moving slowly, vague answers. I still don't know if Emma was messing with me or not. But then we connect with this one spirit who spells out the name Lyron. Now this is where it starts to get weird. We're asking basic questions, and through the board, Lyron tells us he's a demon. I'm sat there like, yeah, all right, mate, because I don't fully believe in that kind of thing. While we're still talking to it, I quickly look up the name on my phone. Nothing useful comes up. No demon mythology, no creepy legends, just nothing, which somehow made it creepier. Eventually we say goodbye, close the session properly, all the stuff you're supposed to do, and put the board away. I kind of laugh it off like, that was dumb but fun. But I remember this weird, heavy feeling in the room once we'd finished, like the air had changed. Fast forward a bit, and it's time to drive to Chillingham Castle. We set off at about 9:30 p.m. It's dark, the roads are windy, and with the way Jake was driving, I genuinely thought that if anything was going to kill us that night, it would be him and not a ghost. We finally get there, park up, and meet the rest of the group. There's maybe about 12 other people plus the guide, so not massive, but enough that you feel a bit safer, you know? The guide comes in, introduces himself, explains the rules, shows us the equipment, rods, spirit boxes, music box, all that stuff, and talks about some of the spirits that are said to roam the castle. My heart is already going, but I'm trying to act cool. Then we head into our first investigation. Because the original basement was shut off for safety reasons, they'd recreated a sort of basement setup in a different room on the ground floor. Low lighting, stone walls, props. It had that proper eerie cellar vibe. We were given dowsing rods to hold. Now, I'm not going to lie, my hands were shaking. All three of us were standing near the entrance side of the room, kind of huddled together. The guide turned off the lights, and the room dropped into this heavy darkness. He started asking questions, and slowly, the rods began to move. Left, right, crossing over. You could hear people gasping every so often. I was trying not to overthink it, like, it's just my hands, it's just nerves. But the scariest part for me was the door. For some reason, I could not stop looking at it. It was like someone was standing right next to me, just off to the side, by that door. Every time my eyes drifted away, I felt this pull to look back at it. Then I started hearing voices, very faint, like whispering or quiet talking, coming from near the door. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but then Emma leans over and whispers, "Are you hearing that too?" And my stomach just dropped. I remember thinking, okay, that was cool, and absolutely terrifying. After that, we moved on to the second investigation. This time, we were the first ones into the room. I'm pretty sure the guide said it was connected to King James, maybe the king's chamber or something like that. Anyway, we walk in and there's a big wooden table with 6 chairs around it, a statue off to one side, and a back room beyond an open doorway. I'm looking around, taking it all in, when I feel Jake nudge me. He leans in and whispers, "Did you see that?" I hadn't. I was facing the other way. But both he and Emma swear they saw a hand pull back from the statue. Just a pale hand, moving away like someone had been resting it there. I didn't see it myself, so I can't say if it was real. But they were properly freaked out. And I know them well enough to know when they're joking and when they're not. They were not joking. For this investigation, we used the spirit box with the Estes method, and one of those music boxes that plays when something moves in front of it. We took turns with the Estes method, blindfolded, headphones on, only hearing the spirit box while everyone else asks questions. For the first 5-10 minutes, it was normal, I guess. A few random words that sometimes lined up with what was being asked. Then Emma takes her turn again with the spirit box. She's barely had the headphones on for 10 seconds when she says, clear as anything, "Demon." And the whole table just goes quiet. Now, there is said to be a malevolent spirit at the castle, called Tim or Timothy. The guide had mentioned him earlier but said he was usually on a different floor, not up where we were. So I turn to Jake, half joking, half not, and say, "Imagine if Lyran followed us here." Literally, as soon as I say that, there's this massive bang from the back room. Not a tiny tap, not someone accidentally kicking something. A proper, loud crash. I jumped so hard I genuinely thought I'd, had a little accident. I didn't, thankfully, but my heart was racing. After that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from above. The room had an open section of ceiling, like a balcony or gallery overhead, and I kept glancing up, convinced something or someone was looking down at us. A couple of minutes go by, and I turn to look toward the door. That's when I see her. A shadow, clear as day. The outline of a woman in what looked like a dress, gliding across, maybe 5 feet in front of me. Not a trick of the light, Not just a flicker. A full, solid shadow moving right across my line of sight. The guide saw it too. It wasn't him. He was behind me, about 7 or 8 feet away, sitting on a box that creaked every time he shifted his weight. I didn't hear it move, and when I glanced back, he was still in the same place. I was honestly blown away at that point. Seeing something like that with your own eyes, it hits different from stories. Then, just when I thought I'd hit my limit, something else happened. I felt a touch. Not a comforting hand on the shoulder or anything like that. This was 5 distinct pokes in my lower back, just above where my bum is, one after another. I spun around so fast I nearly made myself dizzy. But again, the guide was still where he'd been, relaxed, not even close enough to reach me. Jake was right next to me at the table, arms on the table the whole time. There was just no one there who could have done it. That really shook me. After that, things calmed down a bit, and about 10 minutes later we wrapped up that session and moved on. The final investigation was in what I'm pretty sure was the chapel. I'll be honest, most of that last investigation kind of blurred together for me. We were using some equipment, asking the usual questions, and for a while, not much happened. Then someone asked, "Tim, are you here with us?" About 2 seconds later, there was this massive bang from the back room, but it didn't sound like someone knocking on a wall. It sounded like something being thrown against it. Proper force. The sound echoed around the chapel and out into the corridor. Everyone jumped. Even the guide looked a bit surprised, and he's probably heard everything by now. After that, things settled down again, and eventually, the night came to an end. So yeah, that was my first ever paranormal investigation. We started the night messing around with a spirit board, talking to something that called itself Lyran, and ended it in a haunted castle with shadows walking past us, unseen hands poking me in the back, and something angry enough to chuck things at the wall. Do I know exactly what we experienced? No. Could some of it have a logical explanation? Maybe. But I know how I felt in those moments, and that's not something I can just shrug off. Either way, it completely hooked me. And if you've got any recommendations for other haunted places I should check out next, seriously, tell me. I'll look into them. Even if a tiny part of me is wondering whether Lyran's still keeping an eye on where I go. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you something that still makes my skin crawl, even now. When I was about 17, I was living with my cousin Ava in this freshly built housing development on the edge of town. You know the type, brand new sidewalks, tiny baby trees, and way too many empty houses with "for sale" signs still out front. Our place was one of the first ones finished, so at night it felt quiet. Too quiet. One night, it was a little after 11 p.m. I was in my room, lights off, just the glow of the TV and my phone. I was half watching some sitcom rerun, half scrolling, when I noticed something weird about the wall across from my bed. At first, I thought my eyes were just tired. The wall didn't look flat anymore. It was like shimmering. Almost like static, but not on the TV, on the actual wall. Tiny specks, little particles, kind of floating in or just in front of it. They weren't bright, but they were definitely there, shifting and moving. I remember blinking a few times, rubbing my eyes, telling myself, "You're just exhausted, chill out." I wasn't on any meds, no drugs, nothing. I even held my breath for a second, wondering if it was just my vision being weird. But it didn't go away. So I did the dumb horror movie thing and got closer. I reached out and put my hand near the wall, and the particles moved around my fingers, like they were reacting to me. I didn't feel anything solid, but there was this odd, almost electric sensation in my hand. Not painful, just wrong. like when your foot falls asleep, but inside your skin. That's when I noticed the particles weren't just randomly scattered anymore. They were slowly gathering in one section of my room, near the corner by my closet, almost like someone was pulling them together on purpose. As I watched, they started forming a shape. Head, shoulders, arms, legs. It was like someone invisible was being outlined, bit by bit, in this shifting, dusty shimmer. I just froze. My whole body locked up. I could feel tears starting because the only thought in my head was, I finally lost it. I'm actually losing my mind. The figure started moving. It walked, calmly, like it had all the time in the world, around my room, its outline bending and warping as it passed the TV's light. It didn't make a sound. No footsteps, no breathing. Just that quiet hum of the TV and my heart pounding in my ears. Then it came to the foot of my bed, and it just stood there. Even though it was sort of see-through, I knew it was facing me. I could feel it. There's this heavy, focused feeling when someone is staring at you, right? It was like that, turned up to 100. I was crying quietly, shaking, trying not to scream. My phone was next to me, so I grabbed it and texted my cousin Ava, who was in the room at the other end of the hall. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely type. I finally just called her. I whispered, "Come to my room. Don't turn on the light. Please, just come now." She was confused, like, "What? Why are you whispering?" But she sighed and said, Okay, I'm coming." I heard her footsteps on the hallway floor. When she got to my door, I saw the figure turn its head, like it noticed her. She opened the door and flipped on the light. I freaked out. I yelled, "Turn it off! Turn it off! Just turn it off!" She panicked and switched it back off, and for a second the room went dark except for the TV. But the thing was still there, less bright, but there. The particles were still shifting in the air. I pointed at the wall and said, "Do you see that? Ava, tell me you see that." She squinted, taking a step into the room, and then she said, slowly, "What is all that stuff? Why does it look like it's moving?" I pointed toward where the figure was standing and whispered, "Look there." She followed my finger, and when her eyes landed right where the head should be, she just gasped. She didn't scream. She did something worse. She went completely quiet for half a second and then just said, "Nope, no. Sleep downstairs tonight." And she turned and literally ran out of my room. Did not wait for me. Did not help me pack. Just vanished. I was shaking as I started grabbing my blanket and my pillow. I kept glancing at the figure, and I swear to you, it stepped away from my bed and drifted toward the doorway, like it knew I was about to leave. When I walked out into the hallway, it was there, at the top of the stairs, just standing like it was waiting. Its shape was still made of that shimmering, almost dust-like movement, but every once in a while I could see faces, little impressions forming and melting, eyes, a mouth, like it was trying on expressions. I didn't wait to study it. I bolted right past it, practically flying down the stairs. I spent the rest of the night on the couch in the living room, wrapped in my blanket, just staring at the staircase. At one point, the TV light flickered across the wall, and I saw it again, half visible, half not. Its outline rippled, and for a moment, I could make out these shifting faces along its edges. And then, it waved. Just a simple, slow wave, like it was acknowledging me. I couldn't move. My body felt pinned to the couch. I wanted to scream, but my voice wouldn't come out. I only felt it when it came up behind me, this faint, cold pressure on my shoulder, like a finger poking. Then a touch on my hand, light but undeniable. I must have made some kind of sound, because Ava rushed back into the room. She took one look at me and said, "You're not crazy. I saw it too. I don't know what that was, but it wasn't in your head." I whispered, "It followed me down here. It's not after you. It's after me." I begged her to sit nearby and watch me while I tried to sleep. Eventually, exhaustion just dragged me under. I slept there on the couch with the lights on, Ava in a chair not far away. When I woke up in the morning, my shoulder and my hand were sore. I looked and saw faint bruises, small, like fingertip marks, exactly where I had felt it poke and touch me. For the next few days, it kept coming back. Not constantly, but enough. I'd see the walls start to shimmer, or I'd catch the outline of that same figure in my peripheral vision. It was like it was getting weaker each time, less defined, more transparent. By the third or fourth day, it was barely there at all, just a flicker. Then finally, nothing. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it, even though I had the bruises, and even though Ava admitted, more than once, that she'd seen it too. We just stopped talking about it. Like if we ignored it long enough, it would turn into some weird dream we both happened to share. Fast forward a few years. I'm 21 now. I've been in my own place for about a year, a small, older house, not brand new like the last one. Creaky floors, drafty windows, that kind of thing. But it felt like mine, you know? Safe, quiet. Until 2 nights ago. It was late again. Funny how it's always late. Maybe close to midnight. I was lying in bed, scrolling on my phone, and I noticed the wall beside my dresser didn't look right. It had that same texture. Not just flat paint. Movement. I stared at it, and my stomach dropped. The same tiny particles. The same shimmering, flickering motion. Like static made of dust and air. And then the outline started to form. Head, shoulders, arms, legs, just like before. It didn't come closer that night. It stayed near the wall, half-formed, like it was testing the boundaries. I watched it for what felt like hours. Every so often, its edges shifted into faces again, different ones, like it wasn't just one thing but many at once. I didn't sleep much. And the wildest part? I haven't told anyone yet. Ava doesn't even know it's back. I moved out, I moved on, but whatever this is, it found me again. In a different house, different neighborhood, same walls, same invisible figure. And as much as I wish I could tell you this was all just a story, something I made up to freak you out a little, it wasn't. As far as I know, it's real. And it's here with me. So, let me tell you about the night I realized I could see things I really, really did not want to see. My family's home base is in Lafayette, Louisiana, but a couple of weeks ago my parents called and said, "Hey, we're heading up to Chicago for a few days. Mostly work, but we'll squeeze in a little vacation. Come meet us." Since I live in Boston now, I figured, why not turn it into a mini getaway and arrive a day earlier than them? I booked this hotel on the edge of the loop, not far from the river. Nothing fancy, just one of those business hotels you forget the name of as soon as you check out. The big landmark for me was this huge Target across the street and a bunch of late-night food spots sprinkled around. I got into the area around 7 p.m. First thing I did was drop my luggage in the room. Just tossed my bag by the bed, checked that the key card worked, that sort of thing. Since I wasn't seeing my parents until the next morning, I thought, okay, solo dinner tonight. That's when I realized I'd forgotten my phone charger. Of course. So I headed out, walking toward the Target. As I'm crossing the street, this group comes toward me. A few women dressed like they just walked out of some after-hours club. Glittery dresses, heels too high to be practical, and a handful of guys hovering around them. They weren't exactly subtle, laughing too loud, talking over each other, Just big energy. The weird part was how they walked. They sort of spread out across the sidewalk, like a moving wall. I kept thinking, should I step aside? Are they going to part or just run into me? But right before we would have crossed paths, they all abruptly turned off toward a side street, not even glancing at me. I shrugged it off, went into Target, grabbed a charger, paid, and then picked up something quick to eat from a Walgreens nearby. A sad little sandwich, a snack, and a drink. Back at the hotel, I ate in my room, turned on the TV, and let some random cooking show play in the background while I scrolled on my half-charged phone. Time slipped by, and before I knew it, it was close to 11 p.m. And of course, after an hour of watching people make perfect ramen and fancy burgers, I started to get hungry again. I remembered seeing another late-night place, this tiny 24-hour deli a block from the hotel, so I decided to go grab something small. Nothing dramatic, just, I could use some chips or something. I took the elevator down to the lobby and walked out through the revolving door. And the moment I stepped out onto the sidewalk, I saw them. The same group from earlier. The glittery dresses, the guys lingering around them. Same faces, same outfits. But this time, everything felt off. They were standing half in the street, half on the curb, yelling at each other. Why? Why? Over and over, voices cracking. Why me? Why? It was loud enough that people were glancing over and then immediately looking away, pretending not to see anything. I tried to ignore them, honestly. I kept walking, eyes down, thinking, wow, they're really going at it. And also, man, they're annoying. I didn't want to get involved. But then the shouting got sharper, like it hit a nerve. Why? Why? Something in me slipped, and without meaning to, I glanced over. The second I made eye contact, a cold rush went down my back. All of them, every single one of them shouting, "Why?" had turned their heads and were staring straight at me. I stopped walking. My body just locked up. One of the women, the one in this short, sparkly red dress, suddenly screamed, "Why?" It was so loud and raw, my heart started racing. My brain went into overdrive. Should I run? Should I call the cops? Should I yell for help? All of that flashed through my mind in maybe a second. These people are not alive. In that split second when I'd looked away and then looked back, they had changed. The guy on the edge of the group, his shirt was soaked in what looked like blood. One of the women just ended at the waist. From the hips down, there was nothing. Another figure behind them looked like a burnt silhouette, like a human shape made of charcoal, skin cracked and blackened. No one around them reacted. Cars drove past. A couple walked by, barely glancing in that direction like nothing was wrong. Then the woman in red said, in this hoarse, broken voice, "Why? Why did I have to die?" And I felt the words go straight through me. It was the first time I'd ever seen anything like that so clearly. I don't know what possessed me, but I actually answered her, out loud. I said, it kind of looks like you already died. Maybe you'd feel better if you moved on?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted them. They all just stared at me, faces twisted, repeating, "Why? Why? Why?" That was enough. I turned around and bolted back toward the hotel. I ran through the doors, hit the elevator button like my life depended on it, and jumped inside the moment it opened. The elevator had these glass doors and a glass back, so you could see out into the hallway as you went up. Very chic, normally. That night, it felt like the worst design decision ever made. The elevator started rising. Second floor. Third floor. As we passed the fourth floor, my eyes flicked toward the glass without me wanting them to. They were there. The group was standing right in front of where the doors would have opened on that floor. The woman in red, the half-body girl, the charred shape. all of them staring in at me as the elevator slid by. I almost started crying right then. The elevator kept going. 5th floor. They were there again. Same positions, same hollow eyes, but now their mouths were moving, whispering just loud enough for me to hear through the glass. Why? Soft, dragging, like the word had weight. By the time the doors opened on the 7th floor, my floor, I didn't wait for them to fully slide apart. I squeezed through and sprinted down the hallway, fumbling my keycard at the door like in a bad horror movie. Once I was inside, I locked everything, door, latch, whichever extra thing I could slide or turn. I turned on every light. I didn't even bother with the cooking show this time. I put on some late-night talk show rerun, something ridiculous and loud, just so there was noise that wasn't my own heartbeat. I sat on the bed shaking, telling myself, "You're fine. You're just tired. You imagined it." Over and over. At some point, pure exhaustion knocked me out. When I woke up, sunlight was pouring into the room. The terror felt smaller. Not gone, but like a bad dream that dissolves in daylight. I packed my things, got ready to check out, and took the elevator down. As we started descending, I told myself, "Don't look. Just don't." But curiosity is cruel. We glided past the 6th floor. Nothing. Then the 5th. That's when I noticed dark streaks on the wall next to the elevator doors. Grayish, blackened marks smeared around the frame, like burn or smoke stains. My stomach dropped. And then we reached the 4th floor. There was this split second of silence, and then, bang! The woman in the red dress slammed against the glass from the outside, right at my eye level. Her skin was burned and peeling now, her arms streaked with something dark. Her eyes were pitch black, no whites, no pupils, just 2 empty, bottomless pits, and they locked straight onto mine. She snarled, "Why me? Why not you?" And as I watched, her body seemed to sink down, disappearing into the floor like it was water. One moment she was pressed against the glass. The next, there was nothing there. The elevator doors opened onto the lobby like everything was normal. I stepped out and just stood there in the middle of the floor, my suitcase in my hand, completely stunned. People were checking out, grabbing coffee, scrolling their phones. No one had heard the bang. No one had seen her. As I walked toward the front desk, one thought kept looping through my head. Do ghosts even show up this early in the morning? But what won't leave my mind, even now, are her eyes. Those completely black, hollow-looking eyes, filled with anger and hurt, like she was stuck in the exact moment her life ended. Sometimes I wonder what happened in that building. Was there a fire? A crash? Something violent on those middle floors? I don't know. I've tried to look it up, but part of me is almost afraid of finding out. Anyway, that's the story my friend Jordan told me. And the way he looked when he said, "Why not you?" I still get chills just remembering it. So, a few years ago, my then fiancée, now my wife, Hannah, and I moved into this little rental place down in a small town in Louisiana. On paper, it was perfect for us. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and this weird extra room tacked onto the back that we turned into a cozy media room. String lights, secondhand couch, big old TV, the whole young couple starter home vibe. Now, I'm terrible at suspense, so I'm not going to do a slow burn here. Stuff got weird pretty fast. At first, it was all the classic haunting cliches. Doors would open and close by themselves. Not just like gently drifting shut from a draft, full-on click, swing, slam. Sometimes it would happen right in front of us. You'd be walking down the hallway and the bedroom door would just ease open like someone on the other side had their hand on the knob. I'm a pretty rational person. I really tried to explain it away. Old house, crooked frame, air pressure, Neighbors slamming doors, whatever. I wanted it to be something normal so badly that I could practically hear myself making excuses. One night, Hannah and I were in the shower together. Very romantic, right? And we hear this knock on the bathroom door. 3 sharp knocks. We both froze. We just stared at each other like, "You heard that too, right?" She whispers, "Go see who it is." And I'm standing there, very naked, very, let's say, mid-romance, and all I can think is, I'm not confronting a possible intruder like this. I am not going out there with nothing but confidence and conditioner. The knocking didn't happen again, but the mood was absolutely dead. The next morning, in broad daylight when I felt braver, I checked every door and window. I checked the locks. I checked for loose panes, weird vents, anything. There really wasn't any way someone could have just slipped in. Possible? Maybe. Likely? Not at all. And if some burglar had picked our lock, I don't know why their big move would be politely knocking on the bathroom door and then leaving. The thing that really cranked this from mildly creepy to I want to break the lease happened early one morning. It was about 5:30, maybe 6 a.m. We were both dead asleep. All of a sudden, we're jolted awake by this absolutely piercing scream coming from the hallway. It was a man's scream, raw, angry, almost like someone shouting in pain and rage at the same time. It was loud enough that it felt like it came from just outside our bedroom door. I sat straight up in bed, heart pounding. For a second, I thought maybe I'd dreamed it, but then Hannah, still half asleep, says, "Who was that? Who's yelling?" And that's when my stomach dropped, because now I knew it wasn't just in my head. We'd both heard the exact same thing. That wasn't a one-time thing either. Every so often, maybe once every couple of weeks, it would happen again. Always around the same time, always that same horrible scream from the hallway. We'd both jolt awake, look at each other, and then lie there in the dark, listening to the silence after. There was another thing too. A few times we'd come home from work, pull into the driveway, and as we unlocked the front door, we'd hear what sounded like people arguing inside the house. Not yelling, but that kind of tense, heated arguing. You could hear 2 distinct voices, but not the words. It always seemed to be coming from the media room. We'd walk through the living room, into the kitchen, and right about the time we got to the edge of the hallway, the arguing would just cut off, like someone hit mute. Around this time, Hannah started having the same nightmare over and over. In the dream, she was running through our house, but it didn't look like our house anymore. The walls were dirty, paint peeling, furniture gone. The place looked abandoned, like nobody had lived there in years. Everything was gray and wrecked. She'd be running down the hallway, and she could feel someone chasing her. She never saw his face clearly, but she said he had something heavy in his hand, some kind of blunt object. Every time, the dream ended right as she was about to reach the front door. She'd wake up shaking, and the worst part was, when she described the layout in the dream, she was describing our house, but stripped, ruined, and empty. Now, Hannah grew up in a very Irish Catholic family, so of course, her mom's solution was, we're getting a priest in there. Her mom reached out to their parish, and a priest, Father Miguel, came by one afternoon. Super kind guy, very calm. He walked through every room, said prayers, sprinkled holy water, did the whole cleansing thing. We felt better afterward. The house felt lighter for a bit, and we actually slept through the night. That lasted about a week. Then one night, I was sleeping on my side with my arm around Hannah. She was facing the wall. I had my back to the rest of the room. In the middle of the night, I feel this clear, firm pressure on my back. A hand. Not like a light brush or a muscle twitch. I mean actual fingers, a palm, resting on the middle of my back. At the same time, I hear breathing behind me. You know that moment where your brain is trying to catch up? First thought, oh, Hannah rolled over. Second thought, no, Hannah's in front of me, I'm holding her. Third thought, then who the hell is behind me? I didn't move. I just lay there, every muscle locked up, listening to this slow, steady breathing that did not match the rhythm of Hannah's. After what felt like forever, the pressure on my back faded. The breathing stopped. I didn't fall back asleep after that. I just stared at the wall until the sun came up. That was my breaking point. I told Hannah, I'm done. I'm okay losing the security deposit. I just don't want to live here anymore. She didn't argue. She was already so worn down by the dreams and the noise that she'd started staying with her older sister Claire during the week. I'd crash there sometimes too, but we still had to deal with the house, our stuff, the lease. Her brother-in-law Darren offered to help me pack. So one weekend, it's just me and him at the house, boxing things up, loading them into his truck. At some point, our neighbor, this older guy named Mr. Landry, wandered over while we were hauling boxes and started making small talk. He'd always been friendly, the type to wave from his porch. Eventually he says, "You folks moving out already?" I just laughed and said something like, "Yeah, house isn't really working out for us." He gives me this look, nods slowly, and goes, "Can't say I'm surprised. That place has a history." Well, you can't just drop that and walk away, right? So I asked him, "What do you mean?" He tells us that before the current landlord bought it, the house belonged to a guy who dealt drugs out of there. Not just a little side hustle, this was a full-on trap house. People in and out at all hours, sketchy cars in the driveway, cops showing up. The third person was never found. And the dealer himself? Mr. Landry said he died in that house, late one night, after a binge. Heart finally gave out from a mix of meth and whatever else he'd been taking. They found him collapsed near the hallway, not far from where we kept hearing those screams. I just stood there, holding a box, feeling every hair on my arms stand up. Suddenly, a lot of things made a horrible kind of sense. The screaming in the early hours, the arguing in the media room, Hannah's dream of being chased through a wrecked version of the house, someone breathing behind me in the dark. We finished moving out as fast as we could after that. I turned in the keys, expecting to lose my deposit, and honestly not caring at that point. But the landlord surprised me. He actually gave our full deposit back. I didn't ask questions. I just took the check and left. Part of me wondered if we were the first tenants who'd bailed early, and he knew exactly why. We moved into a new place across town. No weird doors, no late-night screams, no phantom arguments from the other room. Hannah sleeps through the night now. I do too. As far as I can tell, our current house is 100% drug dealer spirit free. So that's it. Believe me, don't believe me, that's up to you. I'm not here to convince anybody. I just needed to get it out there, you know? To tell someone what happened. And hey, if you're listening to this on a Monday, I hope yours is at least tolerable. We all hate Mondays, but on the bright side, it means we're one day closer to Friday, and hopefully, one more night of peaceful sleep than we used to get in that house. You know, my dad grew up in this tiny village in rural Poland, not long after communism fell. It was the kind of place where the houses were old, the money was short, and people carried their herd around like extra weight on their backs. A lot of families were rough. Hard lives turned into hard hands and hard words. But my dad, Piotr, well, let's call him Piotr. He always had this one bright thing in his life, the forest. He told me he started going mushroom picking when he was about 4. 4. Just this little kid, wandering under these huge, dark trees with a basket that was almost bigger than him. He knew every path, every clearing, every crooked birch. He used to say, I could walk that forest blindfolded and still find my way home. And honestly, I believe him. When I was little, he'd tuck me into bed and tell me stories about that same forest. How he'd race his friends through the undergrowth. How he'd hide from chores between roots of ancient trees. How the moss there was so soft it felt like a pillow. That forest was his playground, his hiding place, his whole universe. But then, there's this other side to it. I remember one evening, must have been around when I was 12 or 13. It was late summer, still warm. My dad, my aunt, let's call her Aunt Kasha, and my dad's friend Radoslav were sitting on these old plastic chairs outside our house. They were drinking beer, talking about nothing and everything, and I was just there on the steps, pretending to be invisible so they wouldn't send me to bed. You know how it is when there's alcohol on the table. The stories start to loosen up. At some point they drifted into talking about weird places in the world. You know, the kind of talk that starts with, "You wouldn't believe this, but..." And then my aunt said something about those parts of the countryside where things aren't right. No explanation, no details, just that heavy tone adults use when they're talking about something they don't fully understand. Then my dad goes, very casually, "I saw the devil in that forest once. So did Mama." He meant my grandma. Let's call her Helena. I remember going cold all over. I just blurted out, "What do you mean, the devil? Like, a ghost? Some animal? What?" He laughed a little, but it wasn't his usual laugh. It sounded embarrassed, nervous. He said, "No, not with horns and a tail. Where we're from, seeing the devil is what we call those moments when the world stops making sense. When something happens that just shouldn't. No explanation, just wrong." And then he told me this story. He was about 17, maybe 18. He just started seeing my mom. She lived in this small town about an hour away by bike, and he used to visit her whenever he could. On this particular day, he stayed too long. You know, first love. The kind where you keep saying, "I should go," and then don't move. By the time he finally got on his bike, the sky was already heavy and dark, like it was thinking about a storm. The road home cut straight through that forest he knew so well. He'd ridden it hundreds of times, no big deal. Partway through the forest, the sky just opened up. He told me the rain went from nothing to absolutely pouring in seconds. The kind where it feels like someone tipped a bucket over your head. The path turned slick, his clothes stuck to his skin, and his bike chain suddenly jumped and jammed. Just like that, broken. No way to ride. So he got off the bike, swore a little under his breath, and started pushing it along the path. The trees were so thick that the light disappeared even though it wasn't that late yet. The rain was slamming down so hard it hurt his face, so he lowered his head, watching his feet, just following the path in front of him. After a few minutes of walking like that, he lifted his head again, and the path was gone. Not like, "Oh, I must have drifted a little." Gone. No trail, no wheel marks, no familiar turn in the trees. Just dense, dark forest in every direction. He stopped dead. He tried to retrace his steps, but there was nothing to retrace. He spun around, searching for something familiar. A stump, a fallen tree, anything he recognized from a lifetime of walking that forest, and he just couldn't. He said that was the first time in his life he truly understood what it meant to be lost. The craziest part? He could still hear cars, somewhere far off, through the trees. So he knew the road was nearby, had to be. He kept trying to walk towards the sound, but the road never came closer. The rain was so loud it kept swallowing everything, and it was getting darker and colder, and he was soaked through, shivering, completely turned around. "This is stupid," he kept telling himself. "I grew up here. I know this place. I can't be lost here." But he was. He said it felt like forever, like he was trapped in a loop between the same trees, walking in circles, the forest pressing in on him. Time didn't feel right. It stretched and folded and twisted until his thoughts got all tangled. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the rain stopped. Not gradually, not a drizzle dying out. One moment it was hammering down, and the next, silence. Just water dripping from leaves. He blinked, took a few more steps, and there, right in front of him, was the path. Clear as day. The same path he'd been walking minutes before, like it had been there the whole time. He followed it out, shaking, pushing his bike. The road appeared. The forest ended. He walked into the yard at home, soaked, exhausted, and kind of angry. My grandma, Helena, was in the kitchen. My aunt Kasia was there too. When they saw him dripping in the doorway, they started laughing, like it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. He snapped, "It's not funny. I got stuck in that damn forest for almost 40 minutes in that storm." My grandma stopped laughing. She looked at the clock on the wall. Then she gave my aunt this look, the kind of knowing look family members share when they're thinking the same unsettling thought. Finally, she said, "What are you talking about? That heavy rain didn't even last 10 minutes. My dad froze. He checked the time himself. Outside the forest, in the normal world, the storm had been short and sharp. Inside the forest, for him, it felt like nearly 3 times as long. That's when he said it, quietly, more to himself than to them. "I must have seen the devil then." And my grandma just nodded, like she'd been expecting that, because it had happened to her too. Years earlier, she'd gone into the same forest on a bright, cold autumn afternoon. You know the kind of day. Sharp air, golden leaves, that nice crunch under your boots. She went in to collect mushrooms, like everyone did. She'd known that forest longer than my dad had been alive. She used to say she could walk it in her sleep. And yet, at some point, she looked up and realized she had no idea where she was. No path. No familiar landmarks. The trees all looked wrong, even though they were the same trees she'd been walking past for decades. For her, it was the opposite of my dad's experience. Time didn't stretch, it vanished. She said it felt like she'd just stepped off the road, wandered a little, and then found the path again. But when she got home, she was hours late. The sun was almost gone. People had started to worry, and apparently, if you talk to people from that area long enough, you hear more of these stories. Not dramatic hauntings, not clear apparitions, just these strange pockets of wrongness, like the forest decides, for a little while, to stop playing by our rules. I've been to that forest many times myself. Most days, it's just a forest. Smells like damp earth and pine, soft moss under your shoes, birds calling, insects buzzing. Beautiful in a quiet, stubborn way. But there are spots, just a few, where something in me tightens, where the silence feels too thick, where I suddenly feel like I'm walking on a stage and someone I can't see is watching from the dark. Nothing happens to me there. No voices, no shadows, no disappearing paths. But every time I think about my dad, soaked and panicking in the rain, and my grandma, calm and steady but somehow losing hours in the sunshine, I get chills. And I think about that phrase they use back there, in that little Polish countryside, seeing the devil. Not a creature, not a face, just that moment when the world you know reaches out, twists the rules, and reminds you that maybe, just maybe, you don't understand it as well as you thought. Okay, so this happened a while ago, and even now, talking about it makes my chest feel tight. I'm not someone who jumps straight to ghosts or whatever, but this night, it changed something in me. It was late autumn, not summer, and the air had that cold, damp edge to it. I was over at my neighbor's place across the alley. Mirella, an older Romani woman everyone in our little block adored. You know the type, always slipping you food because you look too thin, always ready with a story or a joke. We were in her tiny kitchen, 4 of us crammed around this wobbly table, drinking strong coffee out of mismatched cups and sharing stupid stories from work. It was one of those slow, cozy nights where nothing is supposed to happen. You can almost feel how ordinary the evening is. And then we heard music. Not from a phone, not from a TV. This was live. You could hear individual things, a drum keeping time, a violin weaving around it, voices singing in a language I didn't recognize. It sounded far away and close at the same time, like it wasn't coming from any direction, just happening around us. The hairs on my arms stood up. Mirella went completely still. She set her cup down very gently, stared toward the back door, and said, in this low, careful voice, "Don't go outside." We kind of laughed at first. You know, nervous giggles. One of my friends, Danny, rolled his eyes like, "Okay, spooky grandma warning, sure." But her face, I'll never forget the way she looked. Not surprised, not confused, just afraid in a way that said, "I know what this is." The music grew clearer, like whoever was playing had moved just a little closer. I glanced through the window over the sink. Behind her house, there's this overgrown field that leads down toward the railway tracks. Usually it's just weeds, trash, nothing special. That night, though, the field looked wrong. There was this low, pale fog settled just above the ground, the way smoke hangs in a bar. And inside that fog, at first I thought my eyes were messing with me. There were shapes, people-shaped, moving slowly. I leaned closer, squinting. My brain tried to file it under kids messing around, but it wouldn't fit. These figures weren't solid. They looked like they were made of smoke, drifting and reshaping around invisible bones. Some of them were missing pieces, an arm fading into nothing, a leg that never touched the ground. One of them, I swear, had no head, but its body still swayed in time with the music, like it was listening anyway. And in the middle of all of them were 2 clearer silhouettes. A man in what looked like a dark suit, and a woman in a long, pale dress, almost glowing in the thin moonlight. They stood facing each other, like a couple at the center of a dance. The others moved around them in a circle, keeping time with the drums and the violin. They didn't look threatening. That's the worst part. They looked busy, focused, as if we didn't exist. Behind me, I heard Mirella whisper, almost to herself, "They're dancing the wedding again." I turned. "What do you mean, again?" She didn't answer that part. She just said louder, "Nobody goes out. Not while they're here. They don't cross a house with guests inside." She said it like it was a rule, like saying, "Don't touch the stove, it's hot." Something she'd grown up knowing. My other friend Lena shook her head, but you could see the curiosity in her face. "I want to see where it's coming from," she said. "It's just music." Mirella grabbed her wrist. I'd never seen that woman look small until then. "Please," she said, and her voice shook. "Stay inside. Let them finish." Danny gently pulled her hand away from Mirella's. "We'll be right back," he joked. "If the ghosts want me, they can leave a voicemail." I remember wanting to stop them and not moving. I just stood there like an idiot, watching as they slid the bolt, opened the back door, and stepped into the night. We crowded at the window. They walked across the patchy grass toward the fog. The music changed as they moved, like someone had turned the volume down for a beat. The circle of fog people slowed. Then, almost in sync, all of them turned. Every face, if you can call them faces, shifted toward Danny and Lena. The fog thickened around their legs first, then their waists. From where we were standing, it looked like the whole group of figures inhaled at once, and the mist rushed in. I heard Lena say something like, "Do you feel that?" But her voice sounded muffled, like it was coming through water. Then the fog swallowed them completely, just for a second. The music hit one sharp, loud note, like a bow snapping across strings, and everything went silent. The haze loosened. The circle of figures drifted back into their slow dance, reforming around the couple in the middle. The drum picked up its beat again. Danny and Lena were gone. No scream, no running, no sound of footsteps. One heartbeat they were there, half lit by the porch light, and the next, the space they'd taken up was just empty night. I don't even remember deciding to move. Suddenly I was outside, breath burning in my throat, Morella behind me, shouting words in her language that I didn't understand. We ran to the spot where I'd last seen them. Nothing. No footprints in the wet grass, no dropped phone, no torn fabric. Just cold air and that fog, already starting to thin out. The music faded, drifting further away, like it was walking itself down the tracks. We called the police. Of course we did. There were statements, searches, flashlights sweeping through the field and along the tracks, dogs brought in, questions repeated over and over. What exactly did you see? Could they have decided to leave together? Are you sure they didn't say where they were going? Try telling people they got taken by music and smoke people at a ghost wedding. Watch how fast their faces shut down into polite disbelief. Days turned into weeks. No calls, no bodies, no cards from a new life somewhere. Just absence. Their social media accounts froze in time. Their rooms stayed half messy, half lived in. Their families kept hoping. I kept replaying that moment with the fog in my head like a loop I couldn't pause. Morella never moved away. She still lives in that house. Sometimes, when I pass by, she's sitting on her little front step with a blanket over her knees, staring toward the railway at the back. She told me, quietly, a couple of years after it happened, "It doesn't happen every year, only when the date lines up right." I didn't ask what that meant. I'm not sure I want to know how often right is. But she said this: "On some nights, when it's cold and the air is heavy, I hear the drum again. It starts soft, like someone practicing far away. If I look out too long..." She paused and her eyes got shiny. I forced myself to ask, "Have you seen them? Danny and Lena?" She nodded once, very slowly. "Yes, they're holding hands. They look so young. They always look the same." I asked her why she stayed there if she knew all this. Why not move? She just shrugged and said, "Someone has to keep the door closed." I still don't know what happened that night. I've gone over it in my head 1,000 times. Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination. Maybe there's an explanation that fits into science and physics and all the things that make the world feel safe and predictable. But here's what I do know. Before that night, I was the person who heard a ghost story and laughed it off. I'd say, "Yeah, spooky, sure," and then scroll on. Now, when I'm walking home late and the fog is sitting low over the ground, and I think I hear music that doesn't seem to come from anywhere, I go inside. I lock the door. And if you ever find yourself standing in the dark, with a strange melody drifting over the fields and a mist curling around your feet, please, don't be clever. Don't be brave. Just stay inside. Okay, so, let me just tell this to you like I would if we were sitting on the couch together. My brother, I'll call him Leo, was 17 when he passed away really suddenly. It was one of those moments where your whole life gets ripped in half in a single day. And Leo, man, he was obsessed with this one video game. It was his comfort place, his happy place, his stay up way too late and yell at the TV place. You know the type. After he died, me and my sister, Nora, started playing that same game a lot more. At first, it was just to feel close to him, like we were stepping into his little world for a bit. Over time, it just became our thing. We'd hop on at night, run some matches, talk about him, laugh about his old rage quits. It was kind of our way of keeping him in the room. So, last night, we were playing duos, that's teams of 2, and we'd only been in the match for maybe 2 minutes. We dropped way out on the edge of the map, deliberately away from everyone else. It was super quiet. No footsteps, no shots, nothing. Just us. And then we start hearing this sound. It was like this relentless buzzing and slashing, kind of like someone revving a chainsaw and swinging it over and over. At first, I thought maybe it was some new item or a glitch, but it just would not stop. Over and over and over, this loud slash. It was so out of place because there was supposedly no one anywhere near us. So naturally, we're laughing and confused, like, "Do you hear that?" "Yeah, where the hell is that coming from?" We start searching. We check behind rocks, around buildings, inside rooms, out in the field. Nothing. No footsteps on the visual radar, no shots, no enemies. Just this looping chainsaw swing sound that seemed to be right on top of us and nowhere at the same time. Later, when we watched the replay, we figured out there was someone. They were literally standing on the roof above us, on the very top edge, just hacking at the air with this saw-type tool. Perfectly still, just swinging, not moving, not looting, not doing anything that made sense. But in the moment, we had no idea. All we knew was creepy noise, nowhere to be found. This went on for, I swear, close to 10 minutes. 10 minutes in an online match is a long time to just stand there and swing a tool. Most people would get bored or third-partied by then. Finally, out of nowhere, this boy character jumps down off the roof and lands right next to Nora. Doesn't attack, doesn't build, doesn't shoot. Just stands there, facing her, like he'd been trying to get our attention the entire time. And of course, her reflexes kick in. She freaks out and blasts him because, we're in a match. This is what you do. As soon as she does, we both just kind of go quiet. And then we start joking, trying to shake it off. Watch that be Leo, trolling us from the afterlife. Yeah, that would be exactly his sense of humor. Because here's the thing. Ever since he died, weird stuff has been happening around us. Lights turning on by themselves, especially in his old room. Random things getting knocked over with no one nearby. Cereal boxes, stuff off shelves, little things that make you stop and go, okay, that's odd. We've always half joked, half believed it was him messing with us. Like he never really stopped being the little brother who loved to startle us for fun. I went to check the player's profile. And that's when my stomach dropped. The username included my brother's first name. Not something super common either. Not like John or Mike. It was his name. Clear as day. I just stared at it for a second, and then I told Nora. We both looked at each other like, no way. We kept repeating, "You've got to be kidding me." Now, here's the thing. It wasn't his old username. The one we knew from when he was alive was different. So logically, okay, maybe some random kid out there just happens to have the same name in their tag. But then it got weirder. A little later, me and Nora were scrolling through the recently played with list, just messing around, still talking about how bizarre the whole thing was. And there it was. His real username. The exact one he used when he was alive, on our recently played with list. According to the game, we had played with him a couple of days ago. I just froze. It's like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. I kept refreshing, backing out, going back in, but it was there, clear as day. His exact name, recent match. I cannot even explain the feeling that washed over me. It was like being yanked back to the day we lost him. All the shock, the confusion, the "this can't be happening" feeling. Later that night, I was on Messenger with my friend, I'll call her Tara, telling her the whole story. The chainsaw sound, the lonely player, the name, the recent matches. I was typing it all out, and while I was doing that, I had this cold, tingly feeling at the back of my scalp. Goosebumps everywhere. The air around me felt heavy and cold at the same time. Tara messages back and says something like, "I really think that was Leo saying hi. That sounds exactly like him." And the second she sends that, her entire phone screen suddenly turns black and white. Not just dimmed or glitched, full grayscale. She thought it was weird enough that she grabbed her kid's phone and took a picture of it, then sent that to me as proof. After she restarted the phone, the color went back to normal. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting there with that frozen feeling, wrapped up in this cold, electric kind of air. You know that feeling when you know you're not alone in the room, even if you can't see anyone? Like the air itself is watching you. That's what it felt like. And this isn't the first time I've felt him around. Right after he died, they gave me a box with some of his things from the scene. I had the box in one of the rooms at home. That night, I started hearing noises in there. Soft shuffling, like someone moving around, things lightly brushing or being nudged. At first, I told myself it was the house settling, or the heater, or something stupid and normal. But the sound kept going. Then the dread kicked in. Not just fear, dread. Like this heavy, panicky feeling that wasn't even mine. It was almost like I could hear his thoughts in my own head. Stuff like, "Oh my God, what happened? This can't be real. This can't be happening to me." It felt like I was suddenly sharing his shock and terror from the moment everything went wrong. It was so intense that I could not stay in the house. I grabbed my keys and left and stayed somewhere else that night because I just couldn't handle being there with that box and those feelings. Look, I'm not saying I have the answers. I know there are rational explanations. Accounts can be hacked, usernames can glitch, data can get weird. I even contacted the game company before, asking about how usernames work. They told me usernames can't just be reassigned, deleted, or reused after inactivity. They're basically locked once they're taken. So yeah, technically, maybe someone got into his account somehow. But think about it. This is one of the biggest games on the planet, with thousands and thousands of people online constantly. The odds that, out of all the people playing at that exact moment, we'd end up matched with an account that has his exact old username, and another one with his actual name in it, while joking about him, while hearing that weird sound, while being totally isolated on the map. I don't know. It feels like too much to chalk up to coincidence. So I keep circling back to the same question in my head. Was that our brother, just dropping into our match to say, "Hey, I'm still here. I'm still playing with you"? I don't know for sure. But I'll tell you this. The way the air felt, the timing of everything, the names, the phone glitch, the recently played with list, it all felt like him. And honestly, even if I never get a logical explanation, a part of me hopes it was Leo. Because the idea of him logging on one more time just to mess with us, just to make us laugh and freak out and feel him close again, that actually brings me a weird kind of peace. So, let me just talk to you like we're having coffee, because that's honestly what this feels like I need right now. Over the spring, I started a new job as a full-time nanny for 2 little boys. I'll call them Jonah, the toddler, and Milo, the baby. Their parents, Emma and Chris, are super kind. The pay is good. The schedule is early but manageable. On paper, it's perfect. But from the very first week, the house itself felt different. I've always been a little sensitive to vibes, I guess. I don't see things. I don't have visions or anything dramatic like that, but I pick up on energy. And this house just never felt normal. It doesn't feel evil, not like horror movie evil. It's more like walking into a room where an argument just ended 10 minutes ago. The air feels heavy, but everyone's smiling like nothing happened. That's the closest way I can explain it. Anyway, the first actual thing happened about a week in. The house is a split level, and the main living room opens into this little play area right by the stairs. That's where we spend most of our day, surrounded by blocks and stuffed animals and those plastic toys that all somehow manage to be loud in their own special way. One afternoon, I was on the floor with Jonah and Milo in the play area. The TV was off, the boys were babbling and playing, nothing unusual. And then, clear as day, I heard a woman's voice coming from the living room. It was soft, kind of like someone talking from another room with the door almost closed. I couldn't understand any words. It was more like muffled speech, but it was definitely a voice. I actually paused and turned, expecting to see Emma back early from work or maybe a neighbor at the door. There was nobody. No TV on, no tablet, no open window with someone talking outside. Just the boys and me in the house. I tried to brush it off. You know how you tell yourself, maybe it was a car outside, or maybe I imagined it. I did that. I wanted it to be something normal. A few days later, weird turned into really weird. In the living room, they had a few of those chunky toddler toys, the kind that only make noise if you push a button. No motion sensor, nothing fancy. They'd been sitting there untouched for a while. One morning, I got to the house around 5:45 a.m. The boys were still asleep upstairs, the whole house dark and quiet. I sat on the couch in the living room, lights off, scrolling my phone while I waited for someone to wake up. It was dead silent except for the little sounds from my phone. And then one of the button toys just started talking. I froze for a second, then told myself, okay, maybe the button is super sensitive. I tried really hard not to be dramatic about it, but about 30 seconds later, it went off again, and then again. So I got up, turned on a lamp, and went over to it. I picked it up, shook it a little, pressed the button myself. It worked normally. It clearly wasn't motion activated. In fact, it was the kind that sits there silently unless you really poke at it. Later on, another toy started doing similar things, but that one was motion activated, which somehow made it creepier. It would go off randomly when no one was near it, no one moving around it, nothing shifting. This kept happening almost every morning for a couple of weeks until the parents rotated toys and brought some up from the basement. Once those specific ones were gone, that particular problem mostly stopped. But the house itself didn't. Here's the part you might roll your eyes at, but I promise you I'm not exaggerating. I ignored it at first. I thought maybe a branch hit the glass, or a delivery truck rolled by and rattled something. But then it happened again. And again. Faster. I turned around to look, and I saw birds literally flying into the window. Not just one confused bird either. Over the next minute or so, at least 4 or 5 of them just slammed into the glass. You could hear the impact each time. Jonah even looked up at me and asked, "What's that noise?" I paused the movie and said, "Hang on, buddy," and went to check. I went outside to make sure they weren't all lying hurt on the ground because I felt awful. But when I stepped out and looked around, there was nothing. No birds, no feathers, no stunned bird hopping away. Just nothing. That's when all the little things I'd been shrugging off started piling up in my mind. Because since I started working there, I've been hearing odd sounds all over the house. Some of it is just normal house settling. I get that. Old wood, temperature changes, all that. But some of it is not that. From the top floor, I'll hear footsteps. Not vague creaking. I mean actual, distinct, rhythmic footfalls, like someone walking from one bedroom to the other. Sometimes it happens when I know both boys are right in front of me in the playroom. Then there are the knocks. Random knocks on walls, doors, somewhere down the hallway. Not constant, just often enough that I notice. I'll be in the kitchen and hear 3 taps down the hall. I'll be folding laundry and hear a single knock from upstairs. You'd think I'd be terrified, but after a while, it honestly just turned into this strange background noise in my day. The thing that really gets to me, though, is the baby crying. More than once I've heard faint baby cries in the house. Not a sound machine, not the TV. Actual baby crying. I'll grab the baby monitor, look at the screen, and there's Milo, completely passed out, breathing slow and steady, no movement. At first I thought maybe I was imagining it because I'm so tuned into their sounds. But then their mom, Emma, mentioned it one day out of nowhere. She said something like, "Have you ever heard crying when both boys are asleep? Because I swear I do sometimes." We both kind of laughed it off, but you could tell neither of us really thought it was funny. All of that was unnerving, sure, but I could live with it. I had sort of filed the house under weird but manageable until this morning. This morning is what pushed me over the edge and made me tell this whole story. So, here's our usual routine. I come in early, let the dog out, make some coffee if I have time, and then I wait downstairs until Jonah wakes up. When he does, he always does the same thing. He runs down the upstairs hallway, stops at the top of the stairs, and calls my name so I can come get him. I can hear his little feet thumping as he runs. It's very specific and very familiar. Today, I was lying on the couch in the living room, half watching some show, half zoning out. The house was quiet. Milo was still asleep. Everything was normal. Then I heard it. Those exact little footsteps, light, quick patter along the upstairs hallway. The same rhythm I hear every morning. Then, in Jonah's voice, from the top of the stairs, "Lila!" That's what he calls me. Lila. Clear as day. I smiled, got up and said, "Good morning, buddy," as I walked over to the stairs. No one was there. The top of the stairs was empty. I stopped. I felt this wave of cold go through me, and not like the AC kicked on kind of cold. I walked up the stairs, trying to tell myself he'd already run back to his room for some reason. I looked into his bedroom. He was sound asleep. I know what Jonah sounds like. I hear him all day, every day. I know how his footsteps sound running down that hallway, and I heard both, the footsteps and my name, as clearly as you're hearing my voice right now. But it wasn't him. Out of everything that's happened in that house, the toys, the birds, the voices, the baby crying when he's fast asleep, this is the one that really got to me. Something in that house knew his voice well enough to copy it, knew our routine well enough to use it, and that, more than anything else, is what freaks me out. I still don't feel like whatever is there wants to hurt us. The boys are happy, healthy, loved. The energy is strange, but not dark. Still, I can't shake the feeling that I'm sharing the house with someone, or something, that I can't see. So that's where I'm at. I'm still going back to work. I still love those boys. I still make snacks, read stories, change diapers, and sit on that same couch. But now, every time I hear tiny footsteps or someone call my name, I have to take a breath and ask myself, is it really Jonah this time? So hey, thanks for listening. I'm Mia, and this is about my dad, Tom, and the house I grew up in. My parents had our house built in the late 80s on a piece of land that had been in my mom's family for generations. I'm 31 now, and that house was literally my whole world from the time I came home from the hospital until I moved out at 21. It's the only home I really picture when I think of my childhood. My mom, Elena, got breast cancer really young. She fought it for years. Eventually, she came home on hospice and she passed away in my old bedroom. That was back in 2018, so about 7 years ago now. In all those years I lived there, nothing weird ever happened. No cold spots, no doors slamming, no creepy shadows. Just normal family life. TV in the living room, my mom's cooking, my dad tinkering with his toys in the garage. Now it's just my dad living there. He's 61, retired, and spends his days doing what he loves, fussing with his motorbikes, gardening, watching racing, and hanging out with the grandkids when they come over. He's not the type to dramatize anything. Very it is what it is kind of guy. And then, a couple of months ago, the house started acting strange. The first thing that happened, my dad was sitting on the couch one evening, scrolling on his phone, when he heard this noise from my old bedroom. That room is basically the grandkids' playroom now. I've got 2 kids who keep a whole army of toys there. Blocks, cars, dolls, you name it. He said the sound was exactly like when the kids are there, just absolutely wrecking the place. Toys shuffling, something rolling across the floor. That chaotic, grandkid energy in sound form. He told me he actually called out like, "Hey, you guys still here?" before realizing he was alone in the house. He gets up, walks down the hallway, and the second he steps into my old room, silence. The toys are just sitting there, nothing moved, nothing obviously out of place. Window closed, no TV on, nothing. He's practical, so he shrugs it off. Maybe something settled. Maybe the house creaked weird. Whatever. Then the second thing happens. At the end of the hallway, there's this big framed picture of me as a kid, like 8 years old, missing front teeth, hair and 2 lopsided pigtails. It's been hanging there for, I don't know, over 20 years. Same spot, same nail, never an issue. One afternoon, my dad's in the kitchen making coffee when he hears this loud crash. He hurries over, and that big picture of me is lying face down on the floor. His first thought is totally normal. Well, guess the hook finally gave out. So he checks the wall, thinking he's going to have to replace the nail or the hanger. But the hook is perfectly fine. The wire is fine. Nothing's bent or broken. He picks the frame up, hangs it back on the same hook, and it goes right back into place like nothing happened. And this is not some flimsy little frame. It's big and heavy. It shouldn't just leap off the wall for no reason after 2 decades of being perfectly happy there. He told me that one made the hair on the back of his neck stand up a little. Then we get to the third thing, which is honestly the weirdest to me. My dad usually keeps one of his mountain bikes inside the house while he's working on it. He's been upgrading parts, swapping out the brakes, that kind of thing. He'll lean the bike sideways against one of the dining chairs by the kitchen table so he can grab it easily and work on it. He jumps out of bed, goes to check, probably thinking one of the kids left something on the edge of the counter or whatever. The chair and the bike are both on the floor. But here's the part that bugs me. The chair is on top of the bike. When he set it up, the bike had been leaning against the chair. So for the chair to end up on top, something had to push the bike away from the chair hard enough to take the chair with it and flip it over onto the bike. It's not like the bike could just slowly slide and gently tip the chair. That doesn't match how he found it. He walked me through it like a crime scene, and even just thinking it through with him, it made no sense. When he told me about it, he actually laughed and said, "Guess I finally annoyed your mother. She never liked that bike in the house." And honestly, that sounds exactly like her. She hated clutter and was always telling him, "Tom, the garage exists for a reason." Now, I've always been into paranormal stuff in kind of a fun, curious way. Ghost adventures, those caught-on-camera shows, creepy Reddit threads, all of it. But it's always been something happening to strangers, on TV or online. This is the first time in my life that I'm hearing about something I'd call genuinely unexplainable, happening to someone I actually know, in my house. It really shook me. I'm more spooked for him than he is for himself. I asked him, "Doesn't this freak you out at all?" And he just went, "Nah, it's either your mom or the house settling. Either way, I'm going back to sleep." He honestly seems fine, calm, almost comforted by the idea it might be my mom. Me, on the other hand, I'm sitting there thinking, do I need to go over there with Sage or something? Should I get cameras? My brain went straight to full investigation mode. Some people I've talked to suggested he might be lonely and making things up to get my attention. But that doesn't fit him at all. My dad's not a dramatic person. He's very straightforward. He's told me many times he has zero interest in getting remarried, that he's happy spending his money on motorbikes and day trips and spoiling the grandkids. I even asked if he wanted a dog, for company, and he said, "Absolutely not, too much work," and laughed. He likes his routine. He likes his space. He doesn't act lonely. He's also only 61. He's not confused. He's not forgetful. He's sharp, still does his own mechanical work, still argues about sports with my brother-in-law. I genuinely don't think he'd make this up, and I don't think he'd misinterpret normal noises 3 separate times like this. People have also brought up the possibility of rodents. Trust me, I asked him specifically about that. He's meticulous. No droppings, no chewed boxes, no scratching in the walls. Nothing that screams mouse problem. And honestly, a mouse isn't going to fling my big childhood photo off the wall. What really sticks with me is that first noise, like kids tossing toys in my old bedroom. Some people suggested maybe there's a child spirit mimicking what my kids do when they're there. Like it replays that energy when the house is empty. And I'm just sitting here like, okay, but why? Why would some random child spirit be in our house? There's no story of a kid dying on the property or anything like that, at least not that we know of. Then there's the other possibility, that it's my mom. And that's where it gets really emotional for me, because I've always hoped for some kind of sign from her. A dream that feels different, a song at just the right moment, something. And up until now, I've felt nothing, just memories. And if it is her, why knock down my picture? Like, Mom, seriously? There are gentler ways to say hi. I don't know. I go back and forth between being totally freaked out and weirdly comforted. On one hand, things being knocked over and photos crashing off walls, that's unsettling. On the other hand, the fact that my dad isn't scared, that he's kind of joking about it, makes it feel less like a horror movie and more like the house is nudging him. Like, hey, I'm still here. I guess that's why I'm talking about it out loud like this. Part of me is hoping someone who studies this sort of thing, or has real experience with it, might hear this and say, yeah, that pattern makes sense, or here's what you can try. Do I go over there and burn sage? Do we set up cameras and see if anything shows up? Do I just accept that some things sit right on the edge of what we can explain and leave it at that? I honestly don't know. What I do know is that my dad is still in that house, still drinking his coffee in the kitchen under that same big picture of me, still working on his bikes, still laughing with my kids when they come over to play with the very toys that, some nights, seem to move without them. And whether it's my mom, some echo of my childhood, the house settling, or something we don't have words for yet, I just really want him to stay safe. And maybe, deep down, I want to believe that love doesn't just disappear. That maybe, sometimes, it knocks a frame off the wall or pushes over a bike to remind you it's still there. So, let me tell you about this really weird night I still can't explain. It was a few years ago, and I remember it so clearly because of how wrong everything felt. I think it was around 1:45 in the morning when I got to the laundromat. You know that kind of tired where your eyes burn but your brain is still racing? That was me. I'd locked myself out of my house like an idiot. My phone was dead, and the laundromat was the only place open with lights on. When I walked in, there was this woman there, maybe late 30s, early 40s, shoulder-length dark hair, big tote bag, just quietly pulling her clothes out of one of the dryers. She had this kind face, like someone's cool aunt. I kind of hovered for a second, then said, "Excuse me, I'm really sorry to bother you, but my phone died and I'm locked out. Is there any way I could borrow your phone to call my parents?" She didn't even hesitate. "Of course," she said, and handed it over with a little smile. "Go ahead." I called my parents, once, then again. No answer, just straight to voicemail. Each ring made my stomach sink a little more. I handed the phone back and apologized for wasting her time. She shook her head. "You're fine. I hope you get a hold of them. Good luck, okay?" She gave me this sympathetic look, then walked out into the night with her laundry basket balanced on her hip. Once she left, the silence kind of settled in. It was just me, the hum of the building, and the TVs mounted up near the ceiling. There were 3 of them, all flat screens, each playing a different news channel on low volume. The only other sound was this faint buzzing from the fluorescent lights. I sat down in one of those hard plastic chairs against the wall, thinking I'd just rest my eyes. I started nodding off, drifting in and out of sleep for maybe, 45 minutes? An hour? My sense of time got fuzzy. At some point, though, I woke up with this sudden heavy feeling in my chest. Not like a physical pain, more like dread. No reason for it. Nothing had changed, really. Same TVs, same empty room. But something felt off. I remember looking up at the screens. Each TV had a different anchor, different graphics, different headlines. But as I watched, it was like my brain stopped believing it. I started thinking, this is all fake. None of this is real. And then, it got stranger. The anchors on each channel were talking, but their words started to line up in this creepy way. Not exactly the same sentences, but the rhythm of their speech, the way their mouths moved. It all seemed synchronized, like they were rehearsing the same script. My ears were ringing a little, and the sound of their voices blended into this eerie, almost robotic murmur. I remember my heart pounding, my palms sweating, and this thought just screaming in my head. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong. That's when I panicked. I grabbed my jacket and decided I needed to get out of there. The second I stepped outside, it hit me how cold it was. The air felt sharper than it had when I arrived. And the parking lot, this is what really unnerved me, was completely empty. When I first got there had been cars scattered around, some lights on in the distance, that normal late-night vibe. But now, nothing. No cars, no people, no sound except the wind. Just this big, open, dark lot, and then I heard it. The sound of a car turning into the lot behind me. You know how your body just instinctively tenses up sometimes? I froze and turned around. An old station wagon, like something straight out of the late 80s or early 90s, rolled up and stopped in front of the laundromat. The paint was this faded green, and one of the headlights looked dimmer than the other. The engine cut off, and after a second, the passenger door opened. A guy stepped out. He looked maybe mid-20s. He was holding a small laundry basket tucked under one arm. He had on light blue jeans, a red and black plaid shirt, and these worn-out sneakers that looked like old Converse or something similar. His hair was kind of messy, like he'd just rolled out of bed. What got me, though, was his whole vibe. He didn't glance around, didn't say goodbye, didn't acknowledge whoever was driving. He just shut the door behind him and walked straight toward the laundromat entrance, eyes forward. No hesitation, no looking back. The moment he closed the door behind him, the station wagon pulled off. No pause, just pulled out and disappeared down the street. I stood there for a second, hugging myself against the cold, and then I thought, okay, maybe I can borrow his phone. Maybe his parents will actually pick up at 3 a.m., you know? So I turned around and went back into the laundromat. Inside, the TVs were still on, the news still playing. But the place was completely silent. No dryers spinning, no washing machines running, nothing. Just the soft drone of the anchors' voices and the hum of the lights. I looked around for the guy. No sign of him. No station wagon guy, no laundry basket, no open washer, no scattered clothes. Nothing. I thought, maybe he went straight to the bathroom. That would make sense, right? So I walked to the back, to that little hallway where the bathroom doors are. I pushed the bathroom door open and called out, "Hello?" No response. I tried again, louder. "Hey, sorry, is anyone in here?" Still nothing. The bathroom was empty. One stall door slightly open, the rest closed, but no feet, no sounds, just that weird, echoey quiet. And that's when it started again. The feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I clearly was. I stepped back into the main room, and as I did, I heard it. Clink, 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 clink. The sound of the change machine spitting out coins. If you've ever used one of those coin machines, you know that distinct metallic cascade sound, right? It was exactly that. The machine was going off like somebody was feeding in bills and getting quarters for their laundry. Only, no one was standing there. I walked closer, slowly, like I was trying not to scare whatever was happening. The machine kept making the noise, that steady rhythm of coins dropping into the tray. But when I looked down, the coin slot was empty. No quarters piling up, no loose coins rolling around. Just the sound, coming from nowhere. Something about that broke me a little. It was like the room was pretending to still be in use, pretending there were people doing laundry when there weren't. My heart was racing again, and all I could think was, I should not be here. So I did the same thing I'd done before. I left. But this time, when I pushed open the door and stepped outside, everything was different again. The parking lot was full, cars everywhere, different makes and models. A couple of people walking toward the entrance, someone else slamming their trunk shut, the distant sound of music from a car radio. It looked exactly like it had when I first arrived, like that empty, silent version of the lot had never existed. I didn't even try to make sense of it. I just started walking. I figured I'd find a gas station or a 24-hour place where I could sit and wait until morning, or until my parents finally picked up. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened in that laundromat. I don't know if I nodded off and slipped into some kind of half-dream, or if I walked into that place at the wrong time, like caught between two moments. I don't know who that woman was who lent me her phone, or where the station wagon guy really went. All I know is that the fear I felt was real. The emptiness, the strange, fake feeling of the news. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. Still having trouble falling asleep? Don't stress. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. I'm here to help you relax and drift off with paranormal stories from all around the world. And if you're cool with it, share your own paranormal experiences with me too. I absolutely love what I do. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's jump into tonight's paranormal stories. So, I'm gonna tell you about the one night in my life that still gives me chills when I think about it. This happened a little over 10 years ago, when I was about 16. I was living in this old council terrace, kind of squeezed between two other houses. It was just a normal school night. My Aunt Rena was working late, my little brother was staying at a friend's house, so it was just me and my dog Daisy at home. It was pretty late, maybe around 11. I was in the living room, lights off except for the TV and the warm glow from the hallway light. You know that cozy, half-asleep vibe? That's where I was. Daisy was wandering around the house doing her usual checks. She was a really calm dog, the kind that hardly ever barked, let alone growled. After a while, I realized it had gone really quiet. I couldn't hear Daisy's collar jingling. Then I heard this low, rumbling growl. At first I thought it was the TV, but it kept going. It was coming from the top of the stairs. I muted the TV and just sat there for a second, listening. The growl got deeper. I'd never heard her make that sound before, ever. So I got up, a bit annoyed at first, like, "What are you doing, Daisy?" But the closer I got to the stairs, the more I could feel my body tensing up. When I reached the top, Daisy was standing completely rigid on the landing, facing the staircase. All the fur along her back was standing straight up. Her teeth were showing, and she was staring down the stairs like there was something there that terrified her. I followed her gaze down into the dark. The light from the hallway only went so far, so the bottom of the stairs and the area beyond were kind of swallowed in shadow. And that's when I saw it. It looked like a person-shaped shadow, but wrong. Not like someone actually standing there, more like a patch of darkness that was darker than it should have been, shaped like a person but sort of blurred at the edges, almost like the air was warped around it. I remember blinking, trying to make sense of it, thinking, is that a coat on the banister? Am I just seeing things? I had maybe 2-3 seconds to process it. And then everything went black. Every light in the house cut out at the same time. The hallway, the TV, everything. No flicker, no fading, just gone. Pitch black. I stumbled back and grabbed onto the wall, completely disoriented. And as my eyes tried to adjust, I started seeing these flashes, like faces. Not clear ones, not like you'd recognize a person, but impressions of faces, right in front of my eyes. Almost like when you stare at a light bulb and then close your eyes, and you see weird shapes. Except these felt more detailed, more intentional. Some looked angry, some just blank. I know how that sounds. Maybe it was the panic, the sudden darkness, my brain trying to fill in the gaps. But in that moment, it didn't feel imaginary at all. It felt right there. Daisy started barking, this frantic, high-pitched bark that I'd never heard from her. She bolted past me and ran into my bedroom, which was just off the landing. Instinctively, I followed her. I slammed the bedroom door shut behind us, even though I couldn't see anything. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I felt my way over to the light switch and flicked it on and off a few times. Nothing. The house was completely dead. No hum from the TV, no glow from the router, nothing. Now, in my room, directly across from my bed, I had this full-length mirror. It wasn't leaning. It was properly fixed to the wall with brackets. It had been there for years and never moved, never rattled, nothing. I was lying there in the dark, clutching my dog, breathing way too fast, trying not to cry. I remember whispering to her like she could understand me. "It's okay. It's okay. It's okay." And then, out of nowhere, the mirror came off the wall. I didn't hear the brackets creak or anything. It was just this sudden, violent force from behind me, like someone had shoved a door into my back. The mirror slammed into me and then crashed down, shattering all over the floor. Glass went everywhere. For a second, I couldn't even process what happened. My back was stinging where the frame had hit me, and I could hear pieces of glass still clinking as they settled. Daisy jumped off the bed and started whining, pacing back and forth, but she wouldn't go near the area where the mirror had fallen. That was the point where I just lost it. I grabbed Daisy, didn't even think about shoes or anything, and ran. I yanked the bedroom door open, ran down the still dark stairs as fast as I could without falling, and burst out into the back garden. I remember the air outside feeling too normal. Cool, calm, night sounds, a couple of distant cars. Like the world carried on completely unaware that I'd just had the worst scare of my life. My hands were shaking so much it took me a couple of tries to unlock my phone. I called my Aunt Rena and basically broke down as soon as she answered. She kept asking, "Are you outside? Are you safe? Is anyone in the house?" And I just kept saying, I don't know, something's wrong with the lights, something's in the house." She told me to stay in the garden with Daisy and wait for her. So that's what I did. I sat on the step, holding Daisy close, watching the house like I expected something to look out of the upstairs window. When Rena finally pulled up, she came through the gate, saw my face, and her whole expression changed. She put an arm around me, asked if I'd seen an intruder or heard anyone. I tried to explain the shadow, the power going out, the mirror, but the words felt ridiculous coming out of my mouth. She went inside first to check everything, telling me to wait. I stood by the back door, ready to bolt if she screamed. I watched her silhouette move down the hallway. She reached for the switch, and the hallway lights came on. Just like that. Perfectly bright. No flickering, no delay. The TV turned on. The Wi-Fi lights were blinking. The bedroom lamp worked when she tried it. Everything in the house was suddenly fine, like nothing had ever happened, except for the smashed mirror all over my bedroom floor. We cleaned it up together later, silently, both of us a bit unsettled. She tried to make rational suggestions. Maybe the power had tripped and come back on. Maybe the mirror had been loose and just finally given way. But even she couldn't really explain how it flew far enough to slam into my back the way it did. Now, here's the part I didn't mention for years, because I just brushed it off at the time. When we lived in that house, I used to wake up with random scratches on my arms, shoulders, sometimes my legs. Not just tiny little ones either. Sometimes they were long, like I'd scraped myself on something. I always assumed I was doing it in my sleep, or maybe the bed frame had a rough edge. It was weird, but I didn't really think too hard about it. But it only ever happened in that house. After we moved, it just stopped. Completely. Because it was an old terrace, I always told myself it was the neighbors. Thin walls, shared structures, you know? Old houses creak, pipes bang, people make noise. That's just life. But after that night, the shadow on the stairs, the blackout, the faces in the dark, the mirror smashing into my back, it all started to feel like pieces of a bigger, much more unsettling picture. I've tried so hard to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was a power surge. Maybe the fear and adrenaline made me misremember details. Maybe the mirror was loose and the timing was just horrible. Maybe the faces were just my imagination in full panic mode. But every time I replay it in my head, I still feel that same cold, sinking dread in my stomach. The way Daisy growled at something I couldn't see. The absolute wrongness of that shadow at the bottom of the stairs. The weight of that mirror hitting my back like it had been thrown. I don't know what happened that night. I'm not here to say it was definitely a ghost, or the house was haunted, or anything like that. All I know is, it felt like something in that house really, really didn't want us there. And even now, all these years later, I can remember every second of it like it just happened yesterday. So, let me tell you about the house I grew up in. From the outside, it looked totally normal, just a slightly run-down little place at the edge of town. But inside, it was pretty haunted. And I don't mean like movie-level stuff flying around the room. It was more subtle, creepy, but subtle. It started with the animals. Our dog Milo would just sit in the hallway and growl at empty corners, or he'd bark and chase something that wasn't there. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd see these little shadowy cats slip into a room, tails flicking, and when I'd flip the light on, nothing. No cat, no movement, just the feeling that something had been there a second before. Then there were the black shapes, little blobs almost, that would shoot across a room or curve around the overhead light, like they were trying not to be seen. I saw those more than once, enough that I just kind of got used to them, like, oh, okay, that again. But the worst thing, the thing I still think about, was the flashing blue light. The first time I saw it, I was maybe 9. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, and I could see this blue flickering in the hallway through the crack under my door. It looked exactly like when someone's watching TV in the dark. You know that glow? Soft but kind of in your face? That. I got annoyed. I thought my older brother, let's call him Ethan, had left his bedroom door open and was blasting TV with the lights off. So I finally huffed, rolled out of bed, and stomped into the hallway to tell him to turn it down. The second I stepped out, my whole vision just exploded in white, like someone took a photo 2 inches from my face. The blue flickering stopped instantly. When my eyes adjusted, I saw Ethan's door was actually shut, his light was on, and when I knocked and went in, he was watching TV, but with the door closed the whole time. There was no way that glow I'd seen was coming from his room. That was the first time, but not the last. As the years went on, probably from around age 7 to 12, I saw that blue light a lot, almost every night for a while. I'd be lying in bed and it would start up again, like that same TV in a dark house glow. It would brighten, dim, like it was pacing the hallway. Sometimes it would pause right near my door, and I'd feel it more than see it. This pressure in the air, like the room was holding its breath. Every once in a while, I'd see an orange light too. That one usually appeared at the far end of the hallway, just a warm, steady glow, almost like someone holding a lantern. I only remember seeing it a few times, maybe 3 or 4, but it felt different. When I saw the orange light, I didn't feel scared or annoyed. I actually felt calmer. I used to wonder if blue was one thing and orange was another. Like maybe the orange one was kinder, protective even. The worst night was the one where the blue light didn't stay in the hallway. I woke up in the middle of the night, and my room was pulsing with that same cold blue glow, only stronger than ever, like it had finally come inside instead of just hanging around outside my door. It felt close, too close. I remember lying on my back, absolutely rigid, and feeling this tight pressure clamp around my wrists, like someone was holding them down. There was this loud, heavy banging on the walls, like fists hitting drywall, over and over. I wanted to scream, but nothing would come out. I just lay there, tense and terrified, and then, at some point, it stopped. The banging faded, the pressure eased, the blue light dimmed away, and somehow, no idea how, I fell back asleep. It wasn't just inside the house either. One night, we were driving near this old stretch of land outside town. Lots of historic ranches out that way. It was late and we were all in the car. My mom, who I'll call Sandra, my brother Ethan, and me in the back seat. The road was pretty empty. Then, out of nowhere, this glowing, four-legged shape sprinted across the road in front of us. It looked like a horse, but not quite right. Too thin in some places, too bright around the edges, almost like someone had traced it in light. My mom hit the brakes, and I watched the car in front of us slam on their brakes too, so I know we weren't the only ones who saw it. Nobody crashed. The thing just ran across and disappeared into the dark field. We all kind of sat there in silence for a second and then started talking over each other. Did you see that? What was that? It wasn't headlights. It wasn't a reflection. It was its own thing. Back at the house, everything just kept building. The lights, the shapes, the weird heaviness in certain rooms. And on top of all that, there was a lot of negativity in that place. Before my mom bought the house, the previous owner had been really paranoid. Like, always checking the windows and peeking through the blinds paranoid. We later heard that he died not long after the house changed hands. While we lived there, my mom went through 2 divorces. There were alcoholic boyfriends, screaming matches in the kitchen, broken bottles, slammed doors. Money was always tight. The kind of tight where you count coins at the gas station and hope it's enough. Several pets died while we lived there, and my mom buried them in the backyard because we couldn't afford anything else. The yard started to feel like a graveyard in more ways than one. It was just heavy. The house felt soaked in stress and sadness and fear. Eventually, things got bad enough that my mom lost the house to foreclosure. We had a few weeks between us moving out and the bank officially taking it over. During that weird in-between time, my mom went back and forth a bit, grabbing old mail, clearing out whatever we'd forgotten. One day, a family friend, let's call her Marla, stopped by the old place to pick something up for my mom. Later, she told us that when she pulled into the driveway, she could see this bluish glow coming from the garage windows. Her first thought was that maybe a homeless person had broken in and set up a little camp with a TV and a generator or something, because it just looked exactly like someone watching television inside a dark space. She got freaked out and left pretty quickly. Not long after that, my mom went by the house with me in the car. We parked out front to check the mail and take out some trash that was still there. As we were tossing bags into the bin, one of them ripped, spilling stuff everywhere. My mom muttered something under her breath, told me to hang on, and ran inside to grab a new bag. A minute or 2 later, she came back out fast. Like, really fast. She slammed the front door, hurried to the car, threw the new bag into the trash almost as an afterthought, and told me, "We're leaving. Now." She was shaken. I could hear it in her voice. Later that night, when she'd calmed down a little, she finally told me what she'd seen. She'd stepped into the house and immediately noticed that same blue, flickering light coming from the garage, just like Marla described. Same ghost TV effect, same pulsing glow. There was no power hooked up, no TV, nobody in there. Just that light. That was the moment she admitted to me that she'd seen it before, back when we still lived there. She just never wanted to scare me, so she pretended it wasn't happening. The weird part is, I've never experienced anything like that again. I've gone on ghost tours. I've visited places that are supposed to be super haunted. One of them was an old mining town, really well known for its ghost stories. I've been in creaky hotels, historic cemeteries, all the classic haunted spots. And nothing. No blue light, no orange light, no pacing glow in the hall. Just the occasional chilly feeling or overactive imagination. Sometimes I wonder if that house was just a hot spot. Like all the fear and anger and grief soaked into the walls and turned the place into a magnet for whatever was out there. I think about the paranoid previous owner, the divorces, the buried pets, the alcoholic boyfriends, the stress of being a single mom barely hanging on, and I wonder if all of that fed into it. I still don't really know what I saw. I just know I didn't imagine it. It's been years, and it still sits in the back of my mind, bothering me in this quiet way. So if you've ever had anything like that, those weird TV-style lights, the blue or orange glow, anything pacing the halls at night, I'd genuinely love to hear about it. Even just knowing someone else has seen something similar would make me feel a little less alone, and a little less like that house followed me in my memories, still flickering at the edge of the dark. Okay, so I'm just gonna talk to you like you're here with me, because honestly, I'm still shaking even thinking about this. These last few months have been rough, like really rough. I live at home with my parents, my mom Elena and my stepdad Mark, and something's been going on in the house that we can't really explain anymore. At this point, paranormal is the only word that feels close, even if it sounds dramatic. It started small. It always does, right? First, it was the lights. I thought it was just bad wiring or dodgy bulbs. The bathroom light would flicker, then the one in the hallway, sometimes the one over the kitchen sink. They'd flick off and on like someone was playing with the switch. We changed all the bulbs, even had a friend who's an electrician take a quick look and, yeah, still happening. Mostly in the bathroom and hallway. It's like those two places are, I don't know, favorite spots. Then our cats started acting weird. We've got 3 of them now, Luna, Milo, and Pepper. They've always been pretty chill, the usual zoomies at 3 a.m., but nothing wild. But lately, they'll just freeze and stare into the corner of a room like they're watching someone move around. Sometimes they'll hiss at the empty doorway. Luna arches her back and her fur stands up, and there's just nothing there. At least, nothing we can see. And then we started hearing things. The first thing I heard was this growl. It was stupidly late, middle of the night, and I was half asleep. It came from the hallway outside my bedroom door. It was low, deep, like it came from someone's chest rather than an animal. It absolutely scared the life out of me. Our cats can't make a noise like that. And yeah, one of the windows in the living room was open a crack, but it wasn't windy, and this didn't sound like something from outside. It sounded inside. My parents hear things too. My mom's told me she hears me calling her name sometimes, like I'm shouting for her from my room. And when she goes to check on me, I'm just wearing my headphones, minding my own business. Mark says he once heard me crying in the bathroom, but I was at work when that happened. The worst for him, though, was the voice. He was in the kitchen one evening, washing dishes, and he swears a man's voice, really clear and close, said, "Hello," right behind him. Just that. Hello. No one else heard it. Mom was in the living room, I was in my room, and he kind of came in white as a sheet. Mark's not the type to spook easily. He's very, it's probably nothing, about everything, but he was genuinely shaken. That's what scared me, seeing him scared. There are other sounds too. I've heard faint music at night, like someone's playing an old radio in another room. It's sort of muffled, like a lullaby or some slow song you can't quite catch the words to. And knocking. 3 knocks in a row, sometimes on the wall near my bed, sometimes from the inside of the wardrobe door. It mostly happens after midnight, when everything's quiet and you can't pretend you didn't hear it. Then there's the physical stuff. Both Mark and I have been touched. He told me he was in the kitchen one afternoon, waiting for the kettle to boil, and he felt a hand run slowly down his back. Naturally, he thought it was my mom messing around. but when he turned, she was at the table scrolling through her phone, nowhere near him. He didn't even tell us that story until recently because he didn't want to freak us out. A lot of the time, it feels like there's something sitting between my shoulder blades, just this constant weight on my back, pressing down. Even when nothing else is happening, that feeling hangs around. We've both been scratched, too. I only found out recently that Mark had been scratched on his upper arm. 3 thin lines, like something had clawed him. He was in the laundry room when it happened. He said it stung all of a sudden, and when he checked, there were these red marks and a bit of blood. For me, it was my side, just under my ribs. I was getting changed and felt this burning sensation. When I looked in the mirror, there were 3 long scratches running diagonally across my skin. Not deep enough to bleed, but red and raised like a fresh cat scratch. Except none of the cats were in my room, and I definitely hadn't done it myself. A few nights ago was one of the worst moments. I got up around 2 a.m. to get some water. The house was dark and quiet, and you know that feeling when the air just feels thick? Like you're walking into a room where people have just been arguing? It felt like that. I stepped into the hallway, and this horrible awareness hit me, like something was already watching me from the far end. So I stopped. I looked down the hallway toward the front door, and right by the coat rack, just behind it, I saw something lean out. Not all the way, just enough to look at me. It was tall, taller than Mark, easy, and it was basically a shadow. No face, no features, just a human-shaped darkness with a kind of edge to it, like the air bent around it. It didn't move. It just stared. My whole body went cold. I genuinely thought I was going to throw up. I couldn't look away for a few seconds, and then my fight or flight just cut out, and I stumbled back into my room, shut the door, and sat on the floor shaking. I didn't even get the water. Things move on their own now, too. One afternoon I was at my desk, and I heard a thump right above my head. The shelf above my desk holds my albums and a couple of little figures. Out of nowhere, 3 of my albums just slid forward and fell to the floor. The window was closed, no trucks going by, no one stomping around. The weird part is, they fell in the opposite direction of how they were leaning. It was like someone pushed them deliberately. In the bathroom, we've got one of those circular ring towel holders fixed to the wall. I was in the shower one morning, door closed, no one else in there, and I heard this rattling metal sound. I peeked out, and the ring was swinging from side to side, like someone had just yanked the towel and let it go. It kept going for longer than it should have, like it had a bit too much energy behind it. On top of all this, my mood has been all over the place. I mean, I've been stressed about other stuff too. Life, work, normal things. But this feels different. I go from fine to angry to crying to numb in the span of a day. Little things set me off. I'm snapping at people, then apologizing 5 minutes later. Since all of this started, my sleep's gone to hell. I've been having these vivid nightmares where I'm stuck in my room and something is crouched under my bed, whispering my name. Sometimes I wake up and I'm not sure if I can move right away, like I'm pinned down. It feels like I'm being watched pretty much constantly, like I can't relax in my own home. Honestly, after I did that, it seemed to get worse. The noises were louder. The shadows felt closer. I started waking up more often with that pressure on my shoulders. We've never tried to invite anything into our home. We're not doing Ouija boards or summoning rituals or anything like that. We've had a few odd things happen in the past, like lights flickering on the anniversary of a family member's death, but it always felt gentle, like a loved one checking in. This is not that. This feels heavy and wrong and angry. And the worst part is, it feels like I'm the one getting most of it. Like whatever this is has decided I'm the main target. I don't know why. There are probably more little things I'm forgetting. Cold spots, footsteps when everyone's in bed, doors that are open when we're sure we closed them. But my head is kind of scrambled just talking about it. I'm scared all the time. Genuinely. I walk around my own house and my chest feels tight, like I can't get a full breath in. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm tired, I'm frightened, and it feels like I don't have anywhere safe to just exist. I keep hoping I'll wake up one day and it'll all just stop, but it hasn't yet. And that's why I'm telling you this, because I needed someone to hear it, to understand that I'm not just being dramatic or imagining things. So yeah, that's what's been happening in our house. So, when I was a kid, maybe 7 or 8, I had this constant feeling that I wasn't alone. Not like, oh, I have a big imagination, but this heavy, prickly sense that something was right behind me, just out of sight. I'd be playing on the floor or reading in bed, and suddenly feel like someone was watching me from the corner of the room. The hair on my arms would stand up, my heart would start racing, and I'd freeze, just sure that if I turned around too fast I'd see something. Nights were the worst. I was terrified of the dark and of being left alone in a room. I'd make my mom leave the hallway light on, and even then I'd lie there, staring at the doorway, feeling like someone was standing just inside the shadow. Sometimes the air around me would feel so charged, like static electricity waiting to jump off skin, and I'd swear someone was standing right next to the bed, leaning over me. One night, it got very real. I jolted awake, no idea why, and instantly knew I was awake, not dreaming. And there, right beside my bed, was a woman in a chair. The weird thing was, my room didn't have a chair. But there she was, sitting in this old wooden armchair like it had always been there. She had silver hair pinned up in a loose bun, glasses low on her nose, and she was quietly crocheting something pale and soft. A shawl, maybe. The yarn rested on her lap, and the chair rocked in this slow, gentle rhythm. She didn't look mean at all. If anything, she looked kind. There was this faint little smile on her face, almost like she was watching over me, just keeping me company while I slept. But you can imagine, I was a terrified kid. So the only thing my body knew how to do was scream. I shrieked, loud and sharp, and the second I did, she and the chair were gone. Just gone. I was sitting upright in bed, heart pounding, staring at the exact empty space where she'd been. The room was exactly how it always was. No chair, no yarn, no old woman. But I knew, with that awful clarity you get in those moments, that I had been wide awake. After that, I completely unraveled. I started having panic attacks, real ones. I'd refuse to sleep alone. I'd cry if the lights were off. I kept insisting to my parents that someone, something, was following me, that there was a presence in my room. I was so on edge that even a creak in the floorboards could send me over the edge. My parents were, honestly, they were exhausted and worried. They tried everything, night lights, music, checking under the bed, checking the closet, staying with me until I fell asleep. Nothing helped. I couldn't calm down. Finally, one night, my mom sat me down at the kitchen table. She looked at me, and I could see on her face that she was trying to figure out how to say something that would make sense to a scared little kid. She said, very gently, "Maybe it was a ghost." You know, just casually. And for some reason, instead of making it worse, it made everything click for me. A ghost. A someone, not just bad feelings. She told me that if it was a ghost, it probably didn't want to hurt me, that some spirits just hang around. And then she told me there was a way to make it stop bothering me. She said, "If you don't want it there, you have to tell it. out loud. You set a boundary. You're allowed to do that. Now, as a kid, I took my mom's words like scripture. So I marched back into my bedroom, the one that always felt full of that strange presence, and I decided I was going to end it. I don't want you to follow me anymore. I don't want to see you. I don't want you in my room. Please leave me alone. I said it again, louder that time. I remember the sweat running down my back, the way my throat felt dry and tight. I just stood there, hands balled up, repeating in my head, "Go away, go away, go away." Then I waited. I cracked one eye open and looked around, half expecting something dramatic to happen. A gust of wind, a light flicker, something. But the room was just quiet, ordinary. I stood there a little longer, listening to the silence, feeling the air around me. And very slowly, I realized something. That heavy, prickly feeling I'd carried for so long was just gone. The room felt lighter. I felt lighter. For the first time in a long time, I could take a deep breath without that tightness in my chest. From that night on, things changed. I still got spooked sometimes, what kid doesn't? But that constant sense of being hunted, stalked, watched, it never came back in the same way. I grew up, I got older, and that whole chapter of my life sort of faded into the weird childhood stuff category in my mind. Fast forward to me as a young woman. I went to visit my grandmother one weekend. She lived in this small, cozy house that always smelled faintly of lavender and old books. At some point, she pulled out this big, heavy photo album from her living room cabinet, one of those old ones with the thick pages and plastic sheet covers that crinkle when you turn them. She said, "Come here, I want to show you what it was like when I was little." So we sat side by side on the couch, flipping through these sepia-toned photos of her family farm, fields, animals, the house she grew up in. There were faces of relatives whose names I kept forgetting as she told me stories about them. Who married who was a troublemaker, who baked the best pies. Then we turned a page, and my eyes landed on one particular photo. It was a picture of a front porch. A few people were standing around, men in suspenders, women in simple dresses, but in the middle of the frame, there was a woman sitting in a chair. My breath caught in my throat. She was sitting in a wooden chair, her ankles crossed, with an unfinished blanket or shawl draped over her knees. In her hands were knitting needles, frozen mid-stitch. Her hair was pulled back in that same kind of soft bun, and she had this almost invisible smile on her face, small, gentle, like she knew a secret but wasn't going to tell. And the way she was looking at the camera, it felt exactly like the way the woman in my room had looked at me. My heart skipped, and for a second it felt like it forgot how to beat altogether. My mouth went dry. I pointed at the woman in the photo, my finger actually trembling a little, and I managed to croak out, Who is that?" My grandmother squinted at the picture, then said casually, "Oh, that's my grandmother, your great-great-grandma Anna. Why?" I just stared. It was her, the woman from the chair, older, grainier, locked in a photograph from decades before I was born, but still, unmistakably her. So I told my grandmother the story, the panic, the presence, the woman in the chair, the crocheting, that night I screamed. I spilled everything, all in this breathless rush. My grandmother listened quietly, her eyes soft, and when I finished, she let out this little chuckle and a sigh. "Well," she said, "she's still making her rounds then." I blinked. "What do you mean?" She looked off toward the hallway, like she could almost see someone standing there. "She still visits me sometimes," my grandmother added. "I don't see her the way you two did. I just feel the edge of the bed dip, or a little tap on my shoulder when I'm alone in the kitchen. I say hello, and then I get on with my day." Then she looked back at me and smiled, very gently. "Some of us," she said, "just have the sight a little stronger. But she's family. She isn't here to hurt you." And sitting there, with that old photo album on my lap and my grandmother's hand resting on top of it, I felt something settle inside me. That childhood terror, that sense of being hunted, it shifted into something else. Not exactly comfort, but recognition. Like all along, I hadn't been followed by some nameless, faceless thing. I'd been watched over by a woman in a chair who loved knitting and who apparently never quite stopped checking in on her family. So, let me tell you about something that happened last winter. In this little mountain town called Devgar, a group of us had gone there for a 4-day break. You know the kind of trip where everyone swears they just want to chill? And then somehow you've planned sunrise hikes, waterfalls, and 7 different viewpoints. Anyway, on the second morning, my friend Lena shook me awake at around 3:30 a.m. "Get up," she whispered. "We'll miss the sunrise." I was half asleep, but I'd promised her we'd go to this viewpoint deep inside the forest. Our other friend, Kabir, just rolled himself tighter into the blanket and mumbled, "You two are mad," and refused to move. So it ended up just being the two of us. We layered up as best as we could. Hoodies, beanies, that one extra pair of socks you always regret not packing enough of. The air outside was biting. You could actually see our breath as we walked out of the guest house. The trail started right after the last row of houses. The moment we left the dim yellow streetlights behind, it was like walking into a different world. The path was marked, but completely empty. No other tourists, no locals, nothing. Just us. The forest there was dense. The trees were tall and bent slightly over the trail, like they were eavesdropping on us. Every step we took made the dry leaves crackle so loudly, it felt like the whole mountain could hear us. And apart from that sound, there was nothing. No birds, no insects, no distant engines. Just this heavy silence pressing in from all sides. We were following these wooden signboards that pointed toward Sunrise Point. And you know how, when you're tired, you keep checking the map, hoping you're almost there. That was us. But something weird started happening. Every time we checked the map on Lena's phone, the little blue dot had moved, but the viewpoint didn't seem to get any closer. It was like it was sliding away from us as we walked. We'd cover a good stretch of the trail, check again, and somehow it was still 25 minutes away. At first, we laughed it off. Bad network, glitchy GPS, typical. But slowly, that joke stopped being funny. Somewhere along the way, I got this feeling, this really strong feeling, that we weren't alone. Not like, oh, maybe there are other people on the trail, but like something was watching us from the trees. You know when the hair on the back of your neck stands up for no logical reason? It was like that. When we stopped to check the map again, Lena zoomed out a little, and that's when we noticed it. The route we were taking went right past 2 places we hadn't seen mentioned anywhere in the Things to Do in Devgar guides. On one side of the trail, hidden behind the trees, was a Hindu cremation ground. On the other side, a really old graveyard, Parsi according to the map. Neither of us said anything for a few seconds, and then I just muttered, "Oh." It's funny how the mood shifts instantly once you know where you are. The same trees suddenly felt closer. The same silence started feeling heavier. Some parts of the trail had those weak, flickering streetlights, but most of it was swallowed by darkness. The kind of darkness where your torch only shows you a small circle, and everything beyond it feels like it's waiting. We thought about turning back right then. That's when the dogs appeared. One moment, it was just the two of us on the trail. The next moment, 4 dogs stepped out of the shadows, as if they'd been waiting just off the path. Two walked ahead of us, side by side. The other two fell in behind us. We froze. I honestly thought they might attack us. They were big, and street dogs in a strange town at that hour. Your mind goes to worst-case scenarios pretty quickly. But they didn't growl. They didn't bare their teeth. They just walked with us. Whenever we stopped, they stopped and turned around to look at us like, "Why are you pausing? Come on." And every now and then, when there was a rustle somewhere in the forest, one of them would let out this sharp bark in that direction. Short, warning barks, like they were telling something to stay away. Lena whispered, "Are they escorting us?" I laughed, but it came out shaky. "Yeah, our 4 a.m. security team." We walked like that for a while. 2 dogs leading, us in the middle, 2 dogs behind us, guarding. Then, all of a sudden, the road just ended. No signboard, no barrier, nothing. The concrete path faded out, and ahead of us was just pure black. Not normal darkness. This felt like walking into nothing, like even the air ahead was thicker. We shone our phone flashlights forward, but the light didn't seem to touch anything. It just faded out into the dark. And that's when all 4 dogs started barking. Not normal barking. Their bodies tensed, fur raised, teeth bared at the darkness in front of us. They kept lunging a little, stopping, then barking again, staring at that one empty spot like there was something there we couldn't see. There was nothing in front of us. At least, nothing we could make out. But their reaction, it was so intense, so violent, that something in my chest just screamed, "Don't go there." Lena grabbed my arm and said, "We're not doing this. We're going back." I didn't argue. We turned around. The moment we did, the dogs quietened down and fell into formation again, 2 in front, 2 at the back, and started walking with us, back the way we'd come. That walk back felt longer. The trail was the same, but every shadow felt sharper now, every creak of a branch louder. Every time I glanced back, the dog behind me would look up at me like, "Keep moving." And somehow that made me feel like as long as they were there, we'd reach somewhere safe. Finally, we saw the first faint outline of houses, windows, a parked scooter, a lonely streetlight that had no right to make me as emotional as it did. The dogs stayed with us all the way till we reached the small town square, the center of Devgar. It was around 5:45 a.m. by then. The sky was just beginning to lighten into that dull, bluish gray you get before sunrise, but the streets were still empty. Not a single person around. We sat on a low wall near a closed tea stall, exhausted, trying to process what had just happened. The 4 dogs sat down with us. Not restless, not whining, just sitting, waiting. Like they somehow knew we weren't completely out yet. Around 6 a.m., an old bakery across the street finally opened its shutters. We went in, bought a packet of glucose biscuits, came out and fed the dogs. They ate calmly, tails wagging, eyes soft. I remember thinking, okay, maybe they really were just kind, clever dogs. Just then, this man on horseback trotted past us. Yes, an actual horse. Apparently, he offered rides up the same route for tourists once there was enough light. Lena and I looked at each other, and for some reason, maybe to reassure ourselves, we turned back to look at the dogs. They were gone. All 4 of them. Not walking away, not at the corner, not under a parked car. Just gone. 1 second they were there, close enough to touch. The next, nothing. No sound, no paw steps, no collars jingling. We never saw them again. Not that day, not the next morning, not anywhere in town. When I got back home after the trip and told my mom about it, she got really quiet. Then she said, "You know, at night, there are things that move around freely, things that don't mean you well." She looked straight at me and asked, "There were only two of you. What if something had tried to possess one of you? What would you have done then?" And I swear to you, even now, just repeating that question gives me chills. I don't know what was waiting for us at the end of that broken road. I don't know why the map wouldn't let us get closer, or why those dogs vanished the moment someone else appeared to escort us. All I know is this. That night, in that forest, under that strange, heavy sky, those weren't just dogs. So, let me just start at the beginning. I grew up in northern Alaska, and if you've ever spent a summer up here, you know how strange the light can be. The sun just sort of forgets how to set. The nights are more of a dimmer switch than real darkness. But once you get up past the Arctic Circle, it's something else entirely. It feels like the world is stuck between day and night, and your brain never quite knows which way is up. Funny thing is, that's where you really start to fear the dark, when there isn't any. See, the old stories up here, the Inupiaq and Yupik and other native elders, they talk about beings called the Tornit. According to them, the Tornit were here long before their people paddled up to these shores. Big, strong, human-shaped, but not quite human. For a while, the story goes, they all lived in a kind of uneasy peace. But then, one day, an Inuit hunter's son killed a Tornit in a fit of anger. Some say over a stolen kayak, some say over a woman. After that, the Tornit vanished into the wild places, way back into the mountains and tundra. They didn't disappear, though. They just stopped being neighbors and became something else. Something you only meet when things have already gone wrong. Now, that old legend isn't mine to tell properly. If you want it, you should sit with an elder in one of the villages. They'll tell it the right way. I'm just giving you the short version, so what happened to me makes a little more sense. What is mine to tell is my own run-in with what we around here, those of us who aren't native, call the Alaskan Bushmen. My name's Eli, by the way. This was, a good few years back now. It was late June, the solstice week, the longest stretch of daylight we get. I'd been asked by a little coastal village called Tulik to help track down a problem bear, Big Brown, by the tracks. It had busted into one of their storage sheds and made off with a ridiculous amount of food. Up here, that's not just annoying, that's dangerous. Food is survival, especially for the folks who stay through the winter. So I loaded up my sled, hitched the dogs, and headed out over the tundra. Even in summer, some of those stretches are nothing but wind, ice crust, and low scrub bushes pretending to be trees. The bear's tracks were clear enough at first, big prints punched into softer patches of ground. I was mushing along at an easy pace. Can't run the dogs too hard or they'll burn out quick. When I started to feel like something was off. You ever get that sense that someone's watching you, but when you look around, there's nobody there? It was like that, but heavier. Like the air itself was paying attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw what I thought was a stunted black spruce out on a little rise. Tall, thin, just a dark shape against the washed-out sky. I didn't think much of it. This is Alaska. There's always some lone, weird tree where it shouldn't be. But after a while, I realized that tree hadn't been there before. And as we moved, it seemed to shift. Not closer, not farther, just always at the edge of my vision, in a place where a tree shouldn't be. I kept glancing over, trying not to spook myself. Every time I looked straight at it, it just sat there, innocent as anything, like a regular silhouette on the horizon. Then I blinked, just a normal blink, and it was gone. Not, I lost track of it. Not, maybe I misjudged the distance. Just gone. Like someone erased it from the world. That's when the wind changed. A moment before, it had been a faint, almost warm breeze from the south, the kind that smells like wet earth and distant sea. Then, all at once, it swung around and hit me from the north, sharp and dry, like it had scraped its way across a glacier before it found me. It was a Chinook wind, but not the kind we welcome in winter. This one felt wrong. It carried this hollowness, like it was blowing out of a place that wasn't meant for people. I pulled my parka a little tighter without even thinking about it. One of the lead dogs, Runa, let out a low whine and flicked her ears back. The rest of the team got jittery, their paws dancing, but they kept moving. I looked up, and there they were. Not one shape this time, several. Tall, too tall to be any person I know. Broad shoulders, long arms that hung just a little too low. All of them standing dead still out ahead of us in the distance. Just shadows against the pale sky, like someone had cut human shapes out of the daylight. I slowed the team, brought them in a bit. The dogs didn't want to go forward. Tails low, ears flat, eyes rolling. They knew something I didn't. I squinted, trying to make out faces, or even just details, clothes, fur, anything. But there was nothing. No color, no features. Just these dark cutouts in the light. And the feeling that came over me. It wasn't like being watched. I felt that plenty out hunting. This was different. This felt like being evaluated. That's the best way I can put it. Like they were studying me, weighing me, trying to decide if I was worth anything. Food, a threat, a curiosity, who knows? Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood up, goosebumps everywhere. My body knew before my brain did. This is bad. This is very, very bad. You need to go. I didn't say a word out loud. The wind would have eaten my voice anyway. I just shifted my weight, tightened my grip on the handlebar, and gave the slightest tug on the line to turn the sled around. I swear to you, the dogs did not wait for a command. The second I thought run, they were already moving. Runa barked once, sharp and panicked, and the whole team lunged like someone had fired a starting gun. The sled jerked so hard I nearly went off the runners. I wrapped my hands around the handle like it was the only thing holding me to the world, and bent my knees as we flew. I didn't look back. For a while, it felt like we were racing through a tunnel of shadows. I could see shapes flickering at the edges of my vision, tall forms pacing us, keeping up without effort. Every time I dared a glance to the side, there'd be this suggestion of a figure, just far enough away to not be clear, just close enough to make my heart hammer. No sound but the dogs panting, the runners scraping, and the wind screaming in my ears. Then, as suddenly as it had picked up, the wind changed again. It shifted to this strange, spiraling gust that almost sounded like laughing. Not human laughter, not anything I recognized. Just this high, thin, swirling sound, like the air itself was amused that I was running. And then, nothing. The shadows at the edges of my vision vanished. The pressure on my chest eased. The world went back to being just tundra and sky and the distant shape of the village behind us. I finally dared to slow the team. The dogs came down to a trot, then a walk, tongues lolling, sides heaving. I was shaking so hard I could barely keep my boots steady on the runners. I looked back the way we'd come. No tall shapes, no bear, no tracks except our own and the ones we'd been following, which just stopped. Like something had decided that was as far as I needed to go. I didn't see the bushmen again that day. I never did see that bear either. When I made it back to Tulik, one of the elders took one look at my face and just nodded, like he already knew. He didn't ask many questions, just said, "Sometimes they let you live with a warning. Listen next time." So now, when folks ask me if I believe in the Tornit, or the Alaskan Bushman, or whatever name you want to give them, I tell them this. Up here, there are things that were walking this land before we had words for them. If you're lucky, you'll never meet them. But if you ever find yourself under a sun that refuses to set, with a wind that laughs and shadows that stand a little too still, turn your sled around. You don't want to find out what happens if they decide you are worth something. You know, every time I talk about this, my chest gets tight all over again. This happened about 12 years ago now, but it still feels like last week when I let myself really remember it. Back then, I'd been married for a couple of years, and my husband Arun and I were living in his old family home, the kind of place with creaky wooden floors and doors that don't quite close all the way. It wasn't a bad house, just old, full of history, full of shadows. One evening, his mother, Lila, suddenly got very sick. High fever, too weak to even sit up. Arun had work early the next morning, so I told him, "You stay home and rest. I'll sleep over at your mom's tonight, just in case she needs anything." His younger cousin, Mira, who was about 12 at the time, also decided to stay at her auntie's place that night. She adored Lila and didn't want to leave her alone. So, it ended up being the three of us in the same bedroom, Lila on the bed, Mira at the other edge, and me on the floor beside them. I remember saying, half joking, "You two princesses get the bed. I'll sacrifice myself to the tiles," and we laughed a little. I spread a thin mattress on the floor, laid a blanket over it, and wrapped myself up as best I could. It was raining that night, proper monsoon rain, the kind that rattles the windows and makes the whole house feel damp and colder than it actually is. The wind slipped through the cracks and made this low whistling sound, like the house was breathing. Sometime after midnight, everything went quiet. You know that deep silence when even the rain slows and all you can hear is your own pulse in your ears? It was that kind of silence. I was lying on my side, facing the bed. I could see the outline of Lila's back, Mira curled up at the edge. I was just slipping into that space between awake and asleep when something changed. At first, I couldn't tell what it was. Just this feeling, like the air around me had gotten heavier. And then I heard it. Breathing. Not mine, not theirs. It was right next to me, right above the blanket. Slow at first, then heavy, strained, almost wet sounding, if that makes sense. I could feel it against my face, this warm, uneven breath, like someone was leaning over me, inches away. My first thought was that Mira maybe got scared and climbed down to sleep next to me. I tightened my fingers under the blanket, about to lift it and say, "Hey, it's okay, I'm here." But I realized the breathing wasn't at my side. It was above me, directly above, like something was bending over my body. My heart started hammering. Suddenly, I was very, very aware of how cold the floor was under my back, how every little sound in the room stood out. I thought, no, I'm just imagining it. I'm tired. I'm worked up from the day. So I tried to calm myself down. I told myself, just turn on the lamp. Once there's light, you'll laugh at yourself. I slowly slid my hand out from the blanket, feeling for the little table where the lamp was. I knew exactly where it should be. I'd turned it off myself. My fingers were still halfway there when it happened. Something stepped on my foot. Not lightly, not like a brush or a nudge. A full, solid weight pressing down on the top of my right foot through the blanket. Heavy, deliberate. I can't describe the kind of terror that hits you when your mind cannot explain what's happening. It's like your whole body just shuts down. The breathing was still there, right above me. Slow, labored. And then I felt the blanket move. You know how it feels when a cat walks across your legs under a blanket? That slight dip, that shifting weight, step by step. That's what it felt like, except it was heavier, and it started near my feet and moved up, across my shins, my knees, my thighs. Nothing was touching my bare skin, but I could feel the weight through the blanket, dragging the fabric with it, creeping up my body. I thought, if I don't do something now, it's going to reach my chest, my face. I don't know where the courage came from. Maybe it was pure panic. With my hand still shaking, I grabbed the edge of the blanket and, in one quick motion, flung it off my body. The breathing stopped. The weight vanished. And there was nothing. No one standing there. No one crouched over me. Just the dim outline of the room, the old cupboard, the chair, the curtained window. The bedroom door was closed, the latch still in place from the inside, just as I'd left it. I jerked my head toward the bed. Lila was lying on her side, sleeping soundly, breathing slow and even. Mira was on her back now, mouth slightly open, soft little snores coming out. Neither of them had moved. My thin mattress was still where I'd laid it on the floor, but the blanket I'd thrown off, that's what made my stomach drop. It wasn't spread out beside me the way it should have been. It was crumpled near my feet, bunched up and twisted, as if someone had actually been standing on top of it a moment ago before stepping away. That was it for me. I grabbed the blanket, scrambled off the floor, and practically launched myself onto the bed between Lila and Mira. I didn't care about waking them. I didn't care how ridiculous I looked. I pulled their blanket over all three of us and just lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the dark ceiling. My heart wouldn't slow down. Every little sound, every creak, every gust of wind felt like something creeping closer. I didn't sleep for even a second. I just waited, counting the minutes in my head, begging for the sky to lighten. Eventually, a faint gray started to seep in through the curtains. You know that soft color the world turns just before sunrise? That's when I finally dared to move. I carefully eased myself off the bed, trying not to wake them, and looked down at the floor where I'd been lying. The mattress was still there. The blanket was still crumpled near my feet, just like I remembered. I told myself again, you imagined it. Nothing stepped on you. You were half asleep. It felt real, but it wasn't. And then I looked at my foot. Right on the top of my right foot, where I'd felt the weight, was a mark. Not a bruise exactly, not a clean shape. It looked wrong. Like a burn that wasn't really a burn. Angry red, faintly swollen, with this odd shape that wasn't quite a hand, wasn't quite a footprint either. Almost like long, stretched out fingers or claws that hadn't fully formed. I remember just staring at it, feeling my throat go dry. I pressed around it with my fingers. It hurt, dull, deep pain, as if something had really pushed down hard. The skin felt hot to the touch, even though the rest of me was cold. There was no way I could explain that to myself anymore. A dream doesn't leave a mark like that. An overactive imagination doesn't burn itself into your skin. For days that mark stayed on my foot. It faded slowly, like a bruise, but the outline, the weird, finger-like shape, lingered longer than it should have. Every time I glanced at it, that night came rushing back. The breathing, the weight, the way the blanket crawled up my body. Even now, after all these years, when I really sit with the memory, I can hear it. That slow, heavy breathing right in front of my face. I can feel that pressure on my foot. I remember lying there on the floor, knowing that something was in the room with us. You can call it a trick of the mind if you want. Maybe that makes it easier to sleep at night. But I was awake. I remember the sound of the rain, the chill in my fingers, the exact position of every piece of furniture in that room. I was fully there, and whatever pressed down on my foot left something behind, both on my skin and in my head. What haunts me the most isn't the breathing, or even the strange print. It's the feeling I had in that moment on the floor, that absolute certainty that whatever was standing there was not human. So, this is one of those stories I usually only tell late at night, when people are already a little spooked. But you asked, so here we go. I still drive past the house sometimes. Haven't been inside since, the early 2000s? My friend's family sold it and moved away ages ago. My friend, let's call him Marco, grew up there. It was a kind of patched-together family, a bunch of half-siblings, all raised by their biker mom, Rita. Leather jacket, bandana, big laugh, soft heart. They were all genuinely good people. The house itself was this old white farmhouse, 2 stories, with a wraparound porch on the front and one side, and a faded red metal roof that popped in the sun. Weird things happened there. A lot of them. They didn't feel evil, exactly. Just off. Strange. Like the house was always paying attention. One of the first things that stuck with me happened when they were redoing the rooms near the garage. They were stripping old wallpaper, like really old, yellowed stuff that looked like it had seen several generations, and under one of the layers, above a couple of door frames, they found this writing. I remember asking Marco, "Hey, what's that?" It looked like some kind of faded script, not English, not anything I recognized. When I asked again later, he told me, very casually, "Yeah, we had a priest come by. Whatever was there rubbed off while they were cleaning, so he came and wrote something new over it and blessed the place." He said it like he was talking about replacing a light bulb. The younger siblings used to complain about stuff getting thrown around the house. I figured they were just messing with each other. Then one afternoon, we were all in the living room when we heard this loud clack, clack, clack in the kitchen, like something hitting the wall. We went in and found 2 plastic pill bottles lying all the way against the far wall, maybe 15 feet from where they were supposed to be. They normally sat in this little wooden organizer by the fridge, way too far for them to have just tipped over. No one had been in there. No windows open. Nothing. We just kind of stared at them, looked at each other, and did that nervous laugh you do when you don't want to admit something's weird. Another time, when Marco's mom was out, we were in the den playing music, loud enough that she would have yelled at us if she'd been home. He had these big old speakers, the kind from the 80s that look like furniture. On top of one of them, there was this big glass jug full of seashells his mom collected from trips down to the coast. We paused the music to go grab snacks. While we were in the kitchen, we heard this sharp, unmistakable crash. Not like something just fell, it sounded like it exploded. We ran back in, and the jug of shells was shattered dead center in the middle of the floor, glass and shells spread out in a circle. Here's the thing. The spot on the floor where it smashed was a good 10 feet away from the speaker it had been sitting on. We looked at each other like, okay, no way that just vibrated off. We decided to test it because we were geniuses. We put a pillow under the other speaker, put a second container of shells up there, and cranked the music as loud as we could. Bass shaking the floor, windows rattling. Nothing. We even tried physically shoving the speaker, and we realized you'd have to hit it pretty hard to launch something that far. It wasn't just a little wobble. Eventually, we swept it all up, tossed the broken glass, and pretended we were totally fine with whatever just happened. We've been riding our bikes in the yard, doing lazy circles in the grass. At one point, Marco said he needed to run inside to use the bathroom. He went in through the side door, and I stayed out front, just coasting near the porch. Maybe 30 seconds after he disappeared inside, I glanced up at the second floor, at his bedroom window. His room had these thin, sheer curtains that let the light through, and I see a figure in the window. Just a shape, tall enough to be a person, standing there, like it was looking out through the curtains. Then, in this quick, deliberate movement, it darted sideways, out of view. Not like a shadow drifting, like someone stepping sharply away from the window. A few seconds later, Marco comes back out from the other side of the house, from the back door. I said, "Dude, what were you doing upstairs?" He frowned and shook his head. "I wasn't upstairs. I just went to the bathroom downstairs." We both kind of froze. We went back inside, went straight up to his room, and checked everywhere. Under the bed, in the closet, behind the door. Nothing. The windows were locked from the inside, but in the corner, behind his dresser, we found a tiny pile of seashells. Just a little cluster of them, like somebody had placed them there deliberately. He didn't even know they were there. The one that really stuck with me, though, the one that still makes my chest tighten a bit when I talk about it, happened one night when I slept over. They put me in the guest room at the end of the hall. Marco was in his bedroom, just down from me. The house got very quiet at night. No traffic nearby, just crickets and the old wood settling. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Slow, steady steps on the old floorboards. Creak, creak, creak. I figured it was Marco going to the bathroom or grabbing a snack. I didn't even open my eyes at first. The steps stopped right outside my door. Then I heard whispering. 2 voices, low and hushed. I couldn't make out words, just the tones. A boy and a girl, sounding like they were right on the other side of the door. The doorknob turned and the door eased open. I tried to sit up, but I couldn't move, couldn't speak. It was like my body just refused to respond. 2 figures walked in. They looked like kids, maybe 10 or 12 years old. A boy and a girl. They weren't solid. There was this hazy, greenish glow around them, like mist lit from inside. Their faces were soft and blurry, but you could still tell they were looking at each other, then at me. They stood near the foot of the bed, whispering to each other in that same low, hurried way, like siblings trying not to wake their parents. Every instinct in me was screaming to yell, to move, to do something, but I was just pinned there. Then, as calmly as they came in, they turned and walked back toward the doorway. I don't remember the door closing. I don't remember drifting off. There's just this blank space after they left. Morning came like nothing had happened. Sunlight through the curtains, birds outside. My door was closed. I went straight to Marco's room. I said, "Did you get up last night?" I heard walking and talking in the hallway. He sat up and rubbed his eyes and said, "Yeah, I heard that too, but it wasn't me. My door handle's busted, remember? If I shut it all the way, I need a butter knife for on the inside." Which was true. I'd seen him do it. If that door clicked shut, he was basically locked in without something flat to jimmy the latch. I told him what I'd seen. The 2 figures, the greenish haze, the whispering. He went quiet for a minute and then said, "I've heard talking and footsteps in the attic before, like kids. Thought I was imagining it." There were a bunch of other little things over the years, objects not where we left them, doors that we were sure we'd closed standing wide open, cold spots in the hall on hot summer nights. Nothing ever tried to hurt us. It was more like whatever was there wanted to be noticed, or remembered. Now, when I drive past that old farmhouse, someone else's car is in the driveway. Someone else's curtains are in the windows. The porch is repainted. The roof looks newer, but every time I look at that upstairs window, the one that used to be Marco's room, I still half expect to see that shape behind the sheer curtains. And if I'm being really honest with you, a small part of me wonders if those kids, with their whispering and their little piles of seashells, are still wandering that hallway at night, checking on whoever sleeps in the guest room now. So, let me tell you about this house. My grandmother, everyone in the family calls her Nana Ruth, bought a little place with her husband back in the early 1960s. It's a modest 4-bedroom, 1.5-bath home in a quiet, working-class neighborhood. Small town, everybody knows everybody, not a lot of crime, nothing dramatic on the surface. My dad and his brothers grew up there, and I spent a huge chunk of my childhood running around that house. On paper, it should have been the kind of place you feel safe in forever. But there's a shadow on that house. See, Nana's husband, his name was Victor, was an alcoholic and a very cruel man. I have never been able to call him Grandpa. He doesn't deserve that word. He was abusive to my grandmother and to the kids until the day he died. And he died in that house when I was about 6 years old. From the outside, the place is just normal. A plain little house with faded siding, overgrown shrubs, a broken step on the porch. But inside, it has this heaviness to it. Even as an adult, I always tried to avoid the bedrooms and especially the hallway that leads to them. There's this long, narrow hallway, no windows, just dim light from an old ceiling fixture. Every time I walk down it, I get this overwhelming feeling that someone is right behind me, staring at my back. I am always afraid to turn around. It's like the air thickens halfway down, and something in me just wants to bolt. My last really intense experience there, before I had kids, happened when I was around 15 or 16. I had stayed over at Nana's after a Friday night football game because her house was closer to the school. It was late, I was tired, and it just made sense to crash there instead of making the drive back home. Nana has always been an early riser, the kind who's up before sunrise, shuffling around making coffee and humming to herself. So when I woke up, her bed was already empty. She was somewhere in the house, probably in the kitchen or living room. I got up, grabbed my clothes, and took a shower. I remember thinking I'd get ready, go meet my friends for a bit, then head home. At the very end of that creepy hallway, there's this big old mirror mounted on the wall. It's the best place in the house to put on makeup, so I stood there, in that hallway I hate, doing my hair and eyeliner. I tried to ignore the feeling that I was being watched, because honestly, I'd felt that way in that spot my whole life. I was almost finished when I heard something from the guest room I'd slept in. A scraping sound, like heavy furniture shifting. It sounded exactly like the bed being dragged an inch or two across the floor. The hair on the back of my neck stood up immediately, and deep down, I felt this horrible certainty. I know what this is. Don't look. Just don't look. But of course, I'm stubborn. I shook my head and told myself I was being silly. Old houses make noises, right? Pipes, wood, whatever. Then I heard it again. This time it wasn't just a scrape. It sounded like someone jumping onto the bed. I heard the metal frame on wheels clatter and roll a little, the creak of the box spring, the definite weight of something landing. I froze. Everything in me screamed, "Don't open that door. Don't you dare." But the logical part of my brain was like, "You're being dramatic. Just prove to yourself it's nothing." So I opened the guest room door. The room was still. The bed wasn't moving. There was no one there. No one standing, no one crouching, nothing visible at all. Just quiet. I swear to you, it looked like footprints on the bed. Not perfectly clear, but enough that you could tell where something had pressed down and then lifted off, leaving these lighter spots in the fabric, like the shape of feet had been there a moment before. That was it for me. I packed my things, said a quick goodbye to Nana, and I didn't spend another night there alone again. Daytime visits, sure. Sleepovers by myself? Absolutely not. Fast forward to now. Recently, I've been house-sitting for Nana because she has dementia and can't live there alone anymore. She's in a care facility a couple of towns over, and I've been keeping an eye on the place, checking the mail, making sure the house doesn't just sit completely empty. Sometimes I stay there with my kids. I've got two of them, my son, who's 16, and my daughter, who's 11. They've always known there's weird energy in Nana's house, but I've tried not to load them down with the heavy details. So today, I say today, and I can still feel that sick feeling in my stomach. I was at Nana's house with the kids in the morning, and then I left for work. My shift was from 9 to 1, nothing special. The kids wanted to sleep in, hang out on their phones, just a lazy day. Around late morning, my phone rang. It was my son. He was frantic. He told me, "Mom, there's banging in the kitchen." At first, I thought maybe something fell, or they were just playing around. But he kept talking, and his voice was shaking. He said he'd gone to check the kitchen because he heard cabinets slamming. When he got there, several cabinet doors were wide open. He thought maybe he or his sister had left them open earlier and just forgot, so he closed everything and went back to the den where they were watching TV. Then, a few minutes later, it started again. This time he described it as loud, cabinets banging open and shut repeatedly. He went back into the kitchen and now drawers were pulled open too. Cabinets, drawers, all open. He said at first his brain just kind of stalled. He couldn't make sense of it. He thought, maybe there's a draft? Maybe the house is settling? But then he realized, drawers don't just slide themselves open. While he's telling me this, I can hear the noise through the phone. Dull thuds, sharp bangs, like someone angrily slamming doors. He got off the call because he wanted to record what was happening. Because, of course, that's what kids do these days, right? Document everything. And that's when things moved from the kitchen toward the back of the house, down the hallway. He told me later that he watched the bedroom doors slam shut one after another. And at the very end of the hallway, there's this pantry-style closet with little cabinet doors on top. Those started banging open and closed on their own. The same hallway where I have always felt like something is behind me. My son called me again, full-on panic in his voice. I could hear my daughter in the background, asking what was happening, starting to cry. I took a breath and tried to stay calm for them, even though my own heart was racing. I told him, "Listen to me. Stay with your sister. Don't talk to it. Don't yell at it. Don't try to record anything else. Just stay together, stay in the den, and keep the TV on. I'm coming." I also called my dad, the kids' grandpa, and asked him to get over there right away, just to be with them until I could leave work and drive back. I felt horrible. I was the one who decided it was okay to stay in that house. I was the one who brushed my own experiences aside and told myself everything was fine. They're not kids who scare easily. They're used to me telling them ghost stories and laughing about creepy movies. That day, they weren't laughing. It keeps sticking in my mind that Nana isn't living there anymore. She's in a facility, confused most days, not sure what year it is. And this house that held her and her pain and all those years with Victor, it's just sitting. Empty of her, but not empty. I don't know if this is happening because she's gone and something in the house doesn't like that, or if it's because I tried to convince myself it was all in my imagination, and now it's reminding me it's not. What I do know is that I feel guilty. Guilty that my kids had to experience what I've always felt but never fully told them about. Guilty that I dismissed my own fear for so long. People always ask, was it real? And all I can say is, it was real enough that we don't stay there overnight anymore. Whatever is in that house, it hasn't let go. And after what happened to my kids, I'm finally listening. So, this happened on Halloween night, back in 2018. And honestly, it's still sitting with me like it just happened last week. At the time, my girlfriend, her name was Lena, and I were renting this 2-story apartment. Nothing fancy, creaky stairs, thin walls, that kind of place. Downstairs was where I spent most of my time. I had my computer set up down there, my little gaming cave. Upstairs, we had a small bathroom, our bedroom, and then this extra room. Lena had turned that extra room into her space, closet room, makeup table, a little fold-out futon for when friends stayed over. It always smelled like her perfume and hairspray up there. We weren't technically allowed to smoke in the apartment, but I was a pothead and not very creative about it. So my solution was always the same. Go up to that extra room, crack the window, and smoke there. I'd been smoking for over a decade at that point. Like, I had a high tolerance. Weed didn't make me see things or trip out. If anything, it just made me feel normal, calm. Lena worked nights at a restaurant, so most evenings I'd be home alone until around 10 p.m. or so. On this particular Halloween night, I'd finished my shift a little early. I got home, did my usual routine, grabbed my stuff, went upstairs to that extra room to smoke and hang out with my dog for a bit before heading down to the computer. It was around 6:30 or 7 p.m. It was already dark outside, the kind of early darkness you get in late October. I cracked the window, lit up a joint, and sat down on the futon. My dog, Max, he's a medium-sized mutt with way too much personality, hopped up next to me. I started scrolling through my phone, just zoning out on Instagram, taking lazy hits off the joint. I must have smoked about half of it when I suddenly realized something. Max had been barking. Not just one bark, like continuous barking. And I'd kind of tuned it out at first. You know how you can just disappear into your phone? But then it clicked. He'd been going off for a good 20 seconds, non-stop. That's not like him. So I pull my attention away from my phone and look straight ahead. Right in front of me is this old 3-drawer dresser that Lena used for some of her clothes. It had these 6 little metal drop handles, 3 on each side. For a second, my brain didn't really register what I was seeing. The top right handle was flapping, like actually lifting up and dropping down. Up, down, up, down, over and over. And nothing else was moving, just that one handle. At first, I was in total autopilot. I stood up, kind of annoyed, like, what is this thing doing? I walked over and grabbed the handle to stop it from moving. And the second my fingers touched it, my whole body went ice cold. I don't mean, oh, I felt a chill. I mean, it was like someone opened a walk-in freezer and shoved me inside. My chest tightened. The hairs on my arms stood up. In that exact moment, everything just clicked in my head. I let go of the handle. And the moment I let go, it started moving again. Up, down, up, down. A steady, weirdly rhythmic motion. Not fast, not frantic. Almost like someone on the other side was gently flicking it over and over. That's when my brain went from curious to pure survival mode. I bolted. I practically flew out of that room, down the stairs, heart pounding, adrenaline pumping so hard my hands were shaking. And then when I hit the bottom of the stairs, this horrible realization smacked me. Max is still upstairs. My dog was still up there, in that room, barking his head off at the dresser. So I swallowed whatever courage I had left and went back up. When I reached the top of the stairs and looked into the room, My stomach dropped. The handle was still moving. Same one, top right, just calmly, steadily flicking up and down like an invisible hand was playing with it. I rushed into the room, grabbed Max, he was still barking at it, growling a bit, and I ran back down the stairs with him, straight into the living room. We just sat there together, both of us wired and freaked out. First thing I did was call my friend Aaron. I didn't want to be alone, even if it was just over the phone. I told him everything, step by step, while I was still shaking. Just hearing another human voice helped a little, but I was still terrified. I think we stayed on the phone for a couple of hours until Lena got home from work. When she walked in, I unloaded the whole story on her. I could tell she was trying to stay calm, but she was freaked out too. From that night on, I hated going into that extra room. I still had to go in there to smoke, but I'd do it as fast as possible. Quick joint, eyes half on the dresser the whole time, and then I'd rush right back downstairs. I always kept the door to that room shut after that, because I didn't even want to see inside when I walked past. Our bedroom was right next to it, so at night, every time I went to the bathroom or downstairs for water, I had to walk past that door. I can't tell you how many times I speed walked that hallway like a little kid in a dark basement. A few days later, I ran into our neighbor, Marisol, who had lived in that apartment for over 10 years before we moved in. I tried to play it casual and asked her, kind of jokingly, if anything weird ever happened when she lived there. She got this look on her face. Not dramatic, just thoughtful. And then she said, "Well, actually, yeah." She told me that in the early 2000s, a young woman had overdosed in one of the upstairs rooms. She pointed upstairs, right in the area where our extra room was. Then she told me that her sister had been really sick at one point and moved in with her, staying downstairs, and that she'd passed away there, in the living room. I just stood there, nodding, trying to keep my face neutral while my brain was screaming, Of course this place has history like that." After that, little things kept happening. Not all the time, but enough that I couldn't just ignore it. One morning, for example, I had a half-full coffee mug sitting on the kitchen table. No one bumped it, the table was steady, and it slid. Just a good foot or so, right across the table. Slow, smooth, no spill. I stared at it for probably a full minute, waiting for my brain to come up with some kind of explanation. Vibration? Slanted table? Someone messing with me? Nothing made sense. But that dresser handle, that's the one that really stuck with me. I've gone over it in my head hundreds of times, trying to explain it away. Maybe the window draft did it, but the air was still that night. And even if there had been a breeze, why only that one handle? Why didn't any of the other 5 move at all? Why did Max notice it before I did? Why did I go ice cold the second I touched it? I've tried to be logical about it, I really have. But nothing fits. Nothing feels like a real explanation. Lena was so freaked out that she ordered sage and decided we were going to cleanse the place. So there we were, 2 scared people who had watched way too many paranormal shows, walking around the apartment with sage, putting salt on all the windowsills. We opened the windows and, out loud, told whatever was there that it had to leave, that this was our home now, that it wasn't welcome anymore. I keep thinking about that night though, about the handle, about Max barking before I even noticed, about that unnatural cold that went straight to my bones. I was always kind of a believer in the paranormal, open-minded about it, you know? But that night, welcome my friends to the Paranormal M channel. Having trouble sleeping again? Let me help you out. This is my favorite thing to do, sharing paranormal experiences from all around the world. It's honestly so fascinating. So don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the latest videos on this channel. And feel free to send us your own paranormal experiences too. Now, get in bed, pull up your blanket, and let's dive into tonight's stories. Okay, so let me just take a breath and walk you through this because even thinking about it still gives me chills. It was me, my best friend Maya, and our two guy friends, Lucas and Ben. The four of us decided it would be fun to go to this old cemetery on the edge of our town. You know the one place everybody swears is haunted? Yeah, that one. Ask anyone who's been there after dark and they'll tell you not to mess with it. So of course, we went at night. The cemetery itself is weirdly easy to get into. There's this big iron gate at the front that they lock once it gets dark, but along one side there's a long stretch of wooded ditch. You climb down, cross through some trees, and scramble back up the other side, and boom, you're in. It feels like the place wants people to slip in, honestly. And I'll be honest with you, we were absolutely looking to freak ourselves out. We weren't exactly innocent bystanders here. We wanted creepy, and we got creepy. We make it inside, and the moon is bright enough that the whole place has this silver glow. Not daylight, but just enough light to see the outlines of the graves and the mausoleums. Right at the entrance, there are these flat grave markers in the ground, and all of us are tiptoeing, being super careful not to step on them. We were scared, yeah, but we also really did not want to be disrespectful. That part was important to us. Our plan, because we were geniuses, was to walk up this long set of stone steps that leads to a big white mausoleum near the back of the cemetery. Locals say a little girl is buried there, and there's this awful story that her parents did something terrible just so they could have this huge memorial built for her. I don't even know how much of that is true, but just knowing that rumor made the whole place feel heavier. So we're standing on this path near the edge of the graveyard, kind of huddled together, and we're debating whether we actually want to go up to that mausoleum. It just felt wrong, like we'd be crossing some line we shouldn't. While everyone else is talking, I turn my head to look at one of the other mausoleums out on the main lawn, probably about 100 feet away. And that's when I see it. There's this vertical shape standing right beside the mausoleum. I couldn't see a face or clothes or anything like that, but it was about the height and width of a person. The weirdest part was the way it looked, like a sheer, hazy mix of white and gray, slowly pulsing in and out. It would be there, then fade, and then come back. Almost like someone was turning a dimmer switch on a person-shaped light. I just stared at it. You know when you're trying really, really hard to prove to yourself that your eyes are playing tricks on you? I did that. I blinked, I looked away, I looked back. It was still there. Finally, I nudged Maya and was like, "Do you see that?" And she did. Then Lucas and Ben looked, and they saw it too. And then, I swear, I noticed a second one. Another hazy shape near a different grave structure a little farther away. Same kind of flickering in and out, same humanish size, but still not quite solid. Not quite here. That was the moment where all of us kind of silently agreed. We were not welcome. We'd been there maybe 5 minutes. That's it. And already it felt like the place was pushing us back out. None of us wanted to find out what might happen if we ignored that feeling. I'm walking with Maya, and I've got both my hands wrapped around her right arm because we're both freaking out. Lucas is a little behind us, and Ben is kind of off to the side. We're all moving fast, but trying not to run like total idiots through a cemetery in the dark. All of a sudden, Maya freezes and just yelps, "Who grabbed my left arm?" I'm holding her right arm. My hands are right there. I know it's not me. I turn, and both of the guys are too far away to have touched her. Before we can even process it, she flinches again and says it happened a second time. Same spot, same strong grip. She said it felt like a very firm hand wrapping around her arm and squeezing. There was just no way it was any of us. At that point, we're done. Like, absolutely done. We head back toward the ditch we used to sneak in. We scramble down into the trees and we're crouched near the bottom, close to the road. We're trying to time when to cross so no cars see 4 kids sprinting out of a cemetery in the middle of the night. We're catching our breath when we hear this huge whooshing sound behind us, up in the dark trees. The only way I can describe it is, imagine someone taking both arms and sweeping them through a massive pile of dry leaves all at once, but amplified. Like the whole forest floor was being shoved aside. It wasn't just a breeze. It was loud, violent. None of us even looked back. The second the road was clear, we bolted across and ran straight back to the car. That was it for that night. No more brave ghost hunting. Just 4 very quiet, very shaken people on the drive home. I wish I could say it ended there. The next night, Maya and I are at my place, getting ready and waiting for the guys to come over. We're in my room, music playing quietly, just doing normal stuff. My dog, Jasper, is asleep at the foot of my bed. Out of nowhere, clear as day, we both hear this voice. It's right behind us, right at the doorway, and it just says, in this playful, almost sing-song tone, "Hey." Not a shout, not a whisper, just a casual, friendly, "Hey," like someone walked into the room. My dog's head snaps up. He turns and looks directly at the doorway where the sound came from. The hair on the back of his neck stands up. Now, you need to know this about me. I'm hard of hearing. A lot of sounds, especially soft voices or higher pitches, I just don't catch. So the fact that I heard that voice clearly, with detail and tone, that's not normal for me. That's what made my stomach drop. Maya and I just look at each other for half a second, and then we both start screaming. Full-on horror movie screaming. We call the guys like, "You need to get over here now, we are not okay." Because seriously, what are 2 girls supposed to do against something you can't even see? When Lucas and Ben get there, we make sure every door is locked, every window is shut. We all end up sitting in the living room near the front door, like somehow being closer to the exit will help if a ghost decides to show up. And then, we start praying. We're talking out loud to whatever might be in the house with us, telling it we're sorry, saying we meant no harm at the cemetery, that we didn't want to disrespect anyone. I grew up Christian, so I'm praying the way I know how, asking God to protect us and telling anything not from Him that it needs to leave. It calms down for the moment, but the next night, when I'm alone, things get worse. I know no one is home. I checked. I'm literally the only person in the house. I just sit there, frozen, listening to all this movement above my head and feeling my heart pounding in my throat. The air feels thick, like it does in the cemetery. It's the same kind of, you shouldn't be here feeling, except this time I am supposed to be here. This is my home. After a while, the noises fade. I eventually go upstairs, lights blazing in every room, and there's nothing out of place, nothing knocked over, no sign that anything ever happened. And that's basically it. That's the whole string of weirdness. We didn't see anything else, but the feeling stuck around for days. The sense that we'd brought something back with us, that we'd opened a door we didn't really understand. I'm still Christian. I still believe there are spiritual things we can't see, and I still think some of them followed us home that night. Maya and I have talked about going back to the cemetery during the day sometime soon, not to explore, not to provoke anything, but to bring flowers, to say a real apology, to pray over the place and over ourselves, to try, in our own clumsy way, to show respect. I don't know if we picked up bad energy, or if there are just spirits there that really don't want to be messed with. I just know that for a couple of nights, it felt like the cemetery wasn't done with us, even after we left. So, this happened really early this morning, and I still feel a little weird talking about it. I woke up around 3 in the morning, maybe a little after, like 3:10 or so. I live in this old apartment building, the kind with creaky floors and really thin walls, and my neighbors were being loud. Doors closing, muffled voices, someone dragging furniture for some reason. It took a while for things to calm down, but eventually the noise faded and the building got quiet again. I rolled over, trying to get comfortable, and I slipped into that in-between place where you're not quite awake, but not fully asleep either. You know that floaty feeling? Your thoughts start turning into dreams, but there's still this little part of you that knows, I'm not asleep yet. That's where I was. I was kind of half dreaming that I was on my phone, scrolling around and trying to find this video I wanted to watch. I could feel the weight of the phone in my hand, but at the same time I knew I was lying in bed, in my room, and that none of it was actually happening. It's something that happens to me sometimes. I'll start dreaming before I'm fully asleep, but I'm still aware that it's a dream. And then, out of absolutely nowhere, I felt hands on my face. 2 hands came in from behind my head and settled on my cheeks. They started moving slowly, rubbing up and down along my face. I could feel everything, every curve of the fingers, the palms sliding over my skin, the way my cheeks kind of squished and moved with the pressure. The hands felt cold and a little rough, like they belonged to someone who worked with them a lot. The fingers felt thick and solid, not delicate at all. They weren't squeezing or hurting me. It was actually a really gentle touch, but it was so clear and detailed that it instantly snapped me out of that dreamy, scrolling scene. My first thought, honestly, was that it was my partner, Daniel. He has a key to my place, and sometimes he'll come over super early if he can't sleep. So for a second, I just assumed he'd let himself in and was messing with me, like trying to freak me out in my sleep. The weird part is that in the moment, I didn't panic. I was confused, but I wasn't instantly terrified. I remember thinking, okay, it's probably just him. Who else would it be? The hands even kind of felt like his, big and a little rough. So I tried to reach up and feel who it was. I brought my own hand up toward my cheek, trying to touch their hand, to feel an arm or a sleeve or something that would tell me, yeah, it's definitely Daniel. But when I tried to move, I couldn't. My body just wouldn't respond. I could move a tiny bit, just enough to feel my own fingers brushing one side of my face, but that was it. It was like I was stuck inside my own body. I tried to turn my head to look, to see who was behind me, but my neck wouldn't move. Everything felt heavy and pinned in place. I managed to get my eyes open just a sliver. The room was almost completely dark, just a little bit of light coming in from the street through the curtains. I could see vague shapes, shadows in the corners, but no clear outline of a person. No silhouette leaning over me. Nothing that made sense with the feeling of those hands on my face. And that was the moment it really hit me. Daniel wasn't there. He hadn't texted me that he was coming over. I hadn't heard my door, and there was no shape, no body, nothing I could see that matched what I was feeling. There was no one in the room. That's when the fear hit. Not a screaming, dramatic fear, but that cold, shaky feeling that creeps over you when you know something was off. I just lay there for a while, staring into the dark, trying to process what happened. The strange thing is, in the moment when it was actually happening, I wasn't scared. I didn't feel like I was being attacked. My breathing wasn't weird. My heart wasn't pounding. I was weirdly calm. The touch was gentle, almost careful. It's only afterward, once my brain started trying to make sense of it, that I got freaked out. Because it felt so real. Too real. And this isn't the first time something like this has happened to me. A few years ago, when my mom was renting this little house in a different town, I had 2 really intense experiences there. That house always felt heavy to me, like the air was thick, especially at night. The first time, I woke up to this crushing pressure on my chest. It felt like something was pushing me straight down into the mattress, like I'd suddenly become twice as heavy. I couldn't move, and I couldn't get a full breath in. I didn't see anything, didn't feel hands or a body, just that weight, like an invisible boulder pinning me down. That one scared me a lot. The second time in that same house, I was dreaming that something, some kind of presence, I guess, was trying to pull me out of bed by my left arm and leg. In the dream, I could feel it grabbing me, tugging, trying to drag me off the mattress. And when I jolted awake, my arm and leg were actually stretched out off the side of the bed, like I'd already been halfway pulled over. That scared me even more, because it wasn't just in my head anymore. My body had literally moved into the position from the dream. Those two experiences were really intense and really frightening. I remember waking up shaking, heart racing, and not wanting to go back to sleep afterward. There's another story too, but this one I don't remember myself. I was too little. My mom has told it to me more than once though, and it always gives me chills. When I was a baby, we lived in this really old house. My dad would be at work during the day, so it would just be me and my mom at home. She'd put me down for a nap upstairs with the baby monitor on, and then go back down to the kitchen or living room. Every so often, she said she would hear a woman's voice coming through the monitor. Not talking, but singing. Softly, like a lullaby. Like someone was leaning over my crib and singing to me. My mom said that whenever this happened, instead of calming down like you'd expect a baby to do when someone's singing, I would start screaming. Full-on, terrified crying. It happened enough times that she still remembers it really clearly. She was convinced there was no TV on, no radio, no neighbor that close. Just her, me, and this voice. So I'm aware that a lot of what I've described, waking up unable to move, feeling pressure, seeing shadows, that kind of thing, lines up with classic sleep paralysis. I've read about it, I know what people say, but for me, it doesn't happen very often, and it's interesting that the few times it has happened were only in certain places. That rented house, this old apartment. I also can't help thinking about that baby monitor story, about someone singing to me when I was too young to understand what was going on. Between that, the pressure on my chest, the feeling of being pulled, and now these cold hands on my cheeks while I'm half awake, it makes me wonder if I'm just more sensitive to something. Whether that something is just my brain doing strange things during sleep, or energies we don't fully understand, I honestly don't know. What I do know is that what happened this morning felt incredibly real. The texture of the skin, the temperature of the hands, the way my cheeks moved with their touch. That level of detail is what shook me the most. And the fact that I wasn't fully asleep yet when it started, that I was aware of my room, my body, my thoughts. It all makes it harder for me to just shrug it off. I'm not saying I have all the answers, I don't. Part of me leans toward the explanation of sleep paralysis because it fits in a lot of ways. Another part of me, the part that believes there are things we can't always see or measure, wonders if there's more to it. Either way, it left me lying there in the dark, staring at the ceiling of this old apartment, feeling that mix of curiosity and fear that keeps you awake long after the experience is over. Just replaying those cold, careful hands on my face and asking myself, what was that? So, let me tell you something I still get chills thinking about. A few years ago, my younger sister, Maya, and I decided we were going to play with a Ouija board. We didn't actually own one, so we made our own. We cut a piece of cardboard, painted the letters and numbers, and left it upstairs on the old heater to dry. We didn't think much of it. We just went downstairs to eat, scroll on our phones, and chat. Maya had tried a Ouija board once before with her friends and said it never worked, so she was pretty skeptical. I wasn't really a believer either. I was just curious. The thing is, we've always been a bit sensitive, I guess. In the house we lived in before, weird things happened all the time. Objects moved, doors creaked open on their own. We'd gotten so used to it that we stopped freaking out and just kind of lived with it. Anyway, after a while we went back upstairs to see if the board was dry. That's when things started to feel wrong. The cardboard board was no longer on the heater. It was now lying perfectly in the middle of the rug. Straight, centered, as if someone had carefully placed it there and stepped back to wait. We just stood there looking at it. At first, we tried to rationalize it. We told ourselves, okay, maybe it just slid off the heater and landed there somehow. It didn't really make sense, but we forced ourselves to accept it because the alternative felt worse. We didn't even have a planchette, so we grabbed this little glass candle holder and decided that would do. We sat facing each other, put our fingertips lightly on the glass, and started joking around. We were laughing, asking stupid questions, and not expecting anything to happen. Then the glass started to move. At first, it was barely anything, just these tiny, shaky movements. I honestly thought Maya was pushing it, and she thought I was. I don't even remember exactly what we asked in the beginning, but the longer we kept our fingers on it, the smoother and faster it moved. Soon, it was flying from letter to letter so quickly that our fingers slipped off and the glass tipped over onto its side. Instead of being scared, we were excited. That's the messed up part. We started asking about our friends, our boyfriends, all sorts of silly questions. At one point we asked, "What's your name?" And it spelled out Potato. We burst out laughing. We were like, seriously? Potato? It felt ridiculous, so we kept going. We asked where it was in the room, and it started spelling things like Behinddyu. Then we asked, "Who are you here for?" It spelled my name. That was the first moment my stomach dropped. I felt this weird, heavy feeling in my chest. But we didn't stop. We kept playing. Over the next few days, it was like we got hooked. We'd come home from school and sometimes find the little glass candle holder sitting in the middle of the table, like it was waiting for us. No one else in the house used it. No one else even knew we were doing this. And every time we saw it sitting there, we'd look at each other, and without even saying anything, we'd sit down and start again. After a while, the tone of the messages shifted. The board kept spelling my name, over and over. It started saying it loved me. It said it wanted me, that it was waiting for me. Then, one night, it spelled out that it wanted me to die. One evening, we asked what it thought about my boyfriend at the time, Liam. The board spelled out that it hated him. That same day, Liam got into a car accident. It wasn't life-threatening, thank God, just a minor collision. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't random. I tried not to connect it, but it sat in the back of my mind like a stone. Later that night, he borrowed his mom's car to come see me. He lived about an hour and a half away. On the drive over, the car broke down on this quiet road that cuts through a wooded area. It was around 3 a.m, no streetlights, no other cars. His phone battery was low. He told me later he'd never felt so watched and alone in his life. It started to feel like the board's hatred wasn't just a message. It felt active, personal. Then my stuff started disappearing. Little things at first. Hair ties, earrings, notes, my favorite pen. I thought I was just being forgetful. But it kept happening. So of course, we asked the board about it. It told us exactly where things were. Not in normal places either. It would spell out things like Bluecloset. This tiny storage room we never used that had one blue wall and a mirror leaning against it. Or Understairsbox. Places we never put anything important. And when we went to check, my stuff was really there. After that, we stopped thinking we were imagining things. Then the knocking started. Every night, for several nights in a row, we'd hear 3 knocks at the front door. Always 3. Always the same pattern. When we opened the door, no one was there. It didn't matter what time it was, it just kept happening. Around that time, my mood crashed. I didn't have a reason, really. Nothing huge had happened besides all this weirdness, but I sank into this heavy depression. I felt empty, hopeless, and for the first time in my life, I started having suicidal thoughts out of nowhere. They didn't feel like me. It felt like something was pushing, whispering, nudging. That's when we finally admitted to ourselves that this wasn't harmless anymore. We decided to see a psychic that a family friend recommended. We went in, sat down, and before we even fully explained, she looked at us and said something like, "You've opened a door you don't know how to close." She told us to burn the board and then bury the ashes. She was very firm about it. Get rid of it. Don't call it back. Don't remake it. So we went home, went into the backyard, and burned the cardboard board until there was nothing left but ash. Then we buried it. You would think that was the end. But that same day, before the sun even set, we drew up another board on a sheet of paper. Messy letters, quick little circles, nothing fancy. We used a coin as the planchette. We were that addicted. Looking back, it honestly feels like we were under some sort of influence. Like we weren't thinking straight. Even when we were scared, even when it said it wanted me to die, we kept going back. It took us about 6 months to finally stop. 6 months of strange noises, missing objects, dark thoughts, and that constant feeling of being watched. We had to cleanse the house, say prayers, throw things away. We opened windows, burned sage, anything we could think of to push whatever it was out. During that time, my relationship with Liam fell apart. I broke up with him. Everything in my life felt tangled and heavy. When it was finally over, when the knocks stopped, when the board stopped calling to us, when the house felt lighter, I made myself a promise. I know if you're listening to this, part of you might be thinking, okay, that's exaggerated. Or, there must be a logical explanation. And honestly, if someone else were telling me this, I might question it too. But I was there. I watched that board move. I found my things exactly where it said. I felt my mind darken for no reason. I saw how it slowly took over our evenings, our thoughts, our decisions. So when I say I'll never touch a Ouija board again, I truly mean never. Alright, I'm just gonna say it straight out. I think I'm lucky. But not like win the lottery and move to a private island lucky. It's this really weird, super specific kind of luck that only shows up when things are bad and I genuinely have no other options. And honestly, I don't even know if luck is the right word. Sometimes it feels like something else, wearing a luck costume. My wife, Mia, she's the one who really noticed it. I think it's been happening my whole life, but she started pointing it out a few years back. Out of the thousands of little things, I'll just start with the moment she went from, huh, that's weird, to, okay, this is freaking me out. So this was about 5 years ago, right before Christmas. We had this roommate, Jenna, who just bailed. Stopped paying her half of the rent and utilities, ghosted us completely. And we weren't exactly rolling in cash. We were very much living paycheck to paycheck, so suddenly we're short on rent and trying to figure out how to afford Christmas for the kids and a little something for family. You know that kind of stress where your chest just feels tight all the time? That was us. A few days later, I'm on the way home from work and I stop for gas. I'm standing there by the pump, just staring at the numbers going up and mentally calculating how many instant noodles we can buy. And I see this crumpled $5 bill on the ground by the door to the little gas station shop. I pick it up. I look around. No one's nearby. Nobody's freaking out about losing money. I go inside, hand it to the cashier, and say, "Hey, someone dropped this." She barely glances at it and goes, "If nobody claims it by the end of the shift, it's yours." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." And I just wander around the store for a couple minutes, mostly killing time. They've got those little video lottery machines in the back. I have never been a big gambler. I mean, with our budget, we're counting dimes, not throwing them into machines. But I've got literally nothing else to do, and for some reason, I just feel like drawn to it. A few minutes pass, nobody comes in looking for the 5. The cashier nods at me like, "Yeah, go ahead." So I take the 5, sit down at the machine, and I tell myself, "Look, we're already screwed. This isn't rent money. Worst case, I lose it and nothing changes. Best case, who knows?" I put in the 5, hit spin. One spin. Boom. I win $1,200. I just sit there staring at the screen, completely frozen. The cashier, that same day at work, a customer I barely interacted with leaves a tip, cash, for me. $100. I work a job where tips like that just do not happen. I had never gotten a tip like that before, and I haven't since. It covered exactly the gap we had for groceries, and then some. Then there were the big ones. Twice, we fell behind on the mortgage to the point where we were terrified of losing the house. The first time, I'm panicking, trying to figure out if we need to start packing or what. And then I get this notice about a disability payment adjustment, some error from way back that they were correcting. Back pay. Enough to catch us up before it was too late. The second time, different situation, same pattern. We're behind again. I'm having that sick feeling in my stomach every morning. And then I get a letter saying my disability amount is being increased and they're backdating the difference. Again, just enough to pull us out of the fire. That's the pattern. That's the weird part. It is always just enough. Never extravagant. Never "Congratulations, you're rich now, go buy a boat." It's always just enough to cover the immediate need. And here's the other side of it. If I ever tried to push it, to lean on it, to treat it like some kind of cheat code, it backfired. If I tried to stretch that money into something greedy, or I started thinking, "Hey, maybe I can game this, maybe I can get more out of it," something would happen. The car would break down. Something valuable would get stolen. An unexpected bill would show up. It was like being smacked on the nose with a newspaper. I remember one time, after one of these miracle moments, I got a little cocky. I thought, well, hey, maybe this is my thing. Maybe I should go play those machines again. Maybe I can double it. Went back a few days later, tried again with my own money this time. Lost it instantly. Not long after, something expensive in the house broke. Our washing machine just died. Whatever little extra cushion we thought we had, gone. It felt like being punished for trying to turn just enough into more than enough. It got to the point where, whenever we were in a bad spot, I'd tell Mia, half joking and half serious, "Why are you stressing? You know how this goes. I've got the shine. It'll work out." And the messed up thing is, it always did. I could keep going with stories like that forever, honestly. There's a whole other category of this from when I was deployed. I was in a war zone, and there were a couple times where, by all logic, I absolutely should not be here talking to you right now. Once, a mortar shell landed literally a few feet away from me. Didn't explode. Everybody hit the ground. People were shouting, waiting for the worst. And nothing. Just this horrible, heavy silence. We were all shaken, but I walked away without a scratch. Another time, our vehicle hit a grenade round near the back tire. Everyone in the back got peppered with shrapnel. Not all of it was serious, but still, bloody, screaming, chaos. Me? Sitting in the same vehicle, same blast, I walked away completely untouched. It's hard to explain what that feels like. On paper, yeah, you could say, well, sometimes people get lucky. But when you stack that on top of all the other times, it starts to feel, I don't know, targeted, intentional. Like something keeps stepping in at the last possible moment and going, not him, not yet. But then Mia started saying things like, this isn't normal. This actually scares me. And once she said that, I couldn't unsee it. So now I think about it a lot. Probably more than is healthy. I've tried looking it up. I've searched for explanations, everything from spiritual stuff to weird probability theories. The only things I ever find are either religious language that doesn't quite sit right with me, or fiction that feels a little too close to home. And yeah, sure, if this kind of thing happened once in a while, you'd shrug and say, life's weird. Most people do have a few stories like that. But for me, it's constant. Over and over and over. In different places, at different times in my life. Same pattern. Things get genuinely dire. There is no practical way out. Something unlikely happens. We get just enough to be okay. Not more. Never less. Just enough. So that's where I'm at. I'm not here to say I have powers or anything dramatic like that. I'm just a guy who's noticed this pattern, and it's gotten too loud to ignore. And yeah, it scares my wife. Sometimes it scares me too. Because if something can step in and help, whatever it is, it could also stop. And I don't know what happens then. Anyway, that's my story. That's my just enough luck, I guess. Make of it what you will. So, okay, let me just start from the beginning, because this whole thing still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I moved into this house, I want to say late 2019, maybe early 2020, somewhere around then. The dates blur together a bit. What I do remember is my mom, Elena, telling me the place was close to 100 years old. Like, really old. Creaky floorboards, weird little corners, the whole vibe. My stepdad, Mark, was doing a lot of the fixing up himself, and he'd make these comments that at first I laughed off. He'd be working on the walls or repainting trim and say things like, "Man, I don't think they like this," meaning whoever was here before us, or whatever. He said he could feel it, like the house itself was annoyed. And honestly, every time we came over to work on it before we officially moved in, it did feel like something was there. Not like, oh, I'm so spooked, what a fun Halloween moment, but like a pressure, a presence that didn't want company. Anyway, let me explain the layout a bit so this makes sense. There's this hallway, kinda long, not super wide. If you're standing at one end, on the left side at the very end, there's a door that leads to my mom's office. Just before that, also on the left but a bit further down, there's a door to my mom's bedroom. So when you walk down the hall, you pass her room first, then the office. It's one of those hallways that feel longer at night, you know? Like it stretches. So one night, it was already dark out. I was walking down the hallway toward my mom's room. The office door was open, lights off in there. and as I'm passing by, I glance in. Just a quick look. That's when I see it. There's something on the floor, on its hands and knees, facing the doorway. It was so pale it almost didn't look like skin. No clothes, no real features that I could make out, just a shape, a person-shaped thing. But its eyes, or I guess where its eyes should have been, are what I can't forget. They weren't eyes, they were just holes, completely black, like someone punched 2 tunnels into its face and forgot to put anything back in. I honestly can't remember if it had a mouth. Maybe my brain just blocked that out. But the feeling that I remember, it was like being dropped into ice water. I froze. It stared, if you can call it staring when there aren't any eyes. And for a second, I didn't even feel like I was in my own body. And then it was just gone. I blinked, looked again, and the office was empty. I don't remember hearing it move. I didn't even hear the floor creak. I just remember my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I tried to gaslight myself, like, okay, you're tired, you're jumpy, it was a shadow, it was a pile of laundry, all the usual things. But no pile of laundry has eye holes, you know? Now, the next part isn't something I saw, it's something my brother Jonah told me. Back then, our bedrooms were right next to each other on the same floor. I've moved upstairs since, but at that point, our doors practically shared a wall. One night I was in my room like usual, just lying in bed and doom-scrolling on my phone. Lights off, not really thinking about anything deep, just existing. Jonah walks into my room kind of abruptly, looking off. Not full-on panicked, but definitely not okay. He goes, "Were you just in my room?" I look up from my phone and I'm like, "No, I've been here the whole time." He stares at me for a second and then says, "I just saw someone in my closet who looked exactly like you, but paler. And not just, oh, you need some sun, pale. He meant wrong, pale." So I'm sitting there thinking, okay, so either my brother's messing with me, or there is something in this house that can mimic me. And honestly, neither option feels great. Like, hello, a mimic in my house? And why me specifically? Why not copy literally anyone else? And if it is some kind of mimic, is that a bad sign? Because my gut is saying yes. Very yes. And then there's this other thing that happens, not just once, but over and over. Almost every night, between like 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., I get this feeling I cannot shake. Doesn't matter if I'm on my phone, watching a show, listening to music, whatever. There's this heaviness in the air. I always feel like I'm being watched. Sometimes from the doorway, sometimes from the corner of the room, sometimes from behind me. Nothing dramatic happens, no flying objects, no slamming doors. It's just this intense awareness of something, like someone standing just out of sight, and it doesn't go away. It fades a bit once the sky starts lightening, but those late hours, they're the worst. People always say, well, maybe it's carbon monoxide. And like, fair, that's important to check. But I have a carbon monoxide detector. It's never gone off. So I feel like that explanation is pretty much ruled out. I do have a Ouija board in my room, which I know sounds like I'm begging for trouble, but I've literally never used it. It just sits there. I don't know if that matters, but part of me wonders if just having it is like leaving the door cracked open a little, you know? And this might be unrelated, but I'll mention it because it feels connected somehow. When I was really little, I used to say weird things about paranormal stuff all the time. My older cousin Mia told me once that when we were kids, I pointed at a wall and said I saw a green door there. Not a real one, just a door only I could see. And then apparently I looked up and said there was another door in the ceiling, but I don't even remember what color that one was supposed to be. There's also this story my mom loves to tell. She says that when I was a toddler, I looked at her very seriously one night and asked, "Do you remember when I was sitting with the others and you picked me out?" Like I was talking about, I don't know, a before, a place where there were others, and somehow she chose me. I don't remember saying that. I don't remember anything like that. But it's one of those phrases that just sticks in your brain once you hear it. So now I'm here, older, living in this not quite a century-old house, seeing pale things in offices, hearing my brother say he saw a me but not me in his closet, and lying awake between 3 and 5 a.m., feeling like something is standing over my shoulder. And I don't know what to do. I'm not totally against the idea of ghosts being around. Like, if there are spirits here just vibing quietly in the background, fine. Live your afterlife, I guess. But whatever is happening now is starting to genuinely scare me. It feels different, more focused, less like random spooky house stuff and more like attention, directed at me. I guess what I'm really looking for is some kind of answer, some way to understand what this might be, or at least how worried I should be. Because right now, I feel like I'm stuck between maybe it's nothing and maybe it's something really bad. And that's not a fun place to live in, especially when it's literally your home. So yeah, that's my story. The hallway thing, the mimic in the closet, the late night watching feeling, the weird stuff I said as a kid, all of it. I'm okay, I'm functioning, but underneath that, I'm scared. So, my dad died pretty suddenly. It was October of last year. He was 62 and I was 29. One day he was just there, making dumb jokes and asking if I'd eaten yet, and then, heart attack. He was gone. I still trip over that sentence when I say it out loud. For some context, my dad, his name was Ray, and I were both very 420 friendly. That was kind of our little thing. Please don't judge us too harshly for it. We weren't trying to escape life. Honestly, some of my favorite memories are us splitting an edible, putting on some ridiculous comedy, and just laughing until we cried. It felt like this safe little world where it was just me and him. My mom, Carla, struggled with alcoholism when I was a kid, so a lot of the time it was just my dad and me against the world. I was his kid, his shadow. He made my lunches, showed up to every school thing, tried way too hard to understand TikTok just so we had something new to talk about. We were close. Since he passed, I've begged for some kind of sign from him. Nights where I just lay there in the dark, whispering, "Please, Dad, something, anything. Just let me know you're still around." But for a whole year, nothing. No dreams, no weird coincidences, just silence and grief. Then last night happened. So I made a dumb mistake. I tried a new THC gummy I'd never had before. I thought I was being careful. I only took one, but it was way stronger than I expected. Like way too strong. Within an hour, I started greening out. My heart was racing. My skin felt like it was buzzing, and I honestly thought I was going to die. I was lying on my bed, staring at the ceiling, absolutely miserable. My thoughts were looping like, "Please let this pass. Please let me come down. I don't want to feel like this. Just make it stop." I wasn't talking out loud at first. It was all in my head. And right as I'm silently begging for it to end, the overhead fan in my bedroom turns on. Now, this fan is annoying, actually. It doesn't have pull cords. There's no wall switch for it. The only way to turn it on is with this little remote that looks like a cheap TV remote. You have to press an actual button. The remote was not in my room. Like, I knew exactly where it was, on the kitchen counter under yesterday's mail. no one else was home. The fan just clicked on all by itself and started spinning. At first I thought, okay, I'm really too high. This is it. I'm hallucinating. But then, instantly, there was this presence in the room. That's the only way I can describe it. It felt like the air got thicker, but not in a scary way. Just full, warm, heavy with meaning. And I knew it was my dad. I just started sobbing. Not cute crying, ugly, shaking, can't catch my breath crying. And I actually said out loud into the empty room, "Dad, is that you? Are you here with me? Are you okay, wherever you are? Am I going to see you again?" My voice sounded so small. I felt like a little kid again, scared in the dark, reaching out for him. Right then, this wave of warmth rolled over me. My heart started pounding, harder than it ever has in my life. It wasn't like a panic attack, though. I've had those. Panic feels cold and sharp. This felt huge, like my chest couldn't contain it. There was no voice, no words, just this overwhelming feeling that every question I just asked, the answer was yes. Yes, it was him. Yes, he was there with me. Yes, I would see him again. And here's the weird part. As soon as that intensity hit its peak, the fan spinning above me, my heart racing, tears everywhere, my high started to back off, like someone turned a dimmer switch down. Within a few minutes, I went from, "I'm going to die, I'm never coming back from this," to this strange, clear calm. My thoughts stopped racing. The nausea eased up. I was still high, but I wasn't terrified anymore. I could breathe again. All I could think was, he heard me. He showed up. He helped me come down. I have his ashes in that room, by the way. They're in this dark blue urn on top of a little shelf, along with some of his favorite things. His old watch, the hat he wore every time he grilled, a faded concert ticket he swore was from the best night of his life. I was lying just a few feet away from all of that. So I'm there, on the bed, fan spinning, tears all over my face, hands shaking. I stayed like that for another 15 minutes at least, just whispering thank you over and over. I felt wrung out, but also held, like I wasn't alone. Now look, I completely understand that some people are going to say, it was just the weed. Your brain was freaking out and created a comforting story. And maybe that's true. Maybe it was all chemicals and anxiety and coincidence. But here's my truth. It didn't feel like that. Not even a little. I've been too high before. I know what paranoia and hallucinations feel like. This was different. This was focused, comforting. It felt like my dad knew I was scared and did the one thing he could think of to make me feel better. Turned on the fan, cooled me down, and sat with me until it passed. And it wasn't just that night that's made me feel like he's still hanging around. My mom, Carla, has 2 cats, Luna and Pepper. These cats are like the definition of, you may look at me from afar. They're not cuddly. They barely tolerated us, honestly. If they let you pet them twice in a row, it was a miracle. But around the 1-year mark of my dad's death, they started acting strange. Almost right after the anniversary, they suddenly turned into little shadows. They follow my mom everywhere, curl up on her chest when she lies down, sit next to her on the couch, pressed right up against her like little furry heating pads. This is not normal behavior for them, at all. My mom keeps saying, half joking, Ray must have told them to keep an eye on me. And every time Luna curls up on my lap too, something she never used to do, I get that same little feeling in my chest. Like he's nudging them toward us, like, go on, they need you. Take care of my girls for me. Maybe it's just grief making patterns out of nothing. Maybe the cats are just getting older and softer. Maybe the fan glitched. Maybe the remote got bumped somehow. But I know how that moment felt. I know how suddenly the fear drained out of me. I know how I went from spiraling to safe, just like when I was a kid and my dad would sit on the edge of my bed, rub my back, and tell me everything was going to be okay. Before last night, I wasn't sure what I believed about the afterlife. I kind of floated in that space of, I don't know, I hope there's something. Now, I still don't have answers, like big picture answers. I don't know what exactly happens when we die, but I do believe this. Whatever's waiting for us, whatever it looks like, wherever it is, my dad is there. He's okay. And somehow, in some way I don't have the language for, he's still able to look out for me now and then. I believe I'll see him again. That belief feels less like a wish and more like a quiet, steady knowing. My dad, still being my dad, still taking care of me. Still finding a way to say, hey kiddo, I've got you. Breathe. You're going to be okay. So, let me start by saying this. In my family, my dad, Miguel, always treated my abilities like they were just another part of me, like having brown eyes or curly hair. My mom, Elena, on the other hand, hardcore skeptic. If she couldn't measure it, read about it in a manual, or buy it at a hardware store, it didn't exist. And yet, there were a few things even she couldn't talk herself out of. I was about 4 when we moved into this little old house in San Jose, California. It was one of those places with creaky wooden floors and a fireplace that looked more decorative than functional. One night, my parents were in the middle of one of their classic arguments in the living room. You know the kind. Voices low, sharp, circling around the same old sore spots. I was playing with my blocks near the fireplace when it happened. Out of nowhere, there was this crack, like something snapping inside the wall. A loose brick from the fireplace shifted and dropped straight through the floorboards with this ugly, splintering sound. It didn't just fall, it punched a hole right through into the crawl space below. My mom jumped back, hand over her mouth. Later, she told me that in that exact moment, she felt an icy wind wrap around her, like someone had draped a freezing, wet blanket over her shoulders. And over that, she heard 2 little girls crying, right in her ear, like they were standing behind her. She wouldn't go anywhere near that fireplace after that. My dad ended up covering the entire thing with wood paneling, so she didn't have to look at it. He was shaken, sure, but he and we were more used to things like that. It was just another weird night in a long line of weird nights. It was in that same house where I met the family that lived there before us. Well, lived is doing a lot of work in that sentence. They were a really gentle family, honestly. The father, he told me his name was Thomas, had this calm, tired kindness about him. The mom, Maria, always seemed busy, even in death. I'd see her fuzzing over invisible dust on the shelves or straightening objects that weren't actually moving. They had a few kids. I never quite got all their names right. They felt more like a blur of giggles and sad eyes. I'd sit in the hallway with my toys, and they'd gather around me, watching as I played. Sometimes they'd reach out, not quite touching, like they were trying to remember what it felt like to hold something solid. The strange part, the part that always stuck with me, was the way they looked. They were mostly like regular people, just slightly see-through, a bit faded at the edges. But I could see the faint marks of what had happened to them. Bruises, burns, a twisted arm, things that felt too heavy for a kid my age to understand. I didn't have the words then. I just knew they were hurt and that they were stuck. One afternoon, Thomas knelt down beside me while I was playing by the back window. His voice was quiet, almost apologetic. He said, "Most of us are under the house." I remember blinking at him. Like, under the floor? He nodded slowly and pointed toward the side yard. "I'm over there, in a box, under the concrete by the fence, the part that looks wrong. Of course, I was a curious kid. You can't tell a 4-year-old something like that and expect them to just shrug it off. So one day, when my mom was busy in the kitchen and my dad was in the garage, I slipped outside with a little plastic shovel. I remember this mix of excitement and dread sitting in my chest. I knew I'd found it. But the concrete pinned the rest of it down, and no matter how much I dug, I couldn't get more than that one corner uncovered. My dad found me out there eventually, absolutely filthy, and carried me back inside before I could do any more damage. Not all the spirits there were kind, though. After the brick incident, things escalated. Not dramatically all at once, more like the house was slowly clearing its throat, getting ready to speak up. That's when the woman in black and white started showing up in the kitchen. The first time I saw her, I was sitting at the table with a bowl of cereal. The room went suddenly heavy and quiet, the way it does right before a storm. I looked up, and she was just there, near the sink. She was dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned uniform, dark skirt, white blouse, some kind of apron. Her face was pale and wet with tears, and her shoulders shook like she was sobbing, but no sound came out. She turned away from me and walked across the kitchen, her skirt brushing the floor without actually touching it, and disappeared straight into the wall that led to the garage. Then she did it again the next day, and again, and again. It got to the point where my dad couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want my mom or me constantly catching her out of the corner of our eye, so he took an old sheet and tacked it up over the kitchen entryway. It was a ridiculous solution, but somehow it helped. Out of sight, out of mind. At least a little. Still, I could feel her there, repeating that same sad walk over and over. The backyard, though, that was the worst. From the outside, it looked like a kid's dream. There was a great swing set, a little jungle gym, and this big rectangle of concrete with weird patterns in it where I could ride my tricycle or wobble around on my roller skates. On paper, it was perfect. In reality, I wanted nothing to do with it. The air back there always felt wrong to me. Heavy. Watching. If my parents told me to go play outside, I'd hover as close to the back door as I could and beg my dad or my older cousin Javier to come sit with me. If I had to be there alone, I'd last maybe 2 minutes before making some excuse to go back in. Behind our yard was another house, and along the shared fence, things liked to gather. I'd see shapes there, figures peeking between the slats or leaning against the boards. They weren't like Thomas and his family. There was a different energy to them, something sharp, something hungry. They would call out to me without moving their mouths, trying to get my attention, trying to start conversations I wanted no part of. I never answered them. Everything in me screamed not to. Sometimes the temperature would suddenly drop. One second I'd be sweating in the California sun, and the next, I'd be wrapping my arms around myself, teeth chattering. The wind would pick up, bending the trees until their branches scratched and scraped against each other with this awful, dry, whispering sound. And then the world would go quiet. No cars, no birds. Even the big dog next door, this usually hyper, bark-at-every-leaf shepherd mix, would go completely silent. He'd just stand there, stiff, staring at the fence with his ears flat, like he saw the same things I did and wanted nothing to do with them either. In those moments, I'd feel all the little hairs on my arms stand straight up. I'd stand frozen on the concrete, skates or no skates, and count my breaths until I could move again. As soon as I could, I'd bolt back into the house, heart pounding, trying to act normal so my parents wouldn't ask too many questions. My dad and I, we learned to live with it. We made jokes. We adjusted. We moved a sheet here and a piece of wood there. My mom, she tried so hard to explain it all away. But every once in a while, I'd catch her glancing at the covered fireplace or hesitating near that kitchen doorway, and I'd know. Even the skeptics hear the crying sometimes. You know how every neighborhood has that one neighbor? Yeah. So ever since I was a kid, we've had this one woman across the street. I'll call her Mrs. Drummond. She's hard to describe without sounding dramatic, but she just radiates this mean-spirited energy. The kind of person who seems to get actual joy out of other people's problems. She's always been like that, gossiping, whispering, twisting stories, saying cruel things with this sweet little smile on her face. If you saw her from a distance, you'd think, oh, just a sweet old lady with her cup of tea. But once you get closer, it's different. She's about 76 now, I think. The weird thing is, she looks younger than she did when I was a teenager. I know that sounds impossible, but I went through some old photos once, like from family barbecues and stuff where she's in the background, and compared them to how she looks now. And I swear to you, she looks fresher, brighter, less tired, almost like she's aging in reverse. My family still invites her over sometimes for tea. I think they just like the drama, honestly, the gossip. I never understood it. As a kid, I was terrified of her, and I couldn't even explain why. It was just her vibe. You know when someone walks into a room and the air feels heavier? That was her. Anyway, let me tell you about the Clovers. In the summer, she likes to sit in my backyard. She'll just stare at the grass, super quiet, like she's watching something only she can see. After about 15-20 minutes, she'll suddenly go, "Oh, I've got a little present for you." And every single time, she hands me a 4-leaf clover. Now, that'd be cute if it was once or twice, but she does this constantly. And it's not just one clover. If you look around where she was sitting, there'll be a little pile of them. 8, 10, sometimes more. All 4-leaf clovers. Every time. I don't even know how that's statistically possible. It's like the grass just gives them to her. So when I was about 16, I was going through a really rough patch. You know that age where everything feels heavy and permanent even though it isn't? I remembered the clovers and thought, okay, maybe I'll just keep one. For luck. Whatever. I picked one she'd given me and tucked it into the little clear pocket in my wallet, the one where people usually put a photo. For a few days, I carried it around everywhere. And then one night, I was sitting alone and it hit me. This came from her, from Mrs. Drummond. And suddenly it didn't feel like a good luck charm anymore. It felt wrong. So I took my wallet, walked down to this little river near my place. It's more like a wide stream, really. And I pulled the clover out. I remember holding it between my fingers and thinking, okay, that's it. I'm done with this. And I threw it into the water. I didn't do it secretly or anything. 2 of my friends were with me, Marco and Tess. They watched me throw it in. We even joked about it on the way home, like, there goes your cursed clover, dude. That kind of thing. The next morning, I was getting ready to go out. I opened my wallet to grab some cash. And there it was. The same clover, in the same pocket. I can't even explain the feeling. It wasn't like a jump scare. It was that slow, sinking cold that starts in your chest and moves outwards. I just stared at it for a few seconds thinking, no way. I'm misremembering. I must have mixed it up. Maybe I had 2. But instead of freaking out with me, they kind of backed off. You know that awkward laugh people do when they're scared and don't want to be? They kept saying, you probably just grabbed a different one. Or, you're being paranoid, man. I knew they didn't believe what they were saying. Or maybe they did and just didn't want to consider the other option. That clover haunted me. I kept my wallet in a drawer after that because I didn't even like having it near me. A few days later, I took the clover out, put it on a ceramic plate, and burned it with a lighter. I watched it turn to ash. After that, it never showed up again. But the way I felt in those days, that stuck with me. Fast forward about 8 years. Life moved on. I moved out for a while, then ended up back in the same house. Mrs. Drummond was still there, still weirdly youthful, still sitting in the grass in summer. One afternoon, about 3 years ago, something strange happened. I was walking home, just minding my own business, when a woman stopped me on the sidewalk. She was wearing a long, dark coat and a niqab that covered most of her face, just her eyes visible. I'd never seen her before, and she said my name. Not, "Hey you," or "Excuse me." She said my name, clearly, like we knew each other. Then she started talking like she knew my whole life. Details I don't remember ever telling a stranger. Things about my family, about the house, about the street. I don't know why, but instead of asking, "Who are you?" I just played along. I nodded like I knew her. It was instinct, like my brain didn't want to break whatever was happening. Then she looked past me, right over my shoulder, across the road, straight at Mrs. Drummond's house. And she said, very quietly, "There is a devil living across from you. Be careful what you accept from her." That's it. That's all she said about it. No explanation, no backstory. She just told me to be careful, then blessed me under her breath and walked away. I never saw her again. For a while, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she was confused. Maybe it was some strange prank. I don't know. I pushed it to the back of my mind. Life was normal again. Nothing strange happened. Until a few nights ago. So, my friend, let's call her Lena, lives a few doors down. She's one of those people who has her life together. Works as a nurse, runs marathons, doesn't drink or do drugs, super grounded, you know? Lena and my neighbor had always had this weird little connection. Like Mrs. Drummond seemed to like her more than most of us. For Lena's birthday, my neighbor gave her a pair of earrings. Small, old-fashioned things. Silver with little green stones that looked like tiny leaves. I remember Lena showing them to me and saying, "They're not really my style, but it's sweet of her," and laughing. She wore them that night. Everything seemed fine at first. We all went home. I went to bed. Around 4 in the morning, I woke up for no real reason and wandered to the window, just to look out. You know how sometimes you just feel like looking outside? Like something pulled you there? I saw Lena on the street. She was still in the clothes from the party, hair messy, those earrings glinting in the streetlights. She was going from door to door, knocking, talking to whoever opened. I couldn't hear what she was saying at first, so I opened my window. She was asking people to take her for a drive. People were confused. Some turned her away, some just closed the door. It wasn't angry, it was more like unsettled, because everybody here knows her as calm, polite, super composed. The next night, it got worse. I looked out again and could see her through her bedroom window. She kept climbing in and out of it, over and over, out onto the little ledge, back in, out, in, for almost an hour. No obvious reason, just this restless, frantic movement, like she couldn't settle in her own skin. At that point, I was really worried. I called her parents. They live about 30 minutes away, but they came as fast as they could. I stood at my window watching their car pull up, watching them. So let me take you back for a moment. I must have been around 11, maybe not even 12 yet. It was school vacation, one of those blazing hot afternoons in Suriname when the sun feels like it's leaning right down on your shoulder. But you don't care because you're a kid and life is just good. There were about 8 of us that day, me, a bunch of cousins, and some kids from the next street over. We were playing hide and seek near the forest trail at the edge of our village, just where the houses stopped and the bush and the rice fields began. If you ever spent part of your childhood in Suriname, you know that feeling, right? Bare feet dusty, sweat on your neck, and somehow it's still the best day ever. That's exactly how it was. We'd been laughing and shouting for hours when I suddenly heard this scream. Now listen, we had been noisy all day. Screaming, teasing, calling out, all of that. But this scream was different. It cut through everything. It had real fear in it. You can feel that, you know? It lands somewhere in your chest. It was my cousin. Back then we called him Bubo. Everyone did. And the second we heard him, we all froze, just for a moment, and then started drifting toward his voice, kind of huddling together as we went. "Hey, come, he's coming," Bubo shouted. We ran to where he was, under this huge old mango tree that stood right by the edge of the forest. He was staring straight up into the branches, eyes wide, body stiff. You know when someone is so scared they don't even move? Like that. Naturally, we all followed his gaze, and what we saw. To this day, I still get goosebumps when I think about it. Slowly, very slowly, something was climbing down from the top of that mango tree. A man. Or at least, that's what it looked like. Hands, feet, moving from branch to branch. His clothes looked just like my uncle's. My uncle Ramesh, the one who had died. Let me pause there for a second. A little while before that, during the previous rainy season, Uncle Ramesh had hanged himself from that very tree. Nobody ever really understood why. The adults whispered, the kids were told to hush, and life just kind of rolled on the way it does. But we all knew he had ended his life there, on that mango tree. So now, standing under that same tree, looking up, and seeing that figure climbing down, dressed like him, every few seconds he would tilt his head and look down at us. And those eyes, that's what I remember most. They weren't like normal eyes. It's hard to explain. They looked empty and heavy at the same time, like they had seen too much. Have you ever looked into the eyes of a dead person, even just at a funeral? That feeling, it's not something you forget. "Uncle dead, Uncle dead," one of the younger kids screamed. "It's his spirit. He's coming for us. He's going to kill us," another one cried. And just like that, panic exploded. Nobody needed instructions. We just ran. In every direction. Away from the tree, away from the forest, away from those eyes that felt like they were following us. I'm not going to pretend to be brave here. I really thought I was going to pee my pants. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Some children sprinted straight to their own houses. The rest of us, the ones closest to my yard, ran into the first open gate we saw, and that happened to be ours. We burst into the house, all shouting different versions of the same story. "He was coming down. He looked at us." My mother, my aunts, neighbors, adults came rushing in from everywhere, trying to make sense of this bundle of screaming, shaking children. Everyone talked at once. Some cried. A few of us refused to go back outside at all. Pretty soon, almost all the adults from that part of the neighborhood had gathered. They argued back and forth for a bit, but they all agreed on one thing very quickly. No child was allowed to play anywhere near that mango tree again. Ever. Honestly, they didn't even need to say it. You didn't have to tell us twice. On our own, we wouldn't have gone near that tree if you paid us. Later, the Pandits, Hindu priests, were called in to deal with my uncle's restless spirit. The grown-ups said that because Uncle Ramesh had taken his own life, his soul hadn't been able to find peace. It was still attached to that place, to that tree, wandering and troubled. So the priests came. We children weren't allowed to be there for most of it, but you know kids, we listened from around corners, from behind half-closed doors. And later I heard the full story. One evening, just before dark, the Pandits put plates of food and glasses of drinks under the mango tree. Rice, vegetables, some sweets, and a little cup of rum, things my uncle used to enjoy when he was alive. The next morning, all the food was gone. Now, you and we can say maybe the dogs took it, maybe some animal from the forest, right? But back then, in our little world, people said, his spirit ate it. He accepted it. The following day, they held a special prayer service for him at my grandmother's house. The living room was full of incense smoke and the sound of Sanskrit prayers. That same night, very late, the Pandits went back to the mango tree to perform more sacred rituals. They lit lamps, chanted mantras, and asked for his soul to be guided to a peaceful place. 2 days later, the adults told us, "It's all right now. The tree is safe. Your uncle's spirit has found peace." Maybe they believed it fully. Maybe they were trying to calm us down. Maybe both. But let me tell you honestly, we children didn't trust that tree again for a long time. For at least 6 months, we made sure our games stayed closer to the houses, where the light from the windows reached us and we could hear our mothers calling. You don't see something like that and then just carry on as if it was nothing. That kind of fear settles in your bones. There was something else, too. Before my uncle died, that mango tree was famous in our neighborhood. The sweetest mangoes. People would come by just to ask, "Auntie, any mango today?" Kids would climb the branches, fill their shirts with fruit, sit and eat until juice was running down their arms. After all of this, those mangoes stayed untouched. For years. They would fall to the ground, soft and golden, and just lie there for the birds and the insects. Even the bravest among us would look at them and say, "No, you take it." And then nobody would. Time passed, of course. It always does. People got older. Children grew up and moved away. Little by little, someone would pick a mango, then another, and eventually life wrapped itself around the story, the way new roots wrap around old ones. But every now and then, when people start sharing ghost stories in the cool of the evening, someone brings this one up, the mango tree at the edge of the village, and the uncle who didn't quite leave when he died. And as we like to say in Suriname when we tell these stories, let people share their stories in peace. We don't wish to disturb you, so please, don't disturb us either. So, a few nights ago, I had this dream that felt so real, it kind of stayed with me all day after. I want to tell you about it because it felt less like a random dream and more like a visit. In the dream, I'm at this strange place that's half school camp, half mountain lodge. Think a big wooden chalet, but with neon signs and an old sound system. Like someone tried to turn a cozy winter cabin into a club and then just stopped updating it 15 years ago. There's a bar, wooden beams, old posters on the walls, and that soft golden light you get in late afternoon. Outside the windows, I can see trees and a bit of sky, like we're somewhere slightly remote. Inside, though, it's full of people from my high school years, classmates, faces I haven't seen in ages, and my old friend group. They all look about 17, 18, but I'm my current age. Everyone is laughing, dancing, talking over the music. You know that feeling when a room just hums with social energy? It's like that. Except, not for me. No matter where I walked, people drifted away. Someone would make eye contact for a second, and then suddenly turn and join another conversation. Groups would tighten up the moment I came near, like there wasn't space for me to step in. I wasn't invisible exactly. They saw me. But it was like I didn't belong in their world anymore. I remember trying to figure out why I was even there. You know that feeling of being both inside something and outside it at the same time? I kept walking around the lodge, looking for an exit. But every door just led to another hallway, another room, another part of the same place. I couldn't leave. At some point, I spotted one of my closest friends from back then. Let's call him Marco. In real life, Marco was such a kind, goofy person, and in the dream, he looked like his teenage self again. Hoodie, messy hair, the whole thing. I felt this wave of relief, like, finally, someone I know, someone safe. He headed toward the bar, so I followed him. I caught up and said something like, "Hey, aren't you gonna wait for me so we can sit together?" The kind of thing you say when you're half joking, half hoping. He didn't seem angry or cold. He just smiled and shrugged, like it was no big deal, and said, "You know, they're waiting for me to drink and dance," and then drifted away into the crowd. The weird thing is, as soon as he left, the bar area felt almost abandoned. The music sounded faint, like it was coming from another room. The bar counter looked dusty, like it hadn't really been used in years. Bottles were still there, but the labels were faded. I remember seeing dust suspended in the light from the windows, moving slowly, like time itself had slowed down. The whole place felt nostalgic, but not in a sweet way. More like walking through an old memory you're not sure you're supposed to be in anymore. Eventually, the crowd thinned out. The music quieted. People kind of faded away until the lodge was almost empty. That's when I noticed him. There was a man standing near the end of the bar, someone who clearly worked there. A waiter or bartender, maybe both. I realized he'd been around the whole time, but I hadn't really seen him until that moment. He was dressed very simply. Dark jeans, a plain shirt, and he was holding a well-worn leather jacket over his arm, like he was about to clock out and leave. He didn't look old, but not young either. One of those people whose age is hard to pin down. His presence felt grounded. "Calm," she said through these shaky, happy tears. "It happened. It finally happened." And he smiled at her, this warm, reassuring smile, and replied, "See? I told you it would come right when it was meant to." His tone was light, almost playful, but there was something very certain in it, like he really knew what he was talking about. Clara let out this sort of breathy laugh, like a weight dropped off her shoulders, and said, "Yeah, it's over now." I had no idea what they were talking about. It felt like I'd stumbled into the end of someone else's story, one that had nothing to do with me. But at the same time, something about their conversation tugged at me. I felt this weird mix of sadness and hope in my chest. When Clara walked away, I went up to him. I didn't even know what I wanted to ask. The words just came out of my mouth before I decided to say them. I said, "What about me? For me, is it over too?" And I remember, even in the dream, thinking, what am I talking about? What it? But emotionally, it made perfect sense. It was like my soul knew what I meant, even if my mind didn't. He looked at me with this almost mischievous, knowing expression, like he'd been expecting that question. His eyes were kind, but sharp in that way that makes you feel very seen. Then he smiled and said, in this calm, slightly teasing tone, "For you, it's just beginning." Behind him, Clara, who had stopped a few steps away, turned back and chimed in, "See? I told you." Like she somehow already knew this about me too. His energy was hard to describe. He wasn't flirty or dramatic. He felt like someone who has watched your whole life unfold from a distance and still likes you, still believes in you. There was something almost messenger-like about him. Not quite human, not in a scary way, but in that way where you feel like you're talking to someone who understands more than they're saying. I asked him, "Are you leaving?" He nodded a little and said, very matter-of-factly, "Yeah, I'm leaving on Friday." I don't know why, but that specific detail stuck with me. Friday. It felt important somehow. Then I asked, "Will I see you again?" He paused, like he was choosing his words carefully, and then with a little grin, he said, "A lot of people say they meet me once in their life, and once on a screen." I frowned and repeated, "On a screen?" He smiled wider and said it again, almost like a line from a movie he'd delivered 1,000 times. Once in their life, and once in a movie. He said it twice, the same way both times, like the repetition itself was part of the message. I had this strong feeling that I should recognize him, like when you see an actor playing a new role, but you can't remember which film you saw them in. That sense of, I know you from somewhere. I kept trying to place him, but nothing came. After that, we just looked at each other for a second, and then we hugged. And it wasn't awkward or formal. It was the kind of hug you give someone you've known forever, someone you trust completely. There was so much comfort in it. I felt safe and seen and oddly encouraged. I think he said something to me after that, something gentle that nudged me toward waking up. I don't remember the exact words, only the feeling. "It's okay to go now. You can wake up." And then I woke up. So, I wanted to tell you about this because it's been sitting with me all day, and honestly, I don't really know what to make of it. When I was a kid, we used to spend long weekends at my grandparents' house. It was one of those old family homes where the doors were always open and relatives just came and went. My dad's cousins were always around back then. There were so many of them that I could barely keep track. There was this one cousin in particular. His name was Daniel. He was maybe 8 or 9 years older than me. Not that much older, but old enough that I thought he was, I don't know, cool. He was kind, had this easy smile, and he never made me feel like just a kid. I think he was probably my first real crush, even though at the time I wouldn't have called it that. It was more like admiration from afar, you know? As the years went on, we stopped going to my grandparents' place as often. People moved, got busy, built their own lives. The house didn't fill up the way it used to, and slowly, everyone just drifted. Fast forward maybe 20 years. I was already married by then, with a little boy, and we were doing something very ordinary, grocery shopping at this big supermarket in the mall. And there he was, Daniel. I almost walked past him because it took a moment for my brain to match his face to the boy I remembered. We chatted for a few minutes, just the usual small talk. Work, life. Wow, it's been so long. He hadn't married, but he mentioned he had a girlfriend. I remember thinking, of course he does, and then we both had to go our separate ways. It felt strangely casual for someone who had once seemed so important in my little childhood world. A little while after that, there was a family gathering, a cousin's birthday, I think, and he was there too. We didn't really talk much that time. I was busy keeping an eye on my son, and my husband, Marco, was chatting with my uncles. Daniel and I just exchanged a few smiles across the room. That was it. Nothing dramatic, nothing romantic, just life happening around us. Then the pandemic came. That's when everything changed. Daniel got sick. First it was just COVID, and then suddenly it wasn't just anything. He ended up in the hospital, in the ICU, and because of all the restrictions, no one from the family was allowed to really be with him. We got updates through messages and calls, and then one day the update was that he was gone. I remember feeling sad, of course, but also guilty for not having known him better as an adult. He was part of my childhood, and then he just became one of those relatives you think you'll see one of these days at another event. And then there are no more events. For a long time, that was it. Just a quiet sadness in the background. Then, sometime early in 2024, I can't remember the exact month, I started dreaming about him. What's strange is that I never dreamt about him when he was alive, not once. But suddenly, there he was in my dreams, as if it was totally normal. In one of the first dreams, he was standing a little distance away from me, in this place that looked like a bus terminal or maybe an old train station. Lots of people, lots of movement, but everything felt oddly muted, like the sound was turned down. He looked just like he did the last time I saw him at the supermarket. A little older, a little tired around the eyes, but still very much Daniel. He looked at me and said, very simply, "Come with me." Not in a scary way, not like a horror movie. It was calm, almost gentle, but the words shook me. I remember feeling torn, like part of me wanted to walk toward him, and another part of me was rooted in place. I never actually moved in the dream. I just stood there, frozen, while he waited. I thought that made sense. And then, life being what it is, I never actually did it. I kept telling myself I would when I had time, and of course, that time just never came. But the dreams didn't stop. I dreamt of him a few more times, though not always as clearly. Sometimes he would be in the background of whatever dream I was having, just there, watching quietly. He didn't ask me to go with him anymore. No words, just his presence, like he was sitting at the edge of the scene, waiting for something. And then there was last night. Last night's dream was so vivid that when I woke up, I had to actually check the room to remind myself where I was. In the dream, we were at a family gathering again. It looked like one of those rented function rooms. Round tables, tablecloths, kids running around, the usual noise of relatives catching up. My husband, Marco, was seated at another table, laughing with some of my cousins. I was at a different table, and Daniel was sitting right beside me, close enough that I could feel the warmth of his arm. Nobody seemed surprised that he was there. It was like he'd never died at all. What's strange is that there were no words the entire time. None. People were talking around us, but he and I didn't speak. At one point, I felt his hand move, and he gently slipped his fingers between mine, like we were holding hands under the table. It wasn't romantic in an obvious way. It was intimate, yes, but also very quiet, familiar, like we'd been doing that our whole lives. We just sat there like that. No talking, no dramatic music, nothing. Just the feeling of his hand holding mine. And I remember knowing, in the dream, that Marco was just a few meters away at the other table. That made it feel even stranger, like I was doing something wrong, and yet, at the same time, it didn't feel wrong. It just felt inevitable. Eventually, the gathering started winding down, and it was time to go home. I let go of his hand and got up to leave with my husband. As we were walking toward the exit, I heard a woman behind me say something about Daniel. Something like, "It's still so sad what happened to him." And in that moment, inside the dream, I suddenly remembered. Oh, he's dead. It was like two realities colliding. The version where he was alive, sitting beside me, holding my hand, and the version where he wasn't here anymore at all. And then I woke up. All morning, I kept thinking about it. I don't know why I dream of him every now and then. I'm not secretly in love with him. I have my own life, my own family. But sometimes, especially after dreams like last night, I get this strange, quiet feeling in my chest. Like maybe, in some other lifetime or some other version of reality, he and I were meant to be something more. Sometimes I catch myself thinking, is he my soulmate? And then I immediately feel guilty, because what does that even mean when I'm married and I love my husband? It makes no sense, but the feeling is there, stubborn and soft at the same time. I don't have any answers. I don't know if it's just my mind processing childhood memories, or unfinished feelings, or grief that I never really acknowledged. I don't know if it's something spiritual, or if it's just the brain doing what brains do at night. All I know is that every so often, he shows up in my dreams as if he never left. And for a little while, It feels like we're still connected somehow. And I guess that's why I'm sharing this with you now, because part of me is wondering, has anything like this ever happened to you? So let me take you back a bit and set the scene. I grew up in this quiet suburb just outside a big city. The neighborhood itself used to be Native American land, and there was still a small, old cemetery tucked behind a little line of trees at the edge of our subdivision. You could see the gravestones if you stood on the hill behind the park and really looked. My family moved into our house in 2004, before it was even finished being built, and we stayed there until 2023. So basically, that house is my whole childhood and most of my adulthood. From as far back as I can remember, there was something in that house. It wasn't just me. It was my whole immediate family. My mom, Elena, my dad, Mark, and my younger sister, Lily. We all had these similar experiences, even before we ever compared notes. That's what made it so unsettling later, realizing how much of it overlapped. The most common thing we all saw was this shadow. It would come down the staircase and into the living room, or linger by the hallway that led to the laundry room and the door to the garage, right next to my parents' bedroom. That spot and the stairs were the hot spots. It happened so often that it kind of became part of the house, like, oh yeah, there's the shadow again, almost like another family member who never spoke. What really validated everything for us, though, was our extended family. My grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, they'd come over for holidays or birthdays, and after a while, on completely separate occasions, they'd say things like, "I swear I just saw someone coming down your stairs, but when I looked, no one was there." Or, "I thought one of you was standing by the hallway, but then the figure just wasn't." We never prompted them. We never asked, "Hey, do you see anything weird here?" They just volunteered this stuff on their own. And it was always the same areas: the staircase, that hallway near the laundry and garage. The presence never really felt good or bad. It was just there, neutral, existing alongside us. To me, it always felt a bit masculine, though I never saw an actual face or details. It was always a dark shape, seen from the corner of my eye, that would vanish the second I turned my head. And just to make it weirder, we were the first family to ever live in that house. We bought the lot before they started building and moved in as some of the first people in the whole neighborhood. No previous owners, no tragic history tied to that specific home as far as we knew. Because of that, I always assumed whatever it was had more to do with the land than the house itself. It felt like residual energy, something left over, replaying the same routes, down the stairs, by the hallway, then gone. It never really interacted with us. It just appeared and disappeared. Until one morning. This was in 2021. It was a weekday, sometime around 6:30 in the morning. The house was quiet in that specific way early mornings are, kind of bluish, kind of still. My parents had already left for work. My sister Lily was still asleep in her room down the hall. So as far as I knew, I was the only one awake. My bathroom and bedroom were right next to each other. When you stepped out of the bathroom, you'd take a sharp left and you'd be standing right in my bedroom doorway. That morning, I finished brushing my teeth, opened the bathroom door, and as I stepped out and turned left, I saw it. This big, solid black shadow right at the edge of my doorway. Not a smudge, not a trick of the light. It had shape to it. It was just there for a second, like it had been waiting. But this time, I looked toward it and said, out loud, in this kind of calm voice, "I see you." And then I walked into my room like that was the most normal thing in the world. I got dressed, gathered my stuff for work, and headed downstairs. Our kitchen had this open layout where you could see the stairs through the gap between the counter and the bar stools. I was standing there, about to grab my keys, when I saw it again. The same black shadow, moving down the stairs, crossing behind the bar, like it was headed straight into the kitchen with me. It didn't rush. It just moved, like it was walking. I looked right where it was and said again, "I see you." And then again, I just continued with my morning. I grabbed my keys and left for work. I didn't really process how weird it was until later. At that point, it was just this eerie, okay, that was new kind of feeling. About 2 hours after I got to work, my phone buzzed. It was Lily. She texted me, "Hey, can you lock the front door? I'm leaving." I stared at my phone for a second, confused. I wrote back, "I'm not home. I've been at work for like 2 hours." A minute later, she replied, and you could practically feel the anxiety through the text. "You're not in your room?" I told her no, I'd left around 7 a.m. Then she said something that made my stomach drop. She told me she'd been hearing me in my room. Now, you have to understand something. At the time, I had this old desk chair in my room that squeaked and creaked with every tiny movement. You couldn't sit in it without it announcing itself. Everyone in the house knew that sound. Lily said she'd been lying in bed, half awake, and could clearly hear my chair moving. Not just once, the kind of subtle, repetitive creaking that happens when someone's shifting around, leaning back, turning, fidgeting while they're sitting. She said she thought I'd stayed home and was just at my desk, maybe on my computer or getting ready. That's why she texted to ask me to lock the door. She assumed I was upstairs. That was the moment everything clicked for me. The very same morning I finally acknowledged this thing, told it, "I see you," not once, but twice. It apparently decided to go into my room and sit in my chair. No one else was home. I'd been gone for hours, and yet my sister heard that unmistakable sound of someone in my desk chair, moving around. When I told her what I'd seen that morning, and shadow at my bedroom door, the shadow coming down the stairs, she freaked out. And honestly, so did I. Because what are the odds? All those years of it just quietly existing in its usual spots, never doing much of anything, and the one time I speak directly to it, it suddenly gets bolder. It doesn't just show itself, it behaves like it's me, in my room, in my chair. Nothing like that has happened since. No full-on, someone sitting in the chair type of thing. After that, it went back to the usual. Faint shadows at the edge of vision, the occasional sound of footsteps or the floor creaking upstairs when everyone's downstairs. But I know it's still there. Every now and then, if I visited my parents before they moved, I'd catch a glimpse of something by the stairs, or feel that familiar awareness, like you're not alone, even when no one else is in the room. Do I know what it is? No. Do I know why it chose that particular morning to make its presence so undeniable? Also no. All I know is that, for one day, it went from being this quiet, background presence to something that answered back in its own way. And even now, when I think about that house, the staircase, the hallway, my old desk chair, I just hope that whatever it is means well, and that, in its own strange way, it was just trying to say, "I see you too." Okay, so my dad, Miguel, finally gave me the green light to share his weird stories with other people. And this is one that always gives me chills when he tells it. He was in his early 20s, camping up in northern Idaho, way out in the Rockies, with my Uncle Ray and Aunt Linda, who aren't actually my blood relatives, just close family friends who've always been uncle and aunt to me. They pulled into this little forest campground late in the afternoon, and right at the entrance the ranger warned them, "Just so you know, there's been a lot of grizzly activity the past few days. Keep any food locked up and don't sleep in a tent if you can help it." So instead of pitching a tent, they decided to sleep in my uncle's old blue Ford van. You know the type. No insulation, always smells faintly like gasoline and camp smoke. They hung thick quilts and old blankets over all the windows to block light and hopefully make it feel a little safer. Before bed, though, Uncle Ray realized they didn't have enough firewood for the night. He looks at my dad and goes, "Hey, Miguel, can you go grab some more wood from the tree line before it gets completely dark?" And my dad's thinking, "Are you kidding me? After that grisly speech?" But out loud, he just kind of mutters, "Yeah, okay," because he didn't want to sound scared. So he grabs this tiny flashlight, the cheap kind with the weak yellow beam, and walks out toward the edge of the trees. He told me that from the moment he stepped off the gravel and into the needles and brush, he felt it. That feeling that something is watching you. Not just, "I'm a little creeped out," but that heavy, prickly sensation on the back of your neck. Every time he bent down to pick up a branch, he'd whip around and shine the light into the darkness. Nothing. Just trees and shadows. He tried to shake it off, but it just got stronger. Finally, he thought, "Nope, I'm done," and went back with an armful of wood, heart pounding. He tossed the wood down by the fire ring and said to Ray and Linda, "Something's out there. I don't know what it is, but it's watching. I can feel it." They kind of laughed it off at first, chalked it up to the ranger's grisly warning getting in his head. But my aunt did say, more quietly, "Well, let's just be extra careful tonight." Eventually, the fire burned low. They packed everything up, and all three of them piled into the van. They closed the doors, hung the last blanket across the front windshield, and tried to settle in. Outside, the campground was quiet. Too quiet, my dad said. Normally, you can at least hear people murmuring, a radio, kids laughing, something. But that night, it felt like the whole place was holding its breath. Sometime in the middle of the night, he thinks it was around 2 or 3 in the morning, they were jolted awake by the van being lifted. Not bumped, not nudged, lifted. The whole van suddenly lurched to one side and then started shaking violently back and forth, like some giant pair of hands had grabbed it and was trying to tip it over. My dad said his first thought was, "This is way too strong to be a person." And then, if this is a bear, it's the angriest bear in North America. All three of them were frozen. Aunt Linda was gripping his arm so hard her nails dug in. The blankets were rustling, metal was creaking, and the van rocked so hard that stuff from the floor slid around and banged into the walls. Then they heard the sound. My dad has had multiple bear encounters, real ones. He's been chased before. He's heard them huff, growl, snap their jaws, bluff charge. He knows what a bear sounds like. He said this was nothing like that. The three of them just stared at each other in the dark, eyes wide, not saying a word. Nobody even thought about pulling back a blanket to look. He said it was like their bodies refused to move. Pure, cold fear. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds, the shaking stopped. No more rocking, no more footsteps. Just silence. They sat there in the dark, absolutely still. My dad said you could hear the ticking of the van's engine cooling and Aunt Linda's shaky breathing, and that was it. They didn't move. They didn't talk. They didn't even risk turning on a flashlight. He said, "We're going to wait until it's light. I don't care how long it takes." So they waited. Eventually, this faint gray light started to seep in around the edges of the blankets. Dawn. The birds slowly started up again. Only then did they work up the courage to look outside. My dad peeled back the blanket on the side window just an inch, just enough to peek out. The campground was empty. Every single RV, every tent, every little camper that had been there when they arrived, gone. The big fifth-wheel trailer a few spots down, gone. The family with kids that had been roasting marshmallows earlier, gone. It was like everyone had just vanished in the night and left them behind. Finally, they eased the van door open and stepped out into the cold morning air. Behind the van, near the shallow ditch that ran along the edge of the loop, they saw it. In the mix of slushy snow and mud was a single, huge footprint. My dad told me it looked human at first glance, heel, arch, toes. But it was enormous, way bigger than any normal boot print. The heel had sunk in so deep he stuck his fingers in just to measure it, and it went down at least 4 inches. He just stood there staring at it, and then quietly said, "That's not a bear." Uncle Ray came around and went pale when he saw it. Aunt Linda put her hand over her mouth. None of them said Sasquatch out loud yet, but they were all thinking it. They got out of there fast after that, packed up the few things they'd left out, climbed into the van, and drove. On the way home, they stopped in this tiny roadside shop, one of those combo gas station diner souvenir places. My dad went inside to grab a coffee and maybe calm his nerves. Right inside the door, on the corkboard next to the help wanted flyers and lost dog notices, there was this poster. It said something like, "Have you seen or heard anything unusual? Report possible Sasquatch encounters in this area." And there was a local number to call. My dad just froze in front of it. He started looking around the shop and noticed that they had a whole little section dedicated to Bigfoot stuff. Books, pamphlets, stickers, that kind of thing. One of the books had a page with drawings and photos of supposed Sasquatch footprints. He flipped it open, and his heart just sank. The shape, the proportions, the way the toes splayed, it matched what they had just seen behind the van almost exactly. When he went back out to the van, he showed the pictures to Ray and Linda. They both got really quiet. Then Aunt Linda just nodded and said, "That's what it looked like." And my dad said that was the exact moment it really hit him. Whatever shook that van in the middle of the night, whatever made that impossible sound and left that massive print, wasn't a bear. He's always told me, "Look, I can't prove it to anyone. I can only tell you what happened. But I know what I felt, what I heard, and what I saw. And I am 100% sure that wasn't any animal I've ever known." He also says he's kind of glad no one pulled back those blankets. From what he's read since then, these things, if they're out there, don't seem to like being seen. You know, whenever I think about Bangkok, I don't just picture traffic and malls. I think about the canals, the old wooden houses, and a woman named Mae Nok. Have you heard of her? Let me tell you her story. A long time ago, when Bangkok was still crisscrossed by quiet, shadowy waterways, and people traveled more by boat than by car, there lived a young couple by the Phra Kanong Canal. The wife's name was Nok, and her husband was called Kla. They weren't rich or important, just 2 ordinary people. Their little wooden house sat on stilts above the water, the kind of place where you'd wake up to the sound of roosters and the creak of boats passing by. Nok was pregnant, and Kla used to rest his hand on her belly and promise he'd build her a bigger house one day. But life had other plans. One year, Kla was drafted into the army. There was a conflict far away, and like many men of that time, he had no choice but to go. On the day he left, Nok walked with him all the way to the pier. She tried to be brave, smiling and teasing him, but her eyes were already wet. Kla promised her, "I'll come back to you, to both of you," and gently touched her round stomach before he stepped onto the boat. While Kla was away, Nok went into labor. Back then, childbirth was dangerous. There were no modern hospitals, no machines, just midwives, prayers, and luck. Nok's luck ran out. She and the baby died during childbirth. The villagers mourned quietly. They held the funeral, chanted prayers, and did everything they could to help her spirit move on. But love, especially the kind that can't accept goodbye, can cling to this world in strange ways. Claw knew nothing. Far away, he fought, he trained, he dreamed of coming home to a wife and child he had never met. Months later, when the war finally eased and he was released, he hurried back to Phra Kanong. The canal looked the same, the air heavy with humidity and the smell of cooked rice and river water. As he approached his house at dusk, he saw a light glowing inside. And there, at the doorway, was Nok. She stood cradling a baby in her arms, smiling through tears. "Claw, you're home," she said. Imagine his relief. He thought, "I survived. I came back. My family is alive." He didn't know, he couldn't know, that both his wife and child had already been buried. From that night on, they lived as if nothing had happened. Nok cooked his favorite dishes. The baby cooed and fussed. At night, Claw lay down beside his wife, listening to the sound of the canal and the soft breathing of the child, thinking he was the luckiest man alive. But the village knew the truth. They had seen Nok's funeral. They had watched the cremation smoke drift into the sky. Some tried to warn him. An old neighbor would stop Claw on the path and say, "You should come stay at the temple for a while." Claw just laughed it off. "Why? My wife and child are waiting for me," he'd say. The neighbor could only shake his head. How do you tell a man that the woman he sleeps beside is no longer among the living? One evening, the truth slipped out in a way no one could ignore. Claw looked up to tell her he'd bring it back, but before he could move, he saw a pale hand reach down through the floorboards. The arm stretched, and stretched, and stretched far beyond what any human arm could. The hand calmly picked up the pestle from the ground and slid back up into the house, the arm shrinking to normal length as if nothing strange had happened. In that moment, every hair on Claw's body stood on end. All the warnings, all the strange looks from the villagers, all the hushed whispers finally made sense. His mind screamed at him to deny it, to pretend he hadn't seen. But there was no escaping it now. The woman he loved was no longer alive. Terrified and heartbroken, Claw did the only thing he knew to do. He ran. He fled in the middle of the night, leaving the house, the canal, the memories, everything. Nok's voice echoed after him, pleading, calling his name, carrying over the water like a sorrowful wind. But there's one place spirits are believed to have no power: the temple. Claw reached the nearest temple, threw himself inside the grounds, and begged the monks to help him. The monks, already aware of the restless spirit haunting Phra Kanong, began to chant. Nok's ghost hovered at the edge of the temple boundary, unable to cross, clutching her baby. In that image, people say, you could see everything at once: love, grief, anger, and the unbearable pain of being left behind. What happened next depends on who's telling the story. Some say a powerful monk compassionately bound her spirit inside a clay pot, sealing it and dropping it into the canal so she could do no more harm. Others say he spoke gently to her, guiding her to understand that forcing Claw to stay with her was only deepening both their suffering, and eventually she let go and moved on peacefully. And then there are those who whisper that on quiet nights, when the moon is reflected in the dark water of the canal, a woman holding a baby can still be seen by the old houses, waiting. Over time, people began calling her May Nok Phra Kanong, Mother Nok of Phra Kanong. She stopped being just a ghost story. She became a symbol. On one hand, May Nok represents a love so strong that not even death could bear to separate it. She loved her husband fiercely, with all the devotion of a young wife who had every dream stolen from her too soon. On the other hand, her story is a gentle warning. It reminds us how hard it is to accept loss, how easy it is to cling to what can't come back, and how that clinging can turn something pure into something painful, even frightening. It's about grief, denial, and the moment we must finally say, I have to let go, even when our heart refuses. If you ever find yourself in Bangkok, you can visit the place that's become her spiritual home, Wat Mahabut, in the On Nut area. Inside the temple grounds, there's a shrine dedicated to Mae Nak, or Mae Nok, as some people still call her in their own family versions of the tale. There, you'll see a statue of a young woman holding her baby, surrounded by offerings. Tiny baby clothes, toys, flowers, even beautiful dresses and silk scarves. People bring these gifts not out of fear, but out of respect and affection. Locals visit her shrine to pray for many things: for safe and healthy pregnancies, for protection from being drafted into the military. They talk to her like an older sister, or a friend who understands heartbreak a little too well. What makes her story last through centuries, films, books, and TV shows, isn't just the ghostly part. It's that deep human longing underneath it all. That wish we've all had, at least once, for love to ignore every rule of life and death. So when you hear the name Mae Nak Pra Kanong, I don't want you to think only of a scary ghost from an old Thai legend. I want you to remember a young woman who loved so fiercely that she didn't know how to say goodbye. And maybe, in her story, you'll recognize a piece of your own heart too. Okay, so let me just talk to you like we're sitting at my kitchen table for a minute, because this whole thing still makes me feel a little crazy. My name's Karen, and my husband Mark and I are in our late 40s. Our son Eli is 22. This involves all three of us. We've lived in the same small town in Ohio since 1998, and we've used the same exact bank the whole time, Riverside Credit Union. You know the kind. Little brick building, one inside office, a couple of drive-through lanes. Every Friday, like clockwork, we hit the drive-through ATM on our way back home. And when you pull out from the drive-through, you turn right to get back to our house. We've done this for decades. Now let me describe my husband for a second because it matters. Mark is an engineer, writes software, absolutely loves spreadsheets, charts, graphs. If it's got data, he's happy. He is not a signs and wonders kind of person. He doesn't talk about vibes or gut feelings or any of that. He's very no-nonsense, very logical, and honestly, he would never bring up something weird unless it really bothered him. So, a few months ago, he comes home from the bank, and I can tell by his face something's off. He says very carefully, like he's testing each word before it leaves his mouth, "You know Riverside Credit Union? Something strange just happened there, and I can't explain it." I'm thinking, okay, did the ATM eat his card? Did someone yell at him? What? He goes, "There's this giant tree at the edge of the parking lot now. Like a huge tree. So big I don't ever remember seeing it before. You know how we always look to the left for cars before we turn right toward home? Well, now there's this big, fully grown tree there, and I had to lean forward to see around it to pull out." And I just stare at him, because I love landscaping. I notice every bush, every flower bed, every weed that doesn't belong. If anybody would have seen a tree appear out of nowhere, it would be me. And I know there's no tree there. I would have noticed. We go there every week because we still use a cash envelope system for our budget. Every Friday, same routine. We pull up to the ATM, get our cash for groceries and gas, and head home. We are creatures of habit. So now we're both standing there in the kitchen, going back and forth, trying to reason this out. Maybe they redid the landscaping. Maybe they brought in a big mature tree with a truck and planted it recently. But Mark says, "No, that's the thing. Nothing else looks new. No fresh mulch, no new plants. Everything looks old and settled. Just this tree. He's looking genuinely rattled. Like, is something wrong with my brain rattled? He actually mentions that. He's worried about early dementia or something. And I'm thinking, oh great, now I'm scared for him and confused about a phantom tree. So we decide, okay, we're not going to sit here and obsess about it. We'll just go look. We get in the car and drive over to the bank. And I'm telling you, the second we pull into that lot, I get this weird feeling in my chest. Like I'm walking into a place I know too well, and something is off, but I can't name it yet. We pull through the ATM lane like we always do. He gets his cash, we loop back around, and there it is. A big, mature maple tree, right on the left side as you're trying to pull out. Old enough that the trunk is thick and the branches are way up high, like it's been there for years. It's placed in exactly the spot where, if you're the driver, you have to lean forward and look around it to check for oncoming cars. Mark and I just sit there in the car in silence for a second. Both of us leaning forward, looking around this tree like, have we always done this? And we both know the answer. No, we have never had to lean like that. Not once in all these years. And I can feel this kind of, creeping uneasiness. Like, what do you do when your memory and your eyes are disagreeing? Part of me wants to march right into the bank and ask, hey, when did you guys put that tree in? But another part of me thinks, they're going to look at us like we're nuts. What if they say, oh, that tree's been there since 2010? Then what? Now it's not just the tree that's the problem, it's our sanity. So we don't ask. We drive home. But it bothers us enough that we decide to bring our son into it. Now, Eli has grown up riding in the back of that same car, on that same route, to that same bank. Week after week, year after year. If anyone else would have seen changes, it's him. We don't give him any backstory. We just casually ask, hey Eli, you know Riverside Credit Union? When you pull out of the ATM lane, is there a big tree on the left you have to look around? He answers instantly. No hesitation. No, there's no tree there. It's open. You can see the road. And Mark and I just look at each other. So then we tell him the whole thing. The way Mark saw the tree, how we drove over and confirmed it, how it looks like it's always been there. Eli laughs like, okay, now I have to see this for myself. So we all pile into the car. Now it's this weird little family field trip to stare at a tree. We get to the bank. Same drive-through, same loop around. And we all see it at once. The tree. This big, settled, not new tree, sitting there like it's part of the original design. Eli goes quiet. And then he says, very slowly, I don't remember this at all. He leans forward in the passenger seat the same way Mark does when he's driving, testing the angle, like he's trying to trigger a memory. But nothing. For all three of us, there has never been leaning forward to see around a tree as part of this route. And yet, there we are, doing exactly that. We sit in the car for a bit, all three of us looking at this tree and not saying much. Because honestly, what do you say? It feels almost embarrassing to admit. We are three fairly intelligent people, with a routine that hasn't changed in years, and we're all convinced that a fully grown tree just wasn't there before. We still haven't gone inside to ask the bank staff about it. Part of me really wants to. Another part of me pictures some teller saying, oh yeah, that tree's been there since before I started working here. And then we have to smile and nod and pretend we're not quietly panicking. So that's where we are. 3 people, same routine for years. All 3 of us share this very strong, very specific knowing that there was never a tree there. Not a sapling, not a medium-sized one, nothing. Just open space. And now there's a big old tree that looks like it's always been part of the landscaping. And I don't know what to do with that. I don't know if it's a collective blind spot, some weird glitch in how memory works, or something else entirely. All I know is that every time we pull out of that parking lot now, and I lean forward to look around that trunk, I get a little shiver, because my body is doing something my memory insists I've never had to do before. So, that's our story. The tree that appeared out of nowhere. So, let me tell you about this story a close friend of mine, Rafi, shared with me a while back. He used to work in this big, slightly run-down department store in the city. 3 floors, flickering lights, that kind of place. The 3rd floor was the quietest, mostly office space and overstock, and according to everyone who worked there, it also had something else. Now, the staff all talked about it like it was normal, almost like a weird in-joke, a shape-shifting spirit that wandered around the 3rd floor. People said it liked to copy employees, take their appearance, their uniforms, even the way they walked. You'd pass by someone you swore you recognized, maybe even call their name, and only later find out they'd been on a different shift, or hadn't been in the building at all. At first, new hires thought it was just hazing. You know, welcome to the team, here's our resident ghost. But pretty soon, most of them had at least one moment that made them think twice. One of those people was a new supervisor we'll call Leo. When Leo first started, the team warned him right away. Just so you know, the 3rd floor is weird. If you see someone up there who's not supposed to be working, don't panic. It might not be, well, a person. Leo just laughed it off. He was practical, no nonsense, the type who double-checks inventory and corrects labels that are slightly crooked. Ghosts were not on his list of things to worry about. But that changed pretty quickly. One night, the store was closing. Most of the lights were already off, and it was that in-between time when the building feels empty, but not quite asleep. Leo was on the 3rd floor alone, trying to finish an incident report. He'd had a rough day, short-staffed, a customer complaint, a delivery that arrived late, and he just wanted to get the paperwork done so he could go home. He was hunched over his desk, staring at the computer screen, when he got that prickly feeling on the back of his neck. You know, that sense that someone's watching you. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone standing near the far end of the room, just before the hallway that led to the stockroom. It looked like one of the senior staff, a guy named Andrew. Same haircut, same uniform, even the same slightly slouched posture. At first, Leo didn't think much of it. He just called out, "Hey Andrew, you still here?" No response. The figure just stood there, completely still. Leo turned back to his work, annoyed but trying to ignore it, until something tugged at his memory. He paused, then frowned. Andrew had messaged the group chat earlier that day. He'd taken emergency leave to look after his sick daughter. He was never even in the building. Leo slowly looked up again. This time, the figure had moved. It was walking away, slow, deliberate steps, heading toward one of the desks lined with office equipment. Label printers, staplers, a small scanner, piles of forms. It didn't look confused or lost. It looked purposeful. And then, right in front of Leo, as clear as day, it reached the desk and, with one forceful sweep of its arm, shoved almost everything onto the floor. The crash echoed across the 3rd floor. Papers flew. The scanner clattered. A metal pen holder rolled away and hit a cabinet with a sharp ting. Leo shot up from his chair, heart pounding. But here's the thing. He wasn't just scared. He was exhausted, frustrated, fed up with the day, with the job, with the weird stories, all of it. And something in him just snapped. Leo grabbed the nearest thing he could find, a thick, heavy inventory binder, and without thinking twice, he hurled it at the figure. He watched it hit. The binder didn't pass through thin air or sail harmlessly to the wall. It smacked right into the figure's chest with a dull thud, like it had landed on something solid. The sound made his skin crawl, and that's when he lost it. He started shouting, not in fear, but in this exhausted, furious voice that came from somewhere deep inside. "You picked the worst night to screw with me, you hear me? I am not in the mood for this. You break anything else, and I swear I will find a way to get rid of you for good." He swore. A lot. He admitted later he probably used every curse word he knew, stringing them together in ways that didn't even make sense. But he meant every word. He wasn't asking it to stop. He was warning it. As he advanced, the figure started backing away. Step by step, it moved toward the far corner of the room, near a stack of unused display racks. The light from the emergency exit sign cast this sickly glow, and for a second, Leo could see its face clearly. It looked like Andrew, but wrong. The expression was blank, almost bored. No anger, no fear, nothing. Just watching. And then, right as it reached the corner, it shifted. Not like someone turning around, but like a reflection on water getting disturbed. The edges of its body blurred, its outline wavered, and it simply thinned out and faded until there was nothing there at all. No dramatic sound, no smoke, just gone. Leo stood there, breathing hard, binder still on the floor a few feet in front of him. The room felt heavy, like the air had thickened. He waited, half expecting something else to move, another crash, another figure appearing behind him. Nothing. He stayed a few more minutes, picking up the scattered office supplies, muttering under his breath. Then, before heading to the stairs, he turned back toward that corner and said, out loud, "I'm not afraid of you. You try that again, I'll make sure you really regret it. This is my floor now. Got it?" After that night, according to Rafi, everything changed. The third floor used to have these little incidents. Footsteps when no one was up there, shadows crossing doorways, someone calling your name from down the hall. Occasionally, people would swear they saw a coworker who later turned out not to have been there at all. But after Leo's outburst, it all just stopped. No more lookalikes roaming the corridor. No more desks getting messed up. The weird cold spots people complained about, they went away too. The third floor was still a little eerie. Big buildings at night always are. But that specific presence wasn't felt anymore. Rafi said that, in the weeks that followed, whenever someone joked about the shapeshifter, one of the older staff would just shrug and say, "Talk to Leo. I think he scared it off." And Leo? He never bragged about it. If anyone asked, he'd just say, "Something was messing with my work. I told it to knock it off." And that was that. Hearing that story really made me think. We always talk about fear when it comes to strange things like that. Hauntings, spirits, whatever you want to call them. But sometimes, I wonder if there's something powerful in that moment when fear gets pushed aside by sheer exhaustion and anger. When someone decides, "I'm done being scared. I'm standing my ground." So now I'm curious about you. Have you ever been in a situation, supernatural or not, where you were just so fed up that you stopped being afraid and finally stood up to whatever was bothering you? Or do you know someone who reacted that way when something strange happened? So, hey, I'm going to change a couple names and details because even now, this story makes me a little shaky to talk about. I'm Nina, I'm 27, and this happened with my now ex-husband. Let's call him Mark. Back then, I was pregnant with our first baby, about 7 months along, and we decided to do the whole baby moon thing, One last little trip before life got completely rearranged by a tiny human. Mark planned everything himself. Flights, hotel, dinner reservations. Our destination was Chicago. He was really proud of how taken care of I was going to be, and honestly, it felt nice at the time. All I had to do was pack some stretchy pants and show up. We checked into the Drake Hotel, which, if you've never been, is this really old, grand place right by the lake. Marble floors, big chandeliers, that kind of old money energy. He'd booked us a room on one of the higher floors. I think it was the 9th. That first day was actually lovely. We walked way more than a pregnant woman probably should, along the lakefront, through a couple of museums, grabbed lunch at a little cafe. By the time we got back to the hotel after dinner, my feet were screaming, but my mood was great. Usually I don't sleep well in hotels, different smells, weird noises in the hallway, but that night I was out, like out. Pregnancy fatigue plus miles of walking will do that. The next morning I woke up to sunlight coming in through the curtains, and Mark was already sitting in the chair by the window, just kind of staring out at the city. He looked off. I stretched and asked, "Hey, how'd you sleep?" And he goes quiet. After he says, very calmly, "Something weird happened last night." I'm thinking, okay, maybe a fire alarm, maybe drunk people in the hallway. So I ask, "What do you mean?" He keeps his eyes on the window and says, "A woman in a red dress came into our room." Immediately I'm like, "What?" He tells me that sometime in the middle of the night, he woke up and saw this woman standing near the end of our bed. She was wearing a long red dress, like something you'd wear to a fancy party. He said she didn't look ghostly or anything, just pale and sad and very real. According to him, she looked right at him and said, "You need to go up to the 10th floor." That's it. No explanation, just that. And then, he said, she turned and walked toward the door, but he never heard the door open or close. She was just gone. He told me he lay there, frozen, for the rest of the night. Didn't wake me up, didn't turn on the light, just stared at the door and waited for morning. At first, I kind of laughed it off. I'm like, "Babe, you were dreaming. Or maybe you saw me in my giant red maternity t-shirt and your brain tried to make it sexy." He didn't laugh. He just shook his head and said, "No, I was awake. She was right there." I remember feeling this tiny cold knot in my stomach, but I pushed it away. We had a full day planned. Breakfast, some sightseeing, a nice dinner reservation that night, so I didn't really want to lean into creepy ghost encounter at 9 a.m. We went down to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. It's that kind of place where the coffee is way too strong and everything echoes a little. Mark was poking at his eggs, still distracted, and I pulled out my phone to do some research, mostly to tease him. Just messing around, I typed into Google, "Drake Hotel Woman in Red Chicago," and immediately, my whole body went cold. There it was, page after page, all talking about the woman in red at the Drake Hotel. Back in the early 1920s, on New Year's Eve, there was this huge gala at the hotel. A young woman in a red dress was there with her fiancé. Sometime during the night, she discovered he was cheating on her. Different versions say she caught him with another woman or overheard something. Heartbroken and humiliated, she went upstairs and either jumped or fell from one of the upper floors. Some stories said the 10th floor specifically. Ever since, people have reported seeing a woman in a red dress at the Drake, in the hallways, reflected in mirrors, sometimes in their rooms. And one detail came up over and over again. People saying she tells them something about the 10th floor. I remember my hands actually shaking as I read. I turned the phone to Mark and said, "You need to read this." Watching the color drain out of his face as he scrolled. I still see that. He kept saying, "No way, no way." But the thing is, he'd never heard that legend before. Neither had I. We didn't choose the Drake because of some ghost story. We chose it because it looked fancy and he got a good deal. After that, the vibe of the whole trip changed. I tried to act normal, but I was on edge the rest of the weekend. Every creak of the building, every shadow in the hallway felt loaded. I avoided looking too long at mirrors. I didn't want to be alone in the room. That night, when we got back from dinner, he made a joke like, "Should we go to the 10th floor?" And I snapped, "Absolutely not." I was half kidding, but also not at all. We didn't change rooms. We didn't complain to the front desk. What would we even say? "Hi, my husband saw your resident ghost last night. Can we get a discount?" No. We just kind of lived with it for the rest of the trip. I barely slept after that. He said he didn't see her again, but he kept waking up to check. And every time he moved, I woke up too. We went home, life kept moving, the baby came, and on the surface, the whole woman in red thing became just this bizarre story we almost never mentioned. But privately, I kept thinking about it. Not just the ghost part, but the part where she was supposedly betrayed right after getting engaged, right after this huge, happy moment. Because over time, slowly at first and then all at once, Mark showed me who he really was. Controlling. Cruel in this quiet, calculated way. There were lies, secrets, things I don't really want to get into detail about, but let's just say vile is the word that still comes to mind. When our marriage finally fell apart, I found myself thinking back to that woman in the red dress, to that strange night in Chicago. Sometimes I wonder, did he really see her? Was it just a dream that happened to line up with an old ghost story? Or, this is the part that still sends a chill down my spine, was she trying to warn me? Like, here I was, pregnant and hopeful, thinking we were on this sweet little baby moon, and someone, walks into our room and points him toward the 10th floor, toward her story. I don't pretend to know how any of this works. Maybe it was all coincidence. Maybe his brain just cooked up something spooky and Google did the rest. But every time I see a photo of the Drake, or someone mentions Chicago, or I catch a glimpse of a red dress in a shop window, I feel that same little knot of cold in my stomach. I don't talk to Mark anymore. I'm raising my kid on my own, and we're okay. Better than okay, honestly. Safe. Still, sometimes late at night, I think about that woman. How she might have felt on the night her life spun apart. How she's still, maybe, wandering those hallways in red. Hey, something's not right here. Pay attention. So, I guess I'll just start from the beginning. I've always felt like I had this extra sense. Not like full-on movie-style psychic, but a really strong intuition. I'm 33 now, and my life has had a lot of strange little moments. Paranormal stuff, coincidences that are too weird to be coincidences, and honestly, more loss and death than I wish on anyone. This story is one of those nights that made me feel like, okay, something else is going on here, and I feel like I need to share it. Back in early July, I had plans to see my dad on a Tuesday. His name was Daniel. I'm an only child, and we were really close. The kind of close where we'd talk every single day, even if it was just a quick text or a funny meme. That morning, around 9 a.m., I texted him, "Hey, what time are we thinking for tonight?" No answer. At first, I didn't panic. People get busy. But a couple of hours went by and the text still wasn't read. That was unusual for him. I live with generalized anxiety, and my brain loves to go straight to the worst-case scenario. So of course, I started to get that creeping feeling in my chest. Then I tried to talk myself down. He's probably in a meeting. Maybe he left his phone at home. Don't spiral. Breathe. By mid-afternoon, around 3 or 4 p.m., the silence started to feel heavy. I texted again. Nothing. Not even delivered. That was the part that really made my stomach drop. By about 7 p.m., the anxiety had turned into this cold, solid dread. You know that feeling when your body knows something your brain doesn't want to accept yet? It was like that. I grabbed the spare keys I had from my dad's place, ordered a rideshare, and went over. He lived in this mid-rise condo building. No doorman, but you get in with a key fob. I remember staring at the little black fob in my hand the whole ride there, like it was going to give me answers. When I got to the building, I scanned the fob at the lobby door. It beeped, the light turned green, and the door clicked open. So far, so normal. I walked down the hallway to his unit. Everything felt weirdly quiet. I knocked on his door, hard enough that there's no way he wouldn't have heard it if he was up. Silence. My heart was thudding. I took a deep breath, told myself, okay, you're going to go in and he's going to be asleep or in the shower or something. And I pressed the key fob to the little scanner next to his door. Instead of the green light, it flashed red. The door stayed locked. My stomach twisted. I tried it again, slower this time, like maybe I'd messed up the angle. Red. No, 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 I remember whispering. This fob had always worked. I'd used it before, and it had just let me through the main door downstairs. There was no logical reason it shouldn't work here. I could feel panic rising in my throat, but I forced myself to think. Okay, maybe the back door. There was a little courtyard behind the building, so I went around. I could feel my hands shaking while I walked. I tried the back door to his place with the same fob. Red again. At that point, my brain kind of split in two. One part was trying to troubleshoot. Maybe the battery is dying? Maybe the system glitched? And the other part was just screaming, something is wrong. I looked through the back window into his apartment. All the lights were off. His cat, a chunky black and white boy named Oreo, was sitting there on the floor staring right at me. He was home. His shoes were there. He wasn't answering, and I couldn't get in. I was texting his girlfriend, Maria, who was out of the country on a work trip. I told her the fob wasn't working, that I couldn't get inside. She kept saying, "That's so weird. It should work. We just used it last week." She suggested I call the superintendent to open the door. Normally, that would be the obvious next step. But I had this overwhelming, almost physical feeling. Don't do that. Call 911. It was like my own thoughts, but louder, firmer. Not panicky, just very clear. So I listened. I went out to the front of the building, hands still shaking, and I called 911. I remember my voice sounding weirdly calm as I explained, "I'm worried about my dad. I can't reach him, and the key fob isn't letting me into his unit." They said they'd send officers over. Those 40-ish minutes waiting on the sidewalk felt like years. I kept pacing, sitting, standing, checking my phone, bargaining with the universe. Please let this be nothing. Please let him just be annoyed with me for overreacting. Please, just let him open the door and say, "What are you doing here?" When the police finally arrived, 2 officers came. I explained everything again. They tried the fob on his door too. Same thing. Red light, locked door. One of them frowned and said, "That's odd. It worked downstairs, right?" Instead of breaking down the door, they called the superintendent themselves. He showed up pretty quickly with a master key. They told me to wait in the hallway while they went inside. I slid down the wall, crouching next to my dad's front door, my arms wrapped around my knees. I remember staring at this little scratch on the door frame, something I'd never noticed before, just to have something else to focus on. They went in, and then nothing. No sounds, no voices, no, "Hey, he's okay." No movement. 5 minutes felt like forever. When they finally came back out, I looked up at their faces and I just knew. before they even said a word. One of the officers knelt down a bit to meet my eyes, and his face was so gentle and so apologetic. He said my dad was in his bed, that he had passed away. They thought it had happened during the night before, peacefully in his sleep. I don't remember exactly what I said. I think I just sobbed, "No," over and over. They didn't want me to go in and see him like that, and honestly, I didn't want to either. The idea of my last memory of him being that, it made me feel sick. Here's the part that still gives me chills. That key fob, it never worked again. Not on his door. Not even later, when things had calmed down and there were explanations like, maybe the system reset, or maybe the permissions changed. It just never worked for his unit again. And as strange as it sounds, I genuinely believe my dad had something to do with that. In my heart, it feels like he was protecting me, from having to be the one to open that door, from walking in and finding him like that. Almost like he was saying, "You don't need to see this. Remember me how I was." From the very first unread text that morning, deep down, I think I knew. I didn't want to know, but my body, my intuition, whatever you want to call it, it knew. So when people ask why I believe in things we can't fully explain, I think about that day. About the key fob flashing red, about the way my gut screamed, "Call 911," about how everything lined up just so that I wouldn't be the one to walk into that room. I miss him every single day. But I also feel, in this quiet, steady way, that he's still looking out for me, just like he did then. So, let me tell you this the way it lives in my family's memory. It all started around 200 years ago, in a small, quiet village where the cremation ground sat right at the edge of the fields. People said that place was haunted. Even in broad daylight, nobody liked walking past it alone. To keep the spirits in check, the villagers built a small temple near the pyres. It wasn't grand at all, just a simple stone shrine, but they dedicated it to a fierce form of the goddess Kali, the one who keeps restless spirits under control. A few days after the shrine was built, the king who ruled that land back then, Raja Devendra, had a strange dream. In it, he saw an ugly, twisted spirit roaming near that very cremation ground, right beside the new temple. When he woke up, he couldn't shake it off. He asked his courtiers, "Has anything new been built near the cremation ground?" One of them told him about the small temple the villagers had just put up. For reasons only he and the goddess might know, the king decided to go there himself. He went without guards, without fanfare, and stayed until the sky turned orange with evening. Just as he was about to leave, something struck. According to the story, an evil spirit attacked him. He felt a sharp, invisible blow, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. While he was lying there, he had another dream. This one was different. He saw a woman in a red sari, her hair loose, her eyes both terrifying and gentle at the same time. She stood in front of the small shrine and said to him, very clearly, "Establish this temple properly. Find a capable priest who will take care of it with devotion. Then I will protect this land." That priest, we say, was my great-great-great-grandfather, Narayan Shastri. When the king woke up, he took the dream seriously. He ordered the temple to be rebuilt properly, with rituals and all the traditional rules. He called for Narayan Shastri, recognized him as the chosen priest, and granted him land, gold, and silver. There was one condition. His family must take care of the temple for generations. The temple was dedicated to Masani Chandi, a fierce form of Kali. Masani refers to the cremation ground. Chandi means a wrathful goddess, a powerful form of Kali who has influence over the afterlife and fate. My ancestor accepted the responsibility. He served the goddess with full devotion. For a while, everything went well. The family prospered, the temple flourished, and the village was peaceful. But as the generations passed, my family slowly drifted away from her. They stopped paying attention to the temple and became more interested in being landlords, managing their land and wealth instead. The temple became secondary, then an afterthought, and eventually almost abandoned by them. And then, misfortune began to fall on them, bit by bit. Land deals failed. Crops were ruined. Gold and silver were sold off to cover debts. Over a few generations, everything they had been given was lost. It didn't happen in a single dramatic moment, just a slow, painful decline until nothing was left. Finally, a few decades before I was born, someone in the family realized what had happened. We turned our backs on the goddess who protected us. By then, the temple had been moved and rebuilt several times. My elders say 4 or 5, they've lost count. But they returned. They went back to Masani Chandi, performed the proper rituals, and asked for forgiveness. They prayed, "Please protect us again. We were foolish. We forgot you. Take us back." Now, this temple is not a typical sacrifice temple. It's not like animals are being offered all the time. But because Masani Chandi is a form of Kali, a small, limited amount of sacrifice is traditionally allowed. We offer the goat, cook it as a curry, and the family eats it. Whatever is left, bones, remains, scraps, is taken and cremated, returned to the fire of the cremation ground. The priest who serves there now, Pandit Raghav, doesn't eat meat at all. He won't touch the curry. That's his personal vow. Whenever I visit during that time, I can smell it, the anticipation of the sacrifice, even before the goat is brought in. But once I step inside the inner part of the temple, everything changes. There's no smell of incense, no smell of flowers, nothing. Inside, for me, there is only the smell of petrichor, that damp, earthy scent, as if it has just rained on dry soil, even when the day outside is hot and dry. It's the only thing I can smell inside that sanctum. It feels like the earth itself is breathing. That's my father's side. Now, from my mother's side, the connection is strangely similar. By sheer coincidence, or maybe fate, my mother's family is also tied to the same goddess, Masani Chandi. But unlike the small village shrine of my father's side, my mother's side is connected to a very well-known temple. If you look it up on Google, you'll find it under the name Swargadwar, which means Heaven's Gate. It's a large cremation ground with a big temple of Masani Chandi inside it. The place is busy, famous, and spiritually important for many people, not just our family. My mother's grandmother, whom we called Lakshmi Amma, was closely associated with that temple. People say she had a gift. She could ward off evil spirits and help heal illnesses using a special chant taught to her in a dream. Neighbors would come to her with strange problems, nightmares, sudden fevers, unexplained fear, and she would softly chant that mantra over a glass of water or over their heads, and they would feel lighter. She lived to be almost 100 years old. I actually met her several times when I was very young, though I only have fragment-like memories. Her thin hands, her gray hair tied back, the way her eyes seemed to be looking at something far beyond the room. When I was a baby, my mother's family performed a ritual for me at Swargadwar. In that ritual, they sold me to the goddess, or, more gently put, they offered me to her. It doesn't mean the goddess literally adopted me and took me away, of course. It's more symbolic. Through that ritual, they were saying, "This child is yours now. Her fate, her protection, her path, please look after her." So in a strange, comforting way, I've grown up with the idea that I belong to Masani Chandi, from both sides of my family. My father's side, who once neglected her temple and suffered for it, then came back in humility and gratitude. My mother's side, whose matriarch walked with her so closely she could chase away spirits with a chant. And me, somewhere in the middle, offered to the same goddess who rules over the cremation ground, over fate, over the thin line between this world and whatever comes after. When I stand in that temple and breathe in that impossible smell of rain on dry earth, I always feel the same quiet thought in my heart. I'm still yours. Don't forget me. So, I grew up in the same house my entire childhood. Same creaky floors, same chipped paint in the hallway, same old oak tree outside my window. I even stayed in the same bedroom until I was about 16. Now, here's the thing about that room. I never really felt anything weird in there. To me, it was just my room. Posters on the wall, piles of toys, the usual chaos. But my older cousins, they hated sleeping in there. They're all at least 10, 15 years older than me. Grown, tough, nothing scares me type people. And yet, every time they slept over, they'd be like, can I crash on the couch instead? At first, I thought they were just being dramatic. But later on, I realized they all felt something in that room that I just didn't. So, one night when I was about 7, maybe 8, we're playing hide and seek in the dark. Me, my big brother, and 2 of my cousins. The rule was, no lights, just flashlights if you really freaked out. I remember sprinting through the house, laughing, totally hyped up. My dad, Marco, had this closet that connected his bedroom to the bathroom, and that bathroom opened into the hallway. It was like this little secret shortcut. So I'm running, right? I cut through my dad's closet, burst into the bathroom, and I'm about to dart into the hallway, and I just stop. Because there, standing by the bathtub, is this little girl. She looks about my age, dark hair, kind of tangled. She's wearing this pale dress that looks old, like something from a family photograph. And she's just standing there, turned slightly away from me, like she's looking down at the tub. And for some reason, in that moment, my brain just goes, oh, one of my cousin's kids or something. Like it doesn't even register as scary. I'm a kid. I'm mid-game. I just think, oh, weird, and run right past her and back into the hallway. It wasn't until later that it really hit me. About a year after that, my older brother, his name's Lucas, was talking to me. We were in the kitchen, just snacking late at night, and he goes, hey, do you remember when you were younger and you were scared of Dad's bathroom? And I'm like, I wasn't scared. Why? And he says, super casual, I saw a little girl in there once, standing by the tub. Thought maybe you did too. And I swear to you, my stomach just dropped, because I hadn't told anyone about what I saw. Not my dad, not my cousins, nobody. And he described it almost exactly the same. The little girl, by the bathtub, just standing there. By the way, that bathroom, it was directly across the hall from my bedroom door. You stepped out of my room, and boom, you were staring right at it. Now, around this same time, my dad kept getting on my case about sneaking around at night. He'd say, Melly, you have to stop getting up in the middle of the night and going to the kitchen. You've got school in the morning. And I'd be like, Dad, I'm not. I'm literally asleep. But he was sure it was me. He said he'd hear these tiny, quick footsteps going down the hall, like a kid walking fast, light, but very distinct. The way he described it, he said it sounded like marbles or those little silica gel beads bouncing on the tile. Just this soft, scattering sound moving from my room, past his door, toward the kitchen. Sometimes he'd hear the dining room chairs scrape like someone was pulling them out from the table. The dining room was right next to my room, so any sound in there carried straight through our hallway. He'd get up, walk through the house, check on me, still in bed, out cold. Check the kitchen, lights off, everything in place. And then there was the night that really did it for me. I was 8. It was summer, so I didn't have to wake up early, and I was allowed to stay up a little later. I remember lying in bed, watching cartoons. The Fairly Odd Parents, I think. The glow from the TV was the only light in the room. Behind the head of my bed, pressed up against the wall, I had one of those home versions of an arcade basketball game. You know, the kind with a little plastic hoop and a net that leads down to a tray, and a plastic lever inside the hoop that counts the baskets. Whenever the ball went through and hit that lever, it made this super loud, sproing sound, like a metal spring snapping back. It was impossible to miss. So I'm lying there, kind of half zoned out, half watching TV. The room is quiet except for the show, and suddenly, that exact loud, springy sound goes off right behind my head. I froze, like completely froze. Slowly, I sit up and turn around, and I see the little orange basketball just rolling down from the hoop all the way to the edge of the tray, like it had just gone through. There was no one else in the room, no draft, no one bumped it. The ball had been sitting there for hours. I remember my heart just pounding. I grabbed the remote, turned the TV off, and the silence after that was somehow even worse. I glanced at my alarm clock, and it was 2:53 a.m. We always talk about 3 a.m. being the creepy time, so I was like, nope, absolutely not. I bolted out of bed and went to my dad's room. I didn't even try to play it cool. I just crawled into his bed and stayed there the rest of the night. I didn't tell him the full story until years later, but I remember every single detail from that moment. The TV show, the exact sound, the way the ball moved. It's like it's burned into my memory. After that, I started thinking about that little girl in the bathroom, the footsteps my dad kept hearing, the chair moving, and then the basketball thing. And instead of being constantly terrified, I decided to make peace with it. I started leaving toys out on purpose. Before school, I'd pick a doll or a little figurine and place it where she could reach it. On my desk, on the floor by the bed, near the basketball game. And I'd say out loud, quietly, "These are for you, okay? You can play with them while I'm gone, just don't scare Dad too much." Sometimes, when I was alone in my room, I'd just talk to her. Not like full conversations, but little comments like, "I had a bad day today," or, "Please don't make loud noises tonight, I'm really tired." I didn't even know for sure if she was there, but weirdly, it made me feel better. Less like a kid trapped in a haunted room, and more like I was sharing a space with someone who just didn't have anywhere else to go. My dad still lives in that same house. The room is a guest room now. The bathroom is still across the hall, and the dining room is still right next to it, just like before. When we all get together, me, my brother, my cousins, we still joke about the house ghost. My dad will say, "She was running around again last night," and we'll laugh. But there's always this little pause after. All right, so let me just tell you this straight, the way it happened. It was a weeknight, maybe around 11:15 p.m. or so. I was heading into town to grab a few things from the store. I live way out in the sticks. No streetlights, hardly any neighbors, just vegetation, trees, and dirt roads. About 10 minutes into the drive, my temperature gauge starts climbing. Next thing I know, the warning light pops on and the car starts to overheat. So I pull over on the shoulder of this 2-lane highway, kill the engine, pop the hood, and just stand there in the dark, listening to the metal tick. I let it cool for a while, check the radiator, top it off with a little bit of water I had, and think, okay, I'll just ease it home. I get maybe another couple miles down the road. Same thing. Temperature shoots up again. By now it's after midnight. I'm not that far from home, maybe a mile, mile-and-a-quarter walk. It's a clear night, stars out, a little chilly but not miserable. And I'm thinking, why risk blowing the engine? I could use the exercise anyway. So I pull off a little more, lock the car up, throw my hands in my pockets, and decide to walk it. The road I live off of is this rough mountain back road. Not paved, mostly packed dirt and gravel, ruts everywhere. I walk along the highway first, then turn onto my road. There's just enough moonlight that my eyes adjust. I don't even bother with my phone flashlight. I'm moving at a pretty good pace, just wanting to get home and crawl into bed. So I'm about 2/3 of the way down my road, and on my left there's this long split-rail wooden fence and a gravel driveway that leads to one of the neighbors' places. I'm walking, minding my own business, when I hear something. Faint footsteps on gravel. Crunch, crunch. Very soft, but clear. Out of the corner of my eye, I see something coming up that driveway toward the road. And my first thought is not ghost or paranormal or anything like that. My first thought is, oh great, one of the neighbors thinks I'm out here creeping around, casing houses in the middle of the night. I'm fully expecting a flashlight in my face, maybe a gun, definitely some questions. Like, hey, what are you doing out here? So I'm bracing for that. And then I realize what I'm actually looking at. There's a man walking toward me, except I can see through him. At first, it's almost like that Predator effect. You know in the old movie, where the outline kind of shimmers and takes on the color of the trees behind it? It's like that. The shape is there, but it's blending a little with the background. As he gets closer, though, he becomes more defined. He looks like a solid guy, little broader build than me, around my height. He's wearing this red and gray flannel shirt, jeans, and these old work boots. His hair is sort of shaggy, like that almost mullet style you see on some country singers. And he is just gliding up this driveway toward the road. He steps out of the driveway onto the edge of the road, maybe 30 feet to my left, and then, this is the part that really got me. He turns and starts walking alongside me. We're not shoulder to shoulder, but he's pacing me, same speed, just off to my left by the fence line. We walk like that for, I don't know, 100 to 150 feet. Long enough for it not to be my imagination. Long enough for me to actually study him. The whole time he's not looking around, not checking the road. He's looking at me. We get to the end of that split rail fence, and that's where he stops. He slows, turns toward the fence, and just rests one arm up on the top rail, like someone leaning on a bar, and he keeps his eyes locked on me. I don't say a word. I don't wave. I don't break stride. I just keep walking, every hair on my head and neck standing straight up. My brain is going, nope, 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 this is not happening. But my eyes are saying, oh yeah, it is. I wanted so badly to look back, but I was terrified that if I did, he'd be closer, or something would be different. So I just face forward and keep walking, repeating in my head, what the hell was that? What did I just see? Did that really happen? Over and over. It's not even pure fear at first, it's disbelief. Like my whole understanding of what's real just got nudged sideways. As I get closer to my house, the feeling changes. It goes from disbelief to this really deep uneasiness. It's creeping me out more with every step because now I'm replaying it. The way he came deliberately down that driveway. The way he walked beside me like he'd come out just to meet me on the road. That sad look on his face. And it was sad. That's the part that sticks with me the most. He didn't look angry or threatening. He looked like he wanted to say something. Like he had something important he needed to tell me, but couldn't get the words out. I finally get home, lock the door maybe a little faster than usual, and I don't sleep great that night. Just keep hearing gravel footsteps in my head. Next morning, I'm in the kitchen, making coffee and trying to act normal, but it's eating at me. So I tell my dad, his name's Mark, What happened? I say, "Look, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I need to tell you about something I saw last night on the road." Now, I've always been open to the idea of UFOs, aliens, all that. I figured the universe is big. Who knows what's out there? But ghosts? Spirits? I've always thought that stuff was just stories. Fun for movies, but not real life. So I'm telling my dad this whole thing, expecting him to just kind of nod and chalk it up to headlights or my eyes playing tricks on me. And yeah, he's got that skeptical look at first. But then he stops me and asks, "Okay, exactly where did this happen?" And I say, "You know that long split-rail fence on the left? The one by that gravel driveway before our place? Right there." And I watch his whole expression change. He goes quiet for a second and then says, "You remember I told you about that neighbor down there? The one who, passed away in his house? That's the driveway." It hits me all at once. I remember him mentioning, about a year before I moved back in, that a guy who lived down that drive had taken his own life. We didn't know him well, just a quiet neighbor who kept to himself most of the time. And I'm standing there in the kitchen with my coffee, and suddenly I've got tears in my eyes. The goosebumps come back, full force. My whole body feels electric. Because now it's not just a weird figure on a dark road. It's possibly someone. A real person. Someone whose house I walk past all the time without thinking. Up until that night, I would have told you, with total confidence, that all paranormal stuff was nonsense. Just stories people tell. But I swear to you, with my whole chest, I saw a man. I saw him like I'm seeing this room right now. And at the same time, I saw through him. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't high. I was just tired and trying to get home because my stupid car overheated. And then, that happened. Part of me hopes I never see anything like that again. And another part of me, the part that keeps thinking about his face, wonders what he was trying to say, and if he'll ever try to say it again. So, let me just talk to you like we're sitting here together, okay? Lately, I've been having this one dream that keeps coming back, or at least I think it's a dream. In it, I wake up somewhere else, someplace with a lot more people, and in that place, I'm not me. I'm more like an experiment, something that isn't supposed to be awake yet. Every time, they notice I've woken up, and they put me back under. Sometimes it's a needle, sometimes a mask, sometimes just a hand on my shoulder and this heavy, sinking feeling. And then I wake up here, in this life, like nothing happened. But when I'm there, it feels more real than this. It feels like that place is where I truly wake up, and this is the dream I keep falling back into. In this last one, I opened my eyes in what looked like a clinic, bright, sterile, with this humming sound in the walls. 2 people were standing over me. They looked like my parents, or maybe like people who'd been made to resemble my parents, but right away I knew they weren't them. Something in their eyes was off, like they were wearing a mask they forgot to adjust. One of them, she had short dark hair and a soft voice, said, "Eli, go to sleep." And that's another thing. In that place, sometimes they call me Eli. That's not my name here. I sat up anyway. The bed I was on was at the edge of a kind of balcony, and below I could see a long row of rooms with glass fronts, like hospital rooms or cages. Each one had a glowing number above it. I was supposed to go to number 7. I just knew that, like it had been drilled into me. I looked down at myself and freaked out a little. My body didn't match how I know I look here. I felt smaller somehow, lighter. I said, "I'm 27 years old. Why do I look like this?" She frowned and answered, almost like she was correcting a child. "No, you're 24. Go where I told you and don't make noise." Her voice was gentle, but there was this edge under it that scared me more than if she'd yelled. And in that moment, I knew I had to escape. Not just I want to, but this deep, urgent need in my chest, like if I stayed, something important would be erased from me. I feel that every time, actually. I always try to get out, but I never make it. It's like the place is designed so I can't really leave, no matter how clever I think I'm being. I stepped away from the bed and started walking along the corridor. The place was huge, high ceilings, echoing footsteps, that strange, too clean smell. Off to one side, there was a larger clinic area, divided into sections, where people were being examined or hooked up to machines. They lay there so still that I couldn't tell if they were sleeping or sedated or something else. As I passed, a young man inside one of the glass rooms noticed me. He looked about my age, but his eyes seemed older, like he'd been there a very long time. He came right up to the glass, surprised, and whispered urgently, "Hey, you're not supposed to be awake yet." I stopped, and he glanced nervously over his shoulder, then leaned closer. He said, "Listen, if you want to wake up for real, chew bark, chew hip, and you'll get out. Do it. Don't forget." I remember those exact words, chew bark, chew hip. It sounded ridiculous, like broken instructions, but the way he said it made it feel important, like some kind of code. I tried to ask him what it meant. "What do you mean? How do I do that?" But he was already looking past me, eyes going wide, and the way they looked at me. I've never felt so much like an animal in a cage. It was like they were studying how I moved, how I breathed, how I reacted, taking mental notes. Just as I was thinking about running, a man in a pale gray coat appeared beside me, as if he'd just stepped out of nowhere. I don't remember hearing footsteps. He just was there. He had a calm, neutral face, the kind of face that never looks surprised. He said my name, Eli, and reached for my arm. His hand was warm but firm, like he'd done this 1,000 times. Behind us, I heard someone shout, and when I turned, 2 other people were dragging the boy who'd spoken to me away from his room, furious. He was struggling, eyes locked on mine. "Do it," he yelled. "Don't let them put you." His voice cut off as they pulled him around a corner. The man holding me didn't react. He just said quietly, "You weren't supposed to talk to him," and led me down the corridor. We passed more doors with numbers, 3, 7, 11, 14. Some were dark inside. Some had shapes moving behind the glass. I couldn't tell if they were people like me or something else. My heart was beating so fast I felt it in my throat. He guided me into one of the rooms. No windows, just soft white walls and a narrow bed, and there was this low humming noise, deeper than before, like it was coming up through the floor. For a second I thought, if I fight now, maybe I can get away. Maybe this time I can make it. But my body suddenly felt so heavy. My eyelids drooped, and everything around me started to blur, like water running over paint. Someone's hand, maybe his, maybe someone else's, touched the side of my neck, and the last thing I remember from there is that same strange thought. What if this is the real world, and the life I think is real is just the place they send me to sleep? And then I woke up. I shot up in my bed here, this bed, in this room, and my phone said it was 3:47 a.m. My heart was pounding, my clothes were damp with sweat, and for a long moment, I genuinely didn't know which side of the waking line I was on. I sat there in the dark, listening to the hum of my fan, the distant sound of a car passing outside, trying to convince myself that this was the real one. But it didn't feel convincing. Instead of feeling relieved, I felt displaced, like I'd been pulled out of where I belonged and dropped back into a role I'm supposed to play. I don't know what to do with that feeling. I keep going over it in my head. The fake parents, the wrong age, The boy with the message about bark and hip. The way those observers looked at me. Every time I think about it, I start to doubt everything around me. My room, my memories, even my face in the mirror. What if it's all just the cover story they give me when I'm put back to sleep? And it's not just this one dream either. I've had other experiences that felt, I don't know, paranormal is the closest word I have. Moments where reality glitches a little, missing time, things moving where I didn't leave them. Deja vu so strong it hurts. I don't know if they're connected, but it's starting to feel like they might be. So I guess I'm really asking you this, person to person. Has anything like this ever happened to you? Have you ever woken up somewhere else? Someplace that feels more real than here? Been forced back to sleep, and then opened your eyes again in this life, wondering which one is the dream? Because after nights like that, I'm left sitting awake at 3-something in the morning, staring at the ceiling, trying to decide which version of me is the experiment, and which one is truly awake. So, let me tell you about something that happened a while back that I still think about all the time. This was back in 2013. I had this friend from the racing scene. Let's call him Dylan. We knew each other through BMX racing. We were friendly, hung out at the track, but it's not like we were pouring our hearts out to each other or anything. We didn't really know much about each other's childhoods or families, and we didn't share a ton of mutual friends outside that racing bubble. One evening, completely out of nowhere, my phone rings. It's Dylan. We hadn't talked in months, so I'm already a little surprised. I pick up and he goes, "Okay, this is going to sound really weird, but just hear me out." He tells me he has this coworker, let's call her Julia, and Julia had come up to him at work and asked, "Hey, who is this girl you know?" Now, my first name isn't very common, so he kind of froze and said, I do know why?" Julia explains that there's this woman who keeps approaching her, insisting she has a message for a girl with my name, and that Dylan knows her. Over and over, same thing. She has a message, you know her. Then he tells me that this woman claims to be a medium, that spirits talk to her. He's half laughing, half nervous, like, look, she might be legit, she might be totally off her Rockefeller, I don't know. But Julia says she really wants you to come by so she can pass this message along. He's weirded out because he swears he's never mentioned me to Julia. Not once. No reason to. Different parts of his life. Now here's the thing. I actually do believe in spirits and mediums. My sister is a medium, though at that point we were kind of estranged, not in regular contact. So I'm listening to all this like, okay, this is strange, but not completely out of my belief system. I tell him, yeah, okay, I'll meet her. Let's see what this lady has to say. The next day after work, Dylan picks me up. Julia lives about 25 minutes away from where I was staying at the time. He tells me he's been to her place a couple times for small get-togethers, but they're not super close, just work friends. We get there, and Julia seems totally normal. You know what I mean? She's married, has a couple of kids, maybe mid-40s. The house is cozy. There are toys shoved under the couch, family photos on the wall. Just very regular, grounded energy. Not what you'd picture if you were expecting some kind of spooky movie scene. We do a little small talk in the kitchen, then she leads us into the living room. I sit down on the couch. Dylan sits off to the side, and I'm like, okay, so what's this all about? What does this lady want to tell me, and who is she? Julia takes a breath and starts explaining. She says there's this woman who's been coming to her, spiritually, not physically, and she keeps insisting Julia finds a girl with my name. Julia says this woman never had biological children of her own, but she helped raise a lot of kids and loved them like they were hers. And immediately, in my head, I go, oh my God, this sounds like my old daycare lady. Let's call her Maggie. Maggie helped raise me. I was in her care until I was about 10 years old. She watched a bunch of kids from the neighborhood, and she treated us like family. She was loud and warm and stubborn in the best way. I adored her. We stayed close even after I grew up. She ended up passing away from cancer a few years before this whole thing happened. I had actually visited her in hospice the day before she died. I ask, "Can you tell me what this woman looks like?" Julia pauses, kind of squints like she's focusing, and then says, "She's a bigger woman, and she has one green eye and one brown eye." And my brain just slams on the brakes, because Maggie had one green eye and one brown eye. That is such a specific, bizarre detail. It's not like saying she has brown hair and glasses. Heterochromia like that is rare, and for her to land on that with the right combination just floored me. Inside, I'm screaming, "That's Maggie. There's no way she just guessed that." But on the outside, I'm trying to stay neutral, just letting her talk. Julia goes on with more details, the way this woman laughs, how she's very protective, how she kind of collects kids emotionally and keeps track of them, how she hated being in hospitals and felt trapped there. Little things. And it's all lining up with Maggie so perfectly that I'm honestly a little freaked out. So finally I ask, "Do you know her name?" Julia gets quiet for a second, looks off like she's listening to something, and then she says, "Her name is Lorraine." And immediately I'm like, okay, you lost me. Because I'm thinking, nope, her name was Maggie. Definitely not Lorraine. So there's this little crash in my chest, like maybe this is where it falls apart. Maybe the eye thing was a wild coincidence. Still, I let Julia keep going. She tells me the message from this woman, Lorraine. It sounds kind of like what you'd expect. She wants me to know that she's okay, that she's happy, that she's around me a lot because I was very special to her. Julia says that if I feel like someone's with me, or I hear odd sounds when I'm alone, I shouldn't be scared. It's probably her checking in. We talk a bit more, nothing too dramatic. Eventually Dylan and I leave, and I go home. But my mind will not let this go. All night, and honestly the entire next day, I'm replaying every detail. The way Julia described her, the personality, the protectiveness, the eye colors. It all feels so spot on for Maggie that I can't just shrug it off. The only thing that doesn't fit is the name. Lorraine. It bugs me enough that I finally call my mom. I tell her the whole story, from Dylan's weird call, to going to Julia's house, to the description of this woman, to the eyes, all of it. And then I say, the only thing is, she told me the woman's name is Lorraine, and that's where it doesn't match. Because, you know, Maggie. And my mom just goes really, really quiet. Then she says, "You didn't know this, but Maggie's real first name was Lorraine. Margaret was her middle name. She just always went by Maggie because she liked it better." I remember just sitting there, holding the phone, staring at nothing. My whole body got that cold, buzzy feeling. Because there was no way Julia could have known that. I didn't know that. I had never in my life heard anyone call Maggie Lorraine. In that moment, it felt like everything just clicked into place. The eyes, the way she was described, the love, the name. It was like Maggie had found a way to cut through all the noise just to say, one more time, "Hey, kiddo, I'm still here." And ever since then, whenever I hear some little unexplained sound in my apartment, or feel that sort of gentle, someone's here energy when I know the room is empty, I'll just smile and say out loud, almost casually, "Hi, Maggie. I know that's you." You know, when people talk about Scotland's Highlands, they usually go straight to the postcards in their mind. Those wild hills, the mist curled into the glens, the way the mountains look almost black against a silver sky. But if you sit still long enough up there, really listen, you start to notice something else. Not just the wind through the heather or the distant rush of water, but a kind of crying. Soft at first, almost like someone trying not to be heard. That's what I want to tell you about tonight, the weeping of the Highlands. Because for centuries, people have said that some of those cries don't belong to the living at all. They belong to three spirits: Alis, the mourner of the mounds; Mari nan ni, the washerwoman of fate; and Kianod, the weeper of the glens. Different names in different places, but the same thread runs through all of them. Their voices are said to follow death, disaster, and the sort of sorrow that settles into the land itself. Alis, the mourner of the mounds. So let me start with Alis. Her name, the old folks say, comes from the same roots as the old Ban Sith, the woman of the fairy hill. Long before people like you and me were wandering around taking photos of the scenery, the families out there believed Alis cried for them. Not for strangers, just for their own clan. You'd be in a stone cottage somewhere on a stormy night, the fire burning low, and someone would suddenly go quiet and tilt their head, then say, "Do you hear that?" Out beyond the walls, over the sound of the wind, there would be a thin, broken wail, like a woman grieving so hard her voice could barely hold itself together. That was Alis. Her cry didn't kill anyone. That's the part people sometimes get wrong. She wasn't a murderer. She was a messenger. Her voice meant that a thread in the family line was about to be cut, that someone's time had finally run out. As the old faiths faded and Christianity spread through those valleys, people started to talk about her a little differently. Some said she wasn't just crying for a person anymore. She was crying for the world itself. For children taken too early. For villages emptied by famine. For the way the land kept absorbing one grief after another and still had to bear it. Even now, there are Highlanders who will quietly tell you that if you go far enough into the hills, you might still hear Alis keening in the distance. They'll shrug and laugh it off in public, of course. But behind closed doors, they'll tell you that death never really goes silent. It just finds new ways to speak. Mari nan ni, the washerwoman of fate. Now Alis cries from far away, but Mari nan ni, Mari of the washing, comes much closer. Picture this, a foggy highland evening, the kind where the mist sits low and keeps close to the ground. You're walking along a burn, one of those narrow streams with stones that shine like bone under the water. Up ahead, you see a small woman kneeling by the bank. Her skirts are soaked. Her hair hangs in tangled ropes, dripping into the stream. She's scrubbing something in the water. You might think it's just laundry, until you notice the color. Not dirt, not mud, but a deep, dull red that refuses to wash away. Those are the clothes of the soon-to-be dead. Her looks change from story to story. Sometimes she's tiny and fragile, with skin like old parchment and eyes swollen from endless tears. Other times she's almost monstrous, her limbs too long, her feet webbed like a creature of the loch, or her breasts dragging in the water as she bends over the stones. But the rules around her stay mostly the same. If you stumble upon Mary and manage to approach her before she notices you, you have a chance. You can ask her whose clothes she's washing, and she'll tell you who stands on the edge of death. Some say if you gently take the cloth from her hands, you can even trade the fate she's working on for your own, though that's a dark bargain to make. If she sees you first, though, well, then it's your shirt she's wringing out, your blood she's rinsing from the sleeves. People in the highlands used to whisper that this was why you should never walk alone by certain streams after dark. Not because something would attack you, but because you might learn more about the future than your heart could bear. Keonode, the Weeper of the Glens. Then there's Keonode, not seen, only heard. While Mary is all about the intimate, personal end of things, one life, one shirt, one final breath, Keonode belongs to the big disasters, the ones that leave whole families, even whole valleys, changed forever. Her name, in some stories, just means the keening one. She doesn't show herself. She doesn't wash clothes. She doesn't stand at anyone's door. Instead, she is the voice in the glen before the worst happens. People heard her long before famous events, they say. Low, heartbroken wails along the sides of the hills, sobbing that rose and fell with the wind near the locks. Sometimes it sounded like one woman crying, sometimes like a chorus of them. One of the most repeated tales is tied to the massacre at Glencoe in the late 1600s. In the days before the soldiers began their work, there were reports of a woman's voice echoing through the valley at night, crying as if her heart had already seen what was coming. They say Keonode doesn't just mourn the dead. She mourns what people do to one another, the betrayals, the broken promises of hospitality, the way violence sinks into the soil and never truly leaves. In that way, she's not just a ghostly warning. She's the sound of the land itself grieving. The abbey that wouldn't be silent. You might be thinking, all right, but those are old stories, legends. That's different from real life, isn't it? Let me tell you about a Sunday morning that blurs that line a bit. In the middle of the 1700s, at a place called Fern Abbey up in Easter Ross, there was a collapse during a church service. The old roof finally gave way. Stone and timber crashed down onto the congregation. Dozens died. Some say 30, others say nearer to 40. For our purposes, let's just say it was far too many. In the week leading up to that service, there were reports from the area around Loch Slinn. People heard weeping. Just one woman's voice, they thought, on nights when the water lay flat as glass. No one could see her, but they could point to where the sound seemed to drift from, the far, shadowed shore. There was a young girl from a village a little way off, Cromarty. She swore that, one evening, she'd seen a tall, pale woman standing knee-deep in the loch, washing what looked like a stack of bloodied linen. The girl told her family. They scolded her for making things up. She told the neighbors. They laughed and told her she'd been out too late and frightened herself. Then the roof fell. So, let me tell you about my older sister Emily's room. When we were kids, there were always weird things happening in there. Not in the rest of the house, not in my room across the hall, just hers. It kind of became this unspoken thing in our family, like, yeah, that room's strange. Anyway, past the mashed potatoes. The first time I really remember it being scary, Emily was maybe 15 and I was 12. One night she's lying in bed, just about to fall asleep, when she hears her doorknob jiggle. Not just a little tap, like someone's trying to quietly open it. Now, naturally, she assumes it's me, her annoying little brother, messing with her. So she climbs out of bed, marches over, and yanks the door open, ready to yell at me. Nobody's there. My room, directly across the hall, is closed. Lights off. Totally quiet. She stands there for a second, kind of confused, then decides, okay, weird, shuts her door, locks it, and gets back into bed. A few moments later, the handle starts shaking again. But this time, it's violent, like someone is really trying to force it open. She completely loses it and starts screaming my name, then my parents. All three of us come stumbling out of our rooms, hearts pounding, into the hallway. And the hallway is just still, quiet. No one. No footsteps, no door closing, nothing. Emily's pale, on the verge of tears, babbling about the handle and the shaking and thinking it was me. My parents kind of exchange that, do we feed into this or not, look, and end up saying something like, you probably had a nightmare, just go back to sleep, everything's fine. But from that night on, none of us really thought of her room as just a room anymore. Fast forward a couple of years. Our parents go out of town for a weekend, and obviously we do what unsupervised teenagers do. We have a small party. Nothing crazy, just some friends, music, junk food, the usual. One of Emily's friends is there, this guy named Marcus. Tough guy. Plays football, never seems rattled by anything, very nothing scares me energy. At one point, Emily asks him, hey, can you run upstairs and grab my hoodie from my room? He grumbles but heads up the stairs. A few minutes go by. We're still talking, laughing, whatever, and then he comes back down. And I swear to you, I have never seen someone look that shaken in my life. This is a guy who once broke his nose in a game and didn't even cry. But when he walks back into the living room, he is white as a sheet, breathing fast, eyes huge. We're like, dude, what happened? You okay? He just shakes his head, drops the hoodie on the chair, and says, I'm never going upstairs in your house again. We press him about it for days, me, my sister, our friends. He never tells us what happened. Not once. He sticks to that line. I'm not going back up there. And we all know he means Emily's room. Now jump ahead another year or two. Emily's off at college by this point. She's been gone for, I don't know, a little over 2 months. My dad, being his super practical self, decides to shut down her room to save on heating and cooling. And when my dad says shut down, he means business. He closes the vents, seals them with that shiny tape, makes sure the window is locked, blinds down, door shut. He even tells us, very clearly, nobody goes in there. We're not heating an empty room. So the room just sits, dark, sealed, untouched. I'm still in my room directly across the hall. One night, I'm dead asleep, like the kind of sleep where if the house caught fire, you'd probably dream it was just warm or something. At first, I can't place it. It's just this harsh, repetitive noise drilling into my foggy brain. I'm lying there thinking, why is my dream so loud? Then I realize, it's an alarm, like a digital alarm clock. I sit up, listen, and realize it's not coming from my room. It's coming from Emily's room. She had this old-school rectangular clock radio, black plastic, glowing red numbers, stupidly bright, with a big snooze bar across the top. I'd heard that alarm 1,000 times growing up. It was unmistakable. So I dragged myself out of bed, still half asleep, and opened my door. The second I step into the hallway, it's clear. The sound is blaring from behind her door. I stand there for a second because I'm remembering the rule. Don't go in there. Nobody goes in there. But also, this thing is shrieking, and I don't exactly want my dad waking up and thinking I did something. So I take a breath, open her door, and step into the room. It's freezing. The air feels heavier in there, like a place that hasn't been touched in a long time. It smells faintly like dust and my sister's old perfume. The alarm is buzzing away on her nightstand, just screaming. The red numbers are perfectly lit, showing the correct time. I shuffle over in the dark, squinting at it, and just slam my hand down on the big snooze bar. The second, and I mean the exact second, my fingers hit the snooze button, her stereo across the room kicks on at full blast. I nearly jump out of my skin. This ancient CD stereo, that no one has touched in months just blasts to life at max volume with some random song. Not the radio, not something I recognized, just this weird track, loud enough to rattle the lamps. I don't think. I just sprint across the room, almost trip over a box, mash the power button on the stereo until it shuts off, and then bolt. I slam her door behind me, dive back into my room, and basically launch myself under the covers like I'm 6 years old again. Now I'm wide awake, heart racing, adrenaline going, staring at my ceiling thinking, okay, there has to be a normal explanation. And then the details start lining up in my head. No one has been in that room for over 2 months. The vents are sealed. The windows are shut. The door has been closed the whole time. The clock? The time was correct. The alarm wasn't supposed to be set for that hour. And I realized something else. On those old clocks, hitting snooze doesn't turn the alarm off. It just delays it. To actually turn the alarm off, you have to slide this little switch on the side. I never touched the switch. I only hit snooze. So why did it go completely silent? And the stereo? How did that turn on at the exact moment I touched the clock? It wasn't plugged into any timer. No one had been in there to mess with it. The volume was cranked like someone had intentionally set it that way. The next morning, in daylight, I forced myself to go back in and check. The clock still had the right time. The alarm switch was in the off position. No alarm set. Like nothing had happened. I just remember standing in the doorway, looking around at this closed-up, too quiet room and thinking, there is no good reason for any of that. So yeah, that's the story of the room across the hall, Emily's room, in this perfectly normal-looking house built around the year 2000, just outside Portland, Oregon. Everything else about that house was fine, but that room never felt empty, even when it was. So, this happened last winter, on a trip to a hill station with 2 of my friends, Kabir and Nina. We were there for 4 days, and on the 3rd morning, Kabir shook me awake at around 3:30 a.m. I remember blinking at him like, "Are you serious right now?" And he goes, "Sunrise trek, viewpoint, come on." Nina had a slight fever and refused to get up, so it ended up being just the 2 of us. We layered up, thermals, hoodies, whatever we could find, and stepped out into this sharp, biting cold. You know the kind that hits your face and suddenly you're wide awake? The whole town was asleep. The sky was this deep, inky blue, and the streetlights were patchy, some flickering, some completely dead. The trail to the viewpoint started just beyond the last row of houses. It was technically a marked path, but it felt completely abandoned. On both sides, the forest just swallowed everything. Tall pines leaning in, branches hanging low, like they were eavesdropping. It was so quiet that every crunch of gravel and dry leaves under our shoes sounded wrong, too loud. We kept following these old wooden signboards, viewpoint 2.3 kilometers, then viewpoint 1.8 kilometers. But every time we checked the map on Kabir's phone, it weirdly felt like the blue dot had barely moved. You know that glitchy, laggy feeling where your brain starts going, are we moving or is the map messing with us? At some point, I got this really strong feeling that we weren't alone. Like something in the trees was keeping pace with us. I couldn't see anything, just layers of black and dark green, but it felt aware. Then we zoomed out on the map, and that's when we realized the trail we were on passed right between an old British-era cemetery and a Hindu cremation ground, both hidden behind the tree line. They weren't visible from the road, but they were right there on the map. And that changed everything. Suddenly the air felt heavier. We started noticing how some parts of the road had these weak yellow lights, and other parts were just swallowed by this thick darkness. The kind of dark where your phone torch feels like a joke. We thought about turning back, but we'd already walked so far in, and the idea of trying to navigate back through that darkness without really knowing the way felt somehow even scarier. So we kept going, walking faster, not really talking anymore. That's when the dogs showed up. 4 of them. No collars, no tags. They just appeared out of the shadows ahead of us, like they'd been waiting. At first, we froze. Stray dogs at that hour, on a lonely road, can go either way, right? Attack you? Ignore you? You don't know. But these ones didn't growl or anything. 2 of them went ahead of us, trotting calmly, and the other 2 fell in behind us. It was so deliberate, like a formation. Kabir and I just looked at each other, and without even saying it out loud, we decided to trust them. As we walked, they stayed with us. When we slowed down, they slowed down. When we stopped, they turned back to look at us, like, why are we stopping? Every time there was some weird sound from the forest, a crack, a rustle, something, one of them would bark in that direction, short and alert, and the others would suddenly go tense. After a while, the road itself changed. It went from concrete to this rough, broken track, and eventually it just faded out. Like the mountain had decided, that's enough road, no more. In front of us, there was just blackness. No path, no markers, just a steep drop into trees and fog and nothing we could see. Beyond the last broken bit of road, my phone torch just got eaten by the dark. They started barking at that darkness. Not normal barking. This was frantic, angry, almost desperate. They were standing right at the edge of where the road ended, hackles raised, teeth bared, barking at nothing. There was nothing we could see. No animal, no movement, just empty air and black space. And I don't know how to explain this, but whatever they were reacting to, it felt wrong. Like if we stepped past that point, we'd be stepping into something we weren't supposed to touch. That was it for us. We didn't even talk it through. Kabir just said, "We're going back." And I was like, "Yes, right now." The moment we turned around, the dogs did too. Same formation, 2 ahead, 2 behind. This time, though, they were more alert, pausing at random spots, sniffing the air, staring into the trees for a second too long. We didn't run, but it felt like we were constantly on the edge of it. The strange thing was, on the way back, we barely saw any of the signboards we remembered. It was like the trail was shorter, or different. We just kept walking, following the dogs, until suddenly the forest thinned out, and we were back near the first houses of the town. By then it was around 6 in the morning. The sky was turning lighter, that pale bluish gray you get right before sunrise. The streets were still empty, shutters down, no one around. We sat down near this closed tea stall, completely drained. The dogs sat with us. One curled up right at my feet. Another flopped next to Kabir. They weren't restless anymore, just there, calm, waiting. At around 6:15, one of the shops finally opened. We got some biscuits and water, and of course, the first thing we did was share the biscuits with the dogs. They ate them happily, tails wagging, but still stayed close, like they were on duty. Right then, this man rode by on a brown horse, like straight out of another era. He looked like a local, with this thick jacket and a scarf wrapped around his face. He slowed down when he saw us and asked where we were headed. We told him we'd tried to go to the viewpoint but turned back, and he said, "Now there's enough light. If you still want to go, I can take you. It's not safe in the dark." We turned around to gesture at the dogs, like, we're okay, they were with us. And they were gone. Just like that. No paws trotting away, no tails disappearing around a corner. They were there 1 second, and the next second, there was nothing. The street was completely empty. Later, when I got back home and told my mom the whole story, she didn't react the way I expected. I thought she'd laugh or call us dramatic. Instead, she got really quiet. Then she said, You should never walk near graveyards or cremation grounds at that hour. At night, there are things that roam freely, dark things. She looked straight at me and asked, "What if something had followed you home? What if one of you had gotten possessed? There were only two of you. What would you have done?" And that question, that's the part that still gets to me. I can handle the creepy trail and the weird map and the barking at nothing. But that thought of something attaching itself to us when we were so far from everyone else sticks. I don't know what was in that forest with us. I don't know what the dogs saw when they barked at that patch of darkness. But I know this much. Whatever they were, those 4 dogs weren't just dogs. Zoe, let me just talk to you like we're sitting at a kitchen table together, okay? When I was a kid, I was really into anything supernatural. Ghosts, strange lights, stories about other worlds. Part of it was because I used to see things out of the corner of my eye all the time. Little shadowy figures, flickers of light, shapes that didn't quite make sense. So I grew up pretty open to the idea that there's more going on than what we usually see. When I was about 10, my dad, Mark, noticed how obsessed I was getting with this stuff. One evening, he called my younger brother, Leo, and me into the kitchen. I still remember the sound of the chairs scraping on the linoleum floor as we sat down. He looked really serious and said, "You have to promise me you won't tell anyone about this. Not yet." This was before people talked openly about aliens on podcasts and documentaries like they do now. Back then, it was way more likely that people would just call you crazy. He took a breath and said, "When I was 7, something happened to me. Back when I was growing up in a little town outside Winnipeg, he told us it was the middle of the night. He'd gotten up to use the bathroom. The hallway light was off, and only this faint glow from a street lamp outside was sneaking through the curtains. As he walked past the short staircase that led down from the bedrooms to the living room, maybe 4 or 5 steps, something caught his eye. He turned his head and froze. At the bottom of the stairs, he saw 3 short beings. He said they were a pale, translucent bluish green, almost like they were made of light and fog at the same time. Their heads were large, their eyes big and black, and their bodies were thin. The one in the middle wore something that looked like a kind of vest or harness, and for some reason that made my dad feel like that one was in charge. Now this is the part that always gives me chills. He said he suddenly started hearing a voice, but not with his ears. He said the voice didn't sound male or female. It was just clear, pure. And he heard it right in the middle of his forehead, in that spot people sometimes call the third eye. It kept repeating, in perfect clarity, "We are not here to harm you. We are not here to harm you." Over and over. Calm. Firm. He told us it was the clearest he's ever heard anything in his life, before or since. What surprised him most is that he wasn't really scared. He said he actually felt excited, curious. He realized he could talk back to them the same way. So, without moving his lips, he asked in his mind, "Will I ever see you again?" And he said they replied, "We will let ourselves be known." Right after that, he said there was a flash of light, not blinding, just sudden, and the 3 beings seemed to fold into a single glowing cube, floating in the air at the bottom of the stairs. Then the cube shrank smaller and smaller, like a pixel disappearing, until it was gone. And just like that, the stairwell was empty again. As a 10-year-old hearing this, I was spellbound. Of course I believed my dad. He's one of the most level-headed, grounded people I know. I carried that story around like a secret treasure. When I was about 12, I made the mistake of sharing it at a friend's birthday party. I thought everyone would be amazed. Instead, one of the kids just laughed and said my dad was delusional. A couple of others joined in. I remember my face getting hot, and I laughed it off in the moment, but inside it hurt. A lot. Because they weren't talking about some random stranger. They were talking about my dad. My dad has two brothers, my uncles, Daniel and Chris. Years later, I asked them about it separately, and they both confirmed the same basic story with their own details. My uncle Daniel, the youngest, told me he woke up that night and saw a strange glow through the crack of their bedroom door. It was open just a little. He saw 3 small shapes in the hallway, and he could tell they weren't adults. He said he got so scared he pulled the blanket over his head and stayed like that, trembling, until he fell back asleep. My Uncle Chris, the oldest, said he woke up too. He actually got out of bed and went to the doorway. He remembers standing there, watching the scene as my dad stood frozen near the top of the stairs, staring down at something. He said he knew it wasn't normal, but he couldn't make himself say anything. He just watched. The next morning, my dad told their mom, my grandmother Elena, what he'd seen. He was probably expecting her to tell him it was just a dream. Instead, she quietly said something that stunned him. She told him, "They were in my room too, at the foot of my bed." And then she added that it wasn't the first time she'd seen them. My dad and his brothers were apparently in such shock that morning that they just sat at the table, eating their cereal in silence. No teasing, no bickering. Just 3 boys staring at their bowls. My Uncle Chris remembers looking out the window and telling my dad there was some kind of strange light or craft hovering above the neighbor's house. He described it like a bright, silent, glowing shape, just hanging there in the sky. But my dad said he didn't even go look. He was still too busy trying to make sense of what had happened in the hallway. I've checked this story with both uncles at different times, and the core of it always lines up. Same night, same house, same beings, different angles. My grandparents' house always felt different, even to me years later. There was a particular energy in that place. My grandmother used to say, "This is a blessed house," and she meant it. She was religious, and in her mind, whatever was visiting, the house was still protected. Safe. A lot of strange things have happened in my family, to be honest. Odd experiences, dreams that came true, strange lights, that kind of thing. I've had my own share of weird moments that I can't neatly explain away. I'm at a point in my life now where I feel ready to start sharing more of these stories. Part of me hopes that by talking about them, someone else who's had something similar happen won't feel so alone or so crazy. You can call it whatever you want: aliens, spirits, hallucinations, visitors, or just an unsolved mystery. I know how it sounds, I really do. But I also know my family. I know my dad. I know my uncles. I know my grandmother. 4 people, all telling the same story from different angles, for decades. So when people say, "Your dad must be delusional," I think back to those quiet, serious faces around a breakfast table. 3 boys and their mother trying to process something they didn't have words for. And I think, there's more to this world than we understand. Anyway, that's one of the stories. Maybe I'll share more with you another time. So, hey, I'm Sam. I still live with my parents, and yesterday I kinda stormed out of the house after this small argument with my dad. Nothing dramatic, no screaming match or anything, just one of those tense moments where everyone's a little tired and nobody's really listening. I'd already been planning to pack a bag anyway. I'd seen this short-term job posting at a warehouse about half an hour, maybe 35 minutes, from home. My money situation's all over the place, not exactly stable. And since my older sister, Mia, and my younger brother, Jordan, both work full-time, my dad's always running around, and my mom doesn't drive. I just felt like, maybe it was time I took on more responsibility. My plan was to book a cheap hostel near the job for a few nights. Nothing fancy, just somewhere to sleep while I tried to get my feet under me. But there was one big problem. I lost my wallet. And not just some slim little card holder either. This is a chunky, beat-up brown wallet that you can spot from across the room. The last place I remember seeing it was on the coffee table in the living room. 2 days ago, I put it there, and the next day, gone. I asked everyone if they'd seen it. "Hey Mia, you seen my wallet?" "Nope." "Jordan?" "Nah, man." "Mom? Dad?" "No, we haven't touched it." At first I didn't panic because I misplaced stuff all the time. I used to lose lighters, keys, everything, especially back when I was smoking a lot. But I've been sober for 7 months now. No weed, no pills, no nothing. So I've been trying to tell myself I'm getting more organized. Still, I looked everywhere. Under the couch cushions, under my bed, in pockets of jackets I forgot I owned. Nothing. And without my wallet, my ID, my bank card, I couldn't book the hostel or even a normal room anywhere. So I just gave up on the job. Stayed home. Fast forward to earlier today. I'm lying on the couch in the family room, kind of half watching some random show on TV. My mom, her name's Elena, is sitting across from me on the other couch, scrolling on her phone. I stretch out, roll onto my stomach, and start drifting off. You know that state that's not quite dreaming, but you're not awake either? Like the edges of everything get fuzzy? All of a sudden, in that half-asleep place, I felt someone press down on my back, like they were kneeling on me. In my mind, I saw my mom on top of me, holding a syringe, leaning over like she was injecting something into my shoulder. The weirdest part? It was like I was watching it from outside my own body, like I was floating above the couch, watching the whole thing happen to me. In that moment, I felt this mix of fear and confusion, like, is this real? Am I dreaming? Then my eyes snapped open, and there she was, my mom, still sitting in the exact same spot as before, across from me, just staring at me quietly. No syringe, no movement, just watching. For a second I thought about saying something like, "Hey, did you just come over here?" But I didn't. I just lay there, heart pounding, trying to act normal. I've had strange experiences before, paranormal stuff, or at least things that felt paranormal at the time. And I've also been diagnosed with schizophrenia in the past. It's been a while since anything intense happened, though, so I've kind of been living like that part of my life was in the rearview mirror. So I'm lying there thinking, okay, maybe this is just my brain. Maybe this is just that half-dream state messing with me. So part of me started wondering, what if something else is going on? About an hour later, I ended up back on the same couch in the family room. My mom and Mia were upstairs. Jordan was rattling around in the kitchen. My dad, Luis, was down in the basement working on something, and our cat, Noodle, was sitting on the windowsill, doing that little tail flick thing cats do when they're staring at nothing. I was on my back this time, phone on my chest, lights dimmer than before. I could feel myself drifting off again. And right as I was about to go under, I saw it. In the doorway of the family room, there was this dark shadow figure. Not just a blur, like a shape. It looked like a person with a small, round afro. It was standing there, facing me, almost like it was trying to decide whether to step closer. Its outline kept glitching, like bad video buffering, flickering in and out, jerking slightly left, then right. It moved in these short, quick bursts that didn't feel natural, like it existed on a different frame rate than everything else in the room. And I swear, I could feel it looking at me. The second I forced my eyes open all the way, it vanished. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. And I went through the list in my head. Could it be Jordan? No, he's got long twists, not an afro. My dad? No, he's bald. My mom? She was upstairs. Mia? Also upstairs. Nobody in my house looks like what I saw. My heart was racing, but I just stayed still, staring at the doorway, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the light, or I was in that weird sleepy state again. A few minutes later, my phone buzzed. It was the family group chat. Mia: "Who left 2 water bottles on the stairs? I almost slipped." Jordan replied right away. "Not me." I typed back, "I've been in the family room this whole time." And that's true. I hadn't moved. Could it have been me earlier in the day? Maybe. I do forget things. But I also realized I hadn't even had any water that day. No bottles, no cups, nothing. That's when everything sort of piled up in my head at once. The missing wallet that was just gone from the table. The strange, almost physical feeling of my mom kneeling on my back with that needle. In my mind, but so vivid. The shadow figure with the afro glitching in the doorway. The random water bottles on the stairs that nobody would own up to. The heavy, drained feeling that doesn't make sense given how clean I've been. And I just sat there, staring at the doorway, with this knot in my chest, thinking, is this my illness talking again? Is this my brain misfiring, making ghosts out of shadows? Or is there actually something off in this house right now? Some kind of energy shift that I'm picking up on? I don't have a neat answer. I wish I did. All I know is I was ready to leave for a few days. Get that job, stay somewhere else, reset my head a little. Then my wallet vanished, and I got stuck here. And now the house feels different, heavier. Like there's something sitting just outside the edge of what I can see. Maybe it really is just my mind playing old tricks on me. Maybe it's stress. Maybe it's sleep. But when I close my eyes, I still see that shadow in the doorway, glitching like bad reception, just watching. So, I was 8 years old, and my brother Leo was 11. We were doing what kids do, racing our bikes up and down the street, when we heard this sharp screech of tires and then a car horn just blaring. You know that sound where, even as a kid, your stomach just drops because you know something bad happened? It was Clover, my girl. She was this little black cat with gold eyes, always getting into places she shouldn't. Laundry baskets, cardboard boxes, my backpack. But she didn't deserve what happened. I remember someone shouting, and then my mom pulling me back so I wouldn't see too much. But I still saw enough. It was a lot. Way more than an 8-year-old should ever see. We buried Clover in a corner of the backyard under the maple tree. I gave her my favorite blue blanket, the one with the rockets on it, because in my head, that meant she wouldn't be cold. Leo and I found a flat rock and scratched her name into it with a nail. It was crooked and messy, but we tried so hard to make it nice. Safe to say, it messed us both up, but it hit me harder. And being 8, I didn't know how grief worked. Nobody really sits you down and explains how your heart can hurt in a way that isn't physical, you know? So I came up with my own solution. I just decided she didn't die. That was it. In my mind, Clover was still alive. Every day after school, I walked home the same way. And every day, in my head, she'd still be there waiting at the streetlight on the corner, the way she always used to. I'd picture her trotting beside me down the driveway, into the garage, where I'd pour her food into this little metal bowl. The thing is, I actually kept doing it. I kept feeding her. I'd open the big bag of kibble, scoop some into the bowl, and talk to her like she was right there. "Hey, Clover, I'm home," just like before. Over time, the food started piling up. The bowl would stay full, then the floor around it. You'd think I'd notice sooner, but I didn't. To me, Clover had to still be eating. In my mind, if she was still alive, it wouldn't hurt as much. A few months went by like that. One night, I was in my room getting ready for bed. It was one of those late fall nights, dark way too early, a little windy, tree branches tapping the windows. I remember it so clearly. I was pulling on my pajamas, and something made me glance at the window. And there she was, sitting on the outside windowsill. A black cat, small, with those same glowing golden eyes, just staring in at me. For a second, my brain didn't question it. I just went, "Clover," like it was the most normal thing in the world. My heart started pounding, but in this weird, hopeful way. I yelled for my mom, then stopped because I thought, no, this is our thing. Mine and Clover's. I ran downstairs and out the back door, socks sliding on the tile. The air was cold, and the grass was damp. I could see the shape of her still sitting by my window, perfectly still, like she'd been waiting for me. "Clover," I called. She didn't look at me. She just turned her head and bolted toward the garage. I followed her, of course. I don't know what I thought I was going to do. Pick her up? Copy? Say sorry for letting her get out that day? I just knew I had to get to her. By the time I got to the garage door, my hands were shaking. I grabbed the handle, pulled it up, and it rattled on the track like it always did. And there she was. I took one step in, then another. That's when I heard it. A deep, low growl. Not like a cat. Too deep. Too wrong. It vibrated through the concrete floor and straight into my chest. Before I could figure out where it was coming from, a couple of paint cans on the shelf just fell. They crashed down onto my dad's drum set, this old set he kept in the corner. Cymbals clanged, the snare rattled, sticks rolled across the floor. It was so loud in that closed space that my ears rang. I froze, completely. Clover was gone. She'd been by the bowl a second before, I swear, and then she just wasn't. No running, no darting away, no sound, just empty space where she had been. I looked toward the back corner of the garage, where the light didn't quite reach. There's always that one corner in every garage that's darker than it should be, right? For us, it was where my dad kept boxes and old tools and stuff he meant to fix one day. And that's where I saw it. A shape. A black, shadowy figure that didn't look like it belonged to anything. Not tall enough to be an adult, not shaped like a kid, just wrong. Like darkness had peeled itself off the wall and decided to stand up. It started to move toward me. Not walking, more like gliding, slow, inch by inch. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to run, but I couldn't. I remember noticing how quiet it had suddenly gotten. No cars outside, no wind, no fridge humming. Just my heartbeat and the sound of my breath catching in my throat. I don't know how long I stood there. It felt like hours, but it was probably seconds. And then, like someone hit a switch, I could move again. I turned and ran. I sprinted across the driveway, tripped on the step, slammed into the back door, and fumbled the handle until it finally opened. I got inside, flew past my parents, who were asking what was wrong, and went straight to my room. I dove under the blankets and didn't come out. Not for a long time. After that night, I never saw Clover again. Not at the window, not in the yard, not in the corner of my eye, even when I wanted to. I don't know what I saw that night in the garage. I don't know if it was Clover's spirit, or my grief making me see things, or something else. Something that wasn't her at all. But I miss her. I still miss her. I think about it almost every day, honestly. I replay it in my head, trying to line up all the pieces like a puzzle that's missing just one corner. Why did she run into the road that day? Why did I see her at the window months after we buried her? Why did whatever that was in the garage feel so angry and so focused on me? I don't have answers. All I know is I loved a little black cat named Clover. She was my best friend. Losing her broke something in me. And that night in the garage, whether it was her or not, made sure I never forgot her. So, okay. Let me just tell this like I'm sitting across from you, because this is one of those memories that still makes my stomach knot up. This happened a few years ago. I'm 19 now, so I must have been about 15 at the time. It was in my old childhood house, the one I'm honestly relieved we don't live in anymore. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, checking my phone, and seeing 2:13 a.m. I was stupidly thirsty, like my throat was sandpaper. So I grabbed this plastic cup off my nightstand and decided to go downstairs to get some water. The second I stepped out of my room, I got this feeling in my gut. Not just nerves. It felt like something inside me was screaming, "Turn around, go back, do not go down there." I'd never felt anything like that before. You know how sometimes you get a bad vibe, but you can kind of brush it off? This wasn't like that. This felt like a full body alarm. But of course, me being me, I was like, "You're being dramatic. It's just dark." So I kept walking. The deeper I went down the stairs, the worse it got. My stomach almost hurt, like I was going to be sick. Every step felt wrong. I genuinely remember thinking, if I'm smart, I'll just turn around, lock my door, and drink bathroom tap water or something. But I didn't. I reached the bottom of the stairs and kind of hurried through the living room, because the living room always felt a little off at night anyway. You know that feeling, like the shadows are watching you? That. The kitchen in that house had one of those old wooden doors. Usually it was half open, but that night it was closed. Not just closed, shut all the way, like someone had pushed it until the latch clicked. I stopped in front of it, and that gut feeling hit me again, but sharper this time, almost like a cramp. It was so strong it literally made me pause with my hand right on the doorknob. Every part of me was saying, "Don't open it. Don't open that door." And at the same time, there was this other part that went, "You're being ridiculous. It's just the kitchen. You're thirsty. Just get the water." So I took a breath, ignored that warning in my stomach, and turned the handle. The door opened with this tiny creak, just a little, like it didn't even want to open. And then I saw it. Right there, not far from the doorway, was this thing. It was tall, maybe 6.5, 7 feet. It didn't look like a solid person. It was more like a silhouette, pitch black, but somehow darker than the dark around it, if that makes sense. Its body was kind of oval-shaped, like the outline didn't match a normal human. And its eyes were this glowing red-orange, like embers in a fire. On its head, it had what looked like a hat. Not a cartoon devil thing with horns, nothing like that. More like an old-fashioned hat, maybe a top hat or a tall bowler, just sitting there on top of this dark shape. That somehow made it creepier, like it was dressed for something. It wasn't blurry. That's the part that freaks me out the most when I think about it. It didn't feel like a trick of my eyes. I was looking straight at it, and it was looking straight back at me. The second our eyes met, I absolutely lost it. I let out the loudest scream I've ever made in my life. My whole body just went into panic mode. I froze, but at the same time my brain was racing like, throw the cup, run, call the police, do something. Bro hands were shaking so hard that I dropped the cup. It hit the tile and bounced. Thank God it was plastic, because if I'd shattered a glass at 2 in the morning, my grandma, my Nana Lila, would have absolutely yelled the house down. In that moment, I felt this sudden, overwhelming instinct. If you turn your back and run without closing this door, it's going to come after you. I don't know why I felt that, but it was so strong, it almost felt like someone had shouted it in my ear. So I did the only thing that made sense to my panicked brain. I slammed the kitchen door shut. Hard. The sound echoed through the living room. Then I grabbed the cup off the floor with shaky hands, locked the door, like really locked it, double-checking the handle, and backed away. I remember staring at the door for a second, half expecting it to fly open or for something to start pounding from the other side. Nothing happened. But honestly, that almost made it worse, because then my brain had room to go wild with all the what-ifs. I bolted back upstairs, not even trying to be quiet, just full-on sprint. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I shut my bedroom door, locked it, and practically dove onto my bed. There was no way I was sleeping after that. I grabbed my phone and texted my friend. Let's call him Max. I sent something like, "Dude, I just saw something in my kitchen. I'm freaking out. Please answer." Then I called him. A bunch of times. Eventually he picked up, half asleep, like, "Bro, what is going on?" And I just word vomited the whole story at him. Every detail. I was still shaking while I was talking. He stayed on the phone with me for a while, cracking stupid jokes, trying to calm me down. It actually worked more than I expected. Just having someone there, even through a phone, made me feel less hunted, I guess. I kept the lights on for the rest of the night. I didn't dare go back downstairs. No water, nothing. I just lay there, staring at my bedroom door, listening for any sound from the hallway or the stairs. Nothing came. No footsteps, no creaks, no doors. Just silence. But that feeling, the warning in my stomach, the eyes, the shape in the kitchen, that stuck with me. Still does. Even now, years later, if I wake up around 2 a.m. and have to walk through a dark house, a piece of me is right back there, hand on the doorknob, wondering what I'm about to see. I've tried to explain it away as a dream, or a sleep paralysis thing, or my brain freaking out in the dark. But it didn't feel like that. I was standing. I was moving. I remember the stupid little details, the coolness of the doorknob, the feel of the tile under my feet, the sound of the cup bouncing. And I remember that absolute, bone-deep certainty that if I hadn't slammed that door, whatever it was would have rushed me. Maybe that sounds dramatic. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. I honestly don't know. I just know that it felt real. Real enough that I still think about it, even now. So yeah, that was my one big paranormal moment. I haven't had anything like it happen since, but every time I picture that old kitchen, I still see those glowing eyes staring back at me from the dark. So, I want to tell you about something that's been hanging around my fiancé for years. I'm not totally sure what I believe about ghosts and all that, but whatever this is, It seems to follow him, not the place. And honestly, that's what freaks me out the most. Back when Liam still lived with his parents, weird stuff would happen all the time in their house. But when he finally moved out on his own, everything just stopped. For a couple of years, nothing. No strange noises, no weird dreams, no little coincidences. Then we moved in together, and it all started again. The first story he ever told me about it was from when he was a teenager. One night, he had this awful nightmare. He woke up all shaky, and when his eyes adjusted, he saw a woman standing in his bedroom doorway. He said she looked completely out of place, like she was from another time. She was wearing this pale blue summer dress, almost like something you'd wear to a picnic. The fabric hung just below her knees, and her hair was long and dark, but he couldn't make out her face clearly. She was just watching him. He pulled the blanket over his head like a little kid and eventually forced himself back to sleep. The next morning, he's in the kitchen with his dad, Mark, and Mark goes, super casually, "Hey, I had a weird dream last night. I dreamt there was this woman standing over you while you were sleeping. She was in one of those light blue dresses, like from the 70s or something." Same dress, same woman, and Liam hadn't told him a thing yet. That was the first time he really thought, okay, something is definitely off here. Another time, when he was still living there, he and his dad were downstairs in the basement, just hanging out. They weren't doing anything creepy, just playing pool and listening to music. In the corner of the room, his little nephew had left one of those toy police cars, the plastic kind that lights up and plays siren sounds when you press a button. It had been sitting there for hours, not touched, not moved. In the middle of their game, the thing suddenly lights up, siren blaring, and slowly rolls forward from where it was parked against the wall. It didn't just wobble a little and fall over. It actually rolled across the floor toward them. No one else was home. No windows open. No fan blowing. They both just froze and watched it until it stopped near the foot of the stairs. Mark walked over, picked it up, and just went, "Huh, guess the batteries kicked back in," and put it back. But Liam said he could tell his dad didn't really believe that. Fast forward a few years. Liam and I finally get our own place, a small 2-story townhouse. We're excited, we're broke, and we're trying to make it feel like home. For a little while, everything is normal. Then we get our first dog, a goofy little mutt named Benny. About a week after we bring Benny home, Liam has to leave on a short work trip, so it's just me and the dog at the house. One night, I'm sitting on the couch scrolling on my phone, trying to unwind. It's pretty quiet. Then Benny lifts his head, ears perked, and just stares toward the hallway that leads to the stairs. At first, I think he's just hearing the neighbors, but then he stands up, starts growling, real low at first, and walks over to the bottom of the stairs. Our upstairs linen closet is right at the top of those stairs, and he's locked in on it like a laser. He starts barking, full on, non-stop, at that closet. I'm alone. It's past midnight, and he will not stop. Eventually, I'm so freaked out, I grab a heavy blanket, roll it up, and shove it tight along the bottom of the closet door so it feels sealed, I guess. Only then does he finally calm down enough to come back to the bedroom with me. But the whole night he sleeps with his back pressed against my leg, facing the door. And that was just the start. Around that same time, I started working third shift at a small nursing home, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shifts. That meant Liam was alone at night a lot, and he's the one who started noticing the really dramatic stuff. Our townhouse is pretty open. When you walk in, the living room and kitchen kind of share the same space, with just a counter dividing them. The fridge sits right at the edge of the kitchen, close to the counter. One night, Liam's home alone, sitting at his desk that faces the living room, gaming with his headphones on. Out of nowhere, he hears this loud thud, thud, thud behind him. He turns around just in time to see 2 boxes of cereal and a bag of rice that had been sitting on top of the fridge flying off, literally moving through the air and landing near the oven, a good 4 or 5 feet away from where they were. Not sliding, not tipping over, thrown. He told me he paused his game, just stared at everything on the floor, and said out loud, "Okay, that was not cool." About an hour later, he's still on edge but trying to pretend it's nothing. The laundry area is in this little nook off the kitchen. We keep a plastic laundry basket on top of the dryer because there's not much space. He hears another loud bang, goes to check. The laundry basket is on the floor, about a foot in front of the dryer. No one's touched it. The dryer wasn't running. There's no reason it should have bounced or fallen that far. He said that was the moment he stopped trying to talk himself out of it. A few nights after that, something happened that really got to him. We usually sleep with some kind of light on. Sometimes it's a little lamp, sometimes it's the closet light. That night, we left the closet light on and forgot to close the closet door before going to bed. Sometime in the middle of the night, he wakes up. You know that hazy, half-awake state where you're just trying to figure out what time it is? He rolls over, grabs his phone, and as he's doing that, he catches movement out of the corner of his eye. He says in the thin strip of light from the closet, he sees a figure, tall, still, standing in the corner of the closet, just inside the doorway. It looked like someone was leaning slightly forward, peering out at him, like they were deciding whether to step into the room. He couldn't see a clear face, just the outline of a woman, that same kind of old-fashioned dress shape, almost brushing her knees. He blinked, and she was gone. He didn't wake me up. He just lay there, staring at the closet until the sun came up. The next morning, he told me, and as he's describing her, how the dress hung, the way she stood there watching, I realized she sounded exactly like the woman he'd seen in his parents' house all those years ago. The same presence that his dad had dreamed about over him. That's when it really hit me. This isn't just a creepy house thing. At this point, I honestly don't know if it's the places that trigger it, or if something is attached to him specifically, or if it's some weird, shared imagination thing. I don't have a neat explanation, and trust me, I've tried to find one. All I know is, wherever Liam goes, the strange stuff seems to find him. And sometimes, late at night, when Benny suddenly lifts his head and stares at the hallway for no reason at all, I catch myself wondering if she's standing there, watching. So, I've been working in hospital IT for about 5 years now. Our current building is still pretty new, just under 7 years old. It replaced this older hospital across the street that had been around for, a little over 50 years. You can imagine what that place had seen, right? Births, deaths, emergencies, all kinds of quiet tragedies and quiet victories stacked on top of each other. When they finally shut the old place down, our team was the last wave through. IT always is. We had to go floor by floor, pulling out anything that wasn't getting moved to the shiny new building. Phones, old monitors, printers that probably should have been retired in the 90s. There were 8 levels in total, a basement and 7 floors, and we had to hit all of them, multiple times. Our routine was pretty simple. We'd do our normal tickets in the new hospital during the morning, grab a quick lunch, and then walk over to the old building for the rest of the afternoon. By the time we were wrapping up, especially toward the end of the project, the sun would be going down. On some days, it would be completely dark by the time we were heading out. The basement wasn't bad at all, honestly. That's where our old offices had been, plus most of the facilities guys. It just felt empty, like everyone had gone home for the weekend and forgotten to come back. The upper floors, though, that's where it got weird. Specifically, the 4th and 6th floors. The 4th floor had been converted into a long-term care unit a few years before the shutdown. A lot of patients with chronic conditions, people who'd been there for months, sometimes years. The 6th floor was where OB and pediatrics lived. Babies, kids, all that energy, all those families coming and going. One afternoon, my coworker, let's call him Dan, and I were working the 4th floor. We were the only 2 people in the entire building that day. Security knew we were in there, but otherwise it was just us and this big, hollow hospital. Dan had headed down toward the east end of the hallway to pull some old phones, and I was about, 40 feet away at the central nurses station. I was unplugging a couple of forgotten monitors, tossing cables into a bin, just zoning out and doing my thing. I watched Dan walk out of a patient room and step into the hallway. He was turning toward me when, out of nowhere, a door on the opposite side of the hall, 2 rooms closer to where I was, slammed shut. And when I say slammed, I mean slammed. Loud. Echoing. Those doors opened inward, into the rooms, so it wasn't like a draft could just catch it and throw it closed. Plus, all the windows on that floor were sealed. No airflow, no people, no nothing. We both froze. Dan stopped dead in his tracks. I looked at him. He looked at me. You know that moment when both of you are trying to decide whether you actually saw what you just saw? And you're sort of hoping the other person says, "Oh, I did that." Yeah, that moment. But neither of us had moved. After a couple of seconds of awkward staring, I just said, "So, the 4th floor will still be here tomorrow?" He nodded and went, "Yeah, morning project. Definitely a morning project." We packed up and left that floor right then. Didn't even pretend we were going to stick around and be brave about it. We were in a good mood. The hallway lights were on. Sunlight was still coming through the little windows. Everything felt pretty okay. And then, somebody giggled. It was a small sound, high-pitched, quick, like a little kid trying not to laugh too loud. It came from just behind us, in the hallway. The kind of sound that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up before your brain even catches up. I turned around immediately. Dan did too. The hallway behind us was empty. Completely empty. No carts, no staff, no patients. This place had been cleared out weeks before. We stood there, listening, waiting, trying to convince ourselves it had been a pipe, or an elevator, or something mechanical. Nothing. We tried to brush it off and get back to work, but that wasn't the only time it happened. We were assigned to that floor for 3 days, and during those 3 days, every so often, never on a pattern, never when we were expecting it, we'd hear that giggle. Sometimes it was behind us. Sometimes it sounded like it came from one of the rooms across the hall. Once, I swear it sounded like it was right by the nurses' station sink, like a kid hiding under the counter. At some point, we stopped pretending it was just the building settling, you know? Instead, we leaned into it. We ended up giving our invisible coworker a name, Milo. By day 2, it was completely normal for one of us to say something like, "Hey Milo, we're just taking this old TV, okay?" Or, "All right, buddy, you can keep the movies, but we're taking the DVD player." And every once in a while, right when things got too quiet, we'd hear that little laugh again. Just a quick, soft giggle. Never angry, never threatening, almost playful. I wish we'd been allowed to take pictures of those hallways when they were empty. No people, no equipment, just long stretches of linoleum and doors and silence. The sounds carried differently in there once everything was gone. A dropped screwdriver sounded like it came from the other end of the floor. By the end of the shutdown, it wasn't just that one floor either. The whole building had this presence. Not in a horror movie way, more like it was aware that we were the last ones there, and it didn't want to be forgotten. We started this little habit. If one of us dropped something, bumped a cart, or made any kind of sudden noise, we'd immediately yell, "That was me!" Just so the other person, and maybe anything else listening, knew it wasn't something unexplained. On our last day in the old hospital, as we were locking up the 6th floor for the final time, I paused at the nurse's station and just listened. No giggles, no slamming doors, just the quiet hum of a building that had finally been emptied out. I remember saying quietly, "All right, Milo, they're tearing this place down soon. Thanks for keeping us company." Dan, from the doorway, added, "Yeah, you were the least annoying coworker we've ever had." We laughed, turned the lights off, and walked out. To this day, whenever I'm in a quiet hallway in the new building and I hear something drop or a door close a little too sharply, a tiny part of me expects to hear that same little giggle. And I still catch myself wanting to say, "That was me," just in case someone or something is listening. So, where I live now, there are, I think, 4 lighthouses along this stretch of coast. Don't hold me to that number, I always lose track. 2 of them are pretty close together, practically neighbors, and the others are spaced out farther up the shoreline. Of the pair that sit near each other, I've really only spent time at one of them. It's the easiest one to reach. Nice parking lot, little path, very family day trip vibes. Easy doesn't mean gentle, though. That place is every bit as haunted as you're probably hoping it is. The first time I went up there, we were walking past the old keeper's house and the cluster of outbuildings. It was one of those gray coastal days where the clouds feel low enough to brush your hair. As we passed the keeper's house, I suddenly felt watched. Not just a little curious glance either. It felt like a whole crowd pressed up against invisible windows, staring out at me. I could feel men, women, and a few kids. The feeling of them wasn't scary, more like that quiet, watchful energy you get in an old museum where people are used to just observing. I'm used to spirits watching the living, so that part didn't really rattle me. But from one of the upper rooms of the house, there was this other presence. A woman. Sharp, focused, furious. She felt like hot metal, controlled but on the edge of snapping. She was not happy I was there. It wasn't a go away feeling so much as a how dare you walk past my window kind of anger. I noticed her, clocked that fury, and just didn't engage. I turned my attention back to the path and kept walking toward the lighthouse. Now, like a lot of lighthouses, this one is surrounded by cliffs. Beautiful, dramatic cliffs. The kind you see on postcards. And, unfortunately, the kind people still jump from. To be fair to whoever's in charge of the place now, pretty sure it's the state working with the Coast Guard. There's a fence up around the worst drop-offs. There are warning signs too. Danger. Keep out. Fines posted for crossing the barrier. They've even put up a couple of those signs with the suicide prevention hotline. You can tell someone has tried, really tried, to make it safer. But you and I both know signs don't stop everyone whose mind is already made up. Over time, I've seen a few jumpers there, but only as ghosts. I've also seen spirits of people who clearly just didn't respect how slick those wet rocks can get. The sea doesn't care if you slipped by accident or jumped on purpose. Since that first visit, I've learned bits and pieces about that particular lighthouse. Some of its local lore, some might be half-remembered history, so take it with a grain of salt. But here's what I've been told. There was a keeper whose wife supposedly threw herself from the cliffs after finding out he'd been unfaithful. Another woman, she wasn't connected to the lighthouse staff at all, came there because her husband never returned from a voyage. She too is said to have jumped. Some of the children I feel around the property are believed to have died from illness or from playing too close to the cliffs and falling. There's talk of at least one keeper who died of sickness, worn down by the isolation and the weather. And then there's the darker story. One keeper who, according to the rumors, killed his wife and child inside the lightkeeper's house. No one can agree on the exact details, but the story lingers like a stain. I can't tell you which of those tales are historically accurate, but I can tell you what I've personally experienced there. My friend Milo, he's sensitive too, will sometimes talk softly to them. He doesn't always get clear answers, but the energy around him shifts, like they're grateful someone sees them. Inside the keeper's house, there is something very negative. I don't mean grumpy old man energy. I mean heavy, oppressive, like walking into a room that hasn't forgiven anyone for anything. I can't say for sure it's connected to that murder story, but the house feels saturated. That angry woman in the upper room, I'm pretty sure she's part of it. And then there are a few entities around the grounds that I can't categorize. They don't feel like former lighthouse staff, and they don't feel like lost tourists. They're just there. Old, watchful, hard to read. The woods around the lighthouse are their own story. If you walk past the keeper's house and into the trees, it changes. The air gets still in that way where you suddenly become aware of every twig under your feet. In those woods, I've felt the steady, quiet gaze of indigenous people. There's respect there, but also caution, like they're watching to see what kind of visitor you're going to be. I've also picked up on soldiers, men in old uniforms, disciplined but tired, lingering around shapes and shadows that feel like buried buildings. There are some half-swallowed foundations out there, tucked into the undergrowth. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of small tactical fort there at one point. It would explain the military energy, the feeling of strategy hanging in the air. As for the indigenous spirits, I think we both understand why they're wary. This land remembers what was done to them. They have every right to watch us from the trees. And then there's something else in those woods. That one I can't pin down. Sometimes I'll get the sense of a large presence moving between the trunks, bigger than a person, lighter on its feet than it should be. It doesn't feel cruel, just deeply elusive. It could be a woodland spirit. It could be something older than any of the human stories tied to the lighthouse. Or, and I promise I'm not joking here, it could be a Sasquatch. Whenever I try to really focus on it, to get a clear read or even catch a good look, it vanishes. The feeling just, poof, slips out of reach, like it was never there at all. I live in Washington State, so the idea of Sasquatch being out there doesn't feel far-fetched to me. I believed in Bigfoot long before I moved here. I grew up near the Appalachian Mountains, and the woods there have their own tall, dark shapes and unexplainable sounds. The Pacific Northwest just feels like a continuation of that mystery. More moss, more fog, same old secret. So that's my lighthouse. On the surface, it's a pretty little tourist spot with a gift shop and informational plaques. But if you stand still long enough, if you let yourself really feel the place, you'll notice you're not alone. You're sharing space with heartbroken women, curious children, stern keepers, wary warriors, and something enormous slipping between the trees, just out of sight. And somehow, knowing they're all still there makes the beam of that lighthouse feel even more important. It's not just guiding ships anymore. It's watching over everyone who never really left. So, this was the other night, right? I'm in the supermarket of all places, just doing a late shop, and at home it's only my kids there. My eldest, Mia, she's 19 now, was downstairs in the living room by herself. Her younger brother and sister were both upstairs in their rooms with their doors closed, totally doing their own thing. My husband, Tom, had taken me out for a quick bite, so the house was pretty quiet. It's about 7:20 p.m. when my phone just starts blowing up with messages from Mia. She's typing in all caps like, "Mom, answer the phone. Mom, there is someone in the house." So I call her straight away, and she's properly shaken. She says she saw this white figure walk past the living room doorway and down the dark hallway. Not like a shadow, she kept insisting that it was solid but pale, like someone in a white shirt or jacket. She tells me, "It was tall, Mom, like Granddad tall," and the way she said it made my stomach drop a bit. I'm trying to calm her down over the phone like, Okay, check the doors are locked, turn on all the lights, put the TV on, you'll be fine. We're on our way home." By the time we get back, she's still rattled, but nothing else happens that evening. At least, not yet. Fast forward to about 1:45 in the morning. Everyone's in bed. The kids are fast asleep. Me and Tom are lying there in the dark, blue light from our phones going, just scrolling through TikTok like we always do when we should be sleeping. Now, in our bedroom, we've got this big bookcase, and on the top shelf I keep a couple of handbags and some boxes. Nothing precarious, nothing hanging off the edge. I know because I'm the one who stacks it. Out of nowhere, we hear this loud thump slide sound, and one of my handbags doesn't just fall. It literally flies off the top shelf and lands almost perfectly in the middle of the bedroom floor, at the bottom of our bed. Me and Tom both freeze. We slowly turn to look at each other like, "Did you see that?" Nobody's moving. We don't have any pets. The windows are shut. There's no draft, nothing. I get out of bed, pick up the handbag, and without even thinking, I just blurt out, half laughing, "All right, Dad, that's not funny. Pack it in." I pop the bag back on the shelf, but inside I've got that weird feeling, you know? Like your body knows something your brain's still trying to talk you out of. So, that was weird thing number 2. Next day, I go over to my late dad's old flat to carry on clearing it out. It's such an emotional thing anyway. Sorting through his stuff, smelling his aftershave on a jacket, all of that. My aunt, his sister, Auntie Carol, pops by to help me for a bit. We're having a tea break, just chatting, and I start telling her about the handbag flying off the shelf in the middle of the night. I say, "You'll never guess what happened yesterday, at like 1:45 in the morning." And before I can even get into the details, she suddenly goes, "Oh my God, that's so weird because..." Then she tells me her story. The night before, about 9:10 p.m., she was at home alone. She'd been on FaceTime with my cousin Leah. They're just chatting away, and Auntie Carol sat at her kitchen table facing the back door and the hallway. All of a sudden, she sees a white figure, her exact words, walk from the back door across into the hallway. She said it was roughly the same height as my dad, and it moved like a person, not like a light or reflection. She gasped on the call, and Leah was like, Leah could see her reaction in real time and said she went completely pale. Auntie Carol said she genuinely thought someone had broken in. She gets up, goes to check the hallway, the doors, everything. Nobody's there. The house is locked. As she's telling me this, I'm literally sitting there with my mouth open. When she finishes, I go, "Okay, now you need to hear what happened to Mia." So I tell her about Mia seeing a tall white figure walk past the living room door around 7:20 p.m., and then the handbag launching itself off the shelf around 1:45 a.m. We both just sit there, staring at each other, and I get goosebumps from head to toe. There is no way either of us could have known about the other's experience before that conversation. Mia hadn't talked to her, and Auntie Carol hadn't said a word to us. And both times it's this white figure, about my dad's height. The thing is, my dad, granddad to the kids, used to live with Auntie Carol years ago. He'd constantly be in and out of the back door, going outside for a smoke, wandering into the hallway. Same with our house. Back when he stayed with us, he was always popping in and out, never sitting still. So now, me and my aunt are just looking at each other like, are we being haunted by your brother or what? And it doesn't even end there. My husband Tom has 2 cars parked outside the house, his newer one and his older one that he still uses sometimes. Yesterday at 4:02 p.m., and I only know the exact time because I checked the CCTV afterwards, his new car alarm suddenly starts blaring. No one's near it, the street's quiet. He goes outside, walks down the drive to check it, looks around, nothing. So of course, I pull up the CCTV footage later, expecting to see a cat, a bird, something. Nothing. No person, no movement near the car at all. Just Tom coming out in his slippers looking confused. We shrug it off as some weird glitch. Then today, at 5:01 p.m., again, exact time from the CCTV, the alarm on the old car starts going off. Same deal, I check the footage. Once again, no one near it, no cats, no foxes, no dodgy neighbors. Just the car suddenly losing its mind, then Tom trudging out yet again to turn the alarm off. So now we've got Mia seeing a tall white figure in our hallway, a handbag flying off a shelf at the foot of our bed, Auntie Carol seeing a tall white figure walk from her back door into her hallway, 2 separate car alarms going off on 2 different days at almost the exact same time of day, both with nothing on camera to set them off. And all of this within about 24 hours. At this point, I'm half freaked out and half laughing, because if my dad is behind this, it is exactly his sense of humor. He had a wicked, cheeky streak. He loved winding people up, jumping out on us, playing silly pranks, making us jump, then absolutely howling with laughter. So I'm sitting there going, is this all just some massive coincidence? Faulty alarms, gravity doing its thing, our imaginations running wild? Or is my dad just having the time of his life on the other side, messing with us? Honestly, I don't know. But I do know this, if it is him, he will be absolutely delighted that we're all running around, checking CCTV, screaming over handbags and car alarms, swapping ghost stories and saying, "Oh my God, that's so like him." And I can just picture him, wherever he is, doubled over laughing, going, "Lighten up, I'm only playing." So, this all started a long time ago. I couldn't tell you the exact year, but I know I was a kid, maybe 9 years old. It was during that phase where I'd sometimes share a mattress with my older brother Leo on especially cold nights. Our house wasn't great with electricity. We only had one small space heater, and if you plugged in too many things at once, the power in that room would just cut out. So most of the time, we just bundled up together under a bunch of blankets and called it good. Anyway, this one night, I'm sleeping like usual. Nothing weird, no nightmare, no loud noise. And then I just wake up. My eyes open and I'm staring at the ceiling. I remember thinking how strange it was because I've always been the type to sleep through anything unless I really had to use the bathroom, and I didn't. I'm lying there, half awake, trying to drift back off when I hear something. At first, it's just a sound, so soft I can't even tell what it is. I ignore it. I'm tired, I'm warm, Leo's snoring beside me, and I'm not exactly looking for reasons to stay awake. But then I hear it again. Same sound, same rhythm. And this time I kind of tune in, like, what is that? And then it clicks. It's my name. Very faint, like someone's trying not to be heard, but still clear enough that my brain goes, oh, that's definitely me they're calling. At first, I assume it's Leo messing with me. The voice does sound a little more feminine, but in my half-asleep logic, I decide he's just whispering weird to freak me out. The bedroom door is slightly open, and my parents always left the hallway light on back then so we wouldn't get scared of the dark. Because of that light, I can see Leo's face pretty clearly. So I turn my head toward him and just wait. And then I hear my name again, but his mouth doesn't move. He's completely still, breathing slow, dead asleep. That's when the fear really hits me. You know that cold feeling that crawls up your spine? It was like that. The voice wasn't loud, but it was too distinct, too intentional for me to write it off as the wind, or the TV in the living room, or anything normal like that. Someone was calling me, softly, patiently. And suddenly the idea of stepping off that mattress felt impossible. It wasn't even a real bed, just a mattress on the floor, no space underneath, nothing to hide in. Logically, there was nothing to be scared of, but I was completely frozen. I kept thinking, there's someone in the hallway, or just outside the door, and if I get up, something bad is going to happen. And that thought, it just rooted me there. Instead of getting up, I scooted closer to Leo until my back was pressed against his. I remember trying to take comfort in his warmth, in his breathing. Like if something came into the room, it would have to get through him first. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I almost relaxed, I'd hear it again. My name, whispered, over and over. Eventually, I started to cry. Not loud sobbing, more like this quiet, shaky, kid trying not to make noise kind of crying. I wasn't religious, not really. We'd say quick prayers sometimes, but I never remembered them word for word. That night, though, out of nowhere, I remembered the Our Father prayer perfectly, every line. So I started saying it, over and over, whispering it into my pillow while tears soaked the pillowcase. I was begging for it to stop, begging for morning to come. I just kept praying and listening to that hallway and refusing, absolutely refusing, to step off the mattress. But after that, I spent a lot more nights in Leo's bed over the years. I never heard that voice again. Not like that. No one whispering my name from the hallway. No mysterious calling. Just normal nights. Until we both got older and eventually moved into our own rooms. Fast forward to now. I'm an adult. I moved back into my parents' house recently to sort some things out in my life. Money, work, just everything. The room I used to sleep in with Leo, it's not a bedroom anymore. My parents turned it into a storage room. There are boxes stacked up, old furniture, random stuff nobody knows what to do with. None of my siblings live there anymore. We've all moved out. But here's the thing. Every time I walk past that old room, the door is slightly open. Always. Morning, afternoon, middle of the night, doesn't matter. It's never wide open, never fully closed, just halfway, like someone pushed it gently and let it swing. And it really gets to me. I can feel my chest tighten every time I walk by. I won't go in alone. If Mom needs something from there, I'll go with her. But I will not walk into that room by myself. It sounds ridiculous even as I say it, but that's where I'm at. I've tried closing the door. A lot. I'll pull it shut when I pass by in the afternoon. I'll make a point of it. I'll think, there, done. It's closed. But the next time I walk past, even just an hour later, it's open again. Same small gap. Same angle. Now, I'm not ignoring the obvious explanations. My parents go in and out of that room all the time. They might just not close it all the way. They have a dog now too, Luna, and she likes nudging doors open with her nose. And the door itself is kind of broken. The latch doesn't really catch anymore, so if you push it, it just swings. Logically, I know all that. But emotionally, it still bothers me. Because every time I see that door slightly open, my brain doesn't think dog, or draft, or dad looking for something in a box. It jumps straight back to that night. Me lying on a mattress with my brother, the hallway light spilling in, someone whispering my name from outside the door, and me too scared to put my feet on the floor. And I start to wonder, Is it just a memory my mind is obsessed with? Is it just anxiety attaching itself to something familiar? Or is there something more to it? Something I can't explain? I honestly don't know. What I do know is that the longer I'm back here, walking past that same doorway, seeing that same little crack of darkness or light between the frame and the door, the more unbalanced I feel about it. Like this one night from my childhood has stretched itself out into the present and refuses to stay where it belongs, in the past. Maybe there's a perfectly normal explanation. Maybe it's just my parents, or Luna, or a crooked door that won't stay shut. But if I'm being completely honest, every time I see it open again, a little voice in the back of my mind is still whispering my name. You know, I don't usually talk about this stuff, but since we're already on the topic of creepy retail stories, let me share two that really stuck with me. Both came from friends of mine who used to work in different stores. So first, there's my friend Marco. He used to work the late shift at this 24-hour mini-mart on the corner of a really busy intersection. From the outside, it looked totally normal. Bright lights, loud traffic, people stumbling in for snacks at 2 a.m. But the staff all knew. The stockroom and the tiny break room at the back were not. So, earlier this year, late August actually, my grandpa, we called him Lolo Ben, passed away in our family's home. He'd been on hospice for a while because his health had gone downhill really fast. Before that, he was in and out of the hospital, and every time he came home, he seemed just a little bit smaller, a little more tired, you know? About 5 weeks after he passed, my Aunt Rosa, who had Down syndrome, also passed away. She'd bounced between the hospital and a nursing home for months. Eventually, the doctors told us she wasn't improving and that hospice would be the kindest option. The really heartbreaking part is that the same evening they settled her into the hospice facility, she was gone. Just like that. When my grandpa was still with us, he had this little routine he loved. He'd shuffle over with his walker and park himself right by our front door, facing the big old tree in the yard. He loved that tree. Said it made him feel like he was sitting in front of a green ocean. My mom bought 2 wooden rocking chairs for the porch, one for him and one for her, so they could sit out there together. Most mornings you'd find them there, the two of them, sipping coffee, talking softly, or just sitting in comfortable silence while the neighborhood slowly woke up. He looked so peaceful out there. That spot became his spot. So fast forward to after both he and my aunt passed. It was maybe a month and a half later. I was up way too late one night, around 1:40 a.m., sitting in the living room, scrolling on my phone like a zombie. From where I was sitting on the couch, you can see the front door, and next to the door there's this tall glass panel window. It's not totally clear. You can't see every detail, but you can definitely make out shapes and movement. One of the things you can see from there is my grandpa's old rocking chair. I'm just sitting there, barely paying attention to anything, when something moves at the edge of my vision. You know that little flicker that makes your brain go, "Wait, what was that?" So I look up, and the rocking chair is moving. Not just a tiny little wobble either. It was rocking. My first thought was, okay, it's gotta be the wind. Calm down. I didn't want to jump straight to ghost or anything, so I sat there for a second, just watching. The air felt totally still. Our curtains weren't moving. Nothing else was shifting or rattling. I grabbed my phone and started recording from where I was on the couch. You can see it clearly in the video. The chair is moving in this weird, uneven way. It would rock normally for a bit, and then suddenly slow down and almost sink back, like someone was leaning their full weight into it. And then it'd pick up again. It didn't feel like a random breeze. When it finally stopped, I checked the weather app right away. No wind. Not even a light breeze reported at that time. I just remember sitting there with this heavy, weird feeling in my chest, like I'd walked in on a private moment that wasn't meant for me. And that's not the only thing that's happened. Before I started sitting in that particular spot on the couch, I used to stay up late at the opposite end, still in the living room, but without a view of the front door. I'd usually be on my iPad, playing Roblox with friends or just mindlessly scrolling. Almost every night, I'd get this feeling that someone was watching me. I know, a lot of people say that. The whole, I felt like someone was watching me thing. But this, it didn't feel like some random creepy vibe. It felt familiar. Like when someone you love is standing behind you and you can sense them before you actually see them. It reminded me so much of my Aunt Rosa. She was always so curious about what you were doing. If you were on your phone or drawing or cooking, she'd stand nearby, quietly watching with this focused little look on her face. But the second you turned and actually looked at her, she'd get all shy, pretend she wasn't interested, maybe fiddle with her shirt or look away like, "What? I wasn't doing anything." That's exactly what the energy felt like. Curious, but shy. Loving, not threatening. There was one night that really stuck with me. It was super late, maybe around 3 or 4 a.m. I was on my iPad again, all the lights off except the glow from the screen, and that familiar feeling of being watched was really strong. I'm staring down at my game, and suddenly, in my peripheral vision, it looks like someone walks out from the hallway, passes in front of the fireplace, and then suddenly turns and darts back down the hall. It was quick, like someone changed their mind halfway through walking into the room. My immediate thought was, okay, that had to be mom or dad. But my parents get up early, like 5 or 6 a.m. Early, but not that early. So when they finally woke up and were in the kitchen making coffee, I asked them, "Hey, did either of you get up around 3 or 4 and walk into the living room? Like, near the fireplace?" They both looked at me and said, no. They'd been asleep the whole time until their usual alarm. So, that's another thing that happened. I know stories like this are hard to believe without physical proof. For the rocking chair, I do have the video where you can see it moving in that strange, irregular way. For the hallway stuff, it's just my experience and how it felt. But I can show people the layout, you know? If I wanted to, I could take pictures of the hallway, the couch where I sit, the fireplace, the little window by the door, especially at night, just so it's easier to picture. I didn't add any photos right away because honestly, I wasn't sure if anyone would even care to hear this. It's vulnerable, putting things like this out there. I guess the reason I'm sharing it is because, as unsettling as it was while it was happening, it doesn't really scare me when I look back on it now. If anything, it feels like my grandpa and my aunt found little ways to stick around. A rocking chair moving like someone's leaning back with their coffee. A shy, curious presence peeking around the hallway corner. It feels less like a haunting, and more like a reminder that they loved being here with us. And maybe, in their own way, they still do. So, let me talk to you for a minute. Have you ever just stared at a room and suddenly felt like there was more going on than what your eyes could see? Not in a spooky, something's behind me way, more in a, this can't be all there is kind of way. That's where my mind tends to live. In our everyday reality, we move around in 3 dimensions: length, width, and height. You can picture that classic XYZ graph from school, right? Left and right, up and down, forward and back. That's our playground. Now, we can imagine one-dimensional things, like a single line, or two-dimensional things, like a flat drawing on a piece of paper. Those are below our level, dimension-wise. We can see them, we can manipulate them, but we can't really step up into our world. A little stick figure we draw stays stuck on the page. Here's where it gets interesting. Mathematically, physicists have been pretty serious for a while about the idea that there are more dimensions than just these 3. Higher dimensions. We can work with them in equations, we can predict things with them, but we can't see them directly. They're kind of like the backstage of reality, present, crucial, but hidden from the audience. And that brings me to ghosts. Think about how ghost stories usually go. They appear in our space, they move things, we see or hear them, they seem stuck in a house or a place, but we can't go wherever they are. We don't step into their world, even if they sometimes slip into ours. Why is that? Why does it seem like the traffic is mostly one way? Now, let's add time to the mix. Einstein talked about space and time as one thing, space-time. Instead of 3 dimensions of space and then this separate ticking clock, it's all woven together. You can think of it as a 4-dimensional fabric. If you could somehow step outside of that, like really step outside, I imagine you'd see every moment laid out at once. Not just your life, but everything. Every second, every tiny shift, all there together. To me, it's like walking into a huge hall filled with shelves, and on each shelf are these little moments, like crystal spheres. Every choice, every heartbeat, every memory is there, not one after the other, but all at once. Time becomes something you can move through like a room, not just something that drags you along. And I think somewhere in that layered structure, between our 3-dimensional experience and whatever comes next, there's a sort of in-between zone. A kind of waiting room between life and what we'd call the afterlife. That's where I imagine ghosts might be. If a 2-dimensional being lived on a piece of paper, we could tap the page, pick it up, fold it, see everything at once. They wouldn't be able to do the same to us. We'd exist outside their comprehension. I think a 4-dimensional being might look at us in a similar way. They could reach down into our reality, step into our time briefly, appear as an apparition, but we could never quite climb up to where they are. So when people talk about hauntings, shadows in the hallway, footsteps when no one's there, the same sound repeating at the same time every night, I wonder if that's what's going on. If you think of reality like an old film strip, time is just what keeps the frames moving in order. But those frames, the past, the present, the future, they might all exist at once. We just experience them one after another, so it feels manageable. And then there's the big question. What happens after all this? If there is an afterlife, I don't picture it as clouds and harps. I imagine it as another level of reality, a 5th dimension, or maybe beyond that, where all timelines, all versions of events, all paths are somehow understood and integrated. A place where awareness is expanded, where your senses aren't limited to this body or this brain, where thought and reality begin to match so that mind equals matter. If you think of something, you experience it. If you feel something deeply, it shapes what's around you. I picture it as the place where whatever you want to call the greater consciousness lives. The source, the universe itself waking up, God, the creator, however you name it. A place where everything that ever was and ever will be is gathered and known, but not in a cold, mechanical way, in a loving, connected way. I think that's where we're meant to go when we die. Our 3-dimensional space and that 4-dimensional space-time fabric feel like scaffolding, temporary supports that hold us in place long enough to grow, learn, and choose who we want to become. Once we've finished whatever we're doing here, I like to believe we slip out of that structure and into something freer, wider, less bound by before and after. From our side, that looks like stepping into unreality, the afterworld. But from that side, maybe it's the most real thing there is. So when I think about ghosts, higher dimensions, and the afterlife, I don't see them as separate topics. I see them as different layers of the same story. We're here, right now, walking around in 3D, anchored in time. Some souls might get stuck between the floors of this cosmic building. Those are the hauntings and echoes people feel. And beyond that, there's a higher level waiting, where everything makes sense in a way we can't quite imagine yet. And honestly, that idea comforts me. because it means that nothing is really lost, just moved. Nothing truly ends, just changes dimension. And one day, when it's our turn, we'll step through that doorway too, and finally see how all of this fits together. So, I've only ever had one experience that felt anything like time travel, and it still gives me goosebumps when I talk about it. This was, maybe 12 years ago now? Back then, I had this long commute, about 45 miles each way, cutting across the southeast of England. Most mornings I'd be driving through rolling countryside, and on that route, there's this really beautiful reservoir. On a sunny day, it looks like a postcard. At the time, I was using this old, slightly battered TomTom sat-nav I'd borrowed from a friend. It was notorious for glitching out. It would freeze, randomly recalculate, forget where it was, but it was all I had, so I just put up with it. Anyway, on this particular day, the sat-nav tells me to go a way I don't usually take. It directs me down this narrow, tree-lined country lane I'd never really noticed before, supposedly heading toward the reservoir. I thought, fine, shortcut, why not? And followed it. Partway down, the sat-nav does its usual thing and just dies. Screen frozen, no sound, nothing. But this lane doesn't have any turnings or junctions, just hedges and trees on either side. So I figure I'll keep going straight and it'll sort itself out eventually. Then I break through the trees, and suddenly I'm driving into this tiny little hamlet. Maybe 5 or 6 houses at most. Old cottages with stone walls, front gardens full of flowers, that sort of thing. There are no cars parked anywhere, no driveways crammed with SUVs, nothing. Instead, there are kids actually playing in the road, running around, kicking a ball, skipping with a rope. It hit me how strangely peaceful it felt. No traffic noise, no hum of the modern world. Just the sound of children laughing and a dog barking somewhere. For a moment, I remember thinking, this feels like I've gone back in time. The clothes the kids were wearing looked old-fashioned, I guess? Little wool cardigans, short trousers, those kind of long socks you only ever see in old photos. It all felt oddly out of place, but at the same time I was confused because something wasn't right. I knew I should have been close to the reservoir by then, but there was no sign of it. No water, no dam, nothing. Just this village in a valley that absolutely should have been dominated by a massive body of water. I drove slowly through, half expecting to see a sign I recognized, but there wasn't one. No road markings I recognized either. Then, just as I passed the last cottage, the sat-nav suddenly came back to life. The screen flickered, beeped, and it recalculated the route. Within another minute or two, I was spat out onto a larger road I knew really well, the kind of road I could have driven in my sleep. As soon as I saw it, I thought, oh, okay, I know where I am now, and carried on home like it was nothing. The next day, though, I was curious. I thought I'd try to go the same way again and see that little hamlet in daylight properly. So I watched the signs carefully, tried to spot that same turnoff, and I just couldn't find it. No narrow lane, no gap in the trees. It was as if the road had vanished overnight. Still, I didn't obsess about it. I took another route, got to work, and eventually it sort of faded into the background of my mind. Just a weird day with a dodgy sat-nav, right? One day I thought, you know what? I'm going to find it. It has to be there somewhere. I must have just missed the turning all these years. So I sat down with Google Maps and started tracing the area around the reservoir, zooming in, looking for that lane. A little country road through trees that connects to a cluster of a few houses. But I couldn't find it. No matter how closely I looked, there was no sign of any such junction. No tiny lane that could have led the way I remembered. The major road was there, The reservoir was there, but the little road? Just not on the map. That's when things started to feel properly odd. Later on, I ended up chatting with someone local who knew the history of the place. They told me that, back in the late 1960s, the reservoir had been created by buying up a village in the valley, moving all the residents out, and then flooding the whole area. The original village is literally under the water now, and that's when it hit me. I started replaying that day in my mind. The lack of cars, the strange quiet, the old-fashioned clothes, no sign of the reservoir where it absolutely should have been. And this tiny, vivid hamlet that I've never been able to find again, on the ground or on a map. I honestly, hand on heart, believe that, for a brief moment, I drove into that village before the reservoir existed. That somehow, because my sat-nav glitched, or the road was just right, or who knows why, I slipped sideways in time, just a little, and saw the place as it once was. I know how that sounds, I really do. If someone told me this, I'd probably try to come up with a rational explanation. Bad memory, a different village, some odd detour I've forgotten. But the thing is, the memory is incredibly clear. I remember the angle of the sunlight, the way the kids paused to look at my car, the exact feeling of, something's not quite right here. It doesn't feel like a dream or a muddled memory. It feels completely real. So, that's my one and only time travel story. I drove through a village that shouldn't exist anymore, and I haven't been able to find it since. You know, by now, after everything I've been through, I've pretty much gotten used to seeing ghosts. I don't say that lightly. I mean full-on spirits and strange little entities just showing up. In the hallway, in the kitchen, at the foot of my bed. I've had them appear while I'm brushing my teeth or when I'm trying to fold laundry. There was a time when I honestly thought I was losing my mind, that I was just seeing things. Growing up with that feeling was rough. It's hard to trust yourself when everyone else would chalk it up to imagination. But as I got older, and things kept happening that I simply couldn't explain away, I realized, no, I really am seeing them. And weirdly, that realization has taught me a lot about myself. I've learned there are people, living and dead, that I can help, and there are some I just can't. Some spirits honestly don't realize they're dead. Others know exactly what happened to them. The ones who know sometimes love to be dramatic about it, showing up with the same injuries they had when they died, just to spook whoever's around. Others prefer to appear as they were in life, calmer, softer, more themselves. And then there's Elias. Elias has been, well, he's been a lot of things. A protector, a smart-mouthed roommate, and a better friend than many of the living people in my life. He's helped me through so many dark nights and dealt with spirits who were very much not friendly. He's not perfect. He's stubborn, he hides things, and I know he carries more secrets than he'll ever say out loud. But when I needed someone, he was just there. Living with Elias is its own adventure. He's from another time, literally, so sometimes he slips into the way people spoke when he was alive. Then he'll suddenly throw in some modern slang he picked up from TV or my husband, and it becomes this bizarre mashup of old-fashioned politeness and TikTok phrases. There are moments when I just stare at him like, I need subtitles for whatever you just said. Even in death, he's picked up little human habits. I'll catch him wandering around the house barefoot, shirt untucked, completely out of the crisp uniform he usually likes to appear in. The oddest thing he does, though, is when he just lies down next to me on the bed, on top of the covers, and starts talking. About his life, about mine, about things he's seen. It's strangely comforting, like having a friend sitting with you in the dark. Then there's his brother, Leonard. Leonard is the complete opposite. Where Elias can joke and relax, Leonard is proper to the point of being painfully formal. You will never see him in any state of undress. His collar is always neat, his posture perfect, his words carefully chosen. He does not approve of the way people talk nowadays. The casual swearing, the slang, the way we interrupt each other. Leonard has attached himself to my mother-in-law. He's fiercely protective of her. I think she reminds him of his own mother. Even Elias, as laid back as he can be, treats her with a kind of old-world respect when she's around. I know for a fact they've both followed her to work before. At first it was mostly Elias, making sure she got there and back safely. But lately, Leonard has taken that job very seriously. When she's home, he often positions himself where he can stand between her and, well, whatever he thinks might harm her. He gets frustrated when he can't help with her stress or take away her worries. He can see the burdens she carries, but there's only so much a spirit can do. And then we have little Rosie. Then there's Noah. Noah is another young one, and he's very particular about who he interacts with. He pretty much refuses to engage with anyone except Leonard and Rosie. He'll peek around corners, watch us from doorways, then vanish the second we look directly at him. He seems to trust them more than he trusts any of us who are still breathing. And finally, there's the young man we simply call Sage. He's indigenous, quiet, and very watchful. Sage rarely leaves my mother-in-law's room. Most of the time, he stands by her window, looking out as if he's on guard. I don't know his full story, but there's a seriousness about him, a sense of responsibility. He doesn't say much, at least not to me, but his presence is steady, protective, grounded in a way the others aren't. Most of the time, you wouldn't even know we share our home with spirits. If you walked in on an average day, you'd probably just see a regular house that needs to be vacuumed a little more often. Unless you're sensitive to them, you'd miss most of what's happening. You might catch a shadow moving in the corner of your eye. You might hear a soft footstep in an empty room. Every now and then, if they really want to be noticed, you might see one of them clearly. Living with them means their presence is always there, like a quiet background hum. They're never really far away. They make little sounds, sometimes not so little. Doors creak open or shut. Something falls in a room where no one is. Lights flicker. Every now and then, they get bored and move things, hide things. I've had entire conversations across the house with someone I thought was my husband, only to realize he wasn't even home. They're very good at mimicking our voices. One of them will call my name in a perfect imitation of a family member, and I'll answer, only to realize I'm completely alone in that part of the house. It's unnerving, but at this point, it's also familiar. It's just life with them. They are my ghosts, my strange, mismatched, otherworldly little family. And honestly, I'm happy to keep them around for as long as they want to stay. So, I want to tell you about something that happened to me last night, or actually, very early this morning, around midnight. I was in my living room, lights mostly off, just scrolling on my phone, when my friend Marco texted me. He was walking his dog past my place and wrote, "Hey, are you awake? There's someone sitting on your front steps, and your gate is wide open." That immediately felt wrong, because I always close that gate. It's almost a little ritual at this point. From inside the house, I couldn't see clearly. Everything outside was just shapes and shadows. So I got up, turned on the porch light, and opened the front door. By the time I did, whoever had been sitting on the steps wasn't there anymore. I could just make out a figure standing just beyond the gate, closer to the sidewalk. I stepped out onto the path, keeping the door half open behind me, phone pressed to my ear with Marco still on the line. As my eyes adjusted, I saw her, a woman standing a little down the street. I stayed there, on the porch, talking quietly into the phone while she walked slowly up and down the road. Her heels made this distinct, hollow sound against the asphalt. Clack, 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 echoing in the quiet. Every so often she'd stop and look at the houses further up, like she was searching for something, or someone. The way she moved was calm, almost casual, but there was something in the air that just felt off. After a few minutes, she started to drift closer. I tried to lower my voice, but it was obvious I was talking about her. You know when you're pretending you're not, but it's so clear you are? It was like that. She glanced at me, really noticing me for the first time, and then, in this calm but incredibly unsettling tone, she said, "Don't be afraid of me. I'm just sad. I'm waiting for someone." Her voice shook as she spoke, like she was trying very hard not to cry. It wasn't aggressive at all, but it wasn't comforting either. It felt like standing next to a live wire, quiet but buzzing. I kept a bit of distance and told her, as gently as I could, "You can't come inside my house." She gave this small, tired smile and said, "But the gate was open," and took a couple more steps closer, as if that explained everything. That's the part that really got under my skin. The way she said it, like an open gate was an invitation, like the house itself had called her in. I felt this very clear instinct kick in, and I said more firmly, "No, the gate wasn't open. Please stay back." She stared at me for a second, her expression strange, hurt maybe, or annoyed, I couldn't tell. Then she said, almost in a whisper, "Don't stare at me." And that was it. She turned around and walked away, the same slow, steady pace, heels tapping against the road, her whole presence oddly calm but somehow heavy at the same time. I remember exactly what she looked like. She had shoulder-length dark brown hair, a pale blue dress that fell just below her knees, and a light jacket over it, even though the night was warm. She carried a medium-sized handbag tucked close to her side, and those heels. They didn't look particularly fancy, just plain, but that sound they made is stuck in my head. Now, about the gate. I know I shut it. I'm almost obsessive about it. And it's not the kind of gate that just swings open if the wind feels dramatic. One side is fixed into the ground with a heavy metal pin, and you really have to pull and shove to move it. It usually scrapes a bit when you do. After she walked away from me, I went back inside, locked the door, and looked out through the window. Marco stayed on the phone, giving me a kind of running commentary from his place further down the street. He told me she kept pacing up and down the road for another 15-20 minutes. Same slow walk, same path. Sometimes she'd stop under a streetlight. Sometimes she'd stare at a house. And then, at some point, she just wasn't there anymore. He looked away briefly, and when he checked again, she was gone. I know this could have been just a distressed person, maybe going through something difficult. And part of me honestly feels sad for her. The way she said she was waiting for someone sounded so desperate and lonely. But at the same time, there was this energy around her that didn't feel normal. It's hard to explain. It wasn't just the situation. It was the way the air felt, the strange mix of calm and unease. The open gate that shouldn't have been open. The way she spoke, like she was half in this moment and half somewhere else entirely. I'm sharing this with you because I can't quite shake it off. I keep replaying it in my mind, wondering if anyone else has met someone like that. A stranger who appears where they shouldn't be, right at the boundary between your home and the outside world, carrying a presence that feels different. I don't know what that was. Maybe it was just a sad woman on a strange night. Maybe it was something more. All I know is that the way she looked at me and the way that gate stood open will stay with me for a long time. So, I'll start by saying this. I really do believe there's more out there than what we can see. Not in a dramatic, movie kind of way, just logically. It feels totally possible there are things we don't understand yet. And I'm not the only one who feels that way. My boyfriend, well, let's call him Leo, and his family are the same. They've all had experiences they'd describe as paranormal. I'm still trying to decide how I feel about it all, but I've heard enough from them that I don't just brush it off. I even suggested burning sage at one point, just to clear the energy a bit, but I want to understand what we're dealing with before I go in there waving smoke around like a DIY exorcist. So Leo's house isn't super old. It's not one of those creepy Victorian mansions. It's a 3-story place in a neighborhood that's been around since maybe the 60s. The unsettling part is more about where it's located, right beside the rail line, near a station where, unfortunately, a lot of people have ended their lives. There's just this heaviness in the area, even during the day. It's like the air remembers. Inside the house, Leo's room is directly above his mom's room. Well, his mom, Anna. Both rooms have this little nook in the same spot. If you stack the rooms on top of each other in your mind, the nooks line up perfectly, one right above the other. During the day, it's just a weird little architectural quirk. At night, it's something else. Both of them say they feel watched from those nooks. One night, Leo was lying in bed, his back to the room, and he said he could feel it. You know that prickly feeling when someone's staring at you? He said it felt like something tall was standing in the nook, just looking at him, not moving, just there. He didn't see it directly, but he said his whole body went tense, like his instincts were shouting at him that something was wrong. He didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, he went downstairs to tell his mom what had happened. He didn't even get to finish his sentence. As soon as he started with, "Something weird happened last night," she cut him off and said, "In the nook?" And then she told him that she'd felt the exact same thing, like something tall was standing in the corner of her nook, just watching her. She was so unsettled she'd ended up sleeping with the lamp on. She's told me other things too. Sometimes she sees these dark, shadowy shapes in the doorway, like someone's leaning in to look but never actually coming into the room. Other times, she hears the sound of people running up and down the stairs or across the hallway when she knows she's home alone. No TV, no radio, no neighbors that close, just that hollow thudding of footsteps in a house that should be quiet. There was another night, pretty late, after we'd had a few people over. Everyone had left, and I'd already gone upstairs. Leo stayed down in the kitchen to clean up. His kitchen faces the bottom of the stairs, so if you stand at the sink, you can see the hallway and the stairway pretty clearly. He told me he suddenly got that familiar feeling again, like someone was watching him. Not just, "Oh, I'm being paranoid," but that heavy, very present feeling, like when you know someone's eyes are on you. He turned around to look at the stairs and said it felt like he was making eye contact with something halfway up. The weird part is, there was nothing there. No shadow, no person, nothing you could point at and say, "That's what I saw." Just this intense sensation of locking eyes with something that wasn't physically visible. He ended up finishing the dishes with his back pressed against the sink, facing the room so he didn't have to turn around again. He said he only went upstairs once that feeling finally faded. Until then, he just didn't feel safe. And here's the thing, they've only lived in that house for, about 2 years now? And these are just the stories I remember them telling me in passing, over tea or while we're sitting on the sofa. It's not like they're trying to scare me. If anything, they're almost casual about it, which somehow makes it creepier. It doesn't stop at that house either. His grandparents' place is similar. Different building, same kind of energy. People have said they've felt hands on their backs when they're going down the stairs, like a shove or a sudden yank, just enough to throw them off balance. One of Leo's cousins apparently slipped because of it, and she swears something pulled at her ankle. There are also stories about people seeing someone waving from the upstairs window when the house is supposed to be empty. Neighbors will mention it like, "Oh, who was visiting you earlier?" And his grandparents will say, "No one was here." That kind of thing. I'll be honest with you. Part of me is curious, part of me is scared, and part of me just wants everyone to be okay. I don't know if whatever's there is truly malicious or just stuck or trying to be noticed. I don't pretend to have all the answers. I just know that the people I love feel watched in their own home, and that doesn't sit right with me. So I keep listening. I keep paying attention to the patterns. I keep one foot in belief and one foot in, maybe there's a logical explanation, while I figure out what feels right. And if we do end up lighting that sage and saying a few kind words into those dark little nooks, it won't be from a place of fear. It'll be from a place of wanting everyone, living or otherwise, to find a bit of peace. So, last night was rough. Our puppy Pumpkin passed away from parvo. And just 5 days before that, his brother Nori died from the same thing. I still can't really believe I'm saying that out loud. For some context, they were still a bit too young for their full set of vaccines, and my wife and I had been talking about where to take them for their shots. We had this plan. Okay, next week, we'll both be off. We'll take them in together. But the week we were supposed to go, they'd already started showing signs of parvo. It all happened so fast. Last week, Pumpkin and Nori just weren't themselves. They didn't want to play, they weren't eating, barely drinking. Normally, they were these little tornadoes of chaos in the living room, but suddenly they were just quiet. My dad took them to the vet and came back with a bag full of meds and fluids, and this look on his face that told me before he even said anything. They tested positive for parvo. The vet explained there's no real cure, just supportive care and time, and that it was basically a coin flip, 50-50 whether they'd make it. I'm a nurse, my wife Lena is a nurse, and my sister Mia is a nurse too. We'd been through this before. Their mom had parvo 3 years ago, and we nursed her back from the edge. She's healthy and spoiled rotten now. So we thought, okay, we can do this again. We know what to do. We gave Pumpkin and Nori their meds on schedule, coaxed them to eat and drink, gave them subcutaneous fluids. We watched every tiny change like hawks. One extra lick of water, a slightly stronger tail wag, anything. Over the next couple of days they were weak, but we thought we were seeing little signs of improvement. My wife and I talked about taking them to an animal ER as a last resort. But the closest one to us had shut down recently, and the next closest, we'd had a really awful experience there before. So we decided to keep doing everything we could at home and stayed hopeful it wouldn't come to that. A few mornings ago, I woke up and went to check on Pumpkin. He was lying in his crate, and he was so weak. He tried to lift his head and couldn't, but his tail thumped when he saw me. That tail wag just broke me. We tried to give him his meds, but he couldn't keep anything down. I work in critical care, and I knew, deep down, that we were past what the animal ER could realistically do. So I stayed with him. I sat on the floor next to his crate, talked to him, told him he was a good boy, scratched that spot behind his ear he loved. I stayed with Pumpkin until he took his last breath. Nori, somehow, seemed to be doing better at first. He started drinking water on his own. He walked a bit, even tried to do a little wobbly play bow. We let ourselves hope. Then yesterday morning, I woke up to my sister standing in the doorway, holding Nori in her arms. And I knew immediately. He had that same look Pumpkin had, that same limpness. We did what we could. I sat with them for as long as I could before I had to leave for work. While I was at work, I kept checking my phone. Messages trickled in, updates from my sister, from my dad. Around 5 a.m., my dad sent the message I'd been dreading. Nori had passed too. I felt numb. It was like the house had suddenly gone quiet in a way I didn't recognize. This morning, something happened that I can't stop thinking about. I had this dream, so vivid, which is strange because I almost never remember my dreams. And there was Nori. He was right at our feet, wagging his tail like crazy, spinning in those little happy circles he used to do when he was excited. He looked healthy, bright-eyed, full of energy. It felt real. I could almost hear his nails tapping on the floor. Then my alarm went off for work, and I woke up with this wave of emotion. Sad, but also weirdly comforted. I just started crying. Lena woke up next to me, and I told her about the dream, how I saw Nori doing his happy spins. She got quiet and then said she dreamed about Pumpkin, about him running up to her, all bouncy and goofy, like he used to be. We just lay there, holding each other, both of us crying until we had nothing left. No words, just that shared grief and this tiny thread of comfort that maybe, somehow, they were okay. After I finally got up, I prayed for them. I told them I was sorry, that we loved them so much, that we tried everything. And I asked, wherever they are now, whatever that looks like, I hope they're together, chasing each other, chewing on the same toy they always fought over. So, yeah. Rest in peace, Pumpkin and Nori. Thank you for visiting us one last time. I want you to picture this with me for a second. It's late evening in the Japanese countryside. The air's heavy and still, the kind of quiet where even the cicadas seem to be holding their breath. Out beyond the rice fields, the sky is fading from orange to deep blue, and the shadows are starting to stretch long and strange. That's where this legend lives. People out there talk about a woman they call Hachishaku-sama. Well, the older folks in my grandparents' village actually called her Hachishaku-sama, with this hushed, careful tone, like even saying the name too loud might draw her attention. They say she's 8 feet tall. Not, wow, that person is really tall, but wrong tall. Too tall to be human. She appears in a long white dress, something like a summer gown, and sometimes a pale coat over it, and she wears this wide-brimmed hat that hides most of her face. If you see her standing next to a stone wall or a fence, her head and shoulders rise high above it, like she doesn't quite fit inside our world. But it's not her height people are really afraid of. It's the sound she makes. They say you don't see her first, you hear her. A strange, hollow, almost playful sound, like someone trying to imitate the noise of an old train or a distant bell. Po, 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 po. Soft at first, like it's far away, then closer. And once you hear that sound, according to the legend, she's already chosen you. It doesn't matter who you are, kid, adult, grandparent. Once Hachishaku-sama sets her eyes on you, you're supposed to disappear within a few days. No explanation, no body, no trace. Just gone. People in the village say she isn't just a ghost or a demon. She's something older, something that was sealed away a long time ago with prayers and rituals. And as long as those seals hold, she can only drift along the borders of farmland and forest, watching. But seals break, statues crack, talismans rot. And that's where the story I heard really begins. It wasn't some ancient folktale at first. Back in the late 2000s, someone posted about her on an old Japanese bulletin board site, kind of like a huge anonymous message board. The post was just titled something simple, like, "About that tall woman from my grandparents' village." And at first, people thought it was just another scary story. In the post, the storyteller was a kid at the time. Let's call him Ren. Ren said he was staying at his grandparents' place in a quiet rural village one summer. You know the kind of place. Narrow roads, low stone walls, fields stretching out on all sides, and a house that smells like tatami mats and old wood. He'd spend his days catching beetles, playing with the neighbor's dog, just wandering around without a care in the world. One afternoon, he was sitting on the veranda, legs dangling, sipping barley tea and staring out at the fields. It was hot and still, and the air had that sleepy hum to it. That's when he heard it. Po, 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 po. At first, he thought it was just someone messing around, maybe kids playing with a toy or some strange bird call. It sounded dull and echoing, like it was bouncing off something far away. Curiosity got the better of him, so he leaned forward and peered over the low stone wall at the edge of the property. And there she was. So, let me tell you how this all started. I was staring at this blank page, right? Just a blinking cursor and a bunch of instructions about how to turn a story into a transcript. No characters, no plot, just rules. And I remember thinking, this is kind of like life sometimes. A lot of expectations, not a lot of clear story. But then I imagined you, listening. And suddenly, I didn't want to write something stiff or clever. I wanted to talk to you like a friend. So instead of obsessing over the right way to tell a story, I decided to just start where I was, with confusion, a little bit of laughter, and this desire to make you feel like you're sitting right across from me. You know, I used to think stories had to be perfect to matter. Neat beginnings, sharp turning points, tidy endings. Then I met a friend, let's call her Mira, who changed my mind. Mira had this habit of telling stories that always wandered off track. She'd start talking about a bad day at work and somehow end up describing a stray cat she fed 3 years ago. But the thing is, when she talked, everyone leaned in. Not because her stories were polished, but because you could feel her heart in every sentence. One evening, I asked her, "How do you do that? How do you make people feel so included?" She laughed and said, "I just imagine I'm talking to one person I really care about. The rest takes care of itself." And honestly, that's what I'm doing with you right now. I know on your side it's just words on a screen, maybe a voice in your head as you read. But for me, I'm picturing you listening while you're on a commute, or curled up in bed, or taking a tiny break from a long day. Maybe you're a little tired. Maybe you're looking for something gentle and human to hold on to for a moment. So here's what I want you to take from this strange little non-story story. You don't need a perfect script to be heard. You don't need dramatic twists to matter. You don't need to get every word right to be genuine. If all you have right now is a jumble of half-formed thoughts and a quiet wish to connect with someone, that's actually enough. You can start there. You can start messy and honest. Imagine you're talking to one person you care about. Really see their face in your mind. Imagine the way their shoulders drop when they finally feel understood. Then just speak to that version of them. Like I'm speaking to the version of you who needed to hear this today. And if you feel a little silly or unsure or not good enough at this kind of thing, you're in good company. I feel that way too sometimes, even now, telling this to you. But here we are anyway, sharing this small moment. So if you walk away with anything, let it be this. Your voice, exactly as it is right now, unpolished, a bit tangled, maybe even nervous, is still worthy of being heard. You are allowed to speak like you're talking to someone you love, even when that someone is yourself. Thanks for listening. Really. I'm glad you're here.